On August 1st, 2060 AD, due to the influence of some mysterious rays in space, the Cambrian storm has been coming to the blue planet for a month. The man hid a home and wrapped himself tightly, but even so he could not keep out the cold. The man's name is Lin Yi. Because of the heavy snow, he hasn't gone out for a month, and the food at home is almost gone. Looking at the only 2 packets of instant noodles left, Lin Yi sent a message to his goddess Wang Xue with trembling hands. After a while, Lin Yi finally received a reply from Wang Xue. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Lin Yi leaned over the peephole and saw Wang Xue outside the door. Then he moved the refrigerator and washing machine that were leaning against the door away with confidence. The moment he opened the security door, an iron rod came crashing down from the side. Lin Yi had no time to react and was hit on the forehead by the iron rod, falling into a pool of blood. 7 or 8 people immediately filed in and began to search his house. Just as Lin Yi was struggling to stand up, Wang Xue picked up a wooden stick by the wall and smashed it hard on Lin Yi's head. Wang Xue's next words instantly made Lin Yi feel as if he was falling into an icy cave. I tricked the door open. I want half of everything I find, including this person. A man next to him smiled slightly, then took out a sharp knife from his pocket and slowly walked towards Lin Yi with a cruel smile on his face. Watching the man getting closer and closer, Lin Yi closed his eyes in despair. With a burst of pain, Lin Yi passed out. The only thing in his mind was the sound of heartbreak and overwhelming hatred for Wang Xue. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yi slowly woke up. The surrounding environment had changed, replaced by a neat office. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Yi felt a little at a loss for a moment. Then he carefully checked his body and found that all the injuries he had just suffered had disappeared. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The next second, a woman in professional attire pushed the door open and walked in, placing the documents in her hand on the table. Lin Yi picked up the pen and signed his name almost instinctively. The woman picked up the documents on the table and said to Lin, "Manager Lin, get some rest. I'm going to leave first." Only when the office door closed did Lin Yi finally react. He picked up the phone on the table and took a look. The time displayed was May 1st, 2060. What? 2 months before the apocalypse? Lin Yi realized something and quickly turned on his computer to search for the latest news. There was not a single report about the end of the world or the Cambrian period. Lin Yi was finally sure that he was indeed reborn. Lin Yi put down his mouse and burst into laughter. After a while, his laughter died down, replaced by a fierce look on his face. Wang Xue, Zhang Qian, Yang Shuang, and my lovely neighbors, I, Lin Yi, am back. Just as Lin Yi was sighing, a woman came from a distance. It was Li Ro, the trading manager of Lin Yi's company. She was wearing a white shirt and a pair of black stockings. Faced with this stunning beauty, the busy company employees put down their work and cast peeping glances at her. Throughout the company, wherever she was, countless men would be attracted to her. Li Ro came to Lin Yi's side and handed him the document in her hand. Li Ro glared at Lin Yi angrily and said, "Lin Yi, this is the report you signed. Have your people redo it immediately. If they can't do it well, you have to do it yourself." Lin Yi took the report in his hand and invited Li Ro into the office. After seeing Li Ro sitting on the chair, Lin Yi drew the curtains and locked the door, then threw the report in his hand directly to the ground. Lin Yi said to Li Ro with a joking look on his face, "Manager Li, you're so arrogant that you're even showing off to me. Did boss Lu promise you'd become his wife?" Lu Wei is the general manager of Lin Yi's company, and Li Ro is Lu Wei's secret lover. The two of them embezzled more than 30 million yuan of public funds from the company. These were discovered a few days before the end of the world. Li Ro was a little flustered when she heard Lin Yi suddenly mention Lu Wei. Lin Yi walked to his desk and sat down, crossed his legs, and said slowly, "Stop pretending in front of me. I've known about your affair with General Manager Lu Wei for a long time. You two also embezzled over 30 million yuan of the company's public funds. Do you want me to show you the evidence directly?" Li Ro finally couldn't sit still at this time and hurriedly said to Lin, "No, what do you want? As long as you open your mouth, I will agree to anything." Lin Yi smiled slightly and looked at Li Ro with an aggressive look. Feeling Lin Yi's aggressive gaze, Li Ro subconsciously covered her chest and said to Lin, "I'll give you 1 million, and you hand over all the evidence to me." Lin Yi shook his head. Although 1 million was not a lot, the end of the world was coming soon, and he would need a lot of money to build a shelter or stockpile supplies. But he really didn't dare to take the money. It wouldn't be long before their embezzlement of public funds would be discovered. If he took the money, Li Ro would definitely give him away. He didn't want to spend his time in jail. Li Ro saw Lin Yi shaking his head, thinking he was dissatisfied with the amount of money. She gritted her teeth and said, "It's illegal for you to threaten me. The most I can give you is 2 million. This is all the money I have." Lin Yi shook his head again, and then said, "I don't want money. I want you." Li Ro's eyes widened immediately. She had never expected that Lin Yi's target was her body. Lin Yi didn't give her much time to think. "I'll book a room at the hotel downstairs after get off work and wait for you," he said, ignoring Li Ro's complicated expression, and left the office. When Lin Yi returned to his office, Li Ro had already left. He wasn't worried that Li Ro would choose to fight to the death. Knowing her, the only thing she could do was to obey, and she might even keep it a secret from Lu Wei. After Lin Yi sat down, he began to work again. He had already figured out his next steps while outside. The first step was to make money. The second step was to build an absolutely safe shelter. While it's possible to move into a villa, based on experience from my previous life, within 10 days of the apocalypse, the entire city's infrastructure will be buried in ice and snow. The villa's floors were too low, making it extremely easy to be buried alive. The final step was to gather supplies and weapons. Food and supplies were easy enough, provided they were funded. But weapons proved a real headache. Since Dragon Country had long since banned guns, even the slightest sight of them was difficult, let alone purchasing them. Just when he was at his wit's end, he suddenly felt something strange in his eyes. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes, and suddenly, a snow-white and vast space appeared in his mind. Lin Yi blinked, and the space quickly disappeared. A clear realization suddenly emerged in his mind. An alien dimension had appeared within his left eye. The method for using this dimension was also engraved into his consciousness in some mysterious way. He looked at the ashtray on the table, and with a thought, the ashtray vanished in the next second, appearing in another dimension, suspended in the air. He thought again, and the ashtray returned to the table. Lin Yi suppressed his inner excitement and conducted several experiments repeatedly. He found that the current storage range of the alien space was within 10 meters, but it could only accommodate independent objects. Lin Yi looked at the clock on the table and put it into the alien space. A full 10 minutes passed, and the clock remained motionless in the alien space. It seemed that time stood still in the alien space. Lin Yi blinked his left eye, and the alternate dimension vanished again. He could faintly sense a faint energy fluctuation in his right eye, but after repeated testing, his right eye showed no reaction. Helplessly, he gave up. An alien space was powerful enough, making other abilities seem insignificant. In the apocalypse, possessing an independent space was far more significant than any offensive abilities. After the experiment concluded, Lin Yi turned on his computer and began trading the stock market. He planned to cash out at the peak. With this wave of operations, his 2 million would become 20 million. With these 20 million yuan in capital, he could continue to invest in future information and strive to save 100 million yuan within a month. And 100 million yuan would be enough to support him in building a safe house and purchasing a large amount of supplies. With all the funds invested, all Lin Yi had to do was wait. He glanced at the clock. It was almost time to get off work. He wondered if Li Ro had made her decision. Thinking of the dramatic changes in his life in just one day, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. Lin Yi went to a restaurant he often visited downstairs from his office and ordered a bowl of noodles. He sat by the window, perfectly positioned to see the office entrance. As he ate his noodles and watched the crowd slowly exit the office building, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a graceful figure. Li Ro appeared, her head lowered, her steps hurried, her expression as if she were guilty, completely devoid of her usual arrogance. As she passed the restaurant entrance, Lin Yi called out to her. Li Ro was startled to see Lin Yi sitting alone in the shop eating noodles. After hesitating for a moment, she walked in. Lin Yi asked the boss to bring Li Ro a bowl of noodles as well, and then continued to eat on his own. Li Ro watched Lin Yi devour his meal, but she herself had no appetite at all. Her heart felt heavy, filled with the fear of being exposed. In the end, Lin Yi devoured the entire bowl of noodles, while Li Ro only touched half of it. Lin Yi paid the bill, walked out of the restaurant, and headed to the parking lot nearby. He opened the car door and got in. Li Ro followed reluctantly and took the passenger seat. Lin Yi started the car and drove straight to a nearby hotel. The next morning, Lin Yi and Li Ro checked out of their hotel together, dark circles under their eyes. It was the weekend, and they had no work schedules. Lin Yi drove Li Ro home, then, despite feeling sleepy, returned to the Sichuan community. After parking the car, Lin Yi dragged his exhausted body back home. The moment the door opened, the death scene from his previous life seemed to reappear before his eyes. Lin Yi looked at the familiar house, and a deep hatred surged in his heart. He vowed to himself, since God had given me a second chance, he would live this life solely for himself. Those who had betrayed him would have to pay the price. He quickly washed up and fell asleep. An unknown amount of time passed before it was dark outside the window. Lin Yi was still sound asleep. Suddenly, the piercing ring of his cell phone shattered the silence. He closed his eyes, fished out his phone from the bedside, and answered without even checking who was calling. A woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Lin Yi, a few of my girlfriends and I are having dinner downstairs in your community. Come down and pick up the bill. The voice, so familiar that it couldn't be more familiar, instantly sobered Lin Yi. He glanced at his phone screen. The name was clearly written, Xue. A strong, murderous intent gushed out of his eyes. Lin Yi forcibly suppressed the killing intent within him. A little impatience can ruin a great plan. Now is not the time to act. Lin Yi tried to maintain a calm tone. Okay, I'll be there right away. Wang Xue sat in the restaurant and hung up the phone with satisfaction. Zhang Qian, who was standing next to her, smiled at her and said, Xue, you really have the ability to train Lin Yi to be so obedient, more submissive than a dog. The women at the table burst into laughter. Wang Xue said smugly, of course, men are mean. If you treat them a little well, they'll just run wild. Sometimes they deserve a good beating. Chapter 5. Wang Xue. Lin Yi hung up the phone, walked into the bathroom, and washed his face with cold water. The piercing water gradually cooled the rage boiling within him. He knew now was not the time for revenge. But since revenge was impossible, he would first collect some interest from Wang Xue. They were eating at the restaurant downstairs, and since he was hungry, he thought he could stop by to watch a play and have a meal. After a quick wash and a change of clothes, Lin Yi grabbed his keys and headed out. He walked downstairs slowly, and within a few minutes he arrived at the restaurant entrance next to the residential complex. As soon as he entered, Lin Yi saw Wang Xue sitting at a table with Zhang Qian, Yang Shuang, and a few of her friends chatting and laughing. Lin Yi recognized all of them. He had seen them before when Wang Xue asked him to pay the bill, and he had paid for them many times. Zhang Qian waved as usual when she saw Lin Yi coming in, and then asked the waiter to bring the bill to Lin Yi's table, as if all this was a matter of course. Lin Yi ignored her, found an empty table, sat down, picked up the menu, and slowly looked through it. Soon, the waiter handed over the bill. Lin Yi took a look and saw that the 6 of them had ordered 14 dishes, 3 bottles of red wine, and 2 cases of beer, totaling 3,200 yuan. He casually threw the bill back on the table and said to the waiter calmly, I haven't ordered yet. Whoever ate should pay the bill. The waiter looked bewildered and could only return with the bill. Less than half a minute later, Wang Xue and the other 2 approached Lin Yi in anger. Lin Yi, what are you doing? I just asked you to pay the bill. Why are you dragging your feet like this? Wang Xue said in a chastising tone. Zhang Qian also echoed. Yes, Xue is ready to give you a chance. You are unwilling to spend some money on her. How can you be worthy of her in the future? Although Yang Shuang did not say anything, his face was already as black as the bottom of a pot, and his eyes were full of blame. Lin Yi looked at the 3 people in front of him and smiled instead of getting angry. He said slowly, I didn't eat your food. Why should I pay? Besides, I don't care about the chance you give me. He changed the subject, and his tone suddenly turned cold. Don't forget, you 3 are still living in my house. From this month on, I will start collecting rent. For the sake of our old classmates, it's 3,000 per person a month. If you can't afford it, move out. The 3 of them were stunned on the spot. They never expected that Lin Yi, who had always been timid, would suddenly turn against them. Wang Xue gritted her teeth, her expression contorted. She was filled with questions. Did Lin Yi take the wrong medicine? When had he dared to speak to her like that? In the past, whenever she showed even the slightest displeasure, Lin Yi would immediately apologize. But now, he actually talked back to her in public and even demanded rent? Lin Yi, remember this. I will never forgive you. Wang Xue stamped her foot fiercely and stormed back to her seat. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang then began their old routine. Wang Xue always did this. She would walk away, leaving her best friend to continue the offensive on her behalf. She's a master at this tactic. appearing both aloof and innocent while also earning the man's affection. Lin Yi, we've known each other for so many years. You should know Xue's personality. Go apologize right now, pick up the tab, and give her a gift. We can even put in a few good words for you. Zhang Qian spoke with the tone of someone who had experienced this, as if she was helping Lin Yi solve a major life issue. Yeah, Xue said she was going to give you a chance. Now that you've made her angry, do you mean you don't want her to be your girlfriend anymore? Yang Shuang followed suit. But this time, Lin Yi didn't react at all. He looked calm as he called the waiter and ordered a few dishes he liked, along with a bowl of rice. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang exchanged a bewildered glance. Logically, if he had just mentioned that Wang Xue was interested in him, Lin Yi would have jumped right in. But this time, he remained completely calm, continuing to order food and then continuing to eat. Helplessly, the two of them returned to Wang Xue in disgrace. Wang Xue glared at them, cursing inwardly. What a pair of losers. You can't even handle Lin Yi, and how can I expect you to help me handle Su Shuai in the future? Su Shuai is her latest target, a renowned second-generation wealthy man from Haijing City, whose family is worth tens of billions and whose parents are shareholders in the country's largest supermarket chain. She met Su Shuai by chance at a nightclub, and upon learning his background, she immediately focused all her attention on him, hoping to conceive a child and marry into a wealthy family. As for a poor bastard like Lin Yi, he should have been kicked out long ago. Wang Xue saw the waiter handing over the bill again, and her girlfriends were all pretending to play with their phones, and no one took it. She could only grit her teeth and pull out her salary card from her bag. This meal cost her half a month's salary, and she was heartbroken. She and Zhang Qian both worked at small companies, earning less than 5,000 yuan a month. She'd ordered so much today, figuring Lin Yi would pick up the tab, but who could have imagined he wouldn't cooperate this time after the bill settled? Wang Xue tossed her paycheck back in her bag, blaming Lin Yi for all her anger. In the past, when she asked him to pay, he always obeyed, but now he dared to embarrass her in public. Even more hateful, he made her lose face in front of all the sisters. Wang Xue thought to herself, I'll record this account for now. Once I completely take Su Shuai down, I'll settle the score with him. Chapter 6. Policewoman Jiang Shuyan. Lin Yi stuffed the last piece of meat into his mouth and burped contentedly. He had already cleared all the food on the table. He touched his stomach, and memories of struggling in the apocalypse emerged in his mind. At that time, he understood that food must not be wasted. 20 days after the apocalypse began, a hard, steamed bun could cause even the closest of brothers to fight and bleed. A man would even give up his wife for food. In such an environment, food wasn't just about filling your stomach. It was about your chance to survive. After paying the bill, Lin Yi walked out of the restaurant. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, but Haijing City's nightlife had just begun. The streets were bustling with people, groups of young people walking by, some with colorful hair and tattoos covering their arms and necks. Lin Yi was walking on the sidewalk, planning to just stroll around to kill time, as he had no plans for the evening. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the front, followed by the crisp sound of shattering glass bottles, attracting many passers-by to gather around. Lin Yi immediately became interested when he heard the noise and quickened his pace to get closer to the lively area. He saw two drunks scuffling with several young people. The argument quickly escalated into a physical fight, with beer bottles flying and blood splattering all over the floor. Several young people were injured, as were two drunks. The ground was littered with broken glass and blood, creating a chaotic scene. The restaurant owner immediately called the police, and within minutes, 3 police cars arrived, and 6 uniformed officers quickly took control of the situation. As the police rushed the injured to the ambulance, Lin Yi peered through the crowd, his brows raised, and he felt that fate was truly indescribable. He recognized one of the policewomen. It was his downstairs neighbor, Jiang Shuyan. Jiang Shuyan was a veritable figure in the Sichuan community. She came from a powerful family background, with both parents employed in the public security system. She joined the police force right after graduating from university and soon became the city's recognized top policewoman, thanks to her exceptional abilities and striking appearance. Furthermore, the Public Security Bureau has specifically packaged her as a representative, frequently interviewing reporters and ensuring she has high exposure. In terms of appearance, Jiang Shuyan is more than a notch above Wang Xue. Wang Xue would be rated at a maximum of 80 points, while Jiang Shuyan's looks are enough to score 98 points, practically on par with those of the entertainment industry's female stars. Lin Yi hadn't pursued her initially, Firstly, because Wang Xue had a preconceived notion about her, and secondly, because Jiang Xuyan's aloof temperament always gave people a sense of distance and unattainability, which made him feel that he was not worthy of her. However, after the apocalypse in the previous life, Jiang Xuyan was not in the community and was reportedly transferred to provide support elsewhere, so Lin Yi had no way of knowing her fate. At this moment, Jiang Xuyan had just finished handing over the restaurant owner's business and was about to get in the car when her eyes happened to catch sight of Lin Yi, who was not far away. The two of them often bumped into each other in the elevator or at the entrance of the residential complex, often nodding and greeting at best, but rarely speaking. She walked over, smiled politely, and said, "Lin Yi, what a coincidence. Are you out for a walk?" If it were the Lin Yi of the past, he might have shyly nodded and gotten by with it. But now, he was no longer the humble bootlicker he once was. Lin Yi raised the corners of his mouth, revealing what he thought was a very stylish smile. "Yeah, I was bored by myself, so I came out for a walk." After saying this, he even brushed his bangs back, feigning a casual air. Jiang Xuyan smiled faintly, a little embarrassed but still polite. She waved, "Then take your time. I have a mission here, so I'll be leaving now." Seeing that she wasn't particularly interested, Lin didn't lose heart. When the apocalypse arrives, he'll have a vast array of resources under his control. So, he wondered if he wouldn't be able to attract her. As the police led the brawlers away, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Lin Yi felt he'd seen enough and headed home. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, he ran into Wang Xue and the other two, who had just returned from outside. They were walking arm in arm, looking very close. If Lin Yi hadn't known about Wang Xue's extensive romantic history, he would have probably thought the three were a lesbian couple. But now, Lin Yi was genuinely suspicious of Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang's special relationship. The three of them also noticed Lin Yi. Wang Xue snorted, walked away with her head held high, and her two best friends quickly followed. Lin Yi ignored them, walked straight into the elevator, and pressed the button for the 26th floor. The elevator stopped at the 20th floor. When Wang Xue and the other two were about to leave, Lin Yi lightly reminded them, "Don't forget to pay the rent tomorrow." With that, the elevator door slowly closed under the three people's exasperated gazes. Actually, 3,000 yuan for rent was considered very cheap in a location like Haijing City. Similar apartments outside would cost at least 5,000 yuan. Lin Yi only charged them 3,000 yuan to discuss them without forcing them to move out. After all, if they did move out, how would he punish them after the apocalypse? Leaving them freezing in the cold while they watched him eat a hot meal at home was true revenge. After returning home, Lin Yi sat down at his computer, opened the stock market page, and checked the gains of several stocks he held. The current trend was stable, and the returns were good. He gently adjusted his position and closed the page. He then began searching for local renovation companies, ready to build his own doomsday fortress. However, ordinary renovation companies simply couldn't meet his needs, so he searched online for professional case studies. Finally, he found several companies specializing in doomsday safe houses. After repeated screening, Lin Yi finally chose an organization called Tianli Protection. This company has an excellent reputation in the industry and is considered the top bunker construction team in Longhua. Even more coincidental, in the suburbs of Haijing, there's also one of their classic works, a private safe house built on a hill. It was reportedly a gift from a wealthy man for his son's birthday. Costing billions to build, it boasts security comparable to a military base. The bunker consists of 5 floors, 3 above ground and 2 underground. The walls are constructed entirely of alloy plates over 10 centimeters thick, impervious even to ordinary artillery shells. The interior was luxuriously appointed, with a heated swimming pool, a gym, a power generation system, and smart access control. It was practically a miniature apocalyptic paradise. Lin Yi's mouth watered as he secretly memorized the address. If he ever had the chance, he would definitely visit it in person. Chapter 7. Collecting Rent. Lin Yi called the number listed on Tianli Protection's official website, but no one answered several times. He then realized it was almost 10:30 p.m. Most companies would have closed by then, so there was no point in continuing to call. His money was tied up in the stock market anyway, and he couldn't even withdraw his deposit. He simply put down his phone, casually watched a few videos, and then drifted off to sleep. The next morning at 5 o'clock, Lin Yi got up and ate a quick bite. He then checked his space again and found that his abilities were still stable, which reassured him. For Lin Yi right now, This spatial ability was his greatest reliance for surviving the apocalypse, and he couldn't afford to let anything go wrong. He called Tianli Protection Company, and the other party answered. They arranged to meet in the morning. After hanging up, Lin Yi washed up and took the elevator to the 20th floor, the apartment where Wang Xue and the others were currently staying. He knocked on the door for a long time, but there was no movement from inside. Lin Yi sighed and took out a key from his pocket. This house was originally the wedding house his parents had prepared for him, so the key had always been in his hands. He had never used it before, because he was afraid Wang Xue would think too much. But now, Lin Yi no longer cared about that. The door wasn't locked, so he opened it and walked in. After not being in for several years, this well-decorated apartment, which had cost nearly 500,000 yuan to renovate, was completely different. The coffee table and floor in the living room were covered with wine bottles, the ashtray was piled high with cigarette butts, and a pile of high heels was haphazardly stacked in the entrance hall, and a strong foot odor hit him in the face. Lin Yi frowned as he walked around the mess. He was furious when he saw the kitchen. The stove was covered in grease, there was still some unfinished hot pot soup in the pot, and the sink was piled high with leftovers. It looked like a meal had been eaten for 3 days, and no one had touched it. Seeing the once meticulously decorated bridal chamber turned into a pigsty, he nearly rushed in and kicked them out. Lin Yi took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his anger. But before he could even breathe, the stench from the kitchen made him cough. He picked up an empty beer bottle and slammed it hard on the floor. A loud bang finally woke up the people in the bedroom. Wang Xue, Zhang Qian, and Yang Shuang rubbed their eyes and walked out one after another. But Lin Yi immediately noticed that Wang Xue came out of her own room, while Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang came out of the same bedroom. This scene instantly confirmed Lin Yi's previous suspicions. They were indeed lesbians. They had been inseparable since college, and neither of them had a boyfriend in all these years. Wang Xue was visibly stunned when she saw Lin Yi standing in the living room. Lin Yi, expressionless, pulled out a printed rental agreement from his pocket and dropped it on the sofa. I made it very clear yesterday that the rent will start today. Here's the contract. A deposit of 1/3 of the rent, a total of 12,000 yuan. Just sign it if you're okay with it. Wang Xue stared at the contract, unresponsive for a moment, her eyes still revealing the confusion of someone who had just woken up. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, reacted quickly, speaking with a look of discontent. Lin Yi, are you sick you're actually asking for rent, or are you still a man? Yang Shuang did not agree with her. Instead, she turned to Wang Xue and said, Xue, look at him. How can you like a man like this? He dare to ask for money today. Don't pay attention to him in the future. Wang Xue remained silent, just staring at Lin Yi coldly. Lin Yi's eyes showed no sign of retreat, and even a hint of murderous intent lingered. Seeing the house being destroyed by them, he had long considered getting rid of them all, but he suppressed the urge. The time for revenge had not yet come. In 2 months, when the apocalypse arrives, they will naturally receive their due punishment. Wang Xue shuddered slightly at the look in his eyes. A question arose in her mind. Did Lin Yi know that she had an abortion, but she had only told Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang about it, and they would never tell anyone else? So why did Lin Yi become so cold and indifferent? Puzzled, Wang Xue sighed, turned back to her room, picked up her phone, and silently transferred 4,000 yuan to Lin Yi. She had just spent over 3,000 yuan on food yesterday, and now rent was due, leaving her bank account empty. Fortunately, her business was well underway. As long as Su Shui, the big fish, took the bait, wouldn't the money be easy? Seeing Wang Xue obediently pay, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang had no choice but to pull out their phones and transfer the money. For 1,000 yuan each, practically their entire salary. But judging by Lin Yi's attitude, he wouldn't budge, and might actually kick them out. Moving out and renting another place would only make it more expensive, so they could only swallow their anger. After Lin Yi collected the money and signed the 3 people's signatures into the contract, he turned around and walked out the door. Wang Xue was furious and shouted at his back, Lin Yi, from now on, we are no longer friends. If you miss me in the future, don't come to me again. Lin Yi didn't respond, as if he hadn't heard him. He walked out the door without looking back, slamming it shut with a loud bang. He drove out of the residential complex, preparing to head downtown. Passing a lottery station halfway, Lin Yi slammed on the brakes and stopped. He suddenly remembered that at this time in his previous life, he had casually bought a lottery ticket and won the 3rd prize of 3,000 yuan. He tried to recall the time. That's right, the lottery draw was tomorrow night. With that in mind, Lin Yi simply parked his car on the side of the road, not caring if it was illegal or not. He figured, the end is nigh. Why worry about points being deducted or my car impounded? He walked into the lottery station, wrote down the familiar lottery numbers on a piece of paper, and handed it to the owner. The boss was sitting behind the counter smoking. Seeing Lin Yi wanting to buy 200 bets in one go, he was stunned for a moment and asked casually, "Are you sure 200 bets?" Lin Yi nodded, his tone firm and without hesitation. "Yes, 200 tickets." Although the boss had seen many people buy a dozen or 20 tickets, he had never seen someone as generous as Lin Yi. However, since the customer wanted to buy, he was naturally happy to do so. He quickly issued the lottery ticket and handed it to Lin Yi. Chapter 8. Heavenly Protection. After Lin Yi bought the lottery ticket, he casually stuffed the wealth talisman into his own space and carefully kept it. This lottery ticket was of great significance to him. If he won the prize, according to the current prize pool, he could win at least 800 to 900 million yuan. With this huge sum of money, he didn't need to risk investing in the stock market anymore. He could just go home and relax and build a fortress. Shaking off this worry, Lin Yi drove straight to the Tianli Protection Company headquarters. He had already contacted them in advance, and they had arranged a receptionist. Tianli Protection Company is located in the heart of Haijing City, occupying a 3-story office building. This level of infrastructure in such a prime location demonstrates its considerable strength. Lin Yi had just parked his car when a man and a woman emerged from the building. Both were dressed professionally and possessed a powerful aura. The man wasn't tall, around 1.7 meters, but his muscles were well-defined, a testament to years of training. The woman, with her long hair tied up, moved with agility and stood tall, appearing even more formidable than many men. After meeting, the two greeted Lin Yi warmly, and the three of them chatted as they entered the office building. During their conversation, Lin Yi learned that the man's name was Luo Jun, a business manager at the company and a retired Special Forces soldier. The woman's name was Li Jing, also a retired soldier and Luo Jun's comrade. The two had a mutual affection for each other since their military service, but only confirmed their relationship after their discharge. They are now an elderly married couple. Lin Yi has always held in high esteem those who truly risk their lives for their country, and he particularly respects those soldiers fighting on the front lines. After the group entered the second-floor reception room, Lin Yi briefly explained his thoughts. Blue Star's technology is rapidly developing, but ecological degradation and frequent extreme weather events have also made many wealthy individuals wary, fearing a sudden collapse. Such concerns have given rise to the doomsday protection industry, with companies like Tianli Protection emerging precisely to address this need. When Lin Yi proposed building a safe room on the 26th floor of his home, Luo Jun and Li Jing were both slightly surprised. The company had received many orders, but this was a first for doomsday protection in a high-rise residential building. Luo Jun reminded Lin Yi that this type of defense structure was primarily only effective against people. It wouldn't be much use in a natural disaster like an earthquake or tsunami. If the entire building collapsed, no matter how sturdy the house was, it wouldn't hold up. But Lin Yi shook his head. He didn't expect it to be flood-proof or earthquake-proof. As long as it could hold off the lunatics who were trying to loot supplies in the apocalypse, that would be enough. On the contrary, underground fortresses are dangerous. If the snow is dozens of meters thick and even the entrances and exits are blocked, you will be buried alive. After listening to this, Luo Jun still felt that there was a risk, but since the client insisted and the other party had money, he decided to cooperate to the end. Lin Yi left his address and contact information. Luo Jun promised to bring someone to conduct a site survey that afternoon and provide preliminary design drawings later. As long as Lin Yi was satisfied, construction could begin tomorrow. After leaving the company, Lin Yi returned to the Sichuan community. As he walked across the square, he saw his old acquaintance, Mr. Liu, playing chess nearby. Uncle Liu was a childhood neighbor and a close friend. In his youth, Uncle Liu worked as a locksmith for decades. After retirement, to care for his grandson, he bought a house in the Sichuan community, where Lin Yi often played chess with him. In his previous life, Uncle Liu didn't survive the chaotic period following the apocalypse. His home was broken into, and the grandfather and grandson met with misfortune, even being brutally dismembered and eaten. This time, Lin Yi was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Uncle Liu warmly invited him to sit down, and Lin Yi smiled and accepted, joining him in a game of chess. Their skills were equally matched, each knowing the other's moves like the back of their hand. The game was a close one, but in the end, Lin Yi emerged victorious. Uncle Lu refused to accept the defeat and insisted on another round. So Lin Yi had no choice but to continue playing. Uncle Lu fought hard in the second round and finally won a game, grinning from ear to ear. Just then, Lin Yi received a call from Luo Jun, saying that he and his technical team had arrived at the gate of the community. Lin Yi stood up and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he couldn't help but remind him, "Uncle Lu, I've heard some rumors recently that there may be a natural disaster soon. You'd better stock up on food." He didn't dare to say it too bluntly, but just said it briefly. This was the most he could do. Uncle Lu nodded, saying, okay, but clearly didn't take it seriously. Lin Yi didn't continue to persuade him. Times haven't changed. Talking too much will only get him into trouble. If someone reports him for spreading rumors, he might even be detained. Lin Yi arrived at the gate of the community and welcomed Luo Jun and his group in. The Sichuan community has strict security. Entry and exit require a card, and there's a 24/7 security guard at the entrance. This time, Luo Jun brought 4 engineers, each carrying toolkits. Li Jing didn't come along, apparently staying at the company to coordinate. Lin Yi led them upstairs and opened the door to his own apartment. After several engineers entered, they immediately put on shoe covers and methodically began measuring various structural data. Lin Yi stood aside, not interrupting them, waiting quietly. After working for over half an hour, Luo Jun finally emerged from the room, holding the measurement records. While sorting through the blueprints, he explained to Lin, "Mr. Lin, the structure of this house is fine and can be renovated. We'll have a design ready by tomorrow night." However, Luo Jun changed the subject and reminded him, "But I must emphasize that the 26th floor has extremely high material requirements. For safety reasons, we must use lightweight alloys, and the most advanced ones, which will be quite expensive. The overall cost is probably much higher than the market value of the entire house." Lin Yi nodded, his tone firm. "I understand. Money is not a problem. Just get the design drawings out as soon as possible." Chapter 9. The takeaway was eaten. After receiving Lin Yi's confirmation, Luo Jun and his companions left without further delay. They weren't worried at all that Lin Yi was teasing them. After all, it was just a design drawing, not a real investment. If they really wanted to start work, they would have to collect a substantial deposit first. Lin Yi's proposed renovation involved a large amount of alloy materials, including 10-centimeter thick special plates, costing tens of thousands of yuan per square meter. The floor area alone exceeded 100 square meters, and with the walls and ceiling added in, the material cost approached 10 million yuan. However, the high cost brings significant rewards. Not only bullets, but even C4 explosives might not be easily detonated. Furthermore, in a place like Longhua where firearms are strictly controlled, even pistols are hard to come by, let alone explosives. Besides being strong, this alloy plate also has the advantage of being lightweight. A 10-centimeter thick sheet weighs about as much as a brick. Not only is it non-conductive, it also offers excellent thermal insulation properties. It's a new military material released in 2060. Luo Jun was already calculating. If he could secure this order, his personal commission would be at least 200,000 yuan. To secure this cooked duck, he simply called in all the company's designers and worked tirelessly to come up with a plan that would satisfy Lin Yi. After seeing off Luo Jun and his group, Lin Yi closed the door, turned around and sat back in front of his computer, continuing to monitor the stocks he had invested in. He had been lucky these past few days, and in just 2 days his 2 million yuan investment had grown to 5 million yuan. He readjusted his account holdings to maximize his profits. Sitting there for the entire afternoon, Lin Yi was so busy he didn't even have time for lunch. Too lazy to leave, he simply pulled out his phone and ordered takeout, choosing barbecued pork rice and milk tea, and specifically noting, "Leave it at the door." He didn't like being disturbed while working, so this was the easiest way to handle it. After a while, his stomach started growling, and he subconsciously checked his phone, which showed that the takeout had already arrived. Lin Yi stood up, stretched, rubbed his neck, and walked to the door to pick up his meal. As soon as the door opened, the sight before him stunned him. Rice grains scattered on the floor, and the milk teacup was reduced to a tattered plastic shell. Lin Yi frowned, closed the door, and immediately pulled out his phone to open the door's camera app and review the surveillance footage outside. He adjusted the time to an hour and a half ago, hoping to see what had happened. In the video, a young woman emerged from the elevator with a gray wolfhound on a leash. She was Lin Yi's neighbor, Lu Mei, a single woman who had adopted the dog 2 years ago for courage. Although the community clearly prohibited large dogs, she ignored the ban, and the property management was unable to do anything about it. Over time, no one paid any attention to her, simply because her dog hadn't caused any trouble. Lin Yi remembered clearly from his previous life that this woman had actually slaughtered the dog herself during the apocalypse, eating the meat and surviving for a month. In the video, the wolfhound rushed towards the takeout at the door as soon as it exited the elevator, probably attracted by the aroma. Lu Mei stood by, letting her dog open the package and eat without even trying to stop it. After the dog finished eating, she took it home as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Lin Yi's face turned pale and he was furious. He put on his shoes and ran to the door opposite, knocking on her door without hesitation. After a few seconds, Lu Mei's voice came from inside the door. Her tone was cold. "What?" Lin Yi suppressed his anger and said, "Your dog ate my takeaway. Can't you see?" There was silence for a while, and then Lu Mei replied with disdain in her tone. "What evidence do you have my baby son never eats junk food? He only eats imported dog food." Lin Yi sneered and shook his phone at the peephole. "The camera has recorded it, and you still want to deny it." Seeing that the other party had evidence in his hand, Lu Mei simply stopped pretending, and her face suddenly turned into a rogue. "What's wrong with eating your takeout? How much is a serving of that lousy food worth? And you even knocked on my door to question me. Who told you to leave the takeout at the door? You deserve it. If you leave it there again next time, my son will eat it." Lin was so angry that he almost kicked the door, but he suddenly calmed down. His tone changed. "Forget it. Just consider it as treating your son to a meal. But I'm warning you, if you do this again, don't blame me for being merciless." He turned and left, not giving Lu Mei a chance to act arrogantly again. Back inside, Lin Yi sat on the sofa, pulled out his phone, and began searching the black market for specialized drugs. He quickly found an aphrodisiac. The page contained only 8 words: golden gun, unyielding, unrivaled. Without hesitation, he placed his order, choosing the fastest delivery method. After doing all this, he ordered another takeout, and this time he personally opened the door and brought it in as soon as the delivery man arrived. It was already late after dinner, and Lin Yi had gotten up early. He had been busy all day, and his eyelids were already drooping. The next day, he had to go to work. After a quick wash, he lay down to rest and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Yi was in good spirits. After getting up, washing up, going downstairs to have breakfast, and then driving to the company. As soon as he entered the elevator, he bumped into Li Ro and General Manager Lu Wei. Li Ro was Lu Wei's secret lover. They both pretended to be innocent on the surface, fearing that their affair would be exposed. Lin Yi couldn't help laughing when he saw them acting so serious in the elevator. When Li Ro saw Lin Yi, a flash of panic flashed across her eyes, and she was obviously still feeling guilty. After all, she didn't dare tell Lu Wei about Lin Yi's threats, fearing he'd be pissed and kicked out completely. Lin Yi stood beside her, pressing his own floor button, a sly grin on his face. He glanced at the two of them, a hint of mischief brewing in his heart. Chapter 10. Drugging. Lin Yi shifted the briefcase in his right hand from one hand to the other, then quietly placed his hand on Li Ro's hip. Li Ro was startled, her heart tightening. But when she saw Lu Wei standing next to her, she became a little flustered. She was worried that if anything went wrong, Lu Wei would notice something. So she pretended to be calm and stood still. Seeing that Li Ro didn't react, Lin Yi felt somewhat pleased with himself. He gradually gained courage and pressed his right hand down, squeezing her buttocks hard. Li Ro was caught off guard by the sudden attack and almost cried out. She quickly pretended to cough to mask her uneasiness and the shock in her heart. Lu Wei turned around and looked at Li Ro with confusion, his face full of confusion. "Are you okay?" Lu Wei asked with concern. Li Ro quickly waved her hands and forced a smile. "It's okay, I just have a cold and my throat is a little itchy." After she finished speaking, Li Ro saw the elevator doors finally open. Seeing her chance, she immediately rushed out, as if running for her life. Although Lu Wei found it a bit strange, he didn't think much of it and followed Li Ro out of the elevator. In his office, Lin Yi stared at the data on his computer, secretly hoping. Tomorrow morning, his 2 million should become 10 million. Lin Yi didn't see Li Ro again for the entire day. He was a little confused, wondering if she was deliberately avoiding him. Around noon, Lin Yi received a message from Luo Jun, a link. He clicked it, and a 3D model of the room appeared on the screen. Judging from the layout of the room, it was the exact same design as Lin Yi's home. There were even a few lines of explanatory text accompanying it. Lin Yi examined it carefully and was very satisfied. The walls of the entire room were made of 10 centimeter thick high-tech alloy plates, and the floor and ceiling were the same, with no gaps at all. The outside was coated with cement, making it look exactly like an ordinary wall. The windows were made of the latest bulletproof glass, approximately 10 centimeters thick, 3 or 4 times more expensive than alloy plate. It also boasted exceptional hardness and thermal insulation. The doors were also constructed from this same alloy, reaching a thickness of 20 centimeters. They had a serrated opening mechanism, so if someone attempted to force the door open, the only solution would be to use high-strength explosives. If explosives were to blow the alloy door open, the explosion would be powerful enough to destroy the entire building. Furthermore, a firing port and a set of flamethrowers were designed into the door. This design was Lin Yi's special request. Although installing flamethrowers was illegal, if something went wrong, the responsibility would fall entirely on him. The interior design of the house was also very thoughtful. A fireplace was built into the living room and underfloor heating was installed. Once the stove was turned on, heat was distributed throughout the house through pipes. To cope with emergencies, Lin Yi requested that the water and electricity lines be removed. 3 generators and 2 5-cubic-meter water tanks were installed in the bedrooms to ensure basic living conditions could be maintained in any emergency. The house's ventilation system had also been modified, with filters installed to effectively isolate both toxic gases and other unusual gases. Even the toilet was specially designed to prevent clogging in cold weather. Seeing these details, Lin Yi was extremely satisfied with the design of the house, and he sighed inwardly, as expected of a professional doomsday fortress designer. A novice like me can't compare. Luo Jun was delighted after receiving the compliment. It seemed like he had secured the bonus. He then told Lin Yi the renovation costs would total 61 million yuan. Lin Yi would need to pay a 30% down payment, or 18 million yuan, and the remaining balance could be paid within 3 months after the house was completed. Although Lin Yi was very satisfied with the design of the house, he didn't have any money at the moment. His previous savings were still being invested in the stock market. It would take at least 2 weeks to make 100 million. His hopes were pinned on tonight's lottery ticket. He could only delay time and continue to make new requests to Luo Jun. I also want to install some invisible explosion-proof cameras in the community, preferably ones that can withstand temperatures as low as 60 or 70 degrees Celsius. However, Luo Jun refused without hesitation. It's illegal to install cameras in the community, and it violates privacy. Although I agreed to install a flamethrower on the door, it can't be used lightly. If something goes wrong, both you and I will be held responsible. Lin Yi thought, since that's the case, he'd just take a step back and just ask for Building 16 to be covered. He could handle the other floors as he pleased. Luo Jun thought for a moment and ultimately agreed to this condition. The two agreed to sign the contract next week and then hung up. At 5 p.m., after getting off work, Lin Yi went straight back to the Shouchuan community, picked up the package he had bought online, and then returned home. In a community square, he happened to run into Lu Mei walking her dog. Lin Yi's heart tightened, and he didn't dare to delay. He hurried home, took out his phone, and ordered takeout. He deliberately chose a generous portion of steamed pork belly. When the takeaway arrived, Lin Yi opened the package and quietly sprinkled the aphrodisiac he had bought inside. Then, he placed the takeaway at the door, deliberately leaving the lid open to let the aroma escape. After a while, Lu Mei walked in with her dog. As soon as the dog smelled the aroma, it immediately pounced on the takeaway. Lu Mei was a little hesitant at first, but when she thought of Lin Yi's attitude towards her yesterday, she was furious. "You dare to threaten me today, I will teach you a lesson." Lin Yi watched the big dog devour the meat clean, and he chuckled to himself, thinking that there would be something interesting to watch today. He sighed helplessly. This man-beast fight is really not going to pass muster. What a shame. Chapter 11. Undeterred, Lu Mei watched her dog devour the takeaway meat cleanly and then, contentedly, led the dog home. The drug needed time to take effect, and Lin Yi remained crouched behind the door, his ear pressed against it, listening carefully. Soon after, he heard Lu Mei's angry curses and the barking of a dog from the other side. But after more than 10 minutes, everything suddenly fell silent. Lin Yi was puzzled, wondering, did the medicine wear off, or did Lu Mei beat the dog he didn't leave immediately, but continued to wait quietly behind the door, secretly speculating? Pushing the door open, Lin Yi quietly walked out and quietly put his ear to the door of Lu Mei's house, hoping to catch more noises. Although the house had become quiet, he heard a low groan. Lin Yi was suddenly startled. Could it be that Lu Mei was bitten by a dog if someone died? It would be troublesome. His safe house wasn't ready yet, and he didn't want to spend the rest of his life in prison. A series of possible consequences flashed through his mind, and he thought nervously. If something really went wrong, he would have no choice but to take the risk and take everything into his alien dimension, destroying the body and leaving no evidence. Even if there were doubts, he could just deny it and drag it out for 2 months. However, as the sound changed, Lin Yi suddenly realized that the sound did not seem to be painful, but a moan of pleasure. He was stunned, realizing that perhaps things were not as he imagined. Lin Yi quietly left the door and turned back to his home. He smiled helplessly. Is this a match made in heaven for them? Good deeds should be kept secret. Be a good person. After returning home, Lin Yi locked the door and turned on his computer. The stock market was still rising sharply, which made him feel strange about the recent volatility. In his previous life, he hadn't paid much attention to it. Now, looking back, he realized that it wasn't a coincidence. Could it be that the news of the apocalypse had been leaked in advance? He no longer dwelled on this issue. Since the stock market trends were favorable to him, he could take advantage of this favorable situation and make a fortune. This wealth would guarantee his survival in the apocalypse. Lin Yi adjusted his stocks and turned on the TV. It was lottery time. As the ball rolled on TV, Lin Yi held his breath, his eyes glued to the screen, waiting for the lucky numbers to appear. Looking at the string of numbers, Lin Yi couldn't believe his eyes. He pulled out his lottery ticket from the alternate dimension and compared it, only to find that none of the numbers matched. How could I be so unlucky? Lin Yi looked at the numbers on TV in disappointment. Although he hadn't won the jackpot in his previous life, he had at least won a few thousand yuan. He hadn't expected that, even with the cheats, he wouldn't have won a single number. He was furious. He tore the lottery ticket into pieces, his anger raging inside him. Is there any justice in the world? After venting his anger, Lin Yi collapsed on the sofa, feeling even more depressed. Fortunately, the stock market trend was the same as in his previous life. Otherwise, he would have wondered if he had traveled to a parallel universe. Watching his fortune of 7 or 800 million yuan disappear, Lin Yi grew increasingly furious. He picked up his phone and called Li Ro directly. At this moment, Li Ro had just finished her shower and walked out of the bathroom. She was wiping herself while admiring her reflection in the mirror. She had always been confident about her figure. The flat parts were flat, and the curvy parts were even more charming. Her long, fair legs, in particular, attracted countless eyes. She likes to wear short skirts and cheongsams, and often becomes the focus of attention when walking around the company. Even interns who have just graduated from college dare not look directly at her. She's known as a boy killer. Just as Li Ro was intoxicated by her own beauty, the phone on the sofa suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID, her hands shaking, her heart suddenly tense. That bastard called again? She was about to hang up, but hesitated before finally pressing the answer button. After all, Lin Yi had some leverage over her. If she didn't answer now, what if he really revealed her secrets to the public? That would be troublesome. She was so beautiful and planned to be a wealthy wife in the future, so she absolutely could not let Lin Yi destroy everything she had. Although Lin Yi kept threatening her, she knew in her heart that as long as she could serve him well, he would not let her go to jail. Once she got hold of him, everything could be reversed. Thinking of this, Li Ro relaxed, her tone becoming gentle and charming. Brother Yi, why did you miss me so soon? Do you want me to accompany you again? Lin Yi on the other end of the phone was stunned by her tone, and his body instantly softened. What's wrong with you today? You're so proactive. Did you take the wrong medicine? Lin Yi was a little skeptical. How could he be teased by a woman? So, he quickly calmed down and said coldly, see you at the usual place. Then he hung up the phone. Li Ro listened to the beeping on the phone and thought to herself, this man is becoming more and more unpredictable. She no longer hesitated, put on some delicate makeup, changed into stockings and high heels, and left the house. Lin Yi simply washed up at home. Although he only used Li Ro as a tool for sexual gratification, he still gave her the most basic respect. He drove to the hotel they had stayed at last time, booked a couple's room, and then sent the room number to Li Ro. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Lin Yi felt a little bored. Just as he was about to get a glass of water, there was a knock on the door. He walked to the door, took a look through the peephole, and opened it directly. The sight of Li Ro in front of him made Lin Yi's eyes light up. Her long hair flowed down like a waterfall. She wore a small jacket that revealed her sexy navel, paired with a miniskirt and black fishnet stockings. She looked charming and sexy. Lin Yi reached out and pulled her in. The next morning, Lin Yi got up early. Although he hadn't overindulged himself last night, he was still a little tired. He got up and went to the bathroom. The floor was a mess, with ripped stockings and toilet paper scattered everywhere. He patted Li Ro's butt and told her to get up. Li Ro finished washing up and, as if she was used to it, quickly put on her makeup, looking like a mature working woman. After checking out, they had a simple breakfast downstairs. Then, Lin Yi drove Li Ro to the company. As they got out of the car, they happened to run into Lu Wei, who had just parked his car. The three of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. Chapter 12. Addicted to Eating. Lu Wei watched Li Ro get out of Lin Yi's car and said with a forced smile, "What a coincidence. What are you doing?" Lin Yi didn't give Li Ro a chance to speak and spoke first. "Hello, Mr. Lu. This is my girlfriend. We just confirmed our relationship last night." After saying this, Lin Yi unabashedly put his right hand around Li Ro's slender waist. A flicker of anger flashed across Lu Wei's eyes, but he suppressed it and forced a smile. "Congratulations. Although the company doesn't explicitly forbid dating, you still have to be mindful of the impact." Lin Yi completely ignored Li Ro's awkward look, not knowing whether to lower her head, and turned to Lu Wei and said, "Please rest assured, General Manager, we will definitely not affect our work and will definitely learn from you and your wife." Lu Wei gritted his teeth, put away his smile, and walked straight towards the office building. Lin Yi confessed his relationship with Li Ro to Lu Wei because he knew the end was imminent. With less than 2 months ago, he planned to quit his job once he made 100 million yuan from stocks. He wasn't worried about Lu Wei causing trouble. As for Li Ro, she was nothing more than a tool for Lin Yi's sexual gratification. While she was considered pretty, she still wasn't what he considered ideal. Playing with her was fine, but he absolutely wouldn't allow her to live in his safe house. His safe house only takes in women with good figures and temperament. Although Li Ro looks good, her identity is too complicated. She is a mistress, which is completely inconsistent with his ideal. It is not even ruled out that she is secretly thinking of gaining more resources. Lin Yi thought about it and decided not to dwell on these trivial matters, prioritizing safety. As for women, there were plenty of options in the future. There was always an opportunity to choose whichever one she wanted. After returning to the office, Lin Yi reviewed his work schedule for the day. There wasn't much left, and he could even find time to check the stock market. He estimated that by the end of the week, his stock market value would reach 50 million, at which point he could pay Luo Jun a 20 million deposit and begin renovating his safe house. As time passed, Lin Yi felt uneasy, unable to rest until he had enough funds. After get off work, Lin Yi had just arrived home and barely had time to settle down when there was a knock on the door. He was puzzled. He didn't have many friends, and the person he contacted most often in his previous life was Wang Xue, who would come to see him looking through the peephole. Lin Yi saw a familiar face and immediately opened the door. Standing outside the door was Lu Mei, looking sheepish, holding 100 yuan in her hand. Before Lin Yi could say anything, she stuffed the money into his hand. "Sorry, my dog ate your takeout again yesterday. This is compensation," Lu Mei said helplessly. Lin Yi looked at the money in his hand and was a little surprised. Lu Mei had always been known for her rudeness and unreasonableness, so why was she so gentle today? Had she changed in some way? He took the money and said with a smile, "It's okay. If your son likes it, let him eat it. It's my treat." Lu Mei smiled slightly. "I'm glad you're not angry. We are all neighbors. As the saying goes, a close neighbor is worse than a distant relative. We have to take care of each other in the future." Although he had some doubts in his heart, Lin Yi still agreed with her. Seeing that the atmosphere was gradually becoming cold, Lu Mei finally said, "Lin Yi, where did you buy the takeaway yesterday? My dog likes it very much, and I plan to give it to it as dog food in the future." Only then did Lin Yi understand what Lu Mei meant. It seemed that she seemed to have enjoyed it very much yesterday and wanted to continue today. She wondered if her baby dog could bear it. He said calmly, "Just buy it casually. Look for it online yourself." After that, he closed the door. Lu Mei was obviously a little annoyed after being turned away. She glared at the door angrily and then turned and left. Back home, Lu Mei looked at her dog in its kennel and discovered it hadn't eaten all day since the previous night's feast. It looked listless, as if it had exhausted its energy. Worried, she sat on the sofa, recalling the madness of the previous night, a blush forming on her face. Just after sending Lu Mei away, Lin Yi received a call from Lu Wei. Lin Yi cursed inwardly, wondering why all the people with the surname Lu came to his house today. After the call was connected, Lu Wei immediately cursed. Lin Yi, you bastard! How dare you sleep with my woman? Listening to the angry curses coming from the phone, Lin Yi's mind suddenly cleared up. As expected, Li Ro had already told Lu Wei about the matter. At noon, Lin Yi had clearly told Lu Wei that Li Ro was his girlfriend. Lu Wei had restrained himself from getting angry at the time, but after get off work, he must have rushed to Li Ro to confront her. Upon learning that his manager had cheated on him, Lu Wei was furious and called Lin Yi to demand justice. Lin Yi calmly listened to the rage on the line until Lu Wei had been berating him for 10 minutes before his strength began to wane. Finally, Lin Yi calmly forwarded the video recorded by Li Ro to Lu Wei. As soon as the video was sent, Lu Wei's voice instantly turned from deep to furious, his anger seemingly ignited with a new flame. Lin Yi knew that if he were to appear before Lu Wei at that moment, he would definitely cut him with a knife. Lu Wei continued to rant for half an hour, finally running out of energy. Lin Yi casually turned off the computer, picked up the mobile phone on the table, and said to Lu Wei lightly, "I recorded what you said just now, and now I plan to send it to the chairman." Lu Wei's anger subsided instantly. He realized that he was completely blinded by anger and completely forgot about the secret relationship between him and Li Ro. If the chairman knew that he had a mistress and had stolen public funds, both he and Li Ro would be finished. Lu Wei was silent for a moment, trying to remain calm. "I won't pursue the matter between you and Li Ro. From now on, we're even." Lin Yi couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Clear who would say, "Clear with you, Li Ro, and I have a deep relationship. I can do whatever I want. What does it have to do with you? You scolded me for so long, and you're just going to let it go like this?" Lu Wei's teeth were almost broken, but who wouldn't bow down under the eaves? "Tell me, how much money do you want to keep this secret?" Chapter 13, Buying Snacks. "I don't want your money. You always boss me around at work, and now you've been scolding me for so long. I feel really bad. How about you just call me Dad and let me hear it? As long as you acknowledge me as your father, this matter will be over. After all, who would argue with their own son?" After hearing Lin Yi's words, Lu Wei's fingers had already dug into the flesh. But thinking of his own fate, he finally compromised. "Dad, please keep this a secret for me." Lin Yi laughed heartily and said, "My dear son, Daddy will help you. By the way, tell Li Ro that we'll meet at the old place tomorrow night." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he laughed twice and hung up the phone. Lin Yi looked down on Lu Wei, a shameless villain, from the bottom of his heart. Anyway, he would be arrested in more than a month. Playing a trick on him now could be regarded as revenge for the chairman's daughter. After Lin Yi hung up the phone on Lu Wei, he slammed the steering wheel hard with his hand. After thinking about it, he sent a message to Li Ro. "Lin, he asked me to tell you that we'll meet at the same place tomorrow night." After clicking send, Lu Wei parked the car in the garage of the villa. Then I adjusted my mood in the car, opened the door, and went home. As soon as he entered the house, his two sons surrounded him. Lu Wei smiled slightly and picked them up, one in each hand. The meal has been prepared on the table in the dining room, and the nanny is still busy in the kitchen. When Lu Wei walked into the living room, he saw a man sitting on the sofa. Seeing this, Lu Wei hurriedly put the child down and walked over quickly. He said respectfully, "Dad, why didn't you tell me you were coming?" The man was Zhang Zilin, the chairman of Lin Yi Company and Lu Wei's father-in-law. Zhang Zilin said sternly, "I have something to talk to you about. Let's go to the study." Then he stood up and walked towards the study. Lu Wei followed behind obediently, but his heart was already beating fast. Could it be that what I did has been known by my father-in-law? Zhang Zilin sat on the office chair in the study, and Lu Wei stood respectfully in front of him like a primary school student who had made a mistake. "Someone recently told me that there are some problems with the company's accounts. Are you aware of these things?" When Lu Wei heard Zhang Zilin mention that there was a problem with the accounts, cold sweat broke out on his face. But he still pretended to be calm and said, "Dad, don't worry. I'm in charge of the company. Everything will be fine. I will check this matter tomorrow and report to you after I have found out." Although Lu Wei lost a lot of money, it was not a big deal for a big boss like Zhang Zilin. It was not that he could not get the money out. If Lu Wei's company lost money just because of poor management, he would not have to be so nervous. However, Lu Wei embezzled public funds to speculate in stocks, hoping to expand his own small treasury to support his mistress, and he also had an affair with Li Ro. If Zhang Zilin found out about these things, he would definitely be kicked out and sent to jail. He didn't expect his wife and father-in-law to forgive him. Did he have to explain that he just made a mistake that every man would make? Fortunately, Zhang Zilin only received some information and had no evidence. After telling Lu Wei about it, he did not take it to heart. Li Ro was also stunned after receiving Lu Wei's message. Lu Wei had just angrily asked what his relationship with Lin Yi was. Seeing that the matter could no longer be concealed, Li Ro had no choice but to tell him about Lin Yi's threat to her, hoping that Lu Wei would help her make the decision. Unexpectedly, after such a short while, Lu Wei actually became a messenger. Men are really unreliable. After Lin Yi hung up the phone with Lu Wei, he also had some free time. Now all his money was in the stock market, and he couldn't withdraw it for the time being, so he couldn't start construction of the safe house. Lin Yi put on his clothes and went out, driving his car straight to the nearby night market. After arriving at the snack street, Lin Yi found a fried chicken stall and then took out 3,000 yuan in cash and placed it on the stall. As the stall owner looked at him blankly, Lin Yi said, "I'll take all the chicken strips today. Make me 300 servings and have them delivered to the car across the street." The chicken fillet stall owner excitedly picked up the money on the table, counted it, and began to nod and bow to Lin Yi. This was the first time in all the years he had been running the stall that he had seen someone buy so much at one time. This is a real big customer. The boss repeatedly assured Lin Yi that he would finish the meal as soon as possible and would also guarantee the quality and taste. After Lin Yi ordered the chicken fillets, he started to move towards the next stall. This stall sells duck products, including duck heads, duck wings, and other parts of duck. After being braised, they're sprinkled with chili oil. This is Lin Yi's favorite. Lin Yi simply waved his hand and took them all, then asked the boss to settle the bill. The owner of the duck shop had already seen Lin Yi passing by and renting the chicken fillet shop next door, so he didn't hesitate at all. He simply packed the ducks in his food cart into takeout boxes one by one, and then started pressing numbers on the calculator. Since the ducks were marinated in advance, no secondary processing was required. After calculating the bill, Lin Yi took out his mobile phone and scanned 6,000 yuan to give to the boss. After these two promotions, the stall owners around began to come to Lin Yi and promote their products. "Boss, the grilled coal noodles I make are delicious. Would you like to try some? Boss, would you like some stinky tofu? I'll give you a discount if you buy the whole package." Lin Yi did not refuse those who came to him to sell their products, and directly booked their shops. When he has enough money, Lin Yi plans to go to the hotel to order some banquets, but he also likes these snacks very much. If you don't buy some now and stock up, you may never be able to eat it again in the future. Because of Lin Yi's appearance, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred in the entire snack street. It was not yet time for lunch, and there were not many people in the snack street. But all the stalls were bustling with activity, and the people wished they had 4 hands. Lin Yi sat leisurely in the car. Whenever someone came to bring him food, he would quietly put the food into the alien space when no one was paying attention. Time in the different space is completely still, so there's no need to worry about food spoiling. Moreover, when you take out the food again after a long time, it will still be the same as when you put it in, so Lin Yi can eat these snacks anytime, anywhere. All his money was invested in the stock market, but fortunately, he kept back $300,000 for emergencies. Otherwise, the little change in my hand would not be enough to buy these things. Just as Lin Yi was busy receiving the goods, a Maybach suddenly stopped at the entrance of the snack street. After the car door opened, a man and 3 women got out of the car. Chapter 14. For UN Supermarkets, 50 billion supplies. Lin Yi took a closer look and realized that it was really a narrow road for enemies to meet. When did Wang Xue and the others catch such an outstanding guy? Wang Xue and her 2 daughters and a young man with a big belly got out of the car. The man was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and the most eye-catching thing about him was his figure. If you look at it from a distance, it looks like a ball. At 1.7 meters tall, it weighs at least 300 kilograms. I just got out of the car and took 2 steps before I started to pant. Wang Xue and Zhang Qian held his arms on either side, while Yang Shuang followed obediently behind, carrying the man's briefcase. The man's name is Su Shuai, a well-known rich second generation in Haijing City. Relying on the fact that his parents are shareholders of the largest supermarket chain in Longhua and have assets worth tens of billions, he spends his days in debauchery. He has played with countless women. But ever since he met Wang Xue and the other 2 in the nightclub, his heart has been deeply fascinated by Wang Xue. This is the only person who makes him believe in love. Every woman before him only loved his money. Only Wang Xue didn't care whether he was rich or not. She just wanted to express her feelings to him, which made Su Shuai fall deeply in love with her. Today, I'm going to treat myself to a meal, so that he can also taste the flavor of the city. Lin Yi knew from the looks of these people that they were rich young masters who came to experience life. The four of them came to a small stall. Wang Xue asked the store owner for 2 servings of fried chicken, but the boss told him that all the fried chicken had been sold out. Wang Xue curled her lips and had to change his store, but the result was the same as before. They went to 5 or 6 stores in a row, but were told that they were all sold out. Su Shuai was a little impatient. He was fat and would rather sit than stand. Today, he had to walk such a long distance that he was already exhausted and out of breath. After asking, Wang Xue found out that all the food in the night market today was bought by a man. The shop owner then pointed at Lin Yi, who was collecting food across the street. Wang Xuejian was a little surprised to find out that the person who booked the snack street was actually Lin Yi. Ever since she asked him to pay the bill a few days ago, Lin Yi has been acting weird. Not only has his attitude towards her changed drastically, but he also always does strange things. Can he finish all the food he bought? It's all spoiled in 2 days. What a waste. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang also saw Lin Yi busy at work, and then began to exaggerate in front of Su Shuai about how Lin Yi bullied them. In their mouths, Lin Yi became a shameless landlord who coveted Wang Xue's beauty. After being rejected by Wang Xue, he has been holding a grudge and trying every way to pester Wang Xue. Now he came early to buy all the food just to cause trouble. Marshal Su was furious because of the instigation of Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang. In his heart, Wang Xue had long become his private property, and no man could touch her. After learning that the man in front of him dared to set his sights on his woman, Su Shuai swayed his fat body and walked towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi put 100 servings of freshly made fried noodles into the alien space. When he looked up, he saw a mountain of meat appear in front of him. After taking a look at Wang Xue, Zhang Qian, and others beside him, Lin Yi knew that it must be these 3 women who provoked the ball to cause trouble for him. "Boy, are you the one who has been pestering my Wang Xue?" Marshal Su spoke first. Lin Yi scratched his head and asked with a puzzled look, "Who is pestering her? And who are you?" Su Shuai swung his big belly, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and said to Lin Yi with a haughty look on his face, "My name is Su Shuai, and my father is Su Guangliang, the largest shareholder of Fuyuan Supermarket." Fuyuan Supermarket? In Longhua, no one does not know the name of Fuyuan Supermarket. As the largest supermarket in Longhua, Fuyuan Supermarket has stores almost all over Longhua. In Haijing City alone, there are 4 Fuyuan supermarkets. In the suburbs of Haijing City, there's also a super large warehouse that stores Fuyuan Supermarket's inventory for the entire South China region. The overall value exceeds 50 billion. It was once ranked as the world's largest warehouse by the Guinness Book of World Records. This huge warehouse is as long as an airport and is divided into many floors for receiving and storing goods. It covers an area of 3.5 million square meters, which is larger than 467 football fields. When Lin Yi heard that Su Shuai was the young master of Fuyuan Supermarket, he suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. If he could find a way to get hold of this warehouse, even if 10,000 people ate and drank to their heart's content every day, they would be able to live a peaceful and stable life. Even if he had spatial abilities and could store things in another space out of thin air, it would not be easy to steal everything in the warehouse. Such an important warehouse must be extremely tightly guarded, and surveillance cameras will be spread throughout the entire space. Lin, he definitely cannot do it alone. But with young Master Su, things might be different. Maybe I can make good use of this. Thinking of this, Lin Yi hurriedly stood up and bowed to Su Shuai, saying, "So it's Master Su. I didn't recognize you. Please don't blame me." Su Shuai was very satisfied with Lin Yi's performance. He stretched out a big, fat hand, patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, and said, "You are smart, kid. If you dare to bother my Wang Xue again, I will settle the score with you." Lin Yi nodded and said, "Don't worry, I won't dare to do that again. If they want to live in my house, they can stay. If they don't want to, I will refund their rent immediately." Su Shuai waved his hand and said, "You don't have to return the rent. That little money doesn't matter. Tomorrow, the 3 of them will move into my villa and live with me. You're not allowed to harass them again." Lin Yi still nodded and said to Su Shuai, "Don't worry, I will definitely not pester them." Seeing Lin Yi's good attitude, Su Shuai satisfied his vanity and gained face in front of his goddess. Then he put his arms around the 3 women's waists and walked back. Lin Yi watched the mountain of flesh slowly disappearing into the distance. But in his heart, he began to pray for Wang Xue and the others. With their tiny bodies, they would be crushed to death by the ball before the end of the world comes, right? After solving the immediate problem, Lin Yi continued to put away the snacks, but in his mind he was thinking about how to get the supplies in the warehouse. It would be best if we could put the blame on this fat guy. Lin Yi has not forgotten today's grudge, and he is not a person who repays evil with kindness. As long as there is a grudge against him, Lin Yi will definitely get it back tenfold or 100-fold. And according to Marshal Su, Wang Xue and others are going to move out today, which will undoubtedly disrupt his plans. If they all leave, who can I turn to for revenge? But if something happens to General Su, they will have no one to rely on, so they will have to move back. As long as he moved back to the Sichuan community, he would have a way to keep them in his hands after the end of the world. Chapter 15 Recruitment. Lin Yi put the last batch of snacks into his alien space. His alien space was already filled with various special snacks worth 200,000, all freshly baked. Enough to eat for a lifetime. Lin Yi spent a week peacefully. Whenever he had nothing to do during these days, he would ask Li Ro to come out and accompany him. Li Ro seemed to have gotten used to it and was no longer so resistant to Lin Yi's threats. But Lin Yi was not careless at all. In his heart, Li Ro is not such an obedient person, and who knows what evil plan she is up to. After his operations in the past few days, the stock price has risen to 50 million. Lin Yi took out 25 million from it and gave it to Luo Jun. The reason why he took out 5 million more was because after Luo Jun learned that Lin Yi's construction period was only 1.5 months, he directly said that he could not take it. For a project like building a doomsday fortress, the minimum time limit is 6 months. The suburban doomsday fortress that Lin Yi had seen on the website before took Luo Jun more than a year to build. Although Lin Yi's house is many times smaller than it is on the 26th floor after all, and there are great difficulties in material transportation and construction. Even if we speed up the process, it will take at least half a year to complete. But Lin Yi couldn't wait that long. The end of the world was more than a month away. If the house was not built before the Cambrian period, everything Lin Yi did would be meaningless. Finally, after Lin Yi raised the price, Luo Jun finally gritted his teeth and agreed. The price was that Lin Yi gave an additional deposit of 5 million. After the house was delivered, Lin Yi had to pay an additional 10 million in expedited fees. Lin Yi said that he didn't care about this. Not to mention 10 million. He could even promise 100 million. It was just a blank check anyway, so he could just say whatever he wanted. Lin Yi hasn't met Wang Xue and the others since he last saw them at the night market. They should have moved to Marshal Su's villa. Moreover, the three of them moved there together, and it is not known whether they lost their virginity. However, given the gold-digger personalities of these three girls, it will be difficult for them to control themselves when they meet a rich second generation like Su Shuai. Even if Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian are homosexuals, they should have been straightened out. Lin Yi put the things he still needed at home into the different space. Luo Jun was going to bring people to renovate the house today. Lin Yi planned to throw away all the remaining things and buy some new electrical appliances after the renovation. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Luo Jun brought more than 20 people and decoration equipment to the Sichuan community. After Lin Yi handed the room key to Luo Jun, he left home alone and went to a nearby 5-star hotel. Lin Yi made a lot of money from stocks, so he didn't care about this expense. Anyway, the end of the world is coming soon. If you don't enjoy yourself now, you will never have another chance in the future. The decoration of the 5-star hotel was indeed nice. Lin Yi booked a luxury room, which was about 70 to 80 square meters in size, with 1 bedroom and 1 living room, a separate kitchen and wine cabinet, and a view of the sea through the floor-to-ceiling windows. His house is being renovated, and Lin Yi plans to stay here for the next month or so. Now that there is only more than a month left until the end of the world, Lin Yi plans to start purchasing supplies. The first thing he thought of was meat. In extremely low temperatures, a bowl of stewed meat has much more energy than a bowl of instant noodles. Lin Yi found a slaughterhouse online. Naturally, he wanted to buy meat that had just been slaughtered. Lin Yi would naturally not consider zombie meat. After expressing his purchasing intention on the phone, the owner of the slaughterhouse made an appointment with Lin Yi to meet at the factory at noon. Lin Yi drove directly to the destination. This slaughterhouse is located in the development zone of Haijing City. It is the largest slaughterhouse in Haijing City. It covers a large area and has special slaughtering areas for pork, beef, mutton, and chicken. Lin Yi parked the car in front of the factory and then made a phone call. After a while, a middle-aged man wearing glasses came out with someone. Lin Yi shook hands with him politely. Then the three of them entered the factory together. On the way, Lin Yi saw carts of cattle and sheep being pulled into the factory's slaughtering area. After seeing this, Lin Yi felt relieved about the quality of the meat here. After the three of them walked into the factory office, Lin Yi sat down on the sofa. Because Lin Yi wanted so much meat, the owner of the slaughterhouse paid special attention to it. After some bargaining, Lin Yi successfully purchased a large amount of fresh meat of various categories, more than 1,000 tons at a price of 30 million. Lin Yi had already rented a warehouse in the suburbs in advance to store these supplies. After Lin Yi wrote down the address, he paid a 30% deposit. The meat will be delivered to Lin Yi's warehouse within a week, and Lin Yi only needs to pay the remaining money within 3 months. After leaving the slaughterhouse, Lin Yi went straight to the Human Resources Center in Haijing City. He was very familiar with the place. After graduating from university, Lin Yi hung out here every day until he found a job and settled down. Lin Yi pushed open the door of the Human Resources Center. The hall was filled with job seekers, each holding a thick stack of resumes. Lin Yi looked at the busy crowd and seemed to see his former self. Just as Lin Yi was looking for a target, a commotion suddenly came from his side. A company's human resources manager threw the resume of a young man in front of him to the ground. Then he taunted the young man, "How dare you, a college graduate, apply to our company? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?" The young man who was ridiculed turned red in the face, but he finally lowered his head silently, picked up the resume on the ground, and then pushed through the crowd and left. Lin Yi looked at the young man's back and followed him silently. The reason why Lin Yi took a fancy to him was very simple. The experience of this young man was in line with the principle of 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, and don't bully the young and poor. Lin Yi reached out and patted the young man on the shoulder, calling him back. The young man looked at Lin Yi with a puzzled look and asked, "Hello, what's going on?" Lin Yi took the resume from the boy's hand and took a look at it. The young man's name is Su Mo. He just graduated from university with a major in marketing management. His character is honest and dutiful. Lin Yi smiled slightly after reading it. It was the first time he saw someone write a resume like this. Then Lin Yi said to Su Mo, "I have a job I'm hiring for. I just need to record the goods coming in and out of the warehouse every day. The salary is 10,000 yuan a month. Are you interested?" Sumo's eyes lit up when he heard the salary was 10,000 yuan. He had been looking for a job here for a week. There isn't a single one that's over 4,000, let alone 10,000. But seeing that Lin Yi didn't look like the boss of a company, Su Mo felt a little suspicious. But his mother is still sick and needs a lot of medical expenses every day. If he can earn so much money every month, his father's pressure will be much less. Chapter 16, Purchasing Supplies. In the end, Su Mo decided to give it a try. After all, he had nothing to be cheated of, so what if it was true? Su Mo nodded and said, "Thank you, boss. I'm interested." Lin Yi said, "Follow me," and then left CITIC Human Resources directly. Su Mo looked at Lin Yi's back and followed him silently. Lin Yi came to his car, opened the door, and got in. Su Mo hesitated for a moment and sat in the passenger seat. The two of them didn't say a word along the way, and the atmosphere in the car was very quiet. Lin Yi drove straight to the warehouse he rented in the suburbs. Su Mo hugged his backpack tightly with both hands, and as he watched the surrounding environment become more and more remote, he became more and more nervous. I wonder if he's going to rape me? Or is it that this person is attracted by my beauty and wants to rape me? Lin Yi was concentrating on driving and had no idea what Su Mo was thinking, otherwise he would have kicked him out of the car. Soon the car stopped in front of a warehouse. Lin Yi got out of the car, took out the key, and opened the door of the warehouse. Su Mo got out of the car and followed Lin Yi. After Lin Yi opened the door of the warehouse, a warehouse of more than 500 square meters appeared in front of him. This was rented by Lin Yi a few days ago, and he signed a 6-month lease contract. He will be frantically buying all kinds of supplies in the next period of time, but he can't put the things directly into the alien space, so he has to rent a warehouse to hide it. Wait until they deliver the goods, then quietly come over at night and take the things away without anyone noticing. Lin Yi handed Su Mo the warehouse key and a notebook and said to him, "From today on, you will be in charge of this warehouse. A large amount of goods will be delivered every day, and you will be responsible for registering them clearly." Su Mo took the keys and notebook and finally felt relieved. His waist and buttocks were finally saved. Lin Yi took out his cell phone and added Su Mo's contact information. He showed him around, taught him how to register, and then left. Although the warehouse is located in a remote area, there's a bus to the city every half hour, so there's no need to worry about Suemo not being able to return home. There's also a small room in the warehouse with a bed and a bathroom where Suemo can rest and go to the toilet. Lin Yi was afraid that he wouldn't have enough to eat here, so he specially placed a lot of self-heating hot pots and instant noodles in the room. Although this was all he could eat, Suemo was already very satisfied. The main reason was that the money Lin Yi gave him was indeed quite a lot. It was not easy for a college student who had just graduated to earn so much money in a month. After leaving the warehouse, Lin Yi went straight to his sawmill. The main heating source for his shelter came from the fireplace in the room, so he must prepare enough wood. After all, no one knows how long this Cambrian storm will last. This sawmill is located in a forest area north of Haijing City. When Lin Yi walked into the sawmill, he smelled a strong smell of wood. The piles of firewood of all sizes around were tens of meters high. Lin Yi had already spoken to the owner of the firewood factory on the phone before coming. So when Lin Yi arrived at the firewood factory, the boss and his wife came out to greet him directly. There were more than 10 people working around, and the machines for cutting firewood were making nonstop noise. Lin Yi looked at the vast amount of firewood around him and said with a wave of his hand, "How much firewood do you have? I want it all." "You want them all?" You should know that the amount of firewood stockpiled by their firewood factory is an astronomical figure. In addition to those that have been ordered, there are at least 10,000 tons of various firewoods in the factory. Although the wholesale price of firewood is relatively cheap, 10,000 tons of firewood will cost at least 6 million. If the freight is added, it will cost almost 6.5 million. Lin Yi was very happy to hear that wholesale firewood was so cheap. He had inquired about the price of firewood before, and the average price of 1 ton was about 1,500 yuan. He didn't expect that the wholesale price was only a few hundred yuan per ton. With these 10,000 tons of firewood, it is enough to keep my shelter burning forever. Lin Yi signed the order contract without saying a word, and the firewood will be delivered to Lin Yi's warehouse in batches within a month. However, the firewood factory is only responsible for sales, not transportation, and Lin Yi does not have the time to worry about transportation. Fortunately, the boss knows many truck drivers who often help them transport goods. Lin Yi directly gave an extra 500,000 yuan, and a total of 7 million yuan was transferred to the firewood factory owner's card, asking him to be fully responsible for helping him with the transportation. For a big customer like Lin Yi, who paid first and received the goods later, the boss naturally regarded Lin Yi as his own breadwinner. He patted his chest and assured Lin Yi of the request, guaranteeing that it would not delay Lin Yi's important business. What's more, there's the 500,000 yuan hard work fee given by Lin Yi. The couple's firewood factory cannot earn that much money in a month. They are willing to even stop the factory for a month to work for Lin Yi wholeheartedly. Finally, Lin Yi made a request, asking them to cut all the firewood into long strips so that it would be more convenient for them to burn. However, this request made the boss feel troubled. More than 10,000 tons of firewood had to be cut into long strips, and the workload was extremely large. With only the few people under him, even if they worked day and night, it would take more than a month to complete the task. In response to the boss's dilemma, Lin Yi transferred another 200,000 yuan to the boss without saying a word. If the problem could be solved with money, Lin Yi didn't want to waste his breath. After receiving the money, the boss's attitude changed again, and he began to promise Lin Yi, "Although the workload is a bit heavier, the worst that can happen is that I can just hire more people. As long as I pay him, he will meet any request." Lin Yi gave his phone number and delivery address to the boss, and then left the firewood factory. Lin Yi made a list in the car. In addition to meat and firewood, he also needed to buy fruits and vegetables, grain, oil, drinking water, and fuel. The first 3 are things he needs to eat. He can't just eat meat. He definitely needs vegetables, fruits, and rice. Drinking water is even more important. Although it will snow heavily after the end of the world, many people who have no water to drink will melt the snow into water to drink. But who knows if the snow is poisonous? Lin Yi doesn't want to take the risk. Finally, there's the problem of fuel. His house is completely disconnected from the community's power supply system. Instead, they used a generator to ensure that their shelter could still have 24-hour uninterrupted power supply even when there was a power outage outside. Although the daily consumption of diesel generators is not much, it can accumulate over time. If I don't prepare the fuel early, those gas stations will be buried in the snow in the future, and I will have to dig through the snow and go in to collect the oil. Chapter 17, Ordering a Banquet. The first few were easy to come by, as I could always get them by spending some money, but fuel was a challenge. Was I supposed to drive around refueling and then store the fuel in the tank in the alternate dimension? That was too much trouble. There was no good solution for the fuel issue for the time being. So Lin Yi could only focus on other supplies for the time being. Lin Yi drove to a vegetable market near the Sichuan community. After spending some money to find out the wholesaler who supplied vegetables to their market, Lin Yi directly called the wholesaler. The owner of this vegetable and fruit wholesaler is named Song Jun, and his vegetable and fruit wholesale business is second to none in Haijing City. After the call was connected, Song Jun learned that Lin Yi wanted to purchase a large amount of vegetables and fruits at one time. At first, he did not take it too seriously. The large amount that many people talked about was just a drizzle to him. As the largest vegetable and fruit wholesaler in Haijing City, he controls 70% of the city's supply. If he were not afraid that the country would accuse him of monopoly, he would be confident that he could get all the vegetable and fruit wholesale business in Haijing City. But only after Lin Yi told him the specific quantity he needed did Song Jun become serious. Lin Yi plans to purchase 1,000 tons of various vegetables and 1,000 tons of fruits at one time. You should know that Haijing City has a total population of nearly 10 million, and the total consumption of vegetables and fruits every month is about 3,000 tons. The Song Army supplies about 2,000 tons of fruits and vegetables to Haijing City every month. So Lin Yi is equivalent to asking for a month's supply from him. The total price is at least 50 million. After learning about Lin Yi's needs, Song Jun made an appointment with Lin Yi to meet at his company. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi drove directly to Song Jun's company. After Lin Yi arrived at Song Jun's company, a person who looked like a secretary took Lin Yi directly to a conference room. Not long after Lin Yi sat down, a middle-aged man in his 50s pushed open the door of the conference room and walked in. The person who came was Song Jun, the owner of the vegetable supply company. Song Jun was a little surprised when he learned that Lin Yi wanted the goods within a month. Vegetables are not like other things. They have a very short shelf life. They will rot and deteriorate after a few days. If they're not sold in time, the price will continue to fall. If Lin Yi buys so many fruits and vegetables at one time, he might end up losing a lot of money. After Song Jun told Lin Yi about these concerns, Lin Yi waved his hand and said there was no need to worry. The time in his own alien space is completely still. As long as he puts the goods into the alien space in time after they are delivered, he does not have to worry about them spoiling. Seeing that Lin Yi insisted, Song Jun stopped trying to persuade him. As long as the other party paid, he could just take the goods. Whether Lin Yi would compensate him or not was not his concern. The two immediately signed the order contract. Lin Yi needed to pay Song Jun 30% of the payment within half a month, and then Song Jun would arrange the shipment. Within 1 month after all the goods were delivered, Lin Yi would pay the remaining 70% of the payment to Song Jun. Although Lin Yi was anxious, he had to wait until a week to pay the deposit because he didn't have much cash on hand. Apart from the money he gave to Luo Jun to renovate the house, the rest was all used to buy firewood. But he calculated that in a few days, the money he had in the stock market would double again, and it would be the same even if he paid the money himself. This would give the Song Army just 2 days to collect the goods. After all, it is not easy to collect so much goods. The Song Army not only has to supply Lin Yi, but also has to ensure that the people of Haijing City can eat fresh vegetables. Otherwise, if he gave all the goods to Lin Yi, what would happen to the people in Haijing City? When Lin Yi left Song Jun's company, it was already dark. Lin Yi had been busy all day and had not eaten a meal. Now his stomach was growling with hunger. Lin Yi drove directly back to the hotel, parked the car, and went straight to the hotel restaurant. After finding a random seat and sitting down, Lin Yi took a look at the menu and ordered a few of the hotel specialties: scallion fried sea cucumber, abalone, lobster, and a steak. After all the dishes were served, Lin Yi started eating. The food in 5-star hotels is delicious. Although Lin Yi's family conditions were relatively good before, this was the first time he had eaten lobster and sea cucumber. Maybe it was because of the chef's good skills. Lin Yi felt that every dish could accurately hit his taste buds. After cleaning up all the dishes on the table, Lin Yi called the waiter and prepared to pay the bill. The 4 dishes cost a total of 1,700 yuan, and the lobster alone cost 520 yuan. Lin Yi had to say that it was indeed expensive. After paying the bill, Lin Yi asked the waiter to call the manager over. After a while, a man in his 30s in a suit came over and said respectfully to Lin Yi, "Hello, sir. My last name is Liu. How can I help you?" Judging from his clothes, he should be the manager of the restaurant. Lin Yi picked up the menu on the table and said to the restaurant manager, "Hello, Manager Liu. I'd like to host a few banquets here. Do you accept delivery services?" Manager Liu smiled professionally, nodded, and said, "Our hotel takes on this kind of business. I wonder how many tables you would like to host. What is the standard for each table?" Lin Yi glanced at the menu and said to Manager Liu, "I want to host 1,000 tables. Let's set the banquet price at 5,000 yuan per table. The dishes I just had will be included in the price. I'll order a few more later to make up the total 5,000 yuan." Manager Liu immediately became excited when he heard this. This was a big customer. Although their restaurant often took on banquets, the standard was generally no more than 3,000 yuan. There was definitely no lobster or abalone, and there were only dozens of tables each time, rarely more than 100 tables. But Lin, he actually wanted to order 1,000 tables at one time. This was the first time he had encountered such a large order. As long as I can negotiate this big deal, this month's performance will definitely double, and naturally the bonus will also increase. The waiters and chefs in the entire restaurant will also receive bonuses. Seeing that Lin Yi was about to order, Manager Liu personally took out a pen and paper to take notes, and his attitude and tone were several times more enthusiastic than before. Lin Yi ordered a few more of the restaurant specialties, plus a soup and 2 stir-fried seasonal vegetables. After calculating the price to be almost 5,000 yuan, he put the menu back on the table. The total cost of the banquet for 1,000 tables was 5 million. Manager Liu also gave Lin Yi 2 stir-fried dishes at each table. Lin Yi then left the address of the warehouse and specifically instructed them to deliver it at 8 o'clock in the evening 3 days later. Because these dishes had just been made, Lin Yi had to put them into the alien space as soon as possible. If it was delivered during the day, it would be difficult for him to put the things directly into the alien space when Sumo was present, so he could only wait until he got off work and then go to receive it himself. Chapter 18. Does the right eye also have special powers? Manager Liu did not suspect anything about this, and thought that the banquet was just starting in the evening. Although he was a little surprised that the delivery address was a warehouse, it was none of their business where their sponsor asked them to deliver the goods. Even if Lin Yi asked them to deliver the goods to a public toilet on the roadside, they would still do so. Lin Yi paid a deposit of 1 million, and he would pay the remaining 4 million after the dishes were delivered. Before leaving, Lin Yi specifically instructed that all ingredients must be fresh and that every dish must be of high quality. If the taste is different from what he ate today, he will not pay. Manager Liu patted his chest and assured that he would instruct every chef and there would be absolutely no problems. After getting Manager Liu's assurance, Lin Yi left the restaurant and returned to his room to prepare for bed. After a busy day, his legs were almost broken, and he felt even more sleepy after dinner. The next morning, Lin Yi washed up and got up. Today was Sunday, and he had to go to work tomorrow. He still had some important things to buy today. Lin Yi drove to a village under the jurisdiction of Haijing City. It was sparsely populated. Lin Yi parked the car in an abandoned repair shop. Then I turned off the car and started waiting. Half an hour later, a van drove in from the gate of the repair shop. Then 3 men got out of the car. The leader was a bald man with a scorpion tattoo on his neck. Lin Yi got out of the car. The 3 of them began to observe the surroundings after seeing Lin Yi. After confirming that there was no one else around, the bald man asked Lin, "Mr. Wang?" Lin Yi nodded. These people were contacted by Lin Yi on the dark web, and they specialize in arms trafficking. Lin Yi naturally would not tell these people his real name. The bald man then asked someone to move the things out of the car. There are 4 large wooden boxes in total. After the box was opened, the bald man took out a pistol and an AK from it, and then threw them directly to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took it and was surprised by its heavy weight. This was the first time he had come into contact with a real gun in real life. He had only seen guns like this in movies and TV series before, and he had no idea that real guns were so heavy. Although it was his first time handling a real gun, he already knew how to use it by heart. After all, I have watched so many movies, so I have no problem with the basic operation of firearms. Lin Yi pulled the bolt and found that there was no bullet in the gun. Then he looked at the bald man in confusion. The bald man took out 2 bullets from another box and handed them to Lin Yi. Then he said, "To avoid unnecessary trouble, our bullets and guns are kept separate. Please understand that the pistol bullets are $5 each, and these 2 are my gifts." Lin Yi ignored the bald man's words. After all, they were selling arms, so they should be careful. He put 2 bullets into the magazine, then aimed his right eye at a beer bottle 30 meters away. When the 3 of them saw Lin Yi's actions, They immediately became nervous and their hands reached for their waists. When Lin Yi was aiming, he suddenly felt a wave of energy gathering in his right eye, and then it directly attached to his gun. After a gunshot, the beer bottle exploded into countless glass fragments, and the energy in his right eye also decreased slightly accordingly. Lin Yi looked at the gun in his hand and the wine bottle that exploded into pieces in the distance. Without any training, he was able to hit the target from 30 meters away on his first shot. There are only two possibilities. The first is that Lin Yi is a shooting genius who can hit the target every time without any training. Another possibility is that the energy in the right eye just now played a role. The first option is obviously unlikely, so the second option is the only one left. Lin Yi fired another shot at a basketball-sized stone 50 meters away. This time he did not aim deliberately, but the moment he fired, the energy in his right eye was still attached to his gun. A bullet hole suddenly appeared on the stone in the distance. The power of this shot was much stronger than that of an ordinary bullet. Not only did a bullet hole appear on the hard stone, but it had also cracked completely. Lin Yi sensed it carefully and found that the energy in his right eye had decreased a little again. Compared to the total amount, the energy consumed in firing a gun was about 1,000th. In other words, if he only uses a pistol, Lin Yi can fire 1,000 shots in a row, and every bullet will hit the target. Lin Yi was extremely surprised to have this ability. This way, I don't have to practice shooting deliberately anymore. Seeing this, the three bald men were immediately shocked by Lin Yi's marksmanship. With such accurate shooting skills, could this unprepossessing boy in front of him be the urban soldier king? His fear of Lin Yi increased again, and his attitude also improved a lot. The bald man took out another box of grenades and placed it in front of Lin Yi. There were 80 grenades in this box. Lin Yi had used them when he was playing games in college, so he knew how to use them. But the sound is too loud. Even though this place is relatively remote, I still can't experiment casually. I can only put it aside for now. I think there won't be any problem. The bald man moved out the last box and took out a black bulletproof vest and a bulletproof helmet from it. Compared to those guns and grenades, this is what Lin Yi wants most. No matter when, Lin Yi firmly believed that as long as there is life, there's a future. If you can't even guarantee your own safety, no matter how much you have, it will only be a wedding dress for others. Lin Yi put on the bulletproof vest. Although it looked rather thick, the size fit him well, but it made him look a little more burly. Lin Yi was very satisfied with these things. He went to his car, took out 2 bags of money from the trunk, and handed them to the bald man. After the bald man counted the money and found that there was no problem, he handed it to the younger brother behind him and said to Lin Yi, "Mr. Wang, it's a pleasure to work with you. If you need anything next time, you can contact me directly. I will definitely give you a friendly price." Just as they were about to get in the car, Lin Yi suddenly called out to them, "Can you get a lot of fuel?" The bald man was stunned when he heard this. He really had a way to get this thing. Although he couldn't say it was a large quantity, it was definitely more than the stock of some ordinary gas stations. Lin Yi was overjoyed when he heard this. He didn't expect that he just asked tentatively, but the bald man actually had it. This time, he could be said to have gotten it without any effort. After some discussion, the transaction was to be held here at the same time next week. Lin Yi asked for a total of 50 tons of fuel, and the bald man couldn't give him any more. After agreeing on a time, the three of them got in a van and drove away. Chapter 19. 50 billion in supplies. Seeing that there was no one around, Lin Yi picked up the AK from the box, loaded it with bullets, and tested it again. He pulled the trigger at a black spot on the wall. After a few gunshots, 5 bullets were lined up and fired towards the black spot. The black spot on the wall was directly penetrated after 5 consecutive bullet attacks, and sunlight shone in through the hole. At the same time, the energy in Lin Yi's right eye was consumed again by 5,000ths. But the total amount is a little more than before, as if the energy in the eyes can recover on its own. After further experiments, Lin Yi has confirmed his second supernatural power. Not only can it be precisely guided, but it can also increase the attack power and range of bullets. This time, Lin Yi bought a submachine gun, 2 pistols, 80 grenades, 3,000 submachine gun bullets, 2,000 pistol bullets, and 20 empty magazines. With these things and his own special abilities, Lin Yi is confident that he can kill everyone in the community. But he would not kill them easily. It would be too easy for them to die like this. Lin Yi wanted to let them freeze or starve to death in the apocalypse. After collecting the weapons on the ground into the alien space, Lin Yi drove out of the repair shop and returned to the city in a swagger. This is the advantage of having an alien space. No matter what it is, as long as you put it into the alien space, let alone letting a police dog to check. Even if you use X-rays, you can't tell where you hid it. His alien space is completely independent of this world. As long as Lin, he doesn't want to be discovered, no one can know what he has hidden in it. He has spent a lot of money in the past 2 days. Although the stock market is still booming, at the rate he is spending money, no matter how fast he earns, it will never be enough to keep up with what he spends. Now he has less than 1 million in cash. I am unable to stock up on more supplies and can only wait until next week to earn tens of millions more before going out to spend. With nothing else to do, Lin Yi turned his attention to Su Shuai. He found a detective agency and spent 100,000 yuan to hire a private detective to start tracking Su Shuai and Wang Xue. They must report to me at any time, no matter where they go. After several days of investigation, Lin Yi actually discovered a lot about General Su. Su Shuai took advantage of the fact that his parents were major shareholders of Fuyuan Supermarket and often secretly took out some valuable goods from the warehouse and sold them. The people in the warehouse had been bribed by him long ago and colluded with him to sell the goods and then report the damage directly. Or they may pass off inferior goods as good ones, replacing brand-name goods with some other brands to make a profit from the difference. After the private detective told Lin Yi this information, Lin Yi immediately knew that the opportunity had come. That evening, Lin Yi did not go home after get off work, but drove straight to the Fuyuan Supermarket warehouse in the suburbs. Lin Yi parked the car on a slope 2 kilometers away from the warehouse. Then he changed his clothes, put on a mask and gloves, and got out of the car. Moved towards Fuyuan warehouse. In his alien space, the AK and pistol were loaded and could be taken out and fired at any time. Lin Yi lay in ambush at the gate of the warehouse. Less than half an hour later, a truck appeared 200 meters away from the warehouse. Lin Yi's eyes have been enhanced by his supernatural powers, not only becoming sharper, but also giving him the ability to see in the dark. He saw that the fat and big-eared General Su was sitting in the passenger seat of the truck. At this time, Su Shuai was talking on the phone. 2 minutes later, the lights in the warehouse suddenly went out, and the surveillance was also turned off. Lin Yi understood. It should be that General Su was afraid of being discovered, so he deliberately asked the people inside to destroy the switch to fake a short circuit. In this way, even if someone finds that something in the warehouse is lost or swapped, they will not be able to find him without surveillance. Even if the warehouse manager pointed out him, he had plenty of ways to distance himself from matter. After all, his parents were the largest shareholders in the company, and the accusations of a few small employees were of no consequence. After the lights in the warehouse went out, Su Shuai's truck started again and drove towards the warehouse. When passing by the warehouse gate, Lin Yi took advantage of the night and hung himself on the truck. This is the suburbs, and without the city lights, it seems particularly dark. When the truck stopped at the warehouse, Lin Yi quietly got out of the car and then hid behind a shelf. At this time, more than 10 people had gathered in the warehouse. All of them were security guards and administrators. At Su Shuai's call, they began to move things into the truck. Lin Yi took out a gas mask from the alien space and put on his head. Then he took out a few spherical ether bombs and placed them onto the truck. This is a product from 2050. Simply unplugging it releases a large amount of ether, causing people around it to faint. The effective range is 20 meters. Although it was a product produced 10 years ago, it became one of the important weapons of the military as soon as it came out and is still in use today. This thing was also obtained by Lin Yi from the bald man when he bought a gun before. There are not many of them, only 5 in total. Lin Yi was worried that they would wake up halfway, so he used 3 at once. Now he only had 2 left. Sure enough, after the ether bomb took effect, the dozen or so people who were busy began to feel dizzy and fell to the ground in less than half a minute. Marshal Su also felt dizzy. Although he was heavier than the others, the power of the 3 ether bombs was still enough to knock him out. With a loud bang, Lin Yi felt the ground shake, and Su Shuai finally fell to the ground. This amount of medicine is enough for them to sleep until noon tomorrow. Now Lin Yi can finally start to reap the rewards. Lin Yi looked up. Although the news reports had always described this warehouse in vivid detail, it was not until Lin Yi stood here that he felt how huge this warehouse was. Lin Yi felt like an ant standing in front of an elephant standing here. On both sides are shelves more than 10 meters high, on which various supplies are neatly placed. Anything you can find in a supermarket is available here, from small items like toothpicks and toothbrushes to large items like tables, chairs, benches, sofas, and mattresses. Green light appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. There are much more things here than he imagined. He can even use these supplies to build an army in the apocalypse. There are hundreds of tons of mineral water and various beverages alone, as well as various packaged foods and frozen steaks, fish balls, and other supplies. Lin Yi estimated that about half of the supplies inside were foods with a long shelf life, and the rest were various daily necessities. Lin Yi collected 30 large boxes of condoms and women's underwear and stockings alone. Chapter 20: The Mysterious Golden Key. Although Lin Yi cannot use these things for the time being, he will definitely collect beautiful women in the future. Thinking of this, Wang Xue's exquisite face suddenly appeared in his mind. But in the previous life, Wang Xue was not in the community when the doomsday broke out, and maybe it will be the same this time. It seems that the idea of taking her into the harem has been temporarily shattered. Lin Yi threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind and began to collect the supplies. Fortunately, these shelves are not fixed to the ground. Lin Yi only needs a thought to put the goods on them and the shelves into the different space. Even so, it took Lin Yi 5 hours to empty the entire warehouse. Looking at the empty warehouse, Lin Yi felt a sense of security in his heart. Then Lin Yi came to Su Shui and the others, and looked at Su Shui's fat body lying quietly on the ground. Lin Yi took out a slipper from the alien space and hit Su Shui in the face. While smoking, he cursed and said, "I asked you to curse me, and you curse me again." After Lin Yi spanked Su Shui for dozens of times, he looked at his already fat face, which had swelled up like a pig's head, and then he put his shoes back into the alien space with satisfaction. A man who does not seek revenge is not a gentleman. Lin Yi is not a magnanimous person. Just when Lin Yi was about to leave, he suddenly saw a golden key hanging around Su Shui's neck. Lin Yi took it off out of curiosity. The shape of this key was very strange. It didn't look like an ordinary door key. It was divided into several sections in the middle and looked very high-tech. Lin Yi didn't think much about it and threw the key directly into the alien space. He confiscated it without caring what it was used for. Then Lin Yi took the ether bombs on the ground back into the alien space. After Lin Yi finished all his work, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. Lin Yi did not dare to delay any longer and left directly through the small door of the warehouse. Lin Yi sped all the way and circled the area twice before returning to the car. He then took off his clothes and put them into the alien space. In order to avoid being discovered, Lin Yi bought his clothes and shoes at street stalls. Even if he was caught on camera, the origin of the clothes could not be traced. Lin even deliberately bought shoes 2 sizes larger. Even if he accidentally left footprints in the warehouse, they could not be matched to his own. Although this was just a theft case, the amount of money involved was huge. A total of 50 billion worth of goods were lost. It could be called the largest robbery in history. Lin Yi could already imagine how big of a sensation the internet would cause tomorrow. Lin Yi drove around the small road to avoid the surrounding surveillance cameras and returned to the hotel. It was already 7 o'clock in the morning when he arrived at the hotel. In order to avoid being captured by the surveillance cameras, Lin Yi almost circled Haijing City and drove on the dirt roads in the surrounding towns. Even if they can eventually find me, I'm afraid they won't be able to do it in a short period of time. Besides, there's Marshal Su there to take the blame, which can only buy me some time. After Lin Yi returned to the hotel, he washed up and got up to go to work. Although he hadn't slept all night, he was still energetic at this moment. Thinking of the massive amount of supplies in his alien space, he became extremely excited. On the other side, 8 o'clock in the morning is the shift change time at Fuyuan Warehouse. More than a dozen people gathered in front of the warehouse early, but after they pushed open the door of the warehouse, they all stood there in a daze. They saw their colleagues lying on the ground in all directions, and next to them was a box truck, which was half loaded with supplies from the warehouse. But what shocked them the most was that the entire warehouse was empty. Even the iron racks used to store goods had disappeared. Several people rubbed their eyes vigorously. Some of them couldn't believe it. With so much cargo, even if they hired 1,000 large trucks to move it, they couldn't finish it in one night. Several people hurried over to check on the people who were sleeping soundly on the ground, but they also found 2 uninvited guests inside. Although the night shift staff colluded with Su Shui, the others did not know Su Shui. Seeing that there was an outsider here, they directly tied up Su Shui and the truck driver, and then called the warehouse manager. In less than half an hour, the warehouse manager arrived. He still couldn't believe it on the phone. How could so many things disappear in just one night? It wasn't until he saw the empty warehouse in front of him that his mind went blank and he sat down on the ground. These matters are no longer something he can decide on. and he must report to his superiors. Until the general manager and shareholders of Fuyuan Supermarket arrived, Su Shuai and others were still in a coma. It can only be said that Lin Yi's medicine was too strong. Worried that they would wake up, Lin Yi directly gave them 3 times the dosage. The fact that they were not poisoned to death can be considered as their health recovery. As the company's major shareholders, Su Shuai's parents were naturally notified. When they learned that their son was also present, they were shocked. They didn't know that General Su was secretly reselling the goods in the warehouse, so they were so surprised when they heard the news. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a large number of police cars and ambulances had arrived outside the warehouse. More than a dozen people who fainted on the ground were handcuffed and sent to ambulances. So many goods were lost in the warehouse, and all these people are suspects at present, but the most suspicious ones are Su Shuai and the driver. Looking at the half-full truck, you can tell what these 2 people are here for. In order to let Su Shuai take the blame, Lin Yi deliberately left all the things they moved into the car behind. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, General Su and others woke up slowly. After Su Shuai opened his eyes, he looked around in confusion. He vaguely remembered that he was moving things in the warehouse. How did he suddenly run here? And he was handcuffed. Could it be that he had been caught stealing supplies from the warehouse? But Su Shuai wasn't worried at all. His parents were the company's largest shareholders. So what if he took some of the things? They were his family's anyway. At most, he could tell his mother that he was doing it because he was short of money. Su Shuai's mother loves him the most. As long as he acts a little coquettishly, his mother will help him solve any problem. When the policeman guarding him saw that he had woken up, he reported it directly to his superiors. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man in police uniform came over. He got straight to the point and asked, "You are Marshal Su." Su Shuai was always domineering. Well, had anyone dared to speak to him like that? Seeing this, he said bluntly, "I am." "So what? Why are you locking me up? Do you know who my father is? Let me go right now, or I'll get someone to kill you." The middle-aged policeman ignored his roar and continued, "Did you steal the things from the Fuyuan warehouse?" Su Shuai raised his head, his nose pointed upwards, and said, "I stole it. So what? It's my stuff. I can take it if I want, as much as I want. What's it to you?" Chapter 21, The Mastermind of the Theft, Su Shuai. The middle-aged policeman finally stopped talking nonsense with him and got up and left. He didn't expect that the case would be solved so easily. The suspect confessed as soon as he woke up. All he had to do next was to find out who else was involved in the case and where the stolen items were hidden. After the middle-aged policeman left, Su Shuai's roar continued to be heard behind him. "Let me go quickly, I want to find my mom. Give me back my phone quickly, I want to call my mom." Su Shuai looked confident. He thought he had only taken some things, and with the power of his parents, he could get himself out by just moving his mouth. It wasn't until he was taken away from the hospital and sent to the police station that Su Shuai realized something was wrong. From the police's questions, he found out that all the supplies in the warehouse had been stolen. After hearing the news, Marshal Su was suddenly at a loss. "I just stole some supplies to exchange for money, and the total amount was less than 1 million. How come the entire warehouse with materials worth 50 billion is missing now? And for what they said, I have become the prime suspect." As for the other staff members in the warehouse, they immediately pointed the finger at Marshal Su, saying that they were following his instructions. After all, the amount of lost goods was huge, so they didn't dare to hide it anymore and just confessed everything they had done before, including the fact that Marshal Su instructed them to shut down the monitoring and power systems. And because there is no surveillance, where the lost goods in the warehouse went remains an unsolved mystery. The police have checked the surveillance cameras on all nearby roads and found no signs of a large number of trucks passing by. If we want to transport all these supplies away, even if we have 100 large trucks, it will take several trips. Lin Yi smiled slightly as he read the online reports about the theft at Fuyuan warehouse. They may never find these supplies again. Unless they voluntarily surrender themselves, this will become an unsolved case. And it is very likely that General Su will take the blame. Even though his parents are major shareholders of Fuyuan Supermarket, they cannot save their son. Faced with pressure from other shareholders, they could only choose to do their best to appease them and try to make their son suffer less. Su Shuai's parents went to the detention center to see Su Shuai. As soon as the father and son met, Su Guangliang slapped his son. Su Shuai's mother hurriedly grabbed Su Guangliang, and the prison guard at the detention center also rushed forward to help pull Su Guangliang away. Su Guangliang cursed at Su Shuai. "You beast, it's fine if you just play with women, but you actually sneaked into my own house. Isn't the money I give you every month enough for you? Tell me, Where did you hide all those goods? If you don't tell me, I'll beat you to death. Su Shuai covered his red cheeks and looked at his father in disbelief. Su Guangliang had Su Shuai when he was 40 years old. As a late-born son, he doted on Su Shuai to the extreme. Not to mention beating or scolding him. He never even spoke to him in a harsh tone. He didn't expect that his father would beat him today, and his mother, who loved him the most, didn't speak for him. This made Su Shuai suddenly feel that his parents no longer loved him. Then he sat down on the chair with a cold face and said nothing. No matter what Su Guangliang said, he seemed not to hear it. Seeing his son's appearance, Su Guangliang was also somewhat discouraged. Although he had some assets from a more than 50 billion worth of goods, if he paid for these things himself, he would be directly declared bankrupt and even owe a lot of money. When a visiting time came, Su Guangliang and his wife sighed and left the detention center, looking back every few steps. The trouble Marshal Su had caused this time was so great that they had no other options. It wasn't that they were cruel, but that they were powerless. Su Shuai had gotten into trouble a lot in the past. He was spoiled since he was a child and had an extremely bad temper. He would beat people and smash shops at any time. In the end, Su Guangliang had to pay compensation to solve the problem. Even a few months ago, Marshal Su raped a mother and daughter. The girl was only 12 years old. Su Guangliang spent a lot of money to bribe high-ranking government officials to forge evidence, and hired a large number of internet trolls to spread rumors that the mother and daughter framed Su and wanted to blackmail Su Marshal. In the end, the case was settled. But this time he can only rely on himself. On the third day after Su Shuai was arrested, Wang Xue and her two daughters moved back to the Sichuan community. They had been living comfortably in Su Shuai's villa. But suddenly they found that they could not contact Su Shuai. Zhang Xian accidentally saw the news on the internet, and the three of them learned that Su Shuai was suspected of stealing 50 billion worth of materials for Fuyuan warehouse and had been taken into custody by the police. The three of them discussed it and decided to immediately distance themselves from Su Shuai. Although they were somewhat unwilling to lose the rich man they had worked so hard to catch. What if the police listed them as Su Shuai's accomplices? But we must not lose the big picture for the sake of small details. If we hesitate to make a decision, we will suffer the consequences. When Marshal Su was interrogated by the police one after another, he started to get busy again. Every night after get off work, he would go to the warehouse he rented to collect a batch of supplies. In addition to various meats, vegetables, fruits, and firewood, Lin Yi also contacted the mineral water factory and grain and oil suppliers, and signed a purchase agreement. Lin Yi ordered a total of 10,000 tons of mineral water that can be drunk directly, and several thousand tons of rice, flour, seasonings, and other supplies. There are queues of trucks entering and leaving Lin Yi's warehouse every day. Lin Yi had no choice but to hire 5 or 6 forklift operators and more than 10 loading and unloading workers, and handed them all over to Su Mo for management. The banquet from the 5-star hotel was also delivered on the third day. At night, while Su Mo and others were away, Lin Yi secretly put all the 1,000 banquet tables into the alien space. Although Su Mo was curious about why the goods delivered during the day disappear the next day, he was smart enough not to ask. As long as Lin Yi was willing to give him money so that he could pay for his mother's medical expenses, Lin Yi would be his benefactor. The rest is not important. Time quickly arrived at June 1st, Children's Day. Lin Yi had been reborn for a full month. After a month of preparation, the supplies in the alien space were now sufficient. Not only did he have 50 billion supplies from Fuyuan supermarket, but he also had food worth hundreds of millions that he had prepared. He only paid the deposit for these things, and the balance will be settled in 2 months. But they probably won't be able to wait until then. After Lin Yi's large-scale purchases, prices throughout Haijing City were rising, and Fuyuan supermarket was severely damaged by the theft of goods. Several large supermarkets in Haijing City were forced to close. Lin Yi didn't know whether it was the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth. The prices in Haijing City have increased by nearly double compared to before. Many people attribute this to the theft in Fuyuan supermarket. They believe that prices will fall back to normal levels after a period of time. This also led to many people who like to stockpile food, not buying in large quantities. When the end of the world comes, the time they can hold on will naturally be much shorter than Lin Yi's previous life. Chapter 22, Spatial Ability Exposure. Lin Yi was lying on the big bed in the hotel, thinking about his supplies. Now everything was ready for him. He had a lot of food, drinks, clothes, and other daily necessities. Just when Lin Yi thought everything was safe, he suddenly realized something. He slapped his forehead. I actually forgot to buy some medicine. After the apocalypse, many people not only died of freezing and starvation, but also became seriously ill due to the sudden drop in temperature. Lack of treatment ultimately led to their death. Although medicines can be purchased at pharmacies, the quantity I need is quite large, so I definitely can't go to the pharmacy. I have to think of other ways. Lin Yi got up and put on his clothes. Li Ro was still sleeping beside him. Lin Yi had an appointment to trade fuel today. The delivery was originally scheduled for 1 week, but the quantity Lin Yi wanted was too large, so there was no choice but to delay it for a few more days. Lin Yi looked at the woman on the bed who had been with him for a month. Ever since Lin Yi threatened Lu Wei last time, Li Ro and Lu Wei had broken up. After all, they were just lovers. One was greedy for her body, and the other wanted to get promoted. What kind of feelings could there be? But Lin Yi and Li Ro have been together for so long, it is impossible to say that they have no feelings for each other. Lin Yi also thought that if he could help, he would help her. After all, a night of marriage is worth 100 days of love, and they have spent more than a dozen nights together. But she still needs to investigate whether she can live in her own shelter. It is impossible to move in before the doomsday. If she is lucky enough and can survive after the doomsday, Lin Yi can give her a chance. Although I can't become the queen, it's not bad to have her as a concubine. After Lin Yi left the hotel, Li Ro also opened her eyes, then quickly got up, put on her clothes, and went out. When he got to the road and saw Lin Yi get in the car, he quickly took out the car keys, started the car, and followed him. Lin Yi drove his car while humming a little tune and headed straight for the abandoned repair shop where he had made the last transaction. He did not notice Li Ro following him. The reason why Li Ro summoned Lin immediately was to paralyze Lin Yi. After a period of contact, although Lin Yi did not tell her anything, she found that Lin Yi was very strange recently, and she didn't know what he was busy with every day. Lin Yi has something on her, and in order to avoid being controlled by Lin Yi, she decides to take the risk and follow Lin Yi. Lin Yi drove the car to the repair shop he had visited last time and began to wait. When Li Ro saw Lin Yi entering an abandoned repair shop, she became even more convinced that Lin Yi had some unspeakable secret. Then he parked the car on the side of the road, and someone quietly approached. Half an hour later, just when Lin Yi was getting a little impatient, 2 9.2-meter trucks drove in. After the car stopped, 5 or 6 men got out, including the bald man from last time. "Sorry, Mr. Wang, we are late." Lin Yi smiled slightly and said, "It doesn't matter. Good things are worth waiting for. I have plenty of time." The bald man then began to direct everyone to start unloading the goods. The truck door opened, and barrels of fuel filled the entire compartment. Lin Yi then took out a few barrels to check the cargo, and only felt relieved after finding that there was no problem. Lin Yi estimated that the goods weighed about 100 tons. It was twice as much as Lin Yi had asked for before. Lin Yi took the money out of the trunk according to the price agreed upon earlier. Then it was handed over to the bald man. An hour later, the repair shop was full of fuel, and the bald man collected the money. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Yi called him again. "Brother, please wait a moment." The bald man turned around and looked at Lin Yi in confusion. Lin Yi then said, "Can you get any medicine? I need antibiotics for colds and fevers, or some emergency medicine." The bald man touched his head and said to Lin Yi, "Mr. Wang, what exactly do you do? Why do you want everything?" Lin Yi put away his smile. "You don't have to worry about what I buy it for. Just tell me if I can get it." The bald man sighed, thought for a moment, and said, "I really can't help you with this, but I have a friend who specializes in the sale of medicines. He sells genuine products, so you don't have to worry about counterfeit drugs. Since you're a regular customer of mine, I can help you contact him." Lin Yi thanked him and then said, "I need 10 million worth of medicine in total. As long as you can help me buy the medicine, you will definitely benefit in the future." Seeing that Lin Yi was so sensible, the bald man finally smiled. They're all businessmen, and they're all doing business that involves being shot at. Naturally, they pay the most attention to profits. They will not take the risk for no reason if there is no benefit. The bald man asked Lin Yi to wait for his news and then left with his men. Lin Yi began to collect all the fuel on the ground into the alien space. Li Ro hid on a wall outside the yard. When she first saw so many people walking in, she was so scared that she didn't dare to get close. After these people left, and she didn't see Lin Yi coming out, she mustered up the courage to lie on the wall and look into the repair shop. The next scene made her open her mouth wide. She saw that the entire repair shop was littered with metal barrels filled with fuel. Lin Yi waved his right hand, and the metal barrels around him disappeared instantly. Li Ro thought she was dazzled, and after rubbing her eyes hard, she realized that she was not mistaken. Then he quickly took out his cell phone, turned on the camera, and started recording Lin Yi. In just over a minute, Lin Yi collected all the fuel on the ground into the alien space. Lin Yi didn't notice Li Ro, who was secretly spying on him, and drove straight to Haijing City. Li Ro tried hard to calm her breathing and watched the video on her phone carefully twice. Lin Yi's supernatural ability frightened Li Ro. She had originally just wanted to get something on Lin Yi's side so that she wouldn't be blackmailed by him anymore. Now that she has discovered such a big secret of Lin Yi, she is even more afraid of him. She even thought in her heart that Lin Yi might be an alien or something like that. Although she had the leverage over Lin Yi in her hand, she didn't dare to threaten Lin Yi anymore. After leaving the repair shop, Lin Yi drove directly to his warehouse. It is now 12 o'clock noon. Lin Yi just arrived at the warehouse and saw Su Mo and others eating. There were many people here, so eating became a problem. So Lin Yi ordered lunch for them at a nearby restaurant, which would be delivered on time. When Su Mo saw his boss coming, he quickly put down the lunchbox in his hand and went to greet him. Lin Yi waved his hand and told him to continue eating. The repair shop where they were doing the transaction was not far from here, so Lin Yi came over to take a look. Chapter 23, Buying a Car. It just so happened that Lin Yi hadn't eaten yet, so he picked up a box lunch next to him and sat next to Su Mo to eat. These workers all do physical labor, so Lin Yi will not order food according to the number of people. Each person will be prepared with a portion for two, or even a little extra. Although Lin Yi is cold and ruthless to others, he never treats those who work for him unfairly, and he doesn't lack the money for lunchboxes. Lin Yi started chatting with Su Mo while eating his lunchbox. After the conversation, he learned that Su Mo's hometown was in the countryside. His mother was seriously ill and needed 300,000 yuan for surgery. Now the family has sold everything they could, but still only raised 170,000 yuan. Lin Yi suddenly felt deeply moved. Some people were still struggling for hundreds of thousands of dollars in surgery fees. Compared to them, he might be lucky enough. Lin Yi didn't stay long after finishing his meal. He just took a quick look and left. He had other things on his mind today. After Lin Yi drove out of the warehouse, he went straight to a Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership in the city. He plans to buy a scooter that can travel on snow. Although I don't know when the heavy snow will stop, I always have to be prepared. The temperature outside is so low. If the snow stops, I won't be able to walk far with just this one leg. The most important thing is that it's cold. Ordinary people can't survive in the outside air for long and will be frozen to death. Even the respiratory system can suffer irreversible damage due to continuous inhalation of low temperatures. After Lin Yi parked the car in front of the 4S store, before he walked into the hall, a woman in a sales uniform came over. The woman was about 1.7 meters tall, wearing high heels and a pair of black stockings that perfectly outlined her legs. Lin Yi's eyes lit up when he saw her. Although the woman's appearance was not as good as Jiang Shuyan's, it was at least similar to Li Ro's, so she still had an 80-point score. "Hello, sir, would you like to see the car?" The woman bowed slightly and spoke to Lin Yi respectfully. Lin Yi nodded, his eyes fixed on the woman's beautiful legs and black stockings from beginning to end. The woman saw the aggression in Lin Yi's eyes, but she didn't take it to heart at all. Those who came here to buy cars were all rich people, and with her looks, men would often take the initiative to chat with her, and many even bought luxury cars for her. After the conversation, Lin Yi learned that the woman's name was Su Ying. She was 25 years old and had been engaged in car sales for just 1 year. Although she had been in the industry for a short time, she was the sales champion of the entire 4S store. Looking at Su Ying's graceful figure, Lin Yi could guess how she got the top sales title. After learning that Lin Yi wanted to buy an off-road vehicle, Su Ying first recommended a G-Class to him. This car was considered relatively high-end in their store, and its price was as high as 3 or 4 million. If Lin Yi bought it, she would get a commission of 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. But after Lin Yi walked around the car, he was not very satisfied. Although the performance of the car was good, Lin Yi was still not sure if he could drive it on the snow. Su Ying felt a little disappointed when she saw Lin Yi's dissatisfied expression. She had been in sales for so long, so she naturally knew that many people could not afford more expensive cars but were afraid of losing face, so they would be very picky about the cars and find a lot of problems. In her opinion, Lin Yi should also be this kind of person, but due to her identity as a salesperson, she could only continue to put on a smile. Lin Yi sighed and said to Su Ying, "This car is not bad, but it's not up to my standards." Su Ying said in his heart, "As expected." But unexpectedly, Lin Yi continued, "Are there any more expensive ones? Price is not an issue, The car's off-road performance must be top-notch. Suing was almost unable to react after being spun around by Lin Yi. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he said to Lin Yi with a happy face, "Yes, sir, please follow me." Then Suing took Lin Yi to another car. This Unimog U8000 is the latest model this year. It's currently ranked #1 in the world's off-road vehicle rankings. It's also a limited edition model. There's only one in Haijing City right now. Lin Yi looked at the nearly 3-meter-long steel behemoth in front of him, and his love for it was beyond words. "With this car, where can I not go after the end of the world?" Lin Yi asked about the price, and after learning that this top-of-the-line Unimog would cost 10 million, Lin Yi immediately decided to buy it. The payment method is naturally mortgage. He has withdrawn all the money in the stock market. Now, there's only more than 20 million in the card. He still needs to take out 10 million to buy medicine. Now he only has 10 million that he can actually use, so he naturally has to spend it frugally. Suing took Lin Yi to go through the formalities. Only 30% of the mortgage payment was required. Lin Yi directly swiped the card for 3 million. The people at the 4S shop would help him with the rest of the work. After the car was registered and insured, Lin Yi could come to pick it up. Before leaving, Lin Yi added Su Ying's contact information. He had helped her increase her sales so much, so she would naturally give him something in return. There was no reason for Lin Yi to refuse the meat that was delivered to his mouth. Anyway, this behavior is not like paying for prostitution, so as long as it is not illegal, he has nothing to worry about. Lin Yi got into his car. Suing accompanied Lin Yi to the car and only returned to the 4S store after seeing Lin Yi's car gradually driving away. After leaving the 4S store, Lin Yi did not return to the hotel, but went to the Sichuan community. Lin Yi hasn't been back since he gave the room key to Luo Jun. Now it's time to inspect the progress of their work. As soon as Lin Yi drove into the community, he saw 5 or 6 trucks driving in, with rows of steel plates neatly placed on them. Although it was a steel plate, it was more than 10 centimeters thick. Needless to say, Lin Yi knew that it was sent to his home. After parking the car in the parking space, Lin Yi was about to go back to his home when he heard bursts of noise coming from the gate and the sound of car horns. Seeing this, Lin Yi didn't bother to go home and walked straight to the gate of the community. It's not that he likes to watch the fun, but the trucks that just passed by have been stopped by the security guard at the entrance of the community, so he has to go and take a look. When Lin Yi arrived, 3 or 4 security guards and the delivery driver had already started a standoff. When Lin Yi arrived, Luo Jun also appeared at the door. When Luo Jun saw Lin Yi coming, he hurriedly told Lin Yi what had just happened. It turned out that since Lin Yi's house started to be renovated, because a lot of materials were needed and most of the walls needed to be demolished and rebuilt, their company's trucks would frequently enter and exit the community every day. Although Lin Yi had already informed the property management and even paid a lot more for the renovation deposit, the property management staff still often came to cause trouble for them. Chapter 24 Property Manager Fong Hu. After listening to Luo Jun's story, Lin Yi understood. The property management of the Sichuan community has always been like this. The property manager is named Fong Hu. He used to be a small gangster in the neighborhood. Later, by chance, he got close to the boss of the developer of the Sichuan community and got his current position as property manager. Since he became the property manager, he has not done much to solve problems for the residents, but he has done a lot to create problems. Whenever he had a conflict with a resident, he would gather a number of his former brothers and squat at the doorstep of someone else's house and start threatening the resident's family. Many families had to sell their houses and move away because they were afraid that their family members would be harmed. What Lin Yi remembers most vividly is that among those who participated in killing him in his previous life, there was Fong Hu. Although he did not do it himself, he still played an important role in it. Lin Yi even suspected that he was the mastermind. But he didn't want to cause trouble now, and even if he wanted to take revenge, it wasn't the time, so he called Fong Hu directly. These security guards were able to stop the truck directly, which must have been Fong Hu's instruction behind the scenes. Shortly after Lin Yi hung up the phone, Fong Hu, reeking of alcohol, walked out of the community's property management office. He drank with some of his brothers in the office until midnight last night, and was just woken up by Lin Yi's call. Fong Hu wears a pair of glasses and casual clothes. He looks gentle and refined on the outside, but people who know him know how dark this guy is in his heart. He is nicknamed the Smiling Tiger. After Fong Hu arrived at the door, he said to Lin, "The community has a rule that no trucks from outside are allowed to enter the community." Lin Yi was naturally aware of the rules of the community. There was no such rule at all. For example, If someone was moving or renovating, they could enter and leave the community freely as long as they reported to the property management in advance. Fang Hu clearly wanted to blackmail Lin Yi. But Lin, he didn't want to argue with him. Building a shelter was the top priority now, and other accounts could be settled slowly after the end of the world. Lin Yi pulled Fang Hu aside, then quietly took out 2 stacks of brand new 100 yuan bills from his pocket and stuffed them into Fang Hu's hands. Seeing this, Fang Hu laughed and patted Lin Yi's shoulder. Then he turned around and started scolding the security guards at the door. Who told you to stop the car? Lin Yi has already reported this to the property management in advance. Didn't I tell you before? Let go now. Lin Yi stared at Fang Hu's back with a cold look, the look of a dead man. Fang Hu was already on his kill list. After being scolded by Fang Hu, the security guards did not argue and hurriedly raised the lifting boom. This was not the first time they had cooperated with Fang Hu. Fang Hu had used this method on many people before, and they were very familiar with the process. Only after seeing the security guards let them go did Luo Jun call on the drivers to get in the car and drive it to the downstairs of the community. Then people were arranged to start transporting the goods upstairs. Lin Yi followed Luo Jun into the elevator. When they reached the 26th floor, the house in front of him had changed drastically. Most of the walls have disappeared and been replaced with alloy plates. Only the ceiling and floor are not installed with alloy plates. The alloy plates delivered today should be used to pave the ceiling and floor. Lin Yi likes floor-to-ceiling windows, so the bulletproof glass used for the floor-to-ceiling windows is a whole piece, but a few small openings are open on it according to Lin Yi's requirements. There's also a small door next to it that leads directly from the window to the balcony. Such a large object definitely could not be transported up by elevator, so they had to drop a few steel cables from the upper floor to transport the glass up. Lin Yi was a little curious. According to his understanding, his neighbors were not easy to get along with. Ordinary renovations were fine, but a lavish renovation like his would definitely disturb others. Wouldn't anyone come to cause trouble? Luo Jun explained his question. At the beginning, there were indeed people coming to look for him, and they came very frequently, with 4 or 5 groups of people coming every day, until he spent a huge amount of money to buy a lot of eggs and gave them to the old men and women in the building. The number of people coming to look for him decreased a lot. He also promised that as long as he spent 1 day decorating the house, they could come and collect 10 kilograms of eggs every day. The old men and women had little resistance to free eggs. When they heard that eggs were being given away, they stopped coming. Instead, some people hoped that Luo Jun could continue decorating for a few more days. Lin Yi immediately gave Luo Jun a thumbs up. Even if he delivered eggs to these people every day, it wouldn't cost much money, but it solved a big problem. A typical example of doing big things with little money. Lin Yi immediately said that he would pay for it himself. Then he transferred 10,000 yuan directly to Luo Jun, which was enough for him to buy several trucks of eggs. Lin Yi stayed here for a while, but the scene was too chaotic and he didn't want to cause trouble for Luo Jun, so he left directly. When passing by Wang Xue's house, Lin Yi stopped for a moment. Seeing the takeout boxes piled up at the door, he knew that Wang Xue probably hadn't gone out in the past few days. Ever since they hooked up with the rich man Su Shuai, Wang Xue and the other girls quit their jobs and wanted to concentrate on being the canaries that Su Shuai kept at home. Unexpectedly, something happened to Su Shuai suddenly. He was even arrested and is still being interrogated in the police station. Fearing that they would be implicated, several women moved out overnight, but without a source of income, they could only stay at home and look for other targets. Fortunately, Su Shuai gave them a lot of brand-name bags and shoes before he went in. They could get a lot of money by selling the things, otherwise they would not even be able to afford to eat now. Lin Yi felt a little gloating when he saw the current situation of the 3 women, but he didn't take it too seriously. They were just a few small characters, so he let them suffer for now. He had bigger gifts ready for them when the doomsday came. When Lin Yi came downstairs and was about to drive, he suddenly received a call from Wang Xue. Lin Yi was a little curious about what she wanted to do, so he pressed the answer button. Wang Xue's somewhat charming voice came directly from the other end of the phone. Brother Yi, are you in the Shouchuan community? I just saw you. Lin Yi looked up towards the 20th floor. Ordinary people couldn't see anything at this distance, but Lin Yi's eyes were enhanced by his supernatural powers. Although the distance was far, he could still clearly see a figure in the window. It was Wang Xue. Yes, the house is being renovated. I was worried, so I came to take a look. Lin Yi answered it nonchalantly. Are you free tonight? What happened before was Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang's idea. I'd like to treat you to a meal as an apology on their behalf. Lin Yi sneered in his heart. What a Wang Xue. She pushed all the blame onto others and cleared herself of all responsibility. Chapter 25 Threat. Wait, is this me they're looking for as their new target? I can't be so unlucky, right? Lin Yi actually guessed right. Ever since they moved back from Su Shuai's villa, they discovered that Lin Yi's house was being renovated. A few people sacrificed their dignity a little and found out the information from the decoration workers. This time, Lin Yi spent tens of millions to ask them to renovate the house. When they learned that Lin Yi was so rich, their little thoughts immediately became active again. After some discussion, the three decided to target Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi had been so devoted to Wang Xue in the past. When they were in college, he would bring breakfast to Wang Xue every morning, and he almost brought one for her boyfriend as well. They have plenty of ways to make a bootlicker like Lin Yi fall in love with Wang Xue again. Several people attributed Lin Yi's recent change to jealousy. As long as Wang Xue said that she had broken up with Su Shuai, Lin Yi would definitely come back to her. After the three girls made up their minds, they happened to see Lin Yi appear in the community, so they asked Wang Xue to call Lin Yi and invite him to dinner together in the evening. If Lin Yi is still angry and refuses to agree, let Wang Xue hint to Lin Yi or even directly agree to be his girlfriend. This has been Lin Yi's biggest wish for so many years. As long as Wang Xue agrees, can Lin Yi still run away? I don't have time. Lin Yi refused without even thinking. Ever since he saw the rooms of Wang Xue and the other girls last time, he felt sick just seeing Wang Xue, let alone having dinner with her. Wang Xue didn't expect Lin Yi to refuse so readily, but she still remembered her mission and continued to say to Lin Yi, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. We can watch a movie together after dinner. Zhang Qian and Yang Xuan go to bed early at night. If it's too late, I will stay at your house, but you're not allowed to do anything weird to me." Lin Yi smiled slightly. This Wang Xue was really capable. The last sentence seemed to be trying to cover up something, as if she was reminding Lin Yi to do something strange to her. No wonder General Su was so obsessed with them. But these did not arouse Lin Yi's interest at all. Since he already knew the true identities of Wang Xue and others, he naturally would not be fooled by her again. Even if he was offered to eat for free, Lin Yi would not be willing to do so. Now he can find a woman anywhere he wants. Not to mention Li Ro, who is always available at his beck and call. Even the sales lady, when he bought the car, was queuing behind him. Lin Yi said in a mocking tone, "Are you being naughty? I've known you for so many years and I still don't know you. You must be looking for new prey now that General Su has fallen. Right, sorry, I don't like you." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he hung up the phone and got in the car back to the hotel. Wang Xue listened to the beeping on the phone and clenched her teeth. She really didn't expect that Lin Yi, who had always cared for her so much, would say such hurtful words to her. Even if Lin Yi was not wrong, she did regard Lin Yi as Su Shuai's backup, but since she was willing to condescend to be Lin Yi's girlfriend, Lin Yi should be grateful. How on earth did he dare to talk to me like that? Wang Xue turned on the speaker when she was calling, so Yang Xuan and Zhang Qian beside her naturally heard Lin Yi's ridicule of Wang Xue. Before Wang Xue could express her opinion, the two of them became excited first. He immediately started cursing at Lin Yi. This bastard. I knew he wasn't a good person. His attitude suddenly changed so much before. It must be because he got rich. Now that he's rich, he looks down on our Xue. What a heartless person. That's right, he's just a chun shimmy, easily bored with the old and easily attracted to the new. Maybe he already has someone else out there. After listening to the two girls, Wang Xue also felt that it was possible, but being a mistress was what she was best at, and there were three of them. Even if Lin Yi had someone outside, Wang Xue believed that as long as the three of them worked together, they would be able to easily pull Lin Yi back. After all, what man could resist three beauties coming at him at once? Even Su Shuai couldn't stop the three of them from attacking him in turn, let alone the upstart Lin Yi. Thinking of this, the three of them began to plan how to capture Lin Yi. After Lin Yi returned to the hotel, he called Li Ro and asked her to come and accompany him. The location was naturally the hotel where they had been staying. However, Li Ro, who was usually very obedient, did not agree directly this time. Instead, he asked Lin Yi to meet him at a restaurant. Just as Lin Yi was about to refuse, a message alert sounded from his phone. Lin Yi opened it and found that it was a video sent by Li Ro. Judging from the angle of the video, it was obviously shot secretly, but what shocked Lin Yi was the content of the video. Lin Yi saw himself in the video waving his hands around him, and the oil tanks on the ground disappeared instantly. Of course he remembered this scene. It was when he went to buy fuel. He didn't expect that Li Ro actually followed him quietly and took a secret photo of him with her mobile phone. I didn't expect that. I still underestimated Li Ro. This woman is really not a simple person, as she was able to successfully rise to the top with the help of Lu Wei. A hint of murderous intent suddenly appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. Anything that is dangerous to oneself should be nipped in the bud. Lin Yi immediately agreed to Li Ro on the phone. Then he got dressed and left the hotel. After arriving at the agreed restaurant, Lin Yi booked a private room. After sending the room number to Li Ro, Lin Yi quietly waited for Li Ro's arrival. More than 10 minutes later, Li Ro walked in wearing a windbreaker. She looked very proud, as if she had Lin Yi under her control. He found a place to sit down and cross his legs. He said to Lin, "Brother Yi, have you seen the video I sent you? What do you think?" Lin Yi didn't say anything, just looked at Li Ro coldly. Li Ro continued, "No wonder you knew my secret. It turns out you have special abilities. Since we both have secrets, we're even from now on. I won't tell anyone your secret, and you won't betray me either. How about that? Special abilities?" Lin Yi always felt strange when hearing this word, but he nodded anyway. Li Ro was relieved to see Lin Yi agree, and then she said to him mysteriously, "Can others learn your ability? If you are willing to teach me, I will be your woman from now on, and you can ask me to do anything." Although Lin Yi had no expression on his face, he was already cursing in his heart. "You still want to learn? Even if I wanted to teach you, you can't. You dare to threaten me? You'll be lucky if you can live to see your secret exposed." Now Lin Yi no longer has any sympathy for Li Ro. She has become a threat to his safety. Although beauty is beautiful, it is nothing compared to safety. Lin Yi can still tell what is more important. Seeing Lin Yi's indifferent expression, Li Ro knew that there was no chance for her to learn this, so she decisively gave up the idea. Chapter 26 supplies are ready. Seeing that the matter had been settled, Li Ro prepared to leave. Lin Yi looked at Li Ro's back and forced himself to resist killing her directly. This is the city center, and there are many surveillance cameras around. It is not wise to take action here. After Li Ro left, Lin Yi also hurriedly left the private room and followed quietly. The last time Li Ro followed Lin Yi, she discovered his secret. This time, Lin Yi followed Li Ro, looking for an opportunity to kill her and destroy the evidence. After Li Ro left the hotel, she went straight home. Seeing that there was no chance, Lin Yi stopped following her and went back to the hotel. The next day, Lin Yi came to the company and directly asked for resignation. There was still more than half a month before the doomsday, and he didn't want to waste his time on work. "The reason I didn't resign before was because I still needed to make money with stocks, and it was more convenient to work in the company, but now there is no need for that." After learning about this, the HR manager directly informed General Manager Lu Wei. Lu Wei was naturally very happy to know that Lin Yi was going to resign. He would feel guilty every time he saw Lin Yi in the company. It's better to leave, out of sight, out of mind. The human resources manager was immediately asked to handle the formalities for Lin Yi and also gave him an extra 6-month salary. Lin Yi had just stepped out of the company's door when he received a call and then drove to the repair shop where he had previously traded. This time he learned his lesson and looked carefully to see if anyone was following him. Only after making sure it was safe did he drive the car into the repair shop. What follows is the usual waiting. The bald man seemed to have no sense of time. Every time a transaction was completed, Lin Yi would have to wait for half an hour before he would show up. Sure enough, 20 minutes later, a large truck drove into the repair shop. The bald man got out of the car. This was already his third transaction with Lin Yi, and the two had become quite familiar with each other. Inspect goods, unload goods, and pay. Exactly the same process. Lin Yi spent another 10 million, and now there are only 7 million left in his card. The medicines in the car are very comprehensive, with everything for colds, fevers, and inflammation, as well as a lot of gauze and medicine for treating injuries, and even a lot of quick-acting heart pills and medicine for treating asthma. After several workers moved the medicines to the ground, the bald man said hello to Lin Yi and left. Lin Yi looked at the bald man's back and felt very grateful to him in his heart. If it weren't for him, it would be extremely difficult for him to find so many things by himself. I silently sent my blessings to the other person in my heart, and then started my own work. In less than a minute, Lin Yi collected boxes of medicines into the alien space. His alien space was divided into many areas: food, medicine, water, daily necessities, fuel, firewood, weapons. Each item has a separate placement area, clearly separated from each other. After putting away the medicines, Lin Yi went to the warehouse he rented again. The supplies delivered today are the last batch. After collecting these things, Lin Yi will no longer need to come here to collect things in the future. When Lin Yi rushed to the warehouse, Su Mo was registering the goods entering the warehouse. Lin Yi did not disturb him. He found a place to sit down, then played with his mobile phone and took a look at the online reports about the loss of supplies in Fuyuan supermarket. It has been some time since the incident, but apart from arresting Su Shui and several warehouse managers, the police have not made any progress in this case. The number of thieves is unknown, how the supplies were transported out is unknown, and where so many goods were transported to is unknown. The main character knows nothing about anything. After reading for a while, Lin Yi saw the news about the sharp rise in prices in Haijing City in just 1 month. Many experts have begun to call on the public not to hoard goods crazily, saying that the price increase is only temporary and will return to normal levels within a month. These experts are not wrong about this. If there is no doomsday, prices may indeed fall, but ordinary people may not be able to wait for that day. Lin Yi played with his mobile phone for 2 hours. At this time, the last truck had been loaded and unloaded and left the warehouse. Su Mo and the loading and unloading workers began to prepare for a break. Lin Yi put away his phone and called everyone over. After seeing that everyone was present, Lin Yi took out a dozen red envelopes from his backpack and distributed them to everyone. Each red envelope contained 20,000 yuan. These people had worked for him for a month. Although he initially offered a price of 10,000 yuan per person, Lin Yi finally gave them double the amount. Just think of it as buying peace of mind. He doesn't lack the money anyway. After receiving the money, the workers thanked Lin Yi profusely. It was the first time they had met such a generous boss. When they left, they all told Lin Yi to think about themselves if he had such a job again. Lin Yi nodded and agreed. After everyone left, Su Mo was the only one left in the warehouse. The reason why Lin Yi didn't give him a red envelope just now was that he wanted to give it to him alone. Lin Yi looked at Su Mo, who had a simple and honest face, and took out a bundle of 100 yuan bills from his backpack, a total of 20 stacks, and stuffed them into Su Mo's hands. Su Mo looked at the money in his hand and felt a little at a loss for a moment. Lin Yi said slowly, "Last time you said your mother was waiting for money for surgery, and she needed more than 100,000 yuan. Here is a total of 200,000 yuan. You can use it to treat your mother's illness first." Su Mo stared at Lin Yi, tears welling up in his eyes, and then he knelt down in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi hurriedly helped him up. Then he said, "You've helped me a lot. It's all thanks to you that there hasn't been any trouble here. It saved me a lot of worry. You deserve this." Su Mo wiped away her tears and said to Lin Yi, "Brother Yi, I can't take this money. Your money didn't come from the wind. Even if I'm poor, I can't take your money casually." Lin Yi smiled slightly and said, "Do you think I'm giving it to you for free? Only 20,000 yuan is your salary. The rest is a loan for me. Use it to pay for your mother's surgery first. The old lady's illness can't be delayed." After hearing what Lin Yi said, Su Mo finally agreed. Then, at his insistence, he wrote an IOU to Lin Yi and put his fingerprint on it. Lin Yi put the IOU into his pocket just as Su Mo was about to leave. Lin Yi thought about it and said to him, "Some disaster may happen in half a month. If possible, you'd better prepare some more food at home." Su Mo nodded after hearing this. Since it was Lin Yi who said it, he would definitely believe it. Even if nothing happened in the end, buying more food would not be a big deal. Watching Su Mo leave, Lin Yi smiled slightly, then tore up the IOU from his pocket. In the end, he softened his heart. Lin Yi could be ruthless to those who had hurt him, but he could not bear to be cruel to these poor people who helped him. Forget it. Just think of it as doing a good deed before the end of the world comes to buy peace of mind. Chapter 27, The First Murder. Seeing that everyone had left, Lin Yi began to pack up the supplies. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi locked the empty warehouse. He will probably never come here again in the future. After leaving the warehouse, Lin Yi drove to the hotel. On the way, Lin Yi suddenly received a call from Li Ro, asking him to prepare 10 million in cash immediately and go to the repair shop where Lin Yi had previously traded to exchange for his own video. Lin Yi knew that her and Lu Wei's embezzlement of public funds and adultery were about to be exposed, and she was preparing to run away. Now that it has been discovered, she is naturally not afraid that Lin Yi will continue to use this to threaten her. Lin Yi turned the car around and headed towards the repair shop. Li Ro must be eliminated today to eliminate future troubles, because Lin Yi knows that Li Ro can't escape no matter what. If she is caught, even if she doesn't have his own video, she will reveal his secrets, and then he will definitely be in trouble. When Lin Yi arrived at the repair shop, Li Ro had not arrived yet. Lin Yi stopped the car, prepared his gun, and began to wait. An hour later, Li Ro drove slowly into the repair shop, but she was not alone in the car. There was a man sitting in the passenger seat. Lin Yi looked closely and saw that it was Lu Wei. It seems that the adulterous couple got back together after the disaster. After getting out of the car, the two walked straight towards Lin Yi's car, but Lu Wei's movements were a bit strange, with his right hand always in his pocket. When the two of them arrived in front of Lin Yi, Li Ro got straight to the point and asked, "Where's the money?" Lin Yi didn't move, but asked, "Where's my video?" Li Ro smiled slightly. "Who said I was going to give you the video? 10 million is just our hush money. When Lu Wei and I run out of money in the future, we'll still have to come to you. You're so capable. I guess you can afford this little money." A murderous look flashed across Lin Yi's eyes, and he turned and walked towards the trunk of the car. After opening the trunk, there were 7 or 8 travel bags inside. Just as Lin Yi was about to take out the bag, Lu Wei suddenly took action, pulled out a pistol from his pocket, and pulled the trigger at Lin Yi's back. After the gunshot, Lin Yi did not react at all, but turned around and stared at Lu Wei coldly. The two were immediately startled. They had already discussed this before coming. According to Lin Yi's character, he would not sit still and wait to be threatened by them. So Lin Yi would definitely find a way to kill them both. In the end, they decided to strike first. As soon as they saw the money, they would kill Lin Yi immediately, take his money, and run away. For this reason, Lu Wei also brought a pistol that he had bought on the black market with great difficulty. Even though they knew that Lin Yi had special abilities, they did not believe that Lin Yi could resist firearms. Unexpectedly, after Lu Wei shot Lin Yi, he was unharmed. Lu Wei already suspected that he was cheated by the gun seller. The reason why Lin Yi is immune to damage is because through his experiments, he discovered that he can materialize the eye of space. Form a 1x1 square space door in front of you. No matter what kind of objects enter it, Lin Yi will directly collect them into the different space, and bullets are no exception. After seeing Lu Wei's strange behavior, Lin Yi had a plan in mind. Since he could buy arms, others could do so as well. He naturally would not trust this pair of dogs and bitches, so he opened the space door in front of him from the beginning. Sure enough, when Lin Yi went to get the money, Lu Wei shot him. Seeing that the previous shot had not caused any harm to Lin Yi, Lu Wei pulled the trigger again, aimed at Lin Yi's head, and fired all the bullets in the gun. But the result was the same as before. After more than a dozen bullets were fired, Lin Yi in front of him still did not show any abnormality, but the smile on his face became even more intense. Then Lin Yi waved his hand, and the bullet that had just shot into the space gate immediately returned to its original path, turning Lu Wei into a sieve. After Lu Wei died, Lin Yi put Lu Wei's body into the alien space in front of Li Ro. At this moment, Li Ro was already shocked by the scene before her. The whole person slumped on the ground with a dull look in his eyes, not moving at all. Lin Yi took out a pistol from the space and pointed it at Li Ro's forehead. Li Ro finally came to her senses and begged Lin Yi desperately, "Brother Yi, please don't kill me. I will never tell your secret to anyone. I'm still useful to you. I'm willing to be your woman or your dog. Master, please don't kill me." Li Ro watched her lover die in front of her, and her emotions completely collapsed. Now she could only hope that Lin Yi would spare her life because she had served him well in the past. After saying that, Li Ro knelt on the ground and reached out to take off Lin Yi's pants. Lin Yi kicked her away and then shot her in the forehead. After the gunshot, Li Ro fell to the ground with blood all over her face. This was the first time Lin Yi shot and killed someone. Until now, his hands were still shaking slightly. He did not expect that the first people he would kill would be Li Ro and Lu Wei. It's not that Lin Yi didn't give her a chance. If Li Ro was willing to serve him wholeheartedly, he could consider making Li Ro his woman, or even help her escape from pursuit. As long as half a month passed, he wouldn't have to worry about anyone looking for her again. After all, Li Ro does have a good figure, so it would be a pity to kill her directly. But it's too late to say anything now. No matter how beautiful a woman is, as long as she is not on the same page with him, Lin Yi will not show mercy. Lin Yi cleaned up the scene and put the car driven by Li Ro and even the bloodstained bricks on the ground into the different space. As long as there is no body, the police will not be able to file a case, and then I can wait for the end of the world with peace of mind. Lin Yi did not drive when he went out. After putting his car into the different space, Lin Yi took out an electric car and returned to the city from the village road. The police are now looking for Lu Wei and the others. Even if they are missing, the police will only suspect that they hid themselves, and no one will be able to find Lin Yi. Even the phone card that Li Ro used to contact Lin Yi was an anonymous one bought by Lin Yi. It would take at least a month for him to be traced back to him. Lin Yi was riding his electric bike on a country road, enjoying the scenery, when he received a call asking him to pick up his car. The procedures for his car had been completed, and he could drive away at any time. Lin Yi didn't have to go back to the hotel now. He drove his electric scooter directly to the 4S store. As soon as he entered the store, the saleswoman who sold Lin Yi a car last time came to greet him. Lin Yi remembered that her name was Su Ying, and she owed him something. Since I'm here to pick up the car today, I might as well ask her to return it. Chapter 28 Shelter Completion. After parking the electric scooter in front of the 4S store, Lin Yi got out of the car. Su Ying looked at Lin Yi with a smile on her face, and her right hand unconsciously touched her long hair. It's little touches like this that can really tug at a man's heartstrings. Su Ying seemed to have dressed up deliberately today, and her makeup was much more delicate than the last time they met. She was no longer wearing work clothes, but her own clothes, and her legs were still wearing the same black stockings. She still remembered clearly that Lin Yi had been staring at her legs last time. After all, she came here with a purpose, so naturally she had to cater to his preferences. As for her upper body, she changed into a white shirt, leaving only the top 2 buttons on the chest unbuttoned. When she bent down slightly, people could see the 2 snow-white balls inside. Although Lin Yi focused most of his attention on his beloved car, his eyes still subconsciously glanced at Su Ying. Su Ying muttered to himself when he saw that his goal had been achieved. Oh, man, it's not easy to meet a tall, rich, and handsome man like Lin Yi. Although she sells cars here every day, it is still extremely rare to see a man of such high standard. Now that she has met him, she naturally wants to fight for herself. After all, being a salesperson is not a long-term solution. It would be even better if she could be supported by a handsome guy. But she didn't know that Lin Yi had just killed his lover. If she knew, she would definitely stay as far away from Lin Yi as possible. Lin Yi looked at the steel behemoth in front of him and sat on it, unable to contain his excitement. Su Ying came to the passenger seat. She had only one task today, which was to accompany Lin Yi. As the car started, a roar was heard, and Lin Yi felt a push on his back. The car suddenly sped onto the road. Lin Yi was driving on the road, while Su Ying next to him kept showing off her figure, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Yi was so seductive that it could draw out strands of emotion. After walking around the city twice, Lin Yi went straight back to his hotel. Su Ying beside him kept tempting him, and even an Iron Man couldn't stand it. After parking the car downstairs, Lin Yi pulled Su Ying upstairs. The next morning, Lin Yi rubbed his sore waist. He had been very busy during this period. After being busy during the day, he had to continue working at night. Su Ying was still sleeping beside her. After Lin Yi covered her with a quilt, he looked at the torn stockings and underwear scattered on the floor in the room, opened the door, and walked out. Today is a big day. His house is finally completed. Luo Jun told him about this yesterday and asked him to come for inspection, but he was immersed in Su Ying's tenderness at the time and couldn't extricate himself, so he could only go today. Lin Yi drove his newly bought car towards the Shochuan community. When we arrived at the gate of the community, several security guards looked at the luxury car and let it pass without asking any questions. Lin Yi parked the car and took the elevator to the 26th floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, Lin Yi saw a huge alloy door on the left. The door was 3 meters high and reached the ceiling. The width is nearly 2 meters. Compared with Lin Yi's neighbors, it is like a grandfather meeting his grandson. Lin Yi knocked on the door, and Luo Jun opened it from inside. Lin Yi glanced at the lock on the door and nodded with satisfaction. There are 3 types of locks above. The first is unlocked by fingerprint password, the second is unlocked by key, and the third is the oldest snap lock. Moreover, the thickness of the door is as much as 20 centimeters. This is an alloy made of the latest technology and cannot be compared with ordinary steel. Its strength is even dozens of times that of steel. Moreover, Luo Jun designed several shooting holes on the door according to Lin Yi's request, which could only be opened from the inside, and also equipped it with 2 flamethrowers. Lin Yi only needs to fill a container on the door with gasoline before it can be used. Except for the front door, the walls of each room have been replaced with alloy plates and repainted with latex paint on the outside. Even if the building is blown up and the house falls directly to the ground, the structure of each room will not change. The fireplace in the living room is connected to pipes, and as long as firewood is added, heat can be transferred to each room. One of the bedrooms was converted into a storage room, where some miscellaneous items, such as generators and water tanks, are stored. An air filter is also installed in the room, which can not only ensure air circulation, but also isolate the toxic gases outside. Even if someone sets a fire at Lin Yi's door, Lin Yi will not smell any smoke at home. Finally, there is the surveillance that Lin Yi strongly requested. Luo Jun installed a total of 200 pinhole cameras in the entire building. Each camera is aimed at the front door of a household. Lin Yi only needs to turn on the TV to see the images. Building number 16, where Lin Yi lives, has 3 units in total. There is a corridor on the 6th floor through which you can go to other units. Each unit has 56 households. Including Lin Yi's own family, there are a total of 168 households. Now Lin Yi can see everything that happens in the entire building without going out. After Lin Yi experienced it all, he signed a delivery note. As long as there were no subsequent problems with the house, Lin Yi would transfer the balance to Tianli Protection Company's account 3 months later. After Luo Jun left, Lin Yi closed the door and then reset the password and fingerprint on the door. Now this house is his private space. He would not let anyone in anymore. And as for the hotel, he didn't need to stay there anymore. Lin Yi turned on the TV and checked the surveillance footage, finally freezing the image at the door of Wang Xue's house. He adjusted the video forward and found that the 3 of them had not left recently. Except for picking up takeout, they had not opened the door again. It seems that they are still afraid that Su Shuai's case will implicate themselves. So they simply hide here and wait until Su Shuai is sentenced and the case is closed. This was exactly what Lin Yi wanted. There was still more than a week left until the end of the world. If they didn't go out and stock up on supplies, they would probably starve to death within a few months. Wouldn't you still have to beg me then? But this time, Lin Yi wouldn't be soft-hearted. I can show you, but if you want to eat it, no way. Lin Yi sat on the spacious sofa and suddenly felt a little bored. Just when he wanted to watch TV, he found that there was one important thing he had not bought yet, which was the resources for movies and TV series. Who knows when this heavy snow will end? If it lasts for a year or 2 and there is no entertainment at all, I will be suffocated to death. Thinking of this, Lin Yi opened the locks on the door one by one. A minute later, he opened the door and walked out. Chapter 29, Buying Seafood. Lin Yi drove to a nearby electronics mall, found a store selling game consoles, and bought all the game consoles of all brands in the store. More than 1,000 game cartridges were also included. Then I went to a video store and asked the owner to download all the movies, TV series, and some variety shows in their store. Lin Yi spent a total of more than 1 million to buy all these things. The game cartridges alone cost him 2 or 300,000. The game consoles were even more expensive. Any one of them would cost tens of thousands, which directly refreshed Lin Yi's cognition. He didn't like playing games before, so he had never been exposed to these things. Today he has broadened his horizons. After loading the things into the car in batches, Lin Yi quietly put all the things into the different space. Looking at the millions left in the card, Lin Yi felt for the first time the feeling of having money, but not knowing what to buy. He felt it would be a bit of a waste if he didn't spend it all. After all, he had earned it for free with great difficulty. Then Lin Yi walked into a seafood store. Although he bought a lot of meat and vegetables, he didn't prepare much seafood. He planned to use all the money to buy seafood. As soon as he entered the store, Lin Yi saw that there were quite a few kinds of seafood. Dozens of huge water tanks were lined up on both sides, and they were still supplying oxygen to the seafood. Huge lobsters and king crabs are bearing their claws inside. When the shop owner saw Lin Yi walk in, he hurriedly said to him, "What would you like to order, sir?" Lin Yi looked at the seafood in the store and replied, "I want to buy a large quantity of lobsters, king crabs, and other seafood. Can you buy them for me?" The boss was slightly stunned and said, "How much do you want?" Lin Yi held up 5 fingers and said, "I want goods worth 5 million, but they must be fresh." "Okay, I'll help you contact them right away, but I might have to take a small commission. What do you think?" Lin Yi nodded and said, "Okay, I only want goods worth 5 million. I can give you 100,000 as a commission." Upon hearing this, the shop owner immediately started making a phone call excitedly. It was easy for him to make 100,000 yuan just by talking. Soon, the shop owner hung up the phone. He had just been contacting his supplier on the phone. Asked them to deliver 5 million worth of high-end seafood, such as lobster, abalone, king crab, etc. to his store tomorrow. As soon as the goods arrive tomorrow, Lin Yi can come and pick them up. But Lin Yi needs to pay a deposit of 3 million first. Otherwise, what if Lin Yi was playing a trick on him? Lin Yi took out his bank card and swiped a deposit of 3 million, then left the seafood store. The next day at noon, Lin Yi was eating steak at home when he received a call from the owner of the seafood store, telling him that the seafood had been packed and delivered, and they were all fresh. Lin Yi gave him his home address and asked them to deliver it directly. Although the seafood boss was curious about why so many live seafood had to be delivered to his home, he still resolutely followed Lin Yi's instructions because of the middleman fee. After a while, 3 refrigerated trucks drove into the community. The security guard at the gate was no longer surprised by this. During this period, there were often trucks moving things to Lin Yi's house, and the property manager Fong who had already told them not to make things difficult for Lin Yi. So in the past few days, as long as Lin Yi's name was mentioned, they would let anyone pass. This is the truth that money makes the world go round. As long as Lin Yi spends money, those little devils blocking the way will obediently move aside. After the car stopped downstairs, 7 or 8 workers came down and started moving things to Lin Yi's house. It took more than 2 hours to move all the seafood in the car into Lin Yi's bedroom. The surrounding squares were filled with people out for a walk. Everyone was surprised to see that Lin Yi bought so many seafood. What does this Lin Yi want to do? Is he using our home as a seafood warehouse? Who knows? They've got the money to burn it. It's so hot right now. Those lobsters and abalone will die in a day. What a waste. Fong, who also walked out of the office, seeing so many precious seafood, his eyes lit up. He picked up a king crab and 2 big lobsters and wanted to leave. He thought that taking some things from him was a way of giving Lin Yi face. According to Lin Yi's personality, he might even complain that he took too little and then send him 2 boxes later. But the staff member who was watching the car downstairs refused to accept this because he didn't know who Fong Hu was. Now that the items have been taken away and the quantity is wrong, he is the one who has to pay for it. So he stopped Fong Hu directly. "I'm sorry, sir. This thing belongs to our client. You can't take it." Fong Hu looked at the man in work clothes in front of him with a hint of disdain. He said slowly, "It belongs to Lin Yi, so just tell him that Fong Hu took it. He won't dare to embarrass you." The man was stunned. He didn't know what the relationship between the person in front of him and their client was, so he could only call Lin Yi. Lin Yi was arranging people to move things upstairs when he received a call saying that Fong Hu wanted to take his things. Without showing any mercy, he told him to turn on the speaker and then yelled back, "Fong Hu, are you a bandit or a beggar? You dare to take anything from anyone? Shameless. Put my stuff down right now. Those lobsters are worth over 3,000 yuan. Be careful, or I'll call the police and have you arrested. You son of a bitch." Fong Hu was also stunned when he heard Lin Yi's ruthless tone on the phone. A few days ago, Lin Yi was still nodding and fawning towards him, secretly slipping him 20,000 yuan. It had only been a few days, and his attitude had changed so quickly. Moreover, the phone was on loudspeaker, and there were quite a few people gathered around. In addition, Lin Yi spoke a little loudly, so everyone could hear it. Looking at the contemptuous looks and laughter of the people around him, Fong Hu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to retort angrily, he found that Lin Yi had already hung up the phone. With no other choice, he put the things down and left in shame. But he had already remembered this grudge in his heart and decided to teach Lin Yi a lesson when he had the chance. The commotion downstairs naturally attracted the attention of Wang Xue and others. The nosy neighbors had already sent the news of what had just happened to the owners group of Building 16. Wang Xue and the others were surprised to see that the matter was related to Lin Yi again. Lin Yi has been a bit quiet recently, so why is he everywhere? It is also said that Lin Yi bought several million worth of seafood at one time. He is really rich. Although Su Shuai is also very rich, all his money comes from his parents. In order to prevent him from overspending, Su Shuai only has a few 100,000 in pocket money every month. Compared with Lin Yi now, he is nothing. Chapter 30 Cambrian Period, Doomsday. After Lin Yi paid the balance, he quickly put all the seafood in the bedroom into the alien space while the ice inside had not melted yet. But he tried several times, but there was no response. Suddenly he realized that it was because these seafood were alive, so he couldn't use his mind to collect them into the different space. So he changed his method, opened the space door on the ground, and started throwing seafood in box by box. After working for more than 10 minutes, the seafood in the bedroom was finally cleaned up. Lin Yi projected his consciousness into the alien space and found that the life forms of those seafood had been completely frozen. Lin Yi took out a large lobster and found that although its body still had signs of life, its spirit had disappeared like a living dead. Only then did he confirm the fact that living things could not be stored in the alien space. Lin Yi locked the door. He didn't plan to go out in the next few days. He had already put his car into the alien space in advance and replaced it with the best snow tires, which were enough to support the car on the snow. Now everything is ready, just waiting for the heavy snow to come. Lin Yi installed the game console he bought on the TV and started his life as a otaku. Apart from eating and drinking, he plays games every day and occasionally works out. There is some fitness equipment taken from the warehouse in his alien space, all of which are expensive brand name products. He lives a very comfortable life. During this period, Wang Xue called him twice and asked him out again. It was not even a hint, but an explicit statement. But Lin Yi rejected all her invitations, and later he simply stopped answering her calls. The days passed one by one, and finally it was June 30th, 2060. Lin Yi watched the time on his mobile phone pass by minute. He felt a little restless all day. He didn't know whether the butterfly effect would prevent the end of the world from coming after his rebirth. At this moment, his mood was a little complicated, including anticipation, panic, excitement, and worry. The time has come to midnight, and there is only 1 hour left before the doomsday. Lin Yi moved a recliner and placed it in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. On the coffee table next to it was a bottle of beer and 2 plates of side dishes. He had already lit a fire in the fireplace. Lin Yi glanced at the thermometer on the wall and saw that the temperature in the room had risen to 30 degrees Celsius. It is summer now, and the average temperature at night can reach around 20 degrees Celsius. Coupled with Lin Yi's fireplace, the room becomes even hotter. A layer of fine beads of sweat had already appeared on Lin Yi's body, but he acted unconcerned, his eyes fixed on the sky outside. It was only a minute until 1 o'clock, and Lin Yi began to get nervous. His hand holding the beer turned slightly white from holding it too tightly. A minute later, Lin Yi looked at the still dark night outside and felt a little confused. Could it be that because of my rebirth, the end of the world will never come again? Just as Lin Yi was daydreaming, a white light appeared on the horizon, streaking across the sky like a meteor. Then there was a burst of strong light, which made it difficult for Lin Yi to open his eyes. The light came and went quickly, and after a few seconds, the white light disappeared in an instant. I don't know how long it took, but snowflakes began to float in the sky. At first it was just a light snow, but as time went on, the density of the snow became heavier and heavier, and the size of the snowflakes also changed from a drop of water to the size of a bottle cap. Even the visibility was only 3 meters. The indoor temperature also dropped sharply, from just over 30 degrees to around 20 degrees. Lin Yi hurriedly added a few more pieces of firewood into the fireplace to make the fire burn more vigorously. The thermometer stopped at 25 degrees. This temperature is what Lin Yi prefers. Frost has formed on the 4 corners of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Yi lies on the recliner and looks at the snow scene in front of him, feeling a sense of security in his heart. I took out my phone and took a look. Just like in my previous life, the group was in chaos. The sudden drop in temperature woke many people up from the cold, and they began to complain about the horrible weather in the group. Some people who slept late also noticed the white light, but they didn't take it seriously. It's only what month now, and it's already snowing? Is there some injustice among the people? What the hell? Have you been watching too much TV? With such heavy snow, do we have to go to school tomorrow? I don't know whether you can go to school or not, but I just saw a notice in our company group that we should go to work as usual tomorrow. Damn it, damn capitalists. There were all kinds of discussions in the group, but they were all meaningless. Lin Yi lost interest after flipping through them a few times. It wasn't until he saw Jiang Shuyan's speech that he became interested. In her previous life, Jiang Shuyan was not in the community, but she did not expect that this time, because of her influence, she actually stayed in the community. Lin Yi was not wrong in his guess. Jiang Shuyan was supposed to go to other places to provide support, but because the warehouse of Fuyuan supermarket was robbed, the police in the entire Haijing city were working overtime to find the whereabouts of the supplies. There was a shortage of manpower, so she was not loaned out. But Lin Yi was not in a hurry. He let her suffer a little outside first. Otherwise, she would never know how rare and precious the things he gave her were. Although the group was very lively, no one had any sense of crisis. Everyone thought it was just a normal drop in temperature. Lin Yi turned off his phone and drew the curtains. She reduced the wood in the fireplace and then crawled into her velvet quilt in her pajamas. The next day, Lin Yi woke up at 8 o'clock in the morning. The first thing he did after opening his eyes was to go to the floor-to-ceiling window and open the curtains. The heavy snow was still falling outside. After a night, the first floor was half submerged in snow. Some people in the group who have a sense of crisis have already formed a group to go out and buy supplies. In his previous life, Lin Yi was worried that Wang Xue had nothing to eat, so he followed them out and bought 2 bags of food. He also gave one of the packets to Wang Xue, which allowed them to survive until a month later. This time they were not so lucky. Without Lin Yi's help, and they had no habit of storing food, they would probably be starving in less than a week. Lin Yi took out a telescope and watched several people downstairs walk out of the apartment door of the community with difficulty. The snow is now almost 1 meter thick and the temperature outside has dropped to minus 30 degrees Celsius. Although it is a bit difficult, if they're all willing to go out and collect some food, they will still be able to return safely. Unfortunately, many people chose to wait and see, as they all thought that the snow would stop soon. They can stay at home for 2 days at most, and it won't be too late for them to go out after the snow stops. Chapter 31, Wang Xue's Jealousy. The one who is most anxious now is Wang Xue. They have been eating takeout for half a month, and there is no extra food left at home. Wang Xue was flipping through her phone in bed and found that all the businesses on the food delivery app were closed. Wang Xue was so angry that she started cursing. These bastards didn't even open the door. Do they want me to starve to death? Wang Xue angrily threw her phone aside, then got out of bed with the quilt around her and walked towards Zhang Qian's room. When I opened the door, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang were snuggling in the same bed. Wang Xue said to the 2 of them, "Do you have anything to eat?" Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang shook their heads at the same time as if they had rehearsed it. But Wang Xue still saw a bag of biscuits sticking out from the corner of the quilt. Wang Xue walked over quickly and lifted the quilts on the 2 of them. Suddenly, 2 large bags of snacks appeared on the bed. Wang Xue pointed at the 2 of them and said, "You have food, but you're hiding here to eat it secretly. Do you still consider me your best friend?" Zhang Qian said sarcastically, "We bought the food ourselves. What does it have to do with you? If you want to eat, go buy it yourself." Wang Xue looked at Yang Shuang beside her, and seeing that she had the same attitude, she snorted angrily, then turned and left Zhang Qian's room. After Wang Xue left, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang looked at each other. The 2 of them cursed Wang Xue together. "You just know how to throw tantrums. Do you really think you're a little princess? What kind of person is that?" Although the 3 of them are good friends, Wang Xue is much more beautiful than them, and those rich second generations are all attracted by Wang Xue, so the 2 of them have always been inferior to her in front of Wang Xue. Whenever Wang Xue loses her temper, they have to coax her. However, since Su Shuai was arrested and Lin Yi lost interest in Wang Xue, Wang Xue's status in their hearts has dropped sharply. Now I'm too lazy to even install it. After Wang Xue returned to her room, she took out her cell phone and made a video call to Lin Yi. Lin Yi was eating instant noodles at home. It felt quite comfortable to eat some instant noodles early in the morning. Lin Yi casually added a lobster and 2 abalone as the ingredients. Just as he was enjoying his meal, his cell phone suddenly rang. When Lin Yi saw that it was Wang Xue calling him via video, he smiled slightly and pressed the answer button. Then he placed his phone on the stand on the table and started his eating show. Wang Xue was delighted to see Lin Yi answer her call so quickly. Every time she contacted him before, he either hung up on her or said a few perfunctory words to her and then hung up again. This is the first time I've been connected so quickly. But after seeing the scenes in the video, she finally lost her composure. Lin Yi was eating noodles with chopsticks in his right hand and a 30-centimeter lobster in his left hand, eating breakfast. Wang Xue cursed inwardly. "I'm not afraid you'll choke to death eating something this good this morning." Then she showed her signature gentle smile and said to Lin, "Brother Lin Yi, are you having breakfast? You are smart. You bought so much seafood a few days ago. Unlike me, I haven't eaten yet." Lin Yi ignored her completely, hummed, and continued eating his noodles. Seeing that Lin Yi was so unreasonable, Wang Xue's anger, which had just been suppressed, rose again. "A beautiful woman like me is hinting so clearly. Can't you be a gentleman and take the initiative to bring me some food? You have no manners at all. Are you still a man? But now I am under someone's roof and have to bow my head." Wang Xue could only drool as she said to Lin Yi, "Brother Lin, you bought so much food. Can you send some to me?" Xue hasn't eaten yet. Lin Yi put the remaining half lobster into the instant noodle bowl and threw it into the trash can. After burping, he said to Wang Xue, "We don't have much food left at home, and we don't know when this snow will stop. If I give it to you, I'll be hungry. You should find a way on your own." Wang Xue's eyes were fixed on the instant noodles and half a lobster thrown into the trash can. and more than 10,000 alpaca were running through her mind. That's what you said, it's not much. If you don't have much food at home, can you waste it like this? Wait, Wang Xue suddenly noticed something. It's freezing outside now, and the temperature indoors is almost lower than outside. But Lin, he was only wearing a thin pair of pajamas at home. Did he sneak into Africa? Isn't your house cold? Wang Xue hesitated for a moment and then asked her doubts. Lin Yi picked up the ice-cold beer on the table and took a sip, then said, "It's not cold? Are you cold? I have a fireplace at home, and it's very warm now." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he pointed the camera at the fireplace in his home. Wang Xue looked at the blazing flame on her phone, as if she could feel the warmth through the screen. She finally made up her mind that she must live in Lin Yi's house. "I have to stay inside at least until the snow stops. I am a fairy that everyone admires. How can I starve and freeze here? Brother Lin Yi, can I stay at your house? It's so cold at home. You can't bear to see me suffer, right? Don't you feel bad? As long as you agree to let me live with you, I can fulfill one of your wishes. Anything is fine." After Wang Xue finished speaking, she endured the cold and blinked at Lin Yi on the other end of the phone. She believed that no one could refuse her statement. What's more, this is Lin Yi, who has been pursuing her for several years. The reason why Lin Yi didn't agree to have dinner with her before was definitely because he was a straight man and didn't understand the deeper meaning of her words at all. Wang Xue didn't believe that Lin Yi could still resist her now. Sure enough, after listening to Wang Xue's words, Lin Yi asked with a lustful look, "Anything?" Seeing that Lin Yi was about to take the bait, Wang Xue nodded heavily and said, "Of course, anything is possible." Wang Xue seemed to have seen Lin Yi kneeling at her feet. As long as she entered his house, everything of Lin Yi would belong to her. Lobster, seafood, and a warm room. This is the life a fairy should live. Lin Yi put away his smile and said to Wang Xue coldly, "No, I don't have any wishes for the time being." After saying that, Lin Yi hung up the phone. The doomsday outbreak is still too recent and won't have much impact on them. Lin Yi wants them to starve for a few days before he can have some fun with them. Lin Yi's sudden change of expression caught Wang Xue off guard. Looking at the video that was hung up, Wang Xue called again with some hopelessness. After calling several times, but no one answered, Wang Xue gave up the idea. He just cursed Lin Yi silently in his heart, wishing he would die quickly. Why should I be starving and freezing here while he lives in a warm room and eats delicious food? He used to be just a dog to boot. Chapter 32. Repel Fong Hu. After putting down his phone, Lin Yi picked up the game controller on the table and continued fighting. He's been a little obsessed with the game these days and is thinking about completing it every day. Lin Yi played until noon. Then he pinched his sore neck and started preparing lunch. Although there are a lot of ready-made foods in his space, he still likes to cook by himself so that he can feel the breath of life. Anyway, what he has the most now is time. Taking out a steak and lobster from the alien space, Lin Yi began to prepare lunch. Although his gas was cut off, he still had a lot of induction cookers in his space, all of which were taken from the Fuyuan warehouse, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to cook. While Lin Yi was still busy in the kitchen, the property manager Fong, who was in a dilemma. After being humiliated by Lin Yi in front of everyone last time, Fong, who had been holding a grudge. Yesterday, he specially called a few of his brothers to drink at home, intending to take them to find trouble with Lin Yi today. Unexpectedly, it started snowing heavily at night. He didn't have many thick cotton clothes at home, and after sharing them with a few people, there were still 2 pieces missing. He had no choice but to wear a few more spring and autumn clothes to keep warm. Now he no longer had the idea of causing trouble. Even if he wanted to go, he would have to wait until the snow stopped. But the biggest problem now is food. Fong, whose family rarely stockpiles food and always buys and eats immediately. Fortunately, they bought a lot of food and wine last night, and there was some left after eating yesterday. Otherwise, they would have been hungry in the morning. But the daily consumption of these 5 or 6 men is also quite high, and now it is almost noon and there is nothing to eat at home. Several grown men sat in the living room looking at each other. Looking at the heavy snow falling outside, there is no sign of stopping. A few people plan to prepare for a rainy day and go somewhere to get some food. Finally, Fong Hu thought of something. A few days ago, Lin Yi moved several large trucks of seafood to his home. If anyone has sufficient food reserves now, it is Lin Yi. It just so happened that they were planning to cause trouble for Lin Yi. If they could extort some food from his house at the same time, it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After discussing it, they immediately put on their clothes and went out, walking towards Lin Yi's house. Fong, who lives in Unit 2 of Building 16. To get to Unit 1, he has to pass through the corridor on the 6th floor. As the group of 6 walked through the corridor, they saw the wind and snow outside through the window. The whistling wind made the window whistle. The visibility outside was less than 2 meters, and the snow had completely submerged the 1st floor. It was impossible to go out and buy supplies at this time. Everyone was trapped at home. Haijing City is located in the south of Longhua. When have you ever seen such heavy snow? Seeing the unprecedented scene before their eyes made Fang Hu and others feel a sense of crisis. Several people quickly walked through the corridor and headed towards Lin Yi's house. When they arrived at the elevator, they found that the elevator had stopped running with a flashing red light. The temperature outside had dropped to minus 40 degrees Celsius. Although there was a wall blocking the way, the temperature in the stairwell had also reached more than minus 30 degrees Celsius. In such low temperatures, the elevator naturally stopped running. In desperation, I had no choice but to walk upstairs. After reaching the 26th floor, several people were already exhausted and out of breath. It was inconvenient to move in such thick clothes, and it was cold. They took 2 breaks before climbing up the 20 flights of stairs. After several people arrived at the door of Lin Yi's house, they looked at the door of Lin Yi's house and suddenly opened their mouths wide. Although Fang, who knew that Lin Yi had been busy decorating his house, he did not expect that he would decorate the house like this. Fang, who walked forward and knocked on the door. The thick feel told him that the door was definitely not thin, at least more than 10 centimeters thick. But when he looked at the people standing behind him, he felt more confident. He then took out the weapon he had prepared and started banging on the door. After hearing the sound of someone knocking on the door outside, Lin Yi turned on the surveillance camera on the door and took a look. It was discovered that it was Fang who brought people to the door. He didn't expect that less than a day after the end of the world, someone would come to his door so soon. But he was not worried at all. Instead, he was a little happy. He was bored, and it would be nice to have someone to play with him. Lin Yi turned on the loudspeaker on the door and said into the microphone, "Fang Hu, what are you doing in my house?" Fang Hu was trying hard to hit the door with the wrench in his hand, and the sudden sound from the door scared him. Fang Hu put down the wrench, took 2 steps back, and shouted at the door, "Lin Yi, you bought several trucks of seafood before. Now the roads are blocked by heavy snow, and no one has anything to eat. You should hand over all the things to the property management, and they will keep them for you and distribute them to the owners of Building 16. After the snowstorm is over, we will raise funds to return the things to you." Lin Yi showed a sarcastic smile from inside the door. Fang Hu had a good plan. It was obvious that he wanted to take the food for himself, but he brought in all the owners of Building 16. If Lin Yi hands over the things, it will be up to Fang Hu to decide who to give them to or not. "I've eaten all the food. Do you want some of the poop?" Fang Hu became furious when he heard Lin Yi's words and started cursing at the door. The younger brothers behind Fang Hu also started to break down the door with the weapons in their hands. At this moment, Lin Yi pressed a button on the door without hesitation. Suddenly, 2 small holes appeared in the middle of the gate. When everyone was puzzled, 2 flames gushed out from inside. Fang Hu stood at the front and was the first to be covered in flames. Suddenly, there was a sound of ghosts howling outside. Several people then avoided the range of the flames and ran into the corridor. Fortunately, they all wore a lot of clothes when they went out because of the cold weather. Fang Hu extinguished the flames on his body only after taking off the 2 outermost layers of clothes. Although several people took off their clothes in time, Fang Hu's hair had been singed by the flames and his glasses were smoked black. Several people had burns of varying degrees. They didn't expect that Lin Yi actually installed a flamethrower on the door of his house. This is an illegal act. Isn't he afraid of being taken away by the police for questioning? Fang Hu immediately took out his cell phone and called the police, but the line was busy. He then called an ambulance. Just like the police call, the line is busy. The few of them had no way to deal with Lin Yi for the time being, so they had to go back in shame. Before going back, Fang Hu stood at the corner of the corridor and shouted at Lin Yi's door, "Lin Yi, just wait for me. As soon as the snow stops, I will call the police and have you arrested." Chapter 33, Panic. Lin Yi ignored Fang Hu's shouting. The reason why he didn't take any ruthless action was that he wanted to spare his life first. It would be meaningless if he died so easily. He wanted to keep him and play with him slowly. After Fang Hu returned home, he began to check his injuries. His hair was almost burned off, and there were several blisters on his face and hands. Thanks to his blocking, the burns of the others were much lighter. Only their clothes were burned. Fang Hu took out the medicine box at home, but there was no medicine to treat burns in it. His face and hands hurt so much that he wanted to rinse them with water, but he found that the pipes were frozen and not even a drop of water could come out. Fang Hu kicked the water pipe hard. Then he picked up his phone and threatened Lin Yi and the group of owners of Building 16. "Lin Yi, you bastard, you dare to burn me with fire? Just wait for me. If I don't kill you, I will take your surname." Fang Hu sent the voice message out, and the owners' group immediately exploded. Several owners who had a good relationship with Fang Hu asked what happened. After learning that Lin Yi had burned Fang Hu with fire, he also joined in the verbal battle against Lin Yi. Fang Hu naturally did not say in the group that he was going to rob Lin Yi of his food, but rather that he was doing it to ensure that the owners of Building 16 had food to eat so that they would not starve. He had no choice but to go to Lin Yi's house to borrow food. But he didn't expect that Lin Yi not only refused to lend it to him, but also set fire to him in a cruel way and burned him. He didn't mention the fact that he had smashed the door. As soon as these words were spoken, more and more people began to criticize Lin Yi in the group. "Lin Yi, you're going too far. Even if you don't want to borrow the money, you can't hurt others casually. We live in a society ruled by law now. Just wait to go to jail. Last time I saw you buy several truckloads of seafood. Now everyone is stuck at home, so what if you donate some? At worst, we could pay you back after the snow stops. That's right, can you eat so much food? Be careful of diarrhea. Some people are just selfish and don't care about the lives of their neighbors. If anything happens to their family in the future, no one should bother with it. It's said that a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Fortunately, your parents died early. If they knew you were such a selfish person, they would definitely be mad at you." The owners' group was in full swing, and almost all of them were speaking up for Fang Hu, as if Lin Yi was a selfish villain who didn't care about the lives of others. But Fang Hu became a caring citizen who cared about everyone. Although there were some people speaking up for Lin Yi in the group, such as Wang Xue who lived downstairs from Lin Yi, and Uncle Lu who often played chess with Lin Yi. But their comments pale in comparison to those of the vast majority of owners. Lin Yi grew up in the Sichuan community. Many owners know him well and know that he is a good guy. Even if he is bullied occasionally, he will not take it to heart. But Fang Hu is not such a person. It can be seen from the fact that he hired someone to take revenge on Lin Yi that he has always been vindictive. Anyone who offends him will have no good life. "I won't stop until I have made you obedient." That's why everyone tends to speak for Fang Hu. Jiang Shuyan sat on the bed in the bedroom, covered with a thick quilt. Her room is very girly. Not only are the sheets and quilt covers pink, but even the carpet and dressing table are pink. Outside, she is a capable police officer, but when she returns home, she is just a girl in her 20s. Watching the snow outside getting heavier and heavier, she didn't know what to do for a moment. She curled herself up into a ball to minimize heat loss, with her delicate, white little feet tucked into the quilt. Looking at the condemnation of Lin Yi in the owners' group, she frowned slightly. The thing that worried her most had happened. In this extreme weather, the most terrifying thing is not natural disasters, but human nature. She had just contacted her parents, who told her that the heavy snow might last for a long time, and asked her to be careful, close the door tightly, and not open it no matter what happened outside. Jiang Shuyan had just locked the door, as her parents instructed, and blocked the door with all the furniture in the room. This was her first lesson in the police academy. No matter what time, she must first ensure her own safety. If she can't even protect herself, how can she protect others? Fortunately, she likes to eat snacks, so she has a lot of stock at home, and even set aside a room as a snack room. The potato chips, marshmallows, and cookies filled 2 large cabinets. If you eat these things sparingly, they should be enough for more than half a month. If the heavy snow still doesn't stop after a month, then she will have no choice, but the possibility is very small. If the heavy snow continues for another month, I am afraid that the floors below the 10th floor will be submerged. Wouldn't that be the end of the world? Jiang Shuyan was startled by the sudden thought that came to her mind. Then he quickly stopped his wild thoughts. Humanity has been passed down for thousands of years. How could there be an end of the world? Even if there really is one, it will be in the future, and I will never be able to wait for that day. Jiang Shuyan comforted herself, then stood up and walked towards the snack shop. After picking up a bag of potato chips and instant noodles, she was just about to go back to her room. After hesitating for a while, I put down the instant noodles. Food is becoming more and more precious now, so I should save as much as possible. Lin Yi lay on the sofa, drinking cold beer and watching the news on TV. The fireplace behind him was burning brightly. Because Lin Yi had specifically proposed to connect the floor heating to the fireplace during the renovation, the temperature in the room was now very high, reaching 25 degrees. Even if he walked barefoot on the floor, he would only feel warm. The warm air was just right with the ice-cold beer. If Lin Yi had not installed alloy plates on the floor, Wang Xue downstairs would definitely be able to feel the warmth. However, because the alloy plates have excellent heat insulation properties, even if Lin Yi's house caught fire, Wang Xue would not feel any heat at all. The host on the news was talking, calling on everyone not to go out casually, saying that the snowstorm would be over soon and not to raise prices arbitrarily. Lin Yi watched for a while and then turned off the TV. There were still TV programs now, but in 2 days, all the channels would be covered with only snow. What's more, what the host said about the snowstorm being over soon is nonsense. In the previous life, until Lin Yi was killed, the heavy snow showed no signs of stopping. As for what the host said about not driving up prices, it made Lin Yi want to laugh. The snow outside is already 3 or 4 meters deep. Who can go out to buy things now? How can prices be driven up? Chapter 34, the first victim of Building 16. Lin Yi picked up his phone and took a look. In addition to the people in the owner's group who were accusing him, there were also his university group, high school group, and junior high school group. These groups, which usually never talk to each other, also started talking about this sudden blizzard. Lin Yi also saw Wang Xue chatting with a male classmate in the university group. This male classmate is named Sun Qi, and he is in the same class as Lin Yi and Wang Xue. The two were together for a while, but eventually broke up because Wang Xue fell in love with a gangster outside the school. Judging from what Wang Xue said, she seemed to want this male classmate to bring her some food. Lin Yi didn't know whether Wang Xue had no brains or not. It was snowing so heavily outside, who could go out? The two exchanged a few words in the group and then disappeared. It seemed they were chatting privately. Lin Yi had already mourned for this classmate in his heart. If he couldn't resist Wang Xue's temptation and really went out in the wind and snow, he would probably be in great danger. Putting down his phone, Lin Yi continued playing the game. After a few days of fighting, he was about to pass the level. People in the owner's group were still accusing Lin Yi, but no matter how they tagged Lin Yi did not respond. After a while, everyone felt bored and no one spoke anymore. With the support of everyone, Fang Hu felt less angry. But the food problem was still not solved. Fang Hu tagged everyone in the group and began calling on all the owners of Building 16 to hand over their food for him to manage. A fixed amount is distributed every day. As soon as Fang Hu said this, the group fell silent and no one spoke anymore, as if nothing was seen. The people who had just been clamoring in support of him also quieted down. Fang Hu's anger soared again. He decided to make an example of someone to scare the monkeys. Lin Yi wasn't the only one who had conflicts with him in Building 16. Now the roads are blocked by heavy snow, and neither the police nor the army can get through. Everyone is in trouble, and no one will care no matter what they do. Fang Hu simply bandaged his wound with gauze, then took his men and weapons and went out. After arriving at a house on the 7th floor, Fang Hu knocked hard on the door. After a while, a middle-aged man's voice came from behind the door. Fang Hu, what are you doing in my house? The man's name is Zhao Jun, and he is the manager of a nightclub in Haijing City. I had a little conflict with Fang Hu before because of the payment of property fees. Later, Zhao Jun directly found more than 10 people to beat Fang Hu up, and Fang Hu had to stay in a hospital for more than a month. After seeing how powerful Zhao Jun was, Fang Hu didn't dare to call the police at all, and after being discharged from the hospital, he deliberately avoided Zhao Jun. But today is different. All his brothers are here, while Zhao Jun's men are outside. No matter what he does today, they are out of reach. Zhao Jun, weren't you very arrogant when you hit me before? Get out here right now. After Fang Hu finished speaking, he kicked the door hard. Several younger brothers behind him also started smashing the door with machetes and iron bars. Zhao Jun held the door tightly with both hands, holding a sharp knife. His wife died of illness 2 years ago, and he has been raising his daughter alone in the past 2 years. When Fang Hu just broke down the door, he hid his daughter in the bedroom. He knew Fang Hu very well. If he broke in, his whole family would probably be in trouble. After smashing the door for a while, Fang Hu found that the door was intact, so he asked a younger brother to go home and get tools to break the door. He made up his mind to take revenge today. The neighbors around heard the noise outside and looked outside through the crack in the door. After discovering that it was Fang Hu led people to break down the door, he immediately locked the door. They don't care about other people's life or death, as long as it doesn't spread to themselves. After more than 10 minutes, Fang Hu's younger brother slowly walked up from downstairs with a big hammer. Fang Hu and others began to blast Zhao Jun's door. After several people took turns smashing it for more than 10 minutes, the security door began to loosen. Seeing this scene, Fang Hu and others were greatly encouraged. Then he smashed it even harder. After another 5 minutes of smashing, the sturdy security door collapsed to the ground. Zhao Jun stood behind the door, holding a sharp knife, looking at Fang Hu angrily. At Fang Hu's command, several of his men immediately rushed in. Although Zhao Jun had knives in his hands, the weapons in their hands were longer. After Zhao Jun swung his knife at several people twice, he was hit on the head with a stick. When Zhao Jun was in a trance, several people rushed up and pinned him to the ground. Fang Hu walked in slowly and stepped on Zhao Jun's face. "Aren't you very powerful? Why are you still lying on the ground like a dead dog? You think you are so talented as a dog. As long as you learn to bark twice, I will let you go. How about it?" After Fang Hu finished speaking, he looked at Zhao Jun with a smile on his face. Zhao Jun stared at Fang Hu without saying a word. He knew that Fang Hu wouldn't dare to do anything to him. He was just a small-time gangster. Would he dare to kill someone? Seeing that Zhao Jun was so ignorant of the current situation, Fang Hu waved his hand, and several of his brothers started to beat Zhao Jun with fists and kicks. Just then, the bedroom door was suddenly opened. A little girl rushed out and hugged Zhao Jun on the ground. The little girl was about 15 or 16 years old. She had a pair of ponytails and was dressed like a student. She looked very innocent. Fang Hu's eyes were immediately attracted by the little girl, and a desire rose in his heart. Looking at Zhao Jun, who was pinned to the ground, Fang Hu suddenly had a bold idea. He took 2 steps forward, grabbed the little girl's hair, and dragged her into the bedroom while she screamed. Then he smiled at Zhao Jun lying on the ground and closed the bedroom door. Zhao Jun listened to his daughter's screams and fought back desperately. He simply hugged one of them and bit him. Seeing his brother injured, one of the younger brothers picked up an iron rod on the ground and hit Zhao Jun hard on the head. After being hit by this blow, Zhao Jun opened his mouth and slowly fell to the ground, motionless. A young man with dyed yellow hair bravely tested Zhao Jun's breathing and found that he was dead. Several people were immediately frightened. Although they were small hooligans, fighting was commonplace for them. But they never thought of killing someone, which would cost their life. They looked at each other for a while, and no one spoke. Just then, Fang Hu walked out of the bedroom with his pants in his hands. Seeing Zhao Jun on the ground and the blood all over the ground, he was stunned. He originally wanted to take revenge on the Zhao army and steal some food, but he didn't expect that he would kill people directly. But as the boss, he couldn't put all the blame on his subordinates, especially since he had just raped an underage girl. Chapter 35 Robbery. If the police investigate later, he will not be able to escape responsibility. Fang Hu calmed down for a moment, then looked at the snowstorm outside and began to call on a few people to throw the body downstairs. There was no telling when the heavy snow outside would stop. If they didn't have any food, they might all starve to death. Why bother about it so much? Now that all the Zhao Jun who had a grudge against me have been killed by me, this building will be my world from now on. Fang Hu's younger brothers also came to their senses at this time and worked together to throw Zhao Jun's body out of the window. Then several people began to search for food in Zhao Jun's house. Fang Hu glanced in the direction of the bedroom and gestured to his younger brothers. After laughing lewdly, a few people lined up at the door. Lin Yi saw clearly on the surveillance camera what happened when Fang Hu and others broke down the door, but he could not see what happened afterwards. Today is only the first day, and someone has already died. Lin Yi remembered that in his previous life, the first victim did not appear until a week later. An hour later, Fang Hu and his companions walked out of Zhao Jun's house contentedly, holding 2 large bags of food in their hands. This scene was not only seen by Lin Yi, but also by Zhao Jun's neighbors. Due to Fang Hu's tyranny, they didn't dare to say anything in the owner's group, but they were also afraid that Fang Hu would remember them. In desperation, they created another large group and invited all the owners of Building 16 to join. Fang Hu was naturally excluded. The group chat was just set up, and it was already very lively. The sound of Fang Hu banging on the door just now almost spread throughout the entire building. Many people still don't understand what happened. After hearing the stories from several of Zhao Jun's neighbors, they learned that Zhao Jun's family had been killed by Fang Hu. As soon as these words were spoken, the group exploded. Many people called the police directly, but without exception, the calls could not be connected. Now that someone has died in the community and the murderer is trapped in the same building with them, almost all the residents have a sense of crisis. The people who initially helped Fang Hu insult Lin Yi also changed their tone. They all blamed Fang Hu in the group. But as soon as someone suggested that everyone unite to bring Fang Hu to justice, a bunch of excuses appeared in the group. We are all ordinary people. Shouldn't catching the murderer be left to the police? That's right, I've never been in a fight before. What if I get hurt? Lin Yi was also pulled into the group and smiled sarcastically as he watched the comments in the group. Now Fong, who didn't dare to be too reckless. After all, no one knew when the heavy snow would stop. But within a few days, in the absence of food, the ugly side of human nature will be exposed. Lin Yi estimated that at least half of the owners of Building 16 would die at his hands. Although Fong, who only had 5 or 6 men under his command, and the owners of the entire building totaled at least 200 people, they adopted the strategy of defeating them one by one. As long as Fong, who doesn't grab them, they would just mind their own business. By the time they realize it, it's too late to regret. Lin Yi also found Wang Xue's speech in it. This is all your business as men. We women won't get involved. A tongue-sticking expression was added at the end. But as soon as Wang Xue finished speaking, many single men immediately responded to her. Now you're saying it's a man's business? Haven't you always advocated for gender equality? That's right. Fong, who might be the next one to visit your house. After all, you only have 3 delicate women in your family, and he has quite a few brothers under him. You'd better be careful. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Xue's powder keg was immediately ignited. Are you asking us women to go fight Fong Hu? Are you even men? No wonder you're single. With the likes of you, which woman would want to be with you? Lin Yi watched the verbal battle that had already broken out between the man and woman in the group, and laughed so hard that he fell backwards. I have to say, it feels good to stand from God's perspective. After arguing for a while, everyone in the group finally quieted down. The reason was that Fong Hu sent a message in the previous owner's group. The content is about the grudge between Zhao Jun and him, and it states that he would never break into other people's homes without reason, so the owners can rest assured. Lin Yi thought to himself that Fong Hu was quite a character, as he could guess that everyone would unite to fight against him because of his actions. Now he had shattered the loose alliance of these owners with just one message. Sure enough, after reading Fong Hu's message, everyone echoed it in the owner's group. I've always thought Zhao Jun wasn't a good person. His daughter is the same. She dresses like a little gangster. I even heard she bullied her classmates at school. Brother Hu, this has eliminated a major threat for us. Transportation is inconvenient outside right now, and the community needs someone to manage it. From now on, we will all listen to Brother Hu. In addition to those who expressed their loyalty in the group, many people betrayed several owners who had just established the group, and even posted screenshots of the chats. Brother Hu, Zhao Jun's neighbors just pulled us into a group and are going to unite and attack you together. Fong Hu looked at the screenshots sent to the group and silently wrote down the people who said they wanted to deal with him. These people would become his next targets. Although he stole some food from Zhao Jun's house, there were several men there, and it was not enough for them to eat. As for Lin Yi, he is not sure about his revenge now. The door of his house is too strong, and there is a flamethrower. It is better not to provoke him for the time being. Until the evening, the sound of banging on the door was heard again in the stairwell. Fong Hu's target this time was a neighbor of Zhao Jun, a bachelor in his 30s. It was he who created the group chat at noon and invited everyone in. After witnessing the murder of Zhao Jun's family, he was now terrified. Before Fong Hu and others could break down the door, he opened the window and jumped out. Although his house was not tall, only 4 stories high, the snow on the ground was too thick. After jumping from the upstairs, he sank directly into the snow. The most important thing is that it is too cold outside, and the door on the first floor has been completely blocked by heavy snow, making it impossible to come in from the outside. Jumping out of the window, now, is no different from committing suicide. A few minutes later, Fong Hu rushed in with his men. Looking at the snow all over the ground and the open window, Fong Hu quickly ran to the window and looked down. But the snow was so dense that visibility was extremely low, and I couldn't see what was happening below at all. Fong Hu spat out the window and closed it. Then several people began to search the house, but after searching for a long time, they only found half a bag of rice and some seasonings, nothing else. Chapter 36: Buying and Selling Food. Although the things are not much, at least I've gained something. Fong Hu did not dare to arouse public anger, so he took his men back after robbing one house. He then sent a notice in the group, claiming that he was only taking revenge on those who wanted to deal with him, and he would not harm those who were not involved. Ever since Zhao Jun died at the hands of Fong Hu and others, Fong Hu's mentality has been changing little by little. There's only one chance to kill someone, and countless times. Having opened this door, and with no legal sanctions now in place, Fong Hu became more and more unscrupulous. In the next 2 days, Fang Hu and his men robbed several more families. Without exception, all the robbed people were thrown down from the building by him. As for women, they naturally cannot be let off. Although he would explain in the owners' group after each session, over time the owners finally began to rebel. They are not stupid. Although they are selfish, they also understand the principle of lips and teeth are cold. If they don't take action, it won't be long before Fang Hu turns his butcher knife on them. The group chat that was previously set up to attack Fang Hu became active again. Although the group owner had been killed by Fang Hu, it did not affect their enthusiasm for discussion at all. In the end, everyone unanimously decided to put pressure on Fang Hu and not allow him to attack anyone again. Otherwise, all the owners of Building 16 would jointly resist them. Then everyone started tagging Fang Hu in the owners group, talking to each other one by one, with only one point: no more robbery and murder would be allowed. Fang Hu looked at the condemnation of himself by the people in the group and realized that he had touched their bottom line. In order not to arouse public anger, he had no choice but to agree. But he has several subordinates, and the daily food consumption is too high. If they don't continue to rob, they will starve. Then he thought of a way to kill two birds with one stone. He planned to divert everyone's attention from him. Due to the soaring prices some time ago, many families did not store much food. Now that 3 days have passed since the end of the world, every household's food reserves are running out. There are even people in the owners group who are buying food at high prices. The price of a bag of instant noodles soared to 2,000 yuan, a 1,000-fold increase. But even so, only a few people who are greedy for money are willing to sell the food in their hands. They believed that the heavy snow would stop soon. Lin Yi looked at the messages in the group and thought to himself, I'm afraid that in a few days, those who sold the food will start to regret it. Then it will be difficult to buy the food back. At this moment, Fang Hu suddenly tagged Lin Yi in the group. Lin Yi, you have the most food at home. The 3 trucks that were delivered to your house were all loaded with seafood. We all saw it. Now everyone has nothing to eat and is about to starve. We are all neighbors. You don't want to see us all starve to death, right? Quickly contribute all the food and share it with us. As soon as Fang Hu said this, everyone in the group immediately thought of the seafood at Lin Yi's house. They also began to persuade Lin Yi, but compared to last time, their tone was much gentler. Many people also offered to buy it from him. Lin Yi, you have so much food at home that you can't even finish it all. Sell some to me. I'll give you 5,000 yuan. All you have to do is give me 2 king crabs and 3 large lobsters. This guy is really good at calculating. Even under normal circumstances, you can't buy these seafood with 5,000 yuan. Moreover, the price of a pack of instant noodles had just been raised to 2,000 yuan, and now he wanted so much in one mouth. Lin Yi simply ignored him. There are also many people who offer higher prices, wanting to buy a lobster for 20,000 yuan. But Lin Yi only replied with 2 words. Not for sale. The social order is about to collapse. What's the point of asking for money? It's too hard to even wipe my ass. Lin Yi immediately sent out 50 red envelopes in the group, each containing 5,000 yuan, and more than 200,000 yuan was spent directly. This money was left over from his purchases, and now it's just a bunch of numbers. More than 50 red envelopes were snatched up in 1 second. Everyone also knew that Lin Yi was not short of money at all, so no one mentioned buying food to him. Fang, who originally wanted to draw everyone's attention to Lin Yi. After all, it was a fact that he had several trucks of supplies. Now they were starving outside, and maybe Lin Yi was enjoying a feast at his home. Moreover, last time Lin Yi actually dared to set him on fire. He must avenge this. But his men are all loyal to him, and it would be bad if something unexpected happened and he suffered heavy casualties. So he wanted to use someone else to deal with Lin Yi. It would be best if he could drown him with spit and make him hand over the things himself. If all else fails, just instigate everyone to attack his house. No matter how powerful he is, he probably can't deal with so many people, right? As for him, he would naturally be the last one to take action. But he didn't expect that Lin Yi was so rich that he could just throw away hundreds of thousands of dollars without even blinking an eye. Those who had received the money naturally no longer felt comfortable asking him to take out the food. Wang Xue and her 2 daughters were lying on the same bed. Although they had some conflicts in the past 2 days, Wang Xue had no choice but to take the initiative to apologize to them when she had no food. When a second girl heard Wang Xue say that there was endless food and a warm fireplace in Lin Yi's house, she readily forgave her. After all, Lin Yi used to be Wang Xue's bootlicker. If Lin Yi accepted Wang Xue, the 2 of them could also move in with her. Because their house was too cold, they simply lived together, which made it easier to communicate with each other. The three girls looked at the balance in their mobile phones. They had all received the red envelopes that Lin Yi had just sent. They were also stunned by Lin Yi's wealth. Wang Xue regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. If she had known that Lin Yi was so rich, she should have agreed to his pursuit. If I become Lin Yi's girlfriend, not only will I be rich, but Lin Yi will definitely let me live at his house. Zhang Qian looked at Wang Xue and said, "Call Lin Yi again and tell him that you miss him very much and want to be his girlfriend." Wang Xue shook her head and said, "I've already told him that before, but he wasn't interested at all and just hung up on me." Yang Shuang lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying, "I guess he's angry about what happened with Su Shuai last time, so he won't forgive you. As long as we explain it to him clearly, he'll continue to lick your boots. After all, we all know what kind of person Lin Yi is over the years." After hearing what Yang Shuang said, Zhang Qian also agreed. "That's right, you don't have to say anything for a while. Yang Shuang and I will go and explain to him." Chapter 37, 3 Women in a Play. Wang Xue nodded obediently. She now relied on the two women for support, so naturally she had to listen to their arrangements. Zhang Qian was the first to send a message to Lin Yi. "Brother Lin Yi, I apologize to you for what happened with Su Shuai last time. It was my fault for instigating Su Shuai to go find you. This matter has nothing to do with Xue. She has been trying to stop us from letting Su Shuai take revenge on you. Her heart is completely with you." Lin Yi looked at the message from Zhang Qian, feeling somewhat bewildered. What was going on? How did it even involve Su Shuai? Before he finished reading, Yang Shuang's message came. "Brother Lin Yi, do you want a wife or not? Xue misses you so much now and can't sleep every night. Can you come and keep her company? I know you've always had her in your heart for so many years. Now's the chance. As long as you open your mouth, Zhang Qian and I will bring Xue to find you immediately." After Yang Shuang clicked send, he glanced at the two people on the bed, then edited another message and sent it to Lin Yi. "Brother Yi, I've actually liked you for a long time. What I just said was against my will. Wang Xue doesn't love you at all. She only loves herself. Don't be fooled by her appearance. In fact, she has had more than 10 men and even had an abortion. Zhang Qian and I accompanied her to the hospital. And she was the one who hooked up with Su Shuai last time. She's my best friend. I shouldn't have told you this, but I just can't bear to see the man I love being deceived by a bitch. As long as you are willing, I can come to you right now. Although I am not as pretty as Wang Xue, I swear that I will only love you in this life. If you never leave me, I will be with you through thick and thin." Lin Yi couldn't stop laughing as he looked at his phone, which was bombarded with text messages. Especially Yang Shuang's last non-mainstream statement, which made him laugh so hard that he almost died. He also didn't expect that the three sisters who seemed to have such a good relationship would actually stab each other in the back. Lin Yi took a screenshot of Yang Shuang's message and sent it directly to Wang Xue, then turned off his phone. Although it was a pity that he couldn't see the three of them fighting, he could already imagine how brutal the battle would be. Sure enough, after Wang Xue received Lin Yi's message, she thought that Lin Yi had changed his mind. She excitedly opened the chat box, but when she saw the message above, her face suddenly became gloomy. Zhang Qian, next to him, also leaned over to take a look out of curiosity, and then the two girls stared at Yang Shuang with grim faces. They didn't expect that Yang Shuang would stab them in the back. Now all her secrets were exposed by Yang Shuang. Wang Xue cursed Yang Shuang as a bitch, then rushed up with her teeth bared and started punching and kicking Yang Shuang. However, Wang Xue's weight and strength were no match for Yang Shuang, and she was pinned down by Yang Shuang for a long time. At this moment, Zhang Qian finally joined the battle. Although she usually had a good relationship with Yang Shuang, she couldn't care less now. Yang Shuang's backstabbing behavior had completely angered her. Zhang Qian grabbed Yang Shuang's hair and then hung herself on her. Yang Shuang was suddenly attacked by Zhang Qian, but she was not panicked at all. She was the best fighter among the three girls. She was always the first to join the fight when they were in school. Although it was now 1 against 2, he was not at a disadvantage at all. He pulled Zhang Qian from behind with his right hand and punched her in the stomach. Zhang Qian felt pain and let go of her hand that was pulling Yang Shuang's hair. Then Yang Shuang used his weight advantage to briefly suppress the two women. After being in a stalemate for more than 20 minutes, the three of them finally ran out of energy and gradually separated their entangled bodies. But each of the three of them occupied a corner of the bed, and they were wary of each other, no longer as close as before. Wang Xue also started sending messages to Lin Yi, expressing her longing for him, and secretly sent nude photos from her phone to Lin Yi. That photo was taken when Wang Xue and her ex-boyfriend checked into a hotel room. She had only thought it was exciting and fun before, but she didn't expect it to come in handy now. Wang Xue believed that as long as Lin Yi saw the photos of her without clothes, he would immediately become aroused and would ask her to help him relieve his sexual desire as soon as possible. After all, I am the goddess in his heart. I didn't expect that half an hour after the photo was sent out, Lin Yi didn't respond at all and didn't even reply to the message. Is he still a man? Zhang Qian had just calmed down after a fight with Yang Shuang. After receiving inspiration from Yang Shuang, she also had other little ideas. Judging from Lin Yi's reaction, he should have given up on Wang Xue. Among the three women, apart from Wang Xue, she is the most beautiful. If anyone has the best chance of gaining Lin Yi's favor, it would be herself. Could it be that Yang Shuang, who is as fat as a pig? Thinking of this, Zhang Qian began to play the emotional card with Lin Yi. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Wang Xue forced me to do all those things. From college until now, you have always been so good to Wang Xue. I see it with my own eyes, and it hurts my heart. She doesn't deserve your love at all. Please let me take care of you for the rest of my life. I can swear that I have never had an abortion. I can still have children. I am willing to carry on your family line. Lin Yi turned his phone to silent mode and did not see the messages sent by several people. After finishing a game, Lin Yi picked up his phone and took a look. I found that Zhang Qian changed her tone so quickly. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang are quite funny. One is with her for the rest of her life, and the other is with her forever. They are all non-mainstream. It was not until he opened Wang Xue's chat box that he realized what it meant to have no bottom line. The other two people just talked about it, but Wang Xue was very thorough and directly released a picture. Is this to let the pictures speak for themselves? Lin Yi looked at Wang Xue's photo, but his mind was thinking of Jiang Shuyan downstairs. Compared with Jiang Shuyan's appearance, Wang Xue, the most beautiful of the three girls, is just a piece of tofu dregs. Moreover, Jiang Shuyan is a police officer, and I don't know if her uniform is left at home. Lin Yi found that his thoughts were getting more and more off track, so he quickly cleared his mind of the things in his head. He had been playing games all day and took some time to exercise at noon. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and he was starting to feel hungry. Lin Yi came to the kitchen to prepare some food for himself. He was a little tired of eating ready-made food all the time. Cooking for himself occasionally would bring some life back to him. Although Lin Yi prepared a lot of meat and vegetables, his cooking skills were very average. He could only barely cook the food, which was far from being delicious. But he still insisted on eating all the food on the plate. Although the dish didn't taste very good if it was taken out, it would probably be snatched up by people immediately. Chapter 38, Preparing for the Attack. Look at what they eat now. Even a pack of instant noodles a day is considered a luxury. Eating a hard steamed bun every day is also a well-off life. Most people could only turn their homes upside down and take out all the edible things. Even a bowl of water with some salt and soy sauce could be considered a meal. Fortunately, the power system has not collapsed yet. Even if they have no food, they can boil water melted from the snow and drink it. Otherwise, they would be truly desperate without food and water. Now their only entertainment is to share the miserable situation at home with each other. Many people started contacting their relatives and friends a few days ago and learned that their situations are the same as theirs. Now it is snowing heavily outside and the whole city is frozen. They were lucky enough to be trapped in the community. Many people were still working overtime in the company when the heavy snow came. By the time they wanted to leave the company, the accumulated snow prevented them from going out. These people stayed in the company without thick clothes or food, and more than half of them died before they could even survive 3 days. Now the temperature outside has dropped to the lowest point. The temperature during the day is slightly higher, around minus 80 degrees Celsius, but at night, the temperature will drop another 10 degrees, reaching a terrifying minus 90 degrees Celsius. It is said that in some northern cities of Longwa, the temperature at night has reached more than 100 degrees below zero. Many people froze to death overnight, and the windows of many homes were cracked. Lin Yi was also feeling fortunate while watching the news. If the temperature outside dropped to more than 100 degrees below zero, he didn't know whether his safe house could withstand it. An ordinary person would die immediately after surviving such horrifically low temperatures for no more than an hour outside. Fong had been well behaved for 2 days since he was forbidden from robbing by the owners of Building 16, but he failed last time when he tried to incite everyone to attack Lin Yi's house. He still couldn't get over this, and the most important thing was that his food was gone again. If I can't steal from others, then I can only target Lin Yi, because he has a lot of things at home. As long as he promised to share the food equally with everyone before the attack, he could pull all the owners onto his ship. As for how to divide the profits after success, is naturally up to you. Fang Hu also created a group chat and invited everyone except Lin Yi to join. After entering the group chat, everyone was wondering what this group was for. It was not until Fang Hu mentioned the food from Lin Yi's house again that everyone suddenly realized. It turns out that Fang Hu has been planning to steal Lin Yi's food. After seeing Fang Hu's message, Wang Xue was the first to speak in the group, saying that Lin Yi's house not only had a huge amount of food, enough for the residents of the entire building, but it was also very warm, with a warm fireplace. Lin Yi lived there wearing only thin pajamas. As soon as Wang Xue said this, everyone in the group believed it immediately. After all, it was not someone else who was talking about her, but Wang Xue. Many people know the relationship between Lin Yi and Wang Xue. If there is anyone here who knows the situation of Lin Yi's family best, it must be Wang Xue. The reason why Wang Xue betrayed Lin Yi so quickly was because Lin Yi had been ignoring her for the past 2 days and even ignored the photos she sent out, which she could not tolerate. Fang Hu was surprised to learn that Lin Yi not only had enough food, but also a warm room. His desire to occupy Lin Yi's house became even stronger. But thinking that the door of Lin Yi's house would spit out fire, he kindly reminded everyone. It's not that he is kind-hearted, but he is worried that if Lin Yi burns a few people to death, the rest will be scared away immediately. By then, all his plans would be ruined. Then he began to organize people, and each household had to send at least one person. Those who did not come would be regarded as giving up and would be automatically excluded when the supplies were distributed. After some organization on his part, he managed to gather more than 70 people, most of whom were men, with only a few women standing in a group in the corner. Wang Xue and her 2 daughters were naturally among them. The reason why all 3 of them came out was because they wanted to get 2 more portions, and they were all worried that the one who went out would hide the food. So to be fair, the 3 decided to act together. Zhang Qian and Wang Xue each took a fruit knife for self-defense, while Yang Shuang took 2 kitchen knives. With her ferocious expression, she looked like Li Kuei, the Black Whirlwind, which was indescribably funny. Seeing that everyone was present, Fang Hu went straight to an old man. She said to him, "Uncle Lu, it will be up to you soon. Lin Yi's door is too thick, and our hammer may not be able to break it. You have been a locksmith for decades, so opening his door should not be a problem, right?" This old man was none other than Uncle Lu, who used to play chess with Lin Yi. Lin Yi also reminded him to store more food, but he didn't take it seriously at the time. Now he regrets it very much. But he has a grandson at home. He can go without food, but he cannot let his grandson starve. So even though he and Lin Yi are friends regardless of age, he has to wield the butcher knife against him now. Uncle Lu nodded bitterly after hearing what Fang Hu said. Before coming, Fang Hu contacted him privately and asked him to be responsible for opening the door of Lin Yi's house. Although he couldn't bear it, he had to look at his hungry grandson. I still agreed. After some preparation, the group began to walk towards Lin Yi's house in a swagger. Wang Xue followed at the end of the team. After thinking about it, she sent a message to Lin Yi. She had to be prepared for both situations. If Lin Yi wins, I will naturally gain his favor by helping him in his time of need, and maybe I can even move into his house directly. And if Fang Hu wins, she won't lose anything, and she can still get share of the supplies and food. As for Lin Yi's life or death, she no longer cared. Without these supplies, Lin Yi would be just a small figure, and she would not need to coax him anymore. Maybe I can even stab him a couple of times to vent my anger. It's his own fault for being so cold to me recently. When Lin Yi received Wang Xue's text message, he had already seen Fang Hu's large group on the surveillance camera. His surveillance cameras were spread throughout Building 16. As long as they were not in the room, they could not escape his eyes. But what surprised Lin Yi the most was that Jiang Shuyan also sent a message. The content was very simple, just telling him that Fang Hu brought people to find him and asked him to be careful. After all, she is a police officer. Although she is now trapped in the community, her sense of justice still prompted her to remind Lin Yi. Chapter 39, Unlocking. As for asking her to uphold justice, she certainly wouldn't be so stupid, as the current order has long been in chaos. Fang Hu dared to kill people openly, so naturally he would not take her, a small police officer, seriously. Most importantly, she didn't have a gun. Although she is a police officer, she cannot take guns home unless she is on a mission. So her current fighting ability is only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary woman, and she cannot beat any slightly stronger man. Lin Yi ignored Wang Xue and replied to Jiang Shuyan alone with a thank you. Then Lin Yi put away his phone and watched the surveillance footage on TV. They gathered in the stairwell on the 3rd floor because the 1st and 2nd floors were already covered in snow. There are more than 20 floors to climb up from the bottom. Fang Hu and other young and middle-aged people were fine, but Wang Xue, Uncle Lu and others were exhausted after walking for a while. I was wearing too many clothes, which made it very inconvenient for me to walk. Fang Hu waited for Uncle Lu for a while, and finally lost his patience and asked his 2 younger brothers to carry Uncle Lu upstairs. After everyone gathered at the stairs of Lin Yi's house, they did not go out rashly. They already knew from Fang Hu that there was a flamethrower on the gate of Lin Yi's house. In order to avoid becoming a roasted pig, you still have to be careful. After all, you're not playing a game now. If you die, and there is no chance to start over. Fang Hu waved his hand, and several young men came out from behind, holding a table with a quilt on it. The quilt seemed to be poured with water, and in the low-temperature environment, it had formed a thick layer of ice. Following Fang Hu's order, several young men rushed out of the corridor at the same time and pushed the table covered with a quilt against the flame hole in the door. Then Uncle Lu walked towards the gate with the tools and started his unlocking work. When Lin Yi saw Uncle Lu, he felt uncomfortable. Even though he had experienced it once, he still felt bitter when he saw someone he was familiar with teaming up with others to kill him. Lin Yi pressed the button on the door, and 2 pillars of fire shot out, but were blocked by the quilt. Seeing this, Lin Yi was no longer anxious. This door was not that simple. Although Uncle Lu had been opening locks all his life, the most critical part of this door was its mortise and tenon structure. As long as you don't open the door, people outside can't get in even if they have the key. The older the door locking method, the safer it is. Uncle Lu was busy at the keyhole for a long time. Although it was very cold outside, he was already sweating from anxiety. A layer of ice crystals also formed on the gray hair. Fang Hu hid in the stairwell and shouted to Uncle Lu, "Are you okay? Why aren't you healed yet?" Uncle Lu was still busy and didn't say anything. The fire on the door was still erupting, and the quilt was about to be burned through. They had no choice but to stop and retreat back to the stairwell using the table as a barrier. Fang Hu grabbed Uncle Lu by the collar and said, "I promise you 3 portions of food. If you can't open the door, I'll kill you." Uncle Lu's hands trembled with fear, but he still nodded. He had never seen this kind of door before, and it didn't look like a bank vault door, but it was even more difficult to unlock than a vault door. This gate was custom-made by Luo Jun at a high price using high-tech alloy during the renovation. This gate alone is worth more than 8 million. The lock core uses the latest technology. The arrangement of the teeth inside is extremely complex, with hundreds of thousands of variations. Not to mention that Uncle Lu is just an ordinary locksmith. Even the people from Now You See Me would not be able to get in. Soon, everyone brought 2 more quilts, wet them, and spread them on the table. Then they went towards Lin Yi's door again. Before Uncle Lu went there, Fang Hu had already issued an ultimatum. If he couldn't open the lock this time, he would throw Uncle Lu downstairs. So Uncle Lu was extremely focused this time. After all, it concerned his own life and his grandson's life, so he couldn't be careless at all. But seeing that the quilt was about to be burned through again and he had no idea about the door, Uncle Lu became more and more anxious. He even started playing the emotional card with Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, I watch you grow up. Please open the door. If you don't open it, my grandson and I will die at the hands of Fang Hu." Fang Hu, who was hiding in the stairwell, was suddenly moved when he heard that Uncle Lu and Lin Yi actually had such a relationship. He started shouting at Lin Yi, "Come out immediately. If you don't come out, I will kill this old man, surnamed Lu." When Uncle Lu heard Fang Hu's words, he was shocked and the tools in his hand fell to the ground. At this moment, he was also regretting that he should not have gotten involved in this mess. I originally thought that Lin Yi's house just had an ordinary security door. After so many years of locks, I could easily open the door and get a lot of food to take back for my grandson. As for Lin Yi's situation after the door was opened, he had no way of caring about it. Although the 2 were friends regardless of age, he was nothing compared to his own grandson. Lin Yi stood at the door and smiled slightly, then said in a sarcastic tone, "Fang Hu, what are you thinking? Do you think it's useful to use him to threaten me? He's already about to open my door and coming to kill me, and you actually think I care about his life?" After Lin Yi finished speaking, he moved a stool, stood on it, and opened the top shooting hole of the gate. The shooting hole was only 10 centimeters in size. The moment the shooting hole opened, Fang Hu and others saw Lin Yi. Just as they were about to take action, they saw a green spherical object falling from it. Although Fong, who didn't see clearly what it was, he instinctively pulled the person next to him in front of him. With a loud bang, grenade shrapnel flew out, and Uncle Liu and several young men who were blocking the door were immediately knocked to the ground. Without the shield to block them, flames began to burst out, and the bodies of Uncle Liu and several others were instantly burning. Fong, who covered his ears tightly with his hands. The explosion just now made his brain buzz, and his eyes had double vision. The person he had just pulled in front of him to block the gun had already fallen to the ground with blood spitting out his mouth. Although there was one person blocking him, Fong, who was still injured in the left arm by shrapnel. When he came to his senses, he found that the clothes on his left arm were soaked with blood. No one expected that Lin Yi would have something like a grenade. He caught me off guard. Uncle Liu and several young men who were blocking the door were lying on the ground motionless, with flames burning on their bodies, emitting bursts of black smoke. Seeing this, Fong, who had no choice but to retreat with his men. The wound on his arm had to be treated quickly, otherwise he would lose too much blood and be in danger of his life. Chapter 40, Money and Wealth. After everyone was scared away by Lin Yi's grenade, Lin Yi sighed as he looked at the body of Uncle Liu on the surveillance camera. He had reminded him before the end of the world to store more food, but he didn't expect that not only did he not listen, but he was now trying to kill himself. This also made him understand the ugliness of human nature. Although he did it so that his grandson could have food to eat, it didn't mean that Lin Yi didn't blame him. Sometimes no one can tell what is right and what is wrong. From his point of view, whatever he does is right for his grandson. But from his own point of view, he is an ungrateful villain and deserves to die. Lin Yi calmed down and turned on the air purification function in the room. The smoke and aroma of meat outside were immediately blocked out. He received a message from Jiang Shuyan, asking him what happened. It seemed that the explosion just now must have scared her as well. Lin Yi simply said that he had driven them all away, then put down his phone. When Jiang Shuyan heard Lin Yi's casual words, her heart was stirred. She knew very well how powerful Fong Hu and the others were. More than 10 people have died at his hands in the past few days. What's more, Fong Hu brought dozens of owners with him and also had a special locksmith. How could Lin Yi fight off so many people by himself? And what was that explosion just now? Lin Yi did not explain these to her. Rather, he said that in order to repay her for reminding him of the kindness she had just shown him, if she ever encountered difficulties, he would help her once, but only within his ability. If Jiang Shuyan asked him to leave the shelter, then sorry, that would be beyond her ability. Jiang Shuyan replied, I'll remember it. She was also a little afraid of Fong Hu. No one is not afraid of death, and she was no exception. Now Fong Hu has completely turned evil, and robbery and murder have become commonplace. But perhaps such people are more suitable for today's world. After Fong Hu returned home, he immediately asked his subordinates to find Qian Fu from Unit 1. Qian Fu is a 36-year-old doctor who runs a clinic in Haijing City. The last time Fong Hu was burned by fire, he forgot about the Dr. Qian Fu for a moment. But when he set up a group to deal with Lin Yi, he discovered that there was a doctor in the next unit. Soon his younger brother came in with Qian Fu. When Qian Fu learned that he was going to treat Fong Hu, he didn't want to come, but Fong Hu promised to give him 2 bags of instant noodles as consultation fee, so he reluctantly agreed. After taking off Fong Hu's clothes, his left arm was suddenly exposed to the air. There was a deep cut on it, and blood was still oozing out. Qian Fu opened the medicine box, disinfected the wound, took out the shrapnel inside, then applied some medicine and bandaged the wound. Qian Fu said to Fong Hu, You can't use force on this arm now. Change the medicine every 3 days. It will heal in about half a month. After Fong Hu thanked him, he asked someone to bring 2 bags of instant noodles to Qian Fu. Qian Fu quickly took the instant noodles and then quickly fled from here. One of Fong Hu's younger brothers looked at Qian Fu's departing figure and said to Fong Hu, Brother, why do you have to feed him? Wouldn't it be more economical to just cook him directly? Fong Hu knocked him hard on the head and then said, There's only one doctor here. If he dies, will you treat me if I get injured again? The younger brother who was beaten lowered his head and agreed. That's right, boss. Fong Hu then used his only remaining hand to open his mobile phone and sent a message to the owner's group. Lin Yi disregarded the safety of others and was selfish. Not only did he not help us overcome our difficulties, but he also planted explosives, resulting in the deaths of countless owners. His crimes are too numerous to list. I urge all owners to unite and punish this demon together. After Fong Hu sent a message, He began to wait for the reaction in the group. Soon, the families of several young people killed by Lin Yi started cursing at Lin Yi in the group. Lin Yi, you devil, you actually dare to kill someone, you will not die well. Just wait to be shot. As soon as the snow stops, I'll call the police and have you arrested. Lin Yi also saw the messages in the group clearly. These people only talked about Lin Yi killing their relatives, but no one mentioned that they came to rob Lin Yi of his supplies. Although Lin Yi killed far fewer people than Fong, who everyone hated Lin Yi more. The reason is that Fong Hu always wipes out the entire family, so naturally he doesn't have so many enemies. Now the atmosphere in the group has been completely aroused, and Lin Yi has replaced Fong Hu as the new sinner. Wang Xue and her two daughters were also shocked when they returned home. They didn't expect that the usually honest Lin Yi would actually kill so many people. Fortunately, they were standing far away and the shockwave of the explosion did not spread to them. Zhang Xian looked at the two women who were breathing heavily and said, "Don't you find it strange that Lin Yi has suddenly become a different person? He renovated his house so sturdily and stockpiled so much food, as if he knew in advance that a snowstorm would come." After Zhang Qian said this, Wang Xue and Yang Shuang fell into deep thought. Combined with the changes in Lin Yi during this period, they also realized that something was wrong. Could it be that Lin Yi really knew something in advance? This bastard knew there would be a snowstorm, but didn't tell us. He is so selfish. Yang Shuang said angrily, "I was surprised when he was renovating the house. Who would spend so much money to turn the house into a fortress? I didn't expect it was to protect us. What a despicable villain." Zhang Qian also echoed, "Exactly. I heard that he spent tens of millions on renovating his house. I'm afraid it's not something Fong Hu and his men can easily break into." Wang Xue listened to what the two women said, but she was feeling fortunate in her heart. Fortunately, she had made two preparations and informed Lin Yi in advance. Even if he ignored her, the impression of her in his mind would definitely be eased a lot. Wang Xue sent another message to Lin Yi. "Brother Yi, you are so amazing. You actually drove away so many people. You are my hero. I was just worried about you. If anything happened to you, I don't know what to do. It's too dangerous outside now. Can I live in your house? You always wanted me to be your girlfriend before, and I agreed. Isn't that enough?" Lin Yi looked at the message sent by Wang Xue. His heart moved, and he replied, "Actually, I've been thinking about you the whole time, afraid you'd be in danger. But now Fong, who has been eyeing my house covetously. If I let you move in and they end up breaking in, wouldn't that be harmful to you?" Chapter 41, Chucha Baby. "If you stay outside now, I'll feel more at ease. How about this? You help me monitor Fong Hu's every move. If he does anything, notify me immediately. Once I defeat him, I'll let you move in." After getting Lin Yi's guarantee, Wang Xue was overjoyed. It was as if I had moved into Lin Yi's warm home and was eating his food. The criticism against Lin Yi continued in the group, but most of it came from the families of the deceased. The seventh day came quickly. Ever since Lin Yi repelled Fong Hu and others, no one dared to disturb him. He also had a few days of peace and quiet. But the seemingly peaceful community is not so peaceful secretly. Many people are making various deals, some are exchanging their bodies for food, and some are using coercion and inducement. Fong Hu also led people to rob two families again. But now there are very few residents who have food. Although he has robbed everywhere, he has only managed to snatch a small bag of rice and 3 packets of instant noodles in 2 days. This amount of food is not enough for them to eat in a day. There was no other way, so Fong Hu and others began to live a frugal life. Lin Yi also received several friend requests. Almost all of them were women, and their purpose was very clear. They all knew that there was a lot of food at Lin Yi's house, and they wanted to sleep with Lin Yi in exchange for some food. Of course, Lin Yi was not interested in these fallen women. Each one was uglier than the other. Lin Yi even felt that they should give him food before he slept with them. There were even 2 fat girls weighing over 200 pounds. After Lin Yi took a look at the photos they sent him, he was so scared that he almost dropped his phone. Fortunately, those men who applied to add him as a friend just wanted to ask Lin Yi if he needed a younger brother. Otherwise, he would have vomited out of disgust. After Lin Yi rejected all the friend requests, he received a new friend request. Looking at the avatar, she is a beautiful girl named Chucha Baby. Just looking at the photos, she can get at least 90 points. Although it is a little lower than Jiang Xuyan's 98 points, she is still a rare beauty. Fully qualified to enter Lin Yi's shelter. Lin Yi recalled and did not remember this person in Building 16. There are a number of beauties in their community, and the one ranked first is naturally Jiang Shuyan from Building 16, who achieved a high score of 98. The second and third place winners are Luo Ziki from Building 23 and Li Minjer from Building 2. In Lin Yi's mind, their scores were 93 and 91 respectively. Wang Xue could only rank fourth with 80 points. As for her two best friends Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, they didn't even rank in his heart, and Lin Yi was too lazy to even argue with them. But now, a beautiful woman with a 90-point appearance suddenly appeared, and she lived in the same building as him, which naturally made Lin Yi extremely curious. After Lin Yi accepted her friend request, the two started chatting. It turns out that this beauty named Chuchababy is an internet anchor who usually makes money by receiving tips from live broadcasts. Now the roads outside are blocked due to heavy snow, and her family is running out of food, so she wants to exchange her body for some food. Lin Yi didn't suspect anything. He just thought that his schedule was different from hers, so he had never seen her. Looking at the girl in the photo, Lin Yi was also a little moved. The girl in the photo looked to be about 25 years old, wearing a sports suit, about 1.7 meters tall, with slender white thighs exposed and delicate facial features. Lin Yi suddenly felt a surge of anger slowly growing in his lower abdomen. After some bargaining, Lin Yi paid 10 bags of instant noodles and 10 sausages for her to provide door-to-door service. Originally, she wanted Lin Yi to go to her place, but Lin Yi directly refused. It was naturally impossible to ask him to go out, let alone that she was just a 90-point beauty. Even if Jiang Shuyan was naked and waiting for him at home, he would just refuse. Lin Yi always kept in mind that lust is a double-edged sword, and it is not worth it for him to take risks for the sake of beauty. After Lin Yi prepared the food, he began to wait at home. Half an hour later, there was a knock on the door. Lin Yi couldn't wait to turn on the surveillance camera on the door. But the person outside the door surprised him. The reason was simple. Lin Yi had seen this person before. Her name seemed to be Zhang Chu. She was rather sloppy in her daily life, just like Wang Xue and the others. Could it be that this Zhang Chu is the Chu baby? Lin Yi looked at the woman in the surveillance video. She is about 1.5 meters tall and has freckles all over her face. You can't say she is ugly, but you can say she is very unsightly. Lin Yi suddenly felt like his online romance had gone wrong. I wonder how her top friends would feel if they knew that the little fairy they like looks like this in real life. The knocking on the door continued, and Lin Yi didn't know what to do for a moment. When he faced the attack from the owner army led by Fong, who a few days ago, he was not as helpless as he is now. A dark thought even arose in his mind. I want to just turn on the flamethrower on the gate, and then all problems will be solved. But after thinking it over, he decided not to do so. After all, apart from deceiving his feelings with photos, she had not done anything to hurt him. Lin Yi stood on a chair and threw 3 bags of instant noodles and 3 sausages out the door through the top shooting port. Since she's already here, there's no point in letting her make a wasted trip. Just consider this little money as travel expenses. Zhang Chu picked up the instant noodles on the ground, glared at Lin Yi's door, and turned away. Although her photo was simply photoshopped, it was still her. Lin Yi's attitude made her feel disliked. I have hundreds of thousands of fans online, and each of them regards me as a goddess. Now that she had come to him, she was actually despised by Lin Yi, who dismissed her with 3 bags of instant noodles. Zhang Chu left Lin Yi's house while scolding him for not knowing what he was doing. Seeing Zhang Chu leave, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The evil fire in his lower abdomen disappeared instantly the moment he saw Zhang Chu. Lin Yi made up his mind that everything would be based on the real thing from now on, and he vowed never to fall in love online again. When Zhang Chu left, Lin Yi saw on the surveillance camera that Fong Hu brought people to his home again. Judging from his appearance, the injury on his arm seemed to have healed a lot. Zhang Chu was walking downstairs, and they would run into each other soon. Sure enough, a minute later, Zhang Chu bumped into Fong Hu after turning a staircase. Fong Hu looked at Zhang Chu lying on the ground and the instant noodles in her hand. He had her arrested and confiscated the food. Chapter 42, Beauty Pageant. Zhang Chu saw that the food she had exchanged her body for was snatched away by Fong Hu. He struggled desperately and cursed Fong Hu. She hadn't eaten for 3 days and had forgotten that Fong Hu was a demon who killed people without blinking an eye. The next second, Fong Hu ordered someone to beat Zhang Chu up. If she was good-looking, Fong Hu would be interested in her. But looking at the look on his face, he really couldn't bring himself to do it. Fong Hu stepped on Zhang Chu and asked her where her food came from. After being beaten, Zhang Chuchu became much more sober-minded. Naturally, she had also heard about Fang Hu's murder in the owner's group. Looking at the murderer in front of her, Zhang Chuchu didn't dare to hide anything and told him how she seduced Lin Yi and how Lin Yi paid her. But perhaps because of face, she did not tell Lin Yi that she was rejected. Fang Hu looked at the face in front of him that was swollen like a pig's head. It was hard for him to imagine how Lin Yi must have been so angry that he could do that to her. But he also instantly thought of a way to break into Lin Yi's house. Since Lin Yi was so hungry, he could find two beautiful women to seduce him. Wait until he opens the door, then rush in directly. Then all the food and the house will be yours. He had thought about tearing down the wall of Lin Yi's house, but he was reluctant to do so. After all, it had become the best shelter in his heart. If the wall is demolished, how will I live there? Therefore, Fang Hu would not take the initiative to destroy it unless he had no choice. Fang Hu looked at Zhang Chuchu lying on the ground wailing, and directly had her thrown into the snow downstairs. After all, she had already had sex with Lin Yi. If he let her go, she would most likely inform Lin Yi. Fang Hu originally wanted to go to Lin Yi's house to look for flaws, but now that he has a solution, he doesn't have to go anymore. He turned around and went back to his home. After all, he still needed to study his plan carefully. The corridor was too cold, and no one could stay there. After Fang Hu returned home, he added some wood to the fire on the ground. During this period, they had burned all the wooden furniture in the house. Even the furniture he had robbed from other people was turned into firewood and moved back home. That's why they were able to survive in such cold temperatures until now. And even the wound on Fang Hu's arm was not frozen. The most urgent task now is to find a beautiful woman first. There is no rush today. Lin Yi has just been released, and it is definitely impossible to seduce him now. Fang Hu decided to find a beautiful woman to knock on his door tomorrow, and they hid in the aisle of the stairwell. As soon as Lin Yi opened the door, they would rush in and chop Lin Yi in a meat sauce. But where to find beautiful women? Fang Hu once again posted a call for submissions in the group. Looking for a beautiful woman, aged 20 to 30, with AC bust size or larger, over 165 centimeters tall, and weighing under 60 kilograms. Fang Hu thought about it and wrote the reward at the end. After the matter was done, I got 2 boxes of instant noodles, a bag of rice, and a box of drinking water. After Fang Hu posted this message, the group suddenly became lively again. Although no one knew why Fang Hu was looking for a beautiful woman, it was hard not to be tempted by seeing so much food. 2 boxes of instant noodles and a bag of rice are enough for a family of 3 to live on for a month. Maybe the snow will have stopped by then. Almost all the women of marriageable age in the building signed up. Although they were a little worried that Fang Hu might go back on his word, they still decided to take a gamble. There is no food left at home now, and they are hungry every day. If this continues, they will really die. More than a dozen women sent their most beautiful photos to the group for Fang Hu to choose from. The owner's group instantly turned into a beauty pageant. In the end, Fang Hu picked the most beautiful person. This is a 26-year-old woman named Lin Yi. She has been married for 3 years and has a son with her husband Hanbin. In terms of appearance alone, Lin Yi thinks she can reach the standard of 70 points and is considered a beauty in the community. I have to say that Fang Hu's eyes are still very poisonous. Fang Hu originally wanted Wang Xue to seduce Lin Yi, but he sent Wang Xue several messages, and Wang Xue did not reply. Now time was urgent, so he had no choice but to give up. Anyway, Lin Yi was so hungry that he could even kill someone like Zhang Chuchu. This Lin Yi was enough to make him crazy. Fang Hu told Lin Yi all his plans. When Lin Yi learned that he was asked to seduce Lin Yi, she hesitated. When Fang Hu organized people to attack Lin Yi's house, her husband Hanbin also went with them. Although he was not injured when he came back, he also told her how terrifying Lin Yi was. Since he could take out a grenade, it was very likely that he had other weapons at home. If I went there, I would probably be in danger. Compared to Lin Yi's hesitation, her husband Hanbin was very supportive of her. The main reason was that there was no food at home. The 3 of them had not eaten for 2 days. If they had no food anymore, they would starve to death. Lin Yi looked at her son, who was still sleeping, and her husband, who was looking at her expectantly, and finally made up her mind. Then he agreed to Fang Hu directly on the phone. While Fang Hu and Lin Yi were discussing how to seduce Lin Yi, Wang Xue had already sent all of Fang Hu's actions to Lin Yi. Based on what Fang Hu did to Zhang Chuchu, Lin Yi guessed that he wanted to find a beautiful woman to seduce him. But he didn't take it seriously. Fang Hu didn't know that the entire building was monitored by him. They thought that he wouldn't be able to find them if they hid in the stairwell. As long as you don't open the door, they can't do anything. By the next day, it had been 8 days since the end of the world, and the heavy snow outside showed no signs of stopping. The third floor of the community had been submerged. Under the action of gravity, the bottom layer of snow has been compacted and people will not sink even if they step on it. However, the cold temperature and extremely low visibility also became a major obstacle for them to walk out the door. The visibility outside is really bad. It is dark even in broad daylight, and there is no sunlight at all. Walking outside is almost like walking with your eyes closed. It won't be long before they lose their way and eventually freeze to death in the snow and ice. Almost every day someone chooses to go out and try their luck. After all, their food has been eaten up, and staying here is just waiting to die. But after so many days, no one returns safely. They either lost their way and froze to death, or stepped into a snow pit and could never climb out. Lin Yi looked at the thick snow in the square in front of the door. He didn't know how many people were buried under the snow. Chapter 43, Seduction. After Lin Yi finished a portion of braised pork rice in the lunchbox, he directly threw the disposable tableware into the alien space. Although he occasionally chooses to cook his own food, his cooking skills are really average. In comparison, the food he bought before is more delicious. Just as Lin Yi was wiping his mouth, there was another knock on the door. Lin Yi turned on the surveillance camera and took a look. It was indeed Lin Yi. At the stairs on the 26th floor, Wang Xue, with a bandage on his left arm, and several of his younger brothers were lying in ambush with machetes and axes. As soon as Lin Yi opens the door, they will rush out. Wang Xue could almost see himself stepping on Lin Yi. He fantasized about chopping off Lin Yi's limbs every night. In his stinky mouth, I must cut off his tongue and feed it to the dogs. Just when Wang Xue was immersed in his fantasy, Lin Yi's voice came from inside the door. "What do you want from me?" Lin Yi gritted her teeth to resist the cold outside and tried her best to stop her voice from trembling. In order to seduce Lin Yi, she took off her coat after knocking on the door. She was only wearing sexy lingerie inside. The black gauze lingerie matched with sexy fishnet stockings looked extremely seductive. Lin Yi believed that Lin Yi, this hot-blooded young man, would be completely captivated by her seduction. Although it was very cold outside, Lin Yi had already risked everything so that she and her family could have food to eat. Even Wang Xue and others who were hiding in the dark were swallowing their saliva when they saw Lin Yi. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi's voice was extremely calm, even a little cold. Lin Yi lowered her voice and said to Lin Yi in an extremely charming voice, "Brother Lin Yi, I'm really hungry. I want to exchange some food. Do you think my figure is okay? Turn around so I can see." Lin Yi's voice came again. Lin Yi was delighted when she heard that. She was not afraid of Lin Yi observing her figure, but she was afraid that Lin Yi was not interested in her. As she had been doing fitness for many years, she was still very confident about her figure. Lin Yi stood outside the door and turned around twice. Just when I was about to ask Lin Yi what he thought, I heard Lin Yi say, "Leave. You don't meet my aesthetic standards." Lin Yi was stunned when she heard this, and Wang Xue, who was hiding nearby, almost dropped his jaw in shock. Lin Yi can even eat someone like Zhang Chu, but he looks down on Lin Yi. Lin Yi doesn't have any special fetish, right? He only likes ugly women. Lin Yi was a little unwilling to give up and wanted to fight for it again. But unexpectedly, the flamethrower on the door began to emit flames, but the flames only shot out 20 centimeters away. Lin Yi was immediately startled. She knew that this was Lin Yi's warning to her. If she continued to pester him, it would probably not be a warning anymore. The charred bodies lying at the door were her fate. Lin Yi hurriedly picked up the clothes on the ground and put them on. Although less than a minute had passed, her body was already numb from the cold. Lin Yi walked back to the stairwell with her head down and in a daze. Since she failed to successfully lure Lin Yi to open the door, her deal with Wang Xue was naturally invalidated. Lin Yi was about to leave when Wang Xue suddenly grabbed her. Since Lin Yi doesn't like Lin Yi, then it's a good deal for them. Wang Xue's original plan was to seize Lin Yi's house and food as soon as he opened the door. As for Lin Yi, she certainly cannot be let go so easily. He wants everything: material goods, houses, and beautiful women. Seeing this, Lin Yi suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Sure enough, after Wang Xue made his move, his younger brothers rushed forward and directly controlled Lin Yi. Just as Lin Yi was about to cry for help, Wang Xue covered her mouth and stuffed a rag into her mouth. Under Wang Xue's command, several people tied up Lin Yi, carried her up, and walked towards their lair. Although Lin Yi struggled desperately, how could a weak woman like her resist several grown men? After a while, Fang Hu brought Lin Yi back home. After throwing her into the bedroom, Fang Hu drove his younger brother out and then closed the bedroom door. Lin Yi saw Fang Hu kidnapping Lin Yi on the surveillance camera, and then something happened to him. After downloading the surveillance footage, I sent it directly to the owners group. The owners in the group were gloating when they saw Lin Yi being kidnapped by Fang Hu, and the women who had been eliminated before were secretly glad. Fortunately, Fang Hu didn't take a fancy to them, otherwise they would be the ones kidnapped now. There's only one person staring at the phone screen anxiously. It was Lin Yi's husband Han Bin. When he saw his wife being taken away by Fang Hu, he suddenly felt as if a green grassland appeared above his head. In addition to the rumors from some people in the group, some people even tagged him directly. Han Bin couldn't bear it anymore. After locking his little son at home, Han Bin went to the kitchen and got a kitchen knife and a fruit knife. Then he went to Fang Hu's house angrily. Just as Fang Hu closed the bedroom door and was about to perform the Zhougong ceremony, there was a sudden knock on the door. Several of his brothers were smoking in the living room. After hearing the knock on the door, they vigilantly picked up their weapons and came to the door. This was the first time someone had knocked on their door since they had been snowed in. A younger brother looked through the peephole and found that there was only one person outside the door, so he immediately relaxed his vigilance. Although they were all Fang Hu's younger brothers, they had never lived here before, so they didn't know Han Bin. Naturally, I don't know the relationship between Han Bin and Lin Yi. I just thought it was another person who wanted to join them. Ever since Fang Hu rose to prominence in Building 16, people often came forward to join him, but they were all rejected by Fang Hu. The main reason was that he couldn't afford to support so many people, and he didn't trust the owners. With preconceived ideas, several younger brothers regarded Han Bin as someone who wanted to seek refuge. After several people opened the security door, without waiting for them to say anything, Han Bin raised the kitchen knife behind him and chopped at one of them. This is a young man in his 20s named Wang Xue. He is somewhat related to Fang Hu and can be considered his distant cousin. Wang Xue was caught off guard and was slashed in the face by Han Bin. Blood immediately spurted out and splashed onto Han Bin's face, making him look particularly terrifying. Several people were stunned by this scene. Although they had killed many people during this period, this was the first time someone dared to attack them. It was not until Wang Xue was knocked to the ground by Han Bin that everyone reacted and picked up their weapons to attack Han Bin. Fang Hu was having a heart-to-heart talk with Lin Yi in the bedroom. Suddenly hearing Wang Xue scream, he stopped what he was doing, picked up the cotton coat beside him, put it on, and walked out of the bedroom. After Fang Hu walked out of the bedroom, he saw blood everywhere in the living room and his younger brother Wang Xue lying motionless in a pool of blood. His subordinates are still attacking Han Bin. Fang Hu was also frightened by this scene. He hurried over to check Wang Xue's injuries and found that in addition to the knife wound on his face, he had also been cut on the neck. Blood was still gushing out, and it was obvious that he could not be saved. Fang Hu grew up with Wang Xue, and they have a very good relationship. He has always taken good care of his younger brother. Seeing Wang Xue being killed, Fang Hu became furious and grabbed a younger brother to ask what had happened. After learning that it was Han Bin who killed his brother, Fang Hu angrily picked up a sharp knife and stabbed it directly into Han Bin's body. Han Bin was covered in wounds and was already at the end of his strength. After being stabbed by Fang Hu again, he immediately fell to the ground and did not move. Lin Yi, who was lying on the bed in the bedroom, saw the whole scene. Seeing her husband being killed by Fang Hu, her heart was suddenly filled with hatred. But she soon calmed down. Since Han Bin found this place, her son should still be at home. Now her husband is dead, and if she dies again, her son will starve to death at home. Thinking of her son, Lin Yi suppressed the anger in her heart. He didn't go up and fight Fang Hu directly. Fang Hu was still not satisfied after stabbing Han Bin, so he picked up the kitchen knife that Han Bin had thrown on the ground and chopped at his body until he had chopped his body into several pieces. Only then did he throw the kitchen knife aside, panting. Several of Fang Hu's younger brothers helped him up and then asked Fang Hu what to do with Wang Xue's body. After venting his anger, Fang Hu calmed down a lot. Although his brother was killed, human life is the least valuable thing now. Maybe one day I will be killed like this. Fang Hu glanced out the window, then ordered someone to throw Wang Xue and Han Bin's bodies onto the snow outside. After a busy period, they finally cleaned the living room, and Han Bin's fallen internal organs were thrown out of the window. But there was no way to clean up the blood on the ground. After a while, the blood on the ground had turned into ice. Fang Hu wiped the blood off his hands and then looked at Lin Yi in the bedroom. At this moment, Lin Yi behaved out of character. Perhaps because of fear, Her original resistance had disappeared. Instead, she looked at Fang Hu with a loving face. Seeing this, Fang Hu walked into the bedroom, closed the door, and continued his unfinished work. An hour later, Fang Hu walked out of the bedroom, and Lin Yi snuggled up to Fang Hu with a submissive look on her face. Just now, Lin Yi tried her best to please Fang Hu and save her life. Seeing how sensible Lin Yi was, Fang Hu also had other ideas. Besides, it would be a pity to kill such a beautiful woman directly. Fang Hu then said to the people in the living room, "From now on, Lin Yi will be my wife, your sister-in-law. Don't have any bad intentions." When everyone heard this, although they were a little disappointed, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction on their faces. They originally thought that after Fang Hu was finished, they would be able to have a taste of Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi was the most beautiful girl they had played with in the past few days. Unexpectedly, Fang Hu got to eat alone this time, and Lin Yi became their sister-in-law. Due to Fang Hu's constant tyranny, several people quickly put their thoughts aside and said hello to Lin Yi, sister-in-law. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, but she was thinking about how to sideline Fang Hu. Although Fang Hu is the most powerful person in Building 16, he relies on his subordinates. In addition, his ruthlessness made other owners afraid to unite against him. If she could sleep with all of his men, not only could she avenge her husband, but she could also become the strongest person in Building 16. By then, let alone food, even if Lin Yi's shelter was finally broken into, it would be possible for her to move in with her son. Fang Hu sat down on the sofa. Not only did he fail to lure Lin Yi out this time, but his brother was also killed. The thought of this made him feel angry. Lin Yi sat down next to Fang Hu obediently and put her arms around his arms. He said to Fang Hu, "Our top priority now is to integrate all the residents of Building 16. You've been to Lin Yi's house before, and we can't break in with just a few of us. So we need to rally everyone to launch an attack on his shelter. Even if his house is impregnable, it can't withstand an all-out attack from so many people, right? After all, it's just a house, not a war fortress. If we can't get in through the main door, we can smash a hole in the wall or go in directly from his balcony. I don't believe that the glass in his house can spew out fire." Fang Hu found Lin Yi's analysis very reasonable. He had not expected that a woman he had just picked up had the potential to be a military strategist. Fang Hu then began to call on everyone in the group to attack Lin Yi's house together. At first, everyone was unmoved, but after Fang Hu told them about the supplies stored in Lin Yi's family, everyone finally became active. According to Fang Hu's description, Lin Yi's family had hundreds of kilograms of meat and seafood, as well as a lot of rice and flour. If everyone was willing to attack Lin Yi's family together, he promised that he would only take half, and the rest would be divided equally among them. The owners in the group had no objection to this. Although Fang Hu only had a few people, he asked for half of the supplies. But who made Fang Hu so fierce? As for Fang Hu's description of the supply situation of Lin Yi's family, it was naturally made up by him. If he knew that the supplies of Lin Yi's family were tens of thousands times more than what he said, Fang Hu would probably have gone crazy long ago. The owners agreed to launch a surprise attack on Lin Yi's house early tomorrow morning, and then began to prepare. This time is different from the last time. 80% of the owners in Building 16 have signed up. As long as they could break down the door of Lin Yi's house, the food would be enough for them to eat for several days. At night, Lin Yi naturally slept with Fang Hu. When Fang Hu fell asleep, Lin Yi quietly got up from the bed. Then a man walked out of the bedroom. After she agreed to be Fang Hu's woman, she thought of her own plan. As long as she slept with some of Fang Hu's younger brothers, she could use her beauty and soft skills to win him over. His younger brothers will all be immersed in his gentle embrace. As long as they can't resist my temptation, they will have to be on the same side as me. After all, if Fang Hu knew that they had slept with me, he would definitely not let them go. Even for the sake of self-protection, they have no choice but to board their own pirate ship. Chapter 45 Sneak Attack. Lin Yi stood at the door of the bedroom, gently took off her clothes, pushed the door open, and walked in. While Lin Yi was carrying out her plan, Lu Mei, who lived opposite Lin Yi, also became restless. She saw all the messages in the group clearly. She didn't expect that Lin Yi's house had so much food stored, and Fang would bring people to rob it early tomorrow morning. Lu Mei felt a little regretful. If she had known this would happen, she would never have killed her beloved dog and eaten its meat. On the fourth day after the apocalypse, she was so hungry that she killed her dog with great pain. Although the dog has been with her for many years and has brought her a lot of happiness, it seems insignificant compared to her own life. It was thanks to the dog's meat that she was able to survive until now. Lu Mei put on all the thick clothes in the house, then hid a boning knife from the kitchen in her clothes, took a hammer in her right hand, and opened the balcony door. She has a huge advantage over those who want to attack Lin Yi's shelter. Her balcony and Lin Yi's balcony are very close, with only a gap of less than 1 meter in between. Although there was a fence above, as long as she was careful, she could easily jump onto the balcony of Lin Yi's house. As long as he successfully reached the balcony of Lin Yi's house, with a hammer in his hand, no matter how strong his glass was, it would not be able to withstand a few blows. She felt excited at the thought that she would be able to snatch all the food from Lin Yi's house soon. As for Fong Hu and those idiot neighbors, let them kill each other. After Lu Mei opened the window, a cold wind blew in, making her shiver. It is now the middle of the night, the coldest time of the day. The temperature outside has reached over 90 degrees below zero. Lu Mei felt a sharp pain in her lungs just by taking a breath. She knew she couldn't hold on for too long in such an environment, so she didn't dare to delay and quickly walked out of the room and came to the balcony. The balcony was already covered with snow at this time, and Lu Mei climbed over it with great effort. Then he held onto the wall and stood tremblingly on the metal fence of the balcony. There was cold wind and blizzard all around, and it was pitch black underfoot. This environment made Lu Mei feel an inexplicable sense of fear. But now she has no way out. If she can't capture Lin Yi tonight, she will starve to death at home. Lu Mei kicked the fence with her legs and suddenly flew into the air and rushed towards the balcony of Lin Yi's house. With the help of the accumulated snow, Lu Mei sank into the snowdrift. Lu Mei did not get up from the snow pile immediately, but pricked up her ears and waited for a minute. After confirming that there was nothing unusual in Lin Yi's room, she slowly crawled out of the snow pile. Then he took out his hammer from his pocket and smashed it against the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window with all his strength. Unlike what she had imagined, the seemingly fragile glass on the floor-to-ceiling window seemed to be undamaged. Apart from his hands being numb from the shock, there wasn't even a scratch on the glass. Lu Mei continued to smash the glass with the hammer in her hand without giving up, not caring whether Lin Yi could hear it or not. After Lu Mei smashed the object desperately for 2 minutes, her hands were bleeding from the shock, and the high-intensity work also made her start to breathe heavily. At this moment, Lu Mei suddenly saw the lights in Lin Yi's house light up. Then Lin Yi, wearing pajamas, walked to the window with sleepy eyes and looked at himself with a smile. What surprised Lu Mei was that Lin Yi's house seemed to be very warm, but Lin Yi didn't look cold at all in his thin pajamas. Lu Mei suddenly realized what was going on after she saw the fireplace in his living room. It turned out that Lin Yi had made preparations in advance. He built a fireplace in the room in advance and made the house extremely sturdy. No wonder he was still fearless when facing Fong Hu's threat. Lu Mei took a look at the hammer in her hand, and then continued to smash the glass without giving up. Lin Yi moved a chair over, then took out a bowl of mixed noodles and 2 garlic cloves from the alien space, sat on the chair, and ate while watching Lu Mei's performance. If you eat noodles without garlic, the flavor will be half gone. Lu Mei looked at the noodles in Lin Yi's bowl, and her body, which had originally lost its strength, seemed to regain strength. As long as you break the glass yourself, everything inside will be yours. I also want to eat noodles, I also want to eat meat, and I also want to live in a warm house. Why can Lin Yi have all this? Why does he do that? After seeing Lin Yi's life, Lu Mei's jealousy reached its peak. If everyone was living a life of hunger, she would go crazy, but not to such an extent that she would be hysterical. But the huge sense of gap made her extremely unbalanced, especially when the other person is the person you once looked down upon the most. Now, she just wanted to smash the glass in front of her, then rush in and cut Lin Yi into pieces and take everything from him. Lu Mei clenched the hammer in both hands and smashed the glass desperately. With a crack, the wooden hammer handle in Lu Mei's hand broke into 2 pieces. Lu Mei stood there in a daze, staring blankly at the piece of wood in her hand. She had no idea where the hammer had flown away to. Lu Mei dropped what she was holding, then leaned against the glass and begged Lin Yi desperately. "Brother Lin Yi, please give me something to eat. I'm really starving to death." As Lu Mei spoke, she knocked her head against the glass, as if she was kowtowing to Lin Yi. Lin Yi remained unmoved until blood oozed from Lu Mei's forehead. Then he stood up. He said to Lu Mei, "I'll give you a chance. Tomorrow Fong, who will bring people to find me. I want you to kill him when he's not prepared. If you can do that, I'll reward you with a bowl of noodles." Lu Mei stopped when she heard that, then nodded vigorously. "Master, don't worry. I will kill Fong Hu tomorrow and bring his body to see you." Lu Mei was almost going crazy with hunger at this time. Not to mention asking her to kill Fang Hu. Even if she was asked to kill her own parents, she would not frown. After Lu Mei finished speaking, she wiped the blood off the glass with her sleeve and then crawled back to her room along the same path she came from. Lin Yi put the remaining noodles in the bowl into the alien space. Food was so precious now, he didn't want to waste it. He was not hungry at all, and the reason he took out the noodles was simply to tempt Lu Mei. With Lu Mei as a hidden chess piece, I don't know if Fang Hu can avoid her plot tomorrow. But no matter whether it succeeds or not, it will not be a big loss for Lin Yi, and he is happy to watch the show. Chapter 46. Fang Hu dies, Lin Yi takes over. Wang Xue and Jiang Shuyan told him early on that Fang Hu had joined forces with all the residents of Building 16 to deal with Lin Yi. Wang Xue's purpose was naturally to hope that Lin Yi would kill Fang Hu as soon as possible, so that she could live in Lin Yi's house. Lin Yi still doesn't know Jiang Shuyan's purpose. It might be that she wants to show goodwill to him, or she might just be a saint. If it is the latter, Lin Yi will have to think carefully about whether to take her into the shelter. He has always kept his distance from people with a heart of a saint. Such people can be enemies, but not teammates. Lin Yi was afraid that he would be sold out if he wasn't careful. After packing up his things, Lin Yi closed the curtains and went back to his room to sleep. I have to go to the theater tomorrow, so I have to get up early. If I miss it, I will suffer a great loss. The next morning, Lin Yi had just finished breakfast when he received a message from Jiang Shuyan. Fang Hu and the others have come looking for you, so be careful. Then news about Wang Xue also came. The content was the same as Jiang Shuyan's, both reminding him that Fang Hu was about to arrive. Lin Yi looked at the surveillance video and saw a team of more than 100 people rushing toward his floor. They had all kinds of weapons in their hands, but most of them were holding kitchen knives. After all, this is at home, and the most powerful weapon is the kitchen knife. Soon, there were sounds of banging on the wall outside. It seemed that they knew that Lin Yi had grenades, so they didn't dare to get close to the gate at all. Fang Hu and a few of his younger brothers stood at the back of the crowd and acted as supervisors, while Lin Yi stood beside Fang Hu, leaning on him obediently. After smashing for a while, everyone was exhausted and out of breath. They hadn't eaten for several days and had no strength left. In addition, the tools they had were not suitable for breaking down walls, so even though they broke down for a long time. However, the damage to the wall is minimal. Fang Hu gave an order to the younger brother behind him. A young man came out with a big hammer in his hand. Then he started smashing the wall of Lin Yi's house. 2 minutes later, the sound of the hammer changed from the initial muffled sound to the sound of metal colliding. Fang Hu immediately asked the young man to stop, then pushed aside the crowd and looked at the wall behind the stone. The smooth metal had a silvery white luster. He had seen this thing before. This was the thing that Lin Yi had carried in his car when he was renovating the house. It seemed to be some kind of alloy and was more than 10 centimeters thick. At that time, I accepted 20,000 yuan from Lin Yi before the security guard let him pass. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi would use it to block himself now. Thinking of this, Fang Hu couldn't help but slap himself twice. If he hadn't been greedy for money, he would have let Lin Yi go. Now they have rushed into Lin Yi's house. But it's no use regretting now. Although his walls have been replaced with alloy, Fang Hu doesn't believe that there are no loopholes at all. Then he asked everyone to surround Lin Yi's house and start smashing the walls, especially the corners, which were the joints of the alloy and most likely to leave flaws. After working for more than an hour, everyone collapsed on the ground exhausted. They had demolished the entire wall, but still couldn't find any gaps. Fang Hu thought of Lin Yi's words and wanted to climb directly to Lin Yi's house from the balcony. The glass in his house couldn't be made of alloy, right? Then Fang Hu took a few of his younger brothers and knocked on Lu Mei's door. He said that he wanted to go to Lin Yi's balcony through her house and promised Lu Mei that after he broke into Lin Yi's shelter, he would give her 5 bags of instant noodles as a reward. Only after getting Fang Hu's assurance did Lu Mei open the door. Fang Hu then rushed in with his men. After seeing that Lu Mei was the only woman at home, they began to act unscrupulously. Fang Hu asked a few people to search each room to see if there was any food, but Lu Mei had no intention of stopping them. Now, there is nothing in her house except a pile of dog bones, and she is not afraid of them searching. After a while, the younger brothers came back empty-handed. Fang Hu looked at a few people with some disappointment, but he was not discouraged. As long as they could break into Lin Yi's house, there would be nothing to eat. Fang Hu went to the balcony and observed through the glass. The traces of Lu Mei climbing onto the balcony last night were covered by heavy snow again, so they did not arouse Fang Hu's suspicion. He asked his two most trusted brothers to put on thick clothes and climb onto the balcony. The reason why he chose the one he trusted the most was because Fang Hu was worried that after they entered Lin Yi's shelter, they would directly take Lin Yi supplies for themselves. If that's the case, he would be doing something for others in vain. He still trusted these two people. After handing the hammer to them, they jumped over the fence into the balcony of Lin Yi's house. At this moment, Lu Mei slowly walked to Fang Hu's side, then suddenly took out a dagger from her sleeve and stabbed it into Fang Hu's chest. Fang Hu was caught off guard by Lu Mei's sudden attack. Just as he was about to resist, his right hand was grabbed from behind. Fang Hu turned around in shock and found that it was Lin Yi who was holding his right hand. At this time, Lin Yi no longer had the gentleness and intelligence she had before and was replaced by a murderous look on her face. Fang Hu's left hand was still bandaged, and the wound had not healed yet, but he could no longer care about that. With his left hand, he held down the dagger that Lu Mei had stabbed into his chest, and with his right hand, he pressed Lin Yi to the ground. Just when Fang Hu was suppressing the two women by himself, he was suddenly hit hard on the back of the head with a stick. After being hit hard, Fang Hu fell directly to the ground. When he saw the person who attacked him, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He covered his head with his left hand and pointed at Wang Xue with his right hand. "Wang Xue, how dare you betray me?" Lu Mei's dagger was still stuck in his chest, and blood was flowing out like water, soon soaking his clothes. Wang Xue helped Lin Yi from the ground and then stood beside her. At this time, Fang Hu finally understood that the culprit was this woman. He could only blame himself for being soft-hearted and Lin Yi's sweet words for not killing her. Now his men actually betrayed him for this woman. Fang Hu felt a wave of regret in his heart, but now he was powerless to recover. The dagger had pierced his internal organs. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape the fate of death. At this time, the two people he sent out to smash the glass also discovered the abnormality in the back. They did not bother to follow Fang Hu's orders and directly crawled back along the original route. Seeing Fang Hu lying on the ground, already dying, the two looked at Lin Yi and the others opposite them in shock. Lin Yi stepped on Fang Hu's body and said, "Fang Hu is dead. What he can give you, I can also give you. What he can't give you, I will also give you." Chapter 47. Arson. The two of them looked at the men with threatening faces, as if they were ready to take action if they disagreed. Now that Fang Hu is dead, they have no choice but to accept their fate and get on board Lin Yi's pirate ship. Lin Yi smiled with satisfaction only after seeing that everyone had submitted to her. Then she looked at Lu Mei on the side. Although Lu Mei's sudden attack just now helped her complete her plan to attack Fang Hu, she didn't know Lu Mei's purpose. But she couldn't care less about all that at this moment. She asked a few people to stay here and watch Lu Mei first, and she quickly left Lu Mei's room. She ignored the people who were still smashing the wall outside and ran straight back home. Her husband Han Bin has been killed by Fang Hu, but her son should still be at home. At this time, Lin Yi was eager to go home. She took out the key, opened the door, and began to look for her son in the house. Finally, Lin Yi found a frozen body on the bed in the bedroom. Looking at her son's body, Lin Yi finally couldn't help but burst into tears. In just one day, she lost all her loved ones. The successive blows caused a huge change in her mentality. After crying for a while, Lin Yi calmed down, wrapped her son's body in a bedsheet, and put it in the cabinet. The extremely low temperature indoors makes this place a natural freezer, so even if the corpse is kept here for a long time, it will not rot. Lin Yi composed herself, wiped away her tears, and walked out of the house again. At this time, the neighbors had already smashed the entire wall of Lin Yi's house. The intense physical labor made them collapse on the ground one by one due to exhaustion. When Lin Yi returned to Lu Mei's home, she found that Lu Mei had been tortured beyond recognition and her clothes had been torn to shreds. Lin Yi knew that it was the work of Wang Xue and others, but she didn't care at all. Her husband and son were already dead. Now Lin Yi had only one idea: survive. As long as she can survive, she can give up anything. Lin Yi handed Lu Mei directly to Wang Xue and others. Lin Yi naturally knew very well what her fate would be. Wang Xue was not polite about this. Although Lu Mei was not as pretty as Lin Yi, it would be a fool not to take advantage of the opportunity. Now that Fang Hu is dead, he can finally be the first to sleep with any woman he sees in the future. An hour later, several people threw Lu Mei out of the window while she was struggling frantically. Lin Yi ordered the two people who were about to smash the glass to continue, while she took the others outside to attract Lin Yi's attention. Seeing the two men climbing into the balcony of Lin Yi's house with hammers, Lin Yi immediately brought people to the gate of Lin Yi's house. She knew that Lin Yi had a powerful weapon like a grenade in his hand. Although she didn't know where he got it from, in order to avoid getting hurt, she was still very careful and didn't dare to show her face at all. Lin Yi stood in the stairwell and shouted at Lin Yi's door, "Lin Yi, let's make a deal. If you hand over half of your food, we'll leave immediately and we won't interfere with each other from now on." She shouted twice before Lin Yi's voice came from inside the door. "What are you dreaming about? Come in if you have the guts." Lin Yi did not get angry when she heard this. Her purpose was just to divert Lin Yi's attention. As long as his younger brother smashed the glass in Lin Yi's house, she would immediately send people to rush in and dismember Lin Yi. She also hated Lin Yi in her heart. If Lin Yi had been attracted by her beauty and opened the door directly, she might have taken the food home. Her husband and son would not die either. This is all Lin Yi's fault, and he must be held responsible for it. Unfortunately, what she didn't know was that Lu Mei had tried it last night. The glass in Lin Yi's house was harder than his alloy wall. Not to mention hitting it with a hammer, even armor-piercing bullets couldn't hurt it at all. Lin Yi sat on the sofa, talking to Lin Yi while watching the two people busy outside his window. Lin Yi stood up, walked to the window, moved a stool, and stepped on it, then took out a Molotov cocktail from the alien space. He did this himself last night when he was bored. Lin Yi lit the Molotov cocktail with a lighter, opened a small hole at the top of the window, and then threw the Molotov cocktail directly out through the hole. The two were taking turns smashing the glass at this time. When they saw Lin Yi light the Molotov cocktail, they were shocked, and their first reaction was to run away. However, the snow on the balcony was too thick, and their clothes made it difficult to move. So in their haste, the two not only failed to escape, but fell into the snow. After Lin Yi threw the Molotov cocktail out of the window, it hit the balcony railing directly. In order to increase the power of the Molotov cocktail, Lin Yi filled it with high-concentration alcohol instead of ordinary liquor. After the Molotov cocktail shattered, the high-concentration alcohol inside immediately ignited. The snow on the two men's bodies quickly melted, and black smoke came out of their bodies. Watching them struggling in the flames, Lin Yi felt a little bit sorry for them. Then he took out two more Molotov cocktails and threw them out of the window. The balcony outside suddenly turned into a sea of fire. The two of them used up their last bit of consciousness to climb over the fence and return to the next room, then rushed towards them in the shocked eyes of Lin Yi and others. Just as Wang Xue and others were about to intercept them, the two firemen fell to the ground. Lin Yi didn't expect Lin Yi to be so cruel that he burned two living people to death. After several people picked up the quilts on the bed and put out the flames on them, Wang Xue checked their breath and found that they had stopped breathing. Although the flames were extinguished, the aroma of barbecue coming from them still made everyone swallow their saliva. Lin Yi was a little unwilling to give up. She didn't believe that Lin Yi's house had no weaknesses at all. Since it was surrounded by alloy plates on all sides, she would enter through the ceiling of his house. Unless Lin Yi made an airtight coffin out of alloy plates, she would definitely find a way to get in. Lin Yi kept most of the owners where they were and guarded Lin Yi's gate to prevent him from escaping. He rushed to the upstairs of Lin Yi's house with his men. An elderly couple in their 50s lived upstairs from Lin Yi's house. Without saying a word, Lin Yi ordered people to smash the door, and then a group of people entered one after another. Faced with the aggressive crowd, the old couple naturally did not dare to stop them. They could only hide in the bedroom and block the bedroom door with the bed and wardrobe. Lin Yi was not interested in causing trouble for them now, so she just asked people to dig the floor. Wang Xue picked up a hammer and started smashing the wooden floor in the living room. After more than 10 minutes, a big hole appeared on the ground, but underneath the hole appeared an alloy plate that made them despair. Lin Yi looked at the big hole in the ground and cursed Lin Yi in her heart. This bastard even installed this kind of alloy on the ceiling. He is really careful. Chapter 48, Jiang Shuyan asks for help. Since the ceiling is covered with alloy, you can imagine the result underground. But Lin Yi still wanted to try her luck. He ignored the old couple hiding in the bedroom and led his men downstairs to Lin Yi's house. Jiang Shuyan lived downstairs from Lin Yi's house. Ever since she spoke to her parents on the phone, she hasn't said a word in the group in order to reduce her presence. So many people have forgotten her existence. Otherwise, with Fong Hu's lustful personality, he would never let go of such a beautiful woman. I had already taken action against Jiang Shuyan. Jiang Shuyan was sitting on the sofa eating biscuits. She was wrapped in a thick cotton coat. A fire was burning in the middle of the living room. What was burned inside was her wooden wardrobe. Although her home has air conditioning, It has long been useless in such low temperatures. The only way to keep warm nowadays is to make a fire. Her family had less than a week's worth of food left, and she initially thought the snacks she'd stockpiled would be enough to get her through a month. But in the end, she found that she had miscalculated. Even though she had tried to save as much as possible every day, with the temperature outside so low, she naturally needed to consume more energy to keep warm. During the period when the doomsday broke out, she had lost 3 or 4 pounds. The owner's group was rather quiet at this time, as most people followed Lin Yi to find Lin Yi. Wang Xue lived downstairs from Lin Yi's house, so naturally she could hear the sound of banging on the wall coming from upstairs from time to time. The reason why she kindly reminded Lin, it was naturally not because she was a saint. She knew that Lin Yi was renovating the house, and she had also seen the workers moving the alloy plates upstairs. Such a thick alloy plate is definitely not something that can be broken by human power. Considering Lin Yi's strange behavior during this period, Wang Xue had reason to suspect that Lin Yi might have known about the coming of the doomsday in advance. Since he knew it in advance, he would naturally make all the preparations. Renovating the house was only one of them, and storing food was the key. Wang Xue could conclude that Lin Yi probably had the most food in the entire community. That's why she took the initiative to provide information to Lin Yi and win his favor. If she were in danger in the future, maybe Lin Yi could save her life. Wang Xue is very confident about her appearance. She studied dance for several years before attending the police academy. At that time, there were even many scouts who wanted to discover her and bring her into the entertainment industry. But in the end, she refused. Her parents are both police officers, and Wang Xue has always aspired to become a policewoman like her parents since she was a child. She has put in a lot of effort to become a police officer and has kept herself clean. Although she has countless suitors around her, she has never had a boyfriend. Wang Xue sent a message to Lin Yi, asking about his current situation. Lin Yi didn't reply, but just told her to be careful. Wang Xue was still a little puzzled. They were clearly going to attack Lin Yi's house, so why was Lin Yi asking her to be careful? Just then, there was a loud noise from her house's security door. It turned out that when Lin Yi took people to Wang Xue's house, Lin Yi saw it on the surveillance camera, so he reminded her. Wang Xue was horrified. When she arrived at the door, she looked through the peephole and saw Lin Yi and Wang Xue smashing her security door. Fortunately, Wang Xue piled all the refrigerators and cabinets in her house at the door when the doomsday just broke out, so they couldn't rush in for a short time. Wang Xue made a voice call directly to Lin Yi. Although she is a police officer, she is more of a woman. Facing the vicious people outside, she naturally understands what will happen to her if they rush in. Being tortured by them in turns would be considered good, but the possibility of being raped and then killed might be greater. The call was connected quickly. Wang Xue tried to speak calmly to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, can you find a way to save me? As long as you save me, I will definitely reward you handsomely after the snowstorm is over. After Wang Xue finished speaking, there was silence on the phone for 2 seconds, and then Lin Yi's voice was heard. Don't you understand? The snowstorm won't end. Humanity has already reached its end. The huge sum of money you're talking about is just a pile of waste paper. Although Wang Xue was mentally prepared, she still couldn't believe it when she heard Lin Yi's words. My parents are high-ranking officials in the police department. If you save me, I will definitely find a way to repay you. Before Wang Xue could finish speaking, Lin Yi hung up the phone. This girl may not have seen the situation clearly. She will not lower herself unless she is forced into a desperate situation. Wang Xue finally started to panic as she listened to the beeping on the phone and the banging on the door outside. During this time, she has been watching everything that happened in Building 16 from the perspective of an observer. But she forgot that she was also in Building 16 at this time. When her identity changed from a bystander to a victim, she realized that she could do nothing. Now Lin Yi has become his only lifeline. Wang Xue called again, but this time Lin Yi did not answer the call. Instead, he hung up directly. If he agreed too easily, Wang Xue would be grateful, but she would inevitably put herself and Lin Yi on the same level. What Lin Yi wants is not a girlfriend who only knows how to boss him around, but a servant who completely obeys his orders. After Lin Yi hung up the phone for the second time, Wang Xue's hand was shaking slightly. Hearing the banging on the door outside getting louder and louder, she finally let go of all her reserve. As long as Lin Yi is willing to save her, she would accept it even if it meant being his slave. Lin Yi stared at the surveillance camera intently. The reason why he hung up Wang Xue's call was because he had a surveillance camera installed right at the door of Jiang Xuyan's house. So he could see clearly the progress of Lin Yi and the others in scoring. Even if he is delayed for a while, it will not affect the overall situation. The phone on the table rang again. This time, Lin Yi did not hang up, but answered the call. Jiang Xuyan's voice was already filled with tears. There was no deal, only begging. As long as Lin Yi was willing to save her, she would agree to whatever Lin Yi asked her to do. After Lin Yi got the answer he wanted, he was finally satisfied. He was also afraid that he would get into trouble. Jiang Xuyan was the first person he included in his harem list. If he failed to rescue her in time, and Lin Yi and others got there first, he would have no choice but to find a place to cry. When Jiang Xuyan saw Lin Yi agreed, she was immediately overjoyed. Lin Yi asked her to put on her clothes and wait on the balcony. Although Jiang Xuyan didn't know what Lin Yi was going to do, she could only obey Lin Yi's instructions. Chapter 49. Adopting a Daughter, Jiang Xuyan. Lin Yi had already made preparations and was just waiting for Jiang Xuyan to give in. After Jiang Xuyan agreed to his request, Lin Yi finally opened the small door on the balcony and threw the rope down. He tied one end of the rope to a railing in the room. When Jiang Xuyan saw the rope falling from above, she naturally understood what Lin Yi meant. He pulled the rope twice to make sure it was firm, then began to climb up the stairs along the rope. Fortunately, she graduated from a police academy and has good physical fitness, so this kind of exercise is not difficult for her. Just when Jiang Xuyan was halfway up, Lin Yi and others outside the door finally broke the door open, but the refrigerator furniture behind the door blocked them out again. Through the crack in the door, Lin Yi saw Jiang Xuyan climbing up the balcony by pulling on a rope. She reacted immediately, asked everyone to continue knocking on the door, and then she took two people and ran from the stairwell to the balcony of Lin Yi's house. This was her only chance. As long as they got there before Lin Yi closed the balcony door, they could easily enter Lin Yi's shelter. Then food and a warm house will be readily available. Seeing that Wang Xue and others were about to come in, Jiang Xuyan also quickened her climbing speed, but the temperature outside was too low. In less than half a minute, her hands were frozen. Fortunately, at the last moment, she climbed up with her own perseverance, and when she climbed up the rope into the balcony of Lin Yi's house, two people suddenly appeared on the balcony next door. It was Lin Yi who had rushed over with her men. Seeing the door on Lin Yi's balcony being opened, several people rushed forward desperately, trying to stop Jiang Xuyan. The first person rushed towards Jiang Xuyan. After climbing over the railing, he grabbed her clothes. Jiang Xuyan struggled desperately, but still couldn't break free, and saw the two people behind him were about to pounce on him. At this moment, the black muzzle of a gun was suddenly pointed at the man's head. With a gunshot, a bloody hole suddenly appeared on the man's head. Then he let go of Jiang Xuyan's hand, fell from the balcony of Lin Yi's house, and disappeared in the snow. Lin Yi and the other man ran back quickly as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't expect that Lin Yi had a gun in his hand. If they had known he had this kind of weapon, they would never have come to cause trouble. After Lin Yi fired a shot, he retracted the rope and then dragged Jiang Xuyan, who was standing there in a daze, into the house. Jiang Xuyan watched helplessly as a man was shot in the head in front of her, which had a huge impact on her. Although she was a police officer and had come into contact with corpses, it was the first time she saw someone die in front of her. But she soon realized that it was too warm here. Less than a minute after entering, she fell hot. Lin Yi stood 3 meters away from Jiang Xuyan, aiming the gun at her. Seeing this, Jiang Xuyan quickly raised her hands. "Take off your clothes," Lin Yi said in a commanding tone. Jiang Xuyan took off her gloves and threw them aside, then her down jacket and sweater, stopping only when she was left with only her underwear. "Strip off." Lin Yi's voice came again. Although Jiang Xuyan was very shy, she knew that Lin Yi was not joking with her. If she didn't do as he said, Lin Yi might really shoot. The reason why Lin Yi asked Jiang Xuyan to take off all her clothes was that although he wanted to take advantage of her, he was more cautious. What if she has some weapon hidden in her underwear and attacks me when I'm not prepared? Soon, Jiang Xuyan took off the last bit of clothing covering her body and threw it aside. Lin Yi picked up a towel and handed it to Jiang Xuyan, then pointed to the bathroom nearby and said, "Go take a shower." Jiang Xuyan didn't have time to care about anything else and rushed into the bathroom as if escaping. Lin Yi smiled slightly when he saw this. The goddess who was once out of his reach could only listen to his orders in front of him. Lin Yi picked up Jiang Xuyan's clothes from the ground and threw them into the alien space. When picking up her underwear, Lin Yi put it to his nose and sniffed it, and a faint fragrance came into his nose. Although she hasn't taken a shower for half a month, I have to say that beautiful women smell good. After Jiang Shuyan entered the bathroom and turned on the faucet, a stream of hot water poured over her. Only then did she realize how Lin Yi's family could have hot water. Even if he had a fireplace to keep warm, it was so cold outside that the pipes would have frozen long ago, unless he wasn't using tap water. Jiang Shuyan was not wrong. The water pipes and electrical wires in Lin Yi's house had been modified long ago, and all the water and electricity came from the generator and water tank in the bedroom. As long as Lin Yi adds some fuel and water every few days, he can supply the shelter with daily water and electricity. Jiang Shuyan took a full hour of showering inside, even though the end of the world had only just come a little over a week ago. But for someone who loves cleanliness like her, not taking a bath for more than 10 days has already made her feel uncomfortable all over. Lin Yi was watching TV outside and was not in a hurry. After all, she had already arrived at his home, so why was he afraid that she would run away? Another 10 minutes later, Jiang Shuyan opened the bathroom door crack, poked her head out, and hesitantly asked Lin, "Do you have any clothes?" Lin Yi stood up and handed Jiang Shuyan the clothes he had prepared for her on the sofa. Jiang Shuyan took it and went into the bathroom again. Then the sound of a hairdryer was heard from inside. When the sound of the hairdryer stopped, Lin Yi pricked up his ears and listened. Jiang Shuyan should be getting dressed. After a while, she opened the bathroom door from the inside, and Jiang Shuyan, wearing high heels and fishnet stockings, walked out. This outfit was specially picked out for her by Lin Yi. He has many such clothes in his alien space. Jiang Shuyan's figure and appearance are perfect, and with this outfit, even a saint would not be able to resist her temptation. Even Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. When Jiang Shuyan saw the clothes Lin Yi matched for her, she understood his thoughts, but did she have any choice now? Whether for the sake of survival or for a place to settle down, she had no choice but to commit herself to Lin Yi. At least compared to others, Lin Yi not only has a safe house and sufficient supplies, but also looks pretty good. Although he can't be said to be very handsome, at least she doesn't hate him. So when she put on this dress, she had already made her plans. Lin Yi stood up from the sofa and took Jiang Shuyan's hand and walked into the bedroom. 2 hours later, Lin Yi was the first to walk out of the bedroom. He had been holding it in ever since the doomsday broke out, and today he was finally able to relax completely. Chapter 53 Rules. Jiang Shuyan followed Lin Yi with a shaky step. She had changed into another set of clothes. The stockings she had just worn were torn to pieces by Lin Yi, so she naturally couldn't wear them again. It was also inconvenient to wear high heels at home, so Lin Yi picked out a sexy pajamas for her. After the two sat down at the dining table, Lin Yi waved his right hand and several lunchboxes instantly appeared on the table. Lin Yi opened them, revealing the dishes inside. These were all ordered by Lin Yi from the restaurant of a 5-star hotel. There are lobster, abalone, and sea cucumber. 6 dishes and 1 soup. This was Jiang Shuyan's first meal here, and she had just lost her virginity, so of course I couldn't treat her badly. Jiang Shuyan was shocked to see Lin Yi produce so many dishes as if by magic. She was very sure that Lin Yi had definitely not hidden them anywhere in advance. Moreover, these dishes were still steaming. Obviously, they were just cooked not long ago, but Lin Yi had been with him the whole time and had no time to prepare them. Lin Yi saw the confusion in Jiang Shuyan's eyes, and then explained to her that he had an alien space. As long as things were within 10 meters of him, he could put them into the alien space. The reason why Lin Yi told her his secret was to let her know that even though they were living a good life now, as long as something happened to him, this shelter would become the same as an ordinary house outside in a few days. Without fuel and food, people living here will still freeze to death or starve to death. Although Jiang Shuyan found this unbelievable, Lin Yi had just demonstrated his spatial ability to him. She couldn't help but believe it. Then Jiang Shuyan seemed to have thought of something and asked Lin, "Did you steal the supplies from the Fuyuan warehouse?" Lin Yi didn't expect that Jiang Shuyan's mind was so quick that she could think of this so quickly. But now there was no need for him to hide it from her anymore, so he nodded. After receiving Lin Yi's affirmative answer, Jiang Shuyan suddenly realized. Because the amount of the theft was so huge, the city formed a special investigation team, and she was one of its members. After investigation, they found that these supplies had mysteriously disappeared in just a few hours. Although Marshal Su was a major suspect at the time, they quickly ruled him out, because with his ability, he simply couldn't do that. He wanted to transport so many supplies quietly without attracting anyone's attention. Even the surveillance cameras on the road didn't capture a large number of trucks passing by. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there is only one force that can do all this. It's official. But it was impossible for the officials to steal things, so they investigated for a long time, but could not get any results. And finally, they could only classify the case as an unsolved case. But now that she knew Lin Yi's ability, Jiang Shuyan immediately thought of the disappeared supplies. Lin Yi's ability was so abnormal that he was definitely capable of emptying the entire warehouse of supplies. That was a total of 50 billion worth of supplies, and they were all stolen by Lin Yi. She now began to be glad that she followed the right person. As long as she held on to Lin Yi's thighs tightly, not only would she not be in any danger, but she would also have enough food and clothing to live comfortably in the apocalypse. After figuring it all out, Jiang Shuyan's eyes changed when she looked at Lin Yi, becoming much softer. Then the two of them started to eat. Lin Yi had just been busy for 2 hours and was very hungry. Soon they had eaten up everything on the table. But Lin Yi only ate less than half of it, and the rest was all eaten by Jiang Shuyan. Lin Yi didn't expect that Jiang Shuyan could eat so much. Jiang Shuyan felt a little embarrassed when she saw Lin Yi staring at her. She was really hungry. Although she had some snacks at home, in order to last longer, she would even cut a biscuit in half. And after eating snacks for so long, there was no taste in her mouth anymore. Suddenly seeing so many delicious dishes, she finally couldn't hold back anymore. Forget about etiquette and quality. The most important thing is to be able to eat delicious food alive. After finishing the food, Jiang Shuyan took the initiative to clean the table without waiting for Lin Yi's instructions. When she asked Lin Yi for help, they had already reached an agreement that her living in Lin Yi's shelter was conditional. Her identity was just that of a slave and a servant. Since she is a slave, she must naturally have the awareness of being a slave. Lin Yi asked her to eat with him, which was already tolerant enough towards her. After Jiang Shuyan cleaned up the table, she sat down next to Lin Yi and put her long legs on Lin Yi. She had already thought it through. She would not suffer any loss by following Lin Yi, but rather gain an advantage. As long as Lin Yi offered his family's conditions to others, women who wanted to be his slaves would line up in the suburbs of Haijing City. Now that I have got this opportunity so easily, I should seize it well. Lin Yi stroked Jiang Shuyan's thigh while making 3 rules with her. There is no order without rules. Lin Yi hopes that Jiang Shuyan can put herself in the right position so that they can live together for a long time. First, Lin Yi has the final say in this family. No matter big or small, as long as it is his order, Jiang Shuyan must carry it out and has no right to bargain. Second, the relationship between Jiang Shuyan and Lin Yi is not that of boyfriend and girlfriend, but that of master and servant, so Jiang Shuyan must correct her attitude. Lin Yi may have more women in the future. If Jiang Shuyan gets jealous and upset, she can leave at any time. Third, Jiang Shuyan is responsible for cleaning the house, washing clothes, and cooking. Lin Yi cannot support someone who does nothing. If he wants to live here, he must show his value. Although the 3 demands raised by Lin Yi sounded a bit ruthless, Jiang Shuyan could understand it. They were just neighbors and naturally had no feelings for each other. They made an agreement in advance to avoid accidentally stepping on Lin Yi's minefield in the future. Although Lin Yi was very gentle to her in bed just now, there are many people who will ignore him as soon as he puts on his pants. Now that she feels the comfortable environment here, she doesn't want to go back to her cold home even if she is killed. Seeing that Jiang Shuyan agreed to his 3 requests without any hesitation, Lin Yi's expression softened. Although she was nominally his slave, as long as she did not go too far, Lin Yi would tolerate her. After all, she is his woman. She even gave him her first time, and she is so beautiful. Lin Yi doesn't want her to suffer any injustice. Chapter 51. Lin Yi is the protagonist. After Jiang Shuyan agreed to Lin Yi's request, she asked Lin Yi a question. Did you know there would be a snowstorm? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows when he heard this, but instead of answering her directly, he asked, "Why do you ask that?" Jiang Shuyan guessed the answer from Lin Yi's expression and said, "Even if you have this spatial ability, no one would bother to transform their home into a safe house if they didn't know there was going to be a snowstorm. Not only did you steal 50 billion worth of supplies from the Fuyuan warehouse, you also stockpiled a large amount of food and firewood for yourself. Don't be curious how I know this. After the Fuyuan warehouse was robbed, we searched all the warehouses in Haijing City to find those supplies, including the one you rented in the suburbs. We also discovered that a large amount of supplies were delivered there every day, but the sources of those supplies were legal and compliant, so we ruled you out as a suspect. Lin Yi smiled slightly when he heard this. It seemed that Jiang Shuyan was much smarter than he thought. This was a good thing. If she was just a naive person, he would probably have to worry about a lot more things. Since she had already guessed it, Lin Yi no longer concealed it and directly told her the deepest secret in his heart. After learning that Lin Yi had acquired spatial abilities after being reborn, Jiang Shuyan's eyes widened. This configuration is exactly the character setting of the protagonist. Although Jiang Shuyan has not read any doomsday novels, she has read quite a few urban revenge novels. Reading novels is her biggest hobby. The protagonists in the story were all killed in their previous life, and after being reborn, they took revenge on those who harmed them one by one. With the aura of the protagonist, they can always turn danger into safety. No matter what difficulties they encounter, they can resolve them and eventually conquer the Central Plains. Although the plot is very brainless, it is a very enjoyable story, and she loves reading it. Now that she knows that Lin Yi has had the same experience, Jiang Shuyan is even more loyal to him. You know, the wives that the protagonists married after their rebirth all became very successful in the end. Either they become business tycoons or movie queens in the entertainment industry, and no one is doing badly. Now that I have become Lin Yi's first woman, I will definitely become a superior person in the future. Lin Yi didn't know what Jiang Shuyan was thinking. He just thought she was surprised by her experience of rebirth. After all, they're all materialists, and they always maintain a skeptical attitude when faced with such mysterious things. It wasn't until Jiang Shuyan told him about the novels she had read, and his experiences were exactly the same as those in the novels, that Lin Yi suddenly realized. But he doesn't care whether he is the protagonist or not. He just wants to live well in the apocalypse and enjoy life to the fullest. If possible, it would be best to find a few more beauties to accompany him, so that he will have no regrets in this life. As for what Jiang Shuyan said about conquering the Central Plains, he had no interest in it at all, let alone such ambition. Just when Lin Yi and Jiang Shuyan were being affectionate, Lin Yi had already fled back home with her men. The neighbors outside also scattered after hearing the gunshots. Lin Yi suffered heavy losses in this operation, and only Wang Xue and another young man were left by her side. The rest were killed by Lin Yi. After this battle, Lin Yi gave up the idea of dealing with Lin Yi. Although she still had hatred towards Lin Yi in her heart, she also understood. The weapons in their hands alone could not pose any threat to Lin Yi. They couldn't even break open the door of his house, let alone the gun in Lin Yi's hand. Fortunately, she found some food at Jiang Shuyan's house, enough for the three of them to eat for 2 days. As for the neighbors, they were miserable. They didn't have much food at home, and were forced to come to Lin Yi's house to do a lot of physical labor. Now everyone is exhausted and out of breath. Not only did they not get any food, but they also wasted a lot of energy. Wang Xue soon learned that Feng, who was dead. After seeing the discussion among the owners in the group, she immediately left Zhang Qian's room and returned to her bedroom. He took out his phone and sent a message to Lin Yi. "Brother, didn't you say that you would let me move in as long as Feng, who died? I saw in the group chat that he had been killed. I'm going to find you now. Please wait for me." Wang Xue happily began to pack up her things. Actually, there was nothing to pack up. She had eaten all her food long ago, and now she was eating the snacks that Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang had stockpiled. After putting on 2 more layers of clothes, Wang Xue finished packing and prepared to go out. As for Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, she naturally didn't care about their life or death, as long as she could live there. Unexpectedly, as soon as she opened the door, she saw Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang guarding her bedroom door. Wang Xue's actions in the past 2 days have already attracted their attention. Yang Shuang looked at Wang Xue, who was covering herself tightly, and asked sarcastically, "Hey, it's so cold outside. Where are you going?" Zhang Qian was more direct. She pulled Wang Xue over and took out her cell phone from her pocket. Then I started checking her chat history. After seeing the message Wang Xue sent to Lin Yi, Zhang Qian became furious and grabbed Wang Xue's hair. He said viciously, "You actually want to abandon the 2 of us and enjoy yourself? You bitch." After saying that, he slapped Wang Xue in the face. After being hit, Wang Xue also started to fight back. "Brother, he only agreed to let me live in, and you still want to enjoy the good life? Look at the 2 of you, do you deserve it?" Hearing Wang Xue's ridicule, after understanding the whole story, Yang Shuang also joined the battle. Wang Xue was no match for Zhang Qian in a one-on-one fight, and now with the addition of Yang Shuang, she was even more defeated. Wang Xue was pinned to the ground by the two of them. Slaps and punches rained down, and Wang Xue was soon beaten into a pig's head. Then Yang Shuang found a rope and tied up Wang Xue. Now Wang Xue is an important bargaining chip for the two of them, since Lin Yi agreed to let Wang Xue live in his safe house. This means that Wang Xue still holds a very high status in Lin Yi's heart. As long as they can control Wang Xue, they can use her to exchange for the supplies they want, and it is even possible to force Lin Yi to give up the house. Although Wang Xue's hands and feet were trapped, she still yelled at the two of them. "You two bitches, let me go quickly. I want to go to Brother Yi's house to enjoy myself. If he knows that you kidnapped me, he will definitely not let you go." Yang Shuang picked up a rag and blocked Wang Xue's mouth. Then he picked up Wang Xue's phone and sent a message to Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, Wang Xue is in our hands. If you don't want anything to happen to her, give up your house and let us move in. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourself." Chapter 52. Pure Love God of War, Sun Qi. When Lin Yi saw the message from Zhang Qian, he was playing games with Jiang Shuyan. He used to play alone, but now there is finally someone to play with him. Jiang Shuyan's gaming skills are pretty good, even better than Lin Yi's, and it seems like she has played a lot before. She didn't expect that Lin Yi had even prepared a game console, and now people outside were still killing each other for a bite of food. But they stayed in the warm house, ate fruits, drank beverages, and played games. In comparison, they live like gods. When Lin Yi heard the phone ring, he picked it up and took a look. In addition to the threatening words, there was also a photo of Wang Xue with a bruised face and a beating. Wang Xue's limbs were tied up and thrown on the ground, looking extremely miserable. Lin Yi put down the game controller, sent Jiang Shuyan to cook, then lay on the sofa and began to reply to Zhang Qian's message. "Don't hurt her. If you have any problem, come to me." Although Lin Yi didn't know what the conflict between the three of them was about, it didn't affect Lin Yi's intention to tease them. "Give us your house right now. If you let us move in, I'll release Wang Xue right away. Otherwise, you'll be the one collecting her body." Looking at Zhang Qian's lion-like mouth, Lin Yi felt a surge of contempt in his heart. He actually asked for his own house right away. How shameless. He didn't even consider whether Wang Xue was worth the price. Not to mention Wang Xue, even if they caught Jiang Shuyan, Lin Yi would not compromise. There are many women, but only one life. "I can't possibly give the house to you. If I did, Wang Xue and I would freeze to death outside." Lin Yi refused directly. After receiving Lin Yi's reply, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang discussed it and then relaxed some of the requirements. "I want 5 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of seafood, and your gun. If you give me everything, I will release Wang Xue and let her live with you forever." The fact that Lin Yi had a gun was known to everyone in Building 16. Although Lin Yi had thrown grenades before, they did not see clearly what Lin Yi threw. I just guessed it was a grenade based on the power of its explosion. But now it is confirmed that he has a gun. When Lin Yi fired the gun, not only Lina saw it, but also several owners in the room at that time. After everyone added fuel to the fire, there was even a rumor in the owners group that Lin Yi had been a mercenary abroad and had killed countless people, so he had guns and grenades in his hands. Lin Yi once again rejected Zhang Qian's request. "Don't even think about supplies. I won't give you anything. Now release my dear Wang Xue immediately, or I'll make you pay." After Lin Yi sent this message, he threw his phone on the sofa and no longer paid attention to Zhang Qian's reply. Because Jiang Shuyan's meal is ready. The dining table was neatly filled with food, 3 meat dishes, and 1 vegetable dish, as well as a pot of pork rib soup. Jiang Shuyan had thoughtfully added some wolfberries and ginseng to the soup. After Lin Yi sat down, Jiang Shuyan served him a bowl of soup like a young wife, and then added a bowl of rice. Lin Yi picked up the soup bowl and took a sip. The aroma of the pork ribs mixed with the sweetness of the corn hit his taste buds. The taste is even better than what is made in restaurants, and all the ingredients used are natural, without any technological manipulation. After putting down the soup bowl, Lin Yi couldn't wait to start tasting the food on the table. He didn't expect that Jiang Shuyan was not only beautiful, but also cooked so deliciously. He really had found a treasure this time. "There are plenty of fresh ingredients in my space, so I will have a feast in the future." Although he ordered a lot of dishes from restaurants before the end of the world, he still preferred to make his own fire and cook so that he could feel at home. But his cooking skills are really hard to describe. Even someone like him who is not picky about food can't eat it, so you can imagine how bad it tastes. Jiang Shuyan was very happy watching Lin Yi eat voraciously. At least she proved with her actions that she is not just a vase. Lin Yi can use her. After the two finished eating the dishes on the table, Jiang Shuyan went to wash the dishes and clean up the kitchen. Lin Yi sat back on the sofa, picked up his phone, and checked Zhang Qian's message. While Lin Yi was eating, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang sent him dozens of messages. They were all threatening him to give them supplies or threatening to cut Wang Xue into pieces. Lin Yi lost interest after taking a look. Then he put his phone aside, and after Jiang Shuyan finished her work, the two continued playing games. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang waited on the phone for a long time, but did not get a reply from Lin Yi. They have almost finished their food, and if they don't have any more supplies today, they will starve. Just when they were at a loss, there was an urgent knock on the door. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang dragged Wang Xue into the bedroom and locked the door. Then the two of them leaned over the cat's eye with kitchen knives in their hands and began to observe. There was a dark figure outside the door. He was wearing a hat, wrapping himself tightly around it, and carrying a backpack on his back. Zhang Qian said warily to the door, "Who is it?" The figure outside the door quickly replied, "Xue, open the door quickly. I'm Sun Qi." After saying that, he took off his hat and scarf. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang looked at each other in surprise. The person outside the door was the college classmate that Wang Xue had contacted in the group before. He was in the same class as Lin Yi, Zhang Qian, and others. He is also Wang Xue's ex-boyfriend, and he had promised to bring food to Wang Xue. I didn't expect that he would actually come over. If Lin Yi knew this, he would definitely give him a thumbs up. A real warrior. The reason why Sun Qi was able to come here in the wind and snow was because his family lived in an apartment opposite the Sichuan community. Although it was only across the street, he still experienced a life-threatening journey. In order to prevent himself from falling into the snow cave, he dismantled all the tables and chairs in his house and tied them to his legs to make flippers. Having lost his direction, he could only rely on his own feeling to grope his way forward. All I can say is that he was lucky, as he actually arrived downstairs of Wang Xue's house by some strange coincidence. There is a small supermarket on the floor above his apartment, and the people living in his apartment have been relying on this supermarket to survive during this period. The supermarket owner raised prices at the beginning of the apocalypse, increasing prices dozens of times. Finally, the crowd in the entire apartment attacked and beat the supermarket owner to death with punches, and all the items inside were looted. In Sun Qi's backpack was the food he had just snatched yesterday, all of which were biscuits, bread, instant noodles, and other supplies that could fill his stomach. He made an appointment with Wang Xue yesterday and would come to see her with food today. Unexpectedly, Wang Xue was controlled by Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang. Chapter 53, Xiao Chang in Building 13. In the end, Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian hesitated for a moment and finally opened the door. But the vigilance in his eyes did not relax at all, and he still held the kitchen knife in his hand. After Sun Qi came in, he put his backpack on the ground. Seeing that only Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian were there, he began to ask about Wang Xue's whereabouts. The two of them hesitated a bit. In the end, it was Zhang Qian who reacted first. Said to Sun Qi, "Wang Xue wants to go find Lin Yi. We really can't stop her, so we can only tie her up first." When Sun Qi heard Lin Yi's name again, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He had always hated this dog who licked his ex-girlfriend. When he was dating Wang Xue, Lin Yi often hung around them and brought breakfast to Wang Xue at a fixed time every day, which made Sun Qi feel jealous. Later, after graduating from university, he heard that Wang Xue and her family had moved into the house arranged by Lin Yi, which made him even more angry. However, his family conditions were average, and he even rented the apartment he lived in with his own money. He was unable to provide Wang Xue with a place to live. Fortunately, Wang Xue has never been very fond of Lin Yi and just treated him like a servant. Otherwise, Sun Qi would have beaten Lin Yi long ago. The two opened the door of Wang Xue's bedroom. After Sun Qi went in, he saw Wang Xue's miserable appearance and felt distressed. The slight resentment just now disappeared immediately. He hurried over to help Wang Xue tie him up. When Wang Xue saw Sun Qi, she hugged Sun Qi's neck and burst into tears as if she had met a relative. Sun Qi patted Wang Xue's back to comfort her. Ever since Sun Qi broke up with Wang Xue, he has been thinking about her. In order to be closer to her, he rented an apartment across from Wang Xue's community. He wanted to move directly into the Sichuan community, but the houses here were all 3-bedroom and the rent was too expensive. He couldn't afford it with a salary, so he had to settle for the next best thing. When Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang saw that Wang Xue's backer had arrived, They quickly apologized to him, saying that they were just worried that she would be deceived by Lin Yi, and they had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Wang Xue felt a little guilty in front of Sun Qi, so she had to explain that she just wanted to go to Lin Yi's house to get some food and had no intention of living there at all. After hearing Wang Xue's explanation, Sun Qi's expression looked better. He took his backpack, unzipped it, and poured out all the food inside. These were all obtained by Sun Qi with great effort amidst the scramble among the crowd. In addition to instant noodles and biscuits, there was also a bag of roast chicken, which he himself was reluctant to eat. Handed it directly to Wang Xue. Then he said to her, "Are you hungry? Come and eat quickly. I saved this for you." Wang Xue had no time to be moved. At this moment, the only thing left in her eyes was the roast chicken. After tearing open the packaging bag, Wang Xue began to eat it with relish. Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian, who were standing by, looked on with envy, but they still knew their limitations. Sun Qi immediately picked up 2 bags of bread and handed them to them. Now that they had reconciled, they naturally had to unite and face the outside world together. Soon, Wang Xue finished the whole roast chicken, even chewing up the chicken head, which she never ate normally, and swallowed it. Not even a bone was left. After Wang Xue finished eating, she looked at Sun Qi beside her and said a little embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Brother Qi. I'm really too hungry and didn't leave some for you. You won't blame me, will you?" Sun Qi shook his head and said, "How could that be? This was originally prepared for you. I'll be happy only if you finish it." After eating and drinking, they began to discuss their next plan. Yang Shuang also told Sun Qi about the recent events in Building 16. After learning that Lin Yi actually had so much food and a warm shelter, Sun Qi immediately told the 3 women, "I will definitely snatch Lin Yi's house and let them live in it." His impression of Lin Yi still remains from his college days. At that time, Lin Yi was honest and simple in school and never dared to conflict with anyone. Even if he met Wang Xuejing and her boyfriend walking on the street, he would know how to avoid them. He would only get close to Wang Xue again after she broke up with him. Sun Qi naturally wouldn't take such a person seriously. Although Yang Shuang told him that Lin Yi was no longer the same as before and had even fought off several attacks from others, people in the owner's group also said that he had a gun in his hand. But Sun Qi chose not to believe it. After all, they had only heard about the gun. This is Dragon Country. How could an ordinary person like him have a gun? Lin Yi's house was more difficult to deal with. It was covered with alloy plates, and they couldn't get in with their own strength. This matter still needs to be planned carefully. Then Sun Qi took out his cell phone and dialed number. This was a friend of his before the end of the world, and also an owner of the Shouchuan community, but he lived in Building 13, and his name was Xiao Chong. Sun Qi had contacted him before coming to the Shouchuan community, and at that time, Xiao Chong asked him to come directly to him. Now Xiao Chong has taken control of Building 13 and has more than 20 people under him. The other owners have been locked up by him and become reserve supplies. However, Sun Qi refused him because he was worried about Wang Xue's safety and just said that he would come to him after he finished his business. Now it seems that it is necessary for me to cooperate with Xiao Chong. As long as they work together to seize Lin Yi's house, Wang Xue will be able to live in his house and no longer have to stay outside in the cold. The call was connected quickly. Xiao Chong was eating at home. There were 7 or 8 people in the room, all of whom were his confidants. Some of the remaining brothers were guarding the owners, while the others lived next door to him. There was a fire in the middle of the room, and on top of it was a large pot with boiling water. If you look closely, you can see that what is cooked inside is not something else but human flesh. 2 days ago, they had eaten up all the food in the entire building. Xiao Chong had no choice but to target the owners. They are more afraid of starvation than eating human flesh. Xiao Chong drove all the owners of the building to the same floor and then locked them up. Except for a few pretty women who were left behind, the rest of the people became their food. Without food and water, and with the temperature indoors being extremely low, more than half of the owners he had locked up died in just 2 days, leaving only a dozen or so still surviving. After receiving Sun Qi's call, Xiao Chong thought that Sun Qi was going to come and join him, but he didn't expect that Sun Qi would propose to cooperate with him. Xiao Chong immediately became interested. Although he had no worries about food and drink now, eating human beings all the time was not a long-term solution. The most important thing is that it is too cold outside. Even if there is a fire in the room, the temperature is only minus 20 to 30 degrees Celsius. After all, if he wanted to light the fire, he would have to open the windows a little, otherwise they would be poisoned. Chapter 54, Looking for Helpers. After hearing Sun Shi say that there was a man named Lin Yi in Building 16 who built a safe house before the end of the world, which not only had plenty of food, but was also very warm, Xiao Chong couldn't resist the temptation and agreed. However, there was a long distance between Building 13 and Building 16, and the wind and snow outside were too strong. It was luck that Sun Shi was able to find the place successfully. He couldn't guarantee that he would be as lucky as Sun Shi. Thinking of this, their plan suddenly hit a bottleneck. Although he had people under his command, how to get through became a problem. Finally, Sun Shi racked his brains and came up with a solution. Dig a hole. The straight line distance between the two buildings is about 170 meters. The heavy snow outside has been falling for almost half a month, and the entire building below the 5th floor is buried in snow. Although the snow at the bottom has been compacted, its hardness is still many times lower than that of the soil and can be easily dug out. As long as they arrange people to dig continuously, they can dig at least 50 meters a day, and 3 days will be enough for them to dig a passage. There is another advantage to doing this. Digging a passage from Building 13 will inevitably pass through Building 14 and Building 15. After robbing Lin Yi's house, we can also go to the other two buildings to check out some supplies. If there are any beautiful women, we can take them away. Xiao Chong has been single for more than 20 years and has never even held a girl's hand. But now, without him having to tell anyone, a woman will take the initiative to throw herself into his arms. He became more obsessed with the pleasure that power brought him. At the same time, he also made up his mind to rule the entire community. Xiao Chong immediately took action. After agreeing to cooperate with Sun Shi, he began to arrange people to dig a tunnel. The candidates are naturally the owners who were locked up as reserve supplies. Xiao Chong promised them that as long as they could dig the passage within 3 days, he would give them the opportunity to become his subordinates. From now on, just follow me and eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. After getting Xiao Chong's promise, the remaining dozen or so owners also became motivated. They watched their former neighbors die one by one. They had already given up hope, but they didn't expect that God would give them another chance to survive. They naturally have to seize it. Xiao Chong didn't treat them too harshly. Before they started working, he cooked a big pot of broth to replenish their energy. They were so hungry that their hands and feet were weak, and they couldn't work at all without eating something. After they had recovered some strength, Xiao Chong began to order people to supervise the work. More than a dozen people were divided into 3 shifts, with each shift working for 1 hour. Because it was too cold outside, 1 hour was the limit. If I didn't go back to warm myself up, I would freeze to death inside. Although Xiao Chong was not afraid that they would freeze to death, it would delay the construction period after all. If it affected his own important matters, it would be a loss. Soon everyone started working, using their own tools. In just one afternoon, they dug a distance of more than 30 meters, which was much faster than Xiao Chong expected. At this rate, the tunnel can be dug through in less than 3 days. But the speed slowed down as we went on. First, the oxygen content inside was getting lower and lower, and the snow that had been dug out also needed to be transported out. Second, the direction was becoming increasingly vague. If we didn't find the right position, it would be easy to dig in the wrong direction. Just as Xiao Chong was directing people to dig a hole, Lin Yi was also in crisis. Last time, she organized everyone in the building to attack Lin Yi's house, but not only did she not gain any advantage, but Lin Yi killed several people in return. At this moment, only Wang Xue and another young man were left by Lin Yi's side. The two also began to feel dissatisfied with Lin Yi. Since following her, they not only didn't get anything, several of his brothers died, and it was all because of Lin Yi. After the 3 of them fled back to Feng Hu's home, Wang Xue slapped Lin Yi in the face. "You bitch, you instigated us to fight Brother Tiger. Now all our people are almost dead, and our food is gone. All this is caused by you." Wang Xue cursed and punched and kicked Lin Yi. Lin Yi was just a woman, and naturally had no power to resist Wang Xue's beating. She could only curl up on the ground and hold her head tightly with her hands. Wang Xue felt a little tired after playing for a while, so he sat down on the sofa. The 2 men looked at Lin Yi moaning on the ground and became more and more angry, and then they dragged her directly into the bedroom. An hour later, Wang Xue and another young man came out. Just as they were thinking about what to do next, the phone in their pocket suddenly rang. Wang Xue took out the cell phone, but it was not his but Feng Hu's. After they killed Feng Hu, Wang Xue took Feng Hu's cell phone away. Looking at the caller ID, Wang Xue shuddered. After hesitating for a moment, he finally answered the phone. "Do you want to do something for me?" The one who called him was Lin Yi. He already knew that Fong who was dead, and now only 2 of his men were still alive. Wang Xue thought for a moment and said, "What good does it have for me?" Lin Yi knew he would ask this. There were only 2 people left in their team out of the original 6. If they didn't have his help, they would probably starve to death in a few days. "I can provide you with food. As long as you 2 work for me, I will give you 2 bags of instant noodles, 2 loaves of bread, and 2 sausages every day." Wang Xue swallowed his saliva. Although they had food these days, it was just enough. It was impossible to eat their fill. It's freezing cold now, and Wang Xue can't help drooling at the thought of having something hot to eat. Without any hesitation, Wang Xue agreed. Lin Yi smiled slightly. He knew that Wang Xue and the others could not resist this temptation. Then Lin Yi issued his first order. He took Lin out of the room next door and threw her out of the balcony. After receiving the news, Wang Xue immediately called his companions to drag Lin Yi, who was half dead in the bedroom, out of the bedroom. Ignoring her struggles, the 2 forcibly took her to Lu Mei's room. Then Wang Xue opened the balcony door and dragged Lu Mei in. Lin Yi had been waiting for them for a long time. He could see Lu Mei's balcony from his living room. Wang Xue saw Lin Yi looking at them and immediately called on his companions to work together to throw Lin Yi out of the balcony. Then the 2 of them climbed onto the balcony of Lin Yi's house and bowed and nodded to Lin Yi in a flattering manner. Lin Yi asked their names through the glass. In addition to Wang Xue, the other person is called Li Lei, both of whom were Fong Hu's former subordinates. Chapter 55. Lin Yi opened the small hole in the floor-to-ceiling window and threw out the instant noodles and bread he had promised them. Wang Xue held the thing in his arms, bowed to Lin Yi, and left the balcony. After Lin Yi sent the 2 away, he received several private messages, all from the owner of Building 16. The meaning is roughly the same, wanting to be his younger brother and obey his orders in the future. Since their last attack failed, they finally understood that Lin Yi's house was definitely not something they could enter. Instead of being his enemy, it is better to surrender to him directly. At worst, I will obey his orders in the future, but at least I won't starve to death. Lin Yi calculated that there were only 40 or 50 people in Building 16 who were still capable of fighting. It was not a big problem to feed these people. The instant noodles and bread in his space could already be piled into several mountains. He definitely wouldn't eat these things, so it would be a waste to leave them there. But Lin Yi would not support them for nothing. Now, except for Building 16, the situation of other buildings is unknown. If someone unifies their own apartment buildings, they are likely to expand outward in order to collect supplies. War will definitely break out at that time. It is not convenient for Lin Yi to go out now, so it is not bad to use them as cannon fodder. Thinking of this, Lin Yi directly created a group and invited several people who had sent him private messages. Then he invited those who were still alive from the owner's group into the group. When the owner saw that the group owner was Lin Yi, they all hurriedly expressed their loyalty in the group. Even those who had attacked Lin Yi's shelter never mentioned what they had done. Now their only hope of survival is Lin Yi. As long as Lin Yi is willing to support them, they can survive. From now on, Brother Yi will be the boss of Building 16. We all listen to Brother Yi. If anyone dares to go against Brother Yi again, I will be the first to disagree. That's right. The reason we can't even get enough food is because we have no one to lead us. As long as Brother Yi is here, we won't have to suffer from hunger and cold anymore. Lin Yi felt a little unhappy when he saw people in the group praising him. Do they think of themselves as free meal tickets? And we have to manage their food and drink? That's a nice thought. Lin Yi poured cold water on them. Don't expect me to support you forever. If you want to take my things, you have to pay the price. If you don't obey my orders when I need you, I don't need to tell you what the consequences will be, right? Everyone was somewhat indifferent to Lin Yi's threat. Although Lin Yi is powerful, he will never leave his shelter. Even if they just take things and do nothing, what can Lin Yi do to them? Lin Yi noticed the perfunctory attitude of the people in the group, and he also understood what they were thinking. Then he directly tagged Wang Xue and Li Lei. You 2 will be their leaders from now on. I will hand over the daily supplies directly to you, and you will be in charge of distributing them. If anyone takes something and disobeys, just throw them down from the building. Seeing this, Wang Xue and Li Lei happily assured Lin Yi that they would be loyal to him in the future and would never have any other thoughts. They didn't expect that they would be treated like this just because they helped Lin Yi get rid of Lin Yi. In Building 16, they can now walk sideways. Wang Xue gathered all the people in the group together, a total of 40 or 50 people, all young and middle-aged. Living conditions are so bad now that the elderly and weak groups would have been unable to survive long ago. After Wang Xue completed the registration of the personnel list, he sent it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took a quick look and then hung up his phone. He was watching the surveillance video playback. In the video, Lin Yi saw a man coming to Wang Xue's house. After tracing his path, Lin Yi discovered that he was not from Building 16, but came from outside. This was the first person to enter Building 16 from outside. Lin Yi had to admire him. Despite the harsh environment outside, he was still able to walk here alive. Even Lin Yi wanted to give him a thumbs up. But his clothes were too thick, and he was also wearing a hat and scarf, so his appearance could not be seen at all. Lin Yi could not recognize who he was for a moment. And why did he enter Wang Xue's house? Lin Yi turned off the playback and switched to the real-time monitoring outside the door. After confirming that there was no one in the corridors of the nearby floors, he first drove Jiang Shuyan back to the bedroom and locked her up. Then he carefully opened his alloy door. It took Lin Yi a full minute to open all the locks, and then he placed the supplies he had prepared in his space at the door. The next second, Lin Yi closed the door again. Then he sent a message to Wang Xue, asking him to arrange someone to come and pick up tomorrow's food. The reason why Lin Yi locked Jiang Shuyan up in advance was because he was worried that she would suddenly attack him from behind when he opened the door. Although the possibility is very small, he still has to be on guard. After experiencing betrayal in his previous life, he no longer trusts anyone. Even when sleeping at night, Lin Yi did not allow Jiang Shuyan to stay in the same room with him. He doesn't allow anyone to stay around him when he is unconscious. So every time Lin Yi finished being intimate with Jiang Shuyan, he would drive her back to the side bedroom next door and then lock the door. There's also a surveillance camera in the side bedroom, and Jiang Shuyan's every move in there is under his surveillance. As for her cell phone, it was naturally confiscated by Lin Yi early in the morning. Lin Yi took a quick look and found that apart from the contact between her and her parents, she had also been in contact with one of her best friends, Li Yi. Li Yi is a surgeon and a high school classmate of Jiang Shuyan. They're known as the two most outstanding students in school. The two were in the same class and had a very good relationship privately. Later, Jiang Shuyan was admitted to the police academy, and Li Yi went to the medical university. But the two have always been in contact and often make plans to go shopping and eat together. Lin even clicked on Li Yi's homepage, which had her photo on it. All we can say is that birds of a feather flock together. Judging from the photos alone, Li Yi's appearance is not inferior to Jiang Shuyan at all. She even had a slightly better figure, so Lin Yi gave her a high score of 98. A beauty of this level is no less than that of the fairy sister. Unfortunately, she doesn't live nearby. Although she also lives in Haijing City, her residence is a bit far from Lin Yi's Sichuan community. One is in the south of the city, and the other is in the west. Lin Yi had no choice but to give up his thoughts about her for the time being. But when the snow outside stops and it is time to go out, he can try to look for it. He would be heartbroken if such a beautiful woman fell into the hands of someone else. Lin Yi asked Jiang Shuyan more than a dozen questions about Li Yi. Jiang Shuyan naturally saw through Lin Yi's thoughts, but what could she say? She was not Lin Yi's girlfriend. If she behaved in a difficult manner, Lin Yi would be unhappy. Jiang Shuyan even suspected that Lin Yi would kick her out. Chapter 56, Attacking Wang Xue. This was definitely not her unfounded worry. After a day of contact, Jiang Shuyan has already figured out Lin Yi's temper. When he is nice to you, he can take care of you like a boyfriend, but if he turns against you, no one can change his mind. Fortunately, Lin Yi still feels fresh about her, and Jiang Shuyan also believes that with her beauty, even if Li Yi moves in the future, Lin Yi would not directly banish her to the cold palace. Aren't sisters more attractive to men than a single woman? Less than 5 minutes passed after Lin Yi placed the food at the door. Wang Xue and Li Lei brought a few people to Lin Yi's door. Wang Xue and Li Lei first took the lead in bowing to the gate, and then ordered the people behind them to carry the food away. After carrying the food to Feng Hu's home, Wang Xue began to arrange people to distribute the food. Although Lin Yi's food was given per person, the specific distribution method was still decided by Wang Xue and Li Lei. There are few girls among the owners. Although they're not very good-looking, they are young and energetic. Besides, Lin Yi would definitely not look down on such stuff, so naturally they got it at a bargain price. They would give more food to those who performed well, and naturally they would give less food to those who they disliked. But they didn't dare not give anything at all. After all, it was Lin Yi's order, and they had to control the intensity even if they wanted to abuse their power for personal gain. Lin Yi had expected this situation to happen from the beginning, but he didn't want to intervene. Only a few owners can enjoy preferential treatment. Apart from the few more loyal subordinates found by Wang Xue and Li Lei, there are also the women who sleep with them. Most of the remaining people were deprived of food. This way they can transfer all their anger to Wang Xue and Li Lei. The orders he gave would also be passed on through the two of them. If anything happens later, Lin Yi can still put all the blame on the two of them. It's like killing two birds with one stone. The next morning, after Lin Yi got up, he first took a look at the surveillance camera in Jiang Shuyan's room. She was already awake and was sitting on the bed waiting for Lin Yi to open the door. Lin Yi walked to her room and opened the lock on her door with his fingerprint. Jiang Shuyan hurriedly got up from the bed. Then he put on his shoes and ran into the bathroom. There was no toilet in this bedroom. So every night Lin Yi would let Jiang Shuyan go to the toilet first and then lock her in. As for when Lin Yi could let her stay overnight in his bedroom. Maybe in the future, but definitely not now. The relationship between the two of them is still too thin, or even there is no relationship at all. Lin Yi kept her simply because she was pretty. Jiang Shuyan's goal was clearer, to survive. Lin Yi provided her with a comfortable environment and sufficient food, and she provided her services to Lin Yi. Their relationship is more like a transaction. Today, Lin Yi didn't let Jiang Shuyan cook, but directly took out 2 breakfasts from the alien space. A tray of steamed dumplings, 2 bowls of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and a serving of fried dumplings. After Lin Yi finished his meal, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Wang Xue. Lin Yi hasn't seen them for several days since the mysterious man entered Wang Xue's room. Not only did they not go out, but they also did not talk in the group. Many people thought they had starved to death at home. But Lin Yi knew it was impossible. Lin Yi knew those 3 women very well. If they were really too hungry to bear it, they would definitely go out to steal corpses and eat meat. I will never starve to death at home. So Lin Yi planned to let Wang Xue take people to check it out, and if they were not dead, bring the 3 of them and the man to him. After Wang Xue received the news from Lin Yi, he immediately took Li Lei and more than 20 people and headed towards Wang Xue's house. Li Lei still held the big hammer that he had used to break down doors. When everyone arrived at Wang Xue's house, they knocked on the door first. But there was no response from inside. Li Lei handed the hammer to a strong man next to him. Then there was a knock on the door. Lin Yi sat on the sofa and watched the surveillance on TV. The surveillance camera was installed right in front of the front door of Wang Xue's house. So Lin Yi could see clearly what was happening there. The door was broken down for more than 10 minutes, during which 3 people were replaced before it was finally loosened. Wang Xue took the hammer. He and Li Lei had hardly ever gone hungry since the apocalypse, so they had the best strength among everyone. Wang Xue raised the hammer high and smashed it hard against the security door. There was a loud bang, and the loose door was suddenly blown 2 meters away by the powerful force. Everyone immediately filed in. After entering the living room, there was no one inside, only garbage on the floor and an extinguished fire. Then Wang Xue and others turned their attention to the bedroom. After pushing open 2 bedroom doors in succession, there was still no one inside, until the 3rd door could not be pushed open, and there was obviously something blocking the door. Wang Xue once again called on everyone to knock on the door. This door was much easier to break down than the security door. It only took a few minutes to smash a big hole in the wooden door. But behind the door was piled with furniture, including a wardrobe, refrigerator, and bed. All the large items in the room were piled behind the door. But these can't stop a hammer at all. 5 minutes later, they broke the door open. Wang Xue ordered his men to rush in directly. There was only 1 man and 3 women holding knives and looking at them warily. They knew the 3 women, as they were all owners of this community, but the man looked unfamiliar. Never seen it before. But they couldn't take care of these things. Lin Yi's order was just to take the few people here over. Other things are not something you can worry about. But they had knives in their hands, and the room was relatively narrow, so it was difficult for Wang Xue and his team to take advantage of their large numbers. The 2 sides were in a stalemate for a while. Even though Wang Xue and Li Lei had shouted at the top of their lungs, no one dared to take the first step. After all, they're all trying to make a living, and they're not really working for Lin Yi. Naturally, no one is willing to step forward if they can stay at the back. What if they accidentally got hurt? The temperature was so low now. If Lin Yi didn't help them, they would just have to wait for their wounds to get infected and die. After the 2 sides were deadlocked for more than 10 minutes, Wang Xue suddenly had an idea and directly ordered everyone to retreat. Soon, the people who rushed into the bedroom slowly retreated. Sun Shi, Wang Xue and others did not dare to take it lightly, although they did not know why these people suddenly broke into her house. But their purpose is nothing more than to steal food. Today is the third day since Sun Qi's appointment with Xiao Chong from Building 13. As long as he holds on a little longer, Xiao Chong and the others will arrive soon. Chapter 57. Someone from Building 13. After Wang Xue and his men had all left, he began to arrange for people to collect flammable materials, which were then piled at the door of the bedroom. Most of the items inside were summer clothes and a quilt, all of which were found in other rooms. Wang Xue took out a lighter and lit the clothes. As the flames grew bigger, a thick black smoke came out. Then everyone threw all the burning clothes on the ground into the bedroom of Wang Xue and others. Soon, the bedroom was filled with thick smoke. Several people squatted in the corner, covering their mouths and noses with clothes. But I still kept coughing because of the choking, and tears were streaming. After they persisted for a few minutes, Wang Xue was the first to stand up. Without waiting for Sun Qi to react, she rushed out of the bedroom. Then Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang followed Wang Xue out of the bedroom. Only Sun Qi was left, enduring silently. Wang Qi was waiting at the door with his men. When he saw someone rushing out, he pressed them to the ground. Then he tied it up with a rope. 2 minutes later, Sun Qi finally couldn't stand the thick smoke and ran out. As soon as he rushed out of the bedroom, he was hit on the head with a stick and then pressed to the ground. Wang Qi looked at the people who were captured, and his eyes were quickly attracted by Wang Xue. Although the wounds on Wang Xue's face have not healed yet and are covered with bruises, it still cannot conceal her beauty. But Wang Qi was a little hesitant. He didn't know what the relationship between Lin Yi and them was. What if Lin Yi also liked her, but he got him first? Lin Yi will definitely be unhappy. Li Lei didn't think too much about it. Seeing that Wang Xue was beautiful, he wanted to do it directly. Seeing this, Wang Qi hurriedly pulled him back. They are the ones that boss Lin Yi wants, and they can't be touched. Wang Xue, who was squatting on the ground, felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw when she heard Wang Qi mention Lin Yi. She hurriedly said, "I am Lin Yi's girlfriend. Let me go quickly. Otherwise, Brother Lin Yi will definitely not forgive you." After hearing what Wang Xue said, Li Lei didn't dare to act rashly. It would be better to hand them over directly to Lin Yi for disposal. After all, since Lin Yi specifically asked them to bring Wang Xue and others over, it means that Lin Yi still has a relationship with them. If I anger Lin Yi because of my momentary impulse, it would be more trouble than it would take. Just when they were about to take the person away, there was a sudden noise outside. Then a young man ran in. He said to Wang Qi, "Oh no, boss. There are dozens of people outside who came from nowhere and are fighting with our people." Sun Qi laughed heartily upon hearing this and said, "My reinforcements are here. Let us go quickly, or you'll be in trouble." Li Lei kicked Sun Qi hard in the stomach. Then, ignoring Sun Qi, who was curled up in a ball, he arranged for a few people to keep an eye on them and followed Wang Qi out. Come to the corridor. The two sides are facing each other. Both sides were holding weapons in their hands, all of which were weapons such as kitchen knives and sticks. Wang Qi walked to the front of the team and shouted to the 20 or so people in front of him, "Who's the leader?" The team in front of him split up, and Xiao Chong, holding a machete in his hand, slowly walked out of the crowd. Since the last agreement with Sun Qi, he arranged for people to dig the whole day and night, and finally dug it through. Then I received a call for help from Sun Qi. Upon learning that Sun Qi was trapped, he immediately rushed here with his men. But they came from the first floor. Wang Xue lived on the 20th floor. The elevator had stopped running a long time ago, and it would take a lot of time to climb up the stairs. So when he arrived with his men, Sun Qi had already been captured by Wang Qi. "Aren't you from Building 16? Wang Qi asked the question first. Now the entire Building 16 has been controlled by them. It is impossible that there are still so many young and middle-aged people. Although the number of people on the opposite side was almost twice as many as his, Xiao Chong was not afraid at all. His men have all survived many major battles. The situation in Building 13 is much more serious than that in Building 16, where Lin Yi is. Only a week after the Doomsday, 5 or 6 small gangs have appeared there. Later, in order to compete for limited supplies, Xiao Chong fought countless battles, used war to support war, and slowly absorbed the remaining forces, and finally developed to its current scale. It can be said that each of his subordinates has at least 3 or 4 lives on his hands. But it was different on Wang Qi's side. Although they were numerous, most of them had never killed anyone, and many of them had never even seen blood. It's okay to bluff for a while, but when it comes to a fight to the death, I'm afraid they will just shout surrender. Xiao Chong looked like a ruffian. He said to Wang Xue, "I'm the boss of Building 13. My name is Xiao Chong. I heard there's a guy named Lin Yi here, and I'm here to look for him." Li Lei came to Wang Xue's side and said to Xiao Chong, "Brother Lin Yi is our boss. You can tell me if you have anything." Li Lei and Wang Xue had seen how powerful Lin Yi was, and they both knew that he had a pistol and grenades. So even if Xiao Chong came with great force, they were not afraid at all. Even if you are extremely vicious, are you not afraid of death? As long as Lin Yi shows his gun, he doesn't believe anyone would dare to rush forward without fear of death. In the safe house, Lin Yi was watching the surveillance camera, while Jiang Shuyan, who was wearing sexy clothes, was feeding Lin Yi fruit. Although his conversation could not be heard on the surveillance camera, Lin Yi could roughly guess what was going on just by looking at their lip movements and expressions. Before Xiao Chong came, he thought Lin Yi was a lonely man, but he didn't expect that he had so many younger brothers. Sun Qi had never mentioned this to him before, but he couldn't afford to think so much now, as his younger brothers were watching him from behind. If he, the boss, backed down, how could he establish his prestige in front of them in the future? I heard that Lin Yi has collected a lot of supplies. We all live in the same community, so we should naturally help each other. As long as he agrees to give us half of the supplies, we will leave immediately. Wang Qi understood Lin Yi's temper and naturally knew that he would not agree. He looked back at the people behind him and felt more confident. Don't even think about getting supplies. I can't give them to you. You only have two choices now. Either leave now, or stay here and don't leave. After saying that, Wang Qi also drew out his machete. Li Lei and others also showed their weapons, ready to start fighting if they disagreed. But careful people can find that although many people appear to be very imposing on the surface, their hands holding weapons are actually shaking slightly. A few days ago, they were just ordinary people, not gangsters, and it was the first time in their lives that they had fought in a group with knives. Chapter 58, One-Sided Team Battle. Seeing this, Xiao Chong stopped talking nonsense and waved his hand forward. The younger brothers behind him rushed forward with howls. He himself stood there and did nothing. As their boss, he naturally had to let his subordinates charge forward. Facing the attacks from Xiao Chong and others, Wang Qi remained calm and called on everyone to fight back. But what he didn't expect was, as soon as the two sides came into contact, our people were quickly defeated. The people in the front were hacked to death on the spot. The people behind them lost all their fighting spirit upon seeing this. Except for a small number of people who threw down their weapons and surrendered, most of them were running away desperately. Even if Wang Qi and Li Lei killed a few fleeing people on the spot, it would be of no avail. They could not stop so many people from fleeing. With no other choice, they just followed the crowd and ran upstairs. When Lin Yi saw this scene on the surveillance camera, he cursed inwardly. Although he guessed that Wang Qi and the others might not be Xiao Chong's opponents, he did not expect them to lose so quickly. It could be said that some of them fled as soon as the battle began. Is this the difference between regular troops and a mob? What the hell did I raise? They were useless. But Lin Yi was not discouraged. He thought, so what if he lost? They couldn't enter his shelter anyway. Wang Qi and others no longer cared about Sun Qi and ran upstairs with them. Xiao Chong's men did not pursue further. Who knows if there is an ambush behind, so it is better to be cautious. After all, this is not your territory. You only have one life, so you have to be careful in everything. Xiao Chong entered Wang Xue's house, and the thick smoke inside had dissipated. The few people who were left by Wang Qi to guard Sun Qi also threw away their weapons and squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads. When Sun Qi saw Xiao Chong, he was overjoyed. The two of them grew up together and are considered childhood friends, and they have always had a good relationship. But Xiao Chong set his sights on Wang Xue standing aside. The possessiveness in his eyes almost overflowed the screen. The women in Building 13 were all mediocre in appearance, and he had long been tired of them. Another reason why he agreed to let Sun Qi come here was also because of women. Although Wang Xue's appearance is not outstanding in the community, she can only be ranked 4th. But to Xiao Chong, she is already at the fairy level. Moreover, Jiang Shuyan, who ranked 1st, is said to live in this building. If he can get her, it would be worth it even if he died. Sun Qi saw that Xiao Chong was staring at Wang Xue without even looking at himself, and he suddenly felt something was wrong. Did I let a wolf into the house? As expected, Xiao Chong personally untied the ropes on Wang Xue, and then said to Sun Qi beside him, "Brother, we share the good and the bad. Is it okay for me to borrow your girlfriend for a while?" As Sun Qi's childhood friend, Xiao Chong naturally knew that Sun Qi had always been obsessed with Wang Xue. He used to sneer at Sun Qi, thinking that he was just a bootlicker. But after meeting Wang Xue, he finally understood why Sun Qi was so obsessed with her. Although the wounds on Wang Xue's face had not healed yet, and she was not wearing any makeup, she was not considered a beauty, but she was several times more beautiful than the women he had played with in the past few days. Seeing Xiao Chong's dirty hands touching Wang Xue's body, Sun Qi's eyes suddenly became bloodshot. But he was still tied up with ropes, and Xiao Chong didn't untie him, so he could only lie on the ground and curse at Xiao Chong. But Xiao Chong didn't care at all. He knew his childhood friend very well. Just let him talk as much as he wants. Xiao Chong picked up Wang Xue by the waist, walked into a bedroom next door, and then closed the door heavily. No matter how much Sun Qi cursed outside, it was of no use. Hearing Wang Xue's cries for help in the room slowly turning into moans, Sun Qi's heart broke, and the initial scolding turned into begging. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that Xiao Chong walked out satisfied. Then he came to Sun Qi and said to him, "Brother, I will teach you a lesson today. Don't let women become your stumbling blocks. We still have a long way to go. The world has changed. We can achieve great things in the future. By then, there will be all kinds of women to choose from. Why would we still be obsessed with just one? You've been with her for so long, and she never let you touch her, but now I've got her easily. I'm giving you a chance now. She's yours now, go in and play." After saying that, Xiao Chong had someone untie Sun Qi's rope. Sun Qi stood up silently, glanced in the direction of the bedroom, hesitated for a while, and then walked in. Wang Xue was lying on the bed in the room with her clothes disheveled. She had heard what Xiao Chong had just said. When she saw Sun Qi coming in, she couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Although she had slept with many men, it was all for money. This was the first time she was forced. Sun Qi looked at Wang Xue lying on the bed, a ferocious look on his face. Why is it so easy for others to get her, but I have admired her for so long, but this woman has never even kissed me on the mouth? Why? Thinking of this, Sun Qi slowly closed the bedroom door. Xiao Chong smiled as he looked at Sun Qi, who had been blackened by him. He doesn't want to work with a bootlicker. If Wang Xue talks to him casually at that time, he might turn around and stab her in the back. Looking at Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, who were still lying on the ground, Xiao Chong was not polite. Although they were not as pretty as Wang Xue, he was not so reluctant to take action against them, especially since beautiful women were scarce nowadays. For his younger brothers, is an even more rare reward. Xiao Chong then handed them over to his men as a reward for victory. Several people immediately came in with lewd smiles on their faces and carried the two women out. Their fate is predictable. She will only become a plaything of Xiao Chong and be tortured to death. After nearly an hour, Xiao Chong was already getting a little impatient, and Sun Qi finally opened the door and walked out of the bedroom. Following behind was Wang Xue, whose face was covered with tears. The ropes on her body had been untied by Sun Qi. Sun Qi came to Xiao Chong and said to him, "Brother Chong, I've talked to Xue. Let's forget about it this time. From now on, she's my wife and your sister-in-law. You can't bully her anymore." After hearing this, Xiao Chong was silent for a few seconds, then laughed and said, "How could I bully my sister-in-law? Since you have already discussed it, I can only wish you the best." Then he took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket and handed it to Wang Xue. He said to her, "Sun Qi and I grew up together, and I have always treated him as my younger brother. From now on, you will be my sister-in-law. This is a gift for you." Chapter 59. The Equality Instrument for All Beings. Wang Xue took the chocolate tremblingly, said thank you to Xiao Chong, and then hid behind Sun Qi. Sun Qi asked Xiao Chong, "Brother Chong, what are you going to do next? Are you going to kill all those people?" Xiao Chong thought for a while, then said, "Don't worry. My people just dug through the tunnel today and just had a big battle with them. Let's rest for today. I will take people to meet Lin Yi tomorrow." At the same time, Wang Qi and Li Lei fled back upstairs. After confirming that no one was chasing them, they counted the number of people again and found that the team of more than 50 people originally had only more than 30 people left. Only 6 or 7 of them were killed by the enemy, and the remaining dozen or so surrendered. Wang Qi arranged a few people to guard the entrance of the corridor, and then he and Li Lei came to the door of Lin Yi's house. The two knocked on the door first, and after hearing Lin Yi's answer, they told Lin Yi what had just happened. Lin Yi stood behind the door and listened to what happened. It was almost the same as he guessed. Lin Yi spotted them on the surveillance camera when they entered the community. But he didn't expect that Xiao Chong and his team were actually from Building 13, and they had dug such a long passage. After listening to this, Lin Yi did not blame Wang Xue and Li Lei. They had done their best. Now that Xiao Chong has more than 10 prisoners, his number is equal to that of Wang Xue and his men. If a fight breaks out again, they may not even have a chance to escape. Lin Yi thought about it and took out a pistol from the alien space. This was the gun that Li Ro's lover Lu Wei used when he attacked him before. After Lin Yi loaded the gun with bullets, he opened the safety and then threw it to Wang Xue through the firing port on the door. This is an ordinary Type 92 police pistol, and a magazine can hold 15 rounds of bullets. After Wang Xue took the pistol, he looked at the door in front of him with surprise. He didn't expect that Lin Yi actually trusted him so much and was willing to hand over the gun to him. With this gun, he no longer has to worry about Xiao Chong and the others. No matter how vicious they are, as long as they show their guns, they will lie flat on the ground. Lin Yi's voice followed. There are only 15 bullets in it. Give it back to me when you're done. Wang Xue quickly agreed. Don't worry, brother Yi. I will definitely not let you down this time. After saying that, he solemnly put the gun into his pocket and then left with Li Lei. The reason why Lin Yi gave him the gun was to let them kill each other. If Xiao Chong took over Building 16 without bloodshed, he would probably not be able to live a peaceful life again. At that time, people would come and knock on the door every day. Although he was not afraid, he would still be annoyed by being surrounded by these flies every day. It would be better for him to watch the show here. He would be bored anyway. Although he has a beautiful woman by his side, his kidneys are not made of iron. He can't think about that every day, right? After Wang Xue and Li Lei left, they gathered all their men on the 25th floor. Now all the floors below the 20th floor have been occupied by Xiao Chong. Wang Xue sent several groups of people to stand guard on the 22nd floor, and they would immediately report to him if there was any movement from the people below. He planned to take a good rest today and then have a formal battle with Xiao Chong tomorrow. When the time comes, I will not let any of those who surrender go. Damn, these fence-sitters. Brother E provides them with food every day, but these guys surrender as soon as they encounter danger, so there's no point in keeping them. After everything was arranged, everyone began to prepare for dinner. Lin Yi had already distributed today's meals, which were enough for 50 people. Now that there were more than 20 people missing, everyone could get a lot more food. Several fires were set up, with large pots placed on them. The pot contained the snow they had dug from the balcony. Now I don't care whether the snow is dirty or not. When the snow inside slowly melted, everyone started to cook noodles. Bags of instant noodles were put into the pot. With the addition of seasoning packets, a strong aroma of instant noodles filled the entire room. There wasn't much food, just enough for 2 packets of instant noodles per person. But these hot meals are more precious to them than Michelin meals. Tomorrow we will have a decisive battle with Xiao Chong and the others. Wang Xue didn't dare to withhold their supplies at this critical moment, and even took out a few bags of instant noodles he had saved and cooked them together. As long as he wins tomorrow, his good days are still ahead. If he loses, this meal may be the last in his life. Although he has a gun in his hand, it is known as the weapon of equality for all beings. But there were only 15 bullets in his gun, and there were at least 30 people on the opposite side. And he couldn't guarantee that he could kill someone with one shot. If he didn't kill Xiao Chong in the first encounter, he would definitely be on guard against him everywhere after he was prepared. Once I run out of bullets, I'm afraid the situation will be reversed immediately. So in order to kill with one strike, he and Li Lei discussed that the matter of the gun must be kept secret and not mentioned to anyone, to prevent them from leaking secrets and being discovered by Xiao Chong. As for the use of guns, although Wang Xue has never used a real gun, he has always seen it on TV. Some basic usage methods are still available. After Wang Xue drank the noodle soup in the bowl, he felt a warmth on his body. He then put his hands in his pockets, tightly grasped the pistol, and fell asleep on the sofa. The next morning, Wang Xue was awakened by the noise. The sentry downstairs ran up and said to Wang Xue in panic, "Those people yesterday rushed up with weapons." Everyone panicked when they heard this. Only Wang Xue and Li Lei remained calm. He then ordered everyone to form a battle formation, and he himself stood at the front, his right hand still in his pocket. Xiao Chong led his men up the stairwell, followed by Sun Qi and Wang Xue. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang had been played with by them in turn yesterday, and even those who had just surrendered and joining got a share. This made them sigh repeatedly that they had followed the right person. Unlike Wang Xue and Li Lei before, they only took all the benefits for themselves and never considered them. When a group of more than 30 people arrived at the 25th floor, they saw Wang Xue already waiting for them. Xiao Chong laughed heartily and said, "You, a defeated general, actually dare to come here? I didn't kill you yesterday. You were lucky to run away. Let's see where you can run today." Wang Xue looked at the 30 or so people in front of him, among whom there were at least a dozen familiar faces. He ignored Xiao Chong's words and shouted at them, "I'll give you one more chance. If anyone is willing to come back, I can forgive you. But if you still refuse to change your ways, don't blame me for not taking you alive." Chapter 60: Xiao Chong's Defeat. Xiao Chong and others burst into laughter at Wang Xue's words. They saw yesterday's battle clearly. Although they had twice as many people as the enemy, they were chased like stray dogs. They all ran faster than rabbits. There are even fewer people left than them, yet they come here and speak nonsense. Wang Xue ignored their laughter and just looked at the dozen or so people in the corner with a serious face. After waiting for a long time and no one said anything, Wang Xue finally gave up, trying to persuade them to surrender. He turned his gaze to Xiao Chong again. Seeing that the battle was about to break out again, the people behind Wang Xue began to tremble again. But Wang Xue had already explained during dinner last night that anyone who deserted again would be executed. So today, even though they were scared to death and their hands were shaking, they still held on. Seeing this, Xiao Chong stopped talking nonsense and waved his hand casually. Several of his most capable brothers rushed forward. Every time Xiao Chong started a war, he would put the best fighter in their team at the front. As long as the first wave of attack can kill a few of the enemy, the people behind will be scared and lose the courage to continue fighting. He relied on this to defeat several forces in Building 13 and eventually trampled everyone inside under his feet. The moment the other party rushed up, Wang Xue pulled his right hand out of his pocket, and with it came a black pistol. With a few gunshots, the people in the front fell to the ground. They wanted to retreat as soon as they saw the gun. Although I don't know whether the gun is real or fake, I would rather believe it exists than not. We only have one life. But due to inertia, it was too late. 6 bullets accurately hit the 4 people in front. Because they were so close, the farthest person was only 5 or 6 meters away from Wang Xue. Even though he didn't fire a gun, Wang Xue still shot every bullet into their bodies. After hearing the gunshots, the people behind Xiao Chong suddenly panicked. If they only relied on cold weapons and hand-to-hand combat, they would not be afraid. After all, each of them has been through many battles, and those who are still alive today have crawled out of a pile of corpses. But you suddenly pulled out a gun. Isn't that too bullying? Xiao Chong was shocked by this scene. Seeing that Wang Xue had pointed the gun at him, he had no time to react and directly pulled Sun Qi next to him to block him. With 2 gunshots, Sun Qi was shot in the forehead and chest respectively. He fell to the ground without saying a word. Xiao Chong knew that Wang Qi's target was him. Seeing that Sun Qi had been killed, he hurriedly pulled Wang Xue over and continued to block him. Wang Xue hesitated for a moment. Wang Xue had previously said that she was Lin Yi's girlfriend, and Lin Yi had not specifically explained the relationship between him and Wang Xue. So Wang Xue was a little unsure for a moment. He was afraid that if he hurt Wang Xue, Lin Yi would be unhappy and take his anger out on him. So, out of fear of the consequences, he didn't dare to shoot again. Seeing this, Xiao Chong pushed Wang Xue in his arms towards Wang Xue, then quickly ran towards the stairwell. Wang Xue only had time to fire a random shot in his direction before he saw Xiao Chong disappear into the stairwell. Some of the people who followed Xiao Chong took the opportunity to run away, but most of them had dropped their weapons and squatted on the ground. Wang Xue felt a little depressed. This time, Xiao Chong escaped and the grudge was formed. It would not be easy to find him again in the future. The people behind Wang Xue had already decided to fight them. They would die anyway whether they ran or not, so they might as well fight. Maybe they could survive. No one expected that Wang Xue could scare everyone so much that they dared not move with just a gun. Even Wang Xue himself underestimated the deterrent effect of guns on ordinary people. As long as this kind of thing is revealed, no one will want to resist, because they know that as soon as the gun is fired, they will die. Everyone worked together and quickly tied everyone up. With Wang Xue holding a gun as a deterrent, no one dared to resist. This time, he captured nearly 20 people. Except for the few in front who were shot by him, most of the rest were people who surrendered yesterday. 2 people who were previously trusted by Wang Xue began to appease Wang Xue and asked him to show leniency. But Wang Xue showed no mercy and stabbed each of them. Wang Xue had already sentenced them to death in his heart from the very beginning. These traitors are more hateful than those who desert the battlefield. After locking all the captives in a room and assigning people to guard it, Wang Xue and Li Lei went upstairs. This battle was a complete victory. Only Xiao Chong and less than 10 people escaped from the enemy side, and the rest were all captured by themselves, while their side suffered 0 casualties. This shows the importance of a gun in combat today. Lin Yi had already seen what happened on the surveillance camera. Then he opened the firing port on the door and asked Wang Xue to return the gun. Wang Xue was a little hesitant. He was unwilling to just follow Lin Yi's orders. Why can he live in a warm room and have a beauty like Jiang Shuyan by his side, while we fight for our lives outside and end up living in a room like a cold storage, and the best meal is just a bowl of instant noodles? Wang Xue has always been an ambitious person, otherwise he would not have betrayed Feng Hu so easily. In the final analysis, he still wants to be the boss himself. But now is not the time to resist Lin Yi. After thinking about it, Wang Xue handed over the gun. Lin Yi stood behind the door, also on guard against him. He had covered the shooting hole with a space door. If Wang Xue wanted to shoot himself through the shooting hole, the bullets would only be absorbed into the alien space and would not hurt him at all. Seeing Wang Xue hand over the gun, Lin Yi felt relieved. He still had some use for Wang Xue, so he didn't want to kill him directly now. After all, this person still has some ability, and it is also obedient enough. It is not easy to find a dog that is both capable and obedient. Although he was not loyal to him, Lin Yi didn't care. These days, the word loyalty is too luxurious. Many people would stab their boss's chest with a knife for a meal or a woman. As long as they can listen to his orders, it is enough for Lin Yi. Lin Yi took out some more food from the alien space and threw it out. In addition to the daily food supply, there are also 2 hot servings of braised pork rice and 2 bottles of ergo too. You did a good job this time. Those 2 rice bowls and wine are rewards for you. In the future, you will serve me well, and I will definitely provide you with food and drink. Chapter 61, God of War Gang. Wang Xue and Li Lei held the things in their arms, as if they were afraid that they would be snatched away. After thanking Lin Yi profusely and swearing several oaths to express his loyalty, he asked someone to come and pack up the supplies on the ground and take them away. The 2 returned to the room and drove everyone away before taking out the things that Lin Yi had rewarded them. They covered themselves with clothes along the way, so the food was still steaming. Li Lei picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The dense texture and rich meaty aroma instantly fill the entire mouth. Take another sip of white wine. The coldness in the body was immediately dispelled. Li Lei moaned in pleasure, then said to Wang Xue beside him, "We made the right decision by following Brother Yi. If anyone wants to deal with Brother Yi in the future, I will be the first to say no." Wang Xue also took a sip of wine, but did not respond. Now Li Lei had been completely conquered by Lin Yi and became his lackey. But he couldn't be bought by such small favors. His goal was to become the boss of the entire Haijing city. Lin Yi was just a hurdle on his road to success. If you want to get past him, you must capture Lin Yi. Then everything he has will be yours. Food, shelter, women, weapons. With these things, you can easily build your own force. Do you still need to look at other people's faces when the time comes? After Xiao Chong limped away from the stairs on the 25th floor, he went straight back to Building 13 without stopping for a moment, and then asked someone to temporarily seal up the snow cave they had dug. This time he hit a wall. He didn't expect that Wang Xue and his men actually had guns. After this battle, several of his most capable men were injured by Wang Xue, but without anyone to treat them, and with the weather being too cold, they probably wouldn't survive the day. He only took 8 or 9 people with him, and the rest were left there. Since Xiao Chong established his own power, he has never suffered such a big loss, which almost made him return to the pre-liberation era overnight. Xiao Chong took off his pants. The shot Wang Xue had just fired hit his left leg. Fortunately, it did not injure the bone and just brushed past it, but it also took away a large piece of flesh and blood. The wound was still bleeding. I was so busy escaping that I only felt the pain now. Xiao Chong asked the rest of the people to quickly find some anti-inflammatory drugs to bandage themselves. Fortunately, every household has some medicine on hand. Although the iodine and medical alcohol have frozen and cannot be used, some pills can still be taken. A younger brother sprinkled some medicine powder on Xiao Chong's legs, bandaged him with a simple bandage, and then fed him some anti-inflammatory drugs. Only then did Xiao Chong feel a lot more comfortable. Looking at the distraught people in the room, Xiao Chong comforted them. Don't be discouraged. Their only weapon is a gun. If it weren't for that gun, we wouldn't have lost. I will definitely avenge this shooting. Just when Xiao Chong was still thinking about how to take revenge, a big battle broke out in Building 14 next door. One side consisted of more than 40 people led by Xue Gui, and the other side was smaller, with less than 30 people. However, each of them had a fierce look on their faces, and the weapons in their hands were not kitchen knives or sticks, but shovels and crowbars. Their boss was named Li Dajuan. Before the Doomsday, he was a contractor and employed dozens of migrant workers. Their construction site is located in a residential area next to the Sichuan community, and the construction period is half a year. In order to make his work more convenient, Li Dajuan rented a few houses here. There were more than 10 people living in each house, all sleeping on the floor. Later, after the Doomsday broke out, Li Dajuan naturally became the leader of all workers. But he did not take people to rob things everywhere. Because they often had to cook for themselves, Li Dajuan stockpiled a lot of rice and flour in their house. Although there are no vegetables, it is still filling with some seasonings. But soon, they came into conflict with Xue Gui. Xue Gui used to be a fitness coach and an amateur boxer. The single-player combat capability is extremely strong. After the Doomsday broke out, he quickly formed a team with his own fighting ability and named it the God of War Gang. As the saying goes, there can't be two tigers in one mountain. Now that everyone is trapped here, it is natural to choose a leader. Xue Gui naturally did not take those workers seriously, but he did not dare to underestimate their fighting ability. As they do physical labor all year round, their fighting capacity is much higher than that of office workers. But Xue Gui has his own trump card. On the 7th day after the end of the world, he went out alone to find some food when he met a man who was out collecting snow. The windows of many people's homes have been frozen, so if they want to melt snow to drink, they can only go out and collect snow downstairs. Xue Gui knocked him unconscious without saying a word when he was not paying attention. Xue Gui then searched the man and found a pistol and a police officer's ID. Xue Gui was also shocked when he learned that the man was a policeman, but he quickly calmed down. The snow outside is now piled up to an unknown height of several meters. It is hard to say whether there will be official intervention in the future. Maybe it will be the end of the world. Even if I attacked a police officer, what would happen? Who would come to arrest me? Thinking of this, Xue Gui decided to go all out and threw the man's body out of the window. With a gun in his hand, Xue Gui acted more and more unscrupulously, and his fighting power was now off the charts. No one can match him in a one-on-one fight, but if he uses weapons, he has a gun in his hand. Soon the entire Building 14 was in his hands. Only the workers led by Li Dajuan did not surrender to him. So after a period of negotiation, they decided to decide the outcome here today. Whoever wins will be the one calling the shots in Building 14 from now on. Following Xue Gui's order, all his men rushed forward, and Li Dajuan also picked up weapons and joined the battle. Xue Gui's eyes were fixed on Li Dajuan. His goal was very clear, to capture the leader first. As long as Li Dajuan died, the rest of the people would be like a group of scattered sand and would not be able to achieve anything. Xue Gui held a machete in his left hand and quietly reached into his clothes with his right hand to take out the gun from the lining of his clothes. After turning off the safety, he aimed at Li Dajuan and pulled the trigger. With 2 gunshots, 2 bullet holes appeared on Li Dajuan's body. Blood flowed from his body, soaking his clothes. With Li Dajuan falling to the ground and the threat of Xue Gui's gun, the balance of victory quickly tilted towards Xue Gui. Less than half an hour. More than 30 workers led by Li Dajuan were killed by Xue Gui, but he also ran out of bullets. Fortunately, he found a bunch of keys on the man's body, found his home, and finally found a magazine in his room. Chapter 62, Free Fighter Luo Ziki. There were 10 bullets in his spare magazine, which was now all his trump cards. Now the entire Building 14 is under his control, but he dare not be careless at all, because he had heard gunshots before. Those were the 2 shots Lin Yi fired to save Jiang Shuyan. Although the wind and snow outside were so loud that he could only hear roughly what was happening, he was very sure that it was gunshots and not far from the building where he was. This made him more cautious, as he was now certain that he was not the only one with a gun in the community, but it also strengthened his idea of expanding outward. I have too few bullets in my hand. If I can get that gun, I can improve my ability to protect myself again. His first goal was to take over the entire community. If the wind and snow stop later, he will use the community as a stepping stone to expand to other places. Xue Gui took out his cell phone and made a call. The person on the other end of the phone was her girlfriend, whom she had just started dating before the end of the world. Her name was Dong Yu, and she also lived in the Sichuan community. But it was not in Building 14, but in Building 23. It is different from other buildings. This place has become a world of women. The one in charge here now is a woman named Luo Ziki, who is also the second most beautiful woman in the community in Lin Yi's words. Her figure and appearance can reach 93 points, second only to Jiang Shuyan. Shortly after the apocalypse broke out, the men in Building 23 went from house to house, robbing and raping. It was not until they reached Luo Ziki's home that the two armed men were killed by Luo Ziki. Luo Ziki is a free-fighting athlete by profession, and it is no problem for him to knock down 3 or 4 men by himself. She has become a rising star among free-fighting athletes with her outstanding appearance. She is known as the most beautiful woman in the free-fighting world. Later, under her leadership, all those involved in the robbery and rape were thrown out, and she also united all the women in the building to form her own women's army. Dong Yu was her assistant before the end of the world, and now she has naturally become her right-hand man. Dong Yu was very happy when she learned on the phone that her boyfriend was not in danger and had already taken control of Building 14. But the distance between their two buildings was quite far, and she had no way to go directly to him. Xue Gui was also very helpless about this. He was not interested in Dong Yu, but Luo Ziki's women's army. Xue Gui met Luo Ziki by chance when Luo Ziki had just finished a game. Her fierce attack and outstanding appearance immediately attracted Xue Gui deeply. However, Luo Ziki directly rejected his repeated attempts to talk to her. Finally, Xue Gui set his sights on Dong Yu, who was next to Luo Ziki. Dong Yu had just graduated from college. She was young and inexperienced, and usually only did some work like serving tea and water. It was relatively easy for Xue Gui to deceive her. Sure enough, not long after, Dong Yu became Xue Gui's girlfriend under his crazy pursuit. Just when Xue Gui wanted to get close to Luo Ziki through Dong Yu, doomsday broke out. Now that he heard from Dong Yu that Luo Ziki had become the boss of Building 23, he wanted Luo Ziki even more. As long as the two of them joined forces, wouldn't it be easy to flatten the entire community? What do you want by then? It has been 20 days since the doomsday, but the heavy snow outside still shows no signs of stopping, and the temperature is even continuing to drop. Luo Ziki sat on the sofa in the living room, next to Dong Yu and a middle-aged woman. Both of them are her deputies, helping her manage the women's army. She does not accept men as her subordinates. She has hated men since she was a child. Her father left home when she was very young and abandoned her and her mother. Later, in order to make a living, her mother remarried when she was 8 years old, but that man was also a bastard. Drunk every day and domestic violence. Finally, he beat her mother to death in front of Luo Ziki. After her stepfather was imprisoned, Luo Ziki was sent to an orphanage where she suffered a lot of bullying. So she often fought with others since she was a child, and even boys who were taller than her were no match for her. After leaving the orphanage, she started practicing free fighting and has won many championship trophies. He is well known in the circle. Her experiences from childhood to adulthood have made her understand that men are unreliable and people must rely on themselves. After establishing the women's army, Luo Ziki did not kill them all, nor did she kill those men who had not committed any crimes. Instead, they were driven to other units and were not allowed to return here. After Dong Yu contacted Xue Gui, she told Luo Ziki about Xue Gui's intention to join forces with her. But he was directly scolded by Luo Ziki. She had some impression of Xue Gui, who often hung around her before, but Luo Ziki could see it. This person is extremely hypocritical and is definitely the type of person who will do anything to achieve his goals. So I never gave him a good look. Unexpectedly, Xue Gui ended up together with Dong Yu. She also reminded Dong Yu that Xue Gui might not be suitable for her. But they were in love, and I was just Dong Yu's boss, so I had no right to interfere in her private life, so in the end, I could only let her do what she wanted. After Dong Yu told Xue Gui Luo Ziki's reply word for word, Xue Gui was so angry that he slammed the table on the spot. This bitch really doesn't know what's good for her. She thinks she can compete with me just by finding a bunch of women? Wait until I wipe out your women's army, and then I'll let you taste my power. Although Xue Gui was furious, the snow outside was too heavy and he couldn't go out, so he could only sit at home and feel helpless and furious, looking forward to the day when the heavy snow will stop. Xiao Chong and his companions were staying in their own nest. They just heard gunshots again, and they were very close to them. At first, Xiao Chong thought that Wang Xue had brought people to kill him, But later he found that the gunshots seemed to come from Building 14 next door. It rang for more than 10 times, and faint screams could be heard coming from inside. Xiao Chong felt a little helpless. Why are there so many people with guns now? As long as the enemy has the truth in his hands, no one will dare to rush forward even if he has a lot of people. A pistol can completely determine the outcome of the battle. After all, we only have one life, and everyone wants to hide behind others to pick up the ready-made ones. Xiao Chong had an idea. Now he was under the threat of being killed by Wang Xue at any time. Why not find someone to cooperate with him? Wang Xue's men were just a mob. The only powerful thing is the gun. If I can find someone with a gun to cooperate with, when a fight breaks out, I can take the opportunity to grab a gun for self-defense. Then I can walk around the community with confidence, right? Chapter 63, Joining Forces. Now no one knows when Wang Xue will come to kill him. He has less than 10 people under his command. Even if Wang Xue does not use a gun, they're no match for him. If he wanted to do it, he just did it. Xiao Chong immediately took his weapons and led his men downstairs. After arriving at the entrance of the snow cave, asked someone to open it. The hole they dug previously was from Building 13 to Building 16, passing through Building 14 and Building 15 in between. So he only needed to dig a few more meters in the snow cave to reach Building 14. Everyone started to take action under Xiao Chong's command. In less than half an hour, the snow cave was dug through. Xiao Chong was the first to walk out with his weapon. When Xiao Chong and his men came to the 7th floor, they finally saw a few figures. The other party also discovered them at the first moment. The alarm sounded instantly. Several people knocked hard on the handrail of the stairs with iron rods, and the loud noise spread throughout the entire residential building. Seeing this, Xiao Chong did not stop him, but just waited quietly there. Soon a large group of people rushed down from upstairs. After arriving in front of Xiao Chong and others, the crowd parted and Xue Gue walked out from behind. After looking them up and down, Xue Gue said to Xiao Chong, "You guys aren't from this building, are you? What are you doing here?" Xiao Chong needed help from others, so he naturally lowered his attitude. "I guess you're their boss, right? I'm from Building 13 next door. My name is Xiao Chong, and I came here to discuss a partnership with you. Cooperate." Xue Gue smiled slightly. "What can we collaborate on?" Xiao Chong recounted Lin Yi's situation and also mentioned that Wang Xue had a gun. But he did not say that he had suffered heavy losses and that these were the only people left under his command. When Xue Gue heard that Lin Yi's living conditions were so good, he didn't quite believe it for a moment, but everyone in the community knew about Lin Yi's lavish renovations before. So, after thinking for a while, Xue Gue realized that it was really possible for Lin Yi to have so many supplies. Faced with Xiao Chong's request for cooperation, Xue Gue agreed directly. The reason why he agreed so readily was not just for shelter and food. There are two other reasons. The first one is Jiang Shuyan. As the most beautiful girl in the Sichuan community, he naturally knew her. Now that he heard that Lin Yi had actually taken Jiang Shuyan away, his first thought was to snatch her away. The second reason is for the gun in Lin Yi's hand. Now the enemy is in the open and we are in the dark. He knew that he had a gun in his hand, but Lin Yi might not know that he also had a gun. As long as he launched a surprise attack and didn't give him a chance to shoot, he could get a supply of bullets. Although he agreed to cooperate with Xiao Chong, he would not be used as cannon fodder by him, and those who attack Xiao Chong in the future must also participate. At the same time, Xue Gue will get 80% of Lin Yi's supplies, and the remaining 20% will belong to Xiao Chong, not to mention the shelter. It must belong to Xue Gue. Xiao Chong agreed to all these conditions. There is no way. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Now he has no one and no strength. I can only choose to temporarily rely on Xue Gue. As long as I can get revenge, I will take as little as possible. If a fight really breaks out, it's hard to say what will happen. Maybe I can get a gun in the chaos. After Xue Gue agreed to Xiao Chong, he did not attack directly. Out of caution, he asked his men to contact the people in Building 16 using their cell phones. It's not too late to find out the situation first before taking action. Besides, it's very late now and there are no lights in the community at night. It's pitch black and it's easy to hurt your own people by mistake. The electricity has been cut off for a long time and it only comes on for a short while between noon and 2 a.m. every day. Everyone took advantage of that time to charge their phones. Fortunately, the network has not been disconnected. Although the signal is occasionally not very good, the nearby base stations are all working, so there's no problem for them to communicate with each other normally. After getting what he wanted, Xiao Chong took his men away. Before leaving, I made an agreement with Xue to gather here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to launch an attack on Building 16 together. At the same time, he also specifically stated that Xue must bring his own gun. Wang Xue and Lin Yi have had a very comfortable time these past 2 days, ever since they defeated Xiao Chong last time. Wang Xue thought Lin Yi would ask him to go to Xiao Chong's territory and capture him. But Lin Yi seemed to have forgotten Xiao Chong and didn't even mention him. He just asked him to divide everyone into several teams and patrol day and night. If anyone attacks again, they must be discovered in time. Lin Yi also listed a reward system. If there are more attackers, the top 5 people who kill the most enemies will be rewarded. The 4th and 5th place winners will receive a bowl of beef noodles, and the 2nd and 3rd place winners will receive a bowl of barbecue rice. The reward for 1st place is the most tempting, a 10-pound grilled lamb chops and a bottle of white wine. This reward mechanism also includes Wang Xue and Lin Yi, which means they can also take part in person. As for how many people each person killed, Lin Yi could see it on the surveillance camera. Since they deserted the battlefield last time, in order to punish them, the food Lin Yi provided had changed. He replaced the instant noodles with biscuits. Although they are staple foods, it is freezing cold now, and having a bite of warm food is more important than anything else. So in order to stimulate their desire, Lin Yi replaced the instant noodles. Otherwise, these guys just eat and don't work. Do they really think they are living Buddhas? Every day, apart from putting the food he doesn't eat at the door, Lin Yi plays games or exercises at home. He exercises in the living room during the day and in the bedroom with Jiang Shuyan at night. After all, the body is the capital of revolution. Although Jiang Shuyan has been living there for a week, Lin Yi still hasn't let his guard down towards her and still locks her up after every act. Now, with Jiang Shuyan, the taste of home is getting stronger and stronger. Lin Yi hasn't brought out any dishes directly for a long time. Almost all of them are cooked by Jiang Shuyan herself. But before every meal, Lin Yi would still ask Jiang Shuyan to test the poison first, even though she was naked when she came in. However, many foods combined together can produce toxins, so Lin Yi has to be on guard. As for Wang Xue, she was also locked up by him, but of course not in his shelter, but outside. Now Lin Yi has not figured out how to deal with her. Letting her go is definitely not an option, but killing her directly would be a pity. Lin Yi simply let Wang Xue lock her up for now. After all, her food rations were not in short supply, and the food she ate every day was the same standard as everyone else. Wang Xue, who was locked up, was still a little dissatisfied. She was obviously Lin Yi's brother's girlfriend, but these people dared to treat her like this. She believed that as long as Lin Yi knew her situation, he would come to save her. Those who imprisoned her will be punished 1,000-fold in the future. Chapter 64 Wang Xue is a rebel. The next morning, Lin Yi got up and looked at the heavy snow outside the window. Today is the 23rd, less than a week away from the day he died in his previous life. He has been busy trying to survive every day for some time, and now he can finally enjoy life. But he was not content with the status quo. If the snow stopped, he was still ready to go out and take a look. After all, he didn't know what the situation was outside. It's always good to know more. Now that so many things have happened to my building alone, the situation in other residential buildings and even other communities must not be peaceful either. After breakfast, Lin Yi started another day of exercise. He took the treadmill out of the alien space. Jiang Shuyan was no longer surprised by all this. During this period of time, Lin Yi would often produce some messy things, just like the blue fat man's pocket. While Lin Yi was running, Jiang Shuyan also started practicing yoga. The reason why she was able to maintain such a good figure was because of regular exercise. Just as they were busy with their own things, they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Lin Yi stopped the treadmill and walked to the door. The person knocking on the door was Li Yi. Brother Yi, that Xiao Chong has brought people here again, and this time he brought quite a few people. Lin Yi turned on the surveillance camera after hearing this. There is now chaos outside. On the 6th floor, there were 40 or 50 people moving upstairs in a mighty procession. Standing in the front was a young man holding a machete in his hand. Next to him was Xiao Chong, who had escaped from here before. Lin Yi felt a little strange. Xiao Chong would not come again if he had no support, since he knew that his side had guns. Since he has come back again this time, it means that they must have something that can fight against pistols. And anything that can fight against a pistol is most likely a gun. Lin Yi was a little depressed. Didn't Longo ban guns? How come it was so easy for them to get a gun? Lin Yi loaded the pistol with bullets and then threw it to Li Lei through the firing hole in the door. Next, it's time to watch the show. Lin Yi likes this feeling very much. He doesn't have to go out and take risks himself. He could just open his mouth and someone will fight for him. On the 20th floor, the two sides faced off again. Xiao Chong had Xue Gue as his backer, and his number of people was twice that of Wang Xue, so he was naturally full of confidence. This time he vowed to take revenge. They also want to capture Lin Yi, who is behind them, and tear him into pieces. Wang Xue felt relieved when he saw Li Lei come back and gave him a reassuring look. As long as they have this truth in their hands, they will not be afraid, no matter how many people are on the opposite side. Xiao Chong, I let you run away last time, but I didn't expect you to dare to come back. Aren't you afraid of death? Wang Xue spoke first. Xiao Chong showed an angry expression. He almost died at his hands last time, so when he came this time, Xiao Chong's eyes must be on Wang Xue. In order to avoid accidents, he reminded Xue Gue early in the morning to be ready to shoot at any time and never let the opponent take the initiative. So Xue Gue hid his hands in his sleeves and kept holding his gun tightly. I was careless last time. This time I'm here to seek revenge. If you know what's good for you, tell Lin Yi to come out and surrender immediately. Otherwise, when we rush in, it won't be as simple as surrendering. As Xiao Chong spoke, he attracted the attention of Wang Xue and others. The moment he finished speaking, Xue Gue also pulled out his gun. With the sound of a gunshot, a flash of blood suddenly appeared on Wang Xue's left arm. This was because the distance was not very close and Xue Gue had not received any special shooting training. So even though Wang Xue and others didn't react, the shot still missed and only injured Wang Xue. Xue Gue cursed inwardly, and just as he was about to fire again, Li Lei made his move and fired 5 shots at Xue Gue. 2 of the bullets hit the younger brother next to him, and the remaining 3 bullets all hit Xue Gue's chest. Xiao Chong was horrified. It was Wang Xue who shot and injured him last time, so this time he preconceived that the gun was still on Wang Xue. That's why he let Xue Gue be the first to attack Wang Xue. As long as Wang Xue was dead, the others would be easy to deal with. After being shot, Xue Gue fell to the ground and the gun in his hand slipped to the side. Xiao Chong hurriedly picked up the gun. Just as he was about to take aim, he was shot in the lower abdomen. Without time to fight back, Xiao Chong ran away, cursing in his heart as he ran. This Xue Gue is such a loser. He clearly had weapons in his hands, but he was still killed when the enemy was in the open and we were in the dark. I don't know how he managed to be the boss. Li Lei and Wang Xue were chasing him relentlessly. Now that Xue Gue was dead, the people he brought with him also began to flee in all directions. Xiao Chong climbed back to Building 13 along the snow cave he came from and hid in a room at random. His consciousness was already blurred. The wound had frozen, and a large clot of blood had coagulated. It had to be treated as soon as possible. Li Lei and Wang Xue followed the blood trail to Building 13 and began searching separately. Soon, Wang Xue found a pool of fresh blood at the door of a room, but he did not inform Li Lei. Instead, he climbed in through the window quietly. Carefully pushing open the bedroom door, Wang Xue found Xiao Chong's body on the floor of the room, with a pistol still tightly grasped in his hand. Wang Xue pried Xiao Chong's hands apart, took the gun in his hand, and checked the bullets inside. Then he checked Xiao Chong's pulse and found that he was not dead yet, but had fainted due to excessive blood loss. However, his breathing was extremely weak, and it was obvious that he was not far from death. Wang Xue put the gun in his pocket, opened the window, and threw Xiao Chong's body out of the window. He then contacted Li Lei on his cell phone and told him that he saw Xiao Chong jump from the building. The two returned to Building 16 and reported to Lin Yi. But Wang Xue did not tell anyone about the pistol. He had a hunch that this gun would be an opportunity for his future rise. More than a dozen people brought by Xue Gue were killed in the melee, and the rest all ran away. Even many of those who had surrendered were killed, because Lin Yi had said before that you would get a reward for every enemy you killed. However, they also suffered a lot of casualties. Their number was originally less than half of the enemies. Although because of Xue Gue's death and Xiao Chong's escape, they had lost all their will to fight. However, many people in Building 16 were killed during the resistance. There are only 12 or 13 residents left in Building 16, including Wang Xue and Li Lei. Lin Yi didn't care about such casualties at all. These cannon fodders died, and he didn't feel sad. He wouldn't care even if everyone in the building died. Chapter 65, The Snow Stopped. Ever since Xue Gue and Xiao Chong led their men to attack last time, Lin Yi finally had a few days of peace. Wang Xue was also released by Lin Yi and participated in the usual security patrol work with others. This made her a little unbelievable. I am obviously Lin Yi's goddess. Why would he treat me like this? He went to confront Lin Yi on the spot. Lin Yi sent her the photos of himself and Jiang Shuyan in bed. Wang Xue looked at Jiang Shuyan on the phone. She had light makeup on, delicate and three-dimensional features. Her long black hair was scattered casually, and her slender white thighs were placed on Lin Yi's body. She snuggled in Lin Yi's arms, her face full of happiness. Looking at her current appearance, days of hunger and abuse have made her skinny, with a sallow complexion and haggard appearance. Just like the Walking Dead movie. She doesn't look like a goddess at all. Just looking at Jiang Shuyan in the photo makes her feel inferior. She couldn't help but secretly regret in her heart. If she had known this would happen, she should have accepted Lin Yi's pursuit. If she had not been greedy for the pursuit of those men, she might have married Lin Yi by now, and might even have a child. If that were the case, would Lin Yi still treat himself like this? Definitely not. It was all Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang's fault. They were the ones who were saying bad things about Lin Yi in her ears, saying that he was not worthy of her at all, that she deserved a better man. That's why she kept Lin Yi hanging, enjoying his efforts while feeling that he was not worthy of her. Fortunately, they're both dead, otherwise I would definitely go and settle the score with them. 2 days passed, and it was August 3rd. When Lin Yi woke up in the morning, he felt that today's weather was a little different from usual. Compared with before, the snow was much lighter, and the visibility had increased from 1 or 2 meters to more than 10 meters, or even 20 meters. Is the snow going to stop? Lin Yi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the snow scene outside. Most of the buildings in the city have been submerged in heavy snow, and the streets and some overpasses have all disappeared. If it weren't for the fact that some buildings could still be seen, no one would have thought that this place was once a city. The heavy snow in recent days has submerged the 7th floor. The snow should have been thicker, but due to gravity, the snow at the bottom has been compacted, so the thickness of the snow actually decreases as you go further. After breakfast, Lin Yi sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with Jiang Shuyan and looked outside. Until noon, the snow became lighter and lighter, and when a ray of sunlight shone in, the heavy snow that had been falling for more than a month finally stopped. Although Lin Yi stayed at home, he could still hear the cheers of other residents outside. Although he was also very excited, he was not as optimistic as others. Although the snow has stopped, the temperature outside has not risen at all. Instead, it continues to drop. Now the daytime temperature outside has reached minus 80 degrees Celsius, and the nighttime temperature has reached minus 90 degrees Celsius. If there is no means of transportation with heating equipment, the average person can only survive outside for more than half an hour at most. Even some people with weaker physical conditions will freeze to death if they stay outside for more than 10 minutes, and their respiratory tract will be damaged due to inhaling too much cold air. Lin Yi really wanted to go out for a walk, but out of caution, he did not act rashly. What if it started snowing again as soon as he went out? Until the next morning, although the weather was still gloomy, there was still no sign of snowing again. Lin Yi discovered that someone was starting to move downstairs. There are 24 buildings in the Sichuan community, and Building 16, where Lin Yi is located in the middle of the community. After being trapped at home by heavy snow for a month, everyone had already run out of food, and many people had to resort to cannibalism. Now that they can finally go out, they all want to go out and see if they can find food. But they had just gone far when they were frozen back. The reason is simple. It's too cold outside. You can also make a fire to keep warm at home, and by closing the windows and doors, you can control the temperature to around minus 40 degrees Celsius. But the temperature outside had reached minus 80 degrees Celsius, and everyone couldn't hold on for long. Seeing this, Lin Yi decided to go out and take a look. He had been stuck at home for more than a month, and even though he had beautiful women by his side every day, he felt like he was getting rusty. But he was not too comfortable leaving Jiang Shuyan alone at home, where she locked the door while he was away. Lin Yi thought about it and decided to lock her in the bedroom first, and then left her some food for the day. Before leaving, Lin Yi added a lot of firewood and coal into the fireplace. Coal burns harder than firewood and will last longer before he returns. After Lin Yi had prepared everything, he took out a set of winter clothes from the alien space. These are what he had taken from the warehouse of Fuyuan supermarket. They were all professional cold-proof clothes with batteries inside. Just press the switch to heat the clothes. It can withstand temperatures as low as minus 60 or 70 degrees Celsius. Lin Yi put on the bulletproof vest he had bought earlier then put on the protective suit and a bulletproof helmet on his head. After getting dressed, Lin Yi felt a burst of heat and was sweating profusely. Finally, he came to the door and opened it, which had been closed for more than a month. As the door slowly opened, gusts of cold air rushed in, and Lin Yi strode out directly. Before going out, he had confirmed from the surveillance camera that the corridor was safe and there was no one there. Lin Yi went up the stairs directly to a house on the 7th floor. After breaking the window, Lin Yi walked out. Although the snow outside was very thick, it was not deep when stepped on, only about 10 centimeters. Lin Yi found a deserted place and released his unimog. As soon as the car landed, the snow around it sank. Looking at the steel-like giant in front of him, Lin Yi showed a satisfied expression. Everyone else's cars have been buried under the snow, and now my car is the only one left in the community. Lin Yi opened the car door and got in. After starting the car, he turned the heater to the maximum. He stepped on the accelerator, and the car shot out like an arrow. The roar of the car resounded throughout the entire community, and those who were still alive leaned on the windows and looked downstairs. Lin Yi walked around the neighborhood, looked at the figures behind the windows, and sighed, "There are quite a few people alive." Then he drove straight out of the community. His purpose today was to go somewhere else and find out what was going on outside. As for safety issues, he doesn't have to worry. He has replaced the car's shell and glass with bulletproof ones. Unless it is an armor-piercing bullet, he will be absolutely safe inside. Chapter 66, Another Superpower. The road outside was smooth and wide. After Lin Yi identified the direction, he drove towards the nearest shopping mall to the community. This shopping mall has 5 floors, but because the shelves are relatively high, the height is equivalent to the 8th or 9th floor of an ordinary residential building, so it will not be buried underground. Lin Yi wandered around for a long time before finally finding a small snow pile. Lin Yi checked the nearby reference objects and confirmed that the snow pile in front of him was the roof of the shopping mall. Of the 5-story shopping mall, only one floor is still exposed, but it is also covered in snow. After Lin Yi got out of the car, he put the car into the different space, then took out a shovel and started digging. After digging for half an hour, Lin Yi finally dug out a passage. After breaking the glass, Lin Yi crawled in with a shovel. The temperature inside was a little warmer than Lin Yi had imagined, about -50 or 60 degrees Celsius. Lin Yi felt just right in his winter clothes. Although it was still a bit cold, at least he could hold out for a long time. Lin Yi took out a searchlight and put it on his head, then walked towards the mall. Just as Lin Yi entered the mall, a pair of eyes on a nearby building were staring at him. But what is strange is that in such a cold temperature, he was only wearing a thin coat, and the wind and snow around him automatically slid to the sides when they approached him. Lin Yi took out his pistol and walked inside cautiously. The reason why he didn't use the more powerful AK was because the AK was not as convenient as the pistol in close combat, and he can change guns at any time as long as he thinks about it. Lin Yi came in from a restaurant on the top floor of a shopping mall, and he was currently in the kitchen. Judging from the arrangement of items around, it seems that no one has been here for a long time. The knives and spatulas were frozen on the table. There was still some meat in the freezer in the kitchen, but Lin Yi didn't take it. He already had enough food in his space, and he didn't even look down on these things. Pushing the door open and walking out, Lin Yi went straight to the main hall. After pulling open the rolling door, Lin Yi entered the mall. The mall was pitch black at this time. Although it was daytime, all the windows in the mall were covered with snow and not a single ray of sunlight could get in. Lin Yi walked around inside twice, and when he came across some luxury goods stores, he broke the doors and looted everything inside, including some brand-name bags and various high-end clothing. Lin Yi didn't care whether he could wear them or not, and put them all into the space so that he could use them to coax Wang Xue in the future. These luxury bags used to cost tens of thousands of yuan each, but now they are worth nothing. There were also quite a few brand-name cosmetics. Although many of them had frozen due to the temperature, Lin Yi didn't know if they could still be used, so he simply took them all back and let Jiang Shuyin choose for herself. Just when Lin Yi was busy and having fun, a sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. Lin Yi didn't have time to check, so he rolled on the spot and quickly dodged to the side. Hiding his body behind a wall, Lin Yi looked carefully and saw 3 ice spikes appear where he had just stood, stuck on the cabinet, flashing with cold light. Lin Yi's heart was shocked. Judging from the attack just now, the opponent was obviously not an ordinary person. Could there be other people with superpowers in this world? And his special ability is ice? Lin Yi quickly turned off the searchlight above his head, closed his eyes, and listened carefully to the movements outside. A few minutes later, footsteps were heard outside. "You're quite alert. No wonder you dare to wander around alone. Come out, you can't run away." A man's voice was heard, and he didn't sound very old. Lin Yi put away his pistol and replaced it with an AK. At this moment, he was already on high alert. This was his first time facing someone with the same abilities as himself, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. "I already know his special abilities, but he may not know that I am also a special ability user." This is what Lin Yi relies on. Although his spatial ability is not suitable for combat, it is still unknown who will win in a sudden attack. The young man at the door stood 30 meters away, with blue light flashing in his eyes. Although the surroundings were pitch black, his supernatural powers were quite special. It can sense the surrounding temperature, just like wearing thermal imaging, which can help him see in the dark. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't say anything, the young man waved his right hand, and several ice cones condensed in the air again. Shot towards Lin Yi. The cosmetic store where Lin Yi was working was suddenly turned into a mess by the ice cones. The ground was covered with broken glass. Lin Yi leaned against the wall. It was no use just passively taking the beating. He took out a high-power flashlight from the other dimension, covered it with his hand, and turned on the switch. Then he threw it directly outside. As the flashlight was thrown out, Lin Yi also rushed out. Under the light, Lin Yi saw the boy's face. It was a young face that looked only 17 or 18 years old, but the fierceness in his eyes was not what he should have at this age. Lin Yi then pulled the trigger, and the supernatural power in his right eye attached to the gun. Several bullets were fired at the boy's head, but Lin Yi did not hear any screams. When he landed, he found that his bullet was blocked by a wall of ice. The bullets hit it, but only left a few small holes on it, and did not penetrate the ice wall. The boy saw Lin Yi finally come out. He clapped his hands repeatedly and said, "Excellent marksmanship. At such a long distance, all 3 shots hit my forehead. Were you a military king?" Seeing that Lin Yi still didn't speak, the young man said again, "You should have seen that after the end of the world, I have magical abilities and am unique in the world. Now I allow you to follow me and be my subordinate. This opportunity is not given to everyone. You must learn to cherish it. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to send you to hell." Lin Yi still didn't speak, and the only response he got was the bullet he fired again. Lin Yi's action finally angered the young man. After blocking the bullet with the ice wall again, the young man directly condensed dozens of ice cones to block all of Lin Yi's retreat routes, determined to kill him with one blow. As the ice cone approached, Lin Yi stopped dodging and stood there motionless as if he had accepted his fate. The smile on the young man's lips became more and more intense. He had killed dozens of people with this move, including some with good skills, but they were all shot and deceived by him in the end. But the next second the boy opened his mouth in surprise. The ice cone shot towards Lin Yi disappeared instantly after it got 1 meter close to him. It's as if it never existed. Chapter 67, Ice-type Psychic Shinrang. The boy rubbed his eyes and found that the ice cone had indeed disappeared, and it was not an illusion. Then he condensed dozens of ice cones again and shot them towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi still did not dodge, and watched the ice cone shooting towards him. When the ice cone got 1 meter closer to Lin Yi, it disappeared without a trace again. Lin Yi did not have enough combat experience. After being attacked, he had been fighting based on his instincts and almost forgot that he still had the space gate to use. Now that the space door has appeared, Lin Yi is instantly invincible, and any attack will be absorbed into his alien space. Lin Yi opened the space door in front of him, held the AK in both hands, and started shooting at the boy. Dozens of bullets were fired, and the ice wall in front of the boy was shattered into pieces. In desperation, the young man had to condense an ice wall again. But condensing an ice wall consumed a lot of his supernatural powers, and he could only condense 3 even with all his strength. If Lin Yi still has bullets by then, he will have no choice but to surrender. The boy tried hard to defend against Lin Yi's attack. When Lin Yi changed bullets, he would also condense a few ice cones to fight back. However, the ice cones he shot out were like a drop in the ocean. As soon as they got close to Lin Yi, they disappeared instantly. This made him very depressed. Since he awakened his ice power, he only took 2 days to kill all the people who had grudges against him. I originally thought that I would be the protagonist of this world, but I didn't expect that after the snow stopped, when I wanted to go out for a walk, everyone I met would be so amazing. He suppressed himself to the point where he had no power to fight back. The boy's second ice wall was also shattered by Lin Yi's AK. He hurriedly released all his supernatural powers and condensed the last ice wall. Are you also a mutant? The boy's voice came from behind the ice wall. Lin Yi's performance was obviously not that of an ordinary person, so there was only one possibility, that he was also a person with special abilities like himself, but he didn't know what Lin Yi's special abilities were. Could it be a power that can make attacks disappear? Now he didn't care about guessing Lin Yi's special ability. He just wanted to delay time. If Lin Yi didn't stop, he would die here today. He didn't want to die yet, because he was the chosen one and had awakened his ice power in this extremely cold doomsday. Not only can it control wind and snow, but it is also not afraid of severe cold. The ice and snow outside is his home ground. However, due to environmental limitations, there was no snow in the mall, so his only attack was the ice cone. The boy felt a little regretful. If he had known that the other party was also a person with superpowers, he should not have been so arrogant as to enter the mall. But it was too late to say anything now. No matter what he said, Lin Yi's attack continued. It seems like he will not stop until he is killed. After Lin Yi replaced 5 magazines, the ice wall in front of the boy finally couldn't hold on and shattered into pieces of solid ice on the ground. But Lin Yi did not kill him directly, but shot him in each of his limbs. Seeing that he no longer had the strength to resist, Lin Yi finally spoke. Who are you? Why do you have special abilities? Facing the dark muzzle of Lin Yi's gun, the young man slowly said, My name is Shun Rang, and I'm a student at Haijing University of Science and Technology. My ability suddenly appeared half a month ago. I don't know how it came about. It seems like it just happened out of the blue. Haijing University of Science and Technology? Lin Yi is very familiar with this university. He and Wang Xue also graduated from here, so it can be considered his alma mater. What this university is best known for is not their faculty or educational ability, but the female students here. A beauty like Wang Xue's was not even considered popular in school. The reason why so many people pursued her was because she was open-minded and could get along with everyone. Lin Yi remembered that the school beauty at that time was in the same class as him, named Lu Fei'er. After graduation, she stayed in the school to study for a master's degree, and later seemed to have become a teacher in the school. Her beauty is absolutely unique in the school. Even Jiang Shuyan is slightly inferior to her. She is 1.75 meters tall, has golden proportions, and a well-proportioned figure. She was once on the hot search and was named the most beautiful female teacher in Haijing City. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Fei'er is the most beautiful woman Lin Yi has ever seen in real life. At that time, many boys fought for her, and even some rich second-generation boys wanted to support her, but after learning about her family background, they gave up the idea. Some rich second generations who had spoken rudely to Lu Fei'er were severely beaten by their parents, and finally brought their sons to apologize in person. Lu Fei'er's family is in politics. Her grandfather is a senior military official, and her parents are also high-ranking government officials. Those rich second generations are simply not to be messed with. With these previous experiences, no one in the school dared to take advantage of her anymore. Lin Yi asked Shun Rang if he knew a teacher named Lu Fei'er. When Shun Rang heard Lu Fei'er's name, his eyes lit up, as if he thought of the woman who had been haunting him. When Lin Yi saw Shun Rang's eyes, he knew what he was thinking. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. This Lu Fei'er is really a man-killer. From teachers and principals to students and friends, there is no one who doesn't have feelings for her. Seeing that Shun Rang was still in a daze, Lin Yi kicked him hard. Shun Rang came back to his senses and said to Lin Yi, I know her. Lu Fei'er is a teacher in our school and the school belle, but she doesn't teach me. School beauty? Isn't she a teacher? Why is she still the school beauty? It seemed as if he could see the doubts in Lin Yi's mind. Shun Rang explained, although she is a teacher and doesn't participate in the school beauty pageant, every time everyone votes for the school beauty, at least half of the boys in the school choose her. That's why teacher Lu has been the school beauty for several years now. Lin Yi once again witnessed the lethality of his old classmate. Then he asked Shun Rang, how is she now? Is she still in school? Teachers at Haijing University of Science and Technology have their own dormitories, and many teachers live here for the convenience of teaching. Shun Rang nodded and said, she is still in school. Lin Yi noticed the change in Shun Rang's eyes, stepped on him hard with his foot, and asked, what happened to her? Did you do something to her? Shun Rang screamed and hurriedly said to Lin Yi, no, I didn't do anything. I wanted her to be my woman willingly, so I didn't force her. I just had her locked up. After hearing this, Lin Yi put his foot down. One last question. Have you ever seen any other people with special abilities? Chapter 68, Absorbing Superpowers. Other psychics? No. Shenrang's answer was very straightforward, and he didn't sound like he was lying. Because of my supernatural attributes, I'm not afraid of the cold. After the snow stopped yesterday, I left school. In the past 2 days, I've traveled to many places and met many people, but I haven't met a single supernatural person. If I hadn't met you, I would have thought I was the only supernatural person in the world. Lin Yi felt a little relieved. It seemed that there were not many people with special abilities, and meeting Shenrang was just a coincidence. This is good, otherwise my advantage would be even smaller. Looking at Lin Yi, he was thinking about something. Shenrang quietly mobilized his special abilities and condensed a thick ice cone behind Lin Yi. The reason why he told everything he knew was to buy some time so that he could recover his supernatural powers. Seeing Lin Yi fall into deep thought, he knew the time had come. With a thought, the ice cone shot towards Lin Yi's back. But when the ice cone was 1 meter away from Lin Yi, it disappeared again. Lin Yi turned around and smiled at Shenrang, revealing a row of snow-white teeth. His attention has always been on Shenrang. How could he be distracted when facing a dangerous person with superpowers? As expected, Shenrang did not disappoint him. As soon as he recovered some of his superpowers, he couldn't help but want to launch a sneak attack on him. Shenrang's eyes were filled with despair. This was his last trump card, but he didn't expect that Lin Yi still noticed it. Lin Yi stood up, then extended his right hand forward, and an invisible door of space opened in front of him. The ice cone that he had just put into the alien space shot out instantly. Shenrang's special powers had been exhausted, and he could only watch helplessly as the ice cone he shot pierced into his chest. Before he died, he finally knew where the ice cones he shot out went. It turned out that they were all absorbed by Lin Yi. After Lin Yi killed Shenrang, he was about to leave when he saw a blue light suddenly emerge from Shenrang's body. Then the blue light gradually shrank and turned into a thumb-sized ball of light. Driven by curiosity, Lin Yi touched the ball of light with his hand. The next second, a surge of energy suddenly rushed into his body. This energy was extremely powerful. While transforming Lin Yi's body, it was also strengthening his eyes. An unknown amount of time passed, and Lin Yi felt as if he had been here for a whole day. However, when he regained consciousness and glanced at the time, only a few seconds had passed. At this moment, Lin Yi felt that his body was full of strength, as if it was endless. He could make waves by waving his fist casually, and it could produce bursts of wind-breaking sounds. Moreover, the body's tolerance to cold has also increased a lot, which should be related to Shenrang's supernatural attributes. His space door also underwent some changes, and its length and width changed from 1 meter to 1.1 meters. Although the increase is not much, it has helped Lin Yi find a direction. As long as he can continue to absorb other people's abilities, he will definitely become stronger and stronger. Finally, it was his right eye. Lin Yi felt it carefully and found that the energy inside had increased a lot, and the purity had also improved a bit. Lin Yi took out his pistol and fired a shot at the distant wall. The energy consumption is still 1,000th and has not changed, but the power has increased several times and can catch up with the effect of a sniper rifle. Lin Yi felt very happy. This was really a timely help. He had just started to worry about other people with special abilities, and Shenrang gave him such a big gift. Although I'm not the strongest, it is at least enough to protect myself. Lin Yi could foresee that his life would definitely not be peaceful in the future. By then, there would probably be more people with superpowers appearing and hunting each other, and absorbing superpowers would probably become the norm. After Lin Yi tested his special abilities again in the mall, he squatted down beside Shenrang's body. He wanted to see if there would be more energy balls appearing soon. Although he could directly take Shenrang's body into the alien space and take it away, the time in his alien space was still. Even if there was an energy ball, it would no longer appear because of the stillness of time. Lin Yi waited for more than an hour. The entire mall had been searched by him, but Shenrang's body was still lying there quietly, without any change. Lin Yi threw 2 Molotov cocktails at his body. After Shenrang's body was burned into a piece of charcoal, Lin Yi smashed his body into several pieces with a hammer, but still no energy appeared. Lin Yi sighed, put Shenrang's body into the different space, and then left. After all, it's the body of a person with superpowers. Let's keep it for now, just in case it comes in handy. Lin Yi has always believed in eradicating the problem at its roots. He won't be like those villains who are careless and end up nurturing a tiger to harm them. If you want to kill, you must kill thoroughly. Lin Yi climbed out through the window he came in through. He released his car again. He originally wanted to wander around and see if he could find some gas stations. His fuel reserves were limited, so he had to prepare in advance. But after walking around, I couldn't find one. Judging from the height of the gas station, it should have been buried under the snow long ago. If you want to collect fuel, you have to dig up the snow at least 20 meters below the snow. The workload was too heavy, so Lin Yi gave up decisively. Anyway, he still has some reserves in his alien space, so let's talk about it later. Since there was no need to search for fuel, Lin Yi wanted to go to Haijin University of Science and Technology. By the way, I want to see my old classmate. She was locked up by Shun Rang. It would be nice for me to play the role of a hero saving a beauty. Maybe I could even win her heart. He was absolutely certain that Lu Feier was definitely a virgin. During his college years, Lu Feier had always been a loner with a very cold personality, not to mention talking about boyfriends. And because of her family background, no one dared to take advantage of her. Although those scumbags coveted her body, they could only watch from afar and satisfy their eyes, and they did not dare to have any in-depth contact. Lin Yi drove an off-road vehicle towards his alma mater. Along the way, he could always feel countless eyes staring at him. The city is now as quiet as a dead city. Without the noise of various vehicles and electrical appliances, the sound of his car's engine is particularly obvious. You can hear it from a long distance away. After driving for 20 minutes, Lin Yi finally arrived at Haijin University of Science and Technology. The school has a total of 6 teaching buildings, 3 canteens, a library, and a gymnasium. But the cafeteria and gymnasium are on lower floors and should be buried under the snow now. But when Lin Yi arrived, he found that a big hole had been dug in one of the school cafeterias, and shadowy figures could be seen inside from the outside. It seems that there are quite a few people staying inside. Chapter 69, Lu Feier. After Lin Yi thought about it, he understood. This gap must have been dug by Shun Rang using his special abilities. Otherwise, what would all these people eat? They would have starved to death long ago. Moreover, the number of people in the cafeteria was obviously not right. Normally, this school should have 5,000 to 6,000 people, but now there were only about 200 to 300 left. The remaining people probably froze to death or starved to death. Those who were able to be kept here by Shun Rang should have submitted to him and be considered his younger brothers. Lin Yi didn't expect that Shun Rang's ability was so powerful. If he had known it earlier, he would not have killed him. He would have asked him to help him clear the snow at the gas stations. But he quickly dismissed this idea. He was able to easily defeat Shun Rang due to many reasons. First of all, he underestimated the enemy and thought that he was just an ordinary person, so he followed him into the mall. Without the wind and snow around him, his fighting ability was greatly reduced. Secondly, he had a gun in his hand. Although the power of thermal weapons was not enough to do anything to him, with the invincible defense of his spatial ability, he was able to drain his ability. Without his special powers, Shun Rang became a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Lin Yi parked the car and then strode in. There were more than 200 people in the cafeteria at this time, mostly men, with only 30 or 40 girls. Judging from their ages, they should all be students of the school. But although there are fewer girls, they all look good, and none of them scores below 60 points. The highest scores could even reach 80 points, which is the same level as Wang Xue, and they're already considered beauties. In a corner, a heavily made-up woman was cursing at Lu Feier, who had her hands and feet tied. "You bitch, you're a teacher, and you dare to seduce my boyfriend?" The woman was Shun Rang's girlfriend, named Li Hui. She was also one of the beauties who could reach 80 points. Before the end of the world, she and Shun Rang were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. However, Shun Rang's family background is average, while Li Hui's family background is superior, and she has more living expenses, so in the process of their relationship, Li Hui has always held a dominant position. He had no patience at all for Shun Rang, and would lose his temper at the slightest provocation. In order to curry favor with her, Shun Rang had no choice but to swallow his anger. But after the end of the world, Shun Rang suddenly gained superpowers, which allowed him to stand up instantly. He no longer treated Li Hui with the usual tenderness and care, although Li Hui was still his girlfriend in name. But everyone understands that Shun Rang can now choose any woman he wants. The first person he chose was naturally Lu Feier. After all, she is the dream lover of all the teachers and students in the school, and many people fantasize about her body before going to sleep. Li Hui lost her temper at Shun Rang's behavior. The attitude towards him kept getting worse and worse, and finally even turned into flattery. Shun Rang killed a lot of people during this period, including many classmates who had conflicts with him in the past. However, the other students did not dare to have any opinions about his actions. Shun Rang, who possesses superpowers, has become the local tyrant of the entire school. Ever since Shun Rang failed to force Lu Fei'er and locked her up, Li Hui has always disliked her. Now that Shun Rang is away, Li Hui wants to teach her a lesson. Everyone in the cafeteria knew that Li Hui was Shun Rang's girlfriend, so they obeyed her every word and dared not disobey her at all, for fear that Shun Rang would settle the score with them when he came back. Li Hui called her brother over. Her brother's name was Li Jun. He was 1 year older than her and was already a senior this year. Brother, go and rape her. Li Jun was shocked by Li Hui's words. What did you say? Rape? No, that's against the law. Li Hui was furious at her brother's words. What time is it now? Where's the law? Shun Rang has killed so many people. Are there any police to arrest him? Li Jun was still a little hesitant. But my brother-in-law has already fallen in love with Lu Fei'er. If I do this, he will be unhappy when he comes back. Li Hui smiled slightly and said, I just want to make him unhappy. If you rape her, she will no longer be a campus beauty, but a slut. Will Shun Rang still treat her as a treasure? Li Jun nodded and said, I understand. You want to eliminate your competitors. Li Hui smiled. You're smart. Li Jun looked at Lu Fei'er in the corner, his heart beating wildly. Lu Fei'er is the goddess admired by all the teachers and students in the school. Now he is about to be the first to experience her. How can he not be excited? As Lu Fei'er listened to the conversation between Li Hui and her sister, a trace of despair flashed in her eyes, but her mouth was blocked, and she couldn't even bite her tongue to commit suicide. Seeing Li Jun getting closer and closer to her, Lu Fei'er was at her wit's end, and a line of tears rolled down from the corner of her eyes. Just then, there was a loud bang from the cafeteria door. Then a figure walked in from outside. Judging from his figure, he should be a man. He is wearing a white cold-proof suit and a bulletproof helmet on his head. The most eye-catching thing is the AK submachine gun in his hand. For these ordinary people, Lin, he doesn't need to play the game of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger with them. Just rush in. But Lin, he didn't expect that there were really people who were so blind. Several young men with machetes stopped him, not caring at all about the gun in his hand. Lin, he was a little surprised. Are all the young people nowadays so brave? Are they not even afraid of guns? Kid, which class are you from? Who told you to barge in? Are you looking for death? The corners of Lin Yi's mouth, hidden under his helmet, rose slightly. Am I really that young? It's been 8 or 9 years since I graduated, and people still ask me which class I'm from. I'm not looking for death. I'm looking for her. Lin Yi raised his hand slightly and pointed at Lu Fei'er in the corner. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Lu Fei'er, who had been tied up like a crab. Every time I saw Lu Fei'er before, she always looked aloof and aloof. Now suddenly seeing her embarrassing look, Lin Yi had a different feeling. Boy, you're really courting death. Goddess Lu Fei'er is our boss's woman. Get out of here while our boss is away. Don't go around scaring people with a fake gun, or you'll cry soon. Lin Yi understood. No wonder they were not afraid of him. It turned out that they thought he was holding a fake gun. Yes, Longwa bans guns, let alone AK. If you meet someone holding this gun, you will think it is fake. Lin Yi raised the gun and pointed it at the young man who had just spoken. Then he pulled the trigger. Chapter 70 Rescue. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the young man's head was instantly blown to pieces, with blood mixed with white brain matter spilling all over the ground. Lin Yi didn't expect that this shot would be so powerful. After being enhanced by his own supernatural powers, the power of this shot was almost as powerful as Barrett's. Lin Yi's mind raced. What if he actually found a Barrett? With the added power of his own abilities, how powerful would it be? Wouldn't it be like a cannon? But where to find it? Firearms of this level should only be found in military camps. I can go back and see where there are military camps and search there. It would be even better if I can find more weapons. After all, his space gate is not good at attacking, but his space I can be attached to firearms, so the more powerful the weapon is, the better. The bloody scene frightened the students present, and several female students even vomited on the spot. The young men who stopped Lin Yi were so frightened that they fell to the ground. Lin Yi slowly walked to Lu Fei'er's side. Li Hui and Li Jun had already run to the side and squatted down. Lin Yi untied the ropes on Lu Fei'er, tore off the tape on her mouth, and then took off his helmet. He said to Lu Fei'er, "Old classmate, do you still remember me?" Lu Fei'er shouted in surprise, "Lin Yi, why is it you?" Lin Yi didn't expect that after so much time had passed, Lu Fei'er could still recognize him. I met a man named Shenrang on the road. He knew you were in danger and ran over to save you. Lu Feier was shocked when she heard that. Have you met Shenrang? Let's go quickly before he comes back. After saying that, Lu Feier took Lin Yi's hand and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Lin Yi felt the smooth touch on his hand, smiled slightly, and said to Lu Feier, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Everything will be fine." Seeing Lin Yi's expression, Lu Feier became even more anxious. You don't know how powerful Shenrang is. He has special abilities. Not only is he not afraid of the cold, he can even control ice and snow. After Lu Feier finished speaking, Li Hui beside her interrupted. Are you scared now? Don't run if you have the guts. When my husband comes back, he will tear you to pieces. Lin Yi showed a sarcastic smile, and then said, Your husband? You're not talking about him, are you? Lin Yi waved his hand, and a charred corpse suddenly appeared in the air, and the corpse was chopped into several pieces. Li Hui was startled by the sudden appearance of the black shadow, but still plucked up the courage to take a look. She recognized the identity of the body at a glance. It was Shenrang. Because of the cold weather, although Lin Yi threw 2 Molotov cocktails on his body was not burned too much and his face could still be vaguely distinguished. Li Hui was at a loss when she saw that her greatest support had been killed by Lin Yi. Li Jun next to him squatted on the ground obediently and didn't say a word from beginning to end. Lu Feier opened her mouth wide. She had seen Shenrang's abilities before. He was like a god. But Lin Yi was able to kill Shenrang, and combined with his ability to suddenly produce a corpse just now, does he also have special abilities? Lin Yi did not explain to Lu Feier, but asked her about her plans. It's freezing outside now, and she obviously can't stay here anymore. Where else can she go? Lu Feier looked at Lin Yi and said, Can I follow you? After all, Lin Yi had just rescued her and was her savior. Moreover, she knew Lin Yi well enough to know him well. He was at least much better than these people. At least it won't hurt her. This is exactly what Lin Yi wanted to hear, but he still pretended to be hesitant and said, It's not impossible for you to follow me, but we are alone, and you are so beautiful. I'm afraid I can't control myself. Lu Feier blushed slightly, but she still mustered up the courage to say, I'm not afraid, so why should you, a grown man, be afraid? She has now made up her mind. After more than a month of living in the apocalypse, she has come to understand the wickedness of human nature. Many of the people present were her students, but they all wanted to pounce on her now. Lu Feier is very confident about her beauty. No man can resist her, and this is all she relies on. If you can't find a place to settle down with your beauty, the best outcome is to become someone else's plaything. Lin Yi nodded and said, Okay, you can follow me, but let me be frank. If you follow me, you must obey my orders unconditionally, otherwise I will throw you out. Lu Feier nodded heavily and agreed directly. Lin Yi took out a set of winter clothes from the alien space, then took Lu Feier's hand and walked into a room next door. Seeing Lin Yi conjure something up with his bare hands again, Lu Feier was certain that Lin Yi must have special abilities and that he was able to kill Shenrang, which meant that he should be even more powerful than Shenrang. After the two entered the room, Lin Yi closed the door and handed the winter clothes in his hand to Lu Feier. Put it on. Lu Feier took the winter coat, glanced at Lin Yi, who was calm and composed beside her, and said angrily, You go out first. Lin Yi explained righteously, I have to protect you here. It's so dark here. What if a gangster shows up? Lu Feier gritted her teeth. Since she had decided to go with him, her innocence would surely be lost. It was just a matter of time. Let him see it if he wanted to. Thinking of this, Lu Feier stopped being pretentious and took off her coat openly, leaving only her underwear. She then changed into the clothes and winter clothes that Lin Yi handed to her. Lin Yi stared at Lu Feier without blinking. I have to say, it is also a pleasure to watch beautiful women changing clothes. After just looking for a while, Lin Yi reacted, but now was not the time. Lin Yi cursed himself as a beast and then turned around. It took several deep breaths to suppress the throbbing in my heart. After Lu Feier changed her clothes, Lin Yi pulled her out the door. The students outside remained as they were. They all knew that Shenrang died at the hands of Lin Yi, so they didn't dare to resist at all. They could only pray silently in their hearts that Lin Yi would not make things difficult for them and leave quickly. Lin Yi didn't want to waste time with these small characters. After coming out of the room, he directly pulled Lu Feier out of the cafeteria. There is still some food in reserve here, and if they eat sparingly, it should be enough to last them for a month. As for what they would do in a month, that was not Lin Yi's concern. He was very humane in not killing them all as Shun ranks accomplices. Chapter 71, The Two Women Meet. After the two came out of the school cafeteria, Lu Feier tightened her clothes, then looked at the vast expanse of snow in front of her and asked Lin Yi, "Where are we going now?" Lin Yi replied without even looking up, "I'll take you to a warm place." Lu Feier did not comment on Lin Yi's words. Where could she find a warm place now? After the two climbed out of the snow cave in the cafeteria, Lu Feier finally saw the full picture of the city today. Everywhere you look is white, like a desert, with no end in sight. The streets and buildings are buried under the snow. Although she didn't know where the warm place Lin Yi was talking about was, Lu Feier knew that she might not be able to get there, because they were several kilometers away from the nearest building. How far could they walk in such temperature with just their two legs? But soon Lu Feier found out how Lin Yi got here. Lin Yi just stood there and waved his hand toward the front. A black SUV appeared in front of us in an instant. Lu Feier was also startled when she saw the off-road vehicle suddenly appearing in front of her. It was not until Lin Yi asked her to get in the car that Lu Feier reacted, opened the door, and sat in. Lin Yi turned on the heater, and the car instantly became warm. Lu Feier was sitting in the passenger seat, and Lin Yi's magical powers once again opened her eyes. Feeling the long-lost warmth in the car, Lu Feier silently made up her mind. I must hold on to Lin Yi's thighs tightly. As long as I follow him, at least my life will be guaranteed. After Lin Yi shifted into gear, he stepped hard on the accelerator with his right foot. The Unimog with more than 300 horsepower rushed forward like an arrow, leaving two deep tracks on the snow. Lin Yi was driving his car through the city, and his speed had increased to 120 miles per hour without having to worry about speeding at all. In less than 20 minutes, Lin Yi returned to the Sichuan community. The feeling of being watched came again, and Lin Yi drove the car directly into the building, broke the floor-to-ceiling window on the 7th floor, and parked it in the living room. Then Lin Yi and Lu Feier got out of the car and put it into the different space. Before they could go upstairs, several people rushed down from above, and the ones in the front were Wang Xue and Li Lei. The two were shocked the moment they saw Lin Yi. They didn't notice Lin Yi leaving, so they were a little surprised to know that it was Lin Yi who drove back to the community. And Lin Yi actually brought back such a beautiful woman. Several people looked at Lu Feier in a daze. Wang Xue was the first to react and said to Lin Yi respectfully, "Brother, were you the one driving back just now?" Lin Yi nodded without saying anything. After walking around a few people, he led Lu Feier upstairs. Wang Xue looked at Lin Yi's back, his right hand tightly holding the gun in his pocket. After hesitating for a moment, he finally didn't do it. After the two of them climbed to the 26th floor in one breath, Lu Feier was so tired that she sat down on the ground panting. But Lin Yi was just a little out of breath. After absorbing Shun Rang's special powers, he felt that his physical strength had increased a lot, several times stronger than that of ordinary people. Lin Yi took out the key, opened the door, and then walked in first. Lu Feier followed behind and entered Lin Yi's home. As soon as she walked in, Lu Feier felt a wave of heat rushing towards her. The chill in my body was rapidly dissipating. Looking at the decoration in the living room, it didn't look post-apocalyptic at all, and it even looked a little warm. After Lin Yi closed the door, he locked it again, then checked the fire in the fireplace and added some firewood. Then he started to take off his clothes. He controlled the temperature in the room at around 26 degrees, which is the most comfortable temperature for the human body. Lin Yi took off all his clothes in front of Lu Feier and changed into his pajamas. Then he opened the bedroom door and let Jiang Shuyan out. Jiang Shuyan heard the noise outside early in the morning and knew that Lin Yi had returned. She had been worried all day at home, fearing that something might happen to Lin Yi outside. She was very happy to see him come back. So as soon as Lin Yi opened the door, Jiang Shuyan jumped on Lin Yi. When Lu Feier saw that there was another woman in Lin Yi's family, her heart skipped a beat. She originally thought that Lin Yi was the only one in his family, and it was natural for something to happen even if they were alone. But looking at how intimate they are, this beauty is obviously Lin Yi's original wife. Could it be that she has become the mistress? After Jiang Shuyan jumped on Lin Yi, she discovered Lu Feier standing behind Lin Yi. Even though she was very confident about her appearance, Lu Feier still made Jiang Shuyan's eyes light up. What a beauty! Although they are both women, Jiang Shuyan had to admit that she understood Lin Yi a little. No man can resist such a beautiful woman, let alone the lustful Lin Yi. Lu Feier stared blankly at Lin Yi and Jiang Shuyan hugging each other. The scene was very awkward for a while. Lin Yi picked up Jiang Shuyan by the waist, put her on the sofa, and said to Lu Feier, "This is my woman. Her name is Jiang Shuyan." Then he turned to Jiang Shuyan and said, "This is my former college classmate, Lu Feier. We're family from now on, so come and get to know each other." Lu Feier was a little restrained. After all, she was a third party from outside and felt a little guilty. Jiang Shuyan seemed very calm and confident. She stood up from the sofa and extended her hand to Lu Feier. "Hello, I am Jiang Shuyan. We are all Brother Yi's women. We can be good sisters in the future. Don't be polite to me." Although Lin Yi said that Lu Feier was his college classmate, Jiang Shuyan naturally knew what Lin Yi was thinking. If Lin Yi had no feelings for Lu Feier, why would he bring her back? Lu Feier gritted her teeth and shook hands with Jiang Shuyan. Then Jiang Shuyan found a new set of pajamas and handed it to Lu Feier. "It's hot in the room. Go take a shower and then change into your pajamas." Lin Yi sat on the sofa and looked at the two girls, not participating in the whole process. He was very satisfied with Jiang Shuyan's performance. Not only did she not act like a spoiled child or get jealous, she was also very tolerant and had the potential to be a wife. When he had more women in the future, he could let her be the boss. It may also be related to her profession. After all, she used to be a police officer and is quite capable. After thanking Jiang Shuyan, Lu Feier walked into the bathroom with her pajamas. Soon there was a sound of water coming from inside. Jiang Shuyan went to prepare dinner obediently. Lu Feier took a bath for a long time. She hadn't taken a bath for a month. This was unimaginable for someone who loved cleanliness like her. Chapter 72: Departure to the Police Station. When Lu Feier finished taking a shower, changed into pajamas, and came out of the bathroom, Jiang Shuyan's meal was ready. 4 dishes and 1 soup, both meat and vegetarian. To celebrate Lu Feier's arrival, Lin especially took out 2 bottles of aged red wine. In the past, this bottle of red wine would cost more than 20,000 yuan. Lu Feier looked at the food on the table and swallowed. She hadn't eaten decent food for a month, but Lin Yi and Jiang Shuyan were still watching her, and she didn't want to be looked down upon by them, so she could only suppress her craving for food and wait for Lin Yi to speak. Lin Yi knew that Lu Feier was already very greedy, so he didn't give a long speech. After briefly welcoming Lu Feier, he picked up the red wine, clinked glasses with each other, and announced that the meal was ready. Lu Feier picked up a piece of stewed beef and put it in her mouth. Feeling the aroma of the beef melting in her mouth, Lu Feier moaned with happiness. Jiang Shuyan smiled slightly as she saw Lu Feier eating so happily. "I couldn't help but think of when I first came here. Wasn't I just like Lu Feier at that time? I wanted to lick the plate clean." Jiang Shuyan picked up the bottle and added some red wine to Lin Yi, and then started eating. The 3 of them enjoyed the meal very much and drank up both bottles of red wine. After drinking some red wine, the 2 girls were a little drunk, their faces flushed, and they looked very cute. After dinner, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Shuyan tactfully pulled Lu Feier into Lin Yi's room, and then pushed Lin Yi in. Lin Yi didn't want her to think that he was fickle, so he wanted to invite her to join him, but Jiang Shuyan refused. "Today is Sister Feier's first time. I'll come and accompany you again tomorrow night." Seeing Jiang Shuyan being so well-behaved, Lin Yi liked her even more. After giving her a big kiss on the face, he walked into the bedroom. Soon Lu Feier's moans were heard from the bedroom. The next morning, Lin Yi got up early. Jiang Shuyan had already prepared breakfast. Lu Feier was still sleeping. She hadn't slept so soundly in a month. Lie in a warm bed without worrying about cold and hunger. After Lin Yi finished his breakfast, he went out again. But this time he did not lock Jiang Shuyan up again. Instead, he told her to take good care of Lu Feier and look after the house, and he would be back before dark. After what happened yesterday, Lin Yi also believed Jiang Shuyan. As long as she was a smart person, she would know that only with Lin Yi around could she and Lu Feier live a better life. If something really happened to Lin Yi, without his supplies, this place would soon become like an ordinary house. Jiang Shuyan helped Lin Yi put on his bulletproof vest, then took his protective suit and buttoned it up for Lin Yi personally. She didn't want Lin Yi to go out. They were safe here with food and drink, so why should they take risks? But Lin Yi knew that the current safety was only temporary. After yesterday's battle with Shun Rang, he realized that he was not the only one with superpowers, and that superpowers could become stronger by absorbing each other's superpowers. A great man from the Dragon Kingdom once said that those who fall behind will be beaten. Now we don't know how many people with special abilities there are out there. Although his shelter can block ordinary people, for those with special abilities, his shelter is just a sturdier house. He must improve his strength as quickly as possible. But there are too few people with special abilities, and finding them depends on luck. So his goal today is to collect weapons. Jiang Shuyan used to be a police officer, so she naturally knew which police station had weapons. After marking 2 places for Lin Yi on the map, Lin Yi went out with the map she drew. After checking the surveillance camera outside the door and confirming that there was no danger, Lin Yi walked out. He arrived downstairs without any obstruction and released his car. I started the car and drove out of the community. When Wang Xue heard the roar of a car downstairs, he hurriedly leaned on the window to look down. After Lin Yi brought Lu Feier upstairs yesterday, he searched the entire building but couldn't find the car Lin Yi was driving. I don't know where he hid the car. If he could get that car, he could leave this damn place. With the gun in his hand, it would be easy to collect some supplies. Wang Xue took out his cell phone and sent a message to a number. Then, looking at Lin Yi, who had disappeared from his sight, a fierce gleam flashed in his eyes. He murmured to himself, "You forced me to do this." Lin Yi followed Jiang Shuyan's map and searched for the police station along the way. The nearest police station was 15 kilometers away, and Lin Yi arrived nearby in less than half an hour. But this place has been covered with heavy snow. Although we know the approximate location, there is no way to determine its exact location. Lin Yi took great pains to determine the position under his feet by relying on the positioning of the surrounding buildings. This should be the rooftop of the police station. This police station is quite large, with 5 floors. We only need to dig down 5 or 6 meters to reach the roof of the police station. Lin Yi did it right away. He put the car into the different space, took out the tools, and started digging the snow. After working for nearly 2 hours, they finally dug a 5-meter-deep pit. Looking at the concrete floor beneath his feet, Lin Yi changed tools and continued digging. Fortunately, he absorbed Shun Rang's special ability yesterday, which greatly increased his strength and physical strength and improved his cold resistance a lot. Otherwise, he would have been working in such a cold environment. He couldn't bear it anymore. After smashing for more than 10 minutes, a black hole appeared under Lin Yi's feet. He put the searchlight on his head and then jumped down. After landing on the ground, Lin Yi looked around. This was an office with some folders and a computer on the table. He had no interest in these things and just opened the office door and walked out. There's a long corridor outside. Both sides of the corridor were lined with offices with signs hanging above them. The room he came out of was the director's office, and next to it was the captain's office and the information room. Lin Yi walked through each room one by one, taking a look at each one. There were a few locked doors, but he kicked them open. After Lin Yi searched the entire 5th floor, he found nothing, not even a corpse. Then Lin Yi continued to walk downstairs. The 4th and 3rd floors are large offices, which should be where ordinary police officers work on a daily basis. There are also several cells. Lin Yi finally found several bodies in the cell. It looked like they were frozen to death. They were curled up in a ball, and because of the cold, their bodies were covered with frost, and their original appearance could no longer be seen. Chapter 73, Ambushed. Lin Yi continued walking down and finally found the gunroom on the 2nd floor, but the door was locked. Lin Yi took out a hammer and hit it hard several times, but the door did not move at all. Looking at the gate in front of him, Lin Yi finally understood the helplessness that Feng Hu and others had felt when they faced his shelter. Lin Yi took out a generator and a cutting machine from the alien space, connected them together, and began to cut the gate. 20 minutes later, Lin Yi cut a big hole in the gate. Lin Yi put away the generator and crawled in through the cut hole. This is a room of more than 50 square meters. There were many cabinets inside, and Lin Yi opened the one closest to him. Several police pistols appeared in sight. Lin Yi was delighted and picked up the gun. After playing with it for a while, he threw it directly into the alien space. His target was not a pistol, but a sniper rifle. He set his sights on the tallest cabinet in the distance. After opening the cabinet door, a sniper rifle appeared in front of him. This is a CN 500 police sniper rifle, equipped with 7.62 mm caliber bullets, a capacity of 10 rounds, and equipped with a 4-fold scope. Lin Yi couldn't let go of the gun in his hand. Although the power of this gun was not the best among sniper rifles, it could definitely produce great power when combined with his own special abilities. After Lin Yi filled the box with bullets, he directly put them into the alien space and continued to unpack. Lin Yi felt like opening a blind box. In the end, Lin Yi found a total of 4 sniper rifles, 15 pistols, 2 submachine guns, and 3 shotguns in the last cabinet. Thousands of bullets of various types were also found, as well as more than a dozen bulletproof vests and helmets. With these weapons, Lin Yi suddenly felt confident, not to mention the few remaining owners in his community. Even if all the people in the community rushed up, Lin Yi could shoot them like rabbits. Lin Yi loaded all his weapons with bullets and filled all the spare magazines before leaving the ammunition depot. On the first floor of the police station, Lin Yi found several more bodies. They were all wearing police uniforms. They should be the night duty officers who were trapped here by the heavy snow and froze to death. Lin Yi felt a little sad in his heart. In the face of nature, human power is sometimes so small. After working all morning, Lin Yi felt a little hungry, so he simply had a simple meal here. After eating and drinking, Lin Yi hit the road again and drove towards the second police station. When he arrived at his destination, according to the map, he found that the place seemed to have been visited by someone else. There was a deep pit about 5 or 6 meters on the ground, and it was pitch black underneath. Judging from the messy footprints on the ground, there should be more than one person, at least 5 or 6. However, there are no tire tracks nearby, so those who came to steal the guns must be people living nearby. They are familiar with this place and can easily find the specific location of the police station. Lin Yi parked the car and decided to go down and take a look since he was already there. Lin Yi put on a headlamp and jumped directly into the cave. Half an hour later, Lin Yi climbed out. After searching for a long time, nothing was found. The guns and bullets had been taken away. Although it is easy to find their whereabouts by following the footprints, there is no need to do so. He had already gained a lot, and Lin Yi didn't want to waste any more time. After releasing the car, Lin Yi drove straight towards the Sichuan community. After Lin Yi drove the car into the community, he felt that the atmosphere today was a bit strange. Many owners of the buildings came out at the same time. The majority of them are men. When he drove the car to the downstairs of Building 16, the car instantly fell into a big pit. The depth of this big pit is only 1 meter, but it is just enough to trap the car inside. After Lin Yi turned off the car, he opened the door and walked out. Dozens of armed men soon gathered around. Wang Xue and Li Lei also brought people down from upstairs and confronted them. Lin Yi shouted to the huge crowd, "Who is the leader? Come out and speak." Soon a strong man walked out from the crowd. He first walked around the car, then said to Lin, "Brother, your car is very cool. Let us borrow it for a few days, and we will definitely give you a share after we have collected all the supplies." Lin Yi looked at the man coldly and said, "No." The man stopped smiling when he heard that. "I advise you not to refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. Don't think you can show off just because you have a pistol. There are dozens of us here. How many can you kill with just one gun?" Before Lin Yi could say anything, 2 gunshots were suddenly heard behind him. Wang Xue suddenly took out a pistol from his pocket and pulled the trigger directly at Lin Yi. Lin Yi's attention was all focused on the burly man in front of him, and he was not at all on guard against Wang Xue. The bullet shot out of the gun and hit Lin Yi directly. The people who surrounded him also rushed towards Lin Yi at the same time. But what Wang Xue didn't expect was that Lin Yi, who was shot twice by him, seemed to be not hurt at all. He rolled forward and then 2 submachine guns suddenly appeared in his hands. They started shooting at the crowd that was rushing towards them. Naturally, he was not spared. The gun in his hand was knocked away by Lin Yi, and 2 bullets were shot at his legs. With the help of his supernatural powers, his thighs were directly broken into 2 pieces. Wang Xue felt desperate. He didn't understand why Lin Yi didn't have any injuries at all when he saw that he had been shot. Li Lei was lying beside him, his eyes wide open, his chest had been smashed, and streams of blood were gushing out from inside. Lin Yi didn't know who was involved in the plan to ambush him. So even if there were innocent people among them, he would rather kill the wrong people than let them go. The burly man who had just threatened Lin Yi was killed in Lin Yi's first round of shooting. After Lin Yi's sweeping shots, Wang Xue was the only one left alive in the field. The blood all over the ground dyed the snow red. Lin Yi placed his hand on the car, and with a thought, the SUV disappeared in an instant. Wang Xue, who was standing nearby, opened his mouth in surprise when he saw this scene. No wonder I couldn't find Lin Yi's car, even after searching the entire building. It turned out that he always carried his car with him. Lin Yi came to Wang Xue and squatted down, saying to him sarcastically, "Do you know why the 2 shots you just fired at me had no effect on me?" Wang Xue's consciousness gradually began to blur due to excessive blood loss. Lin Yi didn't wait for his answer and directly opened his winter clothes. Wang Xue clearly saw that there was a bulletproof vest inside. So that's how it is. Seeing Wang Xue close his eyes, Lin Yi had no other thoughts and just let him fend for himself here. Chapter 74: Borrowing a Car. The temperature outside was so low that he would be frozen to death in less than 2 minutes. Lin Yi picked up the gun that Wang Xue threw on the ground and then walked directly upstairs. In the battle just now, Lin Yi did not find Wang Xue, and he didn't know whether the woman was dead or ran away on her own. But Lin Yi no longer cared about these. He just wanted to go home now. After climbing to the 26th floor in one breath, Lin Yi opened the door. Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier were waiting for him anxiously in the living room. They also saw the battle downstairs just now, but the distance was too far and they could not see clearly. They could only hear a burst of rapid gunfire. Although they all knew that Lin Yi was very powerful, it was still related to their lives and property, so they couldn't help but feel a little worried. Now that they saw Lin Yi back, they finally felt relieved. Lu Feier woke up not long after Lin Yi left in the morning. After breakfast, she and Jiang Shuyan were the only ones left at home. At first, the two girls were not familiar with each other, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Later, Jiang Shuyan took Lu Feier to visit the shelter and told her about her experience when she came here. After learning that Lin Yi had collected tens of billions of supplies, Lu Feier was extremely surprised and gradually agreed with what Jiang Shuyan said about the protagonist. After all, rebirth is not something that everyone can do. Without the halo of the protagonist, you would have been dead long ago. The two of them got along better and better as they talked, and gradually became good sisters. Jiang Shuyan is 1 year older than Lin Yi and Lu Feier. In addition, Jiang Shuyan has always taken such good care of her, so Lu Feier willingly recognized her as her sister. After Lin Yi returned home, he found that the two girls got along very well, so he felt relieved. Before coming back, he was worried that they would engage in intrigue like in those harem TV dramas. By then, I will have to judge cases for them all day long, and I will be exhausted to death. It's good that they get along so well, so I can worry less. Lin Yi came back early today, and while it was still bright outside, he planned to play games with the two girls. He bought a lot of game consoles and randomly picked one that could be played by 3 people. Lin Yi sat in the middle, with Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier sitting on either side of him. There were 2 freshly cut fruit plates and drinks on a coffee table. Lu Feier sighed a little. Compared with those people outside who couldn't even afford to eat, this life was simply like a god's. Just as the 3 of them were playing games, Lin Yi suddenly received a message on his phone. Lin Yi opened his phone and took a look. It's a friend request. Judging from the profile picture, it should be a woman, and a beautiful one at that. Lin Yi clicked on her homepage and found that the person who added him as a friend was Luo Ziki from Building 23. She ranks second among the beauties in the community, second only to Jiang Shuyan. It is said that she is also a free-fighting athlete with excellent skills and has won many championship medals. When Lin Yi was looking at the photo on Luo Ziki's homepage, Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier also came over. Who is this? She's so beautiful. Sister Feier just moved in yesterday, and you're already looking for a new target? You have no conscience. There was a sour taste in Jiang Shuyan's tone. Lu Feier also said sarcastically, Sister Shuyan, don't say that. I'm just an old friend now. These men don't cherish me as soon as they get me. Listening to the 2 women's speeches, Lin Yi was overwhelmed. He was actually worried that they wouldn't get along well. Seeing how well they cooperated with each other, shouldn't he be the one who was worried? This is Luo Ziki from Building 23. I don't know why she contacted me all of a sudden. Lin Yi explained and then clicked to agree. The 2 women did not continue to dwell on this matter. They would occasionally say something to remind Lin Yi, but if they said too much, Lin Yi would get annoyed. Lin Yi is the master of this family. No matter how much Lin Yi dotes on them, they must be able to distinguish who is the head of the family. After Lin Yi accepted Luo Ziki's friend request, he received her voice chat. Lin Yi looked at the 2 women beside him who were looking expectant, put his phone on the table, and turned on the speaker. A clear female voice came over. Hello, Lin Yi. My name is Luo Ziki, and I'm the owner of Building 23 in the Sichuan community. Luo Ziki introduced herself right away, and Lin Yi replied, What do you want from me? I know you have an off-road vehicle, and I also know you won't sell it, so I want to rent it from you for a day. The price is up to you. Whatever you want, supplies or women, as long as I have it, I can give it to you. Luo Ziki's tone was very sincere and frank, but Lin Yi was not interested in what she said at all. Excuse me, what do you want to do with the car? Luo Ziki hesitated for a moment, and finally said, My sister is sick and has run out of medicine. I have to go to the hospital to find medicine for her. Your sister? Lin Yi was a little surprised. Luo Ziki was a celebrity in the community. After all, she was a champion in free fighting and she was so beautiful. But I have never heard that she has a younger sister. My sister's name is Luo Zishan. I adopted her in the orphanage, so she took my last name. We grew up together. Then, when she was 18, she was diagnosed with leukemia. It's been 5 years now, and she needs to take medicine every day to control the disease. To pay for her treatment, I boxed desperately to earn more money. But she ran out of medicine yesterday. If she doesn't get more, her condition will worsen. Lin Yi scratched his ears. Although their life stories were pitiful, this was not a reason for Lin Yi to lend her the car. Who wouldn't feel pity now? Lin Yi wasn't a saint. Tens of millions of people died every day, so how could he feel pity? Seeing that Lin Yi was unmoved, Luo Ziki asked, "What exactly do you want in exchange for lending me the car?" "There's no way I'm going to lend you the car." Lin Yi's answer made her heart go cold. "But if you are willing to be my woman, I can help you find medicine." After hearing Lin Yi's words, Luo Ziki's heart was rekindled with hope, but Lin Yi's condition was to let her be his woman. It's like a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Many men had flirted with her, but she had beaten them all black and blue in the end. Luo Ziki, who grew up in an orphanage, was definitely a rose with thorns. Luo Ziki was about to refuse, but when she thought of her sick sister, her tone softened. "Can you change the terms?" "Cannot." Lin Yi's tone was very firm. This was a matter of mutual consent. If you don't want to, you could just hang up the phone. But does Luo Ziki have any choice? Chapter 75, Looking for Medicine. Luo Ziki hesitated for a long time, but finally agreed. "My sister's illness is serious. Even if I agreed to be his woman, I don't necessarily have to do anything with him." She had to trick the medicine into her hands first. For her sister's life, she had no choice but to betray him once. Lin Yi didn't expect that Luo Ziki would actually agree to his request. After hanging up the phone, the two women next to him looked at Lin Yi with contempt. "Brother Yi, you are so shameless." Lu Feier was the first to complain to Lin Yi. Jiang Shuyan also joined in. Taking advantage of others' misfortune is extremely shameless. But Jiang Shuyan quickly changed the subject. But if you think about it carefully, it would also be a good thing for Luo Ziki. If she becomes Brother Yi's woman, she and her sister can move in. Not only will they have no worries about food and clothing, but they won't have to suffer from the cold, and it will also be good for her sister's illness. Lu Feier thought for a moment and said, "That's right. And most importantly, when Brother Yi goes out to do things, we can play mahjong together at home." Afterwards, Lu Feier said to Lin, "Brother Yi, come on, bring them home as soon as possible." Lin Yi was almost confused by the two women's train of thought. They were just despising him, but now they were cheering for him so quickly. Luo Ziki sent the picture of the medicine to Lin Yi. Lin Yi stockpiled a lot of medicines before the end of the world, but they were all emergency medicines and medicines for treating colds and fevers, and there was no medicine for treating leukemia. After all, this kind of medicine is very expensive, and Lin Yi doesn't have leukemia, so why would he buy this when he has nothing better to do? After saving the picture on his phone, Lin Yi continued playing the game. It was already late today, and he planned to go to a nearby hospital tomorrow. If there was any medicine, he would bring it back. If not, he would have no other choice. While playing the game, Lin Yi thought of another problem. If the Luo Ziki sisters also moved in, his shelter would be full. Although there would still be room for them, the comfort of having so many people living inside would be much worse. He remembered the doomsday fortress he had seen on the internet before transforming the shelter. The fortress was built on a small hill in the suburbs of Haijing City. It should not be buried by heavy snow. The fortress has 5 floors, 2 of which are basements, which can prevent missile attacks. It is Lin Yi's ideal shelter. This fortress was jointly built by Tianli Protection Company and several other companies. Lin Yi had seen it on the homepage of Tianli Protection Company before and had also noted down its location. The entire fortress cost billions of dollars to build. It was a birthday gift for a wealthy man in Haijing City to his son. It has a huge space and even an indoor heated swimming pool. Compared to it, Lin Yi's shelter is far inferior in terms of comfort and safety. Lin Yi made up his mind that he must go back and take a look. If he could capture this fortress, he would not have to worry about the room not being big enough in the future. And he could also swim in the pool with his women. Lin Yi felt excited just thinking about it. In the evening, Lin Yi didn't let Jiang Shuyan cook, but directly took ready-made food from his alien space. After dinner, The three of them took a shower and returned to their room. The bed in Lin Yi's room is big enough for 3 people to sleep on, so there's no need to worry about crowding. Moreover, after a day of interaction, the 3 of them became more familiar with each other, and there was nothing to be shy about. The next morning, after the 3 of them had breakfast, Lin Yi put on his bulletproof vest again and prepared to go out. Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier watched him leave like 2 young wives. Jiang Shuyan also wanted to go with him. After all, she was a police officer before. In addition to her boxing skills, she was also good at shooting. But Lin Yi still refused. It would be more convenient for him to be alone. If he met someone with superpowers outside, Jiang Shuyan would become a burden. Before leaving, Lin Yi took out a gun and handed it to Jiang Shuyan. He believed that Jiang Shuyan could handle it if someone attacked the shelter while he was away. When Lin Yi came downstairs, the bodies of Wang Xue and others had already frozen into lumps of ice. After Lin Yi released his car, he drove towards the People's Hospital of Haijing City. Lin Yi's community is 15 kilometers away from the People's Hospital. But now there is no need to take a detour or wait for traffic lights. The journey that used to take more than an hour now only takes 40 minutes. This is the largest hospital in Haijing City. It has a total of 18 floors and covers a very large area. After Lin Yi turned off the car, he put it into the alien space and looked up. It was pitch black inside and didn't look like anyone was there. Lin Yi broke the glass on the window with a hammer and lowered his head to get in. This is a ward. Under the light of the searchlight, you can still see dried blood on the ground. At a corner, Lin Yi saw 2 frozen bodies. It seems that this place was not peaceful before. Most of these corpses were killed for food. The hospital's pharmacy is usually on the 1st floor, so Lin Yi went straight downstairs. It was pitch black below the 6th floor, and Lin Yi put on the headlamp again. Lin Yi walked along the stairwell without stopping. On the way, he encountered several corpses. They were all killed. One of the corpses had its head smashed. The whole hospital looks extremely gloomy, like a haunted house. After arriving at the lobby on the 1st floor, Lin Yi followed the signs in the aisle to find the pharmacy. After kicking open the door of the pharmacy, Lin Yi walked in. This pharmacy is much larger than Lin Yi imagined, at least over 200 square meters. Dozens of large medicine cabinets are lined up inside. It seems that these medicines have not been snatched away by anyone. Lin Yi thought about it for a moment and understood. It is still the early days of the apocalypse, and what everyone needs most is food. No matter how expensive these medicines are, they cannot be eaten as meals. But after a while, medicines will become more precious. The temperature outside is so low that ordinary people can easily catch a cold and fever, which can be fatal to them without medicine. After Lin Yi found the medicines that Luo Ziki needed, he picked them out separately. There are 2 large boxes in total, enough for Luo Zishan to eat for several years. Then Lin Yi began to use his spatial ability to empty the entire pharmacy. Even some medical equipment next door was collected by Lin Yi into the different space. Although he didn't know what these things were used for, it was better to have them than not. Anyway, his alien space was endless and could hold as many things as he wanted. After looting the place, Lin Yi walked out and returned to his original path. When he walked up to the 3rd floor, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from upstairs. Although the sound was extremely subtle, Lin Yi's current body functions were several times that of an ordinary person. Not only can their eyes see farther, but their ears are also much sharper than those of ordinary people. Chapter 76, Lu Dalu. Lin Yi slowed down, turned off his headlamp, a pistol appeared in his hand, and then he hid behind an iron door on the 3rd floor. After a few minutes, a figure slowly walked down from upstairs. This is a young man in his 20s, about 1.6 meters tall, but weighs more than 200 kilograms and looks like a ball. The young man held a scalpel in his hand and walked downstairs tremblingly. When a young man passed the platform on the 3rd floor, Lin Yi suddenly jumped out from behind the door, turned on the headlamp, and pointed the gun at the man's head. The young man was startled by Lin Yi's sudden appearance. When he saw Lin Yi's gun, he hurriedly dropped the knife in his hand to the ground. Then he squatted on the ground and shouted, "Don't kill me, I'm a good person." Lin Yi looked at the harmless little fat man in front of him and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" When the little fat boy heard Lin Yi's question, he said tremblingly, "My name is Zhou Xiaofu. Everyone calls me Zhou Xiaoping. My mother was sick and I was taking care of her in the hospital. Then it suddenly snowed heavily and we were all trapped here." Zhou Xiaofu sounds like a brand. Lin Yi continued to ask, "What's going on with those corpses outside?" Zhou Xiaofu said, The snow had been falling for a long time, and no one had anything to eat, so they started fighting each other, and many people were killed. Then how did you survive? Lin Yi looked at Zhou Xiaofu's chubby body. He can maintain this weight even when there's a lack of food, so you can imagine how fat he was before. Zhou Xiaofu said, because I like eating, I bought a lot of food and put it in the ward. Then, when it started snowing, everyone in the hospital was taking pictures and posting them on social media. I was the only one worried that they would have nothing to eat because of the snow, so I went out to buy more food. When they started killing each other, I sealed the door of the ward. When I came out, they were all dead. Lin Yi did not comment on Zhou Xiaofu's explanation. Although there were no major flaws in it, he always felt that some parts were not quite right. Lin Yi said to Zhou Xiaofu, "Where's your mother?" Zhou Xiaofu looked upstairs. "My mother is still in the ward. Take me there to have a look," Lin Yi said in a commanding tone. Zhou Xiaofu didn't dare to refuse. He slowly stood up from the ground and walked upstairs. Lin Yi followed him with a gun. The two walked up the stairs to the ward on the 10th floor. Zhou Xiaofu pushed open the door of the ward and said to Lin Yi, "The person on the bed is my mother." Lin Yi stood outside the door and saw a middle-aged woman lying on the hospital bed. Judging from the slightly undulating quilt, the woman should still be alive. Just as Lin Yi was about to enter the ward, Zhou Xiaofu, who had a simple and honest face, suddenly looked fierce. Then he pulled out a scalpel from behind and stabbed it towards Lin Yi's unprotected neck. Just as his knife was about to pierce Lin Yi's aorta, he suddenly felt his body flying up. It flew 5 or 6 meters and stopped after hitting the wall of the corridor. It turned out that the moment he stabbed out the scalpel, Lin Yi had already kicked him. Although Lin Yi did not use his full strength, with his current physical condition, it was enough to break several of Zhou Xiaofu's ribs. Zhou Xiaofu lay on the ground screaming, but begging Lin Yi for mercy. "I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I still have my mother to take care of. Please don't kill me. Please." Lin Yi stared at Zhou Xiaofu coldly. "She's not your mother, is she? Your real name isn't Zhou Xiaofu, but Lu Dalu. 2 months ago, a pervert who raped and murdered an underage girl appeared in Haijing City. It must be you, right?" Lu Dalu stopped begging for mercy after hearing this, sat on the ground, and asked Lin, "How did you know?" The reason why Lin Yi knew this was because he had just stolen supplies from the Fuyuan supermarket warehouse, so he was paying close attention to the news in Haijing City during that time. At that time, the two most famous cases in Haijing City were the theft case of Fuyuan supermarket and the rape and murder of a young girl by Lu Dalu. Lu Dalu was a social idler with no formal job. 2 months ago, unable to repay his huge gambling debts, he raped and killed 3 underage girls in a frenzy. The next day, Lu Dalu was arrested by the police. Lin Yi had seen his photo above. The reason why Lin Yi was impressed was, firstly, Lu Dalu's figure, secondly, his honest appearance. From the outside, the honest and decent Lu Dalu doesn't look like a murderer who would rape and kill a young girl. At that time, Lin Yi paid special attention to it. I didn't expect that the suspects in the 2 major cases would meet here. Seeing that Lin Yi had seen through his identity, Lu Dalu no longer pretended. "So what if it's me? Is there any law to control me? Who hasn't killed someone nowadays? Didn't you kill anyone before you came here?" Lin Yi put down his gun and said to Lu Dalu, "I have killed people before, but I'm different from you. I kill to survive, while you kill to satisfy your animal desires. Shooting you would be a waste of bullets." After saying that, Lin Yi lifted Lu Dalu up with one hand. Although Lu Dalu weighed more than 200 pounds, with Lin Yi's extraordinary strength, he could still lift him up easily. At this moment, Lu Dalu finally took out the pistol in his arms, but before he could point the gun at Lin Yi grabbed the muzzle of the gun and threw Lu Dalu out with an over-the-shoulder throw. Lin Yi looked at the police pistol in his hand, which still had 2 bullets left. It turned out that the reason why Lu Dalu appeared here was because he suddenly fell ill in the detention center and the police rushed him to the hospital. But he didn't expect that the end would come soon after he arrived at the hospital. Lu Dalu took advantage of the chaos to snatch the prison guard's gun and killed him. Using the gun in his hand, Lu Dalu quickly took control of the entire hospital. He originally just wanted to wait until the snow stopped before escaping, but as time went by, the snow fell heavier and heavier. Gradually, he understood that the world today is different from before. As long as he has a gun in his hand, he can have everything. Lu Dalu collected all the food and enjoyed it all by himself. The patients and doctors in the hospital eventually killed each other due to hunger, and soon he was the only one left in the hospital. The person lying on the hospital bed was naturally not his mother, but an ordinary doctor. She was also the last survivor in the hospital. Lu Dallo lay on the ground for a long time before he stood up. He had already had several ribs broken by Lin Yi's kick, and now he was thrown hard by him. I just felt like my internal organs were about to shift. Chapter 77 Mutiny. Lin Yi didn't give him another chance and opened the window in the hospital corridor. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in. Lin Yi dragged Lu Dallo to the window and threw him out regardless of his pleas for mercy. Looking at the deep pit in the snow downstairs, Lin Yi closed the window. Arriving at the ward and feeling the woman's pulse, Lin Yi discovered that her pulse was extremely weak and she might die at any time. There was nothing Lin Yi could do about this, let alone take her back to the shelter. Lin Yi took out some food and placed it beside the bed. If she could wake up on her own, it would be her good fortune. After putting his things away, Lin Yi left the ward and exited the hospital along the same route he came. After getting in the car, Lin Yi started the car and sped towards the Sichuan community. His mission on this trip had been completed, and he had also looted all the medicines in the hospital, enough for Lin Yi to use. While Lin Yi was busy searching for medicines, Luo Ziki was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Next to her was a girl in her 20s who was wearing a thick military coat and a mask on her face. Luo Ziki looked at her sister beside her and said to her, "Don't worry, Shan Shan. I've asked a friend to help find medicine. You'll have it soon." Luo Zishan leaned her head on her sister, tears streaming down her eyes. "I'm sorry, sister. It's Shan Shan who has dragged you down." Luo Ziki hugged Luo Zishan in her arms and said to her, "What nonsense are you talking about? We grew up together. You're my biological sister. I should do something for you." Just then, there was a knock on the door. Luo Ziki sent her sister into the bedroom and then opened the door. There were two women standing outside the door. One was Xue Gui's former girlfriend Dong Yu, and the other was the missing Wang Xue. It turned out that after being released, Wang Xue learned that Lin Yi had a new love, and out of resentment, she left Building 16 alone under the cover of night. But he didn't walk far before he couldn't stand the cold anymore and wanted to find a place to warm up. By chance, he came to Luo Ziki's territory. Luo Ziki felt sorry for her and took her in out of pity. After the two girls entered the room, Wang Xue, who was the last one to walk in, did not close the door, but quietly left it a crack. Dong Yu sat carelessly on the sofa and asked Luo Ziki, "Sister Qi, did you make a deal with Lin Yi?" Luo Ziki looked at Dong Yu, who was behaving out of character, and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Before the end of the world, Dong Yu was just her assistant. What did she dare to speak to her like that? Moreover, after she took control of Building 23, she trusted Dong Yu and handed over all matters, including the distribution of materials, to her. Dong Yu became more respectful to herself. Luo Ziki said coldly, "Just do your own thing. You don't need to worry about this matter." Dong Yu raised her voice again upon hearing this. "Don't you need my concern? Xue Gui died at the hands of Lin Yi. He is my enemy. You actually made a deal with my enemy. Do you have anyone else in your heart besides your sister?" "Shut up," Luo Ziki shouted. Xue Gui's death was his own fault. If he hadn't coveted the supplies in Lin Yi's hands, he wouldn't have died at Lin Yi's hands. He deserved it. Now only Lin Yi has the car. Shan Shan's illness can't be delayed, so I have no choice but to cooperate with him. Wang Xue interrupted. "We can take the opportunity to capture him while we're getting the medicine. Then the car, supplies, and warm shelter will all be ours." Luo Ziki glared at Wang Xue fiercely. "If I had known you were such a person, I shouldn't have taken you in." Wang Xue was frightened by Luo Ziki's eyes and couldn't help but retreat behind Dong Yu. "Dong ai yue met Luo Shikish geish. Let me ask you one question. Do you agree to take action against Lin Yi?" Luo Ziki reached into his pocket and grabbed a switchblade he always carried with him. Then he said to Dong Yu word by word, "I disagree. Do you think you can still make the decision now?" After Dong Yu finished speaking, she clapped her hands, and suddenly more than a dozen people rushed in from outside the door. All of them were members of the women's army. Luo Ziki looked at the people she had rescued. If it weren't for her, these women present would have starved to death long ago. I didn't expect that they would help Dong Yu to resist me in the end. Li Xiao, Lu Ting, if I hadn't saved you from those men, you would have been eaten by them long ago. Now you're following Dong Yu to deal with me. Are you still human?" Li Xiao, who was named by Luo Ziki, lowered his head guiltily. Lu Ting said righteously, "That guy named Lin Yi had a lot of supplies and a warm shelter. These are all what we need. Why don't you agree to take him down? Are you attracted to that pretty boy? If you want men, just tell me. With your looks, You can get a lot of them anywhere. Luo Ziki was so angry at Lu Ting's words that she could no longer bear it. He took out the switchblade in his hand and rushed towards Lu Ting and others. Faced with Luo Ziki's sudden attack, everyone was thrown into chaos. They had all witnessed how powerful Luo Ziki was. With bare hands, 3 or 4 men were no match for her. Now that she had a knife in her hand, no one dared to confront her head-on. Luo Ziki seemed to be staring at Lu Ting, ignoring everyone else and only focusing on her. When Lu Ting saw Luo Ziki rushing towards her, she stopped running away and swung the kitchen knife in her hand at Luo Ziki. Luo Ziki was not in a hurry. He dodged Lu Ting's knife by turning sideways, then grabbed her knife-holding hand with his left hand, threw Lu Ting out with an over-the-shoulder throw, and at the same time, took the kitchen knife out of her hand. Lu Ting wanted to get up, but Luo Ziki chopped her throat with a kitchen knife. Blood gushed out immediately. Lu Ting, who was holding a weapon, died in Luo Ziki's hands without even lasting a single round. Luo Ziki was furious at the ingratitude of others, so he attacked with a killing move without mercy. Everyone present had never seen such a scene before and was so frightened that they stood there in a daze. Luo Ziki also wanted to take Dong Yu down directly, but suddenly he saw Wang Xue bringing Luo Zishan out. With a little force of a knife in his hand, a bloody mark was drawn on Luo Zishan's neck. When Luo Ziki saw his sister being caught by Wang Xue, he was a little hesitant for a moment. At this moment, she wished she could eat everyone in front of her alive. Dong Yu smiled slightly and said, "Luo Ziki, as your former assistant, I naturally know how powerful you are. Even if we attack you together, we are no match for you. But now your sister is in my hands. If you don't give up resistance, I will kill her immediately." Chapter 78 Betting. Luo Zishan ignored the knife on her neck and cried to Luo Ziki, "Sister, don't worry about me. Just leave quickly." Luo Ziki tightly gripped the knife in his hand, gritted his teeth, and threw the weapon to the ground. Dong Yu had already guessed that Luo Ziki would make such a choice. Someone just tied her up with a rope. Dong Yu then walked over to Luo Ziki and said to her, "If you want your sister to live, then cooperate with me. When you go get the medicine tomorrow, I want you to subdue Lin Yi. I'll bring others to support you. Even though he has a gun, you can successfully launch a sneak attack at close range with your strength. As long as you hand Lin Yi over to me, I will return your sister to you immediately, and you can also take away the medicine your sister needs." Lin Yi drove back to the community. When Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier heard the sound of the car upstairs, they immediately went to wait at the door. After welcoming Lin Yi into the house, the 2 women began to take off Lin Yi's winter clothes and bulletproof vest. Then he helped Lin Yi change into pajamas. Lin Yi was surrounded by beauties and enjoyed all the happiness. Sitting on the sofa, he sent a message to Luo Ziki, telling her that he had obtained the medicine and could give it to her tomorrow morning. Then Lin Yi threw his phone aside, washed his hands, and prepared to eat. Today's meal was prepared by Jiang Shuyan herself. Lu Feier can't cook, but she can still help. The 3 of them sat at the dining table and had a happy meal. The 3 of them naturally slept together at night. Lu Feier cleaned the bedroom next door, as Luo Ziki and her sister would move in tomorrow. Although Luo Ziki agreed to be Lin Yi's woman, her sister would definitely have to move in with them, and this bedroom could be given to her then. Lin Yi looked at the 2 women who were cleaning the room, and his mind was again thinking of the doomsday fortress on a hill in the suburbs. There are more and more people in the room now, and it seems that there is no room for them anymore, so we have to put the issue of changing houses on the agenda. After taking in the Luo Ziki sisters tomorrow, I will go look for the Doomsday Fortress. I hope it will not be buried by the heavy snow. The next morning, after Lin Yi had breakfast, he agreed on a time with Luo Ziki. Then, with the help of the 2 women, he dressed, opened the alloy door, and walked out. Lin Yi walked to the downstairs of Building 23 and jumped in through the window. The place he and Luo Ziki agreed to meet was on the 10th floor. When he arrived at the corridor on the 10th floor, Luo Ziki was already waiting for him there. Lin Yi had met Luo Ziki several times before. Unlike others, Luo Ziki gave him the impression that she was not only beautiful, but also had a heroic air. It may be related to her profession. As a free-fighting athlete, Luo Ziki has to undergo a lot of training every day. During competitions, getting injured and bleeding is commonplace. But Luo Ziki looked a little different today and seemed a little listless. Lin Yi threw the medicine in his pocket to her. Luo Ziki checked it and found that there was no problem, then carefully put it back in her pocket. This is enough for a week. I didn't bring the rest. You and your sister can move to my place tonight. I'll give you all the medicine then. My house is warm. It will be good for your sister's illness. The distance between them was very close, only about 2 meters, and in her opinion, there was no place on Lin Yi's body where he could hide a gun. But when Luo Ziki thought about how Lin Yi had found life-saving medicine for her, but she was repaying him with evil, she felt uncomfortable. She looked straight at Lin Yi. A hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes, but she soon became firm. My sister is still in Dong Yu's hands, and Dong Yu has also arranged people in the next room. If I don't take action, my sister will be in danger. Thinking of this, Luo Ziki finally took action. She quickly approached Lin Yi, jumped up, and while hitting Lin Yi with her knee, she punched Lin Yi's head with her right fist. Lin Yi was not at all panicked by Luo Ziki's sudden attack. Lin Yi had already noticed the struggle in her eyes just now, and naturally had a warning in his heart. He quickly retreated, avoiding Luo Ziki's attack, then grabbed her right fist with his right hand and pulled it towards himself. The powerful force made Luo Ziki lose her balance. Then Lin Yi turned over and pressed down, directly pressing Luo Ziki under him. Luo Ziki didn't expect Lin Yi to be so powerful. The hand that grabbed her arm was like an iron clamp that held her tightly. Even if she tried her best, she couldn't break free. At this moment, more than a dozen women with weapons rushed out from the room next door and rushed towards him. Lin Yi also saw the missing Wang Xue inside. Facing the attack of the women's army, Lin Yi suppressed Luo Ziki with one hand, and an AK appeared in his other hand. As he pulled the trigger, more than a dozen bullets shot out from it. Everyone who rushed towards Lin Yi was knocked down in an instant. Luo Ziki took advantage of Lin Yi's distraction and finally broke free from his restraints. She kicked the gun out of Lin Yi's hand and attacked Lin Yi again with a switchblade. Lin Yi was caught off guard and knocked down by Luo Ziki, but Luo Ziki did not kill him. The knife in her hand stopped 2 inches away from his neck. The two of them were entangled in an extremely ambiguous posture. As their eyes met, Luo Ziki's face turned slightly red. Her previous opponents were all women, and it didn't matter if there was physical contact, but this was the first time she had been entangled with a man. At this time, Dong Yu appeared at the end of the corridor with Luo Zishan. Luo Ziki, kill him immediately, otherwise your sister will die. After hearing Dong Yu's words, Lin Yi finally understood what had happened. He whispered to Luo Ziki, "Trust me, I can save your sister." Luo Ziki looked at Lin Yi's clear eyes, and there was a struggle between her conscience and her desires in her heart, but she finally let him go. Lin Yi got rid of Luo Ziki and stood up. A pistol appeared in his hand and pointed at Dong Yu at the end of the corridor. Seeing this, Dong Yu hurriedly hid her body behind Luo Zishan. "Luo Ziki, didn't you hear me? Kill Lin Yi immediately, or I will kill your sister right away." Lin Yi smiled slightly and said, "Do you want to compete to see which is faster, your knife or my gun?" Dong Yu's voice sounded behind Luo Zishan. "Of course your gun is faster, but can you hit me?" Lin Yi curled his lips and said to Luo Ziki beside him, "I know you agreed to be my woman in order to find medicine for your sister. Do you want to make a bet? If my gun hits the target and saves your sister, you will be my woman willingly. If I miss, my life will be yours. Then you can use my life in exchange for your sister. Neither side will suffer any loss." Chapter 79 Sisters. Luo Ziki looked at the nonchalant Lin Yi. No matter how she looked at him, he didn't seem like a reliable person. But now she had no other choice but to agree. "Okay, I, Luo Ziki, swear to heaven that as long as you save my sister, I will be your woman willingly, and from now on, I will serve you wholeheartedly and never change my mind." After hearing Luo Ziki's words, the smile on Lin Yi's face never stopped. He just casually fired a shot in the front. After the gunshot, Luo Zishan collapsed to the ground, and Dong Yu covered her right hand and screamed. Lin Yi's previous shot had completely broken her right hand holding the knife. The gun was attached with his special ability, and its power increased several times. Luo Ziki hurried over and hugged Luo Zishan in his arms. "After checking her body, I found that she was just frightened and not injured, so I felt relieved." Lin Yi picked up the submachine gun on the ground and put it into the alien space, then walked towards Dong Yu. At this time, Dong Yu was so scared that she was at her wit's end. She could only kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, hoping that Luo Ziki would spare her life because they knew each other. Lin Yi raised his hand and shot her. Even if Luo Ziki spared her, Lin Yi would not let her go. Lin Yi would never let go of anyone who wanted him dead. Wang Xue, come out. Stop pretending to be dead. Lin Yi took out a chair from the alien space and sat down, then spoke to the corpse in front of him. If you don't come out, I'm going to set fire to all these bodies. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the corpse in front of him suddenly moved, and then Wang Xue, with blood all over her face, crawled out from inside. Lin Yi used his special ability when he fired the gun just now, so he knew clearly where each of his shots hit. When everyone rushed over, Wang Xue had been hiding behind them, so Lin Yi didn't hit her at all. When they were shot and fell to the ground, Wang Xue also fell down with the crowd. She originally wanted to get away with it by pretending to be dead, but she didn't expect Lin Yi to find her anyway. Wang Xue knelt on the ground and slowly crawled to Lin Yi's feet, begging, "Brother Lin Yi, I am sorry. It was that bitch Dong Yu who forced me to do this. I knew they wanted to harm you, and I wanted to inform you at the time." Before she could finish, Luo Ziki stood up, grabbed Wang Xue's hair, and stabbed her with a switchblade. Wang Xue's ingratitude had long made her hate him. If she hadn't fanned the flames, even if Dong Yu had a grudge against Lin Yi, she wouldn't have directly kidnapped Luo Zishan to threaten herself. So the person Luo Ziki hated most was not Dong Yu, but Wang Xue. Lin Yi watched Luo Ziki attack Wang Xue, and he did not stop her. As time passed, his hatred for Wang Xue gradually disappeared. She was just a small person and was not worth remembering. After being stabbed by Luo Ziki, Wang Xue's consciousness became increasingly blurred. Lin Yi lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "You killed me in my last life. In this life, I will repay you. From now on, we are even. If you could travel back in time after your death, remember not to seek revenge on me." After saying this, Lin Yi didn't care whether Wang Xue understood or not, and went straight to Luo Ziki's side. He looked at her with a smile and said, "How's your gambling character? Are you willing to accept defeat?" Luo Ziki said in a firm tone, "Once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. From now on, I will be your woman. I will serve you wholeheartedly and will never change my mind." Lin Yi laughed heartily and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to meet some sisters." Lin Yi and Luo Ziki supported Luo Zishan and walked towards Building 16. When Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier saw Lin Yi appear on the surveillance camera, they hurriedly opened the door and welcomed them in. Luo Ziki was also stunned for a moment when she saw the two women in the house. She knew Jiang Shuyan. After all, she lived in the same community as her and was a famous policewoman in the city. It was hard not to notice her. But the other woman's beauty was not inferior to Jiang Shuyan at all, and was even slightly better. He could only use the example of a work of art to evaluate her appearance. Compared to the two of them, her own face, which she was so proud of, seemed a little embarrassing. Before coming here, she thought she was more than worthy of Lin Yi, but now it seems that she got the upper hand. As soon as they entered the room, Luo Ziki and her sister were shocked by the temperature in the room. Although they had heard from Wang Xue that Lin Yi's shelter was very warm, they had not expected it to be this warm. You can tell the temperature here just by looking at what the two women are wearing. With the temperature outside at -70 or 80 degrees Celsius, Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier were only wearing suspender pajamas. Looking at them, they didn't seem to feel the cold at all. As the door was closed, the cold air outside was also isolated outside. Luo Ziki suddenly felt a burst of heat all over her body. The temperature here was too high, and they were wearing too many clothes, so they were sweating in just a short while. Lin Yi took out 2 new sets of clothes and handed them to them, then pointed to the bathroom. "There's hot water inside. Take off your clothes and take a shower first." Luo Ziki took the clothes and took her sister into the bathroom. Soon there was a sound of running water inside. After Lin Yi changed into his pajamas, he sat on the sofa and watched TV. Lu Feier sat next to him and whispered to Lin Yi, "Brother Yi, are you going to favor Luo Ziki tonight? Do you need me to trick her sister away?" Lin Yi stared at Lu Feier with wide eyes. In his impression, Lu Feier had always been a cold goddess. He didn't expect that she had such a side. But I have to say that Nguyen is very considerate, and Lin Yi likes her very much. After kissing Lu Feier on the cheek, he said to her, "Then I'll leave it to you." Lu Feier made an okay gesture. It's almost noon now, and Lin Yi doesn't plan to go out today. Let's talk about finding the Doomsday Fortress tomorrow. Seeing that it was almost time, Jiang Shuyan went to the kitchen to cook, and Lu Feier followed to help. After a while, Luo Ziki came out of the bathroom with her sister. Luo Ziki looked even more beautiful after taking a shower. Her short hair, looked very capable. After regaining her energy, she looked very heroic. But what moved Lin Yi the most was Luo Zishan, who was beside her. She is 1.75 meters tall, a few centimeters taller than her sister, and has a well-proportioned figure. She has taken off the mask on her face, revealing a very cute baby face. If Lin Yi wasn't afraid that Luo Ziki would turn against him, he would have wanted to go up and give her a pinch. Lin Yi silently gave Luo Zishan a score in his heart. 94, 1 point higher than her sister. Lin Yi didn't expect that he just wanted Luo Ziki, but in the end he got a buy one get one free deal and directly got a pair of sisters. Chapter 81 Dragon and 4 Phoenixes. Luo Zishan is very young, and she has been hidden at home by her sister since she fell ill. She is not very worldly wise, so her mind is very simple. Lin Yi connected the TV to the game console, and then handed the controller to her, wanting to play games with her to improve their favorability. Luo Zishan was also very happy to see that Lin Yi's house actually had a game console. After taking over the handle, Luo Zishan's whole temperament seemed to have changed. He took off directly with Lin Yi all the way. Luo Ziki sat on the sofa and explained to the stunned Lin, "Ever since Shanshan's illness was diagnosed, she's been staying at home. I need to train and compete, and I don't have time to accompany her. I'm afraid she will be bored, so I bought her a lot of game consoles." Lin Yi suddenly understood. It seems that this person is a master of the game, so he doesn't have to worry about not being able to pass the level anymore. Luo Ziki watched her sister and Lin Yi playing games, and suddenly a feeling of home arose in her heart. She and her sister grew up in an orphanage and suffered from bullying. Although she later earned some money by playing games, she was always busy and rarely had time to accompany her sister like she does now. Seeing Jiang Shuyin and Lu Feier busy in the kitchen, Luo Ziki asked Lin Yi curiously, "What are they doing?" Lin Yi was playing games and said, without even looking up, "Cooking. What else can I do in the kitchen if not cooking?" "Cook." Luo Ziki felt a little puzzled. Supplies were so scarce now that having instant noodles was considered a New Year's celebration. What else was there to cook? Although she was curious, she did not ask any further questions. But soon, she smelled the fragrance of food, a smell that was both familiar and unfamiliar. What was familiar was that she had smelled it for more than 20 years, but what was unfamiliar was that she hadn't smelled it for at least more than a month. Luo Ziki pinched her nose. She wondered if her nose was broken, or if she was hallucinating because she hadn't eaten for too long. Luo Zishan, who was standing next to her, didn't think too much about it. While playing games, she said to Luo Ziki, "Sister, do you smell it? It smells so good, like barbecue." "It's over. Even my sister is hallucinating because of hunger." Just as she was daydreaming, Jiang Shuyin and Lu Feier came out of the kitchen carrying a few dishes. Since the Luo Ziki sisters had just joined today, Jiang Shuyin specially prepared a few more dishes and stewed a pot of chicken soup with a piece of old ginseng in it to nourish their bodies. This ginseng was also brought out by Lin Yi from the warehouse of Fuyuan supermarket. This ginseng alone is worth tens of thousands of yuan. But Lin Yi didn't feel sorry at all, because he still had a lot of them in his alien space. For meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes, plus a pot of chicken soup. Lu Feier also grilled some chicken wings in the air fryer. After the food was served, Jiang Shuyin began to invite Lin Yi to eat. Without their invitation, the Luo Ziki and her sister were already attracted by the aroma of the food. Lin Yi arrived late after the women were seated. He naturally sat in the main seat. After Lin Yi picked up a chicken wing and took a bite, the women started to eat with their chopsticks. It was noon, so Lin Yi didn't drink any alcohol. He just took out some drinks from the refrigerator and distributed them to everyone. Luo Ziki and her sister were eating the food on the table. Tears were about to come out. Although they had food during this period, it was enough to keep them from starving to death. Suddenly having such delicious food, the two of them felt extremely happy. Luo Ziki began to feel fortunate for her choice. If I had chosen to compromise with Dong Yu at that time, how could my sister and I have lived such a life? Although the price is losing her virginity, she will find a boyfriend sooner or later. Nowadays, there are not many men as outstanding as Lin Yi. Although he had more women, Luo Ziki also understood that Blue Star would soon become a polygamous society in the future, and capable men would have a large group of women. If I don't hold on to Lin Yi tightly now, I might have to sit at the back of the class later. I am now ranked 3rd, and after a while, I may be ranked 7th or 8th. But the number mistress always made her feel a little embarrassed. Lin Yi didn't know that Luo Ziki was thinking about something. After dinner, Jiang Shuyin began to clean the table, and Luo Ziki and her sister also hurry to help. Since they have become members of the family, they naturally have to do what they can. They can't always wait for others to serve them. After the women cleaned up the kitchen, Lin Yi took out a bunch of brand-name bags and cosmetics from the alien space, as well as some high heels, stockings, and other women's products. These were all things he had picked up in the mall before. Although they can't carry the bags outside, it doesn't stop them from liking them. They feel happy just by leaving them there. As for those cosmetics, they naturally became the target of scramble among the women. Now the women around Lin Yi were more beautiful than each other, which invisibly put a lot of pressure on the women. If you don't dress yourself up nicely every day, you will easily be outdone by others. Lin Yi did not show favoritism and distributed everything equally. Even Luo Zishan, who was watching the fun from the side, got a share. There were a lot of things in Lin Yi's space. He had looted everything in the entire shopping mall. There are more than a dozen brand-name cosmetic stores inside. Lin Yi gave each of them a large box. Lin Yi kept the rest of the things in the different space for the time being. It wouldn't be too late for him to take them out after they had used them up. And there will be new sisters joining us in the future, and I can give them as gifts when the time comes. After dividing the things, Lin Yi took out a mahjong machine. Lu Feier had said before that they wanted to play mahjong together after Luo Ziki and the others moved in. There happened to be several mahjong machines in Lin Yi's space. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well get together and play mahjong. As for the bet, it was naturally the cosmetics that Lin Yi had just distributed to them. Luo Ziki watched Lin Yi conjure up so many things out of thin air, but Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier seemed to be used to it. Finally, I couldn't help but ask Jiang Shuyan. After Jiang Shuyan's exaggerated explanation, Luo Ziki also accepted the fact that Lin Yi was the protagonist. Thinking that she had become the male protagonist woman, the last bit of grudge in Luo Ziki's heart disappeared. Since she is the male protagonist woman, even if she cannot become the female protagonist, she will definitely achieve great things in the future. At least she will not be a cannon fodder. Lin Yi was fiddling with the mahjong machine according to the instructions while listening to Jiang Shuyan narrate her heroic deeds. In the end, even he almost believed it. Why did he become the righteous side after Jiang Shuyan beautified many things? It's obvious that I am also evil, okay? According to her description, all the people she killed deserve their punishment, and she was eliminating a threat to the people. Chapter 81, Suburban Doomsday Fortress. Finally, Lin Yi finished installing the mahjong machine. Luo Zishan went out to play games alone, so only Jiang Shuyan, Lu Feier, Luo Ziki, and Lin Yi were left. For people are just right. The few of them played until the evening. Lin Yi and Lu Feier neither won nor lost, and the one who lost the most was Jiang Shuyan. She lost all the bags and cosmetics that Lin Yi gave her, leaving only a few pairs of high heels and brand-name stockings. The reason why she didn't export these things was because Lin Yi liked her wearing high heels. So even though she lost all her cosmetics, she still gritted her teeth and kept these things. It was getting late, so they put away the mahjong machines. After dinner, Lin Yi went back to his room first. Lu Feier and Jiang Shuyan sensibly took Luo Zishan to the next room. Then Lu Feier secretly gave Luo Ziki a hollow lace pajamas and a pair of high heels. He whispered in Luo Ziki's ear, "Brother, he likes us to wear this." Luo Ziki looked at the clothes and high heels in her hands, her face slightly red. She, who had never experienced anything in her life, suddenly felt a little nervous. After running to the bathroom to change clothes and shoes, he stood at the door of Lin Yi's bedroom for a long time. I feel like my heart is about to jump out. She wasn't as nervous as she is now when she first played in a game. Luo Ziki took a deep breath, then pushed the door open and walked in. Lin Yi was almost falling asleep while waiting in bed. When he saw Luo Ziki coming in wearing high heels, his eyes suddenly lit up. The slim-fitting lace pajamas perfectly set off Luo Ziki's figure. Years of training have made Luo Ziki's skin very firm and elastic. It gave Lin Yi a completely different feeling. The next day, Lin Yi slept until very late. Although Luo Ziki had just lost her virginity, she did not look out of place at all. Unlike Lu Feier, who had been lying in bed all day, Lin Yi could only say, being in good health is really a big difference. He plans to go to the suburbs to look for the Doomsday Fortress today. Now there are more and more people in the family, and the room is not enough. Moreover, there is no elevator now, so I have to climb stairs every time I go home, which is really tiring. After dinner, Lin Yi planned to go out, but he was stopped by Luo Ziki. I want to go with you. Lin Yi frowned it. It wasn't that he didn't trust Luo Ziki, but he was mainly worried that she would be in danger if she met someone with superpowers again. Jiang Shuyan, who was standing by, also said, Brother Yi, let Sister Ziki go with you. She's good at fighting and won't hold you back. Lu Feier had the same idea as them. It was obvious that the girls had already discussed it in advance. Yes, Brother Yi, we also have a share in this family. We can't always let you take risks outside alone. We can feel more at ease if you take Sister Ziki with you. Luo Zishan also pulled Lin Yi's sleeve and acted coquettishly. Good brother-in-law, please take my sister with you, please. Lin Yi was almost knocked down by the word brother-in-law. This child actually learned to act like a spoiled child. I don't know who taught her. Lin Yi looked at the determined eyes of the women and finally changed his mind. Okay, I'm just going to familiarize myself with the route this time. It shouldn't be dangerous, so I'll take you with me. Just as a few people were about to cheer, they were stopped by Lin Yi. But let me make it clear first. Once you get out, you must obey me in everything. Without my order, you are not allowed to act rashly. Luo Ziki nodded vigorously and said to Lin, Don't worry, Brother Yi, I will definitely follow your orders. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Lin Yi took out a brand new bulletproof vest and helmet, as well as a set of winter clothes from the alien space, and gave them to Luo Ziki. He took this from the previous police station. After Luo Ziki was dressed, he took out a pistol and 2 magazines and handed them to her. Jiang Shuyan had a gun in her hand, which Lin Yi had given her before. Lin Yi then took out another gun and 2 grenades and gave them to Lu Feier. After they left, only Jiang Shuyan and her 2 daughters were left at home. He had no hope for Luo Zishan at all. It was good enough that she didn't cause trouble, so the responsibility of looking after the house had to fall on Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier. Lin Yi left home with a fully armed Luo Ziki. After coming downstairs, Lin Yi parked his car. Although Luo Ziki knew that Lin Yi had a huge space, she was still very surprised to see him create such a large car with her own eyes. After Lin Yi asked her to get in the car, he turned on the heater. Then he stepped on the accelerator and drove the car towards the suburbs. This was the first time Luo Ziki left the community after the apocalypse, so everything he saw seemed new to him. The entire Haijing city was completely different from what she remembered. The once bustling streets had disappeared, and there was no trace of people on the roads. The entire city seemed like a dead city. Lin Yi didn't wander around, but drove straight to his destination. The Doomsday Fortress is located on a hill south of Haijing City. Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator and drove for a full hour before reaching the destination. Fortunately, Luo Ziki was there along the way, so Lin Yi didn't get bored. In addition to talking about love, the two also chatted a lot in the car, and Luo Ziki also told Lin Yi about her experiences from childhood to adulthood. Lin Yi also felt very sorry for this poor girl. I secretly swore in my heart that I would treat them well in the future. Lin Yi stopped the car and took out a map to check the route. The network is still usable now. I have to admire the strength of Longwa's base stations. The map shows that there are many manors and villas nearby, but they are now buried in heavy snow. Lin Yi secretly felt lucky that he had the foresight to not buy a villa as a shelter. Otherwise, he would have been buried alive by the heavy snow. Guided by the map, Lin Yi finally found the hill where the Doomsday Fortress was located. There's a ring road around this hill, but it is no longer visible now. Lin Yi simply drove the car directly to the top of the hill. The trees on the mountain are buried under the snow, so there is no need to worry about hitting the trees. Lin Yi drove around the mountain for more than 10 minutes and finally reached the top. Although this mountain is not very big, it is definitely not small. The top of the mountain alone is over 1 million square meters. In the very center, there is a large snow pile. It looks to be 2 stories high. According to the instructions on the map, this snow pile should be the Doomsday Fortress that Lin Yi is looking for. Fortunately, the wind was strong on the mountain and the heavy snow was blown away as soon as it fell, so the fortress was not completely buried under the snow and the top 2 layers were exposed. Lin Yi looked around and found no traces of anyone else. I guess there's no one inside. Lin Yi drove the car to the side of the villa, and Luo Ziki also jumped out of the car. Chapter 82: The Origin of the Golden Key. Lin Yi walked around the villa. The fortress occupied a large area. The first floor was at least 5,000 square meters, 100 meters long and 50 meters wide. It was almost as big as a manor. No wonder it cost so much money. Lin Yi knocked hard on the wall twice. The building materials of this villa were the same as his house, both made of alloy plates, but the thickness should be thicker than his shelter. His shelter was made of a 10-centimeter alloy plate, but the alloy plate that Lin Yi knocked on was at least 20 centimeters. The glass used is also bulletproof. It is impossible to break the window from the outside, so I can only think of other ways. Lin Yi found the direction of the main entrance of the villa and took out 2 shovels. He and Luo Ziki each took one, and then they started digging. With the help of spatial abilities, Lin Yi directly collected all the broken snow and ice that he dug out into the alien space, so the speed was much faster. After working for more than 20 minutes, the main entrance of the villa finally appeared in front of them. This is also an alloy door, at least 30 centimeters thick. There is nothing on the door except a golden keyhole. Luo Ziki knocked hard on the door with a shovel, then squatted down to carefully check the keyhole. Then he said to Lin Yi, "We may have come here in vain. Unless we have the key, we will never be able to open this door." I've seen this keyhole in a magazine before. It's called a 4-ring lock. The structure inside is extremely complex. Each ring corresponds to a section on the key, and each time the door is opened, it changes differently. Therefore, this keyhole can only be equipped with 1 key. If you don't have the key, even the most powerful locksmith in the world can't open the door. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi also squatted down and looked at the keyhole in front of him. He always had a familiar feeling, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Lin Yi thought for a while, then suddenly slapped his forehead, and then a pure gold key appeared in his hand. This was what he had taken from Su Shuai's neck when he had robbed the Fuyuan supermarket warehouse. At that time, he just thought it looked special and it was made of pure gold, so he threw it into the alien space. Now that I take it out and look at it, I feel more and more that this key is a match for the door. Luo Ziki was also shocked when she saw Lin Yi suddenly take out a key, thinking, how could it be such a coincidence? Lin Yi slowly inserted the key into the keyhole, and it went all the way to the innermost part without any obstruction. As Lin Yi began to turn the key, a clicking sound came from the keyhole. After Lin Yi turned around, the door shook and then slowly opened. Luo Ziki's mouth is so big that a light bulb can be stuffed into it. She couldn't help but ask Lin Yi about the source of the key. Lin Yi told her about his theft from Fuyuan warehouse. After hearing this, Luo Ziki was very sure that Lin Yi was definitely the protagonist. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that the only key in the world happened to be in Lin Yi's hands? Lin Yi was also very happy in his heart. He didn't expect that his unintentional action would bring him such a great gift. The mysterious tycoon who spent billions to build a doomsday fortress for his son as a coming-of-age gift turned out to be Marshal Su's father. And in the end, it was a good thing for him. Lin Yi wanted to sing to him. "Thank you. Because of you, the 4 seasons are warm." After Lin Yi opened the door, he walked in first. Although there was some light inside, it was still very dark. The glass was covered with a layer of snow, which made the lighting here not very good. The temperature in the house is not high, about minus 30 degrees Celsius. There is a hall as soon as you enter the door, which is at least 500 square meters. The overall decoration style is modern, clean, and tidy. Lin Yi and Luo Ziki walked around the hall. Behind the hall was an indoor heated swimming pool, but it was empty and there was no water. The two of them first went upstairs to take a look. There were more than a dozen rooms on the 2nd floor, most of which were bedrooms, and a few were chess and card rooms and game rooms. Lin Yi also saw a private cinema with 20 seats. It can accommodate 20 people watching movies at the same time. Finally, Lin Yi and Luo Ziki also saw a love room. There are various props listed inside, and the bed in the room is also electric. After Luo Ziki took a look, her face immediately turned red. She had just talked with Lin Yi yesterday and was still a little nervous. Lin Yi didn't tease her anymore, and the two of them continued to walk upstairs. The 3rd floor is a sports field with a basketball court and badminton court, as well as some treadmills and fitness equipment. Lin Yi saw that there was another floor upstairs. After Lin Yi walked up the stairs, he found that this was a small attic, less than 100 square meters, but there were no walls around it, and it was all surrounded by one-way bulletproof glass. From here, he could see everything that was happening within a few kilometers of the villa, but he could not be seen from outside. There are several small shooting holes reserved on each window, allowing Lin Yi to shoot in all directions without blind spots. Combined with the special ability of his right eye, he can take people's heads from several kilometers away. After touring the upstairs, the two prepared to go to the basement. There are many small rooms on the underground floor, including a monitoring room, a water storage room, an electromechanical room, and a utility room. There are dozens of screens in the monitoring room, but there is no power now, and no one knows where the monitors are installed. The water tank in the water storage room is empty, just like the swimming pool, probably because no one lives there. There are dozens of large generators in the mechanical and electrical room, and dozens of unopened barrels of fuel next to them. After seeing these generators, Lin Yi finally understood what it meant to be dwarfed by a giant. Compared with the large generators here, the two generators in their home are not even their sons, but grandsons or even great-grandsons. Although this villa is very nice, when Lin Yi saw these generators, he knew that the daily energy consumption here was absolutely outrageous. No wonder Marshal Su didn't move in. Otherwise, he might not even be able to pay the electricity bill. The electrical circuits and water pipes here are independent, which means that all energy depends on these generators. The little fuel in the mechanical and electrical room would not last for a few days at all, and would be used up in half a month at most. Fortunately, Lin Yi still had a lot of fuel stored in his alien space, which was enough for him to use for a while. However, as time goes by, the energy consumption must be extremely terrifying. Since I've decided to move in, I must be prepared in advance. It's just a pity that the firewood he had stored wasted. The heating here relies on electricity, and there is no fireplace at all, so the firewood and coal he had stored cannot be used for the time being. Chapter 83 Chundao. After touring the underground first floor, Lin Yi came to the second underground floor. It seemed to be a shooting range with several targets in the distance. But there were no guns here. Instead, there were more than a dozen compound bows of various types hanging on the wall, and the ground was piled with feather arrows. Lin Yi picked up a compound bow, pulled it into a full moon shape, and aimed at a silicone figure in the distance. As Lin Yi released his right hand, the feather arrow shot out instantly and accurately hit the little man 50 meters away. Then it passed through the little man's body and pierced the concrete wall behind him, with only half of it remaining outside. At the same time, the energy in Lin Yi's eyes also decreased. It seems that no matter what kind of flying prop it is, Lin Yi can attach supernatural powers to it. While improving the hit rate and increasing the range, it can also enhance its power. Luo Ziki clapped on the side. Brother Yi is great. His shooting is so accurate. Lin Yi put the compound bow and some feather arrows into the alien space, and then said to Luo Ziki, "Don't you know whether my shooting is accurate or not?" Luo Ziki's pretty face flushed as if she remembered something. Lin Yi discovered that Luo Ziki was particularly prone to shyness and blushing, which was different from her usual style. Luo Ziki is usually very capable and heroic, and only in front of Lin does she act like a little girl. Lin Yi took Luo Ziki's hand and walked up. This place has been frozen for so long, and no one knows if some functions have been damaged. Lin Yi came to the mechanical and electrical room, poured the fuel on the ground into the generator. Then the switch was activated. As the generator started, the lights in the house came on. The heating system also started working. In less than half an hour, the temperature rose to more than 10 degrees Celsius. Lin Yi poured the water from the alien space into the water tank again. After filling the water tank, Lin Yi came to the lobby on the first floor. It seemed that the functions here were still sound, but there was still a lot of work to be done. The snow covering the windows alone was enough to keep them busy for a while. Lin Yi planned to clean the snow off the windows, but in order to make it easier to hide, there was no need to clean the snow in other places. At the same time, the snow at the door also needs to be cleared a little. The gate of the villa is 3 meters deep under the snow, and they need to clear a blank area of 5 or 6 meters at the door. Lin Yi did not plan to clear all the snow around the villa. The workload issue was secondary. The main issue was safety. The first floor of the villa was surrounded by such a layer of snow, which could also provide good protection and facilitate hiding. The screen in the monitoring room also lit up. Lin Yi took a look and found that the area within 1 kilometer around the villa was under surveillance. There was also a dynamic monitoring function. As long as there was a moving object in the area, the monitor would sound an alarm. Except for the energy consumption issue, Lin Yi was very satisfied with all other aspects of the villa, and Luo Ziki was even happier. Although she is an athlete and has earned some money, she cannot afford such a nice house even if she continues to box for the rest of her life. She really liked many of the facilities inside, and from the moment she entered the villa, she was extremely excited. Lin Yi adjusted the indoor temperature and kept it at 26 degrees Celsius. Lin Yi came to the swimming pool on the first floor and directly released the water into space. The water he collected was all drinkable, but he put it directly into the swimming pool. There is also a temperature regulator next to the swimming pool to control the water temperature in the pool. Lin Yi planned to stay here tonight, clean up the place first, and then pick up a few girls tomorrow. But what to do with my house became a problem. After all, I had lived there for so long, and I was reluctant to leave suddenly. But he soon let it go, because the old must go before the new can come. Unlike Lin Yi, Luo Ziki was not sad at all. She hurried to choose her own room before the other girls arrived. There are many rooms on the second floor. The largest one is naturally Lin Yi's. The bed inside is also the largest and can accommodate 5 or 6 people at the same time. Luo Ziki chose a room next to Lin Yi. After all, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first, so it never hurts to be closer to Lin Yi. Lin Yi sent a message to Jiang Shuyin, telling them that he would not be back today, asking them to be careful, and that he would pick them up tomorrow. Then the two of them started working. After Lin Yi got dressed, he ran outside to clear the snow off the windows. Luo Ziki also put on her winter clothes and prepared to clear the snow at the gate. Just as the two were busy in the Sichuan community, 2 men were lurking downstairs of Building 16. One of the fat men asked, "Are you sure that Lin Yi lives here?" "Of course. I've been observing for several days. Now he's the only one left in the building. Furthermore, they actually have electricity and lights on at night." Hearing his companion's words, the fat man said, "Let's not alert the enemy yet. Come back with me and report to the boss. If the situation is true, you will benefit from it." After the two of them finished talking, they quietly left the community. This is an apartment building located next to the Sichuan community, and it was also the apartment where Sun Qi lived before. The man who just spoke to the slightly plump man was named Yuze. He was also the owner of Building 16 in the Sichuan community. However, when the doomsday came, he was not at home, but was drinking with friends in the apartment. Later, after the apocalypse broke out, he survived until now by relying on supplies from his friends' homes and robbing the supermarket in the apartment. Although he was not in the community, he saw all the messages in the owner's group. I also learned that Lin Yi's family had countless supplies. The apartment is now controlled by a man named Chen Dao. Chen Dao is the foreman of a quarry on a nearby mountain. He has a number of workers under him, and he arranges for all of them to live in the apartment. The reason why he was able to become the boss of the apartment was not because of the workers under him, but because he had a lot of explosives in his hands. These explosives are used to blast rocks and are powerful enough to blow up an entire apartment building. Although Chen Dao became the boss of the entire apartment building, he was very cautious and very strict in hiring people. He would not hire anyone except his own workers, for fear of being stabbed in the back. The slightly plump man was one of his workers. Yuze had a lot of trouble contacting him in order to join Chen Dao's organization. After the two men discussed downstairs, the slightly plump man took Yuze back to the apartment. Yuze believed that based on the information he provided, Chen Dao would definitely let him join. Because the situation in the apartment is not optimistic now, food has always been insufficient to cover expenses, and they will run out of food in a few days. Chapter 84 Being Targeted. After the slightly plump man brought Yuze back to the apartment, he was stopped by several people at the door. The slightly plump man said that Yuze had important information to provide to the boss, and then the others let them in. The two climbed all the way to the 10th floor. Although they were led by the slightly fat man, they were still interrogated twice. Finally, after getting Chen Dao's approval, they came to Chen Dao's lair. This is the largest room in the apartment, with 3 bedrooms and a living room. 5 or 6 people in the living room are smoking. They're all the people Chen Dao trusts the most. Chen Dao was lying on the bed in the bedroom with his arms around 2 young women. They were both female students from a nearby school, and were later captured by Chen Dao to serve him. He was very angry that his good thing was interrupted, but when he heard that someone was going to provide supplies, Chen Dao sat up directly from the bed. Many of his workers were still unaware of their situation, but as the boss, how could he not be aware? They didn't have much food left. Although he had raided and looted some people's homes during this period, the supermarkets and food stores were buried underground by the heavy snow, and the supplies inside could not be taken out at all. If there is no food, will his men still listen to him? They recognize him as their leader because he can feed them. Chen Dao put on his clothes and came to the living room. Seeing this, several people who were smoking hurriedly stood up and gave the sofa to Chen Dao. After a while, the slightly plump man opened the door and walked in with Yuze. The slightly chubby man bent over, pointed at Yuze, and respectfully said to Chen Dao, "Boss, his name is Yuze. He wants to join us. He also said he knows where there are a lot of supplies, enough for us to eat for at least a month. After the slightly fat man finished speaking, Yuze also hurriedly said, "Hello, boss. My name is Yuze." Chen Dao looked at Yuze in front of him, smiled slightly, then stood up and pulled Yuze to the sofa and sat next to him. With a friendly look, he said to Yuze, "Don't be so reserved. You will be one of us from now on. As long as I have something to eat, yours will definitely be included." After hearing what Chen Dao said, Yuze relaxed a little. He was still a little worried before coming here. After all, Chen Dao had a bad reputation, and at least dozens of people had died at his hands during this period. Without waiting for Yuze to express his loyalty, Chen Dao changed his tone and asked about the supplies. "You said you knew where there were supplies. Is that information reliable?" Upon hearing this, Yuze patted his chest and assured, "It's absolutely reliable. The supplies he has are exactly what I told him. He even has a fireplace installed in his house, so it's not cold at all. Plus, there's a stunning beauty there, who seems to be a policewoman from Haijing City. She looks like a fairy." After getting Yuze's assurance, Chen Dao's interest became even stronger. Not only was she interested in material things and beautiful women, but she was also interested in his house. Although the place where he lived was much warmer than some ordinary people's homes, it was still only 20 to 30 degrees below zero. Every time he hugged those two female students and did something with them, his butt would get cold, which made it difficult for him to perform well. Chen Dao put his arm around Yuze's shoulders. "Don't worry, as long as I get everything. Not only will you be credited with the first achievement, but I'll also give you a share." Yuze was overjoyed when he heard this. He just wanted to join Chen Dao so that he would have a backer in the future and would not have to fight alone. It would be even better if he could get some supplies from Lin Yi, but he did not expect Chen Dao to give the beautiful policewoman to him. But it would be fine even if he could only pick up what Chen Dao had left behind. Yuze felt excited when he thought of Jiang Xuyan's sexy figure and beautiful face. But he soon calmed down. "Boss, but his house is not easy to break into. All the walls are made of alloy plates. Many people in our community have tried to attack him, but he ended up killing many of them in the end." In response to Yuze's concerns, Chen Dao waved his hand. "How can I be the same as those losers? The most they can do is use hammers and axes to break down the door, but I have explosives in my hands. Let alone a door, even blowing up the whole building is easy." After hearing what Chen Dao said, Yuze felt relieved and thought to himself that he had followed the right person. It seemed that he had a chance to taste the beauty of the policewoman this time. Yuze handed the phone to Chen Dao. After Chen Dao carefully read the conversation in the owner's group, he was sure that Lin Yi's family did have a lot of supplies. Moreover, Chen Dao also found Lin Yi's homepage in it, which contained the updates he posted after the Doomsday outbreak. The food and the photos filled the entire room, and they were all high-end ingredients. There are also some daily foods from Lin Yi Fa, and there are always 4 dishes as a minimum each time. Chen Dao was drooling at the sight. He finally stopped until he found Jiang Xuyan's photo. Although Yuze had mentioned before that there was a beautiful policewoman in Lin Yi's family, he didn't take it seriously. Even if she was beautiful, how beautiful could she be? But now after seeing Jiang Xuyan's photo, Chen Dao found that he was wrong. This is not a human being. She is definitely a fairy. Compared with Jiang Xuyan, the 2 female college students in the room who were treated like treasures by him were not even ants. Chen Dao felt excited. Then he simply waved his hand and gave the 2 female students in the room to his brothers. Yuze and the slightly plump man can be ranked first because of their contributions in providing intelligence. After seeing Jiang Xuyan's photo, Chen Dao became a little picky and didn't like the 2 girls in the room at all. Yuze and the slightly plump man were overjoyed when they heard this and walked straight into the room. Although Chen Dao has taken control of the entire apartment, there are not many young women here. Only these 2 are decent looking. But all of them were enjoyed by Chen Dao alone, and naturally no one else dared to touch them, so they have been feeling very depressed for more than a month. Even if there is a need in that regard, one can only hold a spear and make plans in the mind. I can finally eat meat today. After everyone finished, it was already very late and the temperature outside was even lower than during the day. Chen Dao gave up the idea of attacking Lin Yi's shelter directly. After all, one more night wouldn't make a difference. Lin Yi and Luo Ziki were busy for the whole afternoon and only finished cleaning the villa after dark. All the snow on the windows has been cleared, and a space has been cleared at the door. After dark, Lin Yi turned on the lights in the villa, and the whole villa was suddenly brightly lit. It was a rare occasion for Lin Yi to spend the night outside today, and Luo Ziki also cherished the time she could be alone with Lin Yi. When those sisters came tomorrow, She would not be able to have Lin Yi all to herself. In the evening, the two of them had a candlelight dinner. Luo Ziki then changed into his sexy pajamas, and after spending some time with Lin Yi, they fell asleep in each other's arms. Chapter 85. The house was bombed. The next morning, Lin Yi and Luo Ziki got dressed and prepared to leave. They were going to pick up several women from their family today. Originally, Lin Yi wanted to go alone, but Luo Ziki insisted on going with him. Lin Yi couldn't persuade her, so he had to agree. Anyway, my car is more than enough for 5 people. Just as Lin Yi was about to go home, a large group of people had gathered at the entrance of the Sichuan community. They were holding various weapons, and several of them were carrying backpacks. Walking in front were Chun Dao and Yu Zhe. Their goal was clear. They bypassed all the residential buildings and headed straight for Building 16. When they just entered Building 16, Wang Xue and other girls discovered them on the surveillance camera. Several people sent a message to Lin Yi, telling him that a group of people were coming upstairs. Then the women picked up the weapons that Lin Yi gave them before he left, and even Luo Zishan picked up a kitchen knife and was ready for battle. However, when these people reached the 25th floor, they stopped immediately and entered the house where Jiang Shuyan had lived before and did not go upstairs anymore. After they went in, the women could no longer see them on the surveillance camera. More than 10 minutes later, they came out, but this time they left in a hurry. Just when the woman was confused, she suddenly heard a loud noise and then felt the ground shaking, and the whole house fell down in an instant. Jiang Shuyan hurriedly grabbed Luo Zishan next to her, and Lu Feier also grabbed the door tightly, fixing herself firmly on it. The feeling of weightlessness comes and goes quickly. Almost in an instant, the surroundings became quiet again. But the whole room was a mess, with things on the table scattered all over the floor. And the whole house has tilted. Fortunately, the girls reacted quickly and were not injured. Only Jiang Shuyan had some skin scraped off on her arm while protecting Luo Zishan. This was the first time Lu Feier encountered such a situation, and she was a little panicked. She hurriedly called Lin Yi and told him about the situation. After Lin Yi knew that his home was attacked, he was extremely anxious. He stepped on the accelerator to the maximum and sped towards the Sichuan community. Chun Dao and others were standing downstairs. When they saw the flames coming out of the roof, they hurriedly led their men upstairs again. They had just installed the explosives they brought downstairs of Lin Yi's house, and they did not dare to blow up the door directly, because the owner's group said that there was a flamethrower and a shooting hole in the door of Lin Yi's house. So they ran downstairs directly, wanting to blow a big hole in his house, and then they would rush in to kill Lin Yi and seize his supplies. But when they came upstairs, the scene before them left them dumbfounded. It seems like they used too much explosives just now, and they actually blew down the entire house. Chun Dao looked at the several places where the explosives had just been placed. Apart from some residual gunpowder, the alloy inside was not damaged at all. This made him furious, and he immediately ordered someone to go back to the apartment to get some more explosives. He vowed not to give up until he blew open this alloy door today. After receiving orders from their boss, several younger brothers began to return to their lair to carry explosives. The previous explosion had already used up 1/3 of their explosives. This time, Chun Dao simply asked them to take out all the explosives, aiming to win with one strike. Half an hour later, several brothers finally retrieved the explosives. Chun Dao personally installed the explosives on the several explosion points just now and installed a remote control device on them. After the installation was completed, everyone started to go downstairs. When they arrived at the square downstairs, a younger brother took out the detonator. When he was about to press the detonator button, a bullet hit him directly in the head. In an instant, the man's head exploded like a burst watermelon, and blood mixed with brain matter spurted out. He also threw away the detonator in his hand at the last moment. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them, and was at a loss as to what to do. It wasn't until the second watermelon exploded that they reacted and hurriedly scattered in search of obstacles. In a residential building in the distance, Lin Yi had already set up a sniper rifle here, and next to him was Luo Ziki, who was holding a pistol and keeping a vigilant eye on surroundings. This was Lin Yi's first time using a sniper rifle, which was much stronger than a submachine gun in both power and range. He originally wanted to kill their boss directly, but with a group of people standing together, he really couldn't tell who was the leader, so he could only kill the one with the detonator first. After being enhanced by his supernatural powers, Lin Yi's eyes are several times stronger than those of ordinary people. With the help of the scope, He can see clearly even though this place is a full kilometer away from them. But Lin Yi could still see every face clearly. Killing them is naturally easy. Lin Yi kept pulling the bolt and firing. Every shot takes a life. Although they had all hidden themselves, the obstacles they had chosen were useless to Lin Yi. Ordinary walls can be destroyed with just one shot. What's more, most people were hiding in the snow, so Lin Yi didn't need to aim at all. He could just shoot directly inside. After Lin Yi changed magazines twice, there were only 7 or 8 people left in the field. In addition to Chun Dao, even Yu Zhe was killed by Lin Yi. Chun Dao had already guessed who fired the shot. He lay on the ground and dare not move. He took out Yu Zhe's cell phone from his pocket. There is Lin Yi's contact information on it, and he wants to make peace with Lin Yi. This is his last straw. It is so cold outside now that he will not be able to hold on for long in the snow and will be frozen to death. Chun Dao directly tagged Lin Yi in the group, asking Lin Yi to let him go. He said he could give all his supplies to Lin Yi to buy his life. Lin Yi held the sniper rifle, glanced at his phone, and smiled disdainfully. You're thinking of making peace now? What were you thinking when you want to blow up my house with dynamite? Lin Yi simply replied with 2 words, no way. Chun Dao angrily threw his phone to the ground, then looked at his younger brothers in the corner. He said to them, Lin Yi only has 1 sniper rifle. We will all run to the corridor. No matter how powerful he is, he can't kill so many of us at the same time. After hearing what he said, several younger brothers also thought it made sense. It was not a good idea to keep hiding here. If they stayed any longer, they would be frozen to death, and then they would not be able to run away even if they wanted to. Seeing that everyone agreed, Chun Dao started counting and agreed that everyone would charge together after counting to 3. 1, 2, 3. When Chun Dao counted to 3, he just stood up and stopped instantly, but everyone else had already stood up and started running towards the corridor. Chapter 86 Long-Range Sniping. When the gunshots rang out, Chun Dao stood up instantly and started running wildly. Lin Yi didn't bother looking for their boss anymore and started calling out names randomly with his sniper rifle. A total of 7 people rushed out, and Lin Yi killed 4 of them. Only after seeing that they had rushed into the corridor did Lin Yi put away the sniper rifle. Then he asked Luo Ziki to come downstairs and drove to Building 16. After Lin Yi stopped the car, he got out with Luo Ziki and put the car into the different space. Then they picked up the detonator on the ground and walked upstairs with guns. They are not afraid of being ambushed just because of the equipment they are wearing. The weapons in Chun Dao's hands could not break through the defense at all. Lin Yi stood downstairs and contacted Jiang Shuyan with his mobile phone. Ask about the location of those people just now. There were surveillance cameras everywhere in the corridor, and Chun Dao and his companions thought they would be safe once they ran in. After all, there are so many rooms here, and it is impossible for Lin Yi to find them alone. Jiang Shuyan checked the playback, then picked up her phone and said to Lin Yi, 3 people just came in. 1 is on the 16th floor, and the remaining 2 are hiding on the 14th floor. Lin Yi put down his phone and walked upstairs, with Luo Ziki following closely behind him. After arriving on the 14th floor, Lin Yi asked again about the specific location and learned that the 2 people were hiding in the same house. Lin Yi kicked the door open with a gun. Lin Yi asked Luo Ziki to guard the door, and he walked in alone. The living room was very quiet. Lin Yi took a quick look and then walked into the master bedroom. He searched everywhere and even looked under the bed, but still didn't see anyone. Then Lin Yi walked out and went into another bedroom. When he opened the wardrobe door, a man suddenly rushed out and hugged Lin Yi. Lin Yi broke free from the man with a little effort, then kicked him back into the closet. As the man struggled, Lin Yi fired a shot, hitting the man directly in the forehead. Just when Lin Yi was fighting with a man rushed out of the bathroom, but he did not come to help, but ran out directly. But he didn't expect that there was someone waiting for him outside the door. After a gunshot, he followed in the footsteps of his companions and was shot dead by Luo Ziki. Lin Yi walked out of the room, gave Luo Ziki a thumbs up, and then the 2 of them walked upstairs together. After arriving at the room where Chun Dao was hiding, Lin Yi still asked Luo Ziki to guard outside the door and went in alone. But Lin Yi searched inside for more than 10 minutes, turning over every corner, but still couldn't find anyone. Lin even suspected that the location provided by Jiang Shuyan was wrong. After Lin Yi took out his cell phone and asked for the location again, Jiang Shuyan said with certainty that this was the place. Then Lin Yi started looking again. This time he didn't ask Luo Ziki to watch the door. Instead, he closed the door and the 2 of them searched together. As a result, He searched the whole house, but found nothing. Lin Yi sat down on the sofa in the living room. This guy is really good at hide and seek. Can he become invisible? Lin Yi was a little skeptical. He always believed in eradicating the problem completely. Now that he had made an enemy today, he would not let him go. He had to catch him and kill him before he could feel at ease. Lin Yi walked back and forth in the living room, and Luo Ziki was still searching everywhere. After a while, Luo Ziki suddenly looked at the glass outside the window and then winked at Lin Yi. When Lin Yi saw Luo Ziki's gaze, he immediately understood. He walked to the window and opened the bedroom window. I saw a man huddled on the air conditioner outside the window, shivering from the cold. Seeing this, Lin Yi laughed and said, "Dude, you're quite good at hiding. Isn't it cold outside? If someone didn't know you, they would think you were an adulterer." Chen Dao looked at Lin Yi and said to him tremblingly, "Brother, please forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again next time." Lin Yi glanced downstairs and said, "Okay, I won't kill you." Chen Dao's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought Lin Yi would never let him go, but he didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. He hurriedly thanked Lin Yi profusely, but in his heart he was thinking, when I make a comeback in the future, I will definitely seek revenge on you, and I will not be a human being until I tear you into pieces. Lin Yi continued, "I can let you go, but you're not allowed to come in until we leave this house." Chen Dao agreed to Lin Yi's request without even thinking about it. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. As long as Lin Yi doesn't kill him, everything will be fine. Although it is very cold outside, and he can't hold on any longer, it is better than being killed directly. Lin Yi smiled slightly, closed the window, locked it directly, then took out a bucket of water from the alien space and poured it on the window. After the water in the bucket was poured on the window, it instantly turned into ice. Lin Yi poured it 3 or 4 times, and the entire window had turned into a big block of ice. After taking a look at his masterpiece, Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction and then left with Luo Ziki. Chen Dao, who was standing outside the window, heard the door close and was sure that Lin Yi had left. He reached out to open the window, still cursing at Lin Yi, but he tried several times and the window didn't budge. Chen Dao knew that it must be Lin Yi who locked the window, but this did not pose a problem for him. Chen Dao untied his belt and used the metal on it to smash the window. After smashing for a few minutes, a few cracks finally appeared on the glass. Seeing hope, Chen Dao worked harder. After smashing for a few more minutes, the glass finally broke, but only the outermost layer was broken. The inner layer had already frozen together with the thick ice. At this time, Chen Dao was already at the end of his strength. He had been squatting outside for half an hour. His hands and feet had already lost feeling, and when he saw that the window was blocked by a layer of ice caused by Lin Yi, he finally despaired. His mind began to become confused, but his instinct for survival still made him smash the glass again and again. After Lin Yi left the room, he took Luo Ziki to the 26th floor, but what shocked him was that the original shelter had disappeared, and the scene was in a mess. He hurried downstairs. He stood in front of the alloy door and knocked hard. Soon Jiang Shuyan opened the door and welcomed Lin Yi and the others in. The temperature in the room was a little low, only about 10 degrees above zero. The fire in the fireplace had gone out, and the floor was tilted at 45 degrees. Sofas, tables, and chairs were piled up in the corner. Lin Yi felt somewhat relieved that he had found a new place to stay. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Chapter 87 Moving. Lin Yi had only considered the sturdiness of the house and the issue of avoiding it being buried by heavy snow, but ignored the issue of it being blown up. But no one could have imagined that someone would actually blow up his house. Lin Yi asked the girls to get dressed and prepare to move. While a few people were packing up, Lin Yi went out and took down several bags of explosives at the blasting site and threw them into the alien space. The detonator is also in his hand. If someone wants to attack his villa in the future, this thing can also become a weapon for him. It can be buried in the ground in advance and used to ambush people. Everyone finished packing quickly. There were more than a dozen large bags in total, which contained the luxury goods that Lin Yi had given them before and some personal clothes. After Lin Yi put all the things into the alien space, he went out first, and the women followed him out. Jiang Shuyan looked at the shelter behind her and sighed. She was indeed reluctant to leave this house. Among all these women, she was the one who had lived here the longest. As long as she lives here, she will have a strong sense of security. Lin Yi saw the reluctance in Jiang Shuyan's eyes. Like Jiang Shuyan, he was also reluctant to leave this place. After all, He had put a lot of thought into every design here. It's really a pity to stay here like this. Lin Yi thought about it and finally decided to give it a try. He placed his hands on the door, activated the power of space in his left eye, and slowly wrapped the entire house. As he thought about it, the shelter disappeared instantly and appeared in his different space. Done. Looking at the shelter in the alien space, Lin Yi smiled slightly. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about it. Maybe it would be useful in the future. The women were also shocked when they saw Lin Yi put the entire house into the alien space. Although they knew that Lin Yi's spatial ability was very magical, they did not expect that he could actually store such a large object. To be honest, I have to thank Xin Dao. If he hadn't blown up the house, even if Lin Yi used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to shake it at all. Thinking of Chun Dao, as they walked downstairs, Lin Yi still wanted to go over and take a look. What if this guy really broke the ice and crawled out? Isn't that raising a tiger to cause trouble? Lin Yi walked into the room where Chun Dao was hiding. The ice on the window was still intact, and there was no sign of being broken. Lin Yi directly broke the ice with a gun. Chun Dao outside had been frozen into an iceman. After Lin Yi confirmed that she was completely dead, he left with his wives with satisfaction. After coming downstairs, Lin Yi took out his car. Because he always put his car into the alien space after each use, there was no need to warm up the car in such cold weather. 1 man and 4 women got into the car directly, and Lin Yi started the car and drove out of the community. Lin Yi took a deep look at the Sichuan community in the rearview mirror. A lot of things happened here. After leaving today, Lin Yi might never come back. It was the first time for all the girls to travel far away, and they didn't know what the house they would live in the future would be like, so they were a little nervous. Although the environment they originally lived in was cold and damp, once people live a comfortable life, there will be a huge gap when returning to the past. Lin Yi and Luo Ziki, who knew the inside story, did not tell them about the new shelter, wanting to give them a surprise. Lin Yi drove for an hour and finally returned to the villa. The fortress is covered with snow and is not easy to spot from a distance. After they got out of the car, Lin Yi pointed at the villa in front of them and said to the girls, "This will be our new home from now on." The door was opened with a key and several women rushed in. Just by looking at the appearance, one can tell how luxurious this villa is, and they can no longer contain their excitement. As soon as Lin Yi entered the door, he heard screams from several women one after another. "Wow, a heated swimming pool. I can swim now. My swimsuit will finally be useful." This is Lu Feier. Her favorite sport is swimming, which can not only exercise the body, but also maintain her figure. Oh my god, this villa is much more luxurious than the previous house. How much did it cost? This is Jiang Shuyan. Look, this place is so big. The table is so big, the lamp is so big, and the door is so big too. This is Luo Zishan. She describes things in such a simple and rough way, summing up everything with just one big word. Lin Yi took them to visit the entire villa. When they saw the home theater on the 2nd floor, they screamed again, and the esports room made Luo Zishan extremely excited. There was a complete range of game consoles inside, and the TV screen was so large that it covered the entire wall. Lin Yi had already guessed that she was going to say that the screen was too big again. Lin Yi also put all his previous game consoles and game cartridges here. Anyway, he doesn't need Luo Zishan to do any work, so let her play if she wants. When Lu Feier saw a room with the words "Love Room" written on it, she became very curious. She opened the door, took a look, and then quickly closed it. A blush also appeared on her face. Then he pulled Jiang Shuyan and Luo Ziki aside and started talking in private. After walking around the 2nd floor twice, they began to choose a room. The room to the left of Lin Yi was booked in advance by Luo Ziki, so Jiang Shuyan chose the room to the right of Lin Yi. Lu Feier was helpless. She couldn't argue with her elder sister, so she could only settle for the second best and choose the room next to Jiang Shuyan. Luo Zishan didn't choose a room. She moved her things directly into the esports room. There was already a big bed inside, and this would be her room from now on. After visiting the 2nd floor, the group went to the 3rd floor, which is a sports field where they can exercise or play badminton. If you just eat and drink every day, you will gain weight sooner or later. The competitive pressure around them is huge now, and the girls are all holding back, especially Lu Feier. Luo Ziki is good at martial arts and can go out with Lin Yi to do things. With her sister's help, no one will say anything even if Luo Zishan does nothing. Jiang Shuyan is Lin Yi's first woman and holds a very important position in his heart. She is also their eldest sister. Each of them has been taken care of by her when they first came. Even if she does nothing, no one will say anything. What's more, she can cook, and she prepares meals every day. But what about Lu Feier? She doesn't know anything. Apart from helping Jiang Shuyan, she can only choose to be a beautiful vase. This is her advantage. But no matter how beautiful a woman is, Lin Yi will get tired of her one day. So Lu Feier always serves Lin Yi in different ways. Avoid Lin Yi from experiencing aesthetic fatigue. Lin Yi did not take them to see the attic upstairs. From now on, that place will be used to defend against foreign enemies. Chapter 88 Excavator. After finishing the tour upstairs, several people went downstairs. Lin Yi taught them how to check the surveillance and how to add fuel to the generator. If I am not around in the future, they must be able to survive independently. They can't die if I leave them for a day, right? They also looked at the shooting range on the last floor. Lin Yi planned to bring them here to practice shooting when he had enough ammunition. Learn more about self-protection skills. The world of the future will be different from the past. Not only will they have to face ordinary people, but they will also have to face many people with special abilities, so they must be careful everywhere. In the evening, we had dinner together to celebrate the new house. Jiang Shuyan prepared more than a dozen dishes, and Lin Yi also brought out a lot of drinks. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Lin Yi slept until noon before getting out of bed. They all drank too much yesterday and sang in the KTV room until midnight, and then exercised for half the night under the influence of alcohol. Even though Lin Yi had an amazing physique, he still couldn't handle it. Several women were still sleeping in bed. Lin Yi got up alone, went to the lobby on the first floor, and was just about to have breakfast. Then I saw Luo Zishan walking out of the kitchen with a big chicken drumstick in her hand. Eat while walking. Lin Yi yawned and said to her, Shan, why are you up so early? Luo Zishan took a fierce bite of the chicken leg and then complained to Lin, Why are you getting up so early? I haven't slept all night. You guys were so loud yesterday. Can you please take care of me? I can't stand your noise. I had to play games all night. Lin Yi laughed when he heard that. They had indeed played a little too crazy yesterday. The girls had just moved in and were a little excited, plus they were stimulated by the alcohol. If there were people next door, they would come and complain about them for disturbing the public. Luo Zishan threw the bones into the trash can and then staggered upstairs. Lin Yi looked at Luo Zishan's back and swallowed silently. Just getting up in the morning is when men's hormones are at their peak. Then he spat at himself fiercely. This is your sister-in-law. What are you thinking? What a beast. But Luo Zishan's figure kept floating in his mind. Is this what it means to be forever disturbed by something you can't get? Lin Yi washed his face with cold water, refreshed himself, and threw away the mess in his mind. He took some food from the alien space and started eating. After dinner, Lin Yi prepared to go out. There is no way. Now we have upgraded our equipment. For such a big house, the energy consumption is really too high. I have to find more fuel, otherwise I will run out of fuel, and the power will be out soon. Lin Yi put on his bulletproof vest and had just put on his winter clothes when Luo Ziki came down from upstairs. Seeing Lin Yi was about to go out, he hurriedly prepared to change clothes. Lin Yi didn't originally want to take her with him, but he also understood that Luo Ziki was worried that she would be in danger. So I acquiesced. It would be nice to have a beautiful woman following me, who could keep me company and relieve my boredom along the way. In less than 5 minutes, Luo Ziki finished washing and changing clothes. Lin Yi opened the door and walked out, then parked his car. Lin Yi drove straight to the largest gas station nearby. Larger gas stations have more sufficient fuel reserves, while some small gas stations may not have as much as 2 large gas stations. So those small ones were directly excluded by Lin Yi. Since Lin Yi is located in the suburbs, he is quite far away from some gas stations. After driving for 20 minutes, Lin Yi finally found a larger gas station. Lin Yi drove around the area and found that there was not a single footprint around the gas station. It seemed that no one had ever visited this place. Now everyone is still struggling to make ends meet, so naturally no one would be thinking of using fuel. But after a while, when they have recovered and formed large forces or survivor camps, these fuels will become important supplies. Lin Yi was at least 20 meters away from the ground. The snow on the top was easier to clear, but the snow below had almost been compressed into ice. It was heavy and hard, and it was impossible to dig in without the right tools. Lin Yi was at a loss for a moment. Luo Ziki also stared blankly at the snow in front of him. It would be nice to have an excavator or something. Luo Ziki's words suddenly made Lin Yi react. Yes, why should you dig with a shovel like a fool? Why not find an excavator? There is a manufacturer specializing in the production of excavators in Haijing City. Although many places have been buried, those newly manufactured excavators should be placed in the warehouse. Lin Yi used his mobile phone to search for nearby excavator manufacturers, then stuffed Luo Ziki into the car and drove straight to the excavation airport. Half an hour later, Lin Yi arrived at a factory. The building here was not short. Although a lot of it was buried in the snow, less than 2 meters was still exposed. Lin Yi cleared the snow on the roof, then found a window and jumped in. Luo Ziki also followed behind with a gun. The temperature here was much higher than outside, and Lin Yi could even smell food in the air. All signs indicate that there should be someone here. The place where they came in was the roof of a warehouse. The warehouse was more than 20 meters high, but it only had 1 floor. There were more than a dozen excavators parked inside, and there was a huge excavator in the middle. Lin Yi had never seen such a big creature before. Even Optimus Prime looked a little small when standing in front of it. There are 2 small rooms in the warehouse, which should be where the people guarding the warehouse usually live. Smoke is coming out of them, probably because they're making a fire to keep warm. Lin Yi didn't want to alarm them, so he asked Luo Ziki to stay here to keep watch for him, while Lin Yi secretly walked down the stairs next to him. After arriving at the warehouse, Lin Yi first put the excavator closest to him into the different space, and then did the same thing. Soon, all the excavators in the warehouse were taken away by Lin Yi. The last one is the largest one. This excavator is at least 7 or 8 meters high, almost the height of a 3-story building. It should be the treasure of this company. After Lin Yi took the things away, he left 2 boxes of instant noodles and a box of sausages on the ground, which were used to buy these excavators. These things don't matter to me, since I won't eat them anyway, but to others, especially those who can't get enough food, they may be life-saving. After Lin Yi put his things away, he climbed back to the top of the warehouse and reunited with Luo Ziki. Luo Ziki looked at Lin Yi with eyes full of love. Today she saw another side of Lin Yi. Not only was he decisive in killing, but he was also quite loving sometimes. Chapter 89, Retrieve. After returning along the same route, the 2 drove to find the nearest gas station. There are some footprints here, which means someone must have been here not long ago, and the nearby residential buildings are not far from here. But Lin Yi is skilled and brave. They're just ordinary people. Even if they have guns in their hands, Lin Yi is not afraid. He released the largest excavator and then drove Luo Ziki back into the car. He didn't know how long it would take him to dig, so he didn't put the car back into the alien space. Instead, he turned on the heater and let Luo Ziki keep warm inside. Lin Yi had never driven an excavator, but there were a lot of tutorials online, and the operation was simple, so Lin Yi quickly mastered it. As Lin Yi pushed the operating lever, the excavator started working. Lin Yi worked very efficiently. After digging a shovel of snow, he did not need to dump it aside. Instead, he directly used his spatial ability to collect the snow. This will greatly improve his work efficiency. In just 40 minutes, Lin Yi dug through the snow. Then Lin Yi put away the excavator and walked into the gas station. When they pushed open the door of the gas station, there was still some food and water on the counter inside, but the 2 staff members wearing gas station uniforms were dead. Lin Yi checked and found that the cause of death should be suffocation. In less than a day, this place was buried by snow. So even though they still had food, they could not escape the fate of death because they could not get oxygen. Lin Yi put all the food on the cabinet into the different space. No matter how small the mosquito meat is still meat. Then Lin Yi pushed the door open and walked out. He took out several oversized iron barrels from the alien space, placed them in the middle, and began to collect the oil. It took Lin Yi an hour to collect all the fuel here. There was a lot of fuel reserves here, and Lin Yi filled more than a dozen large iron barrels. The amount of oil is about 50 to 60 tons. It's enough for Lin Yi to use for a while. Lin Yi had just put all the fuel into the alien space when he heard 2 gunshots from above. Lin Yi was worried about Luo Ziki's safety and quickly climbed out of the pit. When he got upstairs, he found that Luo Ziki had already come out of the car with a gun in his hand, and 2 corpses were lying not far away. After asking, Lin Yi found out that these 2 people had just sneaked over from the side and obviously had bad intentions. Luo Ziki was worried that Lin Yi would be ambushed by them. After all, it was very dangerous for him to collect oil downstairs. Any spark could easily cause an explosion. So Luo Ziki didn't hesitate at all and shot the two men dead. Lin Yi picked up Luo Ziki and kissed her. He liked people like her more than those saints. In the end times, sometimes you just have to be selfish. Those people clearly knew that there were people here, but they still chose to get closer, which means they came here to take advantage of the situation and rob us. It's not unfair to be beaten to death. Lin Yi put Luo Ziki down, and then the two of them got in the car and set off. In one afternoon, they dug up 3 gas stations and harvested a total of 170 tons of fuel. It's already 7 o'clock in the evening, and it has already gotten dark. Lin Yi drove slowly on the snow. There were no street lights, and even the moon was hidden in the clouds. It was too dark outside, so even if he turned on the high beam, he still had to concentrate. Otherwise, it is easy to have an accident. After all, there are many snow pits outside. The two wandered around for an hour, but found that they had taken the wrong road. This was not their shelter at all, but a villa area. This villa area may not be buried by snow because it is backed by a mountain. Lin Yi felt a little unbalanced. There are 50 or 60 villas here, but there are probably less than 10 households with living people in them. Because the other villas were pitch black, only these few villas had faint lights coming from them, which must be because someone was making a fire inside to keep warm. Lin Yi drove the car directly in. He didn't plan to go any further. It was too dark, and he had been busy all afternoon and was already tired. He planned to stay here all night. Lin Yi randomly found a dark villa and parked the car in front of the door. After the two got out of the car, Lin Yi parked it. Lin Yi pushed the door. It should be locked, but this did not pose a problem for Lin Yi. After kicking it, the door was knocked open, and Lin Yi walked in wearing a headlamp. It seemed that no one had lived here for a long time, and the temperature inside was almost the same as outside. After searching all the rooms, Lin Yi found nothing. They planned to stay here for the night and return to the shelter tomorrow. Lin Yi used the snow he dug in the afternoon to fill the entire first and second floors. There were already tens of thousands of tons of snow in his space. Lin Yi originally wanted to pour it out directly, but finally gave up the idea. There's no other reason, just keep it for now, in case it comes in handy. With the first and second floors blocked by snow, no one could push the door open. Lin Yi found a room on the 3rd floor, closed the door, took out several heaters, and connected them to the generator. Soon the room became warm. Lin Yi took out a table, some snacks and cold beer, and started eating with Luo Ziki. Occasionally, eating like this feels a bit like a picnic, which is quite novel. After dinner, Lin Yi put away the table and took out a big bed. He took this bed from Fuyuan supermarket, and it was endorsed by a female celebrity, including some bedding. It cost more than 20,000 yuan. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, and since they were outside, they didn't take off their clothes or do anything strange. Lin Yi hugged Luo Ziki and slept with his clothes on, and soon fell asleep. When the time came to 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, Lin Yi suddenly heard some noise downstairs, but he ignored it. He knew that their car must have attracted some people's attention. They want to take it for themselves, but the snow that I left on the 1st and 2nd floors should confuse them for a while. Sure enough, it didn't take long before it became quiet outside, mainly because it was too cold outside. 2 o'clock in the morning was the coldest time of the day. The temperature outside has reached minus 96 degrees Celsius. In such an environment, they can only last 10 minutes at most, otherwise they will die. Lin Yi continued to sleep, but he was always alert. If someone approached again, he would wake up immediately. He didn't know when he acquired this ability. Maybe after his rebirth, or maybe after absorbing Shun Rank's supernatural powers. Lin Yi felt that his 5 senses and his ability to foresee danger had improved a lot. Chapter 90 Big Star Becomes a Servant. The next morning, Lin Yi was awakened again. This time it wasn't sneaking around, but someone was knocking on the door. Luo Ziki also woke up. The two looked at each other, then stood up and packed their things. After putting the things back into the different space, Lin Yi opened the door, went to the window, facing the main door, and looked down at the stairs. I saw a figure wearing a green military coat standing at the gate, knocking on the door hard. Lin Yi opened the space door in front of him, then took out his gun and stood on guard. Luo Ziki also took out her gun, but she hid in another window, staring at the figure downstairs. As long as the other party made any abnormal move, she would shoot immediately. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Yi's voice came from upstairs. The figure downstairs immediately raised his head when he heard the sound. When their eyes met, Lin Yi immediately recognized the person in front of him. He didn't expect that he would meet the star who often appeared on TV in real life. The person who came was Mimi, a well-known first-line actress in manhwa. Lin Yi had watched many of her TV dramas before and was very fond of her looks. He didn't expect that she was also in Haijing and lived here. But in this situation, her former star halo is no longer worth anything, and no one will give her any preferential treatment just because she is a star. Hello, I'm Young Mi. I saw you had a car yesterday. Can you take me away from here? I can give you money, and you can set the price. A smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. You're a big star. Why are you here alone? Yami gave a wry smile. What kind of celebrity is there these days? Her household name status made it difficult for her to move forward. She has a villa in Haijing City and originally planned to go out and relax alone. As a public figure, she is under a lot of pressure. Not only does she have to deal with all kinds of paparazzi sneak shots, but she also has to run her own company alone. At this time of year, every year, she would take half a month off to vacation in Haijing City. But she didn't expect that she would be trapped by heavy snow just after she got off the plane and moved into the villa. Although the blizzard did not bury her villa, visibility outside was extremely low and the temperature dropped too much. She had been stuck at home all this time and her food was quickly running out. In desperation, she could only use her star power to borrow some food from other neighbors. At first, some neighbors gave her some food because she was a star, but as time went by, everyone had little food left and Yang Mi had to continue to live frugally. Fortunately, in order to maintain her figure, she eats very little. She can eat 3 days' worth of food that an average person would eat in one day. But even so, she hadn't eaten for 3 days and could only melt some water from the snow on the balcony. If there is no more food, she will probably starve to death here. A week ago, 2 people sneaked into her villa and wanted to do something indecent to her. Unexpectedly, he was injured by Yang Mi, who was hiding in the dark. After the 2 escaped with injuries, she understood from that moment on that people must rely on themselves. If they don't seize every opportunity around them, they will only become food for others. So last night, when she saw a car driving into the villa area and a man getting out of the car, she made up her mind that she must let them take her away today. Even if I have to sacrifice my life for it, it doesn't matter. She was very confident about this. After all, she was once a top star and the dream lover of countless men in Manhwa. Isn't it easy to control an ordinary person? After listening to Yang Mi's story, Lin Yi agreed immediately. Although he doubted the truthfulness of her words, the star effect was indeed a little irresistible to him. But the compensation needs to be discussed carefully. Lin Yi closed the window and took the snow in the room back into the alien space. Then Lin Yi opened the door and let Yang Mi in. As soon as Yang Mi entered the house, she saw that in addition to Lin Yi, there was also a beautiful woman in the living room, staring at her with a gun. Yang Mi looked her up and down. Except for her smaller breasts, her appearance and temperament were not inferior to hers at all. Yang Mi was suddenly a little shocked, and her tone was not as strong as at the beginning. Who is this? Your girlfriend? Yang Mi asked nervously. Lin Yi hugged Luo Ziki in his arms, and then said to Yang Mi, "This is my wife, Luo Ziki." Yang Mi nodded to her as a greeting, and then turned her attention back to Lin Yi. How much money do you want to take me away? Lin Yi moved a chair over and sat down, then said to Yang Mi, "You don't think money is useful now, do you? Why would I need it? It's too hard to even wipe my butt with." Yang Mi lowered her head silently. She naturally understood this truth, but she was still a little unwilling to give up. What if Lin Yi was a greedy person? She could bribe him with money. So what do you want? As long as I have it, you can set any conditions. Lin Yi didn't answer her, but simply asked, "You said you wanted me to take you away. So where have you decided to go?" Things outside these days are not like they used to be. There are no laws to constrain people, and murder and robbery are commonplace. Yang Mi was speechless for a moment. She just wanted to leave here, but she had never thought about where else she could go. Should I ask Lin to take me back to my home in the capital? It's impossible. This place is more than 1,000 kilometers away from the capital, and there are no planes now. How can I go back? Just as Yang Mi was thinking hard, Lin Yi said, "If you don't mind, you can live with me first. The condition is that you become my servant, clean the house, serve me and my wives, and I will provide all your 3 meals a day. Of course, you can choose to refuse. The door is at the back." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he looked at Yang Mi with a smile, waiting for her choice. Yang Mi raised her head and looked at Lin Yi deeply, then said, "Okay, I agree, but there is one condition. You can't tell anyone else about this. You can't tell that she has such a heavy idol image." Lin Yi agreed without thinking, and also promised Yang Mi that she could leave at any time if she wanted to. Anyway, his purpose was just to find a nanny to be responsible for cleaning the house. After all, the house is so big, It would be uncomfortable to live in if no one cleans it. Finding such a beautiful female, star to be a nanny, can satisfy one's vanity at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. After getting Lin Yi's assurance, Yang Mi felt relieved. She didn't know what the world would be like in the future, so she had to be prepared. If the snowstorm would pass soon, she could go back to being a star. If the world really ends, I have found a temporary home. Chapter 91, Returning Home. After the terms were agreed, Lin Yi took out a piece of bread and a glass of water and handed them to Yang Mi. He could see that Yang Mi hadn't eaten for a long time. After Yang Mi took it, she tore open the wrapping paper and started eating. Even though she hadn't eaten for 3 days, she still ate very politely. She didn't look like she was wolfing down her food. This was a habit ingrained in her, requiring her to pay attention to her manners at all times. Lin Yi sat on the sofa, quietly waiting for her to finish eating, while Luo Ziki was observing the surroundings vigilantly. She never chased stars, and although she had seen Yang Mi on TV, the latter's identity did not give her any other feelings. So what if he's a celebrity? He's just a person. He'll die if he shoots himself. After Yang Mi finished eating, she drank a sip of water. This was the most filling meal she had had in a while. Although there was only one piece of bread, she still ate it very sweetly. He didn't eat this kind of thing before, but people only cherish it after they lose it. These foods, which she would never even look at before, now make her feel extremely happy. Seeing that Yang Mi had finished eating, Lin Yi went out first. Yang Mi hurried Li followed. But as soon as they went out, they were surrounded by 5 or 6 men with weapons. They were the people who were sneaking around outside last night. One of them was a pair of bald men who broke into Yang Mi's house in the dark before, but they were attacked and slashed by Yang Mi, and now they have gauze wrapped around their faces. Seeing that Yang Mi was actually with Lin Yi, the bald man suddenly became furious. Today was a good day to settle all the new and old grudges together. Boy, hand over the car you drove yesterday and leave the 2 women behind you. Then you can leave. One of the bald men spoke first. Before Lin Yi could say anything, Yang Mi cursed at the man. You 2 beasts, weren't you hurt enough last time? How dare you come here again? Hearing Yang Mi's words, the bald man with gauze wrapped around his face laughed and said, Good scolding. I hope you can scold me like that when I play with you later. I am a beast. I have played with all the women in the community. Now I only have you as my last flower left. Lin Yi listened to their conversation, his patience gone, and he winked at Luo Ziki. When Luo Ziki saw Lin Yi's eyes, he took action immediately, took out a pistol from his arms, and pulled the trigger directly at the few people. The person who was hit let out a scream and fell to the ground, leaving only the bald man with gauze wrapped around his face standing there in a daze. He didn't expect that the woman standing at the back actually had a gun. Seeing that his companions were all dead, the bald man was about to escape when he was shot in the leg by Lin Yi. His left leg was broken instantly, and his calf flew out. The bald man suddenly fell to the ground in the snow, wailing. Yang Mi was shocked by the scene in front of her. Although she had filmed many scenes, they were all fake. Seeing someone being beaten to death with her own eyes still shocked her. Her stomach was churning, and she couldn't help but run to the side to vomit. The food she had just eaten came out again. After screaming for a while, the bald man began to beg for mercy from Lin Yi, wanting Lin Yi to spare his life. Lin Yi ignored the bald man's pleading and took out a bottle of water and handed it to Yang Mi. After she recovered a little, he put the gun in her hand. Go kill him. Yang Mi was stunned on the spot. As a woman, she usually didn't even dare to kill a chicken, but now Lin Yi actually asked her to kill someone. She was about to refuse, but when she saw Lin Yi's determined eyes, she finally swallowed the words of refusal. After taking the gun handed to her by Lin Yi, her hand suddenly felt heavy. The real gun was much heavier than the one she used when filming. Yang Mi held the pistol with both hands and walked in front of the bald man. Lin Yi stood behind Yang Mi, pressed tightly against her back, and held her hand to help her aim. Listening to the bald man's wailing and begging for mercy, Yang Mi felt a little bit sorry. But Lin Yi put his mouth close to Yang Mi's ear and whispered to her, If you don't kill him, I will leave you here to fend for yourself. Think about it. If you hadn't injured him a few days ago, what would have happened to you? Would he have toyed with you to death or eaten you? Would he let you go just because you begged for mercy? After being instigated by Lin Yi, Yang Mi's eyes gradually turned cold, and she pulled the trigger directly at the bald man. With a gunshot, a bloody hole suddenly appeared on the bald man's forehead. Lin Yi took the gun back from Yang Mi's hand, then took out the car and sat in the driver's seat. Yang Mi was still standing there staring at the bald man's body. Luo Ziki pulled Yang Mi into the car and sat in the back seat together. Only after feeling the warmth in the car did Yang Mi come back to her senses. I couldn't help but ask Lin, "Where did you park the car just now?" Lin Yi smiled slightly. Yang Mi's attention was all on the bald man, and she didn't see how he took the car out. But Lin Yi didn't explain. Even if he told her, she probably wouldn't believe it. The car quickly returned to the villa. After Lin Yi stopped the car, Luo Ziki and Yang Mi got out. Lin Yi waved at the car, and the SUV disappeared instantly. This magical scene left Yang Mi stunned. But before he could react, Luo Ziki took him into the villa. After opening the door, several women were already waiting for them in the room. Lu Feier was the most proactive. As soon as Lin Yi walked into the villa, she jumped on Lin Yi. Lin Yi also didn't expect that Lu Feier, who once looked the coldest, was actually the most passionate and unrestrained person deep down. Several women also saw Yang Mi behind Lin Yi and were a little surprised. "Big honey," Luo Zishan screamed. Not only did she like playing games, but she also watched a lot of TV dramas when she was bored at home. Yang Mi is one of her favorite stars. Lin Yi pulled Yang Mi over and introduced the girls to her one by one. When Yang Mi saw so many beauties at once, she secretly compared them with herself. But she helplessly discovered that none of these women were worse than her. If it weren't for her star halo, she would feel ashamed in front of them. She looked at Lin Yi deeply. This guy was really lucky to have so many beautiful women at the same time. After Lin Yi introduced the others to Yang Mi, he said to the other girls, "This is Yang Mi. You should all know her, so there's no need for me to introduce her. From now on, she will be our family servant, responsible for doing some housework." Chapter 92, Adding New People. "Servant? Doesn't she want to be Brother Yi's woman?" Jiang Shuyan said to Lin Yi with an innocent look on her face. Luo Ziki took over the conversation after hearing this. "When the snowstorm is over, I will go back to being a big star." After these words were spoken, several women showed a strange expression. Seeing that the situation was a bit cold, Lin Yi took the initiative to break the deadlock. "Okay, everyone, clean up and get ready for dinner. Ziki and I haven't had breakfast yet." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuyan went to the kitchen to prepare food, and Lu Feier followed to help. Lin Yi took Yang Mi to visit various places. After all, we will be living together in the future, so we should get familiar with the environment first. Yang Mi took off her coat. After chatting at the door for a while, she was almost sweating. She didn't expect that the house could remain so warm, even though it was so cold outside. Lin Yi took her on a brief tour, and Yang Mi immediately fell in love with this place. Compared to where she lived before, this place was like heaven, warm and safe. Moreover, just by looking at the state of those women and the way they interacted with Lin, Yang Mi could tell that Lin Yi was definitely not the kind of person who used women as tools to vent his animal desires. He is very nice to every woman and respects them very much, so those beauties follow him willingly. Lin Yi chose a room for her, also on the second floor, with a more mature style. Yang Mi is a few years older than Lin Yi and is a mature young woman. After having her own room, Lin Yi asked about her underwear size. She didn't bring any clothes with her, and she didn't have any change of underwear. Fortunately, there are a lot of women's underwear in Lin Yi's space, in all sizes, so there's no need to worry about not having underwear to wear. Yang Mi was a little shy and told Lin Yi her size in a low voice. After learning that Yang Mi actually had 36D breasts, Lin Yi couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. With this pair of weapons alone, she could be the queen of the family. None of the women in his life can match her. No wonder her fans call her the Mimi. It turns out that there is a hidden meaning behind it. Lin Yi found some underwear and pajamas in the space and placed them on the bed in her room. Then he selected some clothes for her according to her usual dressing style. But it was not known whether Lin Yi did it intentionally or unintentionally, but among the clothes he took out, there were mostly stockings of various styles. Yang Mi saw Lin Yi conjuring something out of thin air again, and finally started questioning Lin Yi, as if she would not let him leave unless he explained clearly. Lin Yi had nothing to hide from her. They would need to live together in the future, and she would find out even if he didn't tell her. After learning that Lin Yi actually owned an independent space, which contained materials worth more than 50 billion. Even though Yang Mi was knowledgeable and experienced, she was almost shocked. She was considered a wealthy person before the end of the world, but she couldn't come up with so much money, not to mention that the money in her bank card had become waste paper. She knew in her heart that supplies were everything now, and Lin Yi possessed so many supplies that, if not the richest man in the world, he was almost there. At the same time, she had some other thoughts in her mind. If she really couldn't go back to the past, it would be nice to stay here and be Lin Yi's woman. At least it's better than staying outside and starving and freezing. Each room here has an independent toilet and bathroom. Lin Yi took out a lot of toiletries and placed them on the table, as well as many big-name cosmetics for girls. Take off your clothes and take a shower first. Then change into your pajamas and come out for dinner. Lin Yi left immediately after he finished speaking, without any hesitation, as if he were a gentleman. But Yang Mi knew that Lin Yi was definitely a playboy. Although he didn't do anything frivolous just now, Yang Mi still found that Lin Yi was always secretly staring at her chest. Every time he looked over there, Lin Yi quickly turned his head away. This restored her confidence. So what if his women are all beautiful? He is a big star, and the pleasure of conquering her is definitely something that ordinary people cannot give him. After Lin Yi left, Yang Mi closed the door, took off her clothes, turned on the faucet, and a stream of hot water poured down. Yang Mi couldn't help but let out a moan. She hadn't taken a shower for over a month and was extremely dirty. She took a very comfortable bath. After coming out of the bathroom, Yang Mi blew her hair dry and then put on the underwear and pajamas that Lin Yi prepared for her. Looking at myself in the mirror, I regained my previous noble temperament. Yang Mi put on her shoes and walked out contentedly. The food had been prepared on the dining table downstairs, all made by Wang Xue herself. She used to like the TV series starring Yang Mi. Although she was not a fan, she still felt happy when she saw the people on TV appear in front of her. In order to welcome Yang Mi, I couldn't help but prepare a few more delicious dishes. Lin Yi was watching TV on the sofa. Hearing the sound from upstairs, Lin Yi looked up. After taking a shower and changing into new pajamas, Yang Mi looked even more beautiful than on TV. Moreover, her curvy figure is even more eye-catching. Even though Lin Yi is surrounded by beauties with a score of over 95, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. There is indeed a difference between young girls and mature women. Yang Mi's femininity is so strong that just one look at her can make people have dirty thoughts. Yang Mi's outfit was also very thoughtful. She chose the sexiest piece of pajamas. Her upper body was covered with only a thin layer of black gauze, through which her black bra could be vaguely seen. Her lower body was covered with a black miniskirt, exposing her slender white thighs. Lin Yi regretted letting her be a nanny. If he just let her be his woman, she probably wouldn't have any objection, right? After Yang Mi came downstairs, she found a place to sit down. Her current situation was a bit awkward. In name, she was just a servant, and she was not familiar with the girls. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Lin Yi noticed her embarrassment and asked her to sit next to him. The two chatted casually. Soon, the last dish was served on the table. Lin Yi took Yang Mi's hand and asked her to sit next to him. The girls looked at Yang Mi's position and understood something. Although Lin Yi said that she was a servant and came to do the work, judging from the situation, they might have to call Yang Mi Shao Si tomorrow. Yang Mi sat on the chair, looking at the food on the table with her mouth watering. She had forgotten how long it had been since she had eaten these things. She had even vomited out the bread she had just eaten in the morning and was now starving. Chapter 93, Prison Incident. After dinner, it was just noon. Lin Yi didn't plan to go out again today. He had already collected a lot of fuel yesterday, so he could take a proper rest today and combine work and rest. Jiang Shuyan and the other girls suggested playing mahjong, and Lin Yi directly pushed Yang Mi out and asked her to play with everyone. Yang Mi understood what Lin Yi meant. He wanted her to integrate into their group as soon as possible, so she readily agreed. Time quickly came to evening. Yang Mi played with the girls for a whole afternoon, and they became much more familiar with each other. When it was time to rest, the girls all went back to their rooms in tacit understanding. Only Jiang Shuyan was left to take Yang Mi to Lin Yi's bedroom. As Lin Yi's first woman, she knows Lin Yi best among all the women and can be regarded as Lin Yi's strongest assist. She helped Lin Yi break through the window paper with almost every woman. When Yang Mi walked into Lin Yi's room, she saw him leaning on the bed reading a book. When Yang Mi came in, Lin Yi's mind was completely focused on her. He had long forgotten what was written in the book. Yang Mi took off her shoes, revealing her white and tender little feet, then crawled into Lin Yi's bed and rested her head on his shoulder. A pair of hands were touching everywhere dishonestly. Lin Yi smelled the body fragrance coming from Yang Mi and threw the book directly to the ground. He turned around and met Yang Mi's eyes. They both saw the desire in each other's eyes. Then the sound of clothes being torn was heard in the room. An hour later, Lin Yi looked at the red bloodstains on the bedsheet and asked in surprise, "Is this your first time?" Yang Mi said in a mosquito-like voice. Lin Yi didn't expect that Yang Mi could still maintain her virginity in the big dive vat of the entertainment industry. Did she become famous based on her own strength? Never mind. Enjoying life while you can is the best way to go. The next morning, Lin Yi got up early. Several women were already having breakfast downstairs. Lin Yi told Lu Feier to bring some food to Yang Mi later, as she probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed for a while. Then he sat down at his seat and started eating. In the next few days, Lin Yi truly felt what it meant to be so happy that he didn't want to leave. Every day, he either plays games with Luo Zishan or plays mahjong with Jiang Shuyan and others. Occasionally, he would take Luo Ziki to the second underground floor to practice shooting and archery. In the afternoon, we swam together in the pool. Looking at the girls playing and fighting in the water, Lin Yi felt a sense of peace. It would be nice if life could go on like this forever. He had no ambitions and didn't want to be king. He just wanted to spend every day happily with these women. Just as Lin Yi was enjoying himself at home, in a prison dozens of kilometers away, a 5-meter-long wild boar was rampaging inside. This wild boar had a pair of scarlet eyes and fangs that were half a meter long. It opened its bloody mouth and bit off the head of a man in front of it. Soon, more than a dozen prisoners here were killed by the wild boar. The smell of blood filled the entire cell. The wild boar slowly bent down. Its body quickly became smaller, and the hair on the outside gradually disappeared. In less than 2 seconds, he turned into a fat man with big ears. If Lin Yi were here, he would definitely be able to recognize him. This person is Wang Xue's ex-boyfriend, Su Shuai. After Lin Yi stole the supplies from Fu Yuan's warehouse, he was made to take the blame. Moreover, the key in Lin Yi's hand was also taken from him. Shuai Su stuck out his tongue and licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. He has been here for 2 months. Regarding the theft in Fu Yuan's supermarket, although there was no evidence to prove that he was the mastermind and the stolen supplies were not found, according to other people's accounts, he did steal a large amount of goods from here many times and sell them privately. He was eventually sentenced to 7 years in prison. When he first arrived at the prison, Su Shuai was bullied. Because he was so fat, many people bullied him. Not only did he have to sleep next to the toilet, but he was also often beaten and scolded by the prisoners inside. Su Shuai, who was used to a life of luxury, had never been bullied like this before, so he started fighting with the boss in the prison. But even though he is fat, he cannot take advantage of his weight when fighting. He was directly pressed to the ground and rubbed by several people. After being beaten several times, Su Shuai finally couldn't stand it anymore and began to ask his parents for help. His father had no choice but to spend a lot of money to bribe many people there. Not only did the prison guards take good care of him, but Su Shuai also used money to recruit some younger brothers. Only then did he escape the bullying of the prison bully. The man who had been bullying him was named Zhang Quan. He was sentenced to life imprisonment for intentional injury and had recruited many followers in prison. After General Su came to power, the two sides often fought openly and secretly, and each had its own wins and losses. But things soon changed. After heavy snow covered the prison, a riot broke out inside. Several prisoners took advantage of the chaos to kill the prison guards and opened all the cell doors. In less than a day, dozens of prison guards were killed, and the prison was divided into 2 major forces. One group consisted of more than 70 people led by Zhang Quan, and the other group consisted of more than 50 people led by Marshal Su. The rest of the people formed their own faction and did not help either side. During this period, they also had several fights over supplies, but in the end, both sides suffered losses. As a result, more than a month after the end of the world, Su Shuai suddenly felt itchy one day, as if something was about to come out. No matter how hard he grabbed with his hands, it was of no use. In just a few minutes, his body underwent a drastic change. His hair grew more and more luxuriantly, and his teeth protruded. The whole person turned into a wild boar. Then he became beastly and tore all the younger brothers in his room into pieces. After killing several people, General Su ate their bodies and drank some human blood, which brought him back to consciousness. Thinking of what he had just done and seeing the blood in the room, Su Shuai finally couldn't help but vomit. But he recovered quickly. He was fascinated by the feeling of power he had just experienced after the transformation. He seemed to have endless power. Even if there was a tank in front of him, Marshal Su was confident that he could smash it into scrap metal. Su Shuai did not rush to seek revenge on Zhang Quan, but hid in his cell to control his transformation. After several days of practice, he was finally able to maintain his sanity after the transformation. The The first thing he did afterwards was to go alone to seek revenge on Zhang Quan. Seeing that he came alone, Zhang Quan wanted to mock him, but he didn't expect that a giant wild boar appeared in front of him the next second. It opened its bloody mouth and bit him directly. Chapter 94, Wild Boar Spirit. In desperation, Zhang Quan stabbed General Su with the sharp knife in his hand. Unexpectedly, the extremely sharp knife broke directly after touching Su Shuai's skin. Marshal Su opened his mouth wide and bit Zhang Quan in half. He did not spare Zhang Quan's men and killed them all. Marshal Su's men were scared to death when they saw their boss become like this. Fortunately, Marshal Su still had his wits about him and did not attack them. After killing all of Zhang Quan's men, Su Shuai transformed back into a normal person. Even when he was not transformed, his body was much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Soon, the prison was completely under his control through his use of force. He also killed all those who had grudges against Marshal Su. Now, only General Su and dozens of his subordinates are left in the prison. There was little food left in the prison, and all the food they had used for firewood to keep warm had been burned. Marshal Su must find a way to find another shelter. The first thing he thought of was the Doomsday Fortress his father gave him. He didn't move in at that time due to some other reasons, but now it has become the best place. Not only is it a safe shelter, but it also has a complete heating system. As long as they can live in it, they will never have to suffer from the cold again. Although his key was lost, Su Shuai still found a way to get in. There was an escape passage on the first floor of the villa, and the exit was in an extremely hidden place on the other side of the hill. But it was too cold outside, and they couldn't walk there at all. Fortunately, the cars used to transport prisoners in the prison are parked in indoor parking lots. Marshal Su began to organize people to carry these cars outside. After 2 days of preparation, they moved a total of 4 prisoner transport vans out of the indoor parking lot. Snow tires have all been replaced. After filling up the car with gas, the 4 cars drove towards Lin Yi's current shelter. After driving for nearly 2 hours, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. Marshal Su asked his men to stay here, while he changed his body and chose to walk up the mountain alone. He always felt that the theft in Fuyuan warehouse was very strange. Others who don't know the inside story may doubt him, but as the person involved, he knows the most. How could he possibly move so many things? Such a huge workload is simply not something an ordinary person can do. And most importantly, his key was also missing. It must have been done by the person who stole from Fuyuan warehouse. The outside world is in chaos now, and my villa is definitely the safest place in Haijing City. If there was someone already in the villa, it must be the person who stole from Fuyuan's warehouse and finally put the blame on himself. Su Shuai directly transformed into a huge wild boar. In this state, his strength and defense can be greatly improved. Most importantly, he is no longer afraid of the cold. Marshal Su ran wildly on the snow and soon came within a kilometer of the villa. Lin Yi was sitting on the sofa and talking about love with Yang Mi was sitting on his lap with her arms around Lin Yi's neck. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in the villa, indicating that an unknown creature had broken into the villa. The alarm relies on infrared sensing and will sound immediately if any large creature approaches within 1 kilometer. Lin Yi put Yang Mi down and went to the monitoring room, where he saw a wild boar running towards the villa. Furthermore, the wild boar was quite large, at least 4 or 5 meters long. Lin Yi patted Luo Ziki's butt next to him. "We can have some game tonight." After saying that, Lin Yi ran to the attic upstairs. He took out his sniper rifle. At this time, the wild boar was very close to the villa, only 100 meters away. Lin Yi opened the shooting hole on the glass and then extended the muzzle of the gun. The supernatural power in his right eye immediately attached to the gun, and the bullet inside was ready to be fired. Because the distance was too close, Lin Yi didn't even aim and pulled the trigger directly. A bullet was given supernatural powers and shot directly at the wild boar that Su Shuai transformed into. Lin Yi shot him in the head, trying to kill him with 1 shot. However, after the bullet hit the wild boar, the pig's head did not explode. Instead, he flipped the wild boar over. When Marshal Su approached the villa, he saw signs that someone had lived there. Before he had time to think about it, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. A bullet hit him directly in the forehead. Although he had thick skin and flesh, the bullet did not go directly into his head. But Su Shuai still felt a strong pain, and his body was directly knocked away. After falling to the ground, a stream of blood slowly flowed from his forehead. Although Lin Yi's shot just now did not kill him directly, it still injured him. Both the man and the pig were a little surprised. Lin Yi knew very well how powerful his bullets were. The shot just now was enough to blow up an adult wild boar. But judging from its appearance, it doesn't seem to have suffered too much damage. At the same time, Su Shuai was also shocked. He had been shot in prison, and a prisoner had snatched a pistol from a prison guard. But the hit on his body was almost like a tickle. Not only was he not hurt at all, not even a single hair was broken. What was that gun just now? A Barrett with armor-piercing bullets? Lin Yi pulled the bolt and aimed again. This time, General Su had learned his lesson and no longer drove in a straight line, but started to move in a serpentine manner. But with the help of his supernatural powers, Lin Yi locked onto the target again. As Lin Yi pulled the trigger again, another bullet was fired. The wild boar transformed by Su Shuai was blown away 5 or 6 meters again. This bullet hit him, and because it hit a softer part of his body, the damage and pain were more intense than the previous shot. The bullet was embedded directly into General Su's body. After getting up from the ground, General Su started running down the mountain without looking back. He has never suffered such a serious injury since he awakened his superpowers. After reaching the middle of the mountain and leaving Lin Yi's attack range, Su Shuai turned back into human form and took out the bullet from his waist with his hands. Then he limped down the mountain. Lin Yi also put away his sniper rifle. The wild boar, just now, was very strange. It could actually withstand 2 shots from his sniper rifle. It was definitely not an ordinary animal. And its body is so huge. Could it be a wild boar that has become a spirit? Lin Yi shook his head. Although he didn't get to eat the wild game this time, it was good enough that he could drive it away directly. Otherwise, if he rushes up to me, it will be dangerous for me to go out alone in the future. It's better not to get close to a large animal like this. Lin Yi came to the monitoring room and used the thermal imager to observe the surroundings again. After finding nothing unusual, he left the monitoring room. Chapter 95 Escape Route. After Su Shuai returned to the foot of the mountain, he began to ask everyone to drive up the mountain. He was certain that the person who shot him must be the one who stole supplies from Fuyuan supermarket and framed him. Thinking of what he had experienced in prison during this period of time, General Su felt furious. If he doesn't tear everyone in the villa into pieces this time, he won't be called Su. For prisoner transport vehicles began to drive up the mountain. Marshal Su was sitting in one of them. He wanted to rely on others to attract Lin Yi's firepower. As long as he could get close to the villa, the sniper rifle would no longer pose a threat to him. Although he could go directly in through the escape passage, Marshal Su didn't want to do that unless it was absolutely necessary. Because this passage is one way and is 2 kilometers long, you can only walk from the inside to the outside. There's a large iron gate at every interval if you want to enter from the outside. All these doors must be destroyed. The car soon came into the sight of the villa. When the alarm sounded again, Lin Yi was already on high alert in the attic. He didn't need to warn the other party. With so many cars heading up the mountain together, their purpose was very obvious. They were obviously heading for a shelter. Lin Yi aimed at the tire of the front car and pulled the trigger. With a gunshot, the tire that Lin Yi was aiming was instantly blown up, and the wheel hub on it flew out. The car lost balance and flipped over. The people in the car suddenly became chaotic. Lin Yi did the same thing and fired 3 more shots, and the remaining cars also stopped. Then Lin Yi began to call out the names one by one. With the sound of gunshots, the people in the car were shot in the head one after another by Lin Yi. Everyone hurriedly climbed out of the car and then used the vehicle as an obstacle to block Lin Yi's attack. Lin Yi hid them all and pointed the gun at the fuel tank of the car. With a gunshot, a prisoner transport van exploded, flames shot up into the sky, and more than a dozen people hiding in the back of the van were knocked to the ground, and at least half of them died on the spot. The remaining few people also started to burn with flames and began to roll in the snow. Faced with their companions' struggles and calls for help, the people in the other cars remained indifferent. They now dare not show their heads at all and could only watch them being burned to death in front of them. Lin Yi aimed at car again. After the explosion, more than a dozen people were killed. Taking advantage of the firelight, Su Shuai quickly transformed, and a wild boar over 5 meters long appeared again, rushed towards the villa where Lin Yi was. Although Su Shuai's defense and strength have been greatly enhanced after the transformation, his running speed is not fast. When Lin Yi saw the wild boar again, he realized something was wrong. He seemed to have rushed out from the crowd just now. Lin Yi took out his sniper rifle and handed it to Luo Ziki, asking her to deal with those hiding behind the vehicles. After several days of training, Luo Ziki's marksmanship has improved greatly. Dealing with these unarmed, ordinary people is no problem at all. Lin Yi himself was staring closely at the wild boar below. He fired 3 shots in a row, all hitting Marshal Xue. Although Su Shuai felt pain, he still gritted his teeth and persevered. After coming to a distance of 50 meters from the villa, Su Shuai finally saw Lin Yi's appearance. It's actually him. Su Shuai and Lin Yi had met once. He had previously warned Lin Yi to stay away from Wang Xue and the others. He didn't expect that the small-time person he thought was actually stole all the supplies in the warehouse and put the blame on him. The most important thing is that he stole his keys and occupied his own doomsday fortress. Su Shuai was now so angry that he wanted to eat someone. If Lin Yi was in front of him, he would definitely pull out Lin Yi's tendons and bones in the first place. After taking another shot from Lin Yi, Su Shuai finally arrived downstairs of the villa, which was a blind spot for shooting. Lin Yi's gun couldn't reach him at all. Su Shuai changed his body back to human form, then walked to the door and pulled it open with force. But without the key, the door wouldn't budge. Shuai Su began to circle around the villa, trying to find any weaknesses inside. But in the end, he was disappointed to find that the fortress was built too solidly. The walls are built with thick alloy plates, and even the glass is bulletproof. Even after he transformed, he couldn't break it. He could only blame his father for having too high expectations for the fortress when it was first built. Just when General Su was looking for the weakness of the villa, all his men were killed by Lin Yi and Luo Ziki. Marshal Su had no choice but to retreat first. He transformed again and then ran down the mountain. Lin Yi and Luo Ziki could only shoot a few bullets at his, but in the end. Then he watched General Su escape. After running away, General Su first found an empty villa, then changed back into human form and took out the bullet from his body. He decided to rest here for a day and then break into the villa through the secret passage at night. After this attack, Lin Yi was reminded that the villa's built-in surveillance range was still too small, only 1 kilometer in radius. By the time the alarm was sounded, the enemy was too close to him. So he decided to send someone to monitor every move around 24 hours a day. The terrain here is relatively high, so with just a pair of binoculars, he can clearly see within a radius of 10 kilometers. Since it was the first day, Jiang Shuyan volunteered to be the first on duty. In the evening, Lin Yi and others returned to their rooms to rest. Jiang Shuyan came to the attic alone with a gun. Lin Yi was afraid that she would be bored, so he put some snacks here so that she could eat while watching TV series. Just check the temperature sensor every once in a while. At the same time, General Su also started to act and walked out of the room. Then we went around the hill and came to a low-lying area. This place is completely covered with snow. Su Shuai transformed again, then used his power to dig a passage in the snow. Soon he found the exit of the escape passage in the snow. However, there was a big door blocking the entrance to the passage. Fortunately, it was not made of alloy. After some effort, General Su finally opened the door. General Su did not turn back into human form. This passage was not small and was enough for him to run in. 10 minutes later, General Su followed the passage to the entrance of the villa. There's also a door here, located behind a bookshelf on the first floor of the villa. Su Shuai slammed the door hard, but it didn't break open. Just as Su Shuai continued to try to score, Jiang Shuyan, who was keeping watch on the 3rd floor, suddenly heard some noise downstairs. She walked down the stairs quietly with the gun in hand. Chapter 96. Jiang Shuyan is injured. The banging continued. Jiang Shuyan finally realized that the sound came from behind the bookshelf. She was just about to turn around and look for Lin Yi. There was a loud roar, and then an iron door flew out along with the bookshelf. Jiang Shuyan was startled and quickly raised her gun. A big hole appeared where the bookshelf used to be, and a pitch-black wild boar with scarlet eyes stared at Jiang Shuyan. Jiang Shuyan was so shocked that she pulled the trigger and fired several bullets at the wild boar in the cave. However, after the pistol bullet hit General Su, it bounced off his skin and did not hurt him at all. Instead, it aroused his vicious nature. Su Shuai stomped his 4 pig feet on the ground hard, knocking Jiang Shuyan out directly. The fangs in its mouth also pierced into Jiang Shuyan's abdomen. Just when Su Shuai wanted to make another move, his right eye was suddenly shot out by someone. Marshal Su felt pain and quickly retreated back into the passage. Lin Yi and Luo Ziki ran down from upstairs. The shot just now was fired by Lin Yi. Looking at the injured Jiang Shuyan, Lin Yi was extremely anxious. After handing her over to Luo Ziki's care, he rushed directly into the passage. Lin Yi ran for a full kilometer before he caught up with the wounded and fleeing General Su. Lin Yi chased and shot at Su Shuai with a gun. Marshal Su had no place to hide and no obstacles in the passage. Can only passively take the beating. Fortunately, none of the hits were vital. But after being shot more than 10 times in a row, Marshal Su finally couldn't bear it anymore. But his body length reached 5 meters, and the passage was too narrow, so there was no way for him to turn around. He could only take another shot from Lin Yi with his, but before turning back into human form. Lin Yi was shocked when he saw this scene. Is this pig really a spirit? But when Su Shuai turned around and stared at Lin Yi fiercely with his one eye, he was really shocked. Su, why are you here? Hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Shuai almost gritted his teeth and said to Lin, "You bastard, you actually dare to frame me and took my keys away. Today I want your life." After saying that, he turned into a pig again and rushed towards Lin Yi. His idea was good. This passage was not too wide. Even if Lin Yi had a gun, he could only hit him a few times as long as he got close to him. Su Shuai was confident that he could easily tear Lin Yi into pieces in one encounter. Sure enough, things developed just as he expected. The moment he pounced on Lin Yi began to shoot at him frantically. Although the bullets hurt, Shuai Su still endured it, just to get close to Lin Yi and kill him with one shot. Closer and closer. When the distance between them was close to 3 meters, Su Shuai could almost see Lin Yi dying under his mouth. But the next second, Lin Yi suddenly gave him a mocking smile. Before Su Shuai could figure out what was going on, he felt like he had entered a strange space. When he entered, his body instantly became out of control, and all the sound around him disappeared. It seemed like 10 years had passed, yet also seemed like only a moment. Gradually, his heartbeat stopped, his breathing slowly disappeared, and the little consciousness left in Su Shuai's mind began to blur. When Su Shuai rushed towards Lin Yi, he opened the door of space in front of him. He had never tried to throw a living creature directly into the space gate before, so today was a good opportunity to do an experiment. After Lin Yi took Su Shuai into the different space, he projected his consciousness into it. Almost the moment Su Shuai entered the alien space, he was already dead. All his functions had stopped, but the same ball of light as last time did not appear on his body. Lin Yi waited for a minute before releasing General Su's body. As soon as he fell out of the alien space, Su Shuai turned back into human form. At the same time, a white ball of light appeared on his body. Lin Yi suddenly felt a little hesitant. After absorbing Shun Rang's supernatural power last time, not only did his abilities in all aspects improve, but he also had a great resistance to the cold. But Su Shuai's ability is obviously different from Shun Rang's. What if I absorb his energy and turn into a pig? Although Lin Yi was a little nervous, the temptation to become stronger always attracted him deeply. In the end, Lin Yi still couldn't suppress the desire in his heart and stretched the novel towards the ball of light. A stream of energy instantly merged into Lin Yi's body. While tempering his body, his supernatural powers were also strengthened. After the absorption was complete, Lin Yi looked at the changes in his body. Apart from his physical condition becoming much stronger, he did not have a pig nose or pig ears. Only then did Lin Yi feel completely relieved. In fact, what Lin Yi just absorbed was only the origin of the superpower. It only contained pure energy and did not contain the characteristics of the superpower. The reason why Lin Yi felt that his resistance to cold had improved after absorbing Shun Rang's supernatural powers. This is because his physical fitness has doubled and has nothing to do with Shun Rang's supernatural attributes. Lin Yi picked up the corpse on the ground again. He didn't expect that there was a secret passage here, and he also understood why Marshal Su knew about this place. Because this doomsday fortress originally belonged to him, he naturally knew every configuration here. Lin Yi continued to walk forward. He wanted to see where the exit was and block it off. What if someone comes in from here again in the future? Finally, Lin Yi arrived at the exit, which was covered with snow. However, there was a snow cave outside the exit, which should have been dug by General Su when he came in. In order to avoid being discovered by others, Lin Yi used the snow in his space to block this place. The passage was also filled with snow, so people outside could not get in. But if one wanted to go out, one could just use his supernatural power to collect all the snow. Lin Yi returned to the villa only after he had completely blocked the passage. On the sofa in the living room, several women surrounded Jiang Shuyan. Her injuries were serious. Her abdomen was pierced by Su Shuai's fangs, and she was bleeding a lot. Luo Ziki has temporarily bandaged her wound to prevent her from losing too much blood, but she still needs to find a doctor to stitch her up. None of the girls knew how to do this kind of work, so they could only look at Lin Yi helplessly. Lin Yi looked at Jiang Shuyan, whose face was pale on the sofa, and felt extremely distressed. This was the first woman she recognized in the apocalypse, and she meant something different to him. We must not let anything happen to her. Suddenly, Lin Yi thought of Jiang Shuyan's previous best friend, Li Yi. She's a surgeon in Haijing City. Jiang Shuyan had contacted her before, and if she remembered correctly, she should live in the west of the city. Chapter 97 Li Yi was kidnapped. After thinking of Li Yi, Lin Yi hurriedly sent a message to Jiang Shuyan using her mobile phone. Lin Yi didn't know what the situation was like on her side. If she had been killed, Lin Yi could only think of other ways. After sending several messages, no one replied. Lin Yi called her number, but still no one answered. Jiang Shuyan's injury cannot be delayed any longer. In desperation, Lin Yi had to ask Jiang Shuyan for Li Yi's detailed address. Although Li Yi's home is far from the Sichuan community, it is still within an acceptable distance from here. Lin Yi looked at the map and found that the straight-line distance was only 40 kilometers. If everything goes well, the round trip only takes an hour. If Li Yi had already been killed, he would still have time to find a doctor. But now everyone is in danger, and I'm afraid no one will be willing to help him. Even if he offers huge benefits, some people will worry that this is Lin Yi's trap. But for Jiang Shuyan, Lin Yi had to give a try. He left some weapons at home and asked Luo Ziki to protect them. Then he glanced at Jiang Shuyan, left the villa alone, and drove towards Li Yi's residence. Half an hour later, Lin Yi arrived at Li Yi's residential complex. This is a very high-end community, and like the Sichuan community, it has more than 20 residential buildings. Li Yi's home is on the 13th floor of Building 18. Lin Yi drove his car directly into the community in a swaggering manner. But after walking around inside twice, I couldn't find the location of Building 18 because the building number of each building is on the unit door. Now it's all covered with snow. Lin Yi felt a little overwhelmed looking at these residential buildings. At this moment, a group of armed men climbed out from the building next to them. As soon as they came out of the window, they surrounded Lin Yi's car in a fan shape. Lin Yi didn't have time to talk to these minions right now, but it would be nice to have someone to ask for directions. Lin Yi opened the car door and got out of the car. When they saw Lin Yi get out of the car, they immediately felt relieved. If Lin Yi had just stepped on the accelerator and ran away, they really would have had no way to deal with it. But now he had delivered himself to their door. Everyone couldn't help but criticize in their hearts. Is this guy a fool? How dare he face so many of us empty-handed? Everyone surrounded Lin Yi. Lin Yi seemed not to notice their ferocious expressions. Instead, he said to them, "Excuse me, how do I get to Building 18? The leading man was stunned by Lin Yi's question. He had robbed many people over the years, but every time he robbed, as long as he and his men surrounded him, these people would either be scared to death or threaten to fight him. But this was the first time that someone suddenly appeared and politely asked for directions. Is this man so blind? Can't he see the knife in his hand? Thinking of this, a cruel expression appeared on the man's face. Then he said to Lin Yi, "Boy, don't play dumb with me. Do you think I'll let you go? I'm in a good mood today. Just hand over your car to me and I won't kill you." Lin Yi simply ignored the man's threat and asked, "Do you know where Building 18 is?" The man was a little annoyed by Lin Yi's question and yelled at Lin, "Yeah, I don't know." The next second, a pistol appeared in Lin Yi's hand. At the same time, he pulled the trigger and a bullet shot directly into the man's forehead. The man still had a ferocious look on his face, but his body fell heavily to the ground. "Why would I keep you around if I don't know where Building 18 is? You're wasting my time." When everyone saw that Lin Yi had a gun, they immediately fled in all directions. Lin Yi drew his bows with both hands at the same time, as if he had learned the art of gunfighting, and killed the people who were desperately trying to escape around him one by one. In the end, he was left with only one person. This is a young man, only in his 20s. Seeing that all his companions died at the hands of Lin Yi, he was terrified and knelt down in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi also saw a pool of yellow liquid flowing out from under his feet, but quickly froze. Jiang Shuyan was still lying in the villa, and Lin Yi didn't want to waste any more time. He put the gun to the young man's head and asked, "Where is Building 18? The young man stretched out a trembling finger and pointed at a tall building behind Lin Yi. "This is Building 18. Lin Yi looked up and saw that this was a taller residential building in the community with a total of 18 floors, but only 11 or 12 floors were exposed. Lin Yi said, "Thank you," then waved to the car next to him. and the Unimog was instantly taken into the different space. The man knelt on the ground and rubbed his eyes hard, thinking that he was seeing things. Such a big card disappeared in an instant. The man stood up after seeing Lin Yi walking away. Looking at his crotch, which had been frozen stiff, his heart was suddenly filled with hatred towards Lin Yi. But before he could curse Lin Yi in his heart, a bullet hit his forehead accurately. Although he was just an ordinary person, Lin Yi still didn't want to let him go. After all, he had a grudge against him. What if I let him go today, and he comes to seek revenge on me later? Wouldn't that just cause trouble for yourself? Therefore, Lin Yi has always adhered to the principle that if others do not offend me, I will try my best not to offend others. But as long as there is mutual infringement, we must fight to the death and eradicate the roots. After Lin Yi dealt with all these people, he broke a window and came into Building 18. This is a family's bedroom. It is very empty inside. The furniture and bed are gone, but Lin Yi found traces of fire in the living room. The original owner of the house must have used all the furniture to burn for heating. Lin Yi pushed open the door and continued searching upstairs. There are almost no houses downstairs. When Lin Yi arrived at the 13th floor, he found that the door was open. Lin Yi suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart that something might have happened to Li Kuer. After all, she is so beautiful, and her identity as a doctor is very popular. Conflicts break out so frequently these days, so people often get hurt. The temperature is really too low now. Any external injuries can be fatal if not treated. Lin Yi pushed open the door without giving up. Just like the situation downstairs, most of the furniture here was burned. There was some charcoal in the middle of the living room. Lin Yi tried it and found that it was still warm, so it should have been extinguished soon. Moreover, Lin Yi discovered that the door was pried open from the outside, which meant that Li Kuer must have been kidnapped. The reason he kidnapped her was not because he wanted her body, but because he needed her to save his life. Chapter 98 Rescue Li Kuer. However, Lin Yi analyzed that the latter possibility is more likely. He found Li Kuer's bedroom, and after pushing open the door, a fresh fragrance of a young girl wafted into his nose. I didn't expect that even after so long since the end of the world, Li Kuer's room still smells so good. Lin Yi took a casual look inside. The bed and dressing table were still there, in addition to some cosmetics on them. Lin Yi also found a few packets of instant noodles in the closet. It should be Li Kuer who hid it. Lin Yi casually put the instant noodles and her clothes into the different space. Then Lin Yi left Li Kuer's house and continued to walk upstairs. He wanted to ask someone else if anyone knew Li Kuer's whereabouts. Finally, Lin Yi found a house with a locked door. Under the intimidation and temptation of Lin Yi's food and guns, the people inside finally opened the door. Living here is a young couple, only in their 20s. When Lin Yi asked about Li Kuer, the two said to him, "Dr. Li is very famous in our community. She treats us for free whenever we have a minor illness. But we really don't know who kidnapped her." Lin Yi thought for a moment, then asked, "What forces are there in your neighborhood now? Which building do they live in?" When Lin Yi asked this, the young man immediately became interested. There used to be 3 factions in our neighborhood. They were located in Building 10, Building 17, and Building 21. Building 17 had the fewest people, only about a dozen. But yesterday, a large-scale battle broke out between the people in Building 10 and those in Building 21, and many people died. It is said that everyone in Building 10 was killed. After hearing this, Lin Yi thought for a moment and realized that the people who had just surrounded his car should have rushed out of Building 17, but they had all been killed by him. If all the people in Building 10 were killed, then the most likely suspects would be the people in Building 21. I guess many people were injured when they fought the battle with Building number 10 yesterday, so they captured Li Kuer, the only doctor in the community. Lin Yi asked their boss's name. After learning that the boss of Building 21 was called Wang Tong, Lin Yi left a box of food and then left. Since Wang Tong captured Li Kuer to treat her injuries, he would not hurt her easily. And judging from the situation in Li Kuer's room, she should have been captured just today. After Lin Yi arrived at Building 21, he went straight in through the window. At this time, I am on the 17th floor of Building 21. Wang Tong was sitting on the sofa in the living room with a layer of gauze wrapped around his chest. There were a few other people in the room, all of them injured, and Li Kuer was bandaging them. But there were not enough medicines in the medicine box, so Li Kuer could only clean their wounds and then wrap them with gauze. Li Kuer naturally would not be friendly to those who forcibly kidnapped her. She had already done her best by bandaging their wounds. After Li Kuer bandaged the last wounded person, she wanted to get up and leave. but he was stopped by several people. Wang Tong looked at Li Kuter's graceful figure with a lewd smile on his face. "Ms. Li, our brother's injury hasn't healed yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Besides, I'm a little busy and I want your help." Looking at Wang Tong's smile, a hint of disgust flashed in Li Kuter's eyes. But she was controlled by Wang Tong, so she could only patiently ask, "What's the matter?" Wang Tong approached Li Kuter, pushed her into a corner, and then said, "I'm a little itchy down there. Dr. Li, can you scratch it for me?" After saying that, he burst into laughter, and the people in the room joined in the laughter. "Hurry up, Dr. Li, my boss is not feeling well. A doctor with a kind heart, please use your magic hands to bring our boss back to health." Listening to the teasing of the crowd, Li Kuter's eyes were about to spit fire, but the other party was outnumbered and powerful, so Li Kuter could only suppress the anger in her heart temporarily. Seeing this, Wang Tong held Li Kuter's hands and kissed her on the face. Just then, a person suddenly rushed in from outside. After coming to Wang Tong's side, he said to him, "Boss, there's a man outside who says he's looking for Li Kuter. We have to hand him over immediately, or we'll be in trouble." Upon hearing this, Wang Tong released his hand that was holding Li Kuter and slapped the person hard in the face. "Can't you handle just one person? Why would I keep you around? Just chop him up and use him as food." Before the man could agree, Lin Yi's voice came from outside the door. "Who do you want to use as food reserves?" Then Lin Yi walked in from outside. Wang Tong saw that behind Lin Yi, there were people lying on the ground. Lin Yi did not use a gun this time. After his body had been strengthened twice, his strength and reaction speed had reached more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. Even with bare hands, he could easily knock these people down. Lin Yi felt relieved when he saw that Li Kuter was safe and sound. Then he looked at Wang Tong on the side and exerted his speed to the extreme. Everyone only saw an afterimage, and Lin Yi had already arrived beside Wang Tong. He swung his right fist and hit Wang Tong directly in the stomach. He used all his strength in this punch, and Wang Tong was directly knocked more than 10 meters away and hit the wall. Seeing the surprised crowd, Lin Yi stopped his fist and then took a horse stance. He said to Wang Tong, who was lying on the ground, 20 years of kung fu. Can you withstand this punch?" Everyone present was immediately frightened by Lin Yi. Could this person be the legendary urban master or an ancient warrior? For a moment, no one dared to take action again. Lin Yi came to Li Kuter and said to her, "I am Jiang Shuyan's man. She is injured now and needs you to help her heal." Upon hearing this, Li Kuter said with a worried look on her face, "Is she injured? How badly is she injured? Take me to see her." Lin Yi nodded, then took Li Kuter's hand and walked out. Her skin was in good condition and felt very smooth to the touch, but her hands were very cold, icy cold. Wang Tong had been knocked unconscious by Lin Yi, and the rest of the people did not dare to stop him and could only let Lin Yi leave. As soon as he left the room, Lin Yi suddenly had 3 grenades with the safety pins removed in his hands. Lin Yi threw the grenade into the room, then closed the door and left without looking back. The next second, an explosion was heard and the room returned to silence. Lin Yi brought Li Kuter all the way downstairs. The corridor and stairs were filled with the bodies of Wang Tong's men. Lin Yi fought his way up without firing a single shot, relying solely on his strength and speed to fight. Although his ability allows for long-range sniping, close combat is equally important. Chapter 99, Types of Superpowers. If an enemy approaches Lin Yi in the future, although he has a space gate for defense, his space gate can only defend one side. If the enemy came from all directions, Lin Yi would be helpless. Therefore, he must improve his melee combat ability and strive to have no weaknesses. Later he can go and learn some free fighting from Luo Ziki. Although free fighting is just a sport and many of the killer moves cannot be used in the ring, it is still much better than being a layman like yourself. After Lin Yi took Li Kuter's hand and went downstairs, he directly drove out his car. Before Li Kuter could be surprised, Lin Yi stuffed her into the car, then drove toward the villa. Li Kuter was a little worried that Lin Yi was lying to her, but she had no choice but to follow Lin Yi. Even Wang Tong and the others were easily killed by Lin Yi. What else could an ordinary weak woman like her do? The car quickly drove back to the villa. Lin Yi got out of the car and pulled Li Kuter out. The heater was on in the car, and it was very warm. Li Kuter had been outside for so long that she almost forgot what warmth felt like. So just stay in there for as long as you can. As for what Lin Yi said about Jiang Shuyan being injured, she didn't believe it. She just thought that Lin Yi was attracted by her beauty and made up an excuse to trick her over. It was not until she walked into the villa and saw the women in front of her that Li Qier gave up her idea. What kind of place is this? The women here are surprisingly more beautiful than each other. Although Li Qier is very confident in herself, she doesn't think that Lin Yi, who has so many women, would go so far just for her. After Lin Yi introduced Li Qier to several girls, he took her to Jiang Shuyan's room. When Li Qier saw Jiang Shuyan dying on the bed, all her doubts and speculations disappeared. She quickly stepped forward and began to check Jiang Shuyan's injuries. At this time, Jiang Shuyan's face was as pale as paper due to excessive blood loss. After checking her out, Li Qier said to Lin Yi, "Her injuries are serious and she needs surgery, but I lack the tools and medicines needed for the surgery." Lin Yi thought of the huge pile of miscellaneous instruments and tools he had collected in the hospital. He didn't recognize many of the things inside, but based on the principle of not taking anything if it was a waste, Lin Yi took away almost all the instruments and tools in the entire hospital. I didn't expect it would come in handy now. Li Qier made a list and handed it to Lin Yi, and Lin Yi selected it in his own space. Soon everything was ready. Even the anesthetic and blood bag were taken out by him. Li Qier didn't have time to ask about the source of these things and started the operation directly. Lin Yi asked Luo Ziki to stay and help Li Qier, and then left the room with the other women. More than an hour later, Li Qier and Luo Ziki walked out, looking tired. "It's okay. I've already sutured the wound. You just need to rest in bed for a month, and you'll be well again." Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Now that Jiang Shuyan was fine, he could also think about how to deal with Li Qier. Deep down in his heart, Lin Yi hoped that Li Qier would stay. Her medical skills were very useful, not only for Jiang Shuyan, but also because Lin Yi himself might get hurt in the future. Although he stockpiled a lot of medicines and hospital equipment, but there was no doctor among them. Only Li Qier knew how to use these things. Moreover, Li Qier is really good-looking, both in appearance and figure, which completely meets his requirements. So it all depends on what she wants. Lin Yi told Li Qier his thoughts, but he did not directly ask Li Qier to be his woman. After all, they had just met. Li Qier didn't even know Lin Yi's name, and Lin Yi didn't want to be so frivolous. Anyway, as long as he stayed here, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. So Lin Yi just said that he wanted her to stay here to take care of Jiang Shuyan, and he would not force her to do anything. At the same time, he would provide her 3 meals a day and her safety. Li Qier agreed to this request without even thinking about it. I believe that no one can refuse it. Compared to the outside world, the environment here is really great. It is not only very warm, but also provides food and drink. I don't have to worry about being hungry anymore. The most important thing is that her good sister Jiang Shuyan is also here. Li Qier could see it from Lin Yi's expression. He cares about Jiang Shuyan very much in his heart. So, as long as Jiang Shuyan is there, she can protect herself. Lin Yi arranged Li Qier in a guest room on the 2nd floor. Then I want to see Jiang Shuyan. The anesthetic effect on her body had not worn off yet, so she was sleeping very soundly. Lin Yi kissed her lightly on the face and then quietly retreated. Lu Feier is watching here. As long as Jiang Shuyan wakes up, she will come to inform me. Lin Yi came to the attic upstairs alone. Now he has time to analyze Su Shuai's special ability carefully. If he guessed correctly, Su Shuai should also be a special ability user, but his special ability is different from his and Shun ranks. His special ability is transformation. After the transformation, Su Shuai's strength and defense will increase significantly, so he took so many special ability bullets, but in the end he only suffered some minor injuries. On the contrary, Shun Rang was different. His special ability was ice, similar to that of an elemental mage, so his physical strength was very weak, and I could kill him with just a few shots. But am I an elemental mutant or a mutant with enhanced physical abilities? Lin Yi first ruled out those with enhanced physical abilities. Although his current strength and speed were much stronger than those of ordinary people, they were still far from Su Shuai's level. But elementalists don't have much in common with him. In the end, Lin Yi could only temporarily classify himself as a special type of psychic. The abilities of this kind of psychic are rather strange, and their combat effectiveness fluctuates. If I hadn't had a gun at the time, it would have been difficult to kill Shinrang. At the same time, the same thing applies when facing Marshal Su. Lin Yi's attack power is not as good as theirs. But if Lin Yi were to choose again, he would still choose spatial ability. This special ability is extremely useful in the apocalypse. Otherwise, he would have no place to store all his supplies. After Lin Yi thought all this through, He was eager to know if there were any other types of people with special abilities. If only we could gather all those people with special abilities and form an army. Who in this world can compete? I just don't know what the ratio is between people with special abilities and ordinary humans. If there aren't too many, it's fine. But if there are too many, I'm afraid the world will change. Chapter 100: Mysterious Force. After all, it is impossible that all those in power are people with special abilities. And when those ordinary people have powerful strength, will they still willingly obey the orders of others? Others may not know, but at least Lin, he doesn't know. Lin Yi took out his cell phone and glanced at the date on it. It has now been nearly 2 months since the end of the world. During these 2 months, humans suffered heavy casualties. At least 50% of humans eventually died of cold and hunger, and another 40% were killed by their own kind in fights. Lin Yi has seen the ugly faces of many people during this period of time. But Lin Yi has no right to stand on the moral high ground to accuse them. If he were in their shoes, Lin Yi believes that he would make the same choice as them. But I am lucky. God has given me a chance to start over. I must grab it tightly, work hard to become stronger, survive, and protect the women around me. At night, Lin Yi was alone in the attic keeping watch. Ever since the villa was attacked by Su Shui, keeping watch had become a rule set by Lin Yi. In addition to infrared sensors, there are also thermal imagers, which can see the situation within a radius of several kilometers even at night. There's also an alarm next to it. As long as you press the button, the alarm will sound in all the rooms to notify everyone that there is danger. Just as Lin Yi was observing his surroundings with a telescope, the sound of high heels was heard behind him. Then a fragrant breeze blew over, and Lin Yi knew who it was without turning around. Each of his women has her own characteristics. After spending a long time with them, Lin Yi can remember the unique scent of each of them. The person who came was Yangmi. She was the only one who liked to wear high heels in the villa. Perhaps it was a habit of being a celebrity that made her pay attention to her manners at all times. Yangmi was holding a tray with 2 side dishes and a bottle of red wine on it. After putting the things on the table, Yangmi sat down next to Lin Yi and crossed her legs. Today Yangmi was wearing a cheongsam that was open to the thighs, which highlighted her curvy figure and exposed one of her long white legs. Yangmi didn't say anything, but silently poured Lin Yi a glass of red wine. Lin Yi put down the telescope and stared at Yangmi. He had to say that this woman really knew how to make use of her resources. The night passed peacefully. Yangmi stayed with Lin Yi in the attic all night and finally couldn't help falling asleep at around 4 or 5 in the morning. Lin Yi carried her back to the room, washed her face, and then went to check on Jiang Shuyan's condition. Jiang Shuyan had woken up, and Li Qier was feeding her in her room. Lin Yi comforted her for a while, and then called Luo Ziki over. He planned to go out to collect supplies today. While there were plenty of supplies outside, he wanted to prepare more. Although they had enough food and drink, fuel was still a big problem. The fuel in the villa is consumed too quickly. Because the temperature outside is low, a large amount of fuel is needed for heating every day. Moreover, Lin Yi wanted to look for more weapons. It would be best if he could find a military base, as there should be a lot of weapons in it. Even if the troops have withdrawn, they should not have taken away all the weapons. After he left, Luo Ziki was the only one capable of fighting. Her marksmanship had improved a lot in recent days of training, and she had no problem hitting fixed objects within a few hundred meters. Originally, Lin Yi wanted to train Jiang Shuyan further. After all, she was a former police officer and had received training and could shoot. But her injury hasn't healed yet, so this matter will have to wait. Lin Yi drove straight to a nearby gas station. After arriving at the destination, Lin Yi did the same thing and released his excavator again. With the help of this big guy and the cooperation of his own special abilities, Lin Yi quickly dug out the snow above the gas station. Then Lin Yi started his oil collection work. At the same time, he did not let go of some food and supplies in the gas station. He collected them all into the different space. After working for a whole morning, Lin Yi finally drained all the fuel here. There's a lot of fuel at this gas station, and Lin Yi collected more than 70 tons of fuel in total. There is still time today, so Lin Yi plans to get some more, at least to take over 2 more gas stations. Lin Yi checked the map and found that there was a large gas station about 7 or 8 kilometers away. As for those small gas stations, Lin Yi simply gave up on them. The amount of fuel inside was too little, not proportional to his efforts. Lin Yi drove on the road again. Just as he was about to reach the gas station, he saw a group of people digging snow above the gas station from a distance. There were more than 10 people standing guard with guns nearby. Because they were still far away, those on guard did not notice Lin Yi. The reason why Lin Yi could see their situation clearly was because his eyes had been enhanced by supernatural powers, so his eyesight was several times stronger than that of ordinary people. Lin Yi stopped the car, then took out a telescope and began to observe. There were more than 50 people on the other side, and everyone was carrying a gun. There were also more than a dozen large trucks nearby, which looked like military vehicles. Are they the Dragon Nation's army? Lin Yi said secretly. However, after Lin Yi's observation, he found that although these people's equipment was relatively regular, their demeanor was not like that of soldiers, and they had more banditry than soldiers. Lin Yi was puzzled. Their oil collection team alone had so many people. One could imagine how powerful they were. Lin Yi parked the car, took out a backpack, put some food he had just collected from the gas station into it, and then took out a pistol, filled it with bullets, and put it on his waist. Then Lin Yi tightened his clothes and walked towards the gas station against a strong wind. He planned to go over and investigate, and, at the same time, get some information to see how many forces like theirs there were in Haijing City, so that he could keep an eye on them and avoid suffering losses in the future. When Lin Yi approached within 300 meters of the gas station, he was finally discovered by the guards. A man in a military coat raised his gun and shouted at Lin, "Stop! What are you doing?" Lin Yi showed a look of fear on his face, then raised his hands and said to the man, "Sorry, I'm just passing by. I'll leave now." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by the man. The man then brought a few people to Lin Yi and began to interrogate him. Chapter 101 Four Major Forces. Lin Yi said that he was a resident of the Sichuan community. He had run out of food at home because he had no choice. The man looked at Lin Yi's miserable face and reluctantly believed him, but still ordered his men to search him. After searching Lin Yi's gun and backpack, the man did not ask him where he got the gun, which made the lies Lin Yi had prepared in advance useless. Then the man said to Lin, "Do you want to join us? As long as you join our Tianxin camp, you won't have to wander around anymore. Not only will we have food, but if you perform well and become the captain, we can even give you a woman to play with." After hearing what the man said, Lin Yi was certain in his heart that they were not an official army at all, but simply a group of bandits. Those military vehicles and weapons must have been taken from the military camp. I just don't know what happened to the soldiers who were originally stationed in the military camp. Did they evacuate, or did they all freeze to death inside? Lin Yi still has great respect for soldiers in his heart. If it weren't for them defending the country, how could he have grown up safely? In order to get some information, Lin Yi pretended to hesitate for a moment, but finally agreed. The man returned Lin Yi's backpack to him, but confiscated the gun. Lin Yi didn't care. He had plenty of pistols anyway, so this one wouldn't make a difference. The man brought Lin Yi back to the construction site of the gas station and told him to stay there and not run around until they had collected the oil and then go back to the base together. Lin Yi took a look into the pit. There were 30 or 40 people digging the snow below. They had already dug more than 10 meters. If they dug another 10 meters or so, they should be able to reach the gas station. Lin Yi simply found a warm place and waited. There are a total of 6 or 7 large Army Green trucks here, which should be used to transport fuel. In order to prevent them from failing to start in cold weather, these trucks have not been turned off. Lin Yi found a car at random and sat in the passenger seat. There was a driver sitting in the driver's seat, but he didn't say anything when he saw Lin Yi sitting in. Instead, Lin Yi pretended to take out a pack of unopened cigarettes from his bag and stuffed it into the driver's hand. Then, with the driver's surprised eyes, he asked him, "How many people are there in our Tianxin camp?" The truck driver took out a cigarette and lit it. He hadn't smoked for almost 2 months, which was simply unimaginable for an old smoker. After taking a deep puff, the driver told Lin Yi everything he knew. He thought that since Lin Yi had already joined the camp, it would not be considered a leak even if he told him. After the driver's explanation, Lin Yi finally understood the origin of this god camp. The boss of the god camp is named Lei Ming. Shortly after the doomsday broke out, he formed a team and occupied the military camp in Haijing City. At that time, the soldiers inside had received the news and evacuated in advance, but they left in a hurry, so they left behind a large number of weapons and equipment. Lei Ming did not encounter any resistance and easily took over the entire military camp. Then he started recruiting people like crazy. There are now at least 2,000 people in the entire Tianxin camp. They are all young and middle-aged. Finally, the driver said to Lin Yi mysteriously, "I heard there's a group of people in the camp with superpowers, and Lei Ming is the strongest among them." It said that he can release high-voltage lightning with his hands, which can instantly electrocute people into charcoal. When Lin Yi heard the driver talk about superpowers, his heart was stirred again. The superpowered people the driver mentioned should be people with psychics, and there seemed to be quite a few such people in the God camp. Lin Yi felt a sense of crisis. With his current strength, a single psychic should not be his opponent, but if two of them attacked him together, without the protection of shelter, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. What's more, the other side has more than 2,000 soldiers armed with live ammunition. They are not pushovers either. If they rush up together, they can cause Lin Yi a lot of trouble. After Lin Yi learned about the news from the God camp, he also inquired whether there were any other forces in Haijing City. The driver accepted Lin Yi's benefits, so he naturally told everything he knew. From the driver's mouth, Lin Yi learned that in addition to the God camp, there are 3 other large forces in Haijing City, all of which rose rapidly after the outbreak of the Doomsday. They are the Fiery Fire Sect, the Tianjin Society, and the God of War Gang. The leader of the Fiery Fire cult is a woman named Hualing. She is a beautiful woman with a hot temper. Her special power is fire, and she is the weakest among the 4 major forces. The president of Tianjin Society is named Jin Ao. His special ability is to control all metals within a certain range. He is a bit like Magneto in the movie, but stronger than him. The leader of the God of War Gang is named Xing Tian, which is the name he gave himself. No one knows his real name. His supernatural powers are also different from everyone else's. He can neither spit fire nor control anything, but his strength is the strongest one. His special ability is physical skills, which gives him absolute strength, speed, and defense. Although he had no long-range attack capabilities, no one dared to underestimate him. As long as he got close to them, none of the other 3 people could be sure of surviving his hands. Although Xing Tian has the strongest individual strength, when it comes to team battles, the Tianjin camp is still in first place. Because Lei Ming occupied a military camp at the beginning and seized a large number of guns and ammunition. These are incomparable to the other 3 camps. After Lin Yi roughly understood the situation, he calmed down. 2 hours later, the people working downstairs finally dug through the gas station. But compared to Lin Yi, their way of collecting oil is much slower, and they can only use oil barrels to slowly fill it. The fuel is then transported to the top using a rope. Of course, they also took away all the food, drinks, and other supplies in the gas station. These snacks are scarce resources in the apocalypse, even more valuable than weapons. After another 3 hours of collecting fuel, all the military vehicles were finally filled up. But there should still be a lot of stock in a gas station, so I can't take it away for the time being. The man who had just invited Lin Yi to join asked someone to roughly bury the place, and they would come back next time when they collected oil. It was already getting dark at this time, and all the personnel got on the vehicles. Several military vehicles began to drive slowly towards the Tianjin camp. Because the car was loaded with a lot of fuel, it couldn't drive fast at all. It took more than 2 hours to reach the foot of a mountain. There's a sentry post here, and behind it is a small bungalow where 3 or 4 people are warming themselves. After some inspection, the car was allowed to pass and continued to move up the mountain. Chapter 102 Goodbye zum Montag. The camp is located halfway up the mountain. Although the mountain is covered with snow, it looks very clean here. It had obviously been cleaned. There are 7 or 8 buildings in the camp, as well as 2 large squares, all surrounded by a circle of walls. There's a closed sentry post every 100 meters on the wall. After Lin Yi got out of the car, he followed the man to report to their captain. Lin Yi was taken into an office where a middle-aged man was sitting behind a desk. He was none other than Sunda, the captain of the 4th Battalion. The man who brought Lin Yi in first knocked on the door respectfully, and after getting Sunda's reply, he took Lin Yi in. "Captain, this is Lin Fan, who just joined our camp today." On the way here, the man had asked Lin Yi's name. Lin Yi didn't want to tell him his real name, so he just made up a name. Anyway, they have no place to verify, so they can call it whatever they want. Sunda looked up at Lin Yi. Lin Yi hurried forward, took out 2 packs of cigarettes from his bag, and quietly handed them to Sunda. Sunda smiled slightly, patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, and said, "The young man is very smart and has a bright future." Then Sunda ordered the man to take Lin Yi directly to their team. This is the dormitory of the 4th Brigade. There are 8 beds in one room with bunk beds. There are 5 people living here now. The man who brought Lin Yi here was named Zhao Chunsheng. He was the captain of the 2nd Squad of the 4th Brigade. Lin Yi would be his team member from now on. After Zhao Chunsheng told Lin Yi some precautions, he left. Everyone in the dormitory was busy with their own things. Seeing this, Lin Yi didn't have the heart to chat with them and just lay down on the bed. Then he sent a message to Luo Ziki on his mobile phone, telling her that he had something to do these few days and would not be going back for the time being. Lin Yi wanted to find out what abilities these psychics in the God Camp had. If a conflict occurs in the future, you could be prepared in advance. Just as he was lying on the bed resting, the bell in the dormitory rang. Zhao Chunsheng told him that this was the dinner bell. When the people in the dormitory heard the bell, they lined up and walked out. Lin Yi hurriedly followed. When I walked out of the dormitory door, a large group of people had already gathered in the corridor. Lin Yi also walked forward with the crowd. After walking through 2 corridors, Lin Yi smelled the fragrance of food. A few minutes later, Lin Yi finally followed the crowd into the cafeteria. The space here is very large, with 7 or 8 windows for serving food. There were dozens of people queuing at each window. Lin Yi picked one at random and stood at the end. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, it was finally his turn. A steamed bun and a serving of stir-fried vegetables. That's their meal. Although compared to Lin Yi, these things are not even as good as pig food. But for those people outside who can't get enough food, they're already a rare delicacy. Lin Yi found a table, put down his plate, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating. As soon as he picked up a piece of vegetables and put it in his mouth, Lin Yi almost couldn't help but spit it out. These dishes seemed to have no salt and no oil, but in order not to arouse other people's suspicion, Lin Yi still forced himself to eat them. Just as he was concentrating on eating, a few more people walked in from outside the cafeteria. 6 boys and 1 girl. Judging from their appearance, temperament, and demeanor, these people are much better than the passers-by next to Lin Yi. These people should be the psychics in the God Camp. Suddenly, Lin Yi saw an acquaintance inside. It was Su Mo who helped Lin Yi register the goods before the end of the world. Lin Yi also gave him 200,000 yuan as his mother's surgery fee, but he didn't know how his mother's illness was doing. I didn't expect Su Mo to join the God Camp and awaken his superpowers. This world is really small. Although Lin Yi recognized Su Mo, he did not see Lin Yi in the crowd. Lin Yi naturally had no intention of going over to meet him. Several people sat in the VIP area of the restaurant. The tables and environment here were much better than where Lin Yi was. They didn't need to get their own food. As soon as they sat down, several waiters came and brought their food. The food they eat is naturally not just a serving of vegetables. Lin Yi took a quick look and saw 4 dishes and a soup, including meat and vegetables, and even fresh fruits and milk. You know, fruits are good things in the apocalypse. Even if meat and vegetables are frozen, they can be eaten after heating, but fruits cannot. After finishing their meal, they left the restaurant. Lin Yi stuffed the last bite of steamed bun into his mouth, and then followed the crowd to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, there was nothing to do, so Lin Yi just lay down and fell asleep. The next morning, the wake-up call sounded again on the radio. Lin Yi got up and went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. Breakfast was even simpler than dinner, just a bowl of white rice porridge without even a pickle. After breakfast, the emergency assembly bell rang outside. After the personnel from each brigade went to the ammunition depot to collect their guns, they ran to the square to gather. There are 12 battalions in the God Camp. Each battalion is divided into 5 teams, and the standard configuration of each team is 20 people. There are a total of 1,200 people, and the rest are logistics personnel. Lin Yi found his team and stood in the crowd. He also finally met the legendary boss of the God Camp, Lei Ming. Before Lin Yi met him, he thought Lei Ming was a very handsome and capable young man, but he didn't expect that the real Lei Ming was a short and fat potato, just like a gas tank that had become a spirit. Behind Lei Ming were several people with special abilities whom he had met in the cafeteria yesterday, including Su Mo. After everyone gathered, with Lei Ming's order, except for 4 teams that had to stay in the camp, the remaining 8 teams began to walk towards the garage. Lin Yi quietly moved to the side of Captain Sunda. I asked him, "Captain, where are we going?" Sunda was also quite caring towards this newcomer who had just joined the team, mainly because of the 2 packs of cigarettes he gave him yesterday. And it's not really a secret, so it's okay to tell him. The boss just gave the order to raid the headquarters of the fiery cult today. Besides us, those with special abilities will also go with us. A sneak attack on the fiery cult? Lin Yi felt sad. It turned out that where there are people, there will be struggle. Although Lei Ming is already the leader of a big force, there's still very few people who can abide by the law. While Lin Yi and Sunda were talking, half of the people from several battalions had already boarded the military vehicles. Seeing this, Lin Yi hurriedly climbed into the car. After all the people got on the bus, the team started driving down the mountain. Because the snow outside was too deep, the vehicle was not moving fast. After morning, the troops finally stopped in an open space. Chapter 103, Fire Spirit. After Lin Yi jumped out of the car, he began to look around. This place is located in the suburbs of Haijing City. In the distance, there's an oil refinery still emitting thick smoke. Lin Yi guessed that this should be the headquarters of the fiery fire cult. This woman, named Huoling, really knows how to find a place. If you ask where is the warmest place right now, the refinery will definitely be one of the top places. Moreover, countless fuels can be produced here every day, which can now be called liquid gold. No wonder Lei Ming targeted her. After the members of several teams got off the car, they slowly approached the refinery under the command of several team leaders. Lin Yi also hid in the crowd, waiting for his chance to strike. If they started fighting, Lin Yi wanted to find an opportunity to sneak in and see if he could take away all the fuel inside. Just when Lin Yi and others were approaching within 200 meters of the refinery, suddenly a gunshot rang out in the refinery. Then countless bullets were fired at them. Lin Yi held the space gate in front of him to block the bullets and slowly moved to one side of the team. Now these are just minor fights. The real battle is the dispute between those with special abilities. Sure enough, after the two sides fired at each other for more than 10 minutes, a beam of fire rushed out from the refinery and shot straight at Lei Ming and others behind. A middle-aged man behind Lei Ming stepped out, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and an invisible ripple emanated from his body, condensing into a transparent light shield in front of the few people. The flames exploded directly after coming into contact with the light shield, and the light shield flickered twice, but finally took the attack. At this time, there had been many casualties among the people on the scene. There was a huge wall outside the refinery, and the people inside took advantage of the geographical advantage to suppress the soldiers of the Tianshan camp and made them unable to move. At this moment, several psychics in the god camp finally took action. Lei Ming took the lead, his body wrapped in endless lightning. When the bullets approached his body, they were blown away by the power of lightning inside. Except for Lei Ming, the rest of the people also displayed their special abilities. The colorful supernatural powers are dazzling to the eyes. Sumo's ability seems to be beast transformation, which is somewhat similar to Su Shuai's before. Su Imo suddenly transformed into a 5-meter-tall giant bear with extremely sharp nails on his palms. He opened his bloody mouth and roared, then rushed towards the refinery. Ordinary bullets would bounce off his body directly, causing almost no damage to him, just like a tickle. When a few people approached the refinery, several figures jumped out of the refinery. Both sides also found their opponents. What attracted the most attention was Lei Ming's battle with a beautiful woman. Lei Ming's body was wrapped in lightning, like the reincarnation of the god of thunder. He could release the powerful force of lightning with just a move of his hands and feet. But the woman who fought with him was also not weak. She turned into a huge ball of fire. Even though Lin Yi was far away from her, he could still feel a wave of heat coming. The snow on the ground also melted quickly in this heat wave. You can imagine how high the temperature was at the center of the fire. Lin Yi guessed that this woman should be the leader of the fiery fire sect, Huoling. I don't know if her name is real or if she gave it to herself like Xing Tian. Lei Ming, we've always kept to ourselves. Why did you suddenly attack us today? Although Huoling has a hot temper, her voice is very clear, just like an oriole. Haha, don't you know how I feel about you? As long as you follow me, our two forces will merge together, and then we can destroy the other two forces. From now on, Haijing City will be ours. We can even take over the entire province, or even the entire country. The fire spirit showed a hint of contempt as he listened to Lei Ming's vision of the future. You're daydreaming. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Are you worthy of me? You're a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. You. Lei Ming showed an angry look. He hated being called a toad the most in his life. Huoling's words had obviously touched his reverse scale. Lei Ming stopped talking. He knew that the fire spirit would not be persuaded to surrender by his few words. He has come out in full force this time. If the Tianjin Society and the God of War gang take advantage of the situation and directly destroy his base camp, Lei Ming will have nothing but tears to cry. Therefore, this battle must be decided quickly. Lei Ming stepped on the ground with his right foot, and the whole person flew into the air. The lightning on his body bloomed like a flower, covering the location where the fire spirit was. The fire spirit was not afraid at all in the face of Lei Ming's attack. Flames were swirling around his body, and fire snakes were coiling around Lei Ming. Just when the two were fighting fiercely, Lin Yi had quietly left the battlefield. It went around to the back of the refinery. The guards here are extremely lax, and almost all the combat forces have been transferred to the front line. Lin Yi jumped up and climbed directly onto the wall. There were 2 men on guard at the wall, but they only saw one figure climbing up before they could raise the alarm. He was knocked down by Lin Yi. After dealing with the guards, Lin Yi jumped down from the wall, found a door at random, and entered the interior of the refinery. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Yi felt a heat wave coming. The temperature here was indeed not low. It should have reached about 10 degrees above zero. Although it was not very hot, compared with the temperature outside, this place was heaven. After passing through 2 gates, Lin Yi finally arrived at the heart of the refinery. Many unknown instruments are installed in the huge factory building. Lin Yi walked around inside for several times, but couldn't find the place where the fuel was stored. In desperation, he had to grab a man and ask him about the location of the oil tank. Then Lin Yi knocked him unconscious and threw him aside. I walked towards the room where the oil tanks were stored. After Lin Yi pushed open the door of the warehouse, gunshots were heard immediately. Fortunately, Lin Yi had always been cautious and opened the space door in front of him in advance, taking away all the bullets. The 2 guards in the warehouse were a little suspicious when they saw this, and they didn't understand why Lin Yi could ignore their bullets. But Lin Yi didn't give them much time to think. All the bullets that had just been stored in the alien space were directly reflected out. After the 2 men were shot and fell to the ground, Lin Yi quickly checked the fuel in the warehouse. However, the fuel tanks were located underground, and Lin Yi had no way to take them away directly. If he used an oil pump to pump the oil out, it would be a waste of time. The situation outside was changing rapidly, and he didn't know when they would come in. Lin Yi simply didn't have the time. Chapter 104 Theft. Lin Yi looked at the oil tank underground, and suddenly an idea popped into his mind. Then Lin Yi stuck tightly to the oil pipe and opened his space door inside the oil tank. The side length of his space door is 1 meter, and it can collect all the fuel at the fastest speed. Sure enough, the fuel in the tank poured into Lin Yi's space gate like a whale sucking water. Lin Yi set up a separate location in the alien space to store the fuel. 2 minutes later, the oil tank had been sucked dry by Lin Yi, leaving only a thin layer at the bottom. Lin Yi began to move towards the second oil tank. Lin Yi had been busy for more than 10 minutes, and all the fuel in the 5 tanks had been collected by Lin Yi into the alien space. Looking at the full tank of fuel in the alien space, Lin Yi felt a sense of security. With his fuel, he doesn't have to worry about energy problems for the time being. The battle outside was still going on. After collecting the fuel, Lin Yi left the refinery along the same route. There is still some crude oil here, but it has not been refined, so it is useless for Lin Yi to get it. After climbing over the wall, Lin Yi put on a white cloak and ran away. He had already seen the god camp and the psychics of the Fiery Fire sect, and also got a huge amount of fuel. There's no point in staying here any longer. Shortly after Lin Yi left, a violent explosion occurred in the refinery, accompanied by the screams of countless people. After leaving everyone's sight, Lin Yi took the car out, but he did not go back to the villa directly. Instead, he turned and drove towards the Tianxin camp. His target was the munitions left inside. His current means of attack are still mainly based on firearms, and the weapons in the god camp are of great use to him. Now is the perfect time for Lin Yi to take advantage of the emptiness inside the god camp and go and plunder. The car drove on the snow for 2 hours, and Lin Yi finally returned to the Tianxin camp. After looking inside with a telescope for a while, Lin Yi found that the number of security personnel inside not only did not decrease, but became even tighter. In fact, it is understandable. Now that the high-end combat forces inside have almost all left, the outer defense forces must naturally be strengthened, and they wish all the soldiers would come out to stand guard. Lin Yi installed a silencer on his gun and tiptoed towards an unguarded wall. He stepped on a wall with his right foot and flipped over. Although Lin Yi had sneaked in yesterday, his activities were limited to the dormitory and the cafeteria. He had not been to other places, so naturally he had no idea where the weapons were kept. Lin Yi walked around inside for a few times, and when he met patrolmen, he killed them with a silenced pistol, and then put the bodies into the different space. After wandering around inside for half an hour, Lin Yi finally locked his target on an independent warehouse. There are 4 patrol teams guarding the warehouse door in shifts. But looking at their nonchalant appearance, you can tell that the security here is not strict. Maybe they would never have thought that someone would dare to steal their things. 4 faint gunshots were heard, and the 4 guards on duty fell to the ground at the same time. Lin Yi walked out from the darkness and put the bodies of several people into the different space. There was an iron lock on the gate, and Lin Yi chose to remove it violently. With a gunshot, the iron lock fell off. Lin Yi opened the door of the warehouse a little and then went in. After closing the door from the inside, Lin Yi took out a flashlight and put on his head. Even though Lin Yi was knowledgeable and experienced, he was still shocked by the scene before him. The warehouse of more than 1,000 square meters is filled with all kinds of weapons, not to mention submachine guns and grenades. There are also several RPG rockets. There were more than 20 boxes of shells. Lin Yi counted them and found that there were more than 100 shells in total. In addition, there are more than 20 artillery pieces and 4 tanks. Lin Yi likes these cannons very much, but the tanks are just so. Although the snow outside had frozen, the tank was too heavy and it was impossible to move on the snow. But it is better to have them than nothing. You can place them around the villa in the future. You can use their defensive power to protect the villa, and you can also use them as weapons. In a corner, Lin Yi also found 3 Barrett sniper rifles. Seeing these things made Lin Yi happier than finding a cannon. He has always used an ordinary sniper rifle, and with the addition of his supernatural powers, its power is not that great, but it is different with this. If he had this gun in his hand when facing Su Shui last time, Lin Yi could have seriously injured him with one shot. Lin Yi started to work, and all the weapons within 10 meters of him were collected into the alien space. Lin Yi walked around the warehouse and emptied out the things inside. After harvesting so much fuel and ammunition in a row, Lin Yi was in a good mood. He left the warehouse humming a little song. As soon as I pushed open the door of the warehouse, I saw 30 or 40 people gathered outside the warehouse. The weapon in his hand was also pointed at himself. Seeing Lin Yi coming out, the manager standing behind ordered everyone to shoot. Lin Yi hurriedly opened the space gate in front of him and collected all the bullets shot into the space gate. Then he turned the gun around in the different space and fired the bullet again. Almost at the same time, all the 30 or so soldiers in the field were knocked down by the bullets reflected by Lin Yi. Lin Yi tiptoed out of the warehouse, and soldiers who heard the gunshots were still rushing over. Lin Yi didn't want to get entangled with them anymore, so he just ran away. After being strengthened many times, Lin Yi's body became extremely fast. It's simply not something these ordinary people can catch up with. Lin Yi did not stop all the way. After climbing over the wall, he directly released his off-road vehicle and sped towards the villa. In order to avoid being tracked, Lin Yi deliberately circled the city twice before finally returning to the villa. As soon as I entered the door, several women surrounded me. Without Lin Yi, they always felt that the family was missing a backbone, and they seemed absent-minded in doing anything. Now that Lin Yi is back, they can finally rest assured. After Lin Yi comforted the girls, he went to the second floor to check on Jiang Xuyan's injuries. Li Kuer was in the room with her. After recuperation, and with the nourishment of various supplements provided by Lin Yi, Jiang Xuyan has recovered a lot, and her complexion has become rosy. But it will take some time to recuperate before you can get out of bed and walk. As for other things, there is no need to even think about them. At the same time, in the fire sect, Huoling wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She was indeed no match for Lei Ming in a one-on-one fight. She had absorbed the energy of 3 psychics, but Lei Ming had absorbed the psychics of at least 5 people. In addition, his lightning ability was stronger than his own fire ability, so the fire spirit was suppressed and retreated step by step. Chapter 105: The Army Attacks. Lei Ming punched back a mutant who wanted to rescue Huoling, then laughed heartily and said, "Huoling, I only give you 2 choices. Either you give me half of your fuel, or I will destroy you all here and take all your fuel away." The reason why Lei Ming didn't kill her was because he was not feeling well either. The fire spirit's flame ability was not only extremely hot, but also had explosive power. After fighting with her for a while, Lei Ming was injured and his right hand was shaking slightly. "If I kill them all, Huoling and the others will fight back desperately. Although I won't die, I will definitely be seriously injured." If Xing Tian and Jin Outyin took advantage of the opportunity, he would lose more than he gained. That's why he planned to take a step back, give the other party a way out, and get some benefits for himself. Huoling looked at the battlefield next to her. Although her psychics had not suffered any casualties, the ordinary soldiers had suffered heavy losses, and 1/3 of them had died. The fire spirit sighed, and in order to preserve his own strength, he had to swallow his anger temporarily. Okay, I agree. I'll give you half of the fuel. Now tell your men to stop immediately. Lei Ming heaved a sigh of relief after receiving the reply from the fire spirit. He didn't expect the fire spirit to be so difficult to deal with. He originally thought that he could easily defeat the fiery fire sect, but after fighting for so long, he also lost a lot of people. If we continue to fight, even if we win, it will only be a Pyrrhic victory. Soon, both sides stopped fighting, and the soldiers of the Tianshan camp slowly retreated under the command of their respective captains. Lei Ming walked into the refinery with several of his own psychics. After arriving at the factory where fuel was stored, Huoling ordered people to take the fuel out of the barrels. But after a long time, everyone discovered that the oil barrel that was originally full had become empty at some point. Huoling was shocked when she saw this. She had checked the amount of fuel early this morning and found that all the fuel was there. But now there's only a little fuel left in each tank. It's less than 1/10 of what it was before. There's only one possibility. Someone just took advantage of the chaos and stole all the fuel here. But Lei Ming obviously did not believe this statement. That's not just 10 or 20 kilograms of fuel, but several large oil tanks, each with a storage capacity of more than several hundred tons. Who could have taken away so much fuel quietly? It must be that the fire spirit didn't want to abide by the agreement. So he ordered people to move the things in advance. A look of doubt appeared on Lei Ming's face, and the several psychics behind him were ready to take action at any time. Faced with the aggressive people, several psychics from the Liuhua sect were not willing to be outdone and showed off their own abilities. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. At this moment, the cell phone in Lei Ming's arms rang. After Lei Ming answered the phone, a panicked voice came from inside. "Boss, this is bad. There's a traitor in our family. All the weapons in the warehouse have been stolen." "What?" Lei Ming was suddenly shocked. There are so many ammunitions, including many heavy weapons and even a few tanks. How could they all be stolen? There was a hesitant voice coming from the phone. "I'm not quite sure what happened. Someone reported that the sentries guarding the warehouse had disappeared, so I quickly sent people to surround the warehouse. But when I arrived, I saw a man running out from the direction of the warehouse, climbing over the wall, and driving away in a black SUV. When I walked into the warehouse, I found that all the ammunition had disappeared." The tone on the phone was a little uncertain. Could that person have some special ability that allows him to take away items, just like the storage rings in fantasy novels? As soon as these words were spoken, Lei Ming reacted immediately. It is impossible for so many arms to disappear out of thin air. Thinking about the matter of the refinery, he had a rough idea of what was going on. Someone must have sneaked in and stolen all the fuel while he and the fire spirit were fighting outside. Then he quickly ran to his own camp and looted his armory. To be able to do all this mysterious person must have the ability to store things. Lei Ming was so angry that his teeth were itching. He worked so hard outside, but the boy just stole all the things from both families without doing anything. When the fire spirit heard that Lei Ming's arsenal had been stolen, he felt a little gloating. This guy wanted to come here to rob me, but he ended up losing more than he gained, and his own nest was destroyed. Although the finished fuel was stolen, Huoling was not too desperate. There was still a lot of crude oil in the refinery. It wouldn't take long for her to refine it into new fuel. At least it is enough for daily use in your own camp. After Lei Ming confirmed that there was a thief in the house, he stopped entangled with the fire spirit and prepared to return with the psychics. This time he came out with a large army, but not only did he get nothing, he also suffered heavy casualties, and even the weapons he relied on were stolen. The thought of this made him furious. Lei Ming ordered a short-haired woman behind him. "Immediately find out where that fellow is hiding. We'll find him even if we have to dig deep." The short-haired woman is named Yi Xiao. She is not only one of the superpowers in the god camp, but also Lei Ming's cousin. However, her superpower is divination, which is quite special. Not only does she have no combat power, but she will be weak for a period of time after each divination. The reason why Lei Ming was able to obtain this arsenal was all thanks to her. Yi Xiao closed his eyes and placed his hands on his chest. The next second, his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened and a golden light appeared in his eyes. In the golden light, one could vaguely see a figure sneaking into the armory and taking away all the ammunition inside, and then driving back to the villa. Lin Yi thought that he had done it perfectly, and now that there was no surveillance, no one could find out about him. But he didn't expect that there was this type of psychic in the gods' camp. Just by using his psychic power once, he could see clearly his action of stealing arms. His hiding place was also found out. After Yi Zhiqiu marked Lin Yi's location on the map, Lei Ming looked at the coordinates on the map and directly ordered the troops to turn and head towards Lin Yi's villa. If Lei Ming doesn't catch Lin Yi and grind him to dust today, he will never be able to let go of the hatred in his heart. Just as Lei Ming's large army was heading towards Lin Yi's villa, Lin Yi had already moved out all the artillery in the alien space. Just now at the god camp, he collected the enemy's bullets into a different space and bounced them back. This made him think of another way of attack. Chapter 106 New Uses of Spatial Powers. That is to store these shells in a different space in advance, and then you can release the attack at any time as long as you think about it. I can be as powerful as an army in just a few minutes. Just do it if you want to. After Lin Yi made up his mind, he took out all the weapons in the alien space and distributed them to several women, asking them to fire at him. Even Li Kuer was no exception. Luo Ziki looked at the rocket in his hand and felt a little at a loss. Could it be that Lin Yi went out and lost his mind? Who would have the time to let someone blow themselves up? The girls didn't feel relieved until Lin Yi explained his special abilities to them. Luo Ziki was the first to open fire on Lin Yi. A rocket was seen shooting towards Lin Yi from in front of Luo Ziki. After getting within 1 meter of him, it suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, everyone else felt relieved. They all shot at Lin Yi. After collecting all the shells, Lin Yi was still not satisfied, so he simply fired the shells in the tank into his own space. With these weapons, let alone the god camp, even if the soldiers of the two families were combined, Lin Yi could easily send them back home. After storing all the shells into the alien space, Lin Yi placed the 4 tanks side by side in front of the villa. Without shells, the only useful thing about a tank is its thick armor. It can be used as a wall, at least to withstand a wave of firepower. Lin Yi had just finished building the wall when he heard Luo Zishan's call from the attic. Brother Yi, there are a lot of cars coming towards our villa in the distance. Luo Zishan is on duty today. Even though this girl is usually very playful, she also understands how important it is for them to detect the enemy in advance. Therefore, when Luo Zishan was on duty, she always looked at the distance intently and did not dare to be careless at all. After she saw many vehicles approaching 10 kilometers away through the telescope, she immediately called Lin Yi using the walkie-talkie. After hearing Luo Zishan's call, Lin Yi walked directly into the house, closed the door heavily, and then added 2 more locks on it. Arriving at the attic, Lin Yi picked up the telescope on the table. These cars look familiar. Wait, isn't this the car from the Tianshan camp? Did they know that I stole their weapons and came to my hometown? Although Lin Yi was very curious about how they found him, he was more excited. I just collected so much ammunition into the alien space, but I didn't expect that I would use it so soon. Lin Yi drove Luo Zishan downstairs and told them all to move to the basement temporarily, leaving only Luo Ziki by his side. Lin Yi estimated the distance between the two sides and found it was about 7 or 8 kilometers. Lin Yi took out a Barrett from the alien space and then installed an 8-fold scope. Opening the firing port on the window, Lin Yi aimed his gun at the vehicle in front. Seeing this, Luo Ziki hurriedly picked up the telescope beside him and looked into the distance. With just 1 gunshot, the driver of the military vehicle in the front was instantly blown into a bloody mist by the bullet. The entire car overturned. Lin Yi didn't expect that his shot could reach so far and be so powerful. Luo Ziki on the side was dumbfounded. He shot someone in the head from a distance of 7 or 8,000 meters. With this level of skill, he could participate in the Olympics and win a gold medal for sure. Wait, it's not just the Olympics, it ranks first in human history. After the convoy was attacked, Lei Ming quickly organized everyone into a battle formation, used the compartments of military vehicles as cover, and surrounded everyone. Several observers began to search for the sniper's position using binoculars, but they looked for a long time and didn't find any reflective objects nearby. Just as a few people were still trying to observe, a bullet appeared again. Although they were all hiding, with so many people there would always be some parts exposed. A young man, holding a submachine gun in his hand, looked out from the gap between the vehicles out of curiosity. But this glance became the last scene in his life. A bullet hit his forehead accurately, blowing his head into pieces of flesh, and blood was still spurting out from his neck. Such a bloody scene scared his comrades around him so much that they were stunned. Some people even felt a warm current flowing out of their crotch. An observer came to Lei Ming and said to him, "Boss, the bullet should be coming from the front of us, but there are no buildings in front of us." We don't know where he is hiding. Lei Ming frowned. There aren't any buildings? How is that possible? Is he hiding in the snow? Lei Ming was a little skeptical and simply walked out of the shelter. He was confident in his own strength. Even if the opponent was a sniper, he could withstand his sniper attack. The moment Lei Ming appeared, a bullet flew towards him. Facing this bullet, Lei Ming suddenly felt a sense of danger. Lei Ming was too familiar with guns and had relied on his special abilities to withstand many bullets. However, no matter what kind of gun it was an ordinary weapon after all and did not make him feel any danger at all. But this time, Lei Ming really felt the threat of death. Lei Ming did not dare to be careless and hurriedly pushed his special ability to the extreme. A large amount of thunder and lightning power surged out his body and rushed towards the bullet in front. The moment the two came into contact, the thundering lightning was cut apart by the high-speed bullet. Lei Ming increased the output of his supernatural powers and finally caught the bullet. Even with Lei Ming's strength, it was so difficult for him to take his bullet. Lei Ming didn't know who else among his men could withstand this shot. Even the psychic who is best at defense can't do it. What kind of gun is this? I've never heard of something this powerful before. After Lei Ming took a shot from Lin Yi, he fled back to the bunker. This time he saw clearly that the direction the bullet was flying from was the direction of Lin Yi's villa. Although the distance was very far, both in terms of ballistic trajectory and firing speed, Lei Ming was almost certain that the shooter was hiding in the villa 7 or 8 kilometers away. It is absolutely impossible for a normal person to shoot so far, so there must be someone in the villa who is a sniper and someone who has awakened shooting abilities. But the most urgent thing now is how to leave here. As soon as they show up, Lin Yi's bullets will arrive as expected. No one dare to risk this. Finally, Lei Ming decided that everyone should separate and break out. If they all ran together, it would be hard to say who Lin Yi would attack. Everything would depend on luck. Chapter 107 Requesting Reinforcements. After agreeing that everyone would meet at the foot of the mountain, Lei Ming took the lead and ran away. Sure enough, in less than 2 seconds, Lei Ming was shot in the back, but his lightning ability helped a lot. Although the powerful force carried by the bullet made him very uncomfortable, Lei Ming still managed to survive. The others also began to break out separately, but they did not have the strength of Lei Ming. Now the car can't be driven away. How far can I run with just a pair of legs? Seeing that he couldn't do anything to Lei Ming for the time being, Lin Yi turned his attention to other people. Including several other people with special abilities, everyone except Su Mo was taken care of by Lin Yi. However, because the distance was too far, the power of the bullets fired by Lin Yi was greatly reduced, and he only killed most of the ordinary soldiers who were fleeing in all directions. Those psychics all escaped with their own abilities. Only after seeing them all running away did Lin Yi put away his gun. The reason why he was able to achieve a great victory this time was entirely because he discovered them early, and he had a huge advantage in terms of attack distance. Even Lei Ming, the strongest among them, could not attack him from such a long distance. If they were allowed to get close, Lin Yi would be helpless. Although we have temporarily driven them away this time, we cannot let our guard down. It may not be long before Lei Ming regroups and comes back again. Lin Yi called Luo Zishan up and asked her to continue monitoring every move around. He left the villa alone and ran outside to dig a hole. There are still some explosives in his other dimension, which are detonated by remote control. Lin Yi had obtained it from those who blew up his shelter before, and it now came in handy. Since his detonator was limited by distance, Lin Yi simply dug a large hole 500 meters away, buried several bundles of explosives in it, and covered it with a thick layer of snow. The snow here is relatively loose and not very hard, which can maximize the power of explosives. After doing all this, Lin Yi returned to the villa and was on guard at all times. While Lin Yi was busy burying the explosives, Lei Ming and others had already met up at the foot of the mountain. A total of more than 800 people were dispatched for this operation. In addition to the more than 100 people who died at the refinery, more than 400 people were lost here. Now, apart from those few people with special abilities, there are only more than 300 people left under Lei Ming's command. It can be said that the losses were heavy and not a single benefit was gained. Lei Ming was so angry that he almost vomited blood. But now they had no means of transportation and couldn't just walk back. Lei Ming could only call the camp and ask them to send a car for reinforcement. Soon, the reinforcement vehicles arrived here, but Lei Ming did not intend to go back directly. Having lost so many men this time, if he fails to return victorious, his prestige among his subordinates will be greatly reduced. But Lin Yi's long-range sniping skills were too strong, and they couldn't get close at all. Lei Ming was caught in a dilemma for a moment. Su Mo sat on the snow with a frown on his face. Almost all the psychics had been attacked just now, but he was the only one who had not suffered any harm. He felt very strange. Could it be that he had the physique of a European emperor? But since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it and just assumed that the mysterious enemy didn't notice him. Su Mo came to Lei Ming and said to him, "Boss, we have already suffered heavy losses. The brothers have worked hard outside for a whole day. We should retreat first. It'll be too late to come back after resting for a while." "Shut up." As soon as Su Mo finished speaking, he was scolded by Lei Ming. From now on, anyone who dares to fear battle, no matter who he is, will be punished by military law. After being scolded, Su Mo quietly returned to his seat. Several other psychics also wanted to persuade Lei Ming, but after seeing Su Mo being scolded, they swallowed their words. Lei Ming has gone crazy. The successive blows have made him stuck in a dead end. He will not give up until he has dragged out everyone in the villa and torn them into pieces. After thinking for a while, Lei Ming picked up his phone and contacted Hualing. "I found the person who stole your fuel. He lives on a small hill south of the city. Are you interested in working with me to get it back? As long as you agree, all the fuel we take back will be yours. I don't want any of it. And I can also promise that I will never think of taking your fuel again." After hearing this, the fire spirit on the phone thought for a while. Since Lei Ming called and his attitude was so humble, it meant that he must have encountered a tough opponent. If the opponent was not strong, Lei Ming would have succeeded long ago. Hualing wanted to refuse, but when he thought about how all his fuel had been taken away by that hateful thief, he became furious and agreed immediately. But it was not safe enough for only their two families, so Hualing suggested on the phone that the other two families be brought along as well. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about their nests being attacked while they were out. When Lei Ming heard this, he also thought it made sense. Then he began to contact Jin Ao and Xing Tian. But in the end, only Jin Ao agreed to provide support, and he wanted to share a lot of benefits afterwards. Xing Tian had no interest in this at all. Even though Lei Ming had promised a lot of benefits, Xing Tian remained unmoved. Although the four major forces have not been gathered together, Lei Ming feels that the strength of their families is enough. At that time, the troops will be divided into 3 groups and attack from 3 directions. Even if the people inside have superpowers, they will be in a mess. As long as I get close to his villa, with their strength, I can easily beat up the people inside. The reason why Lei Ming was so confident was because he felt that he had seen through Lin Yi. Since Lin Yi's long-range attack is so strong, his melee attack must be pitifully weak, just like Su Mo. After transforming into a giant bear, his melee attack ability is extremely strong. Not only are his speed and strength abnormal, but his defense is also greatly improved. But his long-range attack is almost zero. If someone surrounds him and fights guerrilla warfare, Su Mo will be exhausted to death. No superpower is absolutely perfect, otherwise it would be too outrageous. By the afternoon, Hualing and Jin Ao's troops had arrived. Lei Ming agreed to give him half of his arms before inviting Jin Ao's men over. Jin Ao is a little old man who looks to be in his 60s or 70s, but he's only 1.6 meters tall. He looks very thin, but the shrewdness that occasionally flashes in his eyes makes people know that this little old man is definitely not a simple character. Chapter 108. 3 major forces attack the villa. This time, Jin Ao only brought a few people, all of whom were his subordinates with special abilities. Lei Ming had already told him the specific situation, and those ordinary soldiers were of no use at all. His troops were originally the smallest among the 4 major forces. In order to reduce unnecessary casualties, Jin Ao simply brought a few high-end combat forces and did not bring any ordinary people. Hualing had the same idea as him and only brought a few of his psychics with him. If anything unexpected happened, it would be easier for them to retreat. Lei Ming watched the 2 men calculating so loudly and could only curse the 2 old foxes in his heart. But he had no choice. He had only agreed with them to come to help, but did not specify how many people were needed, so Lei Ming couldn't say much. After the 3 of them got together to discuss, they decided to split into 3 groups, each with his own men, to attack the villa. As long as they got close to the villa, the rest would be easy. Several people acted at the same time. As soon as they reached the mountain, they immediately rushed towards Lin Yi's villa, trying to get close to the villa before Lin Yi discovered them. Lin Yi noticed their arrival at the first moment. He was not surprised by Lei Ming's comeback, but the fire spirit and a mysterious old man made Lin Yi a little confused. All I can say is that there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Although Huo Ling was fighting with Lei Ming to the death yesterday, he was able to fight side by side with him today. Lin Yi raised his Barrett, and his first target was naturally Lei Ming. With a gunshot, a bullet carrying Lin Yi's supernatural power shot towards Lei Ming. After Lei Ming sensed the danger, he pushed his supernatural power to the extreme. His right fist was covered with a layer of lightning and smashed towards Lin Yi's bullet. There was an explosion, and the bullet was directly blown up by Lei Ming's punch, but Lei Ming's figure was also knocked back more than 10 meters. The powerful impact caused his right hand to go numb. After Lei Ming did a somersault and landed on the ground, he rushed forward again. He had made up his mind that this time he must pull Lin Yi out of there and then cut him into pieces. At this time, they were still 7 or 8 kilometers away from Lin Yi's villa. Lin Yi was not in a hurry and pulled the trigger again, targeting only Lei Ming. After Lei Ming took 3 more shots from Lin Yi, he finally couldn't bear it anymore. I thought to myself, why is this bastard staring at me? Before he could finish his complaints, the 4th bullet came firing. After Lei Ming took the attack again, he finally stopped, not daring to move forward, and began to retreat. His supernatural powers had been consumed a lot, but the most important thing was that his body could no longer keep up. The bullets carrying special powers would shake his body and make him feel uncomfortable every time. After taking a few bullets, half of Lei Ming's body was completely numb, and he didn't dare to take the 5th bullet at all. Seeing Lei Ming stopped, Lin Yi set his sights on the others. After firing more than 10 shots, he finally repelled all the people led by Lei Ming. Lin Yi even fired a few shots at Su Mo. After Su Mo's transformation, his defense was extremely strong, but he had never absorbed other people's superpowers, so his strength was relatively weak. After taking 3 shots from Lin Yi, he began to retreat. Lin Yi threw the empty Barrett in his hand to Luo Ziki beside him, and then took the Barrett full of bullets from her hand. Although Lei Ming's men had begun to retreat, Lin Yi did not continue to pursue them because the other 2 groups were not far from his villa. After Lin Yi closed the firing port, he quickly ran in another direction and extended the muzzle of the gun. There are 4 people here in total, and the one in front is the fire spirit that Lin Yi had just seen yesterday. Lin Yi saw through the telescope that this little girl was really pretty and very pretty. She is not very old, but has a big chest and has 2 ponytails on her head. She is just a little short, only about 1.6 meters tall, shorter than most of Lin Yi's women. But with her cute appearance, she is a real little lowly. Although she was very beautiful, Lin Yi had no sympathy for her. He picked up his gun and shot at her. At the same time, Huo Ling finally understood why Lei Ming, despite his strength, needed help. This person's attack power is really too strong. Since they are closer than Lei Ming and others, only about 4 kilometers away, the bullets shot by Lin Yi are much more powerful. Huo Ling was already overwhelmed after receiving only 2 shots. She hurriedly lined everyone up in a row and took turns blocking Lin Yi's bullets. But when she saw Lei Ming and his men retreating in the distance, she also hurriedly ordered a retreat. The real culprit has already run away, but they are still rushing forward foolishly. How stupid of them to be. Seeing that Huo Ling had also led his men to retreat, Lin Yi slowly set his sights on the skinny old man. Lin Yi first fired a shot tentatively, but he didn't expect the bullet to stop as it approached the old man. Lin Yi didn't expect that this skinny old man actually had such ability. He instantly understood the old man's identity. He had previously learned from the driver that there were 4 major forces in Haijing City, among which Jin Ao, the president of Tianjin Society, had the ability to control metal. Although his bullets carried superpowers, they still could not escape the scope of metal. Naturally, he will be restrained. Lin Yi sounded the alarm in his heart. The world is so big and full of wonders. All kinds of strange superpowers are likely to appear. Although his attack power is strong, there must be someone who can restrain him. The president of Tianjin Society must die. Otherwise, Lin Yi will always be afraid to act rashly as long as he is around. Just when Lin Yi made up his mind to kill Jin Ao was not feeling well either. Although he had just taken Lin Yi's bullet easily, he had consumed a lot of his supernatural powers. Ordinary metal is completely different from metal with great inertia. He must expend a lot of supernatural powers to offset the inertia. Lin Yi started shooting frantically but all his shots were intercepted by Jin Ao. Even though Lin Yi changed his target and started attacking other people, the bullets he shot were still intercepted by Jin Ao. Finally, Jin Ao and others arrived within 200 meters of the villa. At this time, Jin Ao's supernatural power had been consumed by half, but he still had the strength to fight again. His men also stood out from behind Jin Ao and formed a battle formation. Jin Ao brought a total of 3 psychics with him and left 2 people in his camp to guard the base. Among the 3 people, there is a beast-type mutant who can transform into a giant wolf. One of the other 2 can launch terrifying sonic attacks, and the other is a rubber energy user who can control his body at will. Chapter 109: Killing Each Other. Although the rubber ability's attack power is not strong, its defense power is top-notch. Even if he is stabbed directly, he can recover instantly, which can be called immortal. Lin Yi fired 2 shots at him, but he easily deflected them both. Seeing this, Lin Yi temporarily gave up attacking him and focused on dealing with other people. After the 4 approached the villa, they quickly separated and approached Lin Yi's villa from all directions. After a brief fight, they also realized that there was only one sniper with extremely strong attack power inside. As long as they dispersed, they would be able to make it difficult for the people inside to take care of both ends. Lin Yi ignored everyone else and focused all his attention on Jin Ao. His villa was made of alloy, and he didn't know whether Jin Ao's supernatural power could control these metals. If he could, this sturdy fortress would be useless in front of him. Lin Yi pointed the gun at Jin Ao and launched continuous attacks, aiming to wear him out and prevent him from getting close to the villa. Luo Ziki also started to help with a sniper rifle. Although the bullets she shot were not as powerful as Lin Yi's, the attack power of the Barrett was still remarkable. At least it had no problem dealing with ordinary psychics. Even if it can't cause any harm to them, it can temporarily restrain one person. Luo Ziki set her sights on the giant wolf for one reason only. Her marksmanship was not as good as Lin Yi's, but fortunately, this giant wolf was the largest, so it was easier to hit the target. The rubber man was the first to approach the villa. He jumped directly onto the window on the 2nd floor of the villa and tried to break in. But he knocked on the window for a long time, but there was no response from the glass. In desperation, he took out a pistol from behind and fired several shots at the window. His special ability attack power is not high, so he usually carries some weapons to make up for the lack of attack power. But he didn't expect that after the bullet hit the window, there was no reaction on the glass, not even a scratch. He pressed his face against the glass. Fuck, how thick is this glass? He didn't expect that this glass was not only bulletproof, but also at least 10 centimeters thick. Not to mention a pistol, even an armor-piercing bullet couldn't break it. The rubber man was a little desperate. He finally rushed to the front, but could only watch from the side and couldn't get in. There was no other way. He could only climb up through the window to see if there was any other entrance. Another man who could emit sound waves also rushed to the door of the villa. He and the rubber man had a tacit understanding and did not try to open the door. I also chose to enter through the window. The man just stood there motionless with his mouth open. A spiral of sound waves shot out from his mouth toward the window glass. The bulletproof glass on the window finally responded after being attacked by the sound waves and began to vibrate slowly. But the amplitude was very small, and it was obvious that the power of the sound wave was not strong enough to shatter it. After the man fired several sound waves in succession, the glass still did not respond. Helplessly, he could only continue to move closer, intending to jump onto the villa and attack at close range. Just as he approached the villa, dozens of bullets were fired at him. In the attic of the villa, Yang Mi and Lu Feier each held a submachine gun and fired at the Sonic Man. They were originally hiding in the basement with Li Qier and the others, but as they heard the gunshots outside becoming more and more frequent, they didn't want to hide there any longer. After all, this is the home of all of them now. If those people outside rush in, they will not have a good ending. Although they couldn't say they loved Lin Yi deep down in their hearts, they had to admit that Lin Yi was very good to them and had saved their lives. If they had a choice, they would definitely stand firmly by Lin Yi's side. After the 2 of them discussed it, they left Li Qier and Luo Zishan in the basement to take care of the injured Jiang Shuyan. The 2 of them ran to the attic to help Lin Yi. The women in the villa had all been trained by Lin Yi, so they all knew some basic shooting skills. Relying on the villa's defense, the 2 of them had no problem restraining the Sonic Man with submachine guns. At the same time, the battle between Lin Yi and Jin Ao was almost coming to an end. Faced with Lin Yi's crazy sniping, Jin Tianao's supernatural powers were also greatly consumed. But he understood that as long as he got within 50 meters of the villa, he would be able to use his metal powers to tear his fortress into scrap metal. Lin Yi watched Jin Ao rushing forward almost madly and understood his thoughts. When Jin Ao approached within 80 meters of the villa, Lin Yi opened the space door in front of him. More than a dozen shells appeared in an instant and shot towards Jin Ao. Jin Ao had just used his supernatural powers to control a bullet and reflect it back, but suddenly faced with so many rocket launchers, his supernatural powers were unable to intercept them at all. At the critical moment, a burst of silver light suddenly appeared from Jin Ao's body. His entire body turned into metal. The moment he transformed his body into metal, more than a dozen shells hit him directly. A violent explosion was heard, accompanied by Jin Ao's screams. Because the shell appeared too suddenly, Jin Ao had no way to dodge it in advance and could only take it head-on. But the result of taking the hit head-on was that his metal body was torn apart by the shock wave of the shell, and his two arms flew away to who knows where. A huge wound was also blown out on his chest, and he was lying on the ground, breathing more in than out. It was obvious that he was not far from death. The huge explosion scared the other three people. They immediately gave up their plan to attack the villa and rushed towards their boss Jin Ao. Seeing Jin Ao lying on the ground and dying, several people started to make their own plans in their minds. Jin Ao had absorbed the superpowers of at least 3 people, so he became their boss. If he absorbed Jin Ao's special abilities, he would be able to become the new boss. After making up their minds, the 3 of them rushed towards Jin Tianao at the same time, but the speed of the Sonic Man and the Rubber Man was far inferior to that of the Giant Wolf. As the 2 of them started moving, the Giant Wolf had already rushed to Jin Ao's side. Then he opened his mouth wide and bit Jin Ao, but he didn't expect that Jin Ao, who was lying on the ground dying, suddenly jumped up. Under his control, the shrapnel and bullets remaining on the ground quickly shot towards the Giant Wolf's mouth. At such a close distance, the Giant Wolf had no way to dodge and could only bite down, trying to kill Jin Ao first. As soon as he died, the uncontrolled shrapnel would no longer cause him any harm. Jin Ao watched helplessly as a big mouth bit towards him, and his heart was filled with regret. I shouldn't have been greedy for that little bit of profit, but ended up losing my life here. Chapter 1, 10 Awakening, Space Exchange. But it was too late to regret now. The Giant Wolf's big mouth had already bitten down, directly biting Jin Ao's body into 2 pieces. At the same time, the shrapnel controlled by Jin Ao quickly shot into the Giant Wolf's mouth. The Giant Wolf was counterattacked by Jin Tian before his death. After staggering 2 steps, it fell directly to the ground and turned back into human form. This scene stunned Lin Yi in the attic. They actually started fighting among themselves. But now, looking at the 2 corpses on the ground and the energy ball that was about to appear above, Lin Yi was drooling with envy. That was a supernatural power. At this moment, Rubber Man and Sonic Man also rushed over. The energy ball on the corpse was about to appear. As long as they rushed over it the first time, they would gain powerful power. Lin Yi naturally wouldn't let them take away the energy they had obtained. More than a dozen rockets were fired in a blanket manner. The 2 had no way to escape in this situation and could only choose to run to a relatively safe place and use their special abilities to defend themselves desperately. Since the shells fired by Lin Yi this time were covering, the single target killing power was a little lower. After a round of artillery coverage, both of them suffered only minor injuries. Among them, the Sonic Man was more seriously injured, with a broken left arm. Although he was a mutant, his defense was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person. Facing such an attack, he naturally could not escape unscathed. The Rubber Man had a strong defense. A shell hit him and actually went straight through his body. Only the shock waves caused by several shells that fell on the ground hurt him. Seeing that the 2 men's injuries were not serious, Lin Yi didn't care about saving ammunition. The shells in the alien space rained down like raindrops, blocking all the retreat routes of the 2 men. When the Sonic Man saw the cannonballs flying towards him, he felt numb all over. He just wanted to touch a corpse. Why did they have to make such a big deal out of it? When the snow dissipated, the Sonic Man's body was already in disarray, having been killed directly by the artillery shell. The Rubber Man escaped by relying on the special nature of his supernatural powers. However, he also suffered serious injuries, and his supernatural powers were greatly consumed, and he was almost exhausted. Lin Yi saw that the opponent had escaped from the rocket launcher's attack range, and his sniper rifle could not do anything to him, so he could only watch him escape. Lin Yi has already experimented and found that those artillery pieces cannot be given any special abilities. They can only rely on Lin Yi's own aiming to attack the opponent. Otherwise, when they were a few kilometers away, Lin Yi would have blown them to pieces. Lin Yi waited in the attic for a while, and after confirming that no one would come over, he asked the women to stay there to continue guarding, and he ran out quickly. He came to Jin Ao's body and absorbed the energy balls of the three people. Jin Ao's energy ball is pure silver and is much brighter and larger than the other two. The moment the three energies entered his body, all the pores on Lin Yi's body opened. Every cell in the body is strengthened with energy once again. He absorbed more energy this time. Although the Sonic Man and the Giant Wolf only had one portion of their energy, Jin Ao had 4 portions of his energy. Adding up, it is the size of 6 psychics. Lin Yi himself only had 3 copies. It directly tripled the energy in his body. After absorbing the supernatural power, Lin Yi hurried back to the villa, locked himself in the room, and sat cross-legged on the bed. Lin Yi felt his eyes getting hotter and hotter, as if they were spewing fire. The next second, the feeling of heat disappeared instantly, replaced by a cool feeling. Lin Yi felt that his eyes seemed to have other abilities. Lin Yi closed his eyes and felt carefully for a while. When he opened his eyes, the figure sitting on the bed disappeared instantly. The cup that was originally on the coffee table fell on the bed. But Lin Yi suddenly appeared on the coffee table. What is this? Teleportation? No, this isn't teleportation. Although this skill is very similar to teleport, there are still essential differences. Although he can reach wherever he wants in an instant, he needs a medium. Simply put, it is space exchange. Lin Yi can exchange objects within his sight range with himself, which is a bit like teleportation. He can even use this ability on other people. For example, he can throw a stone at random and use the stone to exchange other people with him. It's even better than teleportation. But the disadvantage is that it consumes too much energy. With Lin Yi's current supernatural power, he can only exchange 10 times at most, and the distance cannot exceed 200 meters. Otherwise, his superpowers would be exhausted. But fortunately, the opening and closing of the space door does not require superpowers. But Lin Yi had a feeling that as long as he continued to absorb supernatural powers, the distance and frequency of space exchange would increase in the future. After Lin Yi finished experimenting with his supernatural powers, he walked out of the room. Luo Ziki and Yang Mi were still on guard in the attic. Only Lu Feier was in the kitchen preparing lunch. Lin Yi took out an apple from the alien space, threw it into the air, and looked at Lu Feier, who was busy in the kitchen. Space exchange is activated. The next second, Lu Feier suddenly appeared in Lin Yi's arms. The apple that Lin Yi had just thrown fell on the kitchen floor. Lu Feier was startled and was about to scream, but her mouth was blocked by Lin Yi. Comforted, Lu Feier quickly calmed down, wrapped her arms around Lin Yi's neck, and enjoyed Lin Yi's nourishment to her heart's content. After a long time, both of them were out of breath and slowly separated. Lin Yi stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, leaving a faint fragrance on his lips. It is daytime now, and the enemy has just retreated. Although he is eager to do something, he knows that now is not the time to do those things. Lu Feier's lunch was almost ready, and Lin Yi took out the walkie-talkie and asked Luo Ziki to come down to eat. He left Yang Mi up there, and he would send another portion up after she finished eating. It is now level 1 alert, and someone must monitor everything around 24 hours a day. After dinner, Lin Yi brought a lunch to the attic. Yang Mi was concentrating on observing the surroundings through a telescope. The battle just now was her first time facing an attack from an outsider, and she still feels a little scared when she thinks about it now. Lin Yi looked at Yang Mi, who had a serious face, and felt like laughing. Who would have thought that a former top actress would now be standing guard here with a gun? Lin Yi put the food on the table and took over from Yang Mi. While watching Yang Mi eat, I chatted with her casually. Yang Mi was speechless when she learned that Lin Yi had stolen someone's fuel and an entire warehouse of ammunition. She didn't expect that Lin Yi was so powerful that he could steal the things of so many psychics right under their noses. Chapter 111 Yuan High City. Although it was because Lin Yi stole something first that their villa was besieged, Yang Mi could not blame Lin Yi for anything. Originally, everything they had was obtained by Lin Yi through stealing or robbing. And strictly speaking, she is also Lin Yi's private property. No matter what Lin Yi does, she can only support him. Naturally, there is no blame. But I heard Lin Yi complain that it would be great if there was a machine that could detect an area within a radius of 10 kilometers, so that we wouldn't have to send people to guard here all the time. Yang Mi suddenly thought of someone. It's her sister Yang Lu. Yang Lu is Yang Mi's biological sister with the same father and mother, but she is 7 or 8 years younger than her. Yang Mi is 31 years old this year, while Yang Lu is only 22 years old. I am currently studying in the neighboring city of Yuanhai, and am currently studying at the Yuanhai University of Science and Technology, pursuing a doctorate degree. The two sisters usually have a good relationship, and Yang Mi often secretly gives her pocket money. She studied electronic computers and was a top hacker. Although Yang Mi didn't know whether she could do what Lin Yi asked of detecting enemies within a radius of 10 kilometers, she couldn't think of anyone else except her. After telling Lin Yi about his sister's situation, Lin Yi immediately became interested. But Yang Lu was in the next city, quite far away, and because of the power and internet outages that had occurred a few days earlier, Yang Mi had been unable to contact her sister. Lin Yi was using a satellite phone. So even though he knew that Yang Lu was in Yuanhai City, Lin Yi couldn't leave now. After all, there was a group of people outside who were eyeing him covetously, and they might make a comeback one day. Lin Yi kept this matter in mind and decided to go to Yuanhai City when he had time and pick up Yang Lu. After all, she is his sister-in-law, and she and Yang Mi are sisters. The elder sister is so beautiful, so the younger sister must be no worse. After all, the family genes are there. On the other side, after Huo Ling and Lei Ming fled back down the mountain, they soon heard bursts of explosions coming from the direction of the villa. Then the rubber man ran out desperately. After the two stopped the rubber man, they heard the news of Jin Ao's death from him. Now that Jin Ao is dead, there is no one to take charge of his Tianjin society. Lei Ming and Huo Ling looked at each other and then let the rubber man go. Then they began to prepare for evacuation. Although they suffered a defeat today, fortunately Jin Ao was also dead. Not only did they lose a competitor, but they were also able to wipe out the Tianjin society in one fell swoop. Just divide up all the supplies inside. After the two left and returned to their respective camps, they quickly came out with a new group of people and headed towards the base of the Tianjin society. The purpose is naturally to divide the Tianjin society. Lin Yi has been staying at home for 2 days. Ever since he beat those people away last time, he has been living a peaceful life here, and no one has come to disturb him during this period. Lin Yi decided to go out and take a look today. If those people had already withdrawn, he could go to the neighboring Yuanhai City to look for Yang Mi's sister. This place is not too far from Yuanhai City, and it only takes Lin Yi a few hours to go back and forth. After Lin Yi climbed out of the tunnel of the villa, he went straight to the back of the hill and walked around there for a few times. He found that Lei Ming and others had already left. Lin Yi's returned along the same route with peace of mind. After telling the girls about the situation outside, he prepared to take Yang Mi to Yuanhai City. Before leaving, Lin Yi left a lot of weapons for the women, asked Luo Ziki to look after the house, and then drove to Yuanhai City with Yang Mi. Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the car sped all the way. It took a full 5 hours before Lin Yi and Yang Mi entered the area of Yuanhai City. The situation here is the same as in Haijing City. The entire city is buried in heavy snow. Lin Yi drove around the city. On the way, they encountered 2 groups of robbers, all of whom had guns in their hands. When he saw Lin Yi driving a car, he wanted to rob him. But after seeing Yang Mi get out of the car, they set their sights on Yang Mi again. She was once a top actress. If I could get her, it would be worth dying for. But the final result was something they had never expected. They did die, but they still failed to snatch the person away. Following the instructions of the offline map, the two soon arrived near Yuanhai University of Science and Technology. But the entire school was buried in heavy snow, leaving only a plain. According to Yang Mi, Yang Lu had contacted her a few days ago, which means she was not buried under the snow. Otherwise, she would not have survived until now and would have died long ago. Lin Yi parked the car, then looked around and finally found a dormitory building in a corner of the school. This dormitory building has a total of 9 floors, and now only 2 floors are exposed on the ground, and they are covered with a thick layer of snow. After Lin Yi used tools to dig up the snow, he pulled Yang Mi and jumped into the dormitory building through the window. This is an ordinary dormitory with 4 beds and 4 laptops on a table. On a bed, Lin Yi found 4 bodies, which seem to have been frozen to death. This is a girl's dormitory. In addition to the 4 female corpses, There are some girls' underwear and stockings hanging by the beds, and several pairs of high heels on ground. If it weren't for the end of the world, this place would be worth visiting. Lin Yi pushed open the door of the dormitory and walked out. This is a long corridor with countless doors on both sides. Lin Yi and Yang Mi didn't know where Yang Lu lived exactly, so they could only search room by room. After searching the entire floor, no clues were found. There were several dead bodies lying in each dormitory. The cause of death was almost all freezing to death, with only a few people getting into fights and being killed in the process. Lin Yi patted Yang Mi on the shoulder, comforted her not to lose heart, and then continued to walk downstairs. The two continued their search and finally found a dying girl in a bedroom. Lin Yi called Yang Mi over, then took out 2 heaters and a generator and started heating the room. He took out some hot water and fed it to her. Soon the temperature in the room rose rapidly, reaching more than 20 degrees Celsius above zero. After drinking some hot water, the girl felt better and was able to speak. Lin Yi did not rush to ask questions. He first prepared some food for her and asked her to eat it. He would ask questions after she was full. When the girl saw the food, she grabbed it with her hands and stuffed it into her mouth desperately. Chapter 1:12 Blocking the Road. Lin Yi and Yang Mi watched the girl wolfing down her food, and they had a rough idea of what was going on. After the girl finished her food, Lin Yi tentatively asked, "Are you a student at the University of Science and Technology? Do you know Yang Lu?" The girl swallowed what was in her mouth and then began to look at Lin Yi and Yang Mi beside her. After discovering that Yang Mi was once a big star, the girl immediately showed a look of surprise. Then he looked at Lin Yi and said slowly, "I know Yang Lu. She's the campus beauty of our school, but I saw her being taken away a few days ago." Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat after hearing this. The person who could take Yang Lu away here must be a local force in Yuan High. But what was their purpose in taking Yang Lu away? Because of her beauty or her skills? Yang Mi asked, "Do you know who took her away?" The girl thought about it and shook her head blankly. Then he said, "I just saw those men with guns taking her away from my dormitory window. She was with many students from our school. I thought they were coming to rescue her, but seeing their ferocious looks, I was a little scared and hid in the dormitory and didn't dare to come out. But I remember they were all wearing the same white uniform." Same white uniform? Lin Yi was certain in his heart that it was now certain that the local forces had not escaped. But they had just entered Yuan High City and were unfamiliar with the place. They didn't know any of the forces there. Where should they go to find them? Lin Yi left the electric heater and generator here, and also left some food. Then he asked Yang Mi to take care of her here, and he went out for a walk to see if he could find a way to find Yang Lu's whereabouts. Yang Mi nodded. She had a gun on her, so her safety shouldn't be a problem. Lin Yi climbed out from the window he had just entered. After releasing the car from the alien space, it drove towards the city center. The city was quiet, and the roar of the engine resounded throughout the city and could be heard from far away. Lin Yi was not afraid of being discovered. His purpose of wandering around here was to lure people out. After absorbing the superpowers of Jin Ao and others, his strength increased greatly. In addition, he awakened the ability of space exchange, so he really didn't take ordinary superpower users seriously. If Lei Ming and others appeared in front of him again, he was confident that he could keep them all. Lin Yi circled the city center several times and was finally stopped at the gate of a residential complex. A dozen people with machetes and axes stopped him. But their purpose was to steal Lin Yi's car, so no one smashed the car, but just used some obstacles to force Lin Yi to stop. "Kid, get out of the car right now, or I'll kill you." "Mad, get out of the car quickly." "Get down." More than a dozen people surrounded Lin Yi's car, cursing at him, looking like thugs. Some of them were already desperately pulling at the car door from outside. Lin Yi smiled slightly, opened the car door, and got out. "Brothers, what do you mean by stopping me?" Seeing Lin Yi's calm face, several people suddenly had a bad premonition. Now is not the same as before. Having more people is no longer a necessary condition for victory. I heard that some people have acquired special abilities and can easily kill dozens of people by themselves. Although he had a gun in his hand, in front of those people with special powers, an ordinary pistol was no different from a lump of iron. If Lin Yi had chosen not to open the door, or had turned around and run away, they might have been more confident, but Lin Yi was too calm, and the yellow-haired leader suddenly felt a little uneasy. But now the arrow is on the string, and it has to be shot. He could only bite the bullet and said to Lin Yi, "Brother, we need your car. Can you lend it to us? After all, we are all survivors and should help each other. Don't worry, I will definitely not use your car for nothing." As long as you lend us your car, I can give you 10 kilograms of rice in exchange. Hearing Huang Mao's words, the other brothers were a little surprised. They had been the kings of this community for a while. Almost everyone in it was dead, and they had done a lot of highway robbery. Occasionally, some people who came out to look for supplies were robbed by them, and their fate was naturally death. Lin Yi smiled slightly, put his hands on the car door, and teased Huang Mao. What can you do to me if I don't lend it to you? Before Huang Mao could say anything, the younger brothers next to him were already getting anxious. Damn it, did our boss give you face? Hand over the car keys immediately, or I'll kill you. Don't worry, don't worry. A feminine-looking man spoke up to stop them. I think he's quite good-looking. Let me play with him first, and then you can do him after I'm done. Hearing the man's words, everyone present suddenly felt a chill. Everyone knew that he had a special hobby, but this man was Huang Mao's cousin, so they didn't dare to offend him. They could only nod their heads in agreement. Lin Yi slowly put away his smile. He had wanted to tease them, but now it seemed unnecessary. Lin Yi waved his hand, and the car beside him disappeared. Such a weird scene scared everyone, and the yellow-haired man even said inwardly that it was not good. This person was really a mutant. But before he could react, Lin Yi had already made his move. He moved extremely fast as he shuttled through the crowd. Huang Mao could only hear the screams of the crowd. The next second, Lin Yi appeared in front of his mountain, looking at him with a smile. All his brothers were lying on the ground, their necks broken by Lin Yi. Huang Mao hurriedly pulled out the pistol from his waist and pulled the trigger at Lin Yi. But he fired 5 or 6 shots in a row, but Lin Yi didn't react at all, and even his clothes didn't move. Seeing this, Huang Mao threw the gun to the ground and begged for mercy from Lin Yi. After Lin Yi absorbed the superpowers again, in addition to evolving the space exchange, his physical fitness was greatly improved again. He didn't need to use guns at all to deal with these ordinary people. Just relying on his hands was enough. The reason why Lin Yi didn't kill him directly was because he wanted to learn about the situation in Yuanhai City through Huang Mao. Master, it's all because we didn't recognize the real talent. I told them a long time ago not to pick on you, but they refused to listen. I have a 5-year-old daughter at home. I can't die. If I die, she will definitely freeze to death. Please, spare me this time. Lin Yi was calm. It seemed as if these people had been trained in the words they used to beg for mercy. Almost everyone said the same thing. Lin Yi was tired of listening to it. Chapter 113, South China Base. I ask, you answer, do you understand? The yellow-haired man pounded the garlic like pounding garlic. Can you let me go after I finish answering? After the yellow-haired man finished speaking, he saw that Lin Yi's face was a little angry, so he quickly changed his words and said, Sir, please feel free to ask me anything. I will tell you everything I know. How many factions are there in Yuanhai City now? What are their names? How many people are there? What kind of clothes do they usually wear? Tell me one by one. There is only one force, Huang Mao said without thinking. They claim to be an official organization called the South China Base. Some time ago, they sent a lot of people to search for survivors. Many people were taken away by them. They were wearing white combat uniforms and looked very professional. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. Then why didn't you go with them? Huang Mao continued. Although they claim to be an official organization and are here for rescue, I don't think they are. I know one of the people in the team. He used to be a small-time thug in Yuanhai City. Later, he accidentally killed someone in a fight and was sentenced to life imprisonment. How could such people be an official rescue team? Lin Yi smiled slightly and said, You're quite clever. Huang Mao felt more at ease when he saw Lin Yi's expression. Then he continued, They sent out more than a dozen patrol cars, using loudspeakers to broadcast everywhere, searching for survivors. Although they fooled many people away, there were still some people like me who saw through their identities and hid in their homes. Do you know where their headquarters is? Huang Mao nodded. Yes, they mentioned their address on the radio before. It's in the mountains east of Yuanhai City. There's an underground air raid shelter there, and they're hiding inside. After knowing everything he wanted to know, Lin Yi ignored the yellow-haired man kneeling on the ground, released his car again, got in the car by himself, and drove back the way he came. Huang Mao stood up silently from the ground, looking at the corpse on the ground with eyes full of resentment. His brother and younger brother both died at the hands of Lin Yi, and he had remembered this grudge. Huang Mao had just finished cursing Lin Yi in his heart when a bullet suddenly shot from the front. Huang Mao's head exploded like a watermelon, and then a headless corpse fell on his back on his brother's body. Lin Yi closed the car window. He had just hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to cut the grass at its roots. He absolutely could not let the tiger go back to the mountain because of a momentary weakness. Anyway, he had just killed a lot of people, so this one wouldn't be a big deal. They rob a lot of people in their daily lives, so it wouldn't be unfair for them to die. After returning to the dormitory at the University of Science and Technology, Lin Yi told Yang Mi about the information he had obtained. When Yang Mi heard that her sister had been kidnapped, she was immediately anxious. But the person who kidnapped Yang Lu was obviously a powerful force, and might even be much stronger than the force of Lei Ming and others. If he rushed to rescue people, Lin Yi would definitely take a lot of risks. On one side is her own sister, and on the other side is her lover. Yang Mi doesn't know what to choose. Lin Yi thought about it and decided to go and take a look. Whether he could save people was another matter. He was curious about what the people in this South China base were doing. What is their purpose in trying so hard to gather the survivors? Lin Yi sent Yang Mi and the other girl back to Haijing City. It would be more convenient for him to move alone. He was worried about leaving the two of them here. On the way, Lin Yi learned that the girl's name was Lu Xiaojing, and she was a junior student at Yuanhai University of Science and Technology. She was in the same major as Yang Lu. Although they were not in the same class, they knew each other. After Lin Yi drove the car back to the villa, he brought the two women in. At first, the girls thought Lu Xiaojing was Yang Mi's sister. After Lin Yi's explanation, they realized that Yang Lu had been taken away. After Lin Yi told the girls to look after the house, he prepared to leave. Before leaving, Yang Mi quietly sent everyone away, whispered a few words to Lin Yi, and then ran away with a blushing face. After listening to this, Lin Yi suddenly felt full of strength. Yang Mi, this woman, really understands men. She knows what kind of tricks Lin Yi likes and is willing to invest for the safety of her sister. Lin Yi couldn't refuse this condition at all, so he could only try his best to save people. Lin Yi drove back to Yuanhai City. As soon as he entered the city, Lin Yi heard a noisy broadcast. "We are the official rescue team of Yuanhai City. Is there anyone else nearby? We are the official rescue team of Yuanhai City." Lin Yi hurriedly stopped the car and then put it directly into the alien space. Next to Lin Yi is an office building more than 10 stories high. After Lin Yi broke a window, he climbed up the stairs directly. When we got to the top floor, the wind was very strong and there was no snow at all. Lin Yi squatted on the edge of the rooftop and looked at the city center in the distance. A convoy of more than a dozen military vehicles was moving slowly in the snow. There are two large loudspeakers on the lead car, and the sound comes from inside. When passing through some residential areas, the convoy would stop for a short while. From time to time, some survivors would run out of the residential areas and be picked up by the soldiers in the convoy. From the appearance, it does look a bit like a rescue team. Lin Yi observed on the rooftop for a while. In half an hour, the convoy accepted more than a dozen people. Soon, the convoy arrived at the office building where Lin Yi was. Lin Yi came down from the balcony, found a piece of clothing from the alien space and put it on, disguising himself as a survivor. Then he ran downstairs. When the convoy passed by the office building, Lin Yi staggered out from inside. He ran while shouting for help, and then fell directly to the ground. The convoy stopped immediately, and then several fully armed soldiers came down from it, wearing white winter clothes and military equipment. A man who looked like a captain helped Lin Yi up and asked him, "Are there any other survivors inside?" Lin Yi shook his head and said with tears in his eyes, "No more. I am the only one left in the whole building." Although the captain secretly felt it was a pity, he still gave him some food and then helped Lin Yi into the car. After Lin Yi climbed into the carriage, he found that there were already 7 or 8 people inside, hiding in the corner and shivering from the cold. Since they were in the back of a military vehicle, the temperature here was almost exactly the same as outside, except that they were not directly exposed to the cold wind. Lin Yi's body had been strengthened several times, so the temperature outside was no longer a problem for him. Then Lin Yi found an empty corner and sat down. Chapter 114, Air Raid Shelter. The convoy continued to move forward, and soon Lin Yi's car was full of people. The car he was in began to separate from the convoy and drove towards the east of Yuanhai City. Behind a military vehicle was a pickup truck with 4 or 5 armed soldiers sitting in it. They stared at the car of Lin Yi and others, as if they were guarding against their escape. The empty military vehicles continued to search for survivors outside. After another 2 or 3 hours of travel, the car finally stopped in front of a camp. This is at the foot of a big mountain. The entrance was an air raid shelter, and the snow around it had been cleared away. The car was stopped after entering the air raid shelter. The driver handed his ID to the sentry, and a minute later, the convoy continued driving and went 2 kilometers in before stopping. Lin Yi opened the small opening next to the military vehicle and looked out. The entire air raid shelter was very huge. Although they were in a very deep place, it was not dark. On both sides of the air raid shelter, there was a street lamp every 20 meters. Now that the city's power and communications have been cut off, this electricity should be generated spontaneously in the camp. A group of soldiers came over and drove the survivors out of the car. After Lin Yi jumped off the car, he found that several people who had entered the car before him had been frozen to death. They didn't know how long they had been in the car, and the temperature in the car was so low that they could no longer hold on. The soldiers poked several people who had frozen to death with their guns, and when they found that they did not respond, they asked the driver to take the bodies to the crematorium as if they were used to it. Lin Yi lined up and followed the crowd to a small door next to the air raid shelter. There is a strange device on the door. After everyone receives their number plate, they must be scanned when passing through the door. The number plate Lin Yi received was Zone D7682. There's a display on the instrument, which shows the corresponding values. Everyone's value is different, but they are all in the single digits. There is no double-digit number, and there are only 2 people whose value is greater than 5. So it was Lin Yi's turn. When he approached the instrument, the values on it began to jump wildly. Lin Yi was shocked. Could the function of this instrument be to test the supernatural energy in ordinary people? Seeing that the value was about to exceed 10, Lin Yi had an idea and opened the space door in front of the instrument. The next second, the value on the display dropped rapidly again and finally reached 0. The person in charge of recording looked up at the number, shook his head, and muttered to himself, "Another one without any special abilities." Lin Yi saw him put a cross behind his number, and then he was surrounded by soldiers and entered a passage. The temperature here is obviously much warmer than outside, but it is only about 30 degrees below 0. Lin Yi took the number plate and continued to walk inside with the crowd. Soon we arrived at a hall. The people in front had already formed 2 rows, and Lin Yi found a place to stand. When everyone was standing still, a man in a white coat walked up to the podium in front. First, the official status of the camp was explained, and then the rules of the camp began to be announced. First, you're not allowed to walk around the camp, and can only stay in your own dormitory. Second, everyone has to work, and everyone has a fixed workload. If they fail to complete it, their daily food intake will be reduced. Third, men and women must work separately and are not allowed to live together. Even if they were husband and wife before, they can only live separately now. Although the conditions were a bit harsh, no one raised any objections. After all, being able to eat a bite of food was a blessing for them. They no longer have any other thoughts in their mind. Being alive is more important than anything else. After explaining the rules, someone took them to the dormitory. Lin Yi looked at the room in front of him. It can no longer be called a room. It was almost like a garbage dump, with garbage and torn quilts everywhere. There were more than 20 people in the room, but there were no beds, so everyone was sleeping on the floor. In the corner of the room, there was an open toilet, from which came a foul smell. Lin Yi resisted the urge to vomit and squatted down in a corner. I used to think that the living conditions in the God camp were poor, but now, compared to here, it's like heaven. If anyone says that this is an official organization, Lin Yi will definitely be the first to object. After squatting in the corner to rest for a while, Lin Yi started chatting with the people around him. They came early, so maybe they had seen Yang Lu at work. After Lin Yi asked around for a while, a young man finally said that he had seen a group of girls a few days ago. Judging from their age and attire, they should be students. But they were not here, nor did they work with them, but were taken directly to other areas. Lin Yi had already guessed where they were going. Either they would be spotted and become playthings of the people in power in the camp, or they would use the technology they learned to develop various anti-enemy and reconnaissance software for the camp. If it is the latter, it should still be in time for me to rescue them now. If it is the former, I am afraid they have been tortured beyond recognition by now. In the girls' dormitory of the school, more than a dozen girls were taken away. Yang Lu was not the only beauty, and all of them were pretty. And the most important thing is that they are all college students, and this identity can add a lot of points to them. Lin Yi planned to sneak out tonight when no one was paying attention. It would be impossible for him to find Yang Lu's whereabouts if he stayed here. Before he could figure out his next plan, the dormitory door was pushed open. 2 soldiers with batons walked in and began knocking on the iron gate with their batons. Everyone come out to work. It was Lin Yi's first day in, and he didn't know what their jobs were. so he could only follow the old people out. After walking through 2 corridors, Lin Yi and others arrived at their workplace. This is a huge square with a ceiling height of 7 or 8 meters, and people inside are pedaling their bicycles desperately. At first glance, I thought I had entered a gym. Lin Yi asked the young man, "What are they doing?" The young man's expression was numb, and he naturally took over Lin Yi's words. To generate electricity. Yuanhai City doesn't have an oil refinery, and the fuel from those gas stations is buried underground. Every liter of fuel is very precious. To generate electricity, we can only rely on human power on bicycles. When a young man finished his explanation, a bell rang in the middle of the square, and the people who were still riding their bicycles got off their bikes with unsteady steps. Chapter 1:15 Infiltration. Many people even started to break down and cry. They were divided into 2 shifts, and each shift had to work 12 hours before they could rest. There are also fixed tasks every day. If they are not completed, the food supply will be reduced, and the unpaid electricity will be accumulated to the next day. If they are not completed every day, there will be no food from the 3rd day onwards, and you will have to starve. Lin, he sat on a bicycle and started pedaling. With his physical fitness, stepping on this thing is like playing effortless. But in order to avoid arousing other people's suspicion, Lin Yi still pretended to be very tired. There are many guards in the square where they work, but they don't care how fast or slow you pedal. If the progress is slow, the punishment is that they will not be able to eat, and they're not required to participate at all. Lin Yi worked for more than 10 hours in a row. When others had collapsed on the ground due to exhaustion, Lin Yi didn't feel anything at all. Not to mention just a dozen hours. As long as Lin Yi wanted, he could stay here for a month. There are not only men working with him, but also many women, but they all look rather ordinary. Not long after, a woman got out of the car and shouted at the soldier in charge, "I quit. Is this human work? Aren't you an official rescue team? Why are you asking us to do this? Believe it or not, I'm going to complain to you." The soldier standing at the front remained calm in the face of the woman's accusations. He silently drew the pistol from his waist and pulled the trigger at the woman. After a gunshot, everyone stopped. The woman had fallen to the ground, blood flowing through her hair. "Everyone, listen up. If you don't work hard, there's only one outcome, death. If you want to die, you're welcome to come find me anytime." Looking at the woman's body, everyone pedaled their bicycles desperately. Although they had all crawled out of a pile of dead bodies, it did not mean that they were not afraid of death. As long as you work hard, at least there is hope of survival. Soon their replacements arrived. All those who had completed their work lined up and headed towards the restaurant, while those who had not finished went straight back to the dormitory to rest. Lin Yi followed the crowd to the restaurant and started to get his meal with his tray. Each person had 1 steamed bun and 2 potatoes. This was not their meal for one meal, but for the whole day. They have to exert so much physical effort every day that these foods cannot provide them with enough nutrition. Lin Yi picked up a potato and took a bite. The potato must have been boiled in salt water and had a light salty taste. Ordinary people must consume a certain amount of salt every day. Otherwise, they will feel weak all over and unable to work at all. These people really know a lot. After all, almost all the electricity in the camp is generated by them riding bicycles. They can generate more electricity only if they have the strength. After Lin Yi took a bite of the potato, he threw everything into the alien space while no one was paying attention. "I came here to save people, not to seek trouble." After dinner, someone took them back to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, everyone fell asleep quickly. After riding their bikes all day, they were already exhausted. In addition, their mobile phones were confiscated and they had no other entertainment, so they could only sleep to recover their strength. Lin Yi leaned against the wall with his eyes closed. He waited until the room became quiet before he stood up. After arriving at the door, Lin Yi threw a stone out from the crack of the door, and the next second, Lin Yi appeared outside the door. After the day's exploration, Lin Yi already had a rough idea of the distribution of people here. The camp has 4 floors, and they're located on the top floor, which should be the place where all power generation personnel rest and work. The second floor is where the soldiers eat and rest. The people living on the 3rd floor are the team leaders and the psychics in the camp. As for whether the boss of the camp lived here, he didn't know. Lin Yi guessed that the bottom floor should be the camp's warehouse, where all the supplies and weapons should be hidden. Lin Yi walked carefully in the aisle. He wanted to go to the 3rd underground floor to take a look. If he could find Yang Lu, he would take her away directly. It would be even better if he could rob the warehouse here at the same time. Soon, Lin Yi came to a big gate, where two soldiers were smoking. Lin Yi took out a compound bow from the alien space. He found it in the basement of the villa. It was powerful and quiet, and it was just right to use it now. Lin Yi exerted force with both hands and pulled the bow into a full moon shape. As he let go, a feather arrow shot straight into the neck of one of them. Another soldier was about to shout when another feather arrow shot directly into his mouth and nailed him to the wall. Lin Yi put away his compound bow and walked over quickly. After putting the two bodies into the different space, Lin Yi pulled the door hard and found that it was locked. A pass was required to open the door. Lin Yi took the body out again and found a card on his body. After Lin Yi swiped it, the door opened directly. Lin Yi changed into their clothes, then picked up the body and walked in. In addition to winter clothes and helmets, they also had a pair of gloves and masks. After Lin Yi put on a mask, no one could recognize who he was. After walking up a flight of stairs, there's a corridor with rooms on both sides. Lin Yi took a look and found that the environment inside was much better than that on the fourth floor. Each dormitory had 8 beds, also with bunk beds. The temperature in the room is also much warmer than upstairs. Some people walked past Lin Yi, but no one asked him questions. Lin Yi walked along the corridor directly to a hall, which should be the bottom of the bicycle. There was a huge screen in the square on which a movie was playing. Many people were sitting in the square watching a movie. Compared to the upstairs, life here is much better. Not only do you not have to work, but there are also entertainment facilities. After passing through here, Lin Yi found the passage leading to the underground. It is quite dangerous here. The third underground floor should be the residence of those people with special abilities. Lin Yi is not sure what kind of special abilities they have. If you go there rashly, you may suffer losses. Just when Lin Yi was struggling, he suddenly saw a vent. Lin Yi's heart moved, and then he crawled into the ventilation duct and continued to climb down along the ventilation duct. 2 minutes later, Lin Yi finally arrived at the third underground floor. Lin Yi looked down along the vent. There were very few people inside, only a few waitresses walking around with trays in their hands. These waitresses are all very young, only in their 20s, and they are dressed very revealingly. Chapter 1:16 Energy Liquid. The temperature here has reached more than 10 degrees Celsius, so even though you wear less, you don't have to worry about being cold. Lin Yi hid in the ventilation duct and observed for a while, then continued to crawl downstairs. Fortunately, there were no perception-type psychics among the people here, so Lin Yi's spying did not attract anyone's attention. After following the ventilation duct to the 4th underground floor, this is the lowest floor of the entire camp. There was no one in the corridor. Lin Yi tiptoed out from inside. Then he slipped directly into the nearest room. As soon as he came in, the scene inside surprised Lin Yi. In a room of more than 100 square meters, there are more than 20 transparent containers filled with green liquid. In the green liquid were human corpses. Their heads were filled with tiny transparent water tubes. In these water pipes, you can vaguely see golden liquid flowing inside, and eventually all of it converges into the container in the center of the room. It looks like some special substance is being extracted from these people's bodies. Lin Yi came to the center of the room and carefully looked at the half-filled bottle of golden liquid. Suddenly, a familiar feeling arose in his heart. The energy of this liquid was very similar to the energy ball he had absorbed before, but the total amount is much weaker than those energy balls. Lin Yi remembered that the instrument used to detect their bodies when they entered the base was most likely used to monitor supernatural energy. Ordinary people should also have superpowers in their bodies, but the amount is relatively small, so they have not reached the level of awakening. The people in this base drew out all their superpowers just to absorb their superpowers. No wonder they were looking for survivors everywhere. That was their purpose. After figuring this out, Lin Yi took the glass container down from above and put it into the alien space, intending to study it after returning. As for these experimental subjects, Lin Yi didn't care. He is not a god, so naturally he cannot save everyone. After leaving the room, Lin Yi opened the door to the next room. The situation inside was the same as in the previous room, with more than 20 experimental subjects having their energy extracted. Lin Yi took the glass bottle away as usual. This bottle contained more energy liquid than the one in the previous room and was almost full. Lin Yi started shopping. There were 5 rooms in this area on the 4th floor, and Lin Yi took away all the energy liquids inside. The hall is behind. There were many instruments placed here, but Lin Yi didn't recognize any of them, so he just took them all away. After walking through the hall, Lin Yi finally arrived at the bottom of the camp. There's only one room here. After Lin Yi opened the door, he saw 7 or 8 people in white coats working inside. There were 4 other soldiers guarding it. When Lin Yi walked into the room, everyone was stunned. Before the soldiers could react, Lin Yi had already taken action. The space gate opened and 4 bullets hit their foreheads directly. After the 4 fell to the ground, Lin Yi took out a pistol, pointed it at everyone, and said, "Does anyone know Yang Lu?" Several people looked at each other, and finally a girl raised her hand timidly. "I know her. We were caught here together." Hearing the woman's answer, Lin Yi was delighted. "Where is she?" The woman was a little scared when facing Lin Yi's gun. This man had just killed 4 people without saying a word. After Yang Lu was captured, she was supposed to be working with us, programming an automatic alarm defense system for the camp, but she was taken away early this morning. "Where were you taken?" Lin Yi was a little anxious. Why was he always one step behind? It seemed she was taken to the camp's commander-in-chief. After all, she is the campus beauty of our school. No man can resist her. Lin Yi left without waiting for her to finish, but before leaving, he sent a few people on their way. Regardless of whether they were coerced or not, Lin Yi could not keep them. Otherwise, once they developed the system, it would not be easy for him to sneak in and do something. When cutting grass, you must remove the roots. After searching the place, Lin Yi climbed up to the 3rd floor along the pipe. Here Lin Yi did not come out, but observed every room along the pipe. Most of the rooms here are occupied by one man and several women. These men should be the people with special abilities here, but fortunately, their special abilities are not as high as Lin Yi's. As for those women, they were naturally beauties brought back from outside. But what surprised Lin Yi was that most of the rooms here were empty, and only 2 rooms had people with special abilities. Could it be that the rest of the people are out doing business? Lin Yi continued to move forward in the pipe, and soon he saw Yang Lu in a room. At this time, Yang Lu was tied up and thrown on the bed, with a towel stuffed in her mouth. Lin Yi had seen her photo, and she looked 50% similar to Yang Mi, so he recognized her at a glance. But I have to say that Yang Lu is worthy of being the campus belle of the University of Science and Technology, and she is even more beautiful than Yang Mi. She and Yang Mi have completely different styles. Yang Mi is a mature and intellectual woman who exudes femininity all over her body. Yang Lu, on the other hand, is pure, petite, and cute, making people unable to help but love her. Judging from Yang Lu's appearance, the so-called commander-in-chief probably hasn't had time to attack her yet. Lin Yi opened the mouth of the pipe and then jumped down directly from it. Yang Lu was tied up and lying on the bed, feeling a little drowsy. Suddenly, a person fell from the vent, which scared her. After Lin Yi came to Yang Lu's side, he took out a photo of himself and Yang Mi kissing and placed it in front of Yang Lu. He took this photo before leaving, to make Yang Lu believe that he was there to save her. When Yang Lu saw the photo, her eyes widened. Her sister is actually in love with the man in front of her? Before she could be surprised, Lin Yi had already untied the ropes on her body, and then whispered to Yang Lu about his identity. The two then began to prepare to escape. There are 2 people with special abilities next door. If they rush out directly, it will make too much noise. Besides, there are thousands of troops outside. If it was just Lin Yi alone, it would be fine. But with Yang Lu as a burden, Lin Yi has no confidence that he can take her away from here safely. We can only think of other ways. She could walk through the ventilation duct, but Yang Lu's physical condition did not support such exercise. It would be fine if they just went straight, but they needed to climb upstairs along the ventilation duct. Lin Yi had a strong physique, and he could do it, but Yang Lu couldn't. Chapter 1:17 Escape. Lin Yi thought about it, took out a piece of clothing from the alien space, and put on Yang Lu, then took Yang Lu out of the house. Before leaving, Lin Yi took out 2 Molotov cocktails from the alien space, lit them, and threw them directly on the bed in the room. Before the smoke alarm sounded, Lin Yi hurriedly took Yang Lu's hand and walked out. When passing through the corridor, they met many service staff. Lin Yi ignored them. Just as they were about to leave the 3rd underground floor, several fully armed soldiers stopped them. "What do you do?" Lin Yi didn't waste time talking to them. The space door opened and several bullets hit their foreheads accurately. Then they used the pass cards on them to leave the 3rd underground floor. After coming down the stairs and arriving at the 2nd underground floor, there were many soldiers there and a large group of people gathered in the square in the middle watching a movie. Lin Yi and Yang Lu lowered their heads and walked forward silently, wanting to leave here when they were not paying attention. Just as they were about to pass through the square, the pairing of a man and a woman attracted a lot of attention. Because this is where ordinary soldiers live, there are normally no women here. But before they could react, the smoke alarm went off. The entire camp was suddenly in chaos. Lin Yi hurriedly grabbed Yang Lu's hand and ran towards the exit. During this period, if anyone tried to stop him, he would shoot them to death. After rushing out of the second underground floor, we were not far from the ground. At the same time, a group of fully armed soldiers caught up with them. A broadcast was also sounded in the camp, notifying all combatants that someone had broken in. Lin Yi didn't care about hurting innocent people at this time. The space door opened, and more than a dozen Molotov cocktails and grenades flew out from it. The entire underground floor suddenly turned into a sea of fire. After Lin Yi rushed out of the underground, he immediately took his car out of the alien space. Although Yang Lu was a little surprised, time was urgent, and she had no time to ask. After the two got in the car, Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator and rushed out along the air raid shelter. Anyone who blocks the way will be shot at. When the two were about to rush out of the air raid shelter, the exit in front was already filled with roadblocks, and behind the roadblocks was a team of fully armed soldiers. The black muzzles of guns were pointed at Lin Yi's car. Faced with such a predicament, Lin Yi seemed to have seen nothing of it. Instead of stopping the car, he accelerated and rushed forward. Yang Lu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was so scared that she curled up at her seat. Just when the car was only 50 meters away from the roadblock, several rockets suddenly appeared and flew forward. A violent explosion sounded, and the roadblock in front and the soldiers behind were instantly blown away by the shock wave of the rocket. Lin Yi rushed out of the air raid shelter unhindered. Lin Yi patted Yang Lu's head and said, "It's okay, we've already rushed out." Yang Lu then slowly opened her eyes, looked around to make sure there was no danger, and then collapsed into the chair. "Are you also a mutant?" Lin Yi smiled slightly and said, "You also know about people with special abilities?" "Yes, when we were captured, several of us resisted, but they were all burned to death by a man who could breathe fire, just like Red Boy on TV. As Yang Lu spoke, her face was full of longing. "I wish I could be that awesome." Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, "Maybe. Actually, all of us have superpowers, but most people's superpowers are relatively small, not enough for them to awaken their superpowers." When Yang Lu heard Lin Yi's words, she showed a look of surprise. "Really? I can have superpowers in the future?" "Of course. I've known you for so long. Have I ever lied to you?" Yang Lu thought about it seriously and said, "No, but it seems I haven't known you for long." Lin Yi laughed out loud. This little girl was really cute. Although she was pretty, she was a little confused. Just when Lin Yi wanted to tease her, a sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. Lin Yi didn't have time to think about it, and turned the steering wheel to the right with both hands. Suddenly, a fireball the size of a human head flew past the car window and hit the ground, creating a pit more than 2 meters deep in the snow. Lin Yi saw in the rearview mirror that 2 people were chasing him from behind. One of them was flying in the sky with flames burning all over his body. The fireball just now should have been shot by him. The other one was unremarkable, with no energy emanating from his body, but he was extremely fast, even faster than the fireman flying in the sky. There were more than a dozen cars following behind them, but they were still quite far away from Lin Yi, so there was no need to worry for the time being. The two of them approached Lin Yi's car in the blink of an eye. "Can you drive?" Lin Yi glanced at the rearview mirror and asked Yang Lu beside him. Yang Lu was startled by the fireball just now, but nodded after hearing Lin Yi's question. "Okay, I'll deal with them, and you take my place." After saying that, Lin Yi pulled Yang Lu onto his body and asked her to continue driving. The moment Yang Lu sat over, Lin Yi felt something soft pressing on his legs. Lin Yi couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He didn't expect that this little girl's, but was so curvy that he couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Yang Lu felt Lin Yi's big hand playing tricks on her, and her face suddenly turned red. Zhao angrily said, "Hateful." Lin Yi was a little embarrassed. He had indeed acted subconsciously just now. After all, Yang Lu had a special relationship with him. She was not like other women. Even if it was because of Yang Mi, Lin Yi could not have any improper thoughts about her in his heart. Lin Yi came to his senses and realized that this was not the time to be ambiguous. He opened the car door, grabbed the door frame with both hands, and flipped directly onto the roof. Lin Yi had just stood firm when a fireball shot towards him again. This time, Lin Yi did not continue to dodge, but directly opened the space gate to take the fireball in. The moment the fireball entered the space gate, Lin Yi directly changed its direction and shot it towards the man who was running at full speed on the ground. It looks like a reflected attack. An explosion sounded, and the man dodged the fireball by slightly turning sideways, but continued to chase Lin Yi without slowing down. At this time, he was less than 50 meters away from Lin Yi. It only takes 2 seconds for him to catch up. Lin Yi took out a submachine gun, poured his supernatural power into the gun, and started firing at the man running wildly on the ground. The bullets with superpowers are faster and more powerful, and with the help of superpowers, Lin Yi can almost hit the target with every bullet. Even though the man was fast enough, he still couldn't avoid Lin Yi's attack. Chapter 1:18 Killing 2 more people. The man dug out several bullets that had penetrated his skin. He was not only fast, but also had extremely strong defense and attack capabilities. He possesses the same supernatural powers as Xing Tian from Haijing City, and both are physical-type supernatural users. In addition, the gun Lin Yi used was just an ordinary submachine gun, and he did not use the more powerful Barrett. So although the bullets hit the man, they only penetrated less than 1 centimeter and stopped. Seeing that the bullets could not cause much damage to him, Lin Yi simply pointed the gun at the fireman in the air. There was another burst of fire, and more than a dozen bullets were fired at high speed. After the bullet hit the fireman, it only left a bunch of dense black spots on his body, and the bullet head was quickly melted into molten iron by the high temperature. At this time, the man who was running wildly on the ground had come to the back of the car. He stomped his feet hard on the ground, and suddenly jumped up from the ground and jumped toward the roof of the car. Lin Yi looked at the man whose feet were already off the ground, and with an idea in his mind, he opened the door of space directly at the place where he landed. The man was in the air, and suddenly a strong sense of crisis arose in his mind. His sixth sense told him that if he continued to fall, he would die. Ever since he awakened his superpowers, he has gained the ability to foresee danger, and this ability has saved him many times. So when the sense of crisis arose in his heart again, the man had almost no hesitation. He roared, clapped his hands together, and used his explosive power to gush out a large amount of strong wind, causing his body to remain suspended in the air for a short time. No wonder Xing Tian, a person with physical ability, can become the strongest fighting force in Haijing City. These physical ability users are really perverted. The car was still moving, and Lin Yi's space gate was about to leave the man's landing point. Lin Yi jumped directly out of the car and stood quietly on the ground waiting for the man to fall. "Brother, spare my life. We can discuss this matter." The man didn't even know Lin Yi's name and could only call him Brother Lin Yi. But Lin Yi didn't give him another chance. He jumped directly into the air, stepped down with his right leg with all his strength, and kicked the man directly into the space door. Just as the man was kicked into the space gate by Lin Yi, the fireman also rushed over. Several fireballs shot towards Lin Yi as if they were free. But when it got close to Lin Yi, it was directly confiscated by his space gate. Lin Yi took out his Barrett from the alien space and pulled the trigger at the fireman flying in the air. After a gunshot, the flames on the fireman suddenly went out, and then he fell directly from the sky. Lin Yi ran a few steps quickly, opened the door of space, and took the fireman's body in. At this time, the convoy behind was less than 200 meters away from Lin Yi. After seeing Lin Yi kill the 2 psychics, more than a dozen cars stopped at the same time. He then turned the car around and started to flee. In their eyes, 2 godlike beings were easily killed by Lin Yi. If they didn't run, would they just go and die? Lin Yi put away his gun. He had no interest in these little soldiers, so he let them run away. Lin Yi took out his pistol, turned around, and fired a shot in the direction Yang Lu was heading. The next second, he suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared on the roof of the car. Using space exchange in this way is not much different from teleportation. After Lin Yi opened the car door, he sat directly in the passenger seat. Only when she saw Lin Yi coming back did Yang Lu feel relieved. She was frightened by the man with flames all over his body just now, but she didn't expect that Lin Yi could kill them both in such a short time. This means that Lin Yi is even more powerful than them. The car continued to drive, and Lin Yi recounted on the road how he found her. When Yang Lu learned that her classmate Lu Xiaojing was also in Lin Yi's villa, she felt emotional. She never thought that they would meet under such circumstances. In order to prevent their lair from being discovered by the people from the South China camp, Yang Lu was asked to make several detours and enter Haijing City from another direction. Finally, after driving for more than an hour, the car slowly stopped in front of the villa. Before the 2 of them got out of the car, Yami ran out of the villa. When Yang Lu saw her sister, she could no longer hold back her tears, and the 2 sisters immediately hugged each other and cried bitterly. After Lin Yi parked the car, He invited the two women back to the villa. Once the gate is closed, this place is safe. Only then did Yang Lu notice that in addition to her sister and Lu Xiaojing, there were so many beautiful women in the villa. Although her sister was once a top actress, these women are not inferior to Yang Mi in terms of appearance in any aspect. Yang Lu was a little angry for a moment. How could her brother-in-law keep so many women at home? And her sister didn't care at all. Yang Mi saw the anger in Yang Lu's eyes and quickly pulled Yang Lu aside, then briefly recounted what had happened between her and Lin Yi. After learning what happened, Yang Lu lost her temper. Compared with Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier, it seemed that her sister was the third party. It's good enough that those women don't blame them. After Lin Yi returned to the villa, he went to see Jiang Shuyan first. Li Ku'er was taking care of her in her room. When Lin Yi pushed the door open, Li Ku'er didn't dare to look up at him and ran away with a red face. Lin Yi felt a little strange. I came here to see my woman. Why are you blushing? But before he could think about it, he saw Jiang Shuyan opening her arms for a hug. Jiang Shuyan was very happy to see Lin Yi come back. In her heart, she had already regarded Lin Yi as her man. In order to save himself, Lin Yi risked his life to run outside and bring Li Ku'er back to the villa, which shows how important he is to her. During the time that Lin Yi was away, Jiang Shuyan had been working on Li Ku'er with the intention of making her Lin Yi's woman as well. Although Jiang Shuyan had not been with Lin Yi for a long time, she knew him very well. The world today is completely different from before, and monogamy has long been abandoned. As long as you have the ability, no one will care even if you want to marry 100 wives. And now they live in Lin Yi's villa. It is impossible for them to come into contact with other men. As they fall in love with each other over time, these women will sooner or later become Lin Yi's people. It's just a matter of time. If that's the case, why not break this window paper sooner? If she takes action now, her ranking can still move up a bit. If new people join in the future, her ranking will fall back again. Didn't you see that Lin Yi brought home a girl named Lu Xiaojing 2 days ago? Although her looks are not as top-notch as theirs, she can still score over 85 points. What's more, she is young and in good health. Just looking at her big butt, you can tell that she can give birth to a son. Chapter 119, Confession. Under Jiang Shuyan's persuasion, Li Ku'er was also a little shaken. After all, Lin Yi was her savior. If it weren't for Lin Yi, she might have been molested by Wang Tong and others long ago. But she is a girl. How can she feel comfortable taking the initiative in such matters? Lin Yi is a blockhead and will never speak easily. In response to Li Ku'er's concerns, Jiang Shuyan began to take charge and said that there was no need to worry about it. She would go to Lin Yi to explain everything and asked her to just wait for her news with peace of mind. So when Lin Yi just entered the room, Li Ku'er ran out in shame and anger. She was too embarrassed to see Lin Yi. Lin Yi hugged Jiang Shuyan for a while and then let go. Her injuries had not healed yet, so she couldn't do strenuous exercise. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have attacked her long ago. After the two of them were intimate in the room for a while, Jiang Shuyan said to Lin Yi mysteriously, "Brother Yi, what do you think of Ka?" When Lin Yi heard what Jiang Shuyan said, he immediately understood what she meant, and his heart was immediately moved. "You're definitely the eldest brother in the family." But although Lin Yi was willing in his heart, he couldn't say it out loud. I could only respond with a few perfunctory words. Jiang Shuyan smiled slightly. She knew Lin Yi's thoughts too well. Before meeting Li Ku'er, Lin Yi asked her a lot about Li Ku'er. In addition to asking Li Ku'er's address and whether she had a boyfriend, he even asked about her zodiac sign and measurements. If she said that Lin Yi had no feelings for Li Ku'er, she would never believe it even if she was beaten to death. Seeing that Lin Yi had been playing dumb with her, Jiang Shuyan said straight to the point, "All right, stop pretending. I've already talked to Ku'er. She has feelings for you. But she's a girl, and she's too embarrassed to speak up. Go find her later and confess your feelings, and it'll be done." Confession. Lin Yi was stunned. Although he had many women, and each of them was top-notch, why did the word confession sound so unfamiliar to him? It seems like I have never confessed my feelings. Every time, those women came to me on their own initiative. Am I not the hunter, but the prey? Lin Yi shook his head. He didn't care whether he was a hunter or a prey. As long as he had a good time, it was fine. Although women all look the same when they turn off the lights, each of my women has their own unique qualities. Jiang Xian's characteristic is her long legs, which are white and straight, and none of the women in the villa can compare to hers. Lu Feier's characteristic is her appearance. She is the most beautiful among the girls. Even Yang Mi is inferior to her. In addition, Her profession as a teacher is an added bonus. Luo Ziki gave off a very heroic vibe. Unlike the other women, her figure was not as slender as theirs, but rather extremely explosive. Lin Yi could find her among the crowd of women just by closing his eyes and touching her with his hand. Yang Mi's biggest feature is her breasts. She is also the one who carries the heaviest burden among the girls. It is really difficult for her to carry such two big lumps of flesh around every day. As for Luo Zishan, she's just a little lowly who loves playing games. Every time Lin Yi plays with her, he can find a feeling of childhood. Although she has not yet become Lin Yi's woman, Lin Yi has already ranked her in the right place. The last one is Li Qier. She has the sweetest appearance among all women. Otherwise, Lin Yi would not have fallen in love with her at first sight just by looking at the photo. Especially her voice, which is so sweet and childish that makes people unable to stop, etc. Lin Yi suddenly realized that these women of his didn't seem to have ordinary professions. Jiang Shuyan is a police officer, Lu Feier is a teacher, Li Qier is a doctor, Luo Ziki is a fighting athlete, Yang Mi is a female star, and Luo Zishan and Yang Lu should both be considered college students. A picture suddenly appeared in Lin Yi's mind. They all put on their uniforms and played house games with him. He plays a vicious gangster who has relationships with several women. He is finally caught by the policewoman played by Jiang Shuyan, but in the end, even the policewoman cannot escape his clutches. Thinking of this, Lin Yi started to smile foolishly to himself. Jiang Shuyan stretched out her hand and waved it in front of his eyes. Lin Yi finally came to his senses and assured Jiang Shuyan, "Don't worry, I'll definitely help you with this. I'll go find her and confess my feelings to her in a moment." After saying that, Lin Yi left. Jiang Shuyan nodded contentedly, but then she reacted. "What do you mean you're going to do this favor? It's obviously me who's helping you, okay?" After Lin Yi left, he went straight to Li Qier's room. After knocking on the door, without waiting for a reply, Lin Yi pushed the door open and walked in. Li Qier was changing clothes inside. When Lin Yi came in, she was startled. She screamed and hurriedly put on her clothes in a hurry. The two of them sat on the sofa without saying a word, and the scene was silent for a while. Finally, Lin Yi was the first to speak. "Are you used to living here these days?" Li Qier lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Yi, and said in a baby voice, "Very good." The scene fell silent again. Lin Yi made up his mind. "Qier, Shuyan asked me to confess my feelings to you. Are you willing to be my woman?" "Ah, Likeris eisweidend." Was this a confession? This was too straightforward, wasn't it? A straight man? Seeing that Li Qier didn't say anything, Lin Yi went up to her side. Smelling the faint fragrance coming from her body, Lin Yi felt a little distracted. "Qier, be my woman. Although I'm a bit philanthropic, I'm sincere to each of you. I swear to take good care of you." Lin Yi's scumbag words made Li Qier feel helpless. If it were in the past, Lin Yi's words would be enough to make countless netizens scold him. But it's different now. Li Qier also understands the current situation. She is just an ordinary woman. If she keeps herself clean and doesn't find a strong man to rely on, her end will be to become someone else's plaything. Although Lin Yi has more women, he is really good to his women and never treats them as tools for sexual gratification. Moreover, she has lived here for some time, and the women in the villa are all easy to get along with, and there's no intrigue. The most important thing is that they are free enough to do whatever they want at any time, and Lin Yi never interferes. On the contrary, he is very supportive. From his point of view, Lin Yi is much better than those men outside. At least if she follows him, she will not be wronged, and she will have her good sisters to accompany her. The only drawback was that Jiang Shuyan said that Lin Yi was quite strong in that aspect, and one or two women could not satisfy him at all. Li Qier's face flushed red when she thought about being with another woman, and her best friend at that. This was really hard for her to accept, as she was an inexperienced person. Chapter 120 Attacking Tianjin Society. Seeing that Li Qier's face was as red as a peach, Lin Yi couldn't help but move forward and give her a kiss. Li Qier was caught off guard by Lin Yi's sudden attack. Her eyes widened as she looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. Then she punched Lin Yi in the chest with her little pink fists. Lin Yi grabbed Li Qier's hands and pushed her down on the sofa. When their eyes met, Lin Yi took the initiative and kissed her little mouth. Li Qier gritted her teeth and tried to resist at first, but when Lin Yi put his hand into her clothes, Li Qier's last line of defense was broken. After a long time, their lips slowly parted, and Li Qier leaned on Lin Yi's chest and listened to his heartbeat. Just when Lin Yi was immersed in the gentle arms of love, a great battle was breaking out on the other side of Haijing City. Soldiers from the God Camp, led by Lei Ming, and members of the Fiery Fire sect, led by Huo Ling, had surrounded the base of the Tianjin Society. The battle between the two sides has entered a fierce stage, and the soldiers on both sides have suffered heavy losses. The rubber man who had escaped from Lin Yi's villa before has become the new president of Tianjin Club. Under his organization, the soldiers of Tianjin Society fought desperately to resist the attack from both forces. Since the Tianjin Society had been on the defensive, they could take advantage of fortifications and terrain. Although their firepower was not as good as that of the Tianjin Camp and Liuhua sect, they were able to fight them back and forth on equal terms. The rubber man paced back and forth in the camp's command post, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. After he returned to Tianjin Club a few days ago, he directly announced the death of Jin Ao, and then with the support of two other psychics, he became the new president. But he didn't expect that before he could even sit down, someone would come to his door and beat him up. The rubber man knew that he was no match for Thunder and Fire Spirit, so he wanted to make peace at first. At most, he would have to pay more supplies, and at least he could continue to be the president. But they didn't expect that Lei Ming and Huo Ling's target was not their supplies at all, or to be exact, not just their supplies. What they value most is their supernatural powers. At this moment, supplies are important, but the most important thing is strength. As long as you have strong enough strength, supplies will naturally be a small problem. Even if you don't go out to collect them yourself, you can steal them from others. Naturally, Rubber Man would not agree to such conditions. Their superpowers are their livelihood and are more important than their lives and property. The two sides started fighting as soon as they had a disagreement. The Rubber Man relied on his superpowers to successfully escape from Lei Ming's hands. Although Lei Ming's superpowers were much stronger than his rubber properties could greatly weaken Lei Ming's lightning superpowers. Lei Ming didn't expect that this guy with only one superpower would have such strong defense. Every attack made him feel like he was hitting cotton. In the end, the Rubber Man took advantage of Lei Ming's carelessness and actually escaped from his hands. After the Rubber Man returned to the headquarters of the Tianjin Society, a war broke out between the two sides. In addition to the sound of guns on the battlefield, there were also bursts of artillery roars. Lei Ming and Huo Ling stood on a hillside in the distance watching the battle. Behind them were two psychics, and Suemo also stood behind Lei Ming. Huo Ling looked at the battlefield and said to Lei Ming with a look of sarcasm, "I can't believe that the boss of the God Camp can't even catch an ordinary psychic and actually let him get away." Hearing the fire spirit's ridicule, Lei Ming clenched his fists and suppressed his anger. "That kid has a special ability that makes him immune to most of my lightning. I was careless for a moment, so he took advantage of me. When I see him again, I will definitely electrocute him in a charcoal." Huo Ling smiled slightly. She was not deliberately being angry or mocking Lei Ming. Ever since Lei Ming led his men to attack her last time, the grudge had been formed. From then on, Huo Ling felt uncomfortable every time she saw Lei Ming. If it wasn't for the purpose of dealing with the Tianjin Society, she would never join forces with him. Women are the most vengeful creatures. It's almost time for us to take action. After Lei Ming finished speaking, he ordered everyone to stop attacking, then stretched out his right hand towards the fire spirit and made a gesture of invitation. They have already agreed that the Tianjin Club currently has 3 psychics, which means 3 psychics, 1 for Huo Ling and 1 for Lei Ming. As for the remaining one, it will belong to whoever grabs it. The fire spirit dodged Lei Ming's chubby hand and led his men down the hillside. Lei Ming looked at Huo Ling's graceful back, his eyes full of possessiveness. He thought to himself, "When I find a chance, I'll kill all the superpowers around you and then destroy your Fiery Fire sect. Then I'll make you ecstasy in bed." Thinking of Huo Ling's plump breasts and fat buttocks, Lei Ming's cock was aroused and his mouth was watering. Since he became the boss of the God Camp, he has played with many women, but he has never met anyone as hot as Huo Ling. Lei Ming and his men followed Huo Ling and others. The battlefield had now ceased fire. The people from the Tianjin Camp and Liuhua sect had collectively retreated 500 meters out of the attack range of the Tianjin Society. Lei Ming and Huo Ling brought 4 psychics to the camp of Tianjin Society and launched an attack on the camp. A silver light burst out from Lei Ming's body, and thousands of volts of voltage shot out from his body, directly turning several soldiers in the distance and their companions behind them into charcoal. The fire spirit's body began to burn again. But what was strange was that although she had turned into a fire person, there was no sign of fire on her clothes, and no one knew what material they were made of. Two thick pillars of fire flew out from the fire spirit's hands, and a burning smell suddenly filled the air. Dozens of Tianjin Society soldiers were burned to death by the fire spirit's attack. As Lei Ming and Huo Ling began to activate their special powers, the people behind them also began to slaughter. Su Mo once again transformed into a 5-meter-tall giant bear. Not only could the thick fur on his body block the attack of bullets, but his claws also became 1 meter wide. Just a slap could turn 2 Tianjin Society soldiers into a pulp. The rubber man finally couldn't bear it anymore, and rushed out with the last 2 superpowers of the Tianjin Society and started fighting with the superpower users outside. It's not that they're very loyal. They had already planned to surrender when the battle started. But unexpectedly, Lei Ming would not accept their surrender at all. Fortunately, the person who went to negotiate was Rubber Man. If it were the other 2, they would probably have been killed by Lei Ming. Now, they have no choice but to fight to the death. If they were lucky enough to kill a few people with special abilities and absorb their special abilities, they would have a glimmer of hope of turning the tables. Chapter 121: The Battle of the Superpowers. After the 3 rubber men rushed out of the camp, they each found an opponent. Rubber Man found a mutant who could release light energy cannons. Each light energy cannon was extremely powerful. When it hit the ground, it would directly create a pit more than 2 meters deep. The power is already stronger than most artillery shells. However, facing the rubber man's perverted attributes, he felt helpless. Any light energy cannon that hit him would be bounced away by his body. In desperation, he could only use his speed to fight with the rubber man, hoping that his teammates would help him after they had dealt with those ordinary soldiers. The other 2 faced Lei Ming and Su Mo respectively. The one fighting with Lei Ming was a woman. Her special ability was water. She could control all water sources within a radius of 100 meters. The ice and snow in the field were also another form of water, so she looked more like an ice and snow special ability user. But she has another trump card. 70% of the human body is made up of water. But because this water is controlled by human power, it would take a lot of her supernatural powers to extract it directly. What's more, the other party is the boss of the God Camp, and he has absorbed other people's supernatural powers. His physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary people. It is almost impossible to directly suck the water out of his body. He can only wait for an opportunity. The battles on both sides were very fierce, but the most eye-catching was the battle between Su Mo and another man from Tianjin Society. His special ability was to transform into a stone man 6 or 7 meters tall. It is taller than Su Mo's giant bear. The 2 behemoths immediately engaged in hand-to-hand combat, rolling around in the arena. Their characteristics are strong attack power and high defense power. For a moment, no one could do anything to anyone else. Although Su Mo's giant bear is a little shorter than the Stone Man, it is just as strong as the Stone Man, and is even much stronger than the Stone Man. Every attack of Su Mo could knock down a lot of rubble. His bear claws were extremely sharp, leaving many claw marks on the Stone Man's body. Huo Ling and others faced those ordinary soldiers. Under her leadership, the first layer of defense position of Tianjin Society was taken down, and the soldiers inside suffered heavy casualties, most of whom were burned to death by the flames she released. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the rubber man and his companions had already decided to retreat. With their identities as people with special abilities, as long as they could escape from here, they would be able to thrive anywhere. However, the 3 of them were tightly entangled by the opponents in front of them and could not escape at all. Seeing this, the rubber man made up his mind, and his whole body stretched out in an instant, turning into a giant net. He ignored the opponent's light energy cannon and pounced on his opponent. The psychic who was concentrating the light energy cannon just fired 2 light energy cannons, but they were avoided by the rubber man using the mesh. Caught off guard, the whole person was wrapped in the rubber man. Then the giant net began to shrink rapidly, and in less than 5 seconds, the rubber man turned back into human form, with a supernatural ball floating in his hand. The next second, the rubber man absorbed the energy ball and immediately began to evolve. His skin became more resilient, and his defenses were greatly enhanced. When the fire spirits saw the rubber man kill his men, he became furious. With flames burning all over his body, he rushed straight towards the rubber man. After the rubber man absorbed a part of the supernatural power, he felt full of strength in his body. In addition, he had escaped from Lei Ming's hands before, so the rubber man suddenly gained confidence. I feel that the leaders of these forces are nothing special. Seeing the fire spirit rushing towards him, he did not dodge but went straight to meet it. But he soon regretted it. Although his ability can make him immune to physical damage, and even Lei Ming's lightning ability has little effect on him, his biggest weakness is extreme heat and extreme cold. The flame of the fire spirit is orange-red, and the temperature can reach over 1,000 degrees Celsius. The two had just exchanged one move when the rubber man felt that his body was about to be melted by the flames. And as the surrounding temperature rose, his special abilities actually began to fail slowly. The rubber man was horrified and no longer dared to confront the fire spirit head-on. He began to circle around the battlefield, with the fire spirit chasing him relentlessly. On the other side, the stone man who was fighting with Su Mo had been pressed to the ground by the giant bear that Su Mo had transformed into. One of his right arms was also torn off by the giant bear. In the end, under the giant bear's crazy attack, the stone man disintegrated directly, and his head was smashed to pieces by Su Mo's claw. The energy ball in his body was also directly absorbed by Su Mo, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed. Lei Ming, on the other side, put on a self-proclaimed cool posture, standing firmly in place, shooting out bolts of lightning from his hand from time to time, forcing the woman opposite him to retreat step by step. The wind and snow controlled by the woman were not very lethal and could not do anything to him. What Lei Ming likes most is the feeling of teasing his prey. He was often bullied before the end of the world because of his obesity, which led to his inferiority complex for so many years. But since he acquired superpowers, his mentality has changed. Anyone who had bullied him was electrocuted to death by him. Everyone in the God Camp was very afraid of this boss, even those with special abilities. They were also worried that one day Lei Ming would get in a bad mood and kill them directly, and then absorb their superpowers. After Lei Ming teased the woman for a while, he felt a little tired, and the lightning in his hand began to slowly increase in power. After the woman struggled to resist a wave of Lei Ming's attacks, she turned around and saw that one of her teammates had been killed by Su Mo. When she looked at Lei Ming, her eyes were suddenly filled with hatred and resentment. The man who turned into a stone man was her boyfriend. The two confirmed their relationship after the apocalypse. Although they were not together for a long time, they had a very good relationship. Now that they were doomed, Lei Ming and Huoling had no intention of letting them go, and the woman had already decided to die. But even if she died, she would not let these people have an easy time. The woman used her special ability to control the snow on the ground to condense into a huge snowball with a diameter of more than 10 meters. He hit in the snowball and rushed towards Lei Ming. Lei Ming showed a hint of disdain at the woman's attack. He had absorbed the superpowers of 3 people before, and with his own superpowers, his superpowers were 4 times that of the woman. So Lei Ming didn't take her attack seriously at all. The lightning in his hand began to flash, and there was a crackling sound. Lei Ming decided not to hold back any longer, and thick bolts of lightning shot out from his hands. Shoot the snowball directly to make a big hole. But the attack did not hit the woman hiding inside. The snowball continued to roll towards Lei Ming. Chapter 1:22 The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lei Ming attacked continuously. 5 or 6 lightning bolts shot out at the same time, instantly making the snowball full of holes. When the snowball rolled to within 10 meters in front of him, it finally broke into pieces. Before Lei Ming could continue to mock him, the woman suddenly jumped out from the snow, and a blue light flashed in her hands. Although she can control the water element within a radius of 100 meters, the closer the distance, the stronger her control. That's why she tried her best to get close to Lei Ming just now. When Lei Ming saw the blue light in her hand, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Before he could take the next step, he felt a strange sensation coming from his body, as if something wanted to break out of his body. Lei Ming was greatly shocked and quickly spread the power of thunder and lightning throughout his body, trying hard to suppress the abnormal movements in his body. Seeing that her special powers could not harm Lei Ming for the time being, the woman simply released all of her special powers. She also changed her method. She no longer controlled all the water molecules in Lei Ming's body, but instead targeted his right arm. She also wanted to directly extract all the water from Lei Ming's brain, but the supernatural powers of the mage-type superpowers were stored in their brains, and the supernatural powers inside were like a solid wall that she could not break through at all. Therefore, he had to settle for the second best and focus all his attention on his right arm. At the same time, she also used a small part of her supernatural power to drain all the water from Lei Ming's lower body while he was not paying attention. Lei Ming was trying hard to fight the strange movements in his body when he suddenly felt a chill in his lower body, and then he lost all perception of his brothers. Lei Ming was startled and subconsciously reached out to touch it. He felt that his brother seemed to have turned into a dry branch, which broke into two pieces after he touched it. Lei Ming was shocked. He didn't expect that the other party was just an ordinary water-based mutant, but he actually had this ability. Because of his carelessness, even his brothers were sacrificed. But before Lei Ming could react, his right arm quickly shriveled up and the water inside was rapidly lost. Seeing this, Lei Ming gritted his teeth and tore off his right arm. After the woman delivered her final blow, she had exhausted all her supernatural powers and collapsed to the ground. Flames were already bursting from Lei Ming's eyes. He had not expected that he would be injured like this by a woman. He covered his wound and slowly walked to the woman. He placed his left hand on the woman's forehead, and the lightning on it began to condense rapidly. The woman lay on the ground and looked at Lei Ming with contempt, as if mocking his incompetence. Then there were flashes of lightning, and the thunder directly turned her into charcoal, and clouds of black smoke emerged from her body. After Lei Ming absorbed the woman's energy ball, he hurried back. His broken arm and lower body were still bleeding, and they had to be treated as soon as possible. Although Lei Ming gained a power ball in this battle, the price he paid was too high. Not only did he lose an arm, but even his brother was sacrificed. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have given it his all from the beginning and not given her any chance. But it's too late to say anything now. Lei Ming has officially become a disabled person without brothers. On the other side, the fire spirit was chasing the rubber man. The rubber man was not as fast as the fire spirit, but he was more flexible, so he could dodge every attack of the fire spirit in advance. But he was soon forced into a corner by the fire spirit. With nowhere to escape, the rubber man rushed into the crowd under the hail of bullets from the outer soldiers. Use those soldiers as shields to resist the attacks of the fire spirit. He was also very clever in hiding among the members of the fiery cult. The rubber man also understood that if he hid among the members of the god camp, the fire spirit would not care about the lives of those people at all, and the people from the god camp had attacked her camp last time. It's a good thing she didn't take the opportunity to kill more people. She's not afraid to act rashly at all. Sure enough, after the rubber man rushed into the crowd of the fiery fire cult, the fire spirit was instantly at a loss. She could clearly burn the rubber man to death with one move, but he was too slippery. He actually escaped from his own attack loopholes several times. The fire spirit had no choice but to order everyone to separate, and then summon two more psychics to start hunting down the rubber man. Although the rubber man had hidden in the crowd, Huo Ling and others were already blinded by rage and were determined to kill him even if it meant accidentally injuring dozens of people. The rubber man rushed left and right, but ultimately failed to escape the attack of the three people. A fist-sized fireball penetrated his chest. Then flames instantly burst out from his body. The rubber man's body also began to melt slowly. In less than a minute, his body disappeared, leaving only a brown ball of energy in its place. Just when the fire spirit wanted to absorb it directly, a figure approached rapidly and grabbed the energy ball in his hand. The fire spirit was immediately furious when he saw this. Just as he was about to stop them, he discovered that the person who took away the energy ball was none other than Xing Tian, who had never appeared among the four major forces. It turned out that Xing Tian had been hiding in the crowd and watching the fight. Now that he had the chance, he finally couldn't hold back and snatched away the rubber man's energy. Huo Ling looked at Xing Tian's face full of anger. She had already lost a psychic for the rubber man's superpowers, but at the last moment, she actually made wedding dresses for others. If it were someone else, she would have set it on fire long ago, but facing Xing Tian, she was still a little cautious. After all, he is currently recognized as the strongest among the four major forces. The fire spirit had no confidence in facing him, not to mention that the energy ball was in his hand. After Xing Tian absorbed the energy, his strength would increase greatly. Even if she joined forces with several other psychics to attack together, she would not be able to defeat Xing Tian. After thinking for a while, the fire spirit gave up the idea of taking action. After all, although energy balls are good, they can only be used if you have a life. Xing Tian held the energy ball tightly and was not in a hurry to absorb it. He wanted to see what the fire spirit would choose if she couldn't help but attack him. He had a reason to take away her special ability. Although the fire spirit was indeed beautiful, he was not a man who is gentle with women. All he cares about is strength. As long as he is strong enough, What kind of woman can he not find? Xing Tian, what do you mean? Although the fire spirit did not dare to attack Xing Tian directly, he could not let him take the things away so easily. Xing Tian felt slightly disappointed when he saw that the fire spirit did not attack directly, and he absorbed the energy ball in his hand right in front of the fire spirit. After feeling that his strength had increased again, Xing Tiankai showed a satisfied expression. Chapter 123 Xing Tian takes action. It doesn't make any sense. Whoever has the ability will get it. Isn't this what you and Lei Ming agreed on in advance? Lei Ming also came not far away at this time. His wound had been temporarily sealed by his supernatural power. Although it still needed some treatment, the bleeding had finally stopped. Faced with the threat from Xing Tian, Hualing, as a temporary ally, must stand up immediately. Otherwise, if Hualing was killed by that madman Xing Tian, he would definitely be the next to die. At present, the Tianjin society has disappeared. Apart from Lin Yi, only these three forces remain in the entire Haijing city. Among them, Xing Tian has the strongest individual strength. Neither he nor Hualing can match him. And the most important thing is that Xing Tian is a battle maniac who can do anything to improve his strength. Last time, Lei Ming invited Xing Tian to join him in attacking Lin Yi's shelter. Although he did not agree on the surface, he secretly followed them, wanting to take advantage of the situation when both of them were injured. However, he didn't expect that Lei Ming and his men retreated too quickly, and none of his psychics died, so he made a wasted trip. This time, when he heard that Lei Ming and Hualing were preparing to attack the Tianjin society together, he hurried over, and in the end, his hard work paid off. At the last moment, he really got the two superpowers of the Rubber Man and became the biggest winner. Xing Tian looked at the several psychics who were vaguely surrounding him in the field, but there was no sign of nervousness on his face. Instead, he felt relaxed. This is the embodiment of powerful strength. Although he was not sure of winning the fight, Lei Ming and Hualing would not be in any good situation either. They might even die here. The biggest possibility was that both sides would suffer losses. Lei Ming looked at Xing Tian and felt a little scared. He had just been seriously injured. Not only did his younger brother die, but his arm was also cut off by that woman. Fortunately, he is not a melee type of psychic, so even if he lost a hand, it would not have much impact on his combat effectiveness. Xing Tian, forget about this matter. Leave now. Don't worry about the Tianjin Society's supplies anymore. They are our spoils of war, and we will never share them with you. Lei Ming pondered over it for a long time in his mind, and finally said it out loud. It would neither appear that he was afraid of Xing Tian nor lose face in front of his men, and it would also give the other party a way out, hoping that he would stop while he was ahead. But unexpectedly, Xing Tian did not give him any face at all. You fat bastard. Do you think you can call me Xing Tian? I've been displeased with you for a long time. If you have the guts, challenge me in a one-on-one fight. I'll pull out your little brother and feed him to the dogs. It would have been a good thing that Xing Tian didn't mention his little brother. At this time, Lei Ming was still immersed in the pain of sex change. When he thought that he would no longer be able to play games with the little girls in the camp, he felt uncomfortable. Now hearing Xing Tian rub salt into his wounds again, Lei Ming no longer cared about his fear of Xing Tian. Bursts of lightning burst out from his body again, and he was ready to fight Xing Tian to the death. Suemo, who was standing by, hurriedly pulled Lei Ming, who was in a rage. Boss, don't be impulsive. But at this time, Lei Ming could no longer hear what others said. With a flash of lightning, he knocked Suemo away, and then Lei Ming rushed directly towards Xing Tian. Seeing this, the fire spirit had no choice but to attack together. Lei Ming alone was no match for Xing Tian. If Xing Tian killed Lei Ming and absorbed his supernatural powers again, I'm afraid all of them will have to live in fear. Facing Lei Ming's hateful attack, Xing Tian stood there motionless. When Lei Ming was about to hit him, Xing Tian threw a lightning-fast punch. The powerful force directly knocked Lei Ming away, and in midair, Lei Ming opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. After injuring Lei Ming, Xing Tian waved his right hand, which was paralyzed by lightning, then tapped the ground with his right foot and flew into the air, pouncing on the fire spirit beside him. The fire spirit's body was burning with flames. She had tried her best to rescue him, but she was still a step too slow. He could only watch as Lei Ming was knocked away by Xing Tian's punch. Seeing Xing Tian rushing towards him, the fire spirit exerted his supernatural powers to the extreme, and the color of the flame changed from orange to gold. The temperature also rose from 1,000 degrees to 1,300 degrees. This is already the limit of her ability. A pillar of fire shot out from her hand, accompanied by 2 tongues of fire that coiled toward Xingtian. Hualing did not expect this attack to be able to repel him. She just wanted to delay time temporarily, waiting for Lei Ming to recover and join forces with him. Together with several low-level psychics around, it would not be impossible to keep Xingtian. Faced with the attack of the fire spirit, Xingtian could only choose to temporarily avoid the attack. Although his supernatural power was the strongest, he could not ignore the attack of the fire spirit. Xingtian used his speed to dodge the fire spirit's attack, then quickly bypassed her and headed straight for Lei Ming, who was knocked away. Lei Ming has been seriously injured now and will not be able to recover for a while. This is a good opportunity for him to take advantage of the situation. Seeing this, the fire spirit quickly commanded the fire snake in his hand to continue to wrap around Xingtian, trying to rescue Lei Ming from his hands. Xingtian pulled out a sword that was flashing with faint light from behind him, slightly turned sideways to avoid the entanglement of the 2 fire snakes, and then raised his sword and cut the 2 fire snakes into 2 pieces. After getting rid of the fire spirit's entanglement, Xingtian quickly came in front of Lei Ming, clenched his left fist, and rushed towards Lei Ming's chest. The speed was so fast that it created a sonic boom in the air. As long as Lei Ming was hit by this punch, he would surely die even if he was in his prime. What's more, Lei Ming no longer had the strength to resist and could only watch Xingtian's fist getting closer and closer to his heart. At this critical moment, a pair of huge bear paws hit Lei Ming's body first and directly knocked him away. After losing the target, Xingtian's punch could only hit the air, and the wind from the punch directly smashed a deep pit of more than 1.5 meters in the ground. Lei Ming slowly got up from the ground, opened his mouth and spat out a tooth, then looked angrily at the giant bear next to Xingtian. The one who just rescued Lei Ming was Su Mo, who had transformed into a giant bear. He saw that his boss was in danger, but he was no match for Xingtian at all, so he could only choose to take the initiative and knock Lei Ming away. Su Mo was shocked when he saw the anger in Lei Ming's eyes. He had just been in a hurry and had not held back at all. Lei Ming, who had taken the blow from him, must have been more seriously injured. He was just about to open his mouth to explain to Lei Ming when he suddenly felt like he was flying. It flew more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. It turned out that after Xingtian's attack just now failed, he took out all his anger on Su Mo, who ruined his plan. He was even more ruthless in his attack. If Su Mo hadn't had a strong defense, that punch would have broken his bones and tendons. Chapter 124 Battle Royale. After Su Mo's obstruction, Hualing also rushed up with his men and joined Lei Ming. The 2 sides engaged in a standoff. But the difference is that one side has 5 psychics, while the other side has only 1. Just as Su Mo slowly got up from the ground, he heard Xingtian say to Lei Ming, "After absorbing 2 superpowers, my strength has increased again. You're no match for me. I can let you go today, but there is one condition." Lei Ming frowned slightly. In the previous moment, he almost smelled the scent of death. The feeling of despair and powerlessness weighed deeply on his heart. Coupled with the successive heavy blows, his physical condition has become very bad, and his fighting power is less than half of his usual level. Just as he was thinking about how to escape in the chaos, he heard Xingtian's words. Lei Ming was immediately delighted. As long as he could get rid of this plague god, he would be willing to meet not just 1 condition, but even 10 conditions. But the prerequisite is that your own safety cannot be endangered, otherwise there is no need to discuss it. Lei Ming said slowly, "What are the conditions?" Xingtian raised his eyebrows, pointed at Su Mo, and said, "I can let you go, but his life must belong to me." Su Mo's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect Xingtian to be so vindictive that he would actually target him directly. But he could do nothing now. He couldn't fight or run away. He could only leave it to fate. Su Mo couldn't help but place all his hopes on Lei Ming, hoping that he would not abandon him because he had just saved his life. Lei Ming was silent for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and suddenly turned around and shouted, "Su Mo committed insubordination by attacking the commander-in-chief. From this moment on, he has no connection with the Tianxin camp. All members of the Tianxin camp who see Su Mo again will be killed without mercy." As soon as these words were spoken, Hualing and several other psychics looked at Lei Ming in shock. He is a really competent boss. His subordinates just saved his life, but he sold them out. Although he was forced to do so by Xing Tian's tyranny, his actions were still too cruel. Not only did Su Maxin die, but even the psychic behind Lei Ming felt a chill in his heart towards him. The reason why Lei Ming agreed so readily was because Xing Tian scared him. As long as he could get rid of Xing Tian, he wouldn't even frown even if he asked him to chop down his own parents. Not to mention that he is just an insignificant subordinate. Xing Tian laughed heartily at Lei Ming and said, "As expected of the boss of the heavenly god camp, you really know how to handle current affairs." After saying that, Xing Tian turned to Suemo and said, "Your boss has given up on you. I can give you a chance. Let you run for 2 minutes, and then I will catch you. As long as you can escape from my grasp, I will spare your life." Before Xing Tian finished speaking, Suemo turned and ran. The speed was beyond his usual limit. However, after he transformed into a giant bear, although his attack and defense were high, his speed was not fast. Fortunately, he was 5 or 6 meters tall, and he could reach a considerable distance with one step. Suemo ran wildly on the snow. Although he had transformed into a giant bear, he was still used to walking on 2 legs. From a distance, a black bear about 5 or 6 meters tall was running wildly on its 2 legs on the snow, looking very strange. Xing Tian stood there and waited quietly, while the others did not move. Before Xing Tian left, they could only be cautious and alert. Soon, 2 minutes passed, and Sumo's figure had disappeared from Xing Tian's sight. But Xing Tian was not in a hurry. Although Sumo's figure had disappeared, the footprints on the ground had already pointed him in the direction. As soon as 2 minutes were up, Xing Tian's figure disappeared instantly and chased in the direction of Suemo. Only after Xing Tian left did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Lei Ming said slowly, "I didn't expect a physical ability user to be so powerful. With extreme speed and strength, coupled with extremely strong defense, they were able to completely break through our attacks with one force. This is similar to the physical body becoming a saint in novels, right?" Although Hua Ling agreed with his words in her heart, she ignored him. Lei Ming's recent betrayal of his men served as a reminder to her. Lei Ming is not a qualified ally. If there is danger, he will definitely betray himself. If she hadn't been under pressure from Xing Tian just now, she would never have joined forces with him. Now that Xing Tian is gone, Hua Ling naturally doesn't need to be nice to him anymore. At this time, almost all the soldiers of Tianjin society had been killed or wounded, and the base had become a ruin. Hua Ling ordered his men to divide half of the Tianjin society supplies, and then led his men to leave this dangerous place with the supplies. Lei Ming also knew that his act of betraying Suemo was somewhat shameless. He originally wanted to restore his image in front of Hua Ling, but he did not expect to be rejected. He could only curse the bitch in his heart, and then left with the people and supplies. Suemo ran 5 or 6 kilometers in 2 minutes, which was his limit. He knew very well in his heart that these 2 minutes were the most precious. As long as he could escape from Xing Tian's sight and make him lose his target, the possibility of his successful escape would be greater. That's why he ran for his life without caring about covering his footprints. But soon he found a black dot appearing behind him. Xing Tian's speed was too fast. It was impossible for him to escape from him. I had no choice but to think of other ways. Sumo's brain was working rapidly, and his instinct for survival made him run tirelessly for his life. The two chased each other and fled. 10 minutes later, Suemo came to the foot of a mountain in a panic. At this time, the distance between Xing Tian and him was less than 500 meters. Looking at the familiar hill in front of him, Sumo's eyes lit up. Then he ran up the mountain. Lin Yi was eating hot pot at home at this time. The temperature outside had dropped a bit today, so it was just right to eat hot pot in the warm shelter. Suddenly, Luo Zishan's voice came from the intercom. Brother Yi, something bad has happened. A bear is rushing towards our villa." After receiving the message, Lin Yi quickly put down his chopsticks and ran to the attic. Luo Ziki, next to him, also hurriedly followed Lin Yi up to the attic. Lin Yi placed the bear on the window. Through the scope, he saw a bear running at high speed. He recognized this bear. It was Suemo. But what surprised Lin was that Suemo didn't seem to be coming to attack his villa at this time. Instead, he was looking back while running. It was as if something scary was chasing him from behind. Chapter 125 Zaving Montag. Lin Yi moved the scope behind Suemo and saw a figure running wildly on the snow. The speed was something Lin Yi had never seen before in his life. It seems that this person is pursuing Su Mo. Although Su Mo had followed Lei Ming to attack his own shelter, he did not know who the owner of the villa was at that time. Moreover, the two of them knew each other before, and he had helped him a lot. Lin Yi couldn't bear to see him die in front of him. The most important thing was that they were about to run to his villa, and if he didn't shoot, they would enter the house. Lin Yi aimed at the man behind Su Mo and pulled the trigger. A bullet passed Su Mo and went straight towards Xing Tian's eyebrows. Xing Tian was enjoying the game of cat and mouse, so he did not increase his speed to the extreme along the way. Just when he was about to end the chase and kill Su Mo directly, a faint sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. Xing Tianxia subconsciously lowered his head, and a bullet grazed his scalp and passed by. After Lin Yi returned to the villa, he absorbed the two energy balls in the alien space. Both of them had absorbed a supernatural power before. Including their own, there are 4 in total. Lin Yi's strength increased again, and the firing rate and power of his bullets also increased again, but unfortunately no new skills appeared yet. He also considered whether to give the energy balls to his women and let them try to evolve into superpowers. But after careful consideration, he gave up the idea. The reason is simple. There are too few energy balls now, and each one is extremely precious. There are currently less than 20 people with special abilities in the entire Haijing city. As the pillar of the family, I must maintain my strongest fighting power. If his superpowers reach more than 20, he might consider letting his women become superpowers as well. But forget it now. After dodging Lin Yi's shot, Xing Tian stopped and touched his scalp, where a blood mark appeared. This was the first time he had bled since he acquired superpowers. If he hadn't trusted his sixth sense just now, after being shot by Lin Yi in the middle of his eyebrows, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. Xing Tian was a little scared and didn't bother to continue chasing Su Mo. There was a villa in the direction where the bullet came from, and the person who attacked him must be hiding inside. Su Mo had already arrived near the villa at this time. After approaching within 100 meters of the villa, in order to show that he had no ill intentions, he directly changed back into human form. Then he squatted directly at the gate of the villa. Xing Tian walked forward cautiously. The previous fight made him realize that the people in the villa were no weaker than him. Although he followed Lei Ming and others here last time, he just hid at the foot of the mountain, wanting to take the opportunity to ambush Lei Ming and others, so he did not see the battle above. He didn't expect that there was such a powerful person in Haijing City besides himself. Xing Tian stopped 500 meters away from the villa. He was confident that he could withstand the attacks of the people inside at this distance. But he couldn't see the figure inside, so he could only shout at the villa, "Friends inside, I have no ill intentions. I only want the bear. After killing him, I will leave immediately." After Xing Tian finished speaking, he waited for a while. The villa was quiet and no one responded to him. But when Xing Tian wanted to move forward, a bullet shot at him again. Although Xing Tian was prepared this time, the bullet was faster than before and contained more supernatural powers. Xing Tian had no way to avoid it and could only swing his right fist and smash forward fiercely. After a loud bang, Xing Tian was knocked back dozens of meters and a wound appeared on his right hand, with blood slowly flowing out of it. Xing Tian clenched his fists, glared fiercely in the direction of the villa, and ran down the mountain at full speed. Seeing Xing Tian leave, Lin Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. This man was indeed strong enough. The shot just now had increased his supernatural power tenfold, but in the end he only suffered minor injuries. If he were to get close to the villa and hide in the blind spot downstairs, Lin Yi would be unable to do anything to him in the attic. The only option is to go out and confront him head-on. But even a head-on confrontation, Lin Yi was not afraid of him. He understood this after the last time Lin Yi fought with the physical ability user from Yuanhai City. Although physical-type psychics have almost no weaknesses like Superman, those elemental psychics will be restrained by them. As long as they use speed to approach you, no matter what element the psychic is from, they can be defeated with one punch. But his own space gate happens to be the nemesis of these physical ability users. No matter how many supernatural powers you have absorbed, you will die if you fall into the space gate. No matter how strong you are, you have to be able to hit yourself. No matter how fast you are, it's impossible for you to be as fast as Lin Yi's thoughts, right? No matter how high your defense is, the space gate acts directly on the soul, so it doesn't care how strong your defense is. It can be said that even if Lin Yi only has one superpower, as long as he makes good use of the space gate, it is possible for him to kill 1,000 physical abilities. This is the characteristic of spatial ability, which others cannot envy. After confirming through the telescope that Xing Tian had left, Lin Yi asked Luo Zishan to continue investigating in the attic, while he went downstairs and opened the door of the villa. Su Mo was squatting at the door of the villa. He was being chased by Xing Tian and had no other choice. He just happened to think of a big boss here, who could repel the 3 major forces alone and kill the president of Tianjin society. Naturally, he was a big boss. He ran up the mountain when he was left with no other choice. He was willing to accept it even if he would be shot to death by the people inside. But he didn't expect that the strong man in the villa would actually come to rescue him. After Xing Tian left, Su Mo lowered his head and knelt at the door to thank him for saving his life. The door slowly opened and Lin Yi's voice came out. Su Mo, long time no see. Why does this voice sound so familiar? I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Su Mo slowly raised his head and was stunned when he saw Lin Yi's smiling face. He said uncertainly, "Boss?" Although the end of the world has been here for some time, he is still used to calling Lin Yi boss. Lin Yi nodded and pulled Su Mo, whose eyes were a little dazed, into the villa. As soon as he entered the villa, Su Mo was shocked by the environment inside. Is this heaven? The decoration is so luxurious and warm. And the women behind the boss are more beautiful than each other, just like fairies. Wait, who is this? Su Mo's eyes stayed on Yangmi. Then he asked Lin Yi, "Boss, is she that star?" Lin Yi smiled slightly, patted his shoulder, and said, "Yes, she is Mimi, and now she is my woman." Chapter 126, Saving Mother. The series of shocks left Su Mo speechless, until a voice brought him back to his senses. "Su Mo, why are you here?" Lu Xiaojing walked down quickly from the second floor. She was helping Li Qi change the dressing for Jiang Shuyan in the room, so she didn't see Su Mo. Lin Yi was a little surprised. "You two know each other?" Lu Xiaojing glanced at Su Mo, who was staring at her, and said to Lin, "Brother, he and I were high school classmates." Lin Yi looked at Lu Xiaojing, who was speaking hesitantly, and thought to himself, "Isn't this just a high school classmate? There seems to be something fishy going on here." But neither of them wanted to say much about this matter, and Lin Yi was not that gossipy. Lin Yi sat on the sofa and asked Su Mo, "Who was that man just now? Why did he chase you?" Su Mo came to his senses at this time, told Lin Yi what he had just experienced, and then knelt on the ground again. Seeing this, Lin Yi hurriedly pulled him up. "What are you doing?" Su Mo said with tears in his eyes. "If it weren't for the boss, my mother would have no money for surgery and would have died by now. It was you who told me that there would be a disaster and asked me to stock up on food, so I'm still alive. It was the boss who saved me from Xing Tian just now, but Lin Yi smiled slightly. He understood that Su Mo was worried about the attack on his villa by him and Lei Ming some time ago. But Lin Yi thought clearly that Su Mo didn't know that he was the owner of the villa at that time. Ignorance is not a crime, so he didn't blame him in his heart. After pulling Su Mo up from the ground, Lin Yi asked, "How is your mother now?" Speaking of his mother, Su Mo became a little anxious. It turned out that he and Lu Xiaojing were high school classmates. After they went to college, they met again at a class reunion and confirmed their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend. Later, they spent 2 years of sweet time together. Although they were not in the same city, Su Mo would take a bus to Yuanhai City to find Lu Xiaojing whenever he had holiday. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Su Mo's mother fell seriously ill. In order to treat his mother, Su Mo emptied out all the family savings and even sold the house. In order not to delay Lu Xiaojing, Su Mo unilaterally proposed a breakup and then lost contact directly. Fortunately, he later met Lin Yi, who paid for his mother's surgery. After Su Mo brought his mother home, he also listened to Lin Yi and bought a lot of food. Sure enough, the end of the world came within a few days. Su Mo and his mother were trapped at home by the snowstorm. But fortunately, they had a lot of food, enough to last them for several months. But soon the news that he had food spread, and every day many people would knock on his door, wanting to buy some food from him. But Su Mo is not a fool. On the contrary, he is very smart. No one knows how long the blizzard outside will last, so the importance of food is self-evident. The neighbors who were rejected by him also held a grudge against him. One night, more than a dozen people got together, and pride opened the door of his house. A group of people filed in, trying to take away all his food. But the sound of prying the door soon woke Su Mo up. After hiding his mother in the bedroom, He rushed out with 2 kitchen knives to protect his supplies. Unfortunately, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and Su Mo was quickly knocked down. Just when those neighbors were determined to kill him, Su Mo accidentally awakened his special powers. After his first transformation, Su Mo became extremely cruel and bloodthirsty, and he killed all the neighbors who came to rob him. The entire living room was littered with broken limbs, and the ground was stained red with blood. After killing everyone, Su Mo slowly regained his sanity. Looking at the bodies in the room, he realized that he couldn't stay there any longer. Just at this moment, a military vehicle happened to pass by outside the community. Su Mo thought it was an official rescue army, so he hurried downstairs to stop the convoy. The leader of the team was Lin Yi. After asking and learning that Su Mo had special abilities, Lin Yi immediately became interested in him. Then he sent someone to take his mother to the god camp, and from then on, Su Mo also became a member of the god camp. In order to give his mother a better life, Su Mo obeyed Lin Yi's words and even saved him more than once. Now he's been abandoned by Lin Yi like a pawn, but his mother is still in the Tianxin camp. If Lin Yi returns to the camp first, his mother will be in danger. After listening to Su Mo's story, Lin Yi pondered for a moment and immediately decided to go and pick up the old man together. Time waits for no one. We must set off immediately. Su Mo had no time to thank Lin Yi, and the two of them drove directly to the Tianxin camp. Liu Shaojing originally wanted to go with them, but was rejected by Lin Yi and Su Mo. Their trip was a bit dangerous, and they might even fight with Lin Yi and the others. It was too dangerous for her, an ordinary person, to go with them. Liu Shaojing also understood this logic. She wanted to go with them only because she was anxious at the moment. After hearing what Lin Yi said, she gave up the idea. Lin Yi's car was driving very fast. Although they set out later than Lin Yi's convoy still had to load the supplies of the Tianjin society, so they couldn't drive fast at all. So when Lin Yi's car arrived at the Tianxin camp, Lin Yi's convoy was still quite a distance away. Lin Yi's car was stopped by the sentries at the foot of the mountain. Su Mo rolled down the window and shouted to the sentries, "Get out of the way." Those sentinels naturally knew Su Mo and knew that he was a big shot in the god camp. They didn't dare to offend him at all and hurriedly moved away the fence blocking the road. Lin Yi continued driving up the mountain. With Su Mo's presence, the two of them quickly entered the family area of the Tianxin camp. After getting out of the car, Su Mo ran upstairs to the family building, wanting to pick up his mother as soon as possible. When people in the god camp saw him, they all saluted and greeted him, which shows Su Mo's status here. After giving up Su Mo, Lin Yi instinctively thought that he would die at the hands of Xing Tian. After all, Xing Tian's strength was obvious to all, and he was not someone Su Mo could contend with. So he did not report Su Mo's news back to the camp. After all, who would have thought that Su Mo not only did not die, but also returned to the god camp? Lin Yi parked the car downstairs of the family building and waited quietly. Soon Su Mo came down from upstairs, supporting a middle-aged woman in her 50s. She should be Su Mo's mother. After the two got in the car, Su Mo's mother was still a little confused, not knowing where her son was taking her. But time was urgent, and Su Mo had no time to explain to her. He could only escape from here first. Chapter 127, Looted. Lin Yi was just about to start the car when he suddenly had an idea. It should still be some time before Lin Yi and the others come back. Lin Yi turned to Su Mo and asked, "Do you know where the warehouse where the supplies are stored in the god camp is?" Su Mo was stunned when he heard this, and instantly understood Lin Yi's thoughts. Although he was once a member of the god camp, he had experienced life and death for the camp, and was directly abandoned by Lin Yi. He had nothing to feel sorry for him. Thinking of this, Su Mo directly told Lin Yi the location of the camp warehouse. Lin Yi followed Su Mo's instructions and came to the outside of the warehouse. This is a 2-story building with 4 fully armed soldiers guarding the door. After Lin Yi stopped the car, 2 soldiers came over and said to him, "What are you doing? This is a restricted area of the camp. Leave immediately." Lin Yi didn't say anything, but winked at Su Mo next to him. Su Mo opened the car door and got out. Seeing this, several soldiers guarding the warehouse hurriedly saluted. In the god camp, people with special abilities have a very high status. Except for Lin Yi, they are second to none and will not be punished even if they are killed directly. "Get out of the way, I need to go in and get something." Su Mo said word by word with a cold face. The 2 guards at the front hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered up the courage to speak. "Master Su Mo, I'm sorry, but according to regulations, you need a warrant from Boss Lei Ming to enter or exit the warehouse. Before he could finish, Su Mo raised his hand and slapped him. How dare you ask me for a warrant? Are you looking for death? Another soldier tugged at his clothes and whispered, Let them in. They're all superpowered. We can't afford to offend them. There's so much supplies inside. Are you afraid they'll take everything away? The soldier who was slapped by Su Mo nodded, and then said to Su Mo respectfully, Master Su Mo, I'm sorry. It's our fault. I will open the door now. After saying that, he took out a key and opened the door. Lin Yi and Su Mo looked at each other, then parked the car at the door and walked in empty-handed. After entering the warehouse, Lin Yi followed Su Mo through an iron gate and then walked down the stairs. This small two-story building is used as a cover. There are very few supplies above, and the real good stuff is all underground. As a former high-ranking official of the God Camp, Su Mo had been here more than once. There weren't many things on the first and second floors, and they were all inferior products. Neither of them was interested. When they arrived at the entrance of the basement, there was an iron door which was locked. Sumo's right hand turned into a bare claw and grabbed the iron lock, which immediately broke into two pieces. Pushing open the iron door, Su Mo skillfully turned on the light in the basement. Although Lin Yi had seen the warehouse of Fuyuan Supermarket, that was the inventory of the entire South China region. Although this warehouse was not that big, the things inside were really complete. It seems that Lei Ming has been very busy recently. How many shopping malls has he looted to collect so many things? But unfortunately, all these things now have the surname Lin. The two of them had no time to sigh and started packing up their things. On the way here, Su Mo had already learned that Lin Yi possessed spatial abilities that allowed him to store supplies directly into another dimension. It suddenly dawned on him that it was no wonder that Lin Yi had hoarded so many things before the end of the world. And every time the warehouse was full, all the money disappeared the next day. It turned out that they were all taken away by Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi told Su Mo that he had an alien space, he did not reveal anything else about his special abilities. After all, one must be on guard against others. Even though he understands Su Mo's character and knows that he will not betray him, it is still better to be careful. The person who can betray you is often the person you trust the most. Not only Su Mo, but even his women didn't know what abilities Lin Yi had and how many superpowers he had absorbed. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi looked at the empty warehouse with satisfaction. When Lei Ming came back and saw the scene here, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Clapping their hands, the two returned directly along the same route. Pushing open the door of the warehouse, for soldiers were still standing guard outside, but they didn't know that the inside had been emptied out. Not even a hair was left. Lin Yi got in the car and drove Su Mo away directly towards the camp gate. When they were about to reach the gate, they saw from afar a dozen military vehicles slowly driving towards the camp. Lin Yi quickly turned the car around and parked it behind a building, hiding himself. He had already seen that there was a fat man sitting in the first car of the convoy, and it was Lei Ming. With Lei Ming personally in charge, the guards outside the door naturally did not dare to stop them. The convoy drove straight toward the warehouse without stopping. They had just divided up the Tianjin Society supplies, which had to be sent to the warehouse immediately. After the convoy went far away, Lin Yi came out from the back and drove out of the Tianshan camp directly through the gate. After going down the mountain, Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator and the car sped across the snow like a wild horse. On the other side, Lei Ming arrived at the warehouse and ordered 4 guards to open it. A few people were still wondering why Boss Lei Ming came again, just after Lord Su Mo left. But they're just small people, so they can only obey orders. After the leader opened the warehouse, the soldiers on the military vehicle jumped off and began to move goods inside. Naturally, Lei Ming didn't need to do this kind of work himself. He was seriously injured this time and was still in excruciating pain down there. After instructing them to work hard, he prepared to go back and rest, and by the way, call a doctor to see if his brother could be saved. Just as he was about to leave, there was a sudden noise in the warehouse. Lei Ming was suddenly furious. What are you arguing about? You're just moving supplies. Are you tired of living? After Lei Ming finished speaking, a man who looked like a captain ran out of the warehouse in a panic. Boss, something bad has happened. Lei Ming covered his lower body and said angrily, What's wrong? I'm Yufina. It's not you who's wrong. It's the warehouse. Everything in the warehouse is gone. What? Gone again? Lei Ming was shocked when he heard this, and he didn't care about the pain anymore. He limped toward the warehouse. It wasn't long since Lin Yi stole his armory, and now his supplies were lost too. What on earth were these gatekeepers doing? Looking at the claw marks on the iron door of the basement, Lei Ming felt a sense of foreboding. After pushing the door open, the scene in the warehouse confirmed his guess. The warehouse that was originally filled with various supplies was now empty, without even a single shelf left. These are the supplies he collected bit by bit from outside with great effort. Lei Ming was so angry that he felt his chest churning and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "Sumo, you bastard, I'm going to tear you apart." From the claw marks on the iron door, Lei Ming guessed who had been to the warehouse. Chapter 128. Lei Ming was cut. "Take those 4 gatekeepers out and shoot them immediately." Lei Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted to a captain beside him. The captain who received the order led his men out directly, and then 4 gunshots were heard outside. But killing these soldiers did not make Lei Ming calm down at all. Suddenly, he thought of something and called the captain over again. "Go check on Sumo's mother right away. If she's still alive, have her executed by Ling Yi immediately." "Yes." The captain took the order and left, but the news came back not long after. "Boss, Sumo and his mother are missing. I asked the people in the camp, and they said Sumo drove with a man to pick up his mother." Lei Ming muttered to himself, "Man? Could it be Xing Tian?" On the surface, he said he wanted to kill Sumo, but in fact, they colluded with each other to raid my lair before me. The more Lei Ming thought about it, the more likely it was. Otherwise, he really couldn't figure out how Sumo escaped from Xing Tian's hands. And they turned back so quickly, maybe this was something they had discussed in advance. So now the only question left is, how did the two of them transport all these supplies? There's a lot of supplies, and the 40,000 square meter warehouse was already full. Lei Ming thought for a long time, but still had no clue, so he simply stopped thinking about it. However, it was certain that Xing Tian was the suspect. Lei Ming suffered such a great loss. If he had not been afraid of Xing Tian's strength, he would have brought people to kill him long ago. Now he could only accept defeat. Fortunately, he brought back some supplies from the Tianjin Society, which were enough for the people in the camp to use for the time being. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood again. After moving all the supplies from the car into the warehouse, Lei Ming's heart was bleeding when he saw that the warehouse was not even 1/5 full of supplies. He originally planned to use these supplies and weapons in the arsenal to recruit soldiers and expand the god camp again. Now it's all gone to waste. Lei Ming then dispatched more people and issued a strict order that no one was allowed to approach the warehouse without his permission. Lei Ming felt relieved when he saw that his soldiers had surrounded the warehouse tightly with 3 layers of armor inside and outside. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his lower body. He had just focused all his attention on the supplies in the warehouse. Now that everything was resolved, he noticed that the wound was bleeding again. Lei Ming hurried back to his residence and ordered someone to find a doctor from the camp to treat him. As the boss of the entire god camp, Lei Ming naturally would not live with others. His residence was located in the very center of the camp. It is a separate 2-story villa. Although the decoration and defense are far inferior to Lin Yi's shelter, it is still quite good in the apocalypse. As soon as Lei Ming entered the living room, 4 graceful girls surrounded him. These are Lei Ming's favorite concubines. They are all young, and he found them from a nearby university to serve him. Lei Ming pushed several people away and kicked one of the women who knelt down to unbuckle his belt. "I have lost all my brothers. What else do I need you for?" After driving a few people out, the doctor from the camp also arrived. Lei Ming trembled as he took off his pants. The doctor looked at him carefully for a while, then sighed and said to Lei Ming, "Boss, the second in command probably can't be saved. In my opinion, we should remove it. Otherwise, it may become a problem for him to go to the toilet in the future." When Lei Ming heard this, the worry in his heart finally died down. But things have come to this point, and he is powerless to change the situation. If he wants to blame someone, he should blame that stinky woman. If he had known earlier, he would not let her die so easily. The current medical conditions are relatively poor, and there is no anesthetic in the god camp. Lei Ming can only take out a towel and bite it on his mouth. Then the doctor cuts off the knife and completely changes his sex. Lin Yi hummed a little tune and left the god camp. On the way, Sumo introduced Lin Yi to his mother. I also told her what happened during this period. After learning that it was Lin Yi who paid for her surgery and saved her son, Su's mother immediately knelt down in front of Lin Yi in the car to thank him. Fortunately, Lin Yi was quick to pull her up. "Xiao Mo has helped me a lot. If you don't object, I will recognize him as my younger brother, and we will be a family from now on. Upon hearing this, Su's mother immediately patted Su Mo on the head. Why don't you go and meet your elder brother quickly? Su Mo was also very excited. Lin Yi not only saved his mother, but also saved himself, and even his girlfriend was rescued by Lin Yi. Su Mo will never be able to repay Lin Yi's kindness in this lifetime. It is the end of the world now, and there are no such things to be particular about. After the two of them exchanged a few words in the car, they acknowledged the marriage under the witness of Su's mother. The car quickly drove back to the villa on the mountain. After Lin Yi parked the car, he took Su's mother to meet his women. Although Luo Zishan was only his sister-in-law, Lin Yi did not deliberately explain the relationship between them, and Luo Zishan seemed to have tacitly agreed and followed her sister to greet Su's mother. Only when introducing Lu Xiaojing did Lin Yi specifically emphasize that they were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but were Su Mo's classmate. When Su's mother heard Lu Xiaojing's name, her eyes suddenly lit up. Su Mo and Lu Xiaojing had been together for 2 years. Although Su's mother had never met Lu Xiaojing, she often heard Su Mo mention her. Now that I see her in person, I like her even more from the bottom of my heart. Lu Feier had already prepared a table full of dishes, all of which she had learned from Jiang Shuyan. What was rare was that Jiang Shuyan also attended today's dinner. Her injuries have improved a lot after recuperation, and she can walk around temporarily. As long as she rests for a while, she will be fully recovered in less than a month. There was no one on duty in the attic tonight. Ever since Lin Yi brought Yang Lu back to the villa, she started designing an automatic alarm system. After a few days of adjustment, initial results have been achieved. Within a 5-kilometer radius of the villa, she has installed dynamic recognition and night vision systems, which are connected to the villa's alarm. The alarm will sound immediately if anyone appears nearby, whether it is day or night. Time is still short now, so it can only cover a range of 5 kilometers. In a few days, Yang Lu plans to install these systems within a radius of 15 kilometers. If someone sneaks up on them at that time, even if there is no one on duty in the attic, they will be able to detect the approaching person at the first time and respond quickly. Lin Yi also looked at the system made by Yang Lu. It was indeed good, and it was worth his effort to rescue her. Everyone gathered together, and Su Mo and his mother ate happily. They had not eaten such delicious food for a long time, although Su Mo was a senior executive in the God Camp. But with Lei Ming's stingy personality, they could only eat some very ordinary meals. But what is on the table now? Lobster, abalone, beef, chicken. Even before the end of the world, they had never had such a luxurious dinner. Chapter 129, The Whereabouts of the Arsenal. After dinner, it was already dark. Lin Yi asked Lu Feier and Lu Xiaojing to prepare 2 rooms. Su's mother called Su Mo aside and whispered a few words to him. After listening to this, Su Mo nodded silently. Then Su Mo went to find Lin Yi. Brother, we can't live here. Lin Yi was chatting with Jiang Shuyan in the living room. After hearing Su Mo's words, he looked puzzled. Then he asked, what's wrong? Su Mo expressed their concerns. Although this villa is very nice and warm, it is Lin Yi's home, and his women also live here. If Su Mo and his mother also move in, everyone will feel uncomfortable. Lin Yi thought about it carefully. What Su Mo said did make sense. Then he asked, so what are you going to do? Su Mo thought for a moment and said, my mother and I can live in the house at the foot of the mountain. Although it's a bit far from here, if someone goes up the mountain, we will be the first to find out. We can also be considered as spies at the foot of the mountain. Before Su Mo could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Yi. No, it's too dangerous to live at the foot of the mountain. If there are enemies, you will be the first to bear the brunt. Even if you can escape, what will happen to Auntie? Besides, the houses at the foot of the mountain are too cold. Auntie is in poor health and cannot live in that kind of house. Su Mo was at a loss for words when he heard that. Lin Yi thought about it and suddenly slapped his forehead. How could I have forgotten it? Then Lin Yi called Su Mo and walked out of the villa. It was already pitch black outside. Without the city lights, the night seemed especially dark. Lin Yi turned on the light at the entrance of the villa, and the scene in front of him suddenly became bright. Lin Yi found an open space next to the villa and began to use his spatial ability. A huge alloy house suddenly appeared on the open space. It was the safe house he had spent a huge amount of money to build in the Sichuan community. After it was blown up, Lin Yi was reluctant to part with it, so he put it into the different space. Now it finally comes in handy. Lin Yi smiled slightly, clapped his hands, and said to Su Mo, let's go in and take a look. Lin Yi opened the door and walked in first. The furnishings inside were the same as before. The fireplace was also burning with a flame. The temperature was around 20 degrees above zero, which was very warm. In Lin Yi's alien space, time is still, so even the burning flame remains still. When he takes the alloy house out of the alien space, the flame starts burning again. Su Mo walked around inside and said to Lin Yi in surprise, "Brother, this house is really great. Can I live here from now on?" Lin Yi nodded. "This is the house I used to live in. It would be a shame to lose it, so I put it away. Our houses will be next to each other in the future, so we can look after each other." Su Mo happily wandered around inside like a child. Although this place is not as luxurious as the villa, it is much better than his house in the Tianjin camp. The most important thing is to be with the person you love. This is the happiest thing for Su Mo. Lin Yi and Su Mo cleaned the room roughly, and then took Su's mother over. It was obvious that Su's mother was very satisfied with the house. She thanked Lin Yi several times. Lin Yi had to work very hard to get rid of her gratitude. Lin Yi and Su Mo sat on the coffee table chatting and drinking, while Su's mother went to clean the room. Lu Xiaojing also took the initiative to help. She still had Su Mo in her heart, and she knew that Su Mo still loved her. It is really not easy for the two of them to meet again in this doomsday. This time, she will not leave Su Mo no matter what. Su's mother was also very satisfied with her daughter-in-law. The two of them chatted while cleaning the room and got along very well. If it weren't for the relationship between Lu Xiaojing and Su Mo, Su's mother would have wanted to adopt her as her goddaughter. It was already late. After Lin Yi finished the beer in the bottle, he found a separate room and left a lot of food, firewood, and fuel, enough for the mother and daughter to live for a month. Then Lin Yi took out a Barrett rifle and some bullets and handed them to Su Mo. "He still has 3 in his alternate dimension, so it doesn't matter if I give him one." Su Mo's attack method is all close combat, but now that they have a shelter, it is safest to eliminate the enemy without going out. So Lin Yi gave the gun to Su Mo. After Su Mo took the gun, he said to Lin Yi, "Brother, I know where there are a lot of munitions. Do you need any more?" Hearing this, Lin Yi raised his head and glanced at Su Mo. Surprised, he asked, "Of course we need it. How do you know where the munitions are?" Su Mo smiled slightly, feeling even happier than Lin Yi. "Lin Yi has helped me so many times, and now I can finally repay him. I heard from Lei Ming when I was at the Tianjin camp that besides me, he has 4 other people with special abilities under his command. One of them is his cousin, named Yi Zhiqiu. Her abilities are very special. Although she has no combat power, she can use them to calculate things she wants to know. Last time, she figured out that you stole the camp's weapons, so we chased you all the way here. More than half a month ago, she used her supernatural powers to divine a hidden arsenal in Haijing City. It contained a large amount of munitions, and it was said that there were even armed helicopters inside." After hearing Su Mo's description, Lin Yi finally understood. No wonder he had taken a detour last time, but was still beaten up in the end. It turned out that it was this woman who was behind it. "Do you know the exact location of that armory?" Su Mo thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure of the exact location, but I know it's near a steel mill in the northern suburbs of Haijing City. However, Lei Ming sent a psychic and over 500 soldiers to dig the snow half a month ago. Judging by the time, they've probably finished digging it out by now." Lin Yi smiled slightly and had another idea in his mind. Lei Ming is always the only one being exploited, and he feels a little embarrassed. When Su Mo saw Lin Yi's evil smile, he immediately understood what he was thinking. The reason why he brought up this matter was that he wanted to do something with Lin Yi. He was not a generous person, and he remembered the grudge of Lei Ming betraying him very clearly. Only when Lei Ming loses all his money will he regret betraying himself. Lin Yi took out a map, and the two of them pointed and studied it for a long time. Finally, they decided that there was no time to lose and they should take action early tomorrow morning. Then Lin Yi left and returned to the villa. Lu Xiaojing also followed Lin Yi and said goodbye to Su Mo reluctantly. Seeing this, Lin Yi immediately decided to arrange for her to stay here. Now that there are no more constraints, why pretend? Just do whatever you want. Lu Xiaojing and Su Mo haven't seen each other for a long time and have a lot to say, but they have been busy all day, so they only have the chance to be alone now. Chapter 130. Departure to the North City Arsenal. Su's mother went to rest early in the morning. After Lin Yi left, only Lu Xiaojing and Su Mo were left in the living room. The lovers looked at each other in silence. In the end, it was Liu Xiaojing who broke the deadlock first. You broke up with me just because of Auntie's illness? Su Mo nodded without saying anything. Why are you so stupid? We've known each other for 8 years. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Su Mo raised his head and looked at Liu Xiaojing, his face full of shame. Xiaojing, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I will treat you well in the future and will never let you down again. Stop talking and kiss me. The next morning, Lin Yi climbed out of bed. Li Ku'er was still sleeping soundly, with her smooth back and snow-white thighs exposed. She had been tormented by Lin Yi, the beast, until midnight yesterday. In addition, Li Ku'er had just lost her virginity, so she would not wake up for a while today. Lin Yi covered Li Ku'er with the quilt, hiding her beauty. Then he tiptoed out. In the living room on the first floor, Liu Fei'er and Luo Zishan were preparing breakfast. Their meals were very rich. In addition to the essential milk and eggs every morning, there were also fried dough sticks and buns fried by Liu Fei'er herself. It seems that Liu Fei'er has asked Jiang Shuyan for cooking advice a lot during this period. Yang Lu was fiddling with her alarm in the basement, and Mimi went to help. Jiang Shuyan's injury has not healed yet, so she cannot do strenuous exercise and can only lie in bed and rest. Luo Ziki and her sister were also observing the situation in the attic upstairs. The alarm coverage area was still relatively small. After several battles in the villa, Luo Ziki spent most of her time in the attic every day. When Lin Yi was not at home, the burden of protecting the shelter fell entirely on her shoulders. Everyone was busy, and Lin Yi became the most idle person in the villa. He sat on the sofa in the living room, turned on the TV, picked up a zombie movie from the cabinet, and started watching. The zombies inside ran at an extremely fast speed, gathering together in groups like waves. Lin Yi asked himself, if he were faced with such a situation, the chance of escape would only be 50%. If the male protagonist in the movie didn't have the halo of a protagonist, he would have been eaten by zombies long ago. After Lin Yi watched attentively for a long time, Liu Fei'er began to invite him to eat. Lin Yi turned off the TV and sat in the main seat. Except for Li Ku'er, everyone was present. Lin Yi had told them some rules before, that everyone must be present at meals unless there are special circumstances. This will help everyone to improve their relationship. After dinner, Lin Yi called Su Mo over via intercom. He was going to check out the arsenal in the suburbs. If they went too late, the ammunition would have been transported back to the camp by Lei Ming and his men, which would be difficult to deal with. He had already robbed them twice. The god's camp must be heavily guarded now, and he wouldn't be able to succeed so easily again. 10 minutes later, Su Mo walked in holding Liu Xiaojing's hand. Looking at their loving expressions, you can tell that they must have had a lot of fun last night. As soon as Liu Xiaojing entered the room, she saw the strange looks from the girls. Her face turned red, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Su Mo seemed very generous. After greeting Lin Yi, he met several sisters-in-law separately. He did not let go of Luo Zishan and Yang Lu, Lin Yi's 2 sisters-in-law, and called them all sisters-in-law. Lin Yi was very pleased when he saw this. This kid has a bright future, and it was not in vain that he trained him. Luo Zishan and Yang Lu looked at each other, then looked at their sister guiltily. Only after seeing that the other party had no reaction did they feel relieved. Although Lin Yi already has several women, their identities are different. They are Lin Yi's brother-in-law and sister-in-law. The 2 sisters felt a little strange serving the same man at the same time. Lin Yi left Liu Xiaojing here, put on winter clothes, and went out with Su Mo. Although the temperature outside was still very low, Lin Yi's physical fitness had become extremely strong after several evolutions, and the low temperature could no longer harm him. Su Mo's special ability further enhances the strength of his body, so he is not afraid of the severe cold even without transforming. And I don't know if it's because everyone has superpowers in their bodies, but after a few months of settling down, the physical fitness and cold resistance of those ordinary people have greatly improved. Even a weak woman like Liu Fei'er can now easily lift objects weighing dozens of kilograms. Lin Yi suddenly remembered that there was still some energy liquid stored in his own space, which he had stolen from the South China base in Yuanhai City. I have been so busy lately that I almost forgot about them. After I collect the arms, I can try it out to see if I can absorb it directly. Lin Yi took out his SUV and got in with Su Mo. The villa is located in the south of the city. If you don't want to take a detour to reach the north of the city, you must cross the entire Haijing city. Lin Yi is a man of great skill and courage. He even defeated Xing Tian, the strongest man in Haijing City. Naturally, he would not take those petty thieves who blocked his way seriously. Accompanied by the roar of the off-road vehicle, Lin Yi sped directly through the city. The permanent population of Haijing City is over 10 million, plus the floating population. The total population of the city is over 20 million. Even if 99.9% of the people died of cold and hunger, there would still be tens of thousands of people left in the city. Many of them did not want to join the four major forces, so they formed several small gangs and spread them around the city. They can only rely on searching for supplies in shopping malls to ensure their lives every day. There are also quite a few people with special abilities inside, and some people have gathered there. They didn't want to go through the trouble of collecting supplies because the food was buried under the thick snow and it would take a lot of time and energy to dig it out. These people became the bandit group in Haijing City, relying on robbery to obtain supplies. Even the convoys of the four major forces have been robbed by them. After all, there are not many people with special abilities in the four major forces, only 3 or 4. It is impossible to send people with special abilities to follow them every time they go out to collect supplies. Those convoys without any special abilities accompanying them will become their targets. After being robbed twice, Lei Ming and Jin Ao joined forces to encircle and suppress them. But these people had no fixed place to live and hid in the city in small groups, so they could not be found at all. In the end, I had no choice but to let it go. Lin Yi followed the instructions on the map and went straight through Haijing City. We came across some dug-up shopping malls on the way. He would get out of the car with Su and Mo to take a look. After all, there are a lot of things in the mall. Even if they have been looted, they don't have the ability to use space, so they can't take away much. Along the way, they visited 2 shopping malls that had been dug up and found a lot of good things. Most of them were luxury goods, including brand-name bags, clothes from various big brands, and gold and silver jewelry that were thrown there casually, and no one touched them at all. Only the food stores were looted. It seems that those people also know that these things that were priceless before the end of the world are now worthless. Only food is the most scarce resource. Chapter 131. Encounter at the Mall. Lin Yi is not picky about this. After all, his alien space can be filled with unlimited things. Even if all the things on the blue planet are put in it, it will not be full. Although he cannot use these luxury goods, his women will definitely like them. So it would be a good idea to take them back and give them to them. Suemo also picked out a lot of good things and wanted to take them back to give to Liu Xiaojing. But he didn't have an alternate space, so he could only stay with Lin Yi temporarily. After packing up their things, the two continued on their way. Just as they were about to drive out of the city center, another shopping mall appeared in front of them. The two looked at each other and smiled in tacit understanding. After purchasing 2 shopping malls for free, they have fallen in love with the feeling of getting something for free. This is a 7-story shopping mall, with only the top floor exposed. One of the windows had been opened. Lin Yi parked the car not far away. After getting out of the car, with Su and Mo, Lin Yi still parked the car. It was pitch black inside the window, and nothing could be seen clearly. Lin Yi took out a headlamp from the alien space and handed it to Su and Mo. His eyes have evolved the ability to see at night, and he can see clearly even without light. The two jumped into the mall through the window. It was a warehouse with boxes of children's toys on the ground. Lin Yi had no interest in these things. Instead, Su and Mo picked up a few boxes of toys and wanted Lin Yi to help put them away. Lin Yi glanced at him suspiciously and asked in a teasing tone, "Do you want Xiaojing to give birth to a child for you?" Lin Yi's words made Su and Mo feel a little embarrassed. "My mother wanted me to have a grandson sooner rather than later, just in case." Lin Yi glanced at him and put away all the toys in the warehouse. Sumo's words also reminded him that he had many women and he never took any safety measures. If you win the bid one day, you have to prepare in advance. After moving all the toys out, Lin Yi opened the door of the warehouse. This was indeed a toy store. Lin Yi once again put all the items on the shelves into the alien space. The two were about to leave when they found the door was locked. Sumo's hands turned into bear claws again, grabbed the lock and twisted it hard, and the iron lock broke into 2 pieces instantly. After leaving the toy store, they came to a long corridor. The shopping mall was a circular building with all the shops surrounded by a hall in the center. You can see all the way to the roof from the first floor. Suddenly, Lin Yi heard a noise coming from downstairs. The sound was not close to them, so it should have come from a second or first floor. Lin Yi dimmed the flashlight and, using the dim light, led Su and Mo downstairs. In the first floor lobby of the shopping mall, 2 men and 1 woman were blocked in a store by a dozen armed men. But they had a pistol in their hands, so even though there were many people outside, no one dared to rush in first. They could only hide behind a shelter outside the door and shout at the people inside. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. He was hiding on the side of the gate and also holding a gun in his hand. He shouted to the people hiding in the shop, "Gao Chong, I give you 2 minutes to get out of here immediately. Otherwise, when I catch you, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." The man with glasses yelled at the top of his lungs for a long time, but the only response he got was a gunshot. Then a man's voice came from inside. "Wang Xue, we already have an agreement between us not to invade each other." "What do you mean by this?" "Non agresión." Wang Xue curled his lips. "As long as I kill you all here, who will know it was me? Will that bitch in your camp still come looking for me? I'll give you one last chance. Get out of here right now, and I'll consider letting you die easily." As soon as he finished speaking, a younger brother came up to him and whispered, "Brother Xue, we can't continue to stalemate with them. If someone from their camp comes looking for us, we'll be in trouble." After hearing this, Wang Xue pondered for a moment and then ordered them to prepare Molotov cocktails. Since we can't attack them, force them out. Soon, several younger brothers took out Molotov cocktails, lit them on fire, and threw them directly in under Wang Xue's order. In an instant, the shop where the 3 were hiding was engulfed in flames. Wang Xue's men also hurriedly retreated a little to avoid being affected by the fire. Wang Xue looked at the blazing fire and laughed heartily, saying, "Since you don't come out, I'll turn you all into roasted pigs." His men also mocked him. "Boss, that girl inside is pretty. It would be a shame to burn her to death. When they can't help but rush out, we can capture them directly. Kill the male, and let the female warm your bed." Wang Xue glanced at him with satisfaction, then patted his chest and said, "As long as there's food for me, there's food for you too. Everyone, go to the back and line up." "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." As they watched the fire grow bigger and bigger, everyone began to imagine what place they would be in the ranking. Wang Xue was looking at the fire in the shop with the gun in his hand, and he was confident. Now, they had no way to go up to heaven or down to earth. The only option is to come out and surrender. Just as Wang Xue was yelling crazily at the people in the shop, a 5-meter-tall giant bear slowly appeared behind him, staring at Wang Xue with a pair of scarlet eyes. The dozen or so people in the field were frightened by the sudden appearance of the giant bear and stood there in a daze. Only Wang Xue was still clueless and continued shouting towards the store. "Gao Chong, let's make a deal. Just hand over the gun and your sister to me, and I'll let you go. How about that?" Before Wang Xue could finish his words, a younger brother beside him gently pulled his clothes and pointed behind him. Wang Xue pushed his hand away and shouted impatiently, "What are you doing?" The next second, Wang Xue saw his younger brother's frightened eyes and suddenly realized something. He slowly turned around and was so scared that he collapsed to the ground, with a large spot on his pants wet. He saw a giant bear, 5 meters tall, standing behind him, with its bloody mouth making a deafening roar. Wang Xue came to his senses and hurriedly raised the weapon in his hand to shoot at the giant bear, but the bullets hit the giant bear's thick fur and were all bounced away one by one. Soon, Wang Xue ran out of bullets, and the rest of his brothers finally reacted and started fleeing in all directions. Even guns couldn't do anything to the giant bear, and the machetes and axes in their hands probably weren't even enough to tickle him. Seeing that his men had all run away, Wang Xue hurriedly crawled to his feet from the ground. Just as he was about to escape, he was slapped away by the giant bear and fell directly to the ground more than 10 meters away, deader than dead. Chapter 132, Snow God Cult. The people who had just fled in all directions were caught up by the giant bear one by one and finally died under its claws. Lin Yi shot several people who ran farther away, leaving no one alive. Su Mo also changed back into human form and followed Lin Yi. After Lin Yi and Su Mo dealt with everyone, 3 figures rushed out of the shop that had just been on fire. Gao Chong jumped out of the fire with a man and a woman, but the scene before him shocked him greatly. The dozen or so people who had just surrounded them had all been beheaded, and Wang Xue was lying motionless more than 10 meters away. Lin Yi and Su Mo slowly walked out of the darkness. Gao Chong and his companions were shocked at first, but when they saw that they had no weapons in their hands, and combined with the way the corpses on the ground died, they also understood that the identities of Lin Yi and the other 2 were not simple, and they were definitely not ordinary people. They were probably people with special abilities like the big sister in their camp. Since the other party is a superpower, they have no idea of resistance. Seeing the fate of Wang Xue and others, they can understand that ordinary people in the hands of superpowers are like kindergarten children facing a boxing champion. There is no room for resistance at all, even if they have a gun in their hands. The three of them quickly came to Lin Yi, bowed slightly, and said to him, "Thank you, two heroes, for your help." "Hero?" Lin Yi touched his nose. Why did it feel so strange? It was like he had traveled through time. He waved his hand nonchalantly and asked a few people, "Which camp are you from? Why are you here? And who are those people on the ground?" Faced with a person with superpowers like Lin Yi, Gao Chang naturally did not dare to hide anything and hurriedly confessed everything he knew. The three of them are siblings. Gao Chang is the eldest, the second oldest is Gao Chao, and they also have a younger sister named Gao Yu, who is only 19 years old this year. They are members of the nearby Snow God cult. The cult leader is named Xue Wu, an absolute beauty who awakened her special powers shortly after the end of the world. She then began to recruit soldiers. Although she looked like a delicate beauty, she was decisive and ruthless in her actions and was a man of great loyalty. Under her management, she quickly gathered a large number of followers, which has now grown to 700 or 800 people. Although its overall strength is not as strong as the previous four major forces, it is still at the top of the pyramid among small forces. As for the deceased Wang Xue, he was a member of the Qinglong gang and a team leader. Their gang leader is named Lu Qing. Like Xiu, is also a person with superpowers. Since the two gangs were established, they have often had friction over the collection of supplies and competition for members because they are close to each other. In just over a month, more than a dozen small-scale battles took place, with considerable casualties on both sides. In order to avoid this situation, Xiu and Lu Qing finally agreed to develop independently and not infringe on each other from now on. But Wang Xue's younger brother was killed by Gao Chang in the battle with the Snow God cult. Therefore, Wang Xue has always held a grudge against Gao Chang. Although he was ordered not to attack the people of the Snow God sect for the time being, after he knew that Gao Chang and the other two went out alone to search for supplies, he couldn't help but bring people to follow them. He thought that as long as he was more secretive, no one would notice even if he killed them all here. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi and his companions came here by accident, and not only saved Gao Chang and the other two, but also took care of them all. After listening to Gao Chang's story, Lin Yi finally understood. It seems that there are more people with superpowers in Haijing City than he imagined. Many people, after awakening their special powers, do not want to join a big force and become someone else's subordinate, but choose to become their own boss. After Gao Chang explained the whole story, he tentatively asked, "Two heroes, are you people with special abilities?" Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and said, "So what?" Gao Chang waved his hand hastily upon seeing this, saying, "Don't misunderstand, my two heroes. Our Snow God cult is still recruiting. If you're interested, you can come and take a look. With your special abilities, the position of a deputy leader is a sure thing." Su Mo glanced at Lin Yi, then asked Gao Chang, "Are there many people with special abilities in your camp?" Gao Chang shook his head like a rattle. Not many, not many. Only our leader, Lady Xiu Wu, and our deputy leader, Duan Kuan, are people with special abilities." Duan Kuan. Lin Yi looked at Gao Chang with a puzzled look. Gao Chang hurriedly said, "Duan Kuan just joined the Snow God cult half a month ago. As soon as he arrived, he was appointed as the deputy leader. It can be said that he is second only to the emperor and above everyone else. He is usually very arrogant and domineering." Lin Yi and Suemo looked at each other and said, "We two brothers just happened to pass by here. It would be nice to go to your place and see if being a deputy leader is a good idea." Suemo nodded in tacit understanding and echoed, "Yes, we have been wandering outside for a long time. It's time to find a place to settle down." Gao Chang was overjoyed when he heard this. If he could bring these two psychics back to the camp, it would be a great achievement for him, and he would be rewarded with some weapons and supplies. Moreover, if he could get acquainted with these two future deputy leaders first, he might be able to become a captain with their promotion. It was naturally impossible for Lin Yi and Su Mo to become deputy leaders. They were just interested in Xue Wu and Duan Kuan's special abilities. Laming had people digging snow for some time. Even if the snow had been dug up, they did not have the ability to travel in space, so it would not be easy to take away the things inside. Naturally, they would not miss another day. There are still too few people with special abilities now, so naturally the fewer people we absorb, the less there are. After all, arms are just external things, and improving one's own strength is the fundamental thing. According to their speculation, Xiaowu and Duan Kuan should both be only first-level psychics and have never absorbed other people's superpowers. They may not even know that superpowers can be absorbed from other psychics. At Lin Yi's urging, Gao Chang didn't even continue collecting supplies and took them directly to the snow god cult's camp. This is a residential area with more than a dozen residential buildings, surrounded by a 3-meter-high wall made of snow. There are only a few hidden sentries on the outermost edge. But compared with the defenses of the god camp and the fiery sect, it is not even close. Lin Yi and Su Mo followed Gao Chang to the gate of the fiery fire cult, where they were stopped by several armed sentries. Gao Chang hurried to negotiate. After learning that Lin Yi and Su Mo were people with special abilities who were preparing to join the camp, the sentry's attitude took a 180-degree turn. He was extremely polite to Lin Yi and Su Mo and finally went in to report in person. Chapter 133, Snow Dance. A few minutes later, the sentry who had just gone in to report came back in a hurry. He first bowed to Lin Yi and the other two, then said respectfully, "My lords, our leader invites you." Lin Yi smiled slightly and walked into the snow god cult's camp under the guidance of the sentry. Busy figures can be seen everywhere in the camp. In addition, there are a lot of snowmen piled up in the corners. It can be seen that the leader of the snow dance sect is quite childlike. Led by the sentry, Lin Yi and Su Mo were taken to a residential building. After Gao Chang and his companions entered the camp, they reported to their respective brigade. I went up the stairs to the 10th floor. He encountered 2 inspections along the way. After pushing open the door of a room on the 10th floor, Lin Yi finally saw the legendary Xiaowu. Gao Chang was right. Xiaowu was indeed an absolute beauty. She was 1.75 meters tall, wearing a white lace dress. She was half lying on the sofa in the living room, with her delicate white feet and a long, straight leg exposed. Her snow-white skin and proud breasts make people want to commit a crime at first sight. But what attracted Lin Yi the most was her long, white hair, just like an elf in a movie. Maybe because of her supernatural properties, Xiaowu didn't seem to be afraid of the cold, so she looked very cool in such a temperature. In terms of appearance alone, Xiaowu is not inferior to any other woman in Lin Yi's heart, but with her white hair and skin color, her unique novelty makes Xiaowu's score in Lin Yi reach 99 points. This is a score that no other woman could achieve. Lin Yi silently changed his plan in his mind. He originally came here just for Xiaowu's special ability, but now he wants both the powers and the people. Seeing Lin Yi and others coming in, Xiaowu hurriedly sat up from the sofa, covered her long legs with her skirt, and then looked Lin Yi up and down. He said, "Are you Lin Yi?" The sound was like the call of an oriole, so clear and pleasant that it made Lin Yi's heart skip a beat. Lin Yi stared at Xiaowu without blinking, nodded, then pointed at Su Mo behind him and said, "I am Lin Yi, and this is my younger brother Su Mo. I hope you can give me more guidance in the future." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he suddenly felt the temperature in the air drop rapidly, from more than 10 degrees below zero to more than 100 degrees below zero. The furniture in the room was instantly covered with a thick layer of frost. Lin Yi smiled slightly and looked at Xiaowu, who was sitting not far away. It was obvious that Xiaowu was testing them. Su Mo completed his transformation as soon as he sensed danger, but the floor height here was only 3 meters, so he did not transform completely, but only turned into a human bear more than 2 meters tall. Lin Yi stood there motionless. The door of space opened, and several ice cones shot out from it and rushed toward Xiaowu. These ice cones were collected by him when he fought with Shun Rang, and now they are just enough to protect his spatial ability. When the ice cone was less than half a meter away from Xiaowu, it suddenly stopped, then gradually dissolved and disappeared. The next second, the air began to slowly rise. Xiaowu stood up from the sofa and said to Lin Yi with a smile, "Don't get me wrong, I was just testing your abilities just now. There is no other intention." "It should be." Lin Yi generously expressed his understanding. After all, he had never seen them take action, so who knew if they were fake and wanted to come here to eat and drink for free. Xiaowu asked them some more questions, such as why they came here and their future plans. Su Mo didn't say a word the whole time, so Lin Yi naturally just talked nonsense. He said that he was a native of Haijing City. After awakening his special powers, he and his brother survived by chance. Now he had nowhere to go, and after Gao Chang's introduction, he wanted to come and join Xiaowu. Xiaowu did not comment on Lin Yi's words. There was no one who could survive until the end of the world who was not an honest person. Everyone who survived had stepped on the corpses of countless people. But she didn't say much. The snow god cult was in need of people right now, and the neighboring Qinglong gang had always been restless and wanted to swallow them up. A month ago, their gang leader Lu Qing recruited a person with special abilities. Fortunately, at the last moment, a person with special abilities, Duan Kun, also appeared in her camp. In a 2-on-2 situation, the two sides once again reached a balance. But she found that Duan Kun often sneaked out of the camp alone recently, and no one knew where he went. She couldn't help but feel a little worried. If Duan Kun was instigated by Lu Qing, she would be in real danger. In a 1-on-3 situation, I will definitely lose. But now the arrival of Lin Yi and the others solved her urgent problem. Even if Duan Kun betrayed them, they could still become 3 against 3. Although they might not win, at least they would not lose. Xue Wu could see that Su Mo was obviously obeying Lin Yi's orders. In other words, as long as they can capture Lin Yi, both of them will be done. But the question now is how to keep Lin Yi. Food? Power? Beauty? Xue Wu glanced at her flawless body. She couldn't possibly give herself away, right? Lin Yi stood aside, calm and composed. He had no idea what Xue Wu was thinking, otherwise he would have insisted on her marrying him. After thinking for a while, Xue Wu asked someone to take Lin Yi and the others away to rest first. In the evening, she would announce the appointment of Lin Yi as the deputy leader of the Snow God cult. After Lin Yi and Su Mo left with a waiter, all they could think of was Xue Wu with white hair and her slender legs. Lin Yi patted his face. Could it be that Xue Wu's true ability was seduction? Why did he feel as if his soul had been drawn away after just one look at her? But when he saw Su Mo with a righteous look on his face behind him, Lin Yi secretly cursed himself as a pervert. Bullshit charm. It's obviously just that I'm lustful and covetous of other people's bodies. But lust is a man's nature, and Lin Yi has nothing to hide. They walked down 2 floors and arrived on the 8th floor, where the waiter arranged Lin Yi and Su Mo in a clean room. Maybe due to the shortage of supplies of the Snow God cult, the temperature here is not high, only a few degrees below zero, but it is not bad compared to the outside. At least you can live normally at this temperature. Lin Yi dropped his backpack and sat down on the sofa. In order to prevent others from discovering that he has an alien space, Lin Yi always carries a backpack on his back to hide his identity. That way, no one would be suspicious of what he took out of it. Su Mo sat down next to Lin Yi and said to him, "Brother, weren't we going to find the armory? Why are you suddenly here as the deputy leader?" Lin Yi glanced at Su Mo and said, "No rush. Compared to those weapons, I am more interested in Xue Wu." Chapter 134 Deputy Leader. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Mo suddenly understood. "Brother, I understand. You want to find an opportunity to kill Xue Wu and then absorb her superpowers." Su Mo seemed to have guessed Lin Yi's thoughts and said to himself, "Superpowers are indeed more valuable than munitions now. When are you going to make a move? Give me a signal, and I will capture Xue Wu immediately." Lin Yi hit Su Mo's head hard. "We must do it, but we can't stop it." Su Mo rubbed his head, not quite understanding what Lin Yi meant. But Lin Yi did not explain to him. This Su Mo was a blockhead, and talking to him was like talking to a cow. After the two rested for a while, the sky gradually darkened. I don't know if it's because the weather is getting colder, but the night comes very early now. It's dark just after 5 o'clock. There was a knock on the door. After Su Mo opened the door, the waiter who had brought them here was standing respectfully outside the door. "My lords, the leader invites you to the 7th floor to attend the meeting." Lin Yi and Su Mo looked at each other without saying anything. They followed the waiter downstairs and walked into a spacious hall. This house was obviously expanded later. The middle wall was broken through to form a spacious meeting room. There is a conference table in the middle. At this time, the conference room was already full of people. All the leaders of the Snow God cult, big and small, were present. More than 30 people in total. Half of them were men and half were women. Xue Wu was still dressed in white, sitting in the first seat. Diagonally in front of her was a man in his 30s. Although his attention was attracted by Lin Yi and Su Mo, who had just entered. But his eyes still swept over Xue Wu's body. His eyes were full of possessiveness. Lin Yi thought to himself, this person should be the Duan Kun that Gao Chong mentioned. Xue Wu saw Lin Yi coming and stood up from her seat. She said to everyone, "Let me introduce these two. They're the psychics who have just joined our Snow God cult. I now declare Lin Yi and Su Mo as the deputy leaders of the Snow God cult." Everyone, please welcome them with applause. There was a burst of sparse applause. Most of the women were quite enthusiastic, but the dozen or so men in the field looked at Duan Kuan intentionally or unintentionally, as if waiting for his orders. Duan Kuan's face turned pale, and his eyes were fixed on Lin Yi and Su Mo. The atmosphere in the room was a little awkward. Lin Yi walked up to Xu Wu as if no one was around, pulled out a stool next to her, and sat down. Su Mo stood quietly behind Lin Yi. Duan Kuan withdrew his gaze and said to Xue Wu, "Master, our snow god cult is currently in a standoff with the Azure Dragon Gang. This is a critical period. We cannot just take in someone with unknown origins like this." Before Xu Wu could speak, Lin Yi crossed his legs and said slowly, "Unknown origin? Are you talking about me?" Ever since Duan Kuan became the deputy leader of the snow god cult, he has been bossing everyone around. Even Xue Wu is extremely polite to him. When has anyone ever dared to speak to him in this tone? Duan Kuan immediately slammed the table and pointed at Lin Yi, saying, "I'm talking about you. I once fought for the snow god cult and risked my life. You're just a newcomer, yet you dare to speak to me in such a tone? Do you have any respect for me?" Lin Yi similait faintly. "You're the deputy leader. Su Mo and I are also deputy leaders. Don't you understand that 2 is greater than 1? Duan Kuan was so angry that he was shaking all over. It wasn't Lin Yi's words that made him angry, but Xue Wu's attitude was the most important. Ever since Lin Yi sat down, Xue Wu didn't say a word. She just looked like she was watching a show, as if she was happy to see the fight between herself and Lin Yi. However, several captains who were on good terms with him spoke up for him. "Master, the deputy leader has made great contributions to the snow god cult. Now he is being bullied by 2 newcomers. If word gets out, it will probably chill the hearts of our brothers." "Yes, Master, even if they are people with special abilities, they can't be so aggressive. Please ask the Lord to help the deputy lord and punish this lunatic severely." There was a sudden chaos in the meeting room, and the captains of each team started arguing with each other. Except for the female captains who stood firmly on Xu Wu's side and did not say anything. Almost all the remaining men were clamoring for Xu Wu to severely punish Lin Yi. "Quiet." After Xu Wu shouted, the conference room finally quieted down. The reason why she didn't say anything just now was that she wanted to see how many supporters Duan Kuan had in the Snow God sect. Unexpectedly, almost all the men supported Duan Kuan over herself. When she thought about the hard work she had put into running the Snow God sect, she felt sad. In fact, this is not difficult to understand. In the minds of many people, women are just accessories to men, although they were forced to surrender temporarily due to Xu Wu's strength. But when they have a new backer, the mentality will immediately change. The Snow God cult is in need of personnel right now. I'm informing you, not negotiating with you. If anyone disagrees, feel free to challenge them. I'll rescind this order if anyone can defeat any of them. As soon as Xu Wu said this, the place suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on Duan Kuan. They're just ordinary people. Although their physical fitness has been strengthened after a period of transformation, they cannot be the opponents of Lin Yi and the others without awakening their special abilities. Duan Kuan was the only one with superpowers in the field, so they naturally placed all their hopes on Duan Kuan. Duan Kuan hesitated for a while, but still did not make a move. After all, there were 2 people on the other side, and he did not know their background. If he met with an unexpected failure, it would be more trouble than gain. Thinking of his plan in the near future, he suppressed his anger and let them jump around for a few more days, and then he would teach them a lesson. Seeing that no one objected, Xue Wu finally smiled and said to Lin Yi and Su Mo, "From now on, you will be deputy leaders, and your status in the sect will be second only to me. We don't have so many rules in the Snow God sect. You are free to come and go, and you are free to fall in love. If there is a woman in the sect you like, as long as she agrees, you can live together, but the premise is that there can be no coercion." Lin Yi raised his eyebrows, looked at Xue Wu, and said, "Including you?" Xue Wu's pretty face turned red when she heard that. She didn't expect that Lin Yi would dare to tease her directly in public. Although she looked weak and harmless, many people died at Xue Wu's hands when the Snow God cult was first established. Those men were as scared as if they saw a ghost when they saw her. Who dared to tease her? Do they think their life is too long? Duan Kuan watched the 2 flirting with each other, and his teeth were about to break. He was just an ordinary member of the Snow God cult and was often bullied. Later, when he luckily awakened his special powers, he killed all those who had bullied him. Gradually, With the admiration of people around him and the powerful strength he possessed, Duan Kuen's ambition began to expand. He was no longer satisfied with being an ordinary deputy leader here. Instead, he set his sights on Xiaowu. Chapter 135, Haijing City Arsenal. Xiaowu has always been the dream lover of all the men in the Snow God cult. Countless men have fallen asleep at night fantasizing about her, and everyone loves and fears her. But in order to save their lives, no one dared to approach her. But Duan Kuen was different. After he had the same strength as Xiaowu, he once publicly proposed to Xiaowu. However, Xiaowu had a high opinion of herself and of course looked down on him, so she rejected him directly. From then on, Duan Kuen began to have other ideas. He secretly contacted the Qinglong gang, which had been fighting with the Snow God cult. He wanted to use their strength to deal with Xiaowu together, but there was only one condition. After taking down the Snow God cult, Xiaowu must belong to him. Lu Qing, the leader of the Qinglong gang, was worried about how to deal with Xiaowu, and Duan Kuen's arrival made him overjoyed. I agreed to all the conditions he proposed. But Lu Qing also has his own ideas. The Qinglong gang now has 2 people with special abilities, including him, and the Snow God sect has the same thing. The 2 sides maintain a balance. If they accepted Duan Kuen's conditions and defeated Xiaowu first, then Duan Kuen would be the only one left in the Snow God cult. With 2 of them against 1, they could easily deal with Duan Kuen as well. Naturally, he looked down on a villain like Duan Kuen. How could he possibly keep him around? What if he sold himself out one day? Poor Duan Kuen didn't know that as long as he cooperated with Lu Qing, he could easily get Xiaowu. Although he couldn't get her heart, her body was what Duan Kuen wanted. Duan Kuen snorted and left the meeting room directly. Several captains standing in Duan Kuen's camp also left together. Xiaowu felt a little worried when she saw the Snow God cult was seriously divided. If the people from the Qinglong gang came to attack them, how would they respond with such a disunited group? Fortunately, with the addition of Lin Yi and others, plus himself and Duan Kuen, our high-end combat power is already twice that of the opponent, so there is no need to worry for the time being. Seeing that most of the people in the field had already left, Xiaowu frowned and said to Lin Yi, "Of course, love between men and women also includes me, but I don't have such thoughts at the moment. Don't talk about it again in the future." Lin Yi nodded. He also saw the current problem of the Snow God cult, which was that the leader's strength was not enough to intimidate everyone. Xiaowu has never absorbed any supernatural powers, and her strength is at the same level as Duan Kuen's. This will make Duan Kuen have other ideas, and he may even take Xiaowu down and replace her. Lin Yi had already mentally included Xiaowu in his harem, so he naturally wouldn't let such a thing happen. Lin Yi took out a satellite phone and handed it to Xiaowu. He told her that he and Su Mo still had things to do, and if the Snow God cult was in danger, she should contact him immediately and he would rush back. Xiaowu took the phone. When Lin Yi's hand touched Xiaowu's skin, he felt smooth but also cold. She was like a piece of ice with a very low body temperature, which might be related to her special ability. Xiaowu held the phone tightly in her hand, her heart a little disturbed. The end of the world had been coming for so long, and she had been running the Snow God cult alone and had never thought of relying on anyone. Now she felt safe for the first time. Although she had not known Lin Yi for a long time, he always gave her a sense of security. Xiaowu nodded, said to be careful, told everyone to adjourn, and then ran away alone. The dozen or so women present looked at each other in bewilderment. In their hearts, Xiaowu had always been cold and aloof. Well, have you ever seen Xiaowu act like a little girl like this? Lin Yi smelled the faint fragrance lingering on his hands, then came to his senses, called Su Mo beside him, and left the Snow God cult base together. The main purpose of their trip was to visit the arsenal in the northern suburbs of the city. Although there was a small incident, it did not affect their plan. After the 2 left the base, they got into Lin Yi's SUV and continued driving towards the north of the city. After an hour of speeding, they parked the car near an abandoned steel mill. The location Su Mo knew was probably nearby, no more than 5 kilometers away. Although the 5-kilometer area is not small, the surrounding area is now covered with snow as far as the eye can see, so it is not difficult to find those who are working on digging snow. Lin Yi turned off the car lights and searched in the darkness with his night vision. In order to get the weapons as soon as possible, the construction team, sent by Lei Ming, must work in shifts day and night. If they want to start work at night, there must be a lot of searchlights. These lights are like road signs in the dark and are easy to see. Sure enough, after searching around for less than 10 minutes, Lin Yi saw a place in the distance that was brightly lit. Lin Yi parked the car and walked over with Su Mo. After arriving nearby, the two of them used their agility to bypass the sentry and went straight inside. This is a huge, deep pit with a diameter of more than 100 meters and a depth of more than 20 meters. More than 100 people are digging snow at the bottom of the pit. After all, there are large-scale weapons, tanks, and armed helicopters in the pit, and they can't get out at all if the hole is too small. For such a large project, it is no wonder that more than 500 people have not been able to break through after digging for more than 10 days. Without tools such as excavators and bulldozers, and relying only on shovels in hand, the progress is naturally very slow. There were many tents built around the deep pit, which should be used for rest. Lin Yi lifted a corner of the tent and took a look and found that many people were sleeping inside. There was a stove in the corner of the tent. Although the temperature inside was not too high, it was enough for them to rest inside. On the other side of the deep pit, a man was sitting leisurely on a chair, supervising the work. Su Mo came up to Lin Yi and pointed at the man in the distance and said, "He is another psychic in the god camp. His name is Lu Yuan. He has the same psychic ability as me. Both of them are beasts." Lin Yi glanced at him from a distance and didn't take him seriously. He was just an ordinary first-level psychic and couldn't cause much trouble. Not to mention himself, even Su Mo next to him can beat him. After understanding the situation clearly, Lin Yi planned to take direct action. This time he didn't plan to be sneaky, but to snatch it directly. With the strength of the two of them, all the people in the field combined are no match for them, so there's no need to worry about anything else. After receiving Lin Yi's order, Su Mo instantly turned into a 5-meter-tall giant bear and rushed towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was yawning out of boredom. He had been here for half a month. Every day, he just sat there, and he was almost bored to death. He had wanted to go out and have some fun on his own, to see if he could meet the two surviving women to play with, but Lei Ming gave a death order that this batch of arms was extremely important, and he was not allowed to leave. Lu Yuan had no choice but to stay here all the time, hoping to dig through the underground as soon as possible. Chapter 136 Success. Just when he was bored, a giant bear suddenly rushed towards him from not far away. He was very familiar with this giant bear. After all, they were both psychics in the god camp and had fought side by side. A few days ago, Lei Ming had sent him a message, telling him that Su Mo had betrayed the camp, asking him to be careful and not be deceived by Su Mo. If he met Su Mo, he could kill him directly, and Su Mo's supernatural powers would also belong to him. Seeing this, Lu Yuan immediately turned into a tiger and pounced on Su Mo with his bloody mouth wide open. The two behemoths fought each other in an instant. But as soon as they started fighting, Lu Yuan secretly thought that something was wrong. He had practiced with Su Mo before and knew that his strength was comparable to his, so he dared to attack directly. But he didn't expect that in just a few days, Su Mo's strength improved by leaps and bounds, and he was completely unable to match him. When Su Mo was besieging the Tianjin society, he absorbed some special power. After a period of absorption, it had completely merged with his body, which increased Su Mo's physical strength again. Both his strength and defense had made great progress. Naturally, Lu Yuan was no match for him. The people who were digging snow in the deep pit suddenly saw a fight breaking out outside. They were a little confused for a moment, but they soon reacted and started to flee in all directions. Because Lin Yi had already taken action, the space gate opened in front of him, and rockets bombarded the bottom of the pit. A violent explosion sounded, and the deep pit instantly turned into a hell on earth, with broken limbs flying everywhere. More than 100 people in the deep pit were instantly swallowed up by the shock wave of the explosion. After Lin Yi wiped out the crowd in the snow pit, he began to attack the surrounding tents. In just 2 minutes, there was no one left alive on the field, and there was not even a trace of resistance. On the one hand, because of Lin Yi's sudden attack, many people were killed before they could react. On the other hand, because they were working at the bottom of the pit, it was inconvenient to hold weapons, and it was easy to cause accidental discharge, so the guns were all placed in a tent. They only had a shovel in their hands, and could not fight back at all. Lin Yi took a look at the battlefield between Su Mo and Lu Yuan, and then looked away. The tiger had been pinned to the ground by the giant bear, and could only rely on its defense to hold on. It was only a matter of time before it was defeated. Lin Yi then jumped into the pit, which was not far from the arsenal. After Lin Yi's previous wave of firepower coverage, a lot of snow in the pit was blown away. Lin Yi released the excavator from the alien space, and then drove the excavator to dig downwards. After 2 shovels, Lin Yi felt that the excavator's shovel had dug up a hard stone. Lin Yi was delighted and continued digging downwards with full force. A cracking sound was heard, and a piece of gravel was dug out. Lin Yi threw the rubble aside and continued working. A few minutes later, a 2-meter-wide hole appeared. Lin Yi put away the excavator and then jumped down. 2 seconds later, Lin Yi landed on the ground. It was a huge space with countless wooden boxes. On one side of the factory, there were 4 track tanks parked. But what surprised Lin Yi the most were the 2 armed helicopters in the middle of the warehouse, their black fuselages gleaming with metallic luster. This is a true weapon of mass destruction. It not only has 2 machine guns, but also 2 rocket launchers that can carry 12 rockets. The most important thing is its flying ability. With these 2 helicopters, it will be much more convenient to go out in the future. Lin Yi placed his hand on the helicopter, and his spatial ability was activated. The helicopter disappeared instantly and was taken into the different space. Lin Yi rolled up his sleeves and started to work. There were indeed a lot of arms here, and Lin Yi did not count them carefully. He put all the things in the warehouse into the alien space. After working for more than 10 minutes, Lin Yi finally cleared out all the things here. Looking at the empty armory, Lin Yi left with satisfaction. When he reached the bottom of the cave entrance, Lin Yi stomped his feet hard on the ground, and suddenly he flew into the air. He grabbed a stone at the entrance with both hands and pushed himself up, then jumped out of the cave. The battle between Su Mo and Lu Yuan is nearing its end. The battle between the 2 giant beasts made a mess of the nearby snow. Su Mo pressed his 2 claws hard on Lu Yuan's head, then opened his huge mouth and bit his neck. The tiger that Lu Yuan transformed into twitched violently, then lost its breath and turned back into human form. A fist-sized yellow energy ball slowly emerged from his body. Su Mo grabbed it in his hand, then quickly walked to Lin Yi and handed it to him. "Brother, this is Lu Yuan's energy ball. It's for you." Lin Yi looked at Su Mo in front of him and the energy ball in his hand and smiled slightly. "This is an energy ball that can enhance the strength of psychics. Don't you want it?" Su Mo looked at Lin Yi and said sincerely, "I want it, but you saved my whole family's lives, so you must accept this energy ball." Su Mo's face was full of determination when he spoke, and Lin Yi couldn't refuse. So he took the energy ball from his hand and put it into the different space. He still has a few bottles of energy liquid in his alien space. He wants to try to turn the women in his family into people with special abilities. Now the only fighting forces in the villa are him and Su Mo. Although Luo Ziki was once a professional free-fighting athlete, their strength is still too weak compared to those with special abilities. Once he and Su Mo leave, the villa will become a sitting duck and be at the mercy of others. He must ensure that the women in his family have the ability to protect themselves. Just as Lin Yi and Su Mo were attacking the armory, riots broke out in the Snow God cult. Duan Kuan and Lu Qing have agreed to take action against the Snow God cult in 3 days. But the arrival of Lin Yi and Su Mo disrupted their plans. The original 3-on-1 situation became 3-on-3, and the situation that was originally a sure win became uncertain. After Duan Kuan's spy learned that Lin Yi and Su Mo had left the Snow God sect, he hurriedly reported the news to Duan Kuan. Duan Kuan sent the spy away and then took out a satellite phone from his arms. He decided to take action in advance while Lin Yi and Su Mo were not in the Snow God sect. As long as he could capture Xue Wu in advance, he would be able to do it even if Lin Yi and Su Mo rushed back. The 3 of them with special abilities wouldn't be afraid of them. The call was connected quickly, and Duan Kuan told Lu Qing his thoughts. After thinking for a while, Lu Qing also felt that this was an opportunity and immediately began to mobilize people to march towards the Snow God sect. Soon, a team of 400 people took advantage of the night and surrounded the Snow God cult's camp. Duan Kuan also began to contact his confidants in the Snow God sect, asking them to cooperate with the Qinglong gang to capture Xue Wu and others. An hour later, Duan Kuan's cell phone rang. Lu Qing had already set off with his men and would soon be able to surround the Snow God cult. After Duan Kuan received the news, he also started to act. He first ordered his men to take control of the gate of the camp, and then killed all the sentries on duty and replaced them with his own people. Then he quietly opened the gate of the camp and let in the members of the Qinglong gang outside. Xue Wu was resting in her room. Her room was the same color as her clothes, all white. Moreover, her room does not need heating equipment, and she never feels cold because her ability is very special and not an ordinary ice ability. Her special ability is called Snow God. As long as she uses her supernatural powers, she can become the incarnation of the Snow God, and her control over ice, snow, and low temperatures is much stronger than that of ordinary ice-type supernatural powers. But although this ability is powerful, its disadvantages are also very obvious. Her hair turns snow white after she awakened her ability, and her body temperature is much lower than that of ordinary people. This is why when Lin Yi touched her hand, he found that her body was like ice. Xiaowu leaned against the head of the bed in a daze. Her delicate face and long snow-white hair made her look very haggard. What Lin Yi said to her during the day kept echoing in her ears. In order to intimidate those people with ulterior motives, she always appears cold and ruthless to others. But her true identity is just a girl in her 20s. If possible, she doesn't want to be a leader of a religion. She originally established the Snow God cult to provide a shelter for those helpless people. However, as more and more people enter the camp, interest became unevenly distributed, conflicts often broke out, and there were also threats from external forces. All this made Xiaowu exhausted. She also wanted to leave everything behind and find someone to rely on, but there were so many sisters in the camp who regarded her as hope. Xiaowu understood that if she left, their fate would be to become playthings of Duan Kun and those men. Suddenly, Xiaowu felt that many people were approaching the camp. As the owner of the Snow God's special powers, she has a strong sense of snow. The snow outside can not only help her fight, but also be used as her eyes to observe all movements within a radius of 200 meters at any time. She naturally couldn't sense so many people walking in the snow at the same time. The first thing Xiaowu thought of was the Qinglong gang. She took out her cell phone and was about to contact Lin Yi, but after a moment of hesitation, she didn't make the call. The situation outside is still unclear, and Lin Yi just left this afternoon. Xiaowu always felt that something was wrong for her to contact him so soon. Putting the satellite phone back in her pocket, Xiaowu took out the walkie-talkie and informed all the captains that there was an invasion. Then he opened the window and jumped down from the building. Lu Qing and Duan Kun have already reunited and are preparing to secretly kill all of Xiaowu's confidants. Unexpectedly, heavy snow suddenly drifted from the sky, and snow danced from sky. Dozens of ice cones shot towards them. Lu Qing took a step forward and waved his hands. Dozens of vines spread out from his body and shattered the shooting ice cones one by one. At this time, hundreds of armed Snow God cult soldiers also ran out from other buildings. The searchlight on the roof also shone its light on Lu Qing and others. With the help of the light, Xiaowu discovered Duan Kun next to Lu Qing. Although she had known for a long time that Duan Kun had ill intentions, Xiaowu was still disappointed when she saw him betray the Snow God sect. When Duan Kun had not yet awakened his superpowers, it was Xiaowu who brought people to rescue him. If the Snow God cult had not taken him in, Duan Kun would have been eaten long ago. I didn't expect that he would turn against me and cooperate with the Qinglong gang to deal with the Snow God cult. Soon, the two sides engaged in a standoff. Seeing Duan Kun standing opposite, several captains who were usually close to Duan Kun hesitated. Duan Kun colluded with the Qinglong gang to betray the Snow God sect. In order to prevent the news from leaking out, he naturally would not let so many people know, so Duan Kun did not tell them before the action. Duan Kun stepped forward and began to persuade them to surrender. Brothers, I have surrendered to the Azure Dragon Gang. The Snow God cult is doomed to be destroyed tonight. Those who don't want to die can come and join me. I can assure you on behalf of Boss Lu Qing that your positions and treatment will remain the same, and all the women in the Snow God cult can be divided among you. As soon as Duan Kun said this, several captains in the Snow God sect began to get restless. Although the Snow God sect did not have so many rules and emphasized equality between men and women and freedom of love, it was precisely because of this that they as captains did not even have a woman. The end of the world has been coming for so long that they can no longer hold it in. In the Qinglong gang, anyone who is at the rank of captain or above can keep a woman for his own entertainment. The most important thing is that they all know that Lin Yi and Su Mo have left the camp. In addition, with Duan Kun's defection, Xiaowu is the only one with special abilities left in the Snow God sect. In a 1-on-2 or even 1-on-3 situation, Xiaowu could never be a match for the Qinglong gang. Everyone in the Snow God cult was observing each other. After a while, a young man in his 20s walked out silently. With his lead, people began to walk out of the crowd one after another and join the Qinglong gang's camp. Xue has been watching all this coldly. If they want to leave, let them go. Even if she tries to stop them now, if a fight breaks out, they might stab her in the back, and the losses will be even greater. Soon, the snow god cult shrank from more than 500 people to 300 people, and 80% of them were women. The Qinglong gang grew in strength. With the addition of these people, its number of members instantly exceeded twice that of the snow god sect. However, ordinary people's combat effectiveness is limited, and what really determines victory or defeat is the number of people with special abilities. Watching those former teammates silently walk towards the Qinglong gang, those who stayed behind began to curse at them. "You traitorous dogs, if the leader hadn't taken you in, you would have starved to death out there. Wang gang, you actually betrayed the snow god cult as well. From now on, I will completely break off all ties with you." Seeing that everyone was already arguing, Xue quietly took out the satellite phone from her arms and dialed a number. At this moment, Lu Qing and Duan Kuan suddenly attacked at the same time, and dozens of vines intertwined and wrapped around Xue. Duan Kuan's figure also disappeared in an instant, and he approached Xue rapidly with a dagger in his hand. His special ability is somewhat similar to that of a physical type, and can enhance the body's strength, speed, and defense. Moreover, the increased strength is twice as strong as that of a physical ability user of the same level. But his ability has a huge flaw. That is, there is a weak spot in his body. As long as this weak spot can be attacked, Duan Kuan's body will become as fragile as paper. The position of the blind spot can be changed every 2 days. No one in the world knows where his weakness is except Duan Kuan himself. Xue was not afraid at all when facing the simultaneous attack from the two. A large amount of cold air suddenly burst out from her body, freezing the vines that were wrapped around her. Duan Kuan also stopped. The temperature of the cold air released by Xue was too low, and his physical strength could not withstand it all. Chaptur Yuzotu Sikis, Lin Yi. At this moment, a shock wave suddenly hit Xue from not far away. She had just released a range skill, and her internal energy was at an empty stage. In addition, the attack was rather sudden, and Xue was caught off guard, and the satellite phone in her hand was directly blown away by the shock wave and turned into countless pieces in midair. The person who just took action was another psychic from the Qinglong gang, Yin Ming. Many people saw Lin Yi handing the satellite phone to Xue. In order to prevent Xue from asking Lin Yi for help, Duan Kuan asked Yin Ming to hide in the crowd and find the right opportunity to destroy her phone first. Sure enough, things developed exactly as he expected. Xue did not inform Lin Yi immediately after discovering them, which gave them the opportunity to stop Xue from asking for help. Xue looked at the fragments of the phone floating in the air and felt a little desperate. Then she turned her gaze to Duan Kuan. Compared with the people from the Qinglong gang, the person Xue hated the most was Duan Kuan. Xue had already made up her mind that even if she died, she would die together with this despicable villain. Xue took the lead in launching the attack. The wind and snow in the sky blocked the vision of the three people. Xue flew into the air, and her white clothes and white hair blended perfectly with the wind and snow. 3 snow snakes with a diameter of 1 meter appeared and pounced towards Lu Qing and others. Xue actually attacked the 3 of them at the same time. Lu Qing retracted the vines, and then tender sprouts began to grow from his body. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qing turned into a big tree that was more than 10 meters tall, waving its thick branches to face the snow snake. Duan Kuan used his speed advantage to dodge the snow snake's attack. He kept waving the dagger in his hand, leaving dozens of wounds on the snow snake's body, but these wounds recovered in the blink of an eye. For a moment, the man and the snake maintained their balance. Yin Ming's special ability is air. He can compress the air to form air cannons, and he can also instantly drain all the oxygen in a certain area, causing the people inside to suffocate to death. However, the power of his air cannon is relatively average, and its attack range is very limited. It is quite lethal against ordinary people, but it seems insufficient against people with special abilities. Yin Ming retreated while using the air cannon to attack the snow snake. Under his crazy attack, the snow snake was actually blown into 2 pieces by his air cannon. But before he could be happy, the snow snake that had been broken into 2 parts rolled on the snow and grew a new head. These snow snakes are not living creatures. but are transformed from Xiuwu's supernatural powers. They have no life and naturally cannot die. However, launching such an attack consumes a lot of supernatural powers. In just a short while, Xiuwu's supernatural powers were almost consumed by half. Xiuwu thought to herself, "This isn't a good way to go. Once my powers are exhausted, I'll be at the mercy of others." Then Xiuwu tapped her hands repeatedly, and 3 snow snakes exploded instantly. The entire space was covered with snowflakes, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Xiuwu took advantage of the cover of heavy snow and poured all her supernatural powers into her hands. An extremely strong chill rushed towards Duan Kuan. Duan Kuan was on guard, as he knew Xiuwu must have a backup plan for doing this. And I must be her first target. Sure enough, the next second, Duan Kuan felt a strong sense of danger. Before he could react, a thick layer of frost formed on Duan Kuan's body, and he was completely wrapped in cold air. He wanted to rush out immediately, but his joints and muscles became very stiff under the influence of the cold air. The snow and air also gathered on Duan Kuan's body under the influence of the cold air, wrapping him into a huge snowball. After performing this attack, Xiuwu finally exhausted all of her supernatural powers and collapsed powerlessly on the snow. Lu Qing turned back in a human form, glanced at Duan Kuan, who had turned into a snowball, then smiled slightly and came to Xiuwu. "Xiuwu, you should know that I have always admired you. Now I can give you a chance. As long as you are willing to be my woman and become the wife of the leader of the Qinglong gang, I will let you go. As long as we join forces, Haijing City will soon have the 5th largest force." Xiuwu sat on the ground, ignoring Lu Qing, staring blankly at the dark sky. For some reason, she suddenly thought of Lin Yi. It would be great if he were here. Xiuwu sighed. Just then, a cracking sound came from the snowball next to it. Then a figure suddenly jumped out of the snowball. Duan Kuan curled up into a ball the moment he was frozen. His weak spot was his heart. As long as he protected it, he had the confidence to survive. Then, relying on his body's strong defensive power, he managed to survive Xiuwu's attack. After Xiuwu stopped releasing cold air into the snowball, Duan Kuan finally rushed out from inside. Duan Kuan, who had just escaped from the trap, was still emitting coldness. Looking at his former goddess, his heart was filled with anger. Just a moment ago, he had already felt the threat of death. If it weren't for his strong defense, he would have become a corpse by now. At this time, Duan Kuan no longer cared about anything else. He just wanted Xiuwu to die. Duan Kuan clenched the dagger in his hand and slashed directly towards Xiuwu's neck regardless of Lu Qing's obstruction. Just as the dagger was about to cut through Xiuwu's neck, a bullet hit his dagger accurately. The powerful impact force directly shattered Duan Kuan's dagger and also knocked Duan Kuan's body back several meters. Xiuwu's eyes regained some spirit, and she looked into the distance with a blank expression. Lu Qing and others were horrified. The power of the shot just now was definitely not something that could be fired by an ordinary person. They asked themselves if the target of that shot was not the dagger, but their bodies, who among those present could have blocked it. Lu Qing shouted, "Who are you? Get out here!" The next second, a figure carrying a sniper rifle slowly walked towards the camp. After Lin eluded the arsenal in the north of the city, he received a call from Xiuwu, but before he could answer the call was hung up. Lin Yi called back, but the call was not connected. Lin Yi looked at the satellite phone in his hand and had a bad feeling in his heart. Xiuwu must be in danger. However, this place is still quite far from the Snow God cult's camp, and it takes at least an hour to drive there. Now that time is running out. Lin Yi dare not waste time and directly releases the armed helicopter from the alien space. After getting on the helicopter, the two men discovered to their embarrassment that they had never flown a plane and had no idea how to fly it. Chapter 139 Space Exchange starts. There is no way to find the pilot now. They can only try and explore bit by bit. Finally, after their repeated attempts, the helicopter slowly took off. Lin Yi increased the speed of the helicopter and flew towards the Snow God cult's camp. The helicopter faced danger of crashing several times along the way. Fortunately, Lin Yi possessed the ability of space. Every time when the helicopter was about to crash near the ground, he would put it into another space at the critical moment and then set off again. But his alien space cannot accommodate living things, so Lin Yi left his car to Su Mo, asked him to drive back, and he drove the helicopter ahead. Lin Yi experienced 3 or 4 crises along the way before finally rushing back at the critical moment. As soon as he landed, he saw Duan Kuan jumping out of a big snowball, ready to attack Xiuwu. In a hurry, Lin Yi took out a sniper rifle and pulled the trigger. Because he was afraid that the bullet was too powerful and might accidentally hurt Xue, he did not infuse too much supernatural power into this shot, and he also used the ordinary sniper rifle that he had discarded before. Even so, with his more than 10 points of superpower, the bullets he fired still frightened ordinary superpower users like Duan Kun. The three of them felt relieved only after they confirmed that Lin Yi was the only one on the other side, and Su Mo had not returned. How could a mere psychic, no matter how powerful, defeat the three of them? None of them had ever absorbed superpowers. If they knew that people with superpowers could absorb each other's superpowers to become stronger, they probably wouldn't have such thoughts. The battle between superpowers has never been based on numbers, but on strength. Lin Yi has absorbed 12 superpowers in total, and with his own, there are a total of 13, which is more than 4 times the total of the three of them. After more than a dozen evolutions, Lin Yi could compete with Duan Kun just by relying on his physical strength, even without using his superpowers. When Xue saw Lin Yi, tears welled up in her eyes. He murmured to himself, "He really came." Duan Kun threw the broken dagger aside and shouted at Lin, "You dare to come back knowing that we have 3 psychics here? Are you looking for death?" Lin Yi stopped 30 meters away from the group, shouldered the sniper rifle in his hand, smiled slightly, and said, "You dare to bully my woman? You are the one seeking death, right? Your woman." Duan Kun turned his head and glanced at Xue, who was lying on the ground. At this moment, the latter was looking excitedly in the direction of Lin Yi. Duan Kun was once again filled with jealousy. If he couldn't get the person, no one else could get him. After giving Lu Qing a wink, the three of them attacked at the same time. Duan Kun's body had recovered by this time, and he rushed straight towards Lin Yi. Lu Qing's hands once again turned into countless vines that wrapped around Lin Yi. Yiming at the back also fired an air cannon towards Lin Yi. Facing the simultaneous attack from 3 people, Lin Yi quickly raised his gun and shot a bullet directly at Yiming, who was the farthest away. After hitting his air cannon, the bullet passed through without any resistance and hit Yiming's chest. A huge wound was blown out on his body, and blood mixed with internal organs gushed out. The reason why Lin Yi attacked Yiming first was because he was the only one in the field who had the means of long-range attack. In order to prevent himself from being tricked by him later, Lin Yi immediately decided to attack him first. After killing Yiming with 1 shot, Lin Yi put the sniper rifle into the alien space, and then rushed towards Duan Kun with bare hands. He had long wanted to test his physical strength, but had never had the chance. Now that someone was offering him training, it was naturally the best thing. Duan Kun was immediately delighted when he saw Lin Yi put away his gun and wanted to fight him in hand-to-hand combat. According to his analysis, Lin Yi's ability should be to enhance the power of firearms, so his close combat ability must be very weak, which is why he dared to approach Lin Yi. As long as he could get close to Lin Yi, Duan Kun was confident that he could end the fight with 1 punch. Closer and closer, Duan Kun was within 5 meters of Lin Yi in the blink of an eye. At this distance, even if Lin Yi wanted to run, he would never be able to escape from his grasp. Duan Kun stomped his feet on the ground, flew up, and punched Lin Yi in the face with his right fist. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Lin Yi's head being blown up by his punch. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly turned around and rushed towards Duan Kun, also waving his fist. Before Duan Kun could react, their fists had already collided. A terrifying force came, and Duan Kun felt as if he was hit by a speeding train. He was thrown out uncontrollably, and a sharp pain came from his right arm. After knocking Duan Kun away with 1 punch, Lu Qing's attack followed. Lin Yi glanced in Duan Kun's direction. Then the space exchange was activated, and Lin Yi and Duan Kun instantly swapped positions. Duan Kun only felt that the scene in front of him was blurry for a moment, and the next second he was entangled by dozens of vines. Then the vines tightened rapidly, and Duan Kun was in great pain. He had just taken a punch from Lin and was wrapped tightly before he could even catch his breath. He wanted to call for help, but the vines seemed to have life and would drill into any hole they saw. A vine went straight into his mouth. Duan Kun was so scared that he quickly closed his mouth and bit the vine off with his teeth. Lu Qing's voice came from outside. "Boy, this doesn't taste good, does it? I'll let you taste something more powerful." As soon as Lu Qing finished speaking, Duan Kun suddenly felt a pain in his buttocks and thought to himself that something was wrong. A thick vine had penetrated straight into his butt. Fortunately, his body was strong enough, and the vines did not hit his weak spot. Otherwise, Duan Kun would have been pierced into a skewer by being attacked from both sides by the two vines. Since Lin Yi and Duan Kun swapped positions, Lu Qing thought that the person he trapped was Lin Yi, so he resorted to every possible means and used all his dirty tricks. Finally, the vines that trapped Lin Yi suddenly burst open, and Duan Kun rushed out tremblingly. There was a 2-meter-long vine stuck in his butt, as if he had grown a tail. Lu Qing was shocked when he saw this. He had clearly trapped Lin Yi, so why was it Duan Kun who rushed out in the end? But time is running out, and he can't think too much. After Duan Kun had endured the continuous destruction from Xue, Lin Yi, and Lu Qing, he had another small outburst, breaking through the vines that trapped him. Now he had almost no strength to fight again. The whole person was shaky and could no longer stand. Chapter 140 Xue Wu is moved. Now Lu Qing is the only one left in the field. Lin Yi didn't want to talk to him anymore, so he took out a rifle from the alien space. Fired directly at Lu Qing. Flames spewed from a muzzle, and bullets with spatial abilities were shot out at high speed. Lu Qing once again transformed his body into a big tree, with hundreds of vines wrapping around Lin Yi. The bullets shot by Lin Yi left small holes on the tree trunk, but could not cause much damage to Lu Qing. When the vines were about to touch Lin Yi, he directly opened the door of space. Lin Yi took in all the vines that were coming towards him. Then Lin Yi took a step on the spot and jumped directly onto the vine. A flamethrower also appeared in his hand. This was something he had just taken out from the armory in the north of the city. Wood-attributed mutants are most afraid of fire, so it is just right to use it to deal with Lu Qing now. A column of fire spurted out from Lin Yi's hand. The big tree that Lu Qing transformed into was instantly ignited, and he began to struggle violently in the flames. Lin Yi stood aside motionless. Lu Qing was now at the end of his strength. Even if he stopped taking action, he would be seriously injured. Just as Lin Yi and Lu Qing were confronting each other, Duan Kun also recovered some strength. Seeing that the situation was not good, he was about to escape. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi took out his Barrett directly from the alien space. He pulled the trigger at Duan Kun's head. A bullet was fired, and Duan Kun's head exploded instantly like a watermelon. Although Lin Yi did not hit his weak spot, but strength can defeat skill. Facing Lin Yi's strongest attack, Duan Kun's proud defense was no match for him. After Lin Yi shot Duan Kun to death, he put away the sniper rifle again. Although the sniper rifle was powerful, the wound was too small. Facing a tree more than 10 meters high, the damage was still limited. The space gate opened and several rockets shot towards Lu Qing. There was a loud explosion accompanied by bursts of flames, and the tree more than 10 meters high was directly blown into 2 pieces. Lin Yi collected the energy balls from Duan Kun and Yin Ming's bodies. But the strange thing was that although Lu Qing's body was blown into 2 halves and lay motionless on the ground, no energy ball appeared. Lin Yi smiled slightly and ignored it. Instead, he came straight to Xue Wu. He put his arms around Xue Wu's slender waist and helped her up from the ground. Xue Wu was wearing very little, and when Lin Yi put his arm around her waist, he felt a chill in his touch. But feels very smooth. Xue Wu's pretty face turned red, and she felt a little embarrassed. Lin Yi handed Yin Ming's energy ball to Xue Wu. You've consumed too much energy. Take this in. Xue Wu looked at the small ball emitting white light in Lin Yi's hand, feeling a little confused. This was the first time she had seen anything like this. As for what Lin Yi said about absorption, she didn't know what to do for a moment. Lin Yi didn't explain and directly put the energy ball in Xue Wu's hand. Xue Wu only felt a warm feeling in her hand, and her body instinctively wanted to absorb the energy ball directly, but she still forcibly suppressed this impulse. Xue Wu looked at Lin Yi inquiringly, and only after receiving his affirmative look did she feel relieved and began to absorb the energy inside. A warm feeling instantly spread throughout her body, and Xue Wu couldn't help but moan. After her body was nourished by the energy ball, not only did her superpowers become much stronger, but her body was also slowly getting stronger. Xue Wu just moaned and then immediately shut her mouth. She didn't want to embarrass herself in front of Lin Yi. Just as Xue Wu was absorbing the supernatural power, a palm-sized sapling not far away began to move slowly on the snow. Lin Yi bent down and picked up a snowball from the ground. The space exchange was activated, and the sapling that was about to leave quietly appeared in Lin Yi's hand in an instant and was held tightly by him. "Brother, please spare my life." I know I was wrong. Give me one chance. I am willing to be your subordinate, and all the supplies of the Qinglong gang will belong to you. Before Lin Yi could speak, the sapling in his hand suddenly began to speak human language. When the big tree that Lu Qing transformed into was blown into two pieces, but no energy ball appeared, Lin Yi knew that this guy was pretending to be dead. But Lu Qing didn't know that an energy ball would appear on the body of a mutant after his death. When he tried to take the opportunity to escape, he was caught back by Lin Yi. Croat! Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the sapling in his hand. The wood-type mutant has really strong vitality. He is not dead, even after becoming like this. But Lu Qing no longer had any strength to resist and could only keep begging for mercy. Lin Yi directly threw him into the space gate. No matter how strong his vitality was, he would have no chance of survival once he entered the space gate. At this time, Xiaowu had already absorbed all the supernatural powers, and she felt that her power as the snow god had been greatly enhanced. The fact that they were able to safely overcome this crisis was all thanks to Lin Yi. Not only did he save her life, but he also greatly improved her strength. Although Lin Yi was the deputy leader of the snow god cult, after seeing his fighting ability, Xuewu understood that Lin Yi was definitely not an ordinary psychic. He would not join the snow god cult just to become the deputy leader. So what is his purpose? What is there in the snow god cult that is worth his attention? Thinking of this, Xuewu looked at Lin Yi beside her, her big watery eyes blinking. You are so powerful. Why did you join the snow god cult? Xuewu hesitated for a long time before finally asking the question in her mind. Lin Yi spread his hands and said, Okay, I'll be honest with you. You just absorbed an energy ball, and you should know that people with special abilities can devour each other's special abilities to increase their strength. My original intention was the same. I wanted to steal your special abilities to increase my strength. Lin Yi put his arms around Xuewu's waist, met her eyes, and continued, But ever since I met you, I've fallen in love with you. Compared to you, those supernatural powers are insignificant. You don't know how worried I was when I couldn't get through to you just now. If anything happens to you, I will never forgive myself. Be my woman. Xuewu was a little bit at a loss by Lin Yi's sudden confession. I didn't know where to put my hands. But we just met today. Xuewu held it in for a long time before finally saying something. Lin Yi moved his hand from Xuewu's waist to her face. He said word by word, We, the children of Jianghu, only pursue the feeling of love at first sight. Time is not a problem. Xuewu thought about how Lin Yi had handed the precious energy ball to her without any hesitation, and she believed what he said. Just as Xuewu was hesitating whether to agree, an explosion was heard in the distance. The power of battles between psychics is devastating, and ordinary soldiers cannot withstand it at all, so they stayed away from the main battlefield at the beginning. Although Lu Qing and the other two had been killed by Lin Yi, the battle over there was still going on. Chapter 141, Collecting Snow Dance. Xuewu then remembered that the battle on the other side was still going on. Just as she was about to go back to help, Lin Yi pulled her back. If you don't agree, I won't let you go. Lin Yi had a blank expression on his face, looking like a domineering boss. Xuewu looked at the battlefield in the distance where artillery fire was raging, and had no choice but to say in a low voice, I agree. Then he ran away in a hurry. Lin Yi was delighted and quickly followed. The battlefield here was originally very unfavorable to the Snow God sect, because most of the people left in the Snow God sect were women. Their fighting power was originally weaker than those men, and the number of people in the Qinglong gang was twice as many as theirs. All the members of the Snow God cult had been forced into a building and were forced to defend themselves. The soldiers of the Qinglong gang, led by several captains, were killed by Xuewu just as they were about to blow up the building. With Xuewu's joining, the situation on the battlefield was instantly reversed. Each of Xuewu's attacks could take the lives of more than a dozen people. Lin Yi also took the time to fire a few missiles. In just a few minutes, more than half of the Qinglong gang's members were lost. Seeing this, the remaining people dropped their weapons and surrendered. Most of the survivors were those who betrayed the Snow God cult. They knelt on the ground and begged Xuewu for mercy, hoping that she would spare their lives for the sake of their past friendship. Lin Yi did not interfere in how to deal with them. He also wanted to see how Xuewu would make the decision. Now is an extraordinary period. Indecision will only bring the power you have worked so hard to build to the grave. Fortunately, Xuewu did not disappoint him. Xuewu's hatred for these fence-sitters is even greater than that for the people of the Qinglong gang. If Lin Yi hadn't come to her rescue, she could imagine how miserable the fate of herself and her men would have been. Finally, Xiaowu gave the order. Only the Qinglong gang's surrender will be accepted. They will be imprisoned and used as coolies. When searching for supplies in the future, the job of digging snow will be theirs. As for those who betrayed the snow god cult, they were all executed on the spot. This is the fate of betrayers. Those sentenced to death still wanted to resist, but their weapons had been surrendered and the cold muzzles of guns were pointed at them. Even if they felt unwilling, they had no choice but to accept their fate. With the sound of gunfire, more than 200 bodies fell in the snow. Xiaowu began to direct everyone to clean up the battlefield. Due to limited conditions now, the members of the snow god cult who died in battle can only be buried nearby. Xiaowu also erected a tombstone for them. The remaining bodies were loaded onto trucks and transported to a place far away from the camp and discarded. After a great battle, only about 200 people were left in the snow god cult, 90% of whom were women. While everyone was cleaning up the battlefield, Suemo also arrived by car. Seeing that everything was settled and Lin Yi was not injured, he felt relieved. But the matter is not over yet. Although the main force of the Qinglong gang has been destroyed, there are still many people in their headquarters. Xiaowu planned to take people to wipe them out once and for all. But he was stopped by Lin Yi. Let Suemo take people with him for such trivial matters. Let's talk about our own affairs. What do we want? Xiaowu tilted her head and started to act stupid. Lin Yi sighed and said, "You forced me to do this." Then he picked up Xiaowu by the waist and walked towards her room. Xiaowu struggled symbolically for a few times and finally buried her head deeply in Lin Yi's chest. After entering Xiaowu's room, Lin Yi first put her on the bed. At this critical moment, Lin Yi did not forget Xiaowu's instructions. He took out the walkie-talkie and asked Su Imo to take people to destroy the Qinglong gang, and then bring all the supplies of the Qinglong gang back to the Snow God sect. After arranging everything, Lin Yi began to take off his clothes in front of Xiaowu. Xiaowu was just a young girl and had never seen such a scene before, so she could only let Lin Yi do what he wanted. Lin Yi held her in his arms, and Xiaowu's cold body gave him a completely different feeling. Lin Yi suddenly thought of the fire spirit of the Fiery Fire sect. That little girl was also one of the best in the world. Not only did she have a hot body, but she was also extremely beautiful. The most important thing is that she is a person with fire attribute. If I take her in and add Xiaowu's ice attribute, wouldn't I be able to play with both ice and fire? The next morning, after Lin Yi got up from the bed, Xiaowu also woke up. As a new wife, the coldness in her eyes was much less, and there was some charm in them. Her glance and smile could make people's heart beat faster. Lin Yi almost covered himself with the quilt and took another nap with Xiaowu, but fortunately he had good self-control and forced himself to suppress the throbbing in his heart. After Lin Yi walked out of the room, holding Xiaowu's hand, they happened to meet Su Imo, who was rushing back from outside. After receiving Lin Yi's order yesterday, Su Imo immediately organized people to encircle the headquarters of the Qinglong gang. Now that the Qinglong gang has no psychics in charge, it is very easy to wipe them out, but it takes a lot of time to count the weapons and supplies, load them onto trucks, and transport them back to the Snow God cult. Sumo worked all night to deliver all the supplies and prisoners back. Just when he was about to go find Lin Yi to report, he ran into Lin Yi and Xiaowu. Seeing them holding hands, Su Imo immediately understood. After counting on his fingers for a while, he lowered his head and said to Xiaowu, "Hello, eighth sister-in-law." Eighth sister-in-law? Xiaowu was immediately confused. What kind of name was this? Lin Yi suddenly reacted and kicked Su Imo in the butt, his eyes constantly making signals. Xiaowu looked at Lin Yi coldly and angrily said, "Explain to me, what does eighth sister-in-law mean? Besides me, you have 7 other women? I'm the 8th. Lin Yi quickly waved his hands and explained, "Don't listen to his nonsense. There are 2 I haven't gotten yet. You should be ranked 6th. Xiaowu laughed out of anger. "So, my ranking has improved? Thank you." After Xiaowu finished speaking, she shook off Lin Yi's hand and ran back to the room. When Su Imo saw Xiaowu was angry, he realized that he was in trouble. She timidly asked Lin, "Brother, did I say something wrong?" Lin Yi was speechless, looking at Su Imo, who had a simple and honest face. "You're right. Sooner or later, it will be mine." After saying that, Lin Yi chased Xiaowu back to the room, leaving Su Imo alone there. It was almost noon when the 2 of them came out of the room. Although he didn't know how Lin Yi coaxed Xiaowu, But looking at his somewhat shaky steps and slightly trembling legs, Suemo already had a guess in his mind. Today Lin Yi and Suemo are preparing to return to the villa. The purpose of their coming out was to go to the armory in the north of the city. Now they have obtained the arms and a few energy balls, and most importantly, they have obtained a beautiful woman. But Xuewu did not plan to go back with Lin Yi. There were many sisters in the Snow God sect, and Xuewu could not bear to leave them behind. Chapter 142 Evolution. Lin Yi also expressed his support for Xuewu's choice. Anyway, he now has 2 armed helicopters and can rush over from the villa at any time. But for Xuewu's safety, Lin Yi took out a green energy ball from the alien space and handed it to Xuewu. She is alone outside and could easily get into danger. Lin Yi would feel at ease only if she is stronger. This energy ball belongs to Lu Qing. After giving it to Xuewu, Lin Yi still has 2 left. He planned to give it to Luo Ziki and Li Qi after returning, and try to see if he could awaken their special powers. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have to worry about their safety every time he left the villa. After Xuewu was with Lin Yi, she tied up her long hair and fixed it with a white hairpin, used to indicate that one is married. After watching Xuewu absorb the energy ball, Lin Yi gave her a big hug and promised that he would visit her often. Before leaving, Lin Yi gave her a satellite phone and repeatedly told Xuewu to contact him immediately if she encountered any danger. Xuewu nodded and put the phone away. The 2 of them stayed affectionate for a while, and finally, under Xuewu's reluctant gaze, Lin Yi got on the off-road vehicle and left the Snow God cult camp with Suemo. They didn't fly the helicopter on the way back because they were not in a hurry and there was no need to risk their lives. Suemo drove and finally returned to the villa when it was almost dark. Lin Yi parked the car, said hello to Suemo, and returned to the villa. Suemo returned to his home. When Lu Xiaojing heard that he had returned, she had already prepared dinner and was waiting for him at home. Lin Yi opened the door of the villa, and several women were already waiting at the door. Li Qi was the first to rush over, jumping directly onto Lin Yi and wrapping her arms around his neck. Lin Yi reached out and picked up Li Qi and walked into the villa with a warm welcome of several women. Jiang Xian's injury is almost healed, and she often walks around in the villa. Knowing that Lin Yi would be back in the evening, she came over with a few other girls. The table was already filled with food, all of which they had made themselves, and was still steaming. Lin Yi washed his hands and announced that dinner was ready. At the dinner table, Lin Yi told the girls about his experiences over the past 2 days. The girls became jealous when they learned that they had a new sister. Lin Yi acted too quickly. He had only been away for 2 days when he had already taken in a beautiful woman. They all knew that Lin Yi had very high standards. Just looking at the looks of the women in the villa, they could tell that anyone who caught his eye must be extraordinary. The figure, appearance, and personality must all meet the standards. The women immediately interrogated Lin Yi, demanding that he tell them all the details and compensate them for their mental damages. Various drinks, snacks, beautiful clothes, and cosmetics are indispensable. Only Luo Zishan and Yang Lu looked a little embarrassed. Both of them are Lin Yi's sisters-in-law, but Lin Yi included them in the distribution when he distributed things. It seemed as if they were both Lin Yi's chosen women. Yami did persuade her sister. After years of working in the entertainment industry, she deeply understood one truth. In a lion pride, there can only be one male lion, and all the remaining female lions are the mates of this male lion. Lin Yi is the male lion, and here he has absolute say. He rescued all the women one by one. Even if Lin Yi has a new love outside, they can be jealous and ask for some benefits, but they must not go too far. The only way for them to survive here is to become Lin Yi's woman. Yang Lu also understood this truth. The moment Lin Yi rescued her from Yuan High City, he had already become a hero in her heart. In order to help Lin Yi and prove her worth, she started to install an alarm in the villa when she first moved in. If it weren't for the fact that her sister was also Lin Yi's woman, she might have been more proactive than she is now. Now, after hearing her sister's persuasion, her heart began to waver. It seems that serving the same man as her sister is not unacceptable. Is there anyone who would expose their relationship online now? Yang Lu made up her mind that if Lin Yi suddenly confessed to her one day, she would reluctantly agree. But Luo Zishan's idea was completely different from Yang Lu's. She had moved into Lin Yi's shelter very early on. But due to physical reasons, Luo Zishan never dared to hope for love. Her leukemia was getting worse and worse, and she herself didn't know how much longer she could hold on. In order not to worry her sister, she had to hold on alone and could only rely on playing games every day to divert her attention and forget the pain. Lin Yi was also worried about her physical condition, but the current medical level is limited and she can only rely on medication to maintain her health temporarily. Lin Yi also thought about this. If the energy ball could really make a person a superpower, he would give one to Luo Zishan. Becoming a mutant could help her change her body strength, and maybe even cure leukemia. After Lin Yi distributed the things, he called Luo Ziki and Li Qi to the basement. Lin Yi's decision to let them become superpowers first was also a well-considered one. Among the women, Luo Ziki has the strongest fighting ability, so she naturally bears the brunt of the attack. Li Qi is a doctor and is used to seeing dead people. Now, only the two of them can bring out their special abilities. If Jiang Shuyan had not been injured, Lin Yi would naturally let her awaken her superpowers first. After all, Jiang Shuyan was Lin Yi's first woman and held a very high position in his heart. Lin Yi took the two women to a room in the basement, asked them to sit on the bed first, and then locked the door. Luo Ziki and Li Qi looked at each other, and their pretty faces blushed. Could it be that Lin Yi wants a threesome? Ouch, so embarrassing. While the two women were feeling anxious, Lin Yi took out two glowing balls from the alien space with a mysterious look on his face. Then he explained the origin and usage of the ball. When Li Qi heard that this was made from a dead person, she was immediately disgusted. However, when she learned that this small ball was the key to becoming a superpower, she immediately became interested. Becoming a person with special abilities is everyone's wish, regardless of gender. Lin Yi placed the energy ball in front of the two women and said to them, "Who goes first?" This was their first time conducting such an experiment, so whether it would be successful or not, and whether there were any dangers, were all unknowns. The first person to try something naturally takes some risks. Luo Ziki was quick-eyed and quick-handed, grabbing the energy ball in his hand. But she waited for a long time and didn't feel anything unusual. Lin Yi was a little disappointed when he saw this. He didn't know why Luo Ziki failed to awaken successfully. Can these ordinary people only evolve on their own? Chapter 143 Assassin. Lin Yi was a little unwilling to give up and handed the energy ball to Li Qi next to him. "You try it." After Li Qi took the energy ball, she sensed it carefully, but like Luo Ziki, nothing happened. Lin Yi felt helpless. It seemed that ordinary people could not absorb the energy ball. Suddenly Lin Yi remembered that there were 3 or 4 bottles of energy liquid in his space, which were stolen from the South China camp in Yuanhai City. Lin Yi took out the energy liquid. The bottle is transparent and the energy liquid inside is golden yellow, but there is a problem now. Lin Yi didn't know how to use this thing. Should I drink it directly? But this is extracted from someone else's body, so drinking it directly is really a bit disgusting. Lin Yi thought about it and called Luo Ziki over. "Put your hand out." Although Luo Ziki didn't know what Lin Yi wanted to do, she obeyed his orders 100%. Lin Yi opened the bottle and poured a drop of energy liquid into Luo Ziki's hand. After the energy liquid touched Luo Ziki's palm, it penetrated directly from above. At the same time, Luo Ziki felt a warm current suddenly flowing into her body from her palm. But the feeling was very weak. Before she could feel it carefully, the warm current had already entered her body and disappeared. Luo Ziki suddenly looked up and exchanged glances with Lin Yi. Both of them saw excitement in each other's eyes. Since the energy liquid can be absorbed by humans, it means that it has an effect on the human body. Lin Yi also started to become bolder and poured more than 20 drops of energy liquid into Luo Ziki's hands at once, but they were all absorbed by her in the blink of an eye. "What do you feel?" Lin Yi asked with some concern. Luo Ziki shook her head. "I just feel a little warm in my hands." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi simply stopped holding back and slowly poured all the energy liquid in his hand into Luo Ziki's hands. A bottle of energy liquid was emptied, but Luo Ziki still did not react. Lin Yi threw the empty bottle away, then took out another bottle of energy liquid. He just didn't believe it. After all, Luo Ziki could absorb energy liquid. There was only one possibility for her not reacting now. That is, the amount of energy liquid was not enough for her to awaken. This time, Lin Yi poured the entire bottle of energy liquid into Luo Ziki's hands. At first, Luo Ziki still had no reaction, but when she absorbed the last bit of energy liquid in her hand, she suddenly felt her body getting hotter and hotter. She looked like she had taken an aphrodisiac, and her face turned red. In the end, Luo Ziki simply took off all her clothes. Lin Yi looked at Luo Ziki, who was naked in front of him, without any improper thoughts in his mind. Instead, his heart was filled with worries. After all, using energy liquid to transform into a mutant was just Lin Yi's guess, and it was hard to say whether it would succeed. And looking at Luo Ziki's appearance, it seemed as if she was about to explode and die. Although Lin Yi has never watched any movies or TV series about superpowers, he has watched quite a few martial arts films. Many people inside died because they could not withstand the huge amount of power and their bodies exploded. Just as Lin Yi was daydreaming, the burning sensation on Luo Ziki's body disappeared, replaced by a sharp pain. Beads of sweat the size of beans streamed down her forehead. But this process lasted less than a minute. When the severe pain finally disappeared, Luo Ziki first checked his body and found nothing abnormal. Then he suddenly froze in place. The next second, Luo Ziki's figure gradually disappeared, and only Lin Yi and Li Kuer were left in the room. This scene scared Li Kuer. She grabbed Lin Yi's clothes and asked in fear, "Where's Sister Ziki?" Lin Yi was very calm, although Luo Ziki hid it very well, enough to deceive 99.99% of people. But Lin Yi's supernatural powers are much stronger than hers, and most of his supernatural powers are contained in his eyes. So Lin Yi recognized Luo Ziki's figure at a glance. Lin Yi patted Li Kuer's shoulders and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, Sister Ziki is fine. She's just hiding." As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Luo Ziki's figure reappeared in front of them. At this moment, Luo Ziki's face was filled with excitement, and she could hardly contain herself. Although she had just been discovered by Lin Yi, she was not discouraged. She knew Lin Yi's strength, and it was normal for him to discover her. After she revealed her figure, she jumped directly onto Lin Yi's body and rubbed her plump chest against Lin Yi's head hard. "Brother Yi, I have also become a superpower." Lin Yi smelled Luo Ziki's body fragrance and felt the softness of her chest. He almost couldn't control himself and killed her on the spot. You have to know that Luo Ziki had just taken off all her clothes. But in the end, Lin Yi relied on his strong willpower to hold back. Now the important things are important. What is your special ability? Lin Yi was a little curious. If Luo Ziki's ability was just invisibility, it would be a bit useless. If you really faced the enemy, they would cover you with firepower, and it would be useless even if you were invisible. You would still die. Luo Ziki smiled slightly, and it was obvious that she was very satisfied with her ability. After her explanation, Lin Yi finally understood the nature of her supernatural powers. Luo Ziki's special ability can be simply described as invisibility, but the difference is that when she is invisible, Luo Ziki's movement speed will increase 3 times, and her attack power will also increase 3 times. But the moment she launches an attack, her invisibility will be temporarily lifted. Lin Yi slapped his thigh. This man is simply a natural-born assassin. After being baptized by superpowers, Luo Ziki's physical fitness has become much stronger than that of ordinary people, and his attack power and speed have naturally increased as well. If an ordinary person's full-strength burst speed is 6 meters per second, Luo Ziki, without invisibility, can reach 10 meters per second. Adding her triple speed, a distance of 30 meters can be covered in just 1 second. And she was still invisible. As long as she is equipped with a better weapon, even a person with special abilities would find it difficult to escape from her hands at this speed and attack speed. This is just the time when she has awakened her superpowers. If Luo Ziki absorbs more superpowers in the future, her physical fitness will be further enhanced, and her speed and attack power will definitely increase again. Not only Luo Ziki was satisfied, Lin Yi was also very satisfied with this ability. If Luo Ziki encounters someone she cannot defeat in the future, she can simply escape by relying on her invisibility and speed. As long as she doesn't take the initiative to attack, the invisibility effect will always exist. Lin Yi and Luo Ziki discussed for a while the various uses of this ability and the emergencies that might be encountered when using it. Li Kuer was also actively participating because she knew that she would soon have superpowers. Sure enough, after the 3 of them chatted for a while, Lin Yi finally set his sights on Li Kuer. Chapter 144, Great Healing. Lin Yi once again took out 2 bottles of energy liquid from the alien space. This is the last of his stock. After turning Li Kuer into a superpower, he wanted to find an opportunity to go to Yuan High City again. After all, so much time has passed. I guess the people in the South China camp should have collected a lot of energy liquid again, right? But this time it might not be so easy to succeed. After I stole something from them last time, they will definitely be more vigilant. If I want to steal again, I have to plan carefully. As usual, after learning from previous experiences, Lin Yi has gained experience. Pour the energy liquid directly into Li Qie's hand. The energy liquid will be absorbed into the skin the moment it comes into contact with it, so there's no need to worry about it spilling out. Soon, the entire bottle of energy liquid was absorbed by Li Qie. Lin Yi opened the second bottle. After pouring out all the energy liquid, Li Qie also encountered the same situation as Luo Ziki. Soon Li Qie took off all her clothes by herself. A faint green light began to appear on her body. Lin Yi was a little surprised. This phenomenon did not occur when Luo Ziki awakened her superpowers just now. Fortunately, the green light disappeared quickly. Li Qie sat quietly on the bed with her eyes closed, feeling her body. After 2 minutes, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, "Qie, how are you? Are you okay?" Li Qie then slowly opened her eyes and said incoherently, "Brother Yi, I succeeded. I also became a superpower." After saying that, green light appeared in Li Qie's hand again, and then she placed her hand on Lin Yi's chest. Lin Yi only felt his body warm up, and a warm current rushed into his body. His originally tired body was instantly relaxed. He felt full of energy, as if he had endless energy. "Your ability is to restore people's strength?" Lin Yi asked after feeling it for a while. Li Qie's face was full of pride. "It's not that simple. Not only can I quickly restore a person's strength, but I can also heal injuries. No matter how severe the injury is, I can heal it." Luo Ziki heard this and asked hurriedly, "Sister Qie, can your special ability cure diseases?" Li Qie understood her thoughts instantly. The women in the family all knew that Luo Zishan had leukemia, so everyone usually took great care of Luo Zishan and loved her like their own sister. Li Qie nodded and said, "I haven't tried it, but theoretically it should be possible." Lin Yi thought to himself, not only can it restore a person's physical strength, but it can also heal injuries and illnesses. This is definitely a nanny. This ability is quite compatible with her profession as a doctor. Then he glanced at the fullness of Li Qie's chest. Yes, the capital is indeed not small, worthy of the title of wet nurse. Now there's an assassin, a nanny, and a shooter of his own in the villa, so Sumo's ability should be considered that of a warrior. Wow, with the addition of Snow Dance from the Snow God cult, they can play in a 5-man team. The two girls put on their clothes, and then Lin Yi took Li Qie and Luo Ziki's hands and walked out of the basement room. Lu Fei and the other girls were swimming in the pool after dinner. They could only stay in the villa every day. If they didn't do any other exercise, they would easily gain weight. So in order to maintain their figure, they would swim in the pool every day. Jiang Xuyan's injury had not healed yet, so she could only lie in a chair and bask in the sun. On the roof of the swimming pool, there is a huge artificial sun, which can provide light for the swimming pool without sunburning the skin. Although the energy consumption is a bit high, Lin Yi has a big business, so this amount of energy is just a small amount of money for him. After Lin Yi led the two girls into the swimming pool, Li Qie directly placed her hand on Jiang Xuyan's body, and then a green light flashed. Jiang Xuyan only felt a warm energy flowing out from Li Qie's hand and rushing along her body towards her lower abdomen. Then she felt the wound on her lower abdomen was itchy. Although her injury had recovered well, the wound had only formed a scab and had not yet healed completely. Moreover, Jiang Xuyan was always worried that such a large wound would leave scars in the future. She was afraid that when Lin Yi shared a room with her in the future, seeing this ugly scar would disturb his mood. Jiang Xuyan turned her head and looked at Li Qie in confusion. In less than half a minute, Li Qie had finished the treatment and patted her best friend's shoulder. As if offering a treasure, he said, "Xuyan, get up and see if your injury has healed." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuyan subconsciously touched her belly. The previous tingling sensation had disappeared, and Jiang Xuyan felt it carefully for a while. Then he stood up from the chair and untied the bandage around his waist. After removing the gauze, Jiang Xuyan was surprised to find that the originally shocking wound had disappeared, leaving only smooth skin and a flat belly. Jiang Xuyan couldn't quite believe it. After Li Qie explained to her that she had special powers, she finally accepted the fact. Then he looked at Lin Yi with anticipation. Obviously, Li Qie's special ability made her jealous, and 4 words were clearly written in her eyes. "I want it too." But Lin Yi's energy liquid was gone. Although there were still 2 energy balls in his space, they couldn't use them, so they could only wait. Luo Ziki called Luo Zishan, who was learning to dog paddle, to the shore, wanting Li Qiu to try to see if she could cure her sister's illness. When the other women heard the news, they all gathered around and discussed it incessantly. Yang Mi brought a chair for Luo Zishan to lie down, and then Li Qiu activated her supernatural power. It was still the same green light, but the color was obviously much richer. Li Qiu placed her hand on Luo Zishan's chest, and the latter immediately showed a comfortable expression. As the green light grew stronger, the people present could even feel the breath of life in the air. 2 minutes later, Li Qiu stopped, and the green light gradually dissipated. Li Qiu wiped the sweat from her forehead. It was obvious that although the treatment did not take long, it took a lot of energy from her. Luo Ziki looked at Li Qiu with gratitude in her eyes, but since it was her sister, she couldn't care less about anything else. He asked directly, "Sister Qiu, how is Shan Shan?" Li Qiu took a deep breath and said in a relaxed tone, Okay. What's okay?" Li Qiu smiled slightly. "What else could it be? Of course, I cured Shan Shan's illness." Everyone burst into cheers upon hearing this. Lin Yi didn't have time to pay attention to Li Qiu, who was still looking smug at the side, and directly helped Luo Zishan up. Luo Zishan opened her eyes. At this moment, she felt extremely relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Chapter 145 Dinner. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Zishan's illness was not only a concern for Luo Ziki, but also something that Lin Yi had always kept in mind. Now that he heard Li Qiu say that she was fine, Lin Yi felt relieved. He didn't expect that Li Qiu's ability was so strong. Not only could she heal injuries, but she could even cure leukemia. She was considered the strongest support in the country. If her ability was further improved, it would not be impossible for her to bring people back to life. To celebrate the recovery of Luo Zishan and Jiang Shuyan, Lin Yi called Su Mo and his mother and Lu Xiaojing over. We all had dinner together in the evening. Lin Yi was not stingy at all and took out various delicacies that he had collected for a long time. They were all high-end goods that he had customized from a 5-star hotel before the end of the world. There's plenty of lobster and abalone, as well as several bottles of Mao Tai and high-end red wine. When Su Mo led Lu Xiaojing into the villa, everyone couldn't help but tease them again. Lu Xiaojing was so embarrassed that she didn't even dare to raise her face. Everyone gathered together, and Lin Yi was the first to pick up the wine glass. This was their first dinner together, and everyone was present except Xiuwu, who was far away in the snow god cult. The world outside has entered the apocalypse, and over 90% of people have died of freezing or starvation. We are all brought together by fate. In the days ahead, I hope everyone can help each other, treat each other as family, and live well. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he was the first to drink the white wine in the glass. Everyone followed closely behind him and drank up the drinks in their cups. Su Mo sat next to Lin Yi. He picked up the bottle and filled Lin Yi's glass, then toasted him. "Brother, if it weren't for you, our family would have died long ago. You saved our lives and gave us such a good life. From now on, my life is yours. As long as it's your order, I'm willing to die." Lin Yi patted his shoulder. "Your life is not mine, it's your own. You still have a family to take care of. Since you call me brother, I will treat you as my own brother. We must all work hard to become stronger and live well." After Lin Yi finished his wine again, everyone started eating. As everyone drank a little, they got a little drunk. Su Mo was helped back to his home by Lu Xiaojing and his mother. Lin Yi drank 3 bottles of white wine. Although his physique had become extremely strong after several evolutions, he did not deliberately suppress his alcohol tolerance, and now felt a little dizzy. The dining table was a mess, and several women were cleaning it up. Lin Yi was sitting alone on the sofa drinking tea. At this moment, Jiang Shuyan came up to him and put her arms around Lin Yi's neck. She didn't say anything, but just looked at Lin Yi with a lustful look on her face. Jiang Shuyan also drank quite a bit of wine, and now her little face is red and very cute. Lin Yi smelled her body fragrance, picked her up, and walked towards the bedroom. None of the girls competed with Jiang Shuyan tonight. They all understood that Jiang Shuyan had been injured for so long that she had been thirsty for sex. Coupled with the stimulation of alcohol, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Sure enough, after the two entered the bedroom, Jiang Shuyan's moans were soon heard from inside. Although the room was well soundproofed, her voice still came through clearly. You can imagine how crazy the two of them are. Lin Yi slept until noon the next day. After he got up from the bed, Jiang Shuyan was still lying on the bed like a puddle of mud, unable to get up at all. Their battle last night was indeed quite brutal. It was not until 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning that the two fell asleep in each other's arms. Jiang Shuyan shouted all night until her voice became hoarse, and in the end she could only respond to Lin Yi instinctively. Lin Yi came downstairs and found that the girls had already gotten up, but they were not in good spirits, as if they had not slept well last night. Seeing Lin Yi coming downstairs, the women all looked at him angrily. Lin Yi was a little puzzled. How had he offended these ladies? Why did they all look like they were about to rush over and bite him? Lin Yi sat on the sofa and said to Lu Feier beside him, "Have you cooked yet? What are you having for breakfast?" Before Lu Feier could say anything, Yang Lu, who was standing opposite her, spoke first. "It's still morning? It's almost 2 o'clock. Can you be a little gentler next time you bully Sister Shuyan? We heard her screams all night and almost rushed in to save her." Lin Yi looked embarrassed. If it was someone else saying it, it wouldn't matter, but when it came to his two sisters-in-law, Yang Lu and Luo Zishan, Lin Yi still felt a little uncomfortable. Now that Luo Zishan's illness has recovered, Lin Yi must find an opportunity to eat them both. After seeing how powerful I am, I wonder if they still dare to talk to me like this. Yang Mi gently pulled her sister. This little girl has no idea how to control her mouth and says whatever she wants. Lin Yi also understood why they were so listless. It would be strange if they could sleep well after listening to him talking all night long. But he couldn't blame himself for this. The wine he drank yesterday did make him a little excited. If Jiang Shuyan hadn't insisted, he would have called Li Ke, Yang Mi, and others to come in to help. Even so, Jiang Shuyan was tortured badly by him. Although it was not the first time she lost her virginity, she could not get out of bed and walk today. Lu Feier brought the food over. They had already eaten lunch, but Lin Yi and Jiang Shuyan were sleeping soundly at the time, so they didn't disturb them. After Lin Yi finished his meal in a few bites, he went to the basement alone and began to take stock of his gains from this trip. First up are the energy balls. There are 2 of them. There were originally 4, but he gave 2 of them to Xiuwu. She was running the snow god cult alone, so she had to have absolute strength. Otherwise, it would be easy for something similar to what happened to Duan Cohen to happen again. Before leaving, Lin Yi specifically told her not to accept men into the sect in the future. One of the reasons was his selfish motive. After all, Xiuwu was so beautiful, which man could not be attracted to her. On the other hand, men are more ambitious. As long as they have some strength, they will not choose to submit to a woman. Duan Cohen is an example. Before he awakened his superpowers, he was just an ordinary member of the Snow God sect, but since he awakened his superpowers, his ambitions also changed as his strength grew. In comparison, women are easier to manage. As long as they have a comfortable and affluent life, most of them just want to live a good life and will not choose to compete for fame and fortune. Lin Yi wanted Xiuwu to turn the Snow God cult into a women's army. He doesn't want to build up power now. After all, he doesn't have the energy to take care of the food, drink, defecation, and urination of so many people. But the Snow God cult can help him make up for this. There are tens of thousands of food items in his space. Not to mention feeding this number of people, he can even afford to feed 10 times as many. Chapter 146 Magic Grenade. Lin Yi looked at the energy balls in his hand, thought about it, and decided to absorb them directly. After all, one's own strength is the most important. Even if all his women were turned into superpowers, they combined would not be able to defeat Xing Tian. So Lin Yi needs to maintain his strongest combat power. We still need to be on guard against Xing Tian and Haijing City. On the other hand, we don't know what the current situation is at the South China camp in Yuanhai City. He rescued Yang Lu from inside, set a fire, and most importantly, killed the 2 psychics. If there is someone with the ability to tell fortunes among them, I'm afraid they will come to kill us in no time. After absorbing the 2 energy balls, the energy in Lin Yi's body has reached 15. He dare not say that he is the strongest person in the entire Hai province, but he should be the only one in Haijing City. Although he didn't know how many people's superpowers Xing Tian had absorbed, based on a last fight, he guessed that it was no more than 10. He was able to repel him just by relying on the gunmanship that came with the spatial ability of his right eye. Things like Space Gate and Space Exchange have never been used. If Xing Tian fought him in close combat, he was confident that he could kill him instantly by using Space Exchange and the Space Gate. His ability has a great inhibitory effect on this kind of pure melee ability users. As for Fire Spirit and Thunder, they are even weaker. It is considered good enough that they have 5 superpowers now. Lin Yi does not take them seriously at all. After absorbing the superpower, Lin Yi didn't feel anything except that his body and superpower became stronger. After all, his current superpower base was relatively large, and the 2 energy balls couldn't even take up 1/10 of his share. Lin Yi took out a compound bow from the alien space, drew the bow, and put the arrow in one go, and shot an arrow straight towards the target in the distance. With a loud bang, the target hanging on the wall was shot into pieces by Lin Yi's arrow, and the wall behind the target was not spared. A hole about 10 centimeters in size was blown out. Lin Yi was very satisfied with the attack he had caused. He could cause such an attack with just a compound bow. If he had used his Barrett, the entire wall would probably have been blown into pieces. Lin Yi put away the compound bow and began to check his equipment. After raiding the arsenal that Lei Ming was developing 2 days ago, he had not had time to take inventory. Taking advantage of today's free time, he might as well organize his equipment. Lin Yi took out the boxes from the alien space one by one. The basement was soon half full. Lin Yi still had a lot of ammunition in his space, but the space here was too small, so he could only open these boxes first. Lin Yi opened a box at random. There was a rifle inside. Lin Yi didn't know much about guns, so he didn't know what model it was. This kind of rifle was not very useful to Lin Yi. Most of his attack methods still relied on more powerful guns. Those sniper rifles and machine guns were his main focus. Lin Yi spent the entire afternoon unpacking the boxes. In addition to the rifle he found at the beginning, he also found more than 30 sniper rifles, including 5 Barrett rifles and a number of bullets. There were hundreds of shoulder-fired rocket launchers, as well as a lot of tank shells and bullets from armed helicopters. Lin Yi also found dozens of landmines and 20 boxes of fragmentation grenades inside. There are also a lot of night vision goggles, gas masks, communication equipment, etc. Lin Yi had no idea what many of the combat equipment were used for. I can only leave it there first. After counting all the weapons, Lin Yi found a separate room on the first floor to use as an armory and place some guns and ammunition in it. If I am not at home and there are strangers outside, Jiang Shuyin and the others can come here to find weapons themselves. Lin Yi opened the space door in front of him and started shooting rockets into it one by one. His special ability can only be attached to guns, and currently has no bonus on weapons such as rocket launchers, so Lin Yi had no choice but to fire all the ammunition into the different space. This way it will be more convenient to shoot at the enemy in the future. Lin Yi worked until midnight before he finally got all the weapons ready. Looking at the dozens of boxes of grenades on the ground, Lin Yi suddenly had an idea. His abilities can be attached to guns and bows. So is it possible to add superpowers to grenades? Just do it if you want to. Lin Yi opened the door of the villa and walked out directly. Then he came to a place 200 meters away from the villa and stuck a wooden stick into the ground as a mark. Lin Yi returned to the door of the villa, took out a grenade, pulled out the safety pin, and a light flashed in his eyes. Then the grenade flew out of his hand and hit the wooden stick directly. A violente explosion sounded. The snow on the roof of the villa was shaken off. Almost at the same time, Su Imo rushed out of the room and all the lights in the villa lit up. Luo Ziki had already put on his clothes and was looking out from the attic with a dagger in his hand. Lin Yi didn't expect that he just wanted to do an experiment, but it caused such a big commotion. He came to the place where the wooden sticks had just been placed, but the wooden sticks had already disappeared, leaving only a deep pit with a diameter of about 5 meters. With the addition of supernatural powers, the power of this grenade is much stronger than that of an ordinary rocket, and the accuracy is also sufficient. Although the attack distance is limited, as long as Lin Yi controls the time well, he will have another way of attack. Su Mo came to Lin Yi, asked a few questions, and after finding out that nothing had happened, he turned around and went back to sleep. Lin Yi waved in the direction of the villa, and Luo Ziki put away the sniper rifle upon seeing this. After Lin Yi finished the experiment, he turned around and returned to the villa. After a day's rest, Jiang Shuyin has recovered, but now her steps were unsteady, her long legs were shaking uncontrollably, and she had no desire at all in her heart. She had entered the legendary sage time. Lin Yi originally wanted to continue to pamper her. He thought of several positions to try today, but he didn't expect Jiang Shuyin to close the door directly and then lock it. Having been met with setback, Lin Yi did not hesitate and turned around and went into Yang Mi's room. Compared with Jiang Shuyan, Demimi brought him a stronger sense of satisfaction. It can be said that she is the most feminine person in the entire villa. Lin Yi felt the strongest sense of conquest when he pressed her under him. After all, she was once a high-ranking superstar. If it weren't for the end of the world, someone like Lin Yi wouldn't even be qualified to see her. Moreover, Yang Mi's acting skills in bed are also very good, and she can even play role-playing games with Lin Yi when she has nothing to do. Chapter 147, Attacking the God of War Gang. Lin Yi pushed the door open and walked in. Yang Mi had already crawled into bed, but she didn't lock the door, as if she knew Lin Yi would come. Lin Yi took off his clothes and crawled directly under the bed into her quilt. Grab the Mimi's little feet and grope your way up. Yang Mi cooperated by shouting for help. No. The more Lin Yi listened, the more excited he became. He directly covered Yang Mi's head with the quilt. Soon, the quilt began to rise and fall violently. Just when Lin Yi was immersed in the gentle arms of love, Lei Ming and Huo Ling had already gathered their men and were ready to launch a surprise attack on Xing Tian's God of War gang. Just yesterday, he wanted to contact the arsenal in the north of the city to check on the progress of the construction. Lin Yi seized all the weapons in the god camp. The lack of weapons made him feel full of crisis. However, he made several calls in a row, but none of them went through. Lei Ming suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, and he hurriedly sent one of his psychics to the north of the city overnight. But the news he brought made him feel hopeless. The armory in the north of the city had been emptied, and all the soldiers inside were killed, leaving no one alive. Even his subordinate Lu Yuan died there, and, judging from the traces of fighting nearby, he must have fought a great battle with other psychics during his lifetime, and there are a lot of footprints left on the ground. He was very familiar with this footprint. It was clearly the footprint left by Su Mo after he transformed into a giant bear. After the news came back, Lei Ming was so angry that he smashed a table on the spot. Su Mo, this traitor, actually dared to team up with outsiders to attack me. If I had known earlier, I should have killed him directly and absorbed his superpowers. Lei Ming is such a person. He always blames others for his mistakes without thinking about whether it is his own fault. If he had not given up on Su Mo because he was afraid of Xing Tian, how could Su Mo turn around and take revenge on him? His cousin Yi Zhiqiu also advised him to calm down first. Her divination ability can only be used once a week, so there is no way to confirm whether the person who stole the supplies from the Tianxin camp with Su Mo is Xing Tian. In just 2 days, her divination ability will be usable again. Originally, Lei Ming wanted to wait a little longer. After all, the consequences of going to war with Xing Tian would be quite serious. He would have to at least unite with the Liehua sect to fight against Xing Tian. However, after learning that the arsenal had also been robbed, Lei Ming could no longer sit still. Coupled with Xing Tian's previous provocation against him in the Tianjin society, Lei Ming was now blinded by anger. This Xing Tian is really going too far. He relies on his own strength to press us step by step. Now he has robbed me of so many things. I will kill you. Although Lei Ming was extremely angry, he still maintained a bit of rationality. He knew that he could not be a match for Xing Tian based on his strength alone. So Lei Ming contacted Huo Ling as soon as possible and promised her a lot of benefits, hoping that Huo Ling would join him in attacking the God of War gang. The two of them working together are enough to tie up Xing Tian, and the people from the Fiery Fire sect and the God of Heaven camp are also at an advantage against the God of War gang. No matter how you look at it, they are bound to win this battle. Even if there will be some damage, the gains will be much greater than the losses in battle. If they could kill Xing Tian and obtain his special powers, they would feel it was worth it even if all the people from the Liehua sect and the Tianxin camp died. The two teams took advantage of the night and went straight to the vicinity of the God of War gang camp. The Fire Spirit and Thunder also joined together. Huo Ling knew that Lei Ming was an erratic villain, but the reason she agreed to cooperate with Lei Ming was also out of fear of Xing Tian. Xing Tian is not a person who is content with the status quo. Now she and Lei Ming can barely compete with him together. If Xing Tian becomes stronger, they will probably become Xing Tian's experience packs. Rather than sitting and waiting for death, it is better to strike decisively. Lei Ming lost an arm and was also the initiator of this alliance. Xing Tian would definitely focus all his attention on him, and he could take advantage of the situation. It would be best to let them both fight to the point of mutual destruction, so that you can reap the benefits. As for Lin Yi, the three families combined were unable to defeat him, which means that his strength may be stronger than Xing Tian. As long as Xing Tian is captured and his special powers are absorbed, it will be easy to capture Lin Yi. By then, I will become the strongest psychic in the entire Haijing City. Relying on the resources of Haijing City, she can declare war on the superpowers in other cities. By then, it will not be impossible to occupy the entire Hai province or even the entire country. I have to say that Huo Ling is indeed an ambitious woman. She even fantasized about becoming the queen of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Just when Huo Ling was still full of anticipation for the future, Lei Ming's voice interrupted her fantasy. As planned, the two of us will lead all the psychics and charge straight in through the main gate. The remaining ordinary soldiers will split into two groups and attack from the east and west, catching him off guard. The fire spirit nodded and began to arrange his men to prepare for the attack. A flame in the fire spirit's hand shot into the sky. The troops on the east and west sides opened fire at the same time. Lei Ming did not hide anything this time and brought out the last 10 small cannons in the camp. 2 rounds of artillery attacks were launched directly at the camp of the God of War gang. Explosive explosions sounded almost at the same time. Xing Tian rushed out of the camp in disheveled clothes. Then there was a loud shout. "Who is it?" Seeing this, Lei Ming and Huo Ling hurried forward to meet them. The moment Xing Tian saw the two of them, he launched an attack. He was playing games with his concubines in the camp. Unexpectedly, a cannonball shot into his room and killed his concubines on the spot. Only Xing Tian was not injured because of his timely reaction and strong physical fitness. But it was a shame to see the beautiful women who had just surrounded him turn into a pile of rotten meat so quickly. Xing Tian was still very angry. Is it easy to find good-looking women these days? I worked hard to collect these 5 or 6 who are good-looking and good at sex. He actually died like that. Looking at the 2 culprits in front of him, Xing Tian didn't even bother to put on his clothes and rushed forward naked in the snow. Lei Ming and Huo Ling were stunned when they saw the naked Xing Tian, but their reactions were completely different. Huo Ling was a woman after all, and she couldn't bear to watch it, so she could only cover her eyes. When Lei Ming saw Xing Tian's appearance, he didn't know if it stimulated him, because his brother had just died not long ago. Now Xing Tian was exposing his genitals in front of him, clearly mocking him. Chapter 148: Xing Tian versus Lei Ming and Huo Ling. Lei Ming used his only remaining hand to release a large amount of lightning, forming an electric net that covered Xing Tian. The fire spirit also took action quickly, and 2 pillars of fire released high temperatures and chased towards Xing Tian as if they had life. Xing Tian first used his speed to break free from the entanglement of the fire pillar, and then rushed straight towards the thundering electric net. He just plunged in without caring about anything. A crackling sound of lightning came from inside. Xing Tian's hair stood on end, and he rushed out of the electric net with a puff of green smoke on his body. Seeing this, Lei Ming retreated quickly. He knew very well that if Xing Tian got close to him, he would probably not be able to withstand even one of his attacks, and at the very least he would be seriously injured. Although Lei Ming's retreat speed was not slow, Xing Tian's speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Lei Ming, who was retreating rapidly. He punched Lei Ming directly on the head. Lei Ming's left hand was clenched into a fist, and lightning flashed on his entire arm. Then he rushed towards Xing Tian's fist. After a loud bang, the two separated like lightning. There was a cracking sound from Lei Ming's arm, and it was obvious that he had been severely injured by Xing Tian. Although he was protected from the lightning and did not suffer any fractures, he still felt extreme pain. At the same time, Xing Tian was not feeling well either. The lightning power from Lei Ming's fist penetrated into Xing Tian's body as soon as it made contact with him. Because this lightning was compressed by thunder, it caused more damage to him than the power grid just now. At this time, Xing Tian only felt that the right half of his body had almost lost consciousness, and he could still smell a faint meaty aroma coming from his body. At this time, the fire spirit's attack finally arrived. 2 thick tongues of fire surrounded Xing Tian. The scorching heat melted the nearby snow. Xing Tian knew clearly that his advantage lay in his absolute strength and speed. If their body is restricted by their supernatural powers, their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Xing Tian took advantage of the fact that the flames had not yet formed an encirclement and tried to rush out from the gap, dragging his numb body. But as he was about to reach the exit, 2 fireballs hit him head-on, followed by the 3rd and the 4th. Fireballs kept appearing in the fire spirit's hands, and she threw them all out. She knew that these fireballs would not cause any harm to Xing Tian, but her purpose was only to force Xing Tian back. Xing Tian shattered the fireballs one by one, but he was also shaken back by the explosive force of the fireballs. The next second, the fire snakes surrounded him, and the hot air made Xing Tian's hair curl slightly. The shortcomings of Xing Tian's physical training type finally became apparent. He didn't have any means of long-range attack, and all he relied on was his own body. Now he was completely trapped by the flames, and Lei Ming was watching him closely. For the moment, he had no better way than to fight back. Thinking of this, Xing Tian opened his hands, and with the movement of his palms, he blew up a large amount of hurricane-force winds, and air bombs flew towards the surrounding walls of fire. The wall of fire was marked by the air bombs, but it healed quickly. Seeing this, the fire spirit hurriedly strengthened the cohesion of the firewall. Then the wall of fire shrank rapidly and compressed towards Xing Tian. Lei Ming also breathed a sigh of relief at this time, and a thunder ball the size of a human head condensed from his hand, with traces of electric light running freely inside it. Xing Tian saw that his palm wind could not pose any threat to the firewall, and the fire spirit was still harassing him with fireballs. For a moment, Xing Tian was in great trouble. Seeing the wall of fire getting smaller and smaller and the temperature in the space getting higher and higher, Xing Tian finally couldn't help it. He turned his right hand into a knife and suddenly slashed at the wall of fire in front of him. Then he took advantage of the moment when the wall of fire was split open and rushed out from inside. However, the gap in the firewall was very small. Although Xing Tian managed to get out, many parts of his body were inevitably burned by the flames. Xing Tian finally escaped from the trap and just extinguished the fire on his body. Before he could be happy, a huge thunderball shot towards him. When he reacted, the thunderball was less than 3 meters away from him. Xing Tian instinctively stretched out his arms to shield his chest. There was a crackling sound, followed by an explosion. When the snowflakes around him dispersed, only a big pit was left. Xing Tian was lying quietly at the bottom of the pit, looking like he was dying and had fallen into a coma. Xing Tian was the strongest among them. If they fought alone, no one would be his opponent. However, Lei Ming and Huo Ling's sneak attacks, coupled with their continuous control skills, left Xing Tian no chance to dodge, and he could only choose to use his body to withstand these attacks. After several rounds, even though Xing Tian had thick skin and flesh, he was unable to withstand so many magical attacks. When Lei Ming saw that Xing Tian had temporarily lost the strength to resist, other thoughts suddenly arose in his mind. Lei Ming looked at Xing Tian in the pit, and the power of thunder and lightning in his hand quickly condensed. In the blink of an eye, a huge thunderball was condensed by him. The fire spirit stood not far from Lei Ming and saw Lei Ming condensing lightning. She thought Lei Ming wanted to give Xing Tian a final blow. But he didn't expect that when the lightning in Lei Ming's hand was condensed, he would throw it directly at him. The fire spirit cursed him as a despicable villain. In panic, she could only try her best to dodge, and then release the power of fire in her hand. At this moment, she no longer cared about hiding her secrets. Bursts of flames gushed out from her body and condensed into a flaming lion. He swallowed the thunderball in one bite. But the next second, the flame lion was blown to pieces by the thunderball. A thunderball that had shrunk several times shot out from inside and directly hit the rapidly retreating fire spirit. Although most of the power of the thunderball was consumed by the power of fire. However, Huo Ling's physical fitness is not even close to Xing Tian's. The fire spirit only felt a violent force rushing through her body. Half of her body was paralyzed, and soon she lost control of her body. As the fire spirit fell to the ground, thunderous laughter finally rang out. Ha ha! It's finally my turn to be rich. As long as I absorb the superpowers of both of you, I, Lei Ming, will be the #1 person in Haijing City. After I kill you, I'll go find that damn Lin Yi and see who can stop me. Huo Ling lay on the ground and secretly regretted that he should not have believed Lei Ming's words and followed him to deal with Xing Tian. Now Lei Ming clearly wants to take it all. After Lei Ming laughed a few times, in order to avoid any further complications, he decided to start with Xing Tianxia. As long as he absorbed Xing Tian's special powers, even if the fire spirit recovered its combat effectiveness in a while, he would be able to deal with her easily. Chapter 149. The Death of the Fiery Sect. Lei Ming came to the deep pit where Xing Tian had just fallen looked down, and cold sweat immediately broke out on Lei Ming's forehead. Xing Tian, who had been lying motionless at the bottom of the pit, had now disappeared. Lei Ming hurriedly looked up and looked around, trying to find Xing Tian. At this moment, a pair of hands suddenly emerged from under Lei Ming's feet, grabbed his ankles, and pulled him into the snow. Lei Ming was startled and hurriedly poured all his supernatural powers into his legs, trying to get rid of it as soon as possible. But the hands that grabbed his legs were like iron clamps holding him tightly. Lei Ming suddenly lost his balance and fell face down. The moment Lei Ming fell to the ground, a fist emerged from the ground and hit Lei Ming's chest hard. There was only the sound of bones breaking, and Lei Ming opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood before being knocked away by the punch. Before Lei Ming landed on the ground, lightning burst out from his body again. A dazzling white light flashed, and everyone in the field subconsciously turned their heads and closed their eyes. When the fire spirit opened his eyes again, there was no trace of Lei Ming in the field. After a short rest, the fire spirit had recovered some strength, and the numbness in his body gradually subsided. She staggered to her feet, but before she could stand firm, a figure rushed towards her. Before she could react, Xing Tian's fist had already hit her. After the fire spirit was knocked away by a punch, flames appeared on her body again. Facing Xing Tian, who had fallen into a state of madness, she had no courage to fight back. She and Lei Ming were able to compete with Xing Tian only when they worked together. Now that she was alone, there would only be one outcome for her when facing Xing Tian, and that was death. The fire spirit soared into the air and used the impact of the flames to float in the air. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, then quickly soared into the sky and flew away. In order to escape, she no longer cared about the consumption of her superpowers and just wanted to escape from here as quickly as possible. The fiery fire cult and the god camp, having lost their leader, quickly collapsed. Under Xing Tian's leadership, many people were killed and the rest were all captured alive. The few remaining psychics were also unable to escape from Xing Tian's hands. They were all knocked out by him with one punch, and their psychics were all absorbed by Xing Tian. This encirclement and suppression was a disastrous defeat for Lei Ming and Huo Ling. Not only were they seriously injured, but their subordinates also suffered heavy losses. The fire spirit flew in the air and landed on the ground only after it left the war god gang's sphere of influence. There was no way. Her supernatural powers were consumed too much. The temperature in the air was much lower than that on the ground. Coupled with the strong wind pressure, the remaining supernatural powers of the fire spirit could not support her flying for too long. After determining the direction, the fire spirit walked towards the camp of the fiery fire cult. The temperature at night has reached minus 90 degrees Celsius, which is much colder than during the day. Fortunately, her body has been strengthened several times by superpowers, and she possesses fire superpowers, so she has a strong resistance to the cold. The fire spirit walked for a whole night before finally returning to the camp of the fiery fire cult. At this time, the fiery fire cult was almost dead in name only, and the few psychics and elite warriors she brought out all died in the war god gang. There are less than 1,000 people left in the fiery fire sect now, and they are all the elderly, children, women, and children. There are less than 500 people who are capable of fighting. After Huo Ling returned to the camp, she instructed the guards to strengthen vigilance and then returned to her boudoir. Her supernatural powers have been consumed too much, and now she must hurry to recover. Less than half a day had passed since the fire spirit returned to the camp. A large number of soldiers had gathered on the hillside outside the fiery cult. Xing Tian stood in the first place, and behind him were several psychics from the God of War gang. After he repelled Xing Tian and Huo Ling yesterday, he cooperated with his psychics to kill all the psychics from the Liehua sect and the Tianxin camp. He absorbed most of the superpowers and distributed the remaining ones to his subordinates. The War God Gang has now greatly increased in strength. After resting for a night, Xing Tian decided to completely destroy the Heavenly God Camp and the Fiery Fire sect. Since the fiery cult was closest to his God of War gang, he made this his first stop. Following Xing Tian's order, his soldiers quickly attacked and surrounded the Liehua sect. The sound of gunfire was heard continuously, and the Liehua sect's base was bombed. Huo Ling quickly sat up from the bed. Without even looking, she could guess that it was Xing Tian who came knocking. With their current strength, they are simply unable to fight against the God of War gang. The fire spirit had already begun to have the idea of retreating. She took out a remote control from a drawer in the room, which was her last trump card. Then Hualing came downstairs and began to organize people to fight back, but she herself quietly slipped out through the secret passage she had prepared in advance. Although there are not many people left in the Fiery Fire sect, they are fighting desperately. It will still take a lot of time to quickly take down the Fiery Fire sect with only these ordinary soldiers. Xing Tian stayed where he was to deal with the fire spirit, and he sent the remaining 4 psychics out to attack with the main force. With the addition of 4 psychics, the situation on the battle quickly changed. These 4 superpowers are the backbone of the God of War gang. Xing Tian has great trust in them, and his younger brother is one of them. Moreover, last night, each of them absorbed a special power, greatly increasing their combat effectiveness. Soon, a hole was torn in the defense of the Fiery Fire sect, and people poured in and quickly occupied the entire Fiery Fire sect. On a snow pile, 2 kilometers away from the Liuwa sect, the fire spirit looked at the camp that had been completely lost, his heart filled with resentment. Then she pressed the remote control in her hand. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky from the Fiery Fire cult's camp. Accompanied by violent explosions and screams, the place had turned into a hell on earth. The camp of the fiery cult was originally built in an oil refinery, which contained thousands of flammable materials, such as fuel oil and crude oil. When she had just set up the camp, Hualing placed a large amount of explosives at the bottom of each oil tank just in case, and she always kept the remote control tightly in her hand. The sudden explosion caught Xing Tian off guard. He also didn't expect that the fire spirit was so insidious and placed explosives in the camp. Except for a few hundred people guarding the periphery, most of his soldiers have already entered the refinery. But he didn't care about these ordinary soldiers. If they died, they died. He could recruit a large number of them at any time. But it's different for those 4 people with special abilities. If anything happens to them, Xing Tian will be really heartbroken. But the explosion inside was too violent. The scorching temperature melted all the snow within a few hundred meters around. Except for the few oil tanks that were still spewing fire, the entire refinery had turned into an ocean. Xing Tian could only stand outside and worry. Chapter 150, The Fire Spirit Escapes. Xing Tian ordered the soldiers on guard outside to disperse quickly and retreat to a safe distance. After more than 10 minutes, the temperature inside finally dropped slowly. Just as Xing Tian was considering whether to go in and look for someone, 3 figures rushed out from inside with a huge steel plate on their heads. After finally rushing out of the refinery, the 3 men threw the slightly reddened steel plates to the ground and then lay directly in the snow, gasping for breath. These 3 people are the supernatural people of the God of War gang. Xing Tian was shocked when he saw that only 3 people came out, but his brother was not among them. Xing Tian hurriedly asked about the whereabouts of his brother. It turned out that after the 4 of them entered the camp, they went straight into the heart of the Fiery Fire cult, killing everyone they met, trying to find the fire spirit and force her out. But because of this, the shock wave from the explosion they suffered was the strongest. The 3 of them were the closest at the time, and they quickly huddled together. One of them possessed defensive abilities, and when the shock wave came, it was directly blocked by his abilities. But Xing Tian's younger brother was not so lucky. An extremely strong shock wave directly swept him into the sky, and then he tragically fell into the blazing fire. The 3 of them could only curl up as much as possible and watch him being engulfed by the flames. After an unknown amount of time, the ground was littered with broken steel plates and charred corpses. When the temperature dropped a little, the 3 of them held their breath, picked up a piece of steel plate on the ground, and held it on their heads, then rushed out despite the fireballs falling from their heads from time to time. When Xing Tian learned that his brother was still inside, he immediately rushed in to save him. But he was held tightly by 3 people, and the explosions inside continued. Even though Xing Tian was powerful, it was still very dangerous to rush in rashly. What's more, his younger brother is just a magic-based psychic, and his body's defense is not as strong as Xing Tian's. So much time has passed, and he is now doomed to die. It is possible that even the body may not be found. Even if you risk going in, it will be useless. Xing Tian looked at the raging fire in front of him, tears streaming down his face. Xing Tian grew up in a single-parent family. His father died early, and he had to depend on his younger brother since childhood. His mother remarried with him and his brother when Xing Tian was 7 or 8 years old. But his stepfather was an alcoholic. Whenever he drank too much, he would not only beat his mother, but also him and his brother. Eventually, his mother committed suicide by taking sleeping pills when they were 12, leaving them with his stepfather. After Xing Tian's mother died, his stepfather treated him and his brothers even worse. If they made even the smallest mistake, he would either deprive them of food or beat them severely. Finally, when Xing Tian was 19 years old, the two brothers could no longer bear the beatings from their stepfather, so Xing Tian killed their stepfather with a knife. Xing Tian, who had killed someone, was about to surrender himself on the spot, but was stopped by his younger brother. Because Xing Tian was already an adult, he would most likely be shot for intentional homicide, and the lightest sentence would be life imprisonment. However, his younger brother was still young and a minor, and he was forced to kill in self-defense and surrendered himself, so his sentence was much lighter than Xing Tian's. His younger brother went to the police station to surrender on behalf of Xing Tian. From then on, Xing Tian's world was left with only his younger brother. He works day and night just for his younger brother. Finally, in the 6th year after his brother was imprisoned, the end came. On the 17th day after the apocalypse, Xing Tian awakened his superpowers and possessed superhuman strength and speed. After Xing Tian awakened his superpowers, the first thing he did was to go to the prison to rescue his brother. At that time, order was almost collapsed. The prison was also in chaos, and most of the prisoners and guards inside had already died. After Xing Tian arrived at the prison, he finally found his brother, but what surprised him was his younger brother also awakened his special powers, took control of the entire prison, and became the boss here. After some discussion, the two brothers decided to use the prisoners here as a base to build their own power. The God of War gang also appeared. Under the management of the two brothers, the God of War gang developed rapidly and soon came into conflict with other forces while searching for supplies. However, with two psychics in the early stage, a single psychic is naturally no match for them. After the two of them joined forces to kill each other, Xing Tiankai discovered that superpowers could be absorbed by each other. His younger brother thought that the only way to achieve enlightenment was to sanctify the body, so he did not keep any energy balls for himself and gave them all to his elder brother. With the help of his younger brother, Xing Tian finally became the #1 master in Haijing City. It can be said that his younger brother is his only relative. Now, seeing his brother die in the sea of fire, Xing Tian was furious and wished he could catch the fire spirit and tear him into pieces. The fire spirit was looking at the flames in the refinery from a distance, his expression dazed. She suddenly didn't know where to go. Although she pressed the detonator and killed a large number of Xing Tian's men, which could be considered revenge for herself, she also lost the power she had worked so hard to build. Now she has no place to stay. Huoling knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long. If her whereabouts were discovered by Xing Tian, she would probably not be able to leave even if she wanted to. When the fire spirit thought of this, he randomly picked a direction and quickly escaped. After running on the snow for more than an hour, she finally found a small shopping mall. She hadn't eaten for a whole day. The fiery cult had been burned to ashes, and all the supplies she had painstakingly collected had also been burned. If she wanted to eat, she had to find it on her own. This shopping mall is not big, and the floors are not high, so someone must have been there before. So there's a deep pit of more than 10 meters at the entrance, leading all the way to the top floor of the shopping mall. The master of fire spirit arts was brave enough to jump down directly from it. As long as Xing Tian and the mysterious Lin Yi are not there, with her strength, she can easily walk around Haijing City. After the fire spirit entered the mall through the window, she snapped her fingers lightly with her right hand, and a flame suddenly shot up from her body into the sky. The entire 3rd floor of the shopping mall is illuminated. At this moment, Huoling suddenly heard a sound coming from downstairs. She jumped down the stairs directly to the 1st floor. At this time, a group of people were collecting supplies on the 1st floor of the mall. The strange thing was that they were all women, young and old, and most of them were girls in their 20s. The snow cave above the mall was naturally dug by them. After a period of collection and transportation, most of the supplies in the mall have been transported back to the camp. The dozen or so people in their team were responsible for the final finishing work. Chapter 151. Fire Spirit joins the Snow God cult. The sudden appearance of the fire spirit startled them, and they pulled the trigger without hesitation. Dozens of bullets were fired at the fire spirit. But when the bullet hit the fire spirit, it was turned into molten iron by the terrifying high temperature of her body. The fire spirit increased the temperature of the flames around it, causing its body to float in midair. It looked like a fire god, full of oppression. Submit to me and serve me, or die. The reason why Huoling did not kill them directly was that she wanted to use them for her own purposes. She was alone now, and it was inconvenient for her to do anything. If she had a few subordinates serving her, she would feel more comfortable. As the fire spirit finished her words, an extremely strong, icy force surged towards her. A layer of frost suddenly formed on the ground. The fire spirit opened its mouth and spit out a flame. The two energies, one ice and one fire, collided with each other in the air and blended with each other. The fire spirit stopped and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." After Huo Ling finished speaking, a graceful figure walked out from the darkness, accompanied by the sound of high heels hitting the ground. Wearing a snow-white cheongsam and with a head full of white hair, she looked like a fairy descending from heaven, totally out of tune with the surrounding environment. Although Huo Ling was extremely confident in his figure and appearance, he still felt a little ashamed in front of her. The person who came was Lin Yi's mistress Xiaolu, Xiaolu. The dozen or so people in the mall were also members of her snow god cult. Xiaolu said in a cold tone, "They're members of my snow god cult. No matter who you are, leave now, or don't blame me for being rude." Huo Ling pondered for a moment. When did such a powerful psychic appear in Haijing City? This person must have at least 3 or 4 psychics. My injuries haven't fully healed yet, and I've used up a lot of my supernatural powers trying to keep warm along the way. If we fight, I'm not sure I'll win. Thinking of this, the fire spirit suddenly dispersed all the flames on his body, revealing a harmless expression and said, "Sister, my name is Su Ling. I have nowhere to go now. I want to join your snow god cult. Is that okay?" Xiaolu was stunned when she heard this. The strength of the woman in front of her was not inferior to her, and was even stronger than her. That was to say, she had absorbed the superpowers of at least 3 people. Could such a person be an ordinary superpower user? But if a fight really breaks out, he may not be her match. For now, he can only stabilize her first and secretly contact Lin Yi. As long as Lin Yi arrives, it will be easy for him to control her. The idea of delaying time came to the minds of both of them at the same time. Huo Ling's goal was to find a place to recuperate. Anyway, he had nowhere to go now, so he found a place to stay first and consider other things after he had recovered. Xiaolu's goal was to delay Lin Yi over. As far as she knew, Lin Yi had absorbed more than a dozen supernatural powers. Although she was not sure of defeating this mysterious woman, Lin Yi had 100 ways to make her feel like she was in ecstasy. And Xiaolu had another little thought. Although she had been separated from Lin Yi for only 2 days, she missed him so much both physically and mentally. Having just tasted the forbidden fruit, she felt a little addicted. "I am the leader of the snow god cult. You can join the snow god cult, but the prerequisite is that you must be completely loyal to the snow god cult." After Xiaolu finished speaking, Huo Ling nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry. As long as the snow god cult is willing to take me in, I will swear allegiance to them until death. My name is Su Ling, and I'm here to meet the master." Xiaolu nodded and ordered people to bring the supplies here back to the camp as soon as possible. Then Xiaolu walked towards the camp alone with Huo Ling. The snow god cult's camp was still some distance away from here. Xiaolu used the accumulated snow to summon a 5-meter-tall snow monster. Then Xiaolu and Huo Ling stood on the snow monster's shoulders and walked towards the camp. Although the snow monster was tall, his speed was not slow at all. After only half an hour, a brand new camp appeared in front of them. This was built by Xiaolu using her enhanced supernatural powers after Lin Yi left. A snow wall 5 meters high and more than 80 centimeters thick surrounded the entire camp. There is a gate in the middle of the snow wall, and a team of soldiers is guarding the gate. After the snow monster carried Xiaolu and Huo Ling to the door, Xiaolu jumped down from it. Seeing this, several soldiers saluted hurriedly. Xiaolu waved her hand and walked in with the fire spirit. After arranging Huo Ling to rest in a separate room, Xiaolu took out the satellite phone and contacted Lin Yi. Lin Yi was lying on a lounge chair by the swimming pool at this time. Several girls were swimming in it in their swimsuits. Jiang Shuyan and Li Kuer were leaning on him, one on each side, feeding him fruit with a fork. Yang Lu volunteered to massage Lin Yi's feet. Luo Zishan watched Yang Lu being courteous to Lin Yi and secretly regretted it. Why didn't I think of this? But she was not willing to be outdone. She ran to Lin Yi, knelt on her knees, and picked up Lin Yi's other foot and began to knead it. Ever since her illness was cured by Li Kuer, Luo Zishan started to have some thoughts. She didn't dare to have such thoughts before, because she was sure that she would not live long. But now that her body has recovered, she can naturally pursue her own happiness. Lin Yi was suddenly surrounded by several women, and for a moment he was a little flattered. I thought to myself, why are they all so proactive today? And others are taking the initiative to gain my favor. So what do these two girls, Yang Lu and Luo Zishan, want to do? Do they also want to enter my harem? Lin Yi Simirkit. Sisters, who hasn't fantasized about that? If Yang Mi and Yang Lu were together, and Luo Ziki and Luo Zishan were together, the impact on him would surely be even greater, right? When Lin Yi thought of this, a part of his body changed shape silently. Yang Lu and Luo Zishan saw it clearly from below. Both girls were inexperienced young girls. How could they have ever seen such a scene? I couldn't help but curse inwardly. Pervert. Lin Yi also noticed his change. In order not to embarrass himself in front of the girls, he quickly chanted in his heart, Amit Ba. It took a lot of effort to calm down the anger in my body. At this moment, the satellite phone he placed on the coffee table rang. In order to be able to receive messages at any time, Lin Yi never put his phone into the alien space. Otherwise, the phone will not be able to reach him due to the characteristic of time being still in the alien space. After Lin Yi pressed the answer button, Xiuwu's queen-like voice came from the other end. Hubby, did you miss me? Yes, I miss you every day. While eating the fruit that Jiang Shuyin fed him, Lin Yi started flirting with Xiuwu in front of the girls. Chapter 152, Dealing with the Fire Spirit. When the girls knew it was Xiuwu calling, they all pricked up their ears. They were all curious about this sister whom they had never met. Being able to build up power outside by himself and possessing extremely strong strength. Both of them make them admire him very much. After Xiuwu chatted with Lin Yi for a few sentences, she returned to the topic and told him about her encounter with the fire spirit. When Lin Yi learned that a fire-type mutant named Su Ling had joined the Snow God cult, he immediately guessed her identity. There should be no one else except the fire spirit of the fiery sect. But Huo Ling was living well in the fiery fire cult, so why would he suddenly run to Xuewu and even want to join the Snow God cult? When Xing Tian was fighting with the fire spirit Lei Ming, Lin Yi was enjoying himself in his villa, so he didn't know that the fiery fire sect had been destroyed by Xing Tian. Not only was the fire spirit injured and escaped, but even Lei Ming was nowhere to be found. After destroying the Liuhua sect, Xing Tian immediately rushed to Lei Ming's camp of the gods. But apart from those ordinary soldiers, Lei Ming and his cousin Yi Zhiqiu had long disappeared. Xing Tian searched inside, but to no avail. His god of war gang had suffered heavy losses due to a trick played by the fire spirit. In desperation, Xing Tian could only recruit all the soldiers in the god of war camp, and then set the entire god of war camp on fire. At this point, the only remaining of the four major forces in Haijing City was Xing Tian's god of war gang. But Lin Yi was not clear about all this. He only knew that Xiuwu might be in danger. Although he can easily control the fire spirit, Xiuwu's current strength is not enough. Once she faces the fire spirit, she will be in great danger. Lin Yi didn't have time to enjoy himself. He quickly put on his clothes, asked Luo Ziki to look after the house, and instructed Su Mo to be on high alert. He flew towards the Snow God cult by helicopter. After 2 days of exploration and some actual combat drills, Lin Yi has initially mastered how to use the helicopter. Anyway, he has spatial abilities, so he can remedy any accidents that occur. With the roar of propellers, the helicopter slowly took off. Lin Yi operated the joystick of the helicopter and stepped on the throttle to the maximum. The outside of the helicopter was painted with white spray paint by Lin Yi. Now the whole Earth was covered with white snow, so even the satellite in the sky would find it difficult to capture its image. The fire spirit rested in the room for a day to recover his superpowers and heal his injuries. At this time, she had returned to her peak state. Feeling the powerful energy filling her body, she knew that the time had come. As long as he kills Xiuwu and absorbs her special powers, his strength will be doubled, and it will not be impossible for him to fight against Xing Tian. Even if he is still not Xing Tian's opponent, at least he will have the ability to protect himself in his hands. Just as Huo Ling was thinking about how to launch a sneak attack on Xiuwu, there was a knock on the door. The fire spirit's thoughts were interrupted, and a ball of fire appeared in her hand subconsciously. After she came to her senses, she smiled self-deprecatingly and then extinguished the fire in her hand. She had been on the run for 2 days, living in fear every day, and would be frightened by the slightest movement. The fire spirit got off the bed and opened the door. A young woman was standing respectfully outside the door. "Hello, Master Su Ling. The leader invites you." After the woman said this in a coquettish tone, she stood sideways at the door and motioned for the fire spirit to follow her. Hualing thought about it and decided that today would be a good day to end it. Then Hualing followed the woman to Xiaowu's office upstairs. After the woman brought the fire spirit to the door of the office, she knocked on the door and left alone. Although Hualing felt a little strange, she didn't think much about it. When she heard Xiaowu's voice in a room, she pushed the door open and walked in. Xiaowu was the only one in the office. She was half lying on the spacious sofa, relaxed. She was no longer wearing the cheongsam from yesterday, but a loose white long skirt. Her snow-white calves were exposed outside the white lace dress, and she stared at the fire spirit without blinking. Seeing this, Hualing suddenly felt a little uneasy, but she really couldn't think of what Xiaowu could rely on. Her injuries were no longer serious, and all her supernatural powers had recovered. At this time, the fire spirit can already exert its maximum combat power. Although Xiaowu is not weak either, she can never be her opponent. The fire spirit sat on the sofa, put his long legs on the coffee table, and began to shake. "Master, do you have something to ask me?" Hualing's tone was frivolous, not at all as sincere as when he just joined yesterday. A hint of disdain flashed in Xiaowu's eyes. "Nothing, I just want to ask, is your name Su Ling or Hualing?" The fire spirit's shaking thighs suddenly stopped, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. "Master, what does this mean?" Seeing that Hualing was still pretending to be stupid, Xiaowu didn't bother to beat around the bush with her anymore and directly told her Hualing's identity. "You don't have to pretend anymore. I've already sent people to investigate. Xing Tian from the God of War gang attacked your fiery cult the night before yesterday. Now he's looking for you everywhere in Haijing City." Upon hearing this, Hualing no longer pretended and revealed his true colors. "You're right. I am a fire spirit. If you're willing to give up your position as leader, I can give you the position of deputy leader. You'll still be second to none in the Snow God cult. But if you refuse to change, don't blame me for being ruthless. After I kill you, I have plenty of ways to recruit your followers." When Hualing mentioned being stubborn, Xiaowu couldn't help laughing out loud, and her voice became louder and louder. The fire spirit couldn't help but ask, "You're about to die. What are you laughing at? You don't think you can beat me on your own, do you?" Xiaowu laughed for a while and finally stopped laughing. "Who says I only have mine?" After Xiaowu finished speaking, she clapped her hands, and a bullet suddenly appeared in front of Hualing. This scene was too familiar to her, the same shooting angle, the same bullet. The only difference is the kinetic energy carried by the bullet. The power of this shot was obviously much greater than when he attacked Lin Yi's villa. Flames condensed on the fire spirit's body again, but she was horrified to find that her fire ability was no way to block the shot. At the critical moment, the fire spirit's body quickly turned into a ball of magma, and the bullet hit it and went straight through it, hitting the wall behind it. The entire wall was shattered by the supernatural power carried by the bullet. After passing through several walls in a row, the bullet finally stopped. The fire spirit's body returned to its original state, and it looked as if it had not suffered any damage. Chapter 153, Fire of Destiny. But only she herself knew that in order to avoid this attack, she had been forced to change her body's form, which had consumed 1/3 of her supernatural powers. In other words, if only 2 more bullets were fired, I would die here. Hualing never thought that the mysterious Lin Yi would appear here. In today's Haijing City, the only ones who can defeat her are Xing Tian and Lin Yi. But unfortunately, her lair had just been destroyed by Xing Tian, and she was blocked by Lin Yi so quickly. I can only say that it is really unlucky. Before she could sigh, the second bullet came. The fire spirit couldn't handle it relying on its own special abilities, so it could only change the structure of its body again. After the supernatural bullet passed through her body, the fire spirit turned back into human form. But at this time, she was already seriously injured. Changing her form is an ability she has only recently awakened, and with her current superpowers, she can only barely use it to save her life. The fire spirit was breathing slightly, with flames blazing on her body. She wanted to quickly capture Xiaowu and use her to threaten Lin Yi, but Xiaowu was not a pushover. Although she couldn't beat herself in her prime, she couldn't take her down for a while either. Just as Hualing was quickly thinking about how to escape, a figure walked out from behind Xiaowu with a sniper rifle in his hand. This was the first official meeting between Lin Yi and Hualing. Even his name was obtained by Yi Zhiqiu through her divination. Hualing looked at the sunny and handsome man in front of her and found it difficult to associate him with the mysterious man hiding in the dark. But the barrett in his hand told her that this person was Lin Yi. Looking at the appearance of Xiaowu and Lin Yi, Hualing already understood that Xiuwu was obviously Lin Yi's mistress. She never thought that the snow god cult was actually Lin Yi's property, and she had really stumbled into the other party's base camp by accident. She knew that she was doomed this time, and it was almost impossible to escape. But she still has one last bargaining chip. The fire spirit suddenly knelt on the ground, gave up all resistance, and looked like it was ready to be picked. Master Lin Yi, as long as you spare my life, I am willing to be your woman. I will do whatever you ask me to do. The sudden surrender of the fire spirit left Xiuwu and Lin Yi stunned. Lin Yi originally planned to kill her directly and then absorb her supernatural powers. But looking at her current appearance, this matter is still debatable. Hualing is indeed an absolute beauty, with a delicate face and a hot body. Her sexy waist and long legs are particularly eye-catching. But Lin Yi hesitated for a moment and decided to kill her. Although beautiful women are good, and he never has too many of them, lust is a double-edged sword. Your woman has to cooperate with you closely and make love with you. What if this little hot girl takes advantage of your weakness to attack you? Lin Yi didn't want to take risks for a woman. It wasn't worth it. Hualing noticed a change in Lin Yi's expression. When she first said that she was willing to be Lin Yi's woman, Lin Yi was somewhat moved. But soon murderous intent resurfaced in his eyes, and it was obvious that he had no intention of accepting a surrender. Just as Lin Yi raised the sniper rifle in his hand and was about to kill, the fire spirit hurriedly said, "Please wait. I'm willing to hand over my life-defining fire. As long as you possess the fire source in my body, my life and death will depend on your thoughts. If I have any thoughts that are detrimental to you, you'll be able to know immediately." Lin Yi also stopped when he heard this. What Hualing said was very similar to the soul contract introduced in the cultivation novels he had read before. But he was not an elemental mutant, and he didn't know whether what the fire spirit said was true or false. Lin Yi looked at Xiuwu, standing beside him with a questioning look. Xiuwu was also a little confused, but still said, "I don't know if what she said is true, but I don't have this ability." Seeing that Lin Yi was finally moved, the fire spirit explained again. "As far as I know, this ability is currently only possessed by those with 12 attributes. When the superpowers in my body reach 5, a life-defining fire will appear in my body. Through it, I can be completely controlled. Life or death depends on your thoughts." Lin Yi thought about it and decided to see it for himself. He then stretched out his hand and said to the fire spirit, "Hand over your natal fire." Seeing this, the fire spirit hesitated. She raised her head and looked at Lin Yi, pleadingly saying, "Promise me first that as long as I hand over my life fire, you will not kill me." Lin Yi's eyes turned cold. "Bargain with me? Do you have any choice?" The fire spirit lowered her head, and a small flame suddenly appeared in her hand. She gritted her teeth and controlled the flame to float towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi took out a long sword from the alien space and caught the flame with the blade. He didn't know if this was a trick of the fire spirit. What if there was no natal fire at all, and she was deceiving him? If he rashly reached out to take it, it would be very dangerous. Seeing how cautious Lin Yi was, Hualing understood why he could thrive in the apocalypse. No one should be able to outwit someone as cautious as him. Lin Yi experimented with the knife for a long time, and only after making sure there was no threat did he reach out and take the flame. The moment Lin Yi's palm touched the flame, the thumb-sized flame penetrated into his body. Lin Yi was shocked. Could it be that he was tricked again? But the next second, he felt relieved, and the fire spirit's natal fire stayed in his sea of consciousness. Lin Yi's spatial abilities were all stored here. After his natal fire entered, his spatial abilities immediately enveloped the small flame. After the two blended with each other, a hint of fire attribute appeared in Lin Yi's spatial power. However, the content of fire attribute was too small, and Lin Yi did not find anything unusual. He only felt that a sudden enlightenment came to his mind, and he could control everything about the fire spirit, including her life. As long as he wanted, he could immediately burn the fire spirit to ashes, and he could also understand what was in the fire spirit's mind at any time. It was amazing. Damn, are the psychics of today the same as the cultivators of the past? It's only because the spiritual energy of Blue Star is too low that we can't practice cultivation and can only rely on absorbing the psychic powers of others to level up. The more Lin Yi thought about it, the more likely it seemed. However, he was still too weak now, and it was not the time to think about these things. The fire spirit was lying on the ground, sweating profusely. When her natal fire entered Lin Yi's body, she felt a pain, as if she was about to be swallowed up. She only recovered after a natal fire stayed in Lin Yi's sea of consciousness. Although it was only a few seconds, it felt like a century to the fire spirit. She never wanted to feel that kind of pain again. Chapter 154:12 Origins, Becoming a God. Lin Yi was now certain that the fire spirit had not lied to him, and that he could always know her thoughts. From the fire spirit's memory, Lin Yi also learned an important piece of news, a piece of news about becoming a god. Lei Ming once revealed to her that as long as one gathers the original power of the 12 supernatural powers and one's own strength is strong enough, one can become the supreme god in the universe. This news was secretly told to him by his cousin Yi Zhiqiu. Lei Ming and Huoling both had unconditional trust in this prophet who possessed the ability of divination. No wonder the fire spirit just said that only those with 12 kinds of superpowers can form the original power in their bodies. Moreover, the body's abnormal energy must reach more than 5 parts before the original power will appear. However, Lei Ming was not sure what specific superpowers it had. He only knew that it included the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and he knew nothing else. I now have fire-attributed abilities, which means I still need 11 more. I just don't know if my spatial ability is in it. Although there are many people with superpowers in the world, according to Lin Yi's guess, many of these 12 superpowers must be rare, and some of them are even possessed by only 1 or 2 people in the entire blue planet. Superpowers similar to the 5 elements are commonplace and belong to the lowest level. However, the reason why Jin Ao did not show his life force after being killed by Lin Yi was, firstly, because his supernatural power was not of the gold attribute, but of magnetism, and secondly, because his supernatural power at that time did not reach 5 points. Both conditions are indispensable. Lin Yi suddenly remembered the card collecting game he played when he was a child. In order to collect a complete set of character cards, Lin Yi didn't know how many bags of instant noodles he had eaten, but he could never collect the last one. When he grew up, he realized that the card he had never collected was because the company selling instant noodles had only printed a few of them. It would be strange if I could gather them all. But this discovery at least provided him with a direction. Before, Lin Yi just wanted to live well, but now he suddenly had a goal. The blue sky is dead, and the yellow sky should be established. I want to become a god. Lin Yi was filled with pride. As long as I become a god, we're the little Japanese. We're the old Russians. We're the American Hawks. You all have to lie on the ground and sing Conquer to me. Huoling looked at Lin Yi in front of her and found that his aura was getting stronger and stronger, even making her want to worship him. Lin Yi came back to his senses and looked at the fire spirit lying on the ground in front of him. His aura disappeared instantly, and he revealed a lustful expression. Although my current goal is to become a god, I still have to balance work and entertainment, so I still have to enjoy myself when I should. Lin Yi reached out and lifted Huoling's chin, then kissed her directly while she was in shock. When their lips touched, Huoling's whole body tensed up, but thinking of her current identity, she didn't dare to resist at all and slowly relaxed. After a long time, their lips parted. A crystal thread connected Lin Yi and the fire spirit's mouth. Huoling breathed deeply. It was her first kiss, and the novelty of it made her forget herself a little. Even now, her heart was still beating wildly. Xiuwu stood behind the two of them and felt a little jealous. Although Lin Yi had rewarded her once when he first came to the Snow God sect, Xiuwu still felt uncomfortable when Lin Yi kissed another woman in front of her. Fortunately, Lin Yi did not forget her. After separating from the fire spirit, he pulled Xiuwu over. Lin Yi also felt the feeling of ice and fire for the first time, even though he had seen countless women and was knowledgeable. It felt very novel for a moment. The next morning, Lin Yi woke up from his sleep after a fierce battle all night. Thinking of the absurdity of last night, Lin Yi was reminiscing. Fortunately, they are all supernatural beings with physical fitness different from ordinary people. So even after experiencing the torture from Lin Yi for a whole night, their bodies can still withstand it. If it were an ordinary person, it would have fallen apart long ago. Lin Yi placed his left hand on Xiuwu's smooth back and rubbed Huoling's thigh repeatedly with his right hand. But he was thinking about the next plan in his mind. He now knew that the fiery cult and the celestial god camp no longer existed. Today's Haijing city is headed by Xing Tian's god of War Gang. Although there are still some small forces in the city, they are all pitifully weak compared to the god of War Gang. Even if everyone united together, it would not be enough for Xing Tian to kill. Lin Yi doesn't like one company dominating the market. If Xing Tian has the final say in the entire Haijing city, he will probably have no peace of mind again. So he planned to leave the fire spirit in the snow god cult to help Xue Wu, and at the same time start searching for survivors in the city, preferably to gather more people with special powers. With the fire spirit here to help Xue, Lin Yi can feel more at ease. Now that the fire spirit's original power was in his control, she was equivalent to his own slave. Even if she had other ideas before, now, Lin Yi was her only master. Even if Lin Yi asked her to die, she couldn't refuse. Lin Yi touched the two women all over and finally woke them up. Hualing stretched out her hands and stretched lazily. The S-shaped curve was fully revealed in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi knew in his heart that this was just a little trick of the fire spirit. When it comes to seducing men, the cold-hearted Xue Wu is indeed not as good as her. But Lin Yi didn't blame him at all. Instead, he seemed to enjoy it very much. After all, it is rare to find a woman who is both beautiful and seductive. Lin Yi stayed here for another day. Hualing was appointed as the deputy leader of the Snow God sect by Xue Wu and stayed here with her to develop the Snow God sect. Hualing was once the leader of the Fiery Fire sect, one of the four major forces, so he is naturally familiar with doing these things. During the day, Lin Yi went outside with the members of the Snow God cult to collect supplies, with Xue Wu and Hualing accompanying him on his left and right. The entire Snow God cult knew that their leader was a powerful man named Lin Yi. But what surprised them was that their leader and deputy leader were both Lin Yi's women, and Xue Wu did not show any dissatisfaction at all. Several women in the Snow God sect who thought they were pretty good-looking also began to flirt with Lin Yi. As long as Lin Yi likes me, won't I be able to be on equal footing with Xue Wu and the others in the future? But Lin Yi was used to eating delicious food, and his vision became more and more picky. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were little fairies, but in Lin Yi's view, they could not be compared with his own women at all. Even Sumo's girlfriend Lu Xiaojing is much better than them. Lin Yi naturally had no interest in such stuff. Chapter 155 Vampire. Lin Yi stayed up all night again and finally managed to feed both women. The next morning, Lin Yi prepared to return to the villa with dark circles under his eyes. Before leaving, he and the two women left behind a large amount of food and cosmetics. Those foods were taken by Lin Yi from the warehouse of Fuyuan supermarket before the end of the world, and each one was of high quality. Much better than the food that was frozen after the apocalypse. There's even a lot of fruit in there. Xue Wu and Hualing's eyes lit up when they saw these fruits. As leaders of powerful forces, they usually had no shortage of food, but it was a different story with fruits. Once they were frozen, they could not be eaten. Even after thawing, the texture and taste are not even a little bit worse than fresh fruit. After Lin Yi left a box of various fruits for each of them, he flew towards the villa alone in a helicopter. In the next few days, Lin Yi became quiet. Apart from playing with his women every day, he would take time to tease Yang Lu and Luo Zishan. Lin Yi's relationship with the two of them quickly warmed up with each contact. Lin Yi would occasionally call Su Mo's family over for dinner together. Soon, a week passed. On this day, several uninvited guests suddenly appeared in Haijing City. There were two men and one woman, all wearing white combat uniforms. The first person that caught the eye was a burly man who was nearly 2 meters tall. There was a huge scar on his face that divided his entire face into two. He looked extremely ferocious and full of murderous intent. He also had a heavy sword on his back. The only woman in the team was only 1.4 meters tall and wore a red cloak, looking like a little lowly. She walked harmlessly and skipped along the way, forming a sharp contrast with the burly man next to her. From the outside, she looked only 13 or 14 years old. But both the burly man and the man behind her were extremely respectful to her, as if the little girl in front of them was a devil. It seemed that she was the one in charge among the three. The last person in the team was a fat man. Strangely, he only had one hand and the other sleeve was empty. If Xing Tian and Hualing saw him, they would recognize him immediately. He was Lei Ming, who was injured and missing a week ago. After the three entered Haijing City, they stopped on a small hill. The little girl smiled and asked Lei Ming in a voice as sweet as a silver bell, "Which direction is the god of war gang you mentioned?" Lei Ming's heart trembled when he heard her voice. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward and pointed in the direction of the Ares gang headquarters and said, "The Ares gang is northwest of Haijing City, more than 30 kilometers away from here." The little girl looked in the direction of Lei Ming's finger. then yawned and jumped directly onto the shoulder of the strong man next to her. "Let's go, call me when we get there." After saying that, she sat on the strong man's shoulder and fell asleep. Lei Ming didn't dare to make any sound, for fear of waking up the little ancestor. Their target this time is Xing Tian's supernatural power. It turned out that a week ago, after Lei Ming was injured and escaped, he had predicted that Xing Tian would definitely go to his Tianshan camp to take revenge. So after he escaped back to the camp, he did not alarm anyone and directly left the Tianshan camp with his cousin Yi Jiqiu. But now there is no place for him in Haijing City, and Xing Tian is looking for him everywhere. If he meets him, he can say goodbye to this world. In desperation, he had to leave Haijing City with his cousin and go to the neighboring Lianhai City for refuge. After all, he is a powerful psychic with 6 superpowers in his body. He thought that he could thrive wherever he was. But Lei Ming didn't expect that compared with Lianhai City, the psychics in Haijing City could only be regarded as country bumpkins. The special abilities he was so proud of were nothing here. Not long after the two entered Lianhai City, they encountered a team that was out looking for supplies. Lei Ming observed for a while and found that there was no psychic leading the team, so he rushed out from the darkness. These ordinary people were naturally no match for him, and were turned into corpses on the ground by his several waves of lightning. But he didn't expect that these people had already passed the news back to the camp before they died. In less than 5 minutes, Lei Ming had not yet finished counting the supplies he had harvested. A figure appeared in front of him. The person who came was the little girl that Lei Ming was following at the moment. She was wearing a scarlet cloak, floating in the air, with a red light coming out of her eyes. Lei Ming saw that there were 4 long fangs in her mouth, just like the vampires on TV. Lei Ming hurriedly released dozens of lightning bolts, and strong voltage filled the air, but unexpectedly she ignored his attack and rushed out from the lightning. The little girl also grew sharp nails on her hands. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Lei Ming had no choice but to retreat, throwing thunderballs at her as he retreated. But although his retreat speed was not slow, the little girl was even faster. In the blink of an eye, the little girl appeared in front of Lei Ming. Its red eyes stared at Lei Ming, and its big mouth with fangs bit directly at Lei Ming's neck. Lei Ming was already frightened at this time. He had been through many battles, but this was the first time he faced such a terrifying opponent. The pressure brought to him by the little girl was much stronger than that of Xing Tian. Lei Ming mobilized all the thunder and lightning in his body, spread it over his entire body, and finally closed his eyes powerlessly. The little girl was not afraid of his lightning at all. She held Lei Ming's shoulders tightly with both hands so that he could not escape, and then bit Lei Ming's neck with her teeth. A stream of blood instantly flowed into her mouth. The little girl took a few deep puffs. Just when she was about to suck Lei Ming dry, a man's voice appeared and stopped her. "Xiaoyu, stop." The little girl named Xiaoyu ignored him and continued to suck Lei Ming's blood, as if the blood of a superpower had a great attraction to her, like a madman. A ball of light shot towards her from not far away and hit her directly. After the light ball hit her, it did not produce any actual attack power, but instead penetrated into her body. The red light in Xiaoyu's eyes gradually faded. Her consciousness returned to clarity, and she retracted the fangs in her mouth. She let go of the dying Lei Ming, jumped off his body, and turned into a harmless little loli again. A man walked over from a distance, with white light flashing from his body from time to time, like an angel. The man came to Lei Ming, reached out and touched the little girl's head, and said lovingly, "Stop messing around. Brother still has something to ask him." The man then looked at Yi Jiqiu, who was not far away. Apart from divination, she had no fighting ability at all, and Lei Ming's miserable appearance just now had frightened her silly. He even forgot to run away and just stood there blankly. Chapter 156, Lianhai City's B-Level Research Institute. The man smiled slightly, revealing a row of neat teeth. "Where are you from?" Yi Jiqiu's legs were shaking, but when her eyes met the man's, for some reason, her nervous mood instantly calmed down. "Before I knew it, I told him everything I knew." The man looked towards Haijing City with a sunny smile. "Interesting, looks like we need to go to Haijing City." After the man finished speaking, he waved behind him. A group of soldiers suddenly appeared in the darkness. Bring Yi Jiqiu and Lei Ming, who was already unconscious on the ground. A group of more than 20 people walked towards the city center of Lianhai City. When Lei Ming woke up from his coma, he found himself in a cage made entirely of unknown metal. Because of excessive blood loss, Lei Ming's face was extremely pale. A metal collar was also placed around his neck. After Lei Ming lay on the ground and rested for a while, he felt that his body had recovered some strength, so he began to observe his surroundings carefully. He found that there were several cages like his in the entire space. There was a person locked in each cage, but he did not see Yi Zhiqiu inside. Lei Ming grabbed the collar around his neck and tried his best to tear it off, but he tried for a long time and the collar didn't move at all. When he wants to use his superpowers, a strange force will appear on the collar and block all his superpowers. Lei Ming is now just an ordinary person, unable to use any special abilities. Don't bother, it's useless. Just as Lei Ming was still struggling against the collar, a middle-aged man's voice came from the cage next to him. Upon hearing this, Lei Ming stopped and looked at the person in the cage next to him. This was a man about 40 years old, wearing tattered clothes and with long hair covering his face. Through his long hair, only his full beard could be seen. Lei Ming was a little flustered. A few days ago, he was the leader of one of the 4 major forces in Haijing City. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, everything changed. He became a prisoner. Lei Ming leaned over the railing and said to the man, "Brother, where is this place?" The man turned his head and looked at Lei Ming. This is a Class B research institute. Perhaps the man had been locked up for too long and wanted to talk to someone. So he told Lei Ming everything about the situation here. It is located in the central area of Lin Yi City. Before the end of the world, this place used to be a research institute dedicated to genetic engineering. It is said that the boss behind this institute is a big foreign tycoon. He invested in building such research institutes in many parts of the world and spent huge sums of money on human experiments. Many high-ranking officials were bribed by him and provided protection for what he did. This is one of them. But after the end of the world, the people who were captured as experimental subjects suddenly evolved collectively, and all of them possessed superpowers. Soon they took control of the place and killed all the original staff there. At the beginning, there were more than a dozen people with special abilities in this research institute, but now there are only 8 left. Although the number of people with special abilities has decreased, their strength is several times stronger than before. The strongest person in the institute is a young man named Aurora, who is a person with light-type abilities. He also has a younger sister named Xieyu. The 2 siblings were captured together as experimental subjects. His sister has a special ability. She can transform into a vampire and is not afraid of sunlight or silver products. She doesn't need an energy ball to become stronger. As long as she can absorb blood, she can continue to evolve. The blood of a mutant is naturally the best. When the long-haired man mentioned Xieyu, Lei Ming couldn't help but touch the wound on his neck. There were still 2 blood holes there, but they had already scabbed over. After several times of strengthening his superpowers, not only his speed and strength will be greatly improved, but his recovery ability is also much stronger than that of ordinary people. In addition to the 2 brothers and sisters, there are 6 other people with special abilities in the entire research institute, namely Guangzhan, Xueli, Lone Walker, White Wolf, Dukong, and Odbo. Since they awakened their superpowers, they have changed their names. Perhaps because they suffered great torture when they were experimental subjects, their mental states are somewhat abnormal, or to be more precise, crazy. Among them, Aurora's condition is the most serious. When he was not ill, he was like a modest young man and was extremely gentle and humble to others. But once he gets sick, he is completely out of control. There were 2 people with special abilities in the Research Institute before, but they were killed and eaten alive by him because of a trivial matter. It is literally eating someone alive. In addition, he was the strongest, so the entire institute soon became his one-man show. They were all captured by Aurora and others from other places and kept here. After all, it's just his food. After hearing what the long-haired man said, Lei Ming felt terrified. He began to regret coming to Lin Yi City. He had originally thought that with his own strength, he could quickly re-establish a force here. I thought I would wait until I was strong enough to rival Xing Tian and then bring people back to take revenge, but I didn't expect that I would end up like this. Lei Ming sat on the ground in dejection. At this moment, the door outside was suddenly opened, and Lei Ming saw a familiar figure. It was his cousin, Yi Zhiqiu. Behind her, there was a handsome young man and a little girl who was holding half a string of candied haws in her hand. After Lei Ming saw Yi Zhiqiu, before he could feel happy, he saw the 2 people behind her. When Lei Ming set his eyes on this harmless little girl, his hair stood up instantly. The feeling of having all the blood in his body sucked out alive was so terrifying that Lei Ming still felt a lingering fear. Yi Zhiqiu took 2 steps forward and comforted the frightened Lei Ming. She came here this time to save her brother. After Aurora learned that her special ability was divination, she did not choose to imprison her, but asked her if she was willing to join the Institute. Yi Zhiqiu was naturally willing to do so, but she also put forward a condition, which was to release her brother. Aurora agreed to this request without even thinking about it. After listening to Yi Zhiqiu's explanation, Lei Ming hurriedly knelt down in front of Aurora to thank him for not killing him. Aurora showed her signature sunny smile and helped him up kindly. "We're all family from now on. No need to be so polite." Lei Ming didn't know why. Maybe it was because of preconceived notions. He had just listened to the long-haired man's description of the Aurora. Aurora's warm smile always made him feel a little uneasy, as if he was just fish on the chopping board in front of him, and Aurora could eat him whenever he wanted. Chapter 157 Thunder Returns. Aurora reached out and took off the collar from Lei Ming's neck. "This is a new product from ODBO. He's an inventor at our institute and a person with special abilities. Like your sister, he doesn't have any combat abilities, but he's the inventor of many powerful weapons." ODBO? Why does this name sound so familiar? I think I've heard it on a certain platform before. Lei Ming rubbed his neck without saying anything. He always felt that there was a murderous aura all around him. The little girl Xie was apparently eating a candied Haws behind Aurora, but her eyes would glance at Lei Ming's neck from time to time. Obviously, she was still thinking about Lei Ming's blood. After several people walked out of the dungeon, what came into view was a huge underground square. At this time, there were hundreds of instruments standing in the square, and there was a person tied to each instrument. There are both men and women among them, but most of them are young and middle-aged. Tubes were inserted into their bodies, and golden energy liquid was extracted from their bodies by instruments. Dozens of staff members in protective suits are busy inside. Seeing Lei Ming's shocked expression, Aurora smiled slightly and explained, "Don't worry, I just extracted the energy liquid from them. They're just a bunch of ants. It's their honor to be able to provide us with energy before they die." Aurora's sunny smile, coupled with the vicious words, made Lei Ming dazed. Although he's not a good person, he is not so vicious as to use living people for experiments to extract supernatural powers. The hundreds of experimental subjects in front of him made his stomach churn. But in the end, he forced himself to hold back. After crossing the square, Lei Ming finally met several other psychics in the institute. A burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, with a heavy sword on his back. There is also a beautiful woman wearing a cheongsam and holding a lady's folding fan in her hand. She is standing with a strong man next to her. It is simply a beauty and a beast. Aurora walked over and pointed at the burly man next to him and said to Lei Ming, "Let me introduce him. His name is Berserker, and his superpower is also Berserker. When he activates his superpower, he will enter a state of frantic attack. His attack power and defense power will increase greatly, and his body size will also increase accordingly. According to his current superpower, his body will grow to about 10 meters. After saying that, Aurora pointed to the beautiful woman next to him and said to Lei Ming, "Her name is Xueli. Her superpowers are life. No matter how serious the injury is, it will heal instantly." After saying this, Aurora nudged Lei Ming with her hand and whispered, "Even the membrane underneath can be repaired." Xueli glanced at him seductively. Aurora's personality was obviously normal now, so there was no need to worry too much about them getting along. If it is Aurora's turn for the evil side to take over the body, they will have to be careful when interacting with each other. Otherwise, you will really die at his hands. Xueli walked around Lei Ming and Yi Zhiqiu in her high heels, then stopped behind Yi Zhiqiu. He placed his hands on her shoulders. His blood-red nails seemed to be dyed with blood, and Yi Zhiqiu could even smell the faint smell of blood coming from them. "What's your little sister's name?" A seductive voice sounded from behind her. "Ye Ziyu." Xueli wanted to say something, but was stopped by Aurora. "That's enough, Xueli. The two of you and Lei Ming should go to Haijing City and capture Xing Tian and Lin Yi. If that doesn't work, you can bring back his supernatural powers." "Yes, boss." "Brother, I want to go too." Xieu, who was standing behind Aurora, pulled the corner of his clothes and swung it left and right, saying with anticipation. Aurora patted her head. In the end, I couldn't resist her expectant look. "Okay, Xueli stays here, and you go with Quangzhan and Lei Ming. But be careful and don't run around. Come back immediately after completing the mission." Yeah, long live, brother. See, you jump high. But Lei Ming, who was not far away, had a bitter face. A shadow has been cast over his heart for this little girl. Lei Ming felt a wave of fear in his heart when he thought about going back to Haijing City with her. Because Lei Ming's body has not fully recovered, they need to stay here for 2 days. Yi Zhiqiu broke free from Xue Li's hands and took his brother to where he lived. The environment here is much better than the God Camp, and it is full of technology everywhere. Lei Ming's room is next to Yi Zhiqiu's, located on the 3rd underground floor of the Institute. There are several other people with special abilities living on this floor, but they're all out on missions. Lei Ming looked at the empty floor and knew, without a doubt, what mission they were going to carry out. He must have gone somewhere else to capture people with special abilities. No wonder the psychics here are so powerful, especially their boss, Aurora. Lei Ming guessed that he might not be able to withstand even a single move from him. After Lei Ming rested here for 2 days, his body had almost recovered and his face had regained its color. Soon someone came to inform him that he was going to carry out a mission. Because Yi Zhiqiu had no fighting ability, she was left in the research institute. Lei Ming followed Quang Zhan and Xiaoyu and headed towards Haijing City. Instead of taking a car, they chose to walk. Quang Zhan's body slowly grew larger in Lei Ming's surprised eyes, and soon became a 5-meter-tall giant. The little lowly Xiu had jumped onto his shoulders with ease. Lei Ming was a little at a loss. He also wanted to go up, but was afraid that the two of them would have objections, so he had to follow them. Quang Zhan took big strides and ran forward quickly, and Lei Ming could only run wildly behind him. Although this place is not close to Haijing City, several of them are high-level psychics, and even if they only rely on a pair of legs, it is enough for them to cross the 2 urban areas. After walking for more than 2 hours, the 3 finally entered the territory of Haijing City. Quang Zhan also turned back to his original body. Maintaining such a huge body was extremely exhausting of his supernatural powers. A fight might break out soon, and he had to be in top form. After the 3 of them found the right direction, they took the lead and walked towards Xingtian's God of War gang. This was also Lei Ming's suggestion. Compared to Lin Yi, Lei Ming hated Xingtian even more. It was this guy who made me feel like a stray dog. Not only did he destroy my own God camp, but I had to wander around everywhere. After the 3 of them arrived at the War God Gang sphere of influence, they heard the roar of a car not far away. Lei Ming looked up and saw a convoy of supply-collecting convoys heading towards them. These people were obviously from the God of War gang. But these military vehicles belong to the Thundering God Camp. It goes without saying that after Xingtian destroyed the God's camp, he took away the remaining supplies, all the vehicles, and all the weapons. Chapter 158, Haijing City, Reshuffle. Lei Ming looked at the military vehicle coming towards him and suddenly became furious. The people in the military vehicle also discovered them and drove straight towards them. When the military vehicle was 50 meters away from Lei Ming and his 2 companions, it suddenly stopped and then began to retreat rapidly. Sitting in the first military vehicle was a former captain of the Tianxin camp named Yin Kuo. After the God of War gang destroyed the God of War camp, he surrendered with his men and joined Xingtian's army. At this moment, there was suddenly thunder on the road, and Yin Kuo was naturally scared half to death. He was well aware of the horror of his former boss. Although Lei Ming was no match for Xingtian, it was too easy for him to deal with ordinary people like them. Moreover, given Lei Ming's vengeful character, the best outcome for these traitors is death. Seeing that they wanted to run away, Lei Ming hurriedly chased after them, and the power of thunder and lightning in his hands was rapidly condensing. Quang Zhan beside him didn't understand what was going on, but Lei Ming had already rushed forward. He also grew bigger again and caught up with several military vehicles that wanted to escape in just a few steps. Except for the military vehicle that Yin Kuo was riding in, which was deliberately kept by Lei Ming, intending to ask him about the current situation of Haijing City. The remaining vehicles were trampled into scrap metal by Quang Zhan. The driver and soldiers inside were also trampled into meat patties. The entire convoy of soldiers was wiped out without firing a single shot. Yin Kuo hurriedly got out of the car, threw his gun aside, and crawled to his knees in front of Lei Ming. With tears in his eyes, he said to Lei Ming, "Boss, it's great that you're still alive. We all thought you were dead." Lei Ming kicked Yin Kuo away with such great force that he flew 4 or 5 meters away. If he hadn't wanted to get information about Xingtian from him, he would have been in trouble. Lei Ming's kick, just now, could have taken his life directly. Even so, Several of Yin Kuo's ribs were broken by the kick. He spat out a mouthful of blood and lay on the ground groaning. Lei Ming pulled him up and began to ask about the current situation in Haijing City. It was from Yin Kuo that Lei Ming learned that the major forces in Haijing City had been reshuffled. His heavenly god camp and the fiery fire sect have been destroyed, and now Xing Tian has the final say in the entire Haijing City. But a few days ago, another force emerged called the Snow God Cult. What is surprising is that the deputy leader of the Snow God sect is actually the former leader of the fiery fire sect, Fire Spirit. Because of his brother's death, Xing Tian placed all his anger on the Fire Spirit. After learning of her whereabouts, he immediately sent people to attack the Snow God Cult. The two sides engaged in several small-scale battles, resulting in casualties on both sides. As for Lin Yi's news, Yin Kuo was also unclear. Naturally, they would not know that Lin Yi was the actual controller behind the Snow God Cult. After Yin Kuo told Lei Ming everything he knew, he still begged him to spare his life because of their past friendship. Lei Ming ignored Yin Kuo's plea for mercy. Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared in his hand, and Yin Kuo's body gradually carbonized amid the sound of thunder and lightning. Lei Ming threw Yin Kuo's body on the ground, turned around, and said to Xie on Quang Zhan's shoulder, "There are still 3 forces in Haijing City now. The strongest one should be Xing Tian's god of war gang. We can first cooperate with the Snow God Cult to kill Xing Tian together, and then deal with Lin Yi." Xie didn't care about Lei Ming's plan. She just followed him because she was bored. Aurora only asked her to take Xing Tian and Lin Yi back. She had no interest in how to do it. However, Quang Zhan expressed doubts about this. "What makes you think the Snow God Church will cooperate with you to deal with Xing Tian?" Lei Ming had already prepared for the problem of Berserker. The deputy leader of the Snow God Cult is called Hualing. She and I are old acquaintances. As long as I persuade her, she will definitely agree. Quang Zhan nodded. "All right, this is your former territory. I'll listen to you, but I have to warn you that if you don't complete the task assigned by the boss, you will die an ugly death." Lei Ming's heart trembled, as if he saw the scene of Xie Yu sucking his blood again. He glanced guiltily at the blood moon on Quang Zhan's shoulder and assured, "Master Quang Zhan, please rest assured. I will definitely complete the task assigned by the boss." The 3 continued on their way, but changed direction. Instead of heading towards the headquarters of the God of War gang, they headed towards the Snow God Cult. There's a reason why Lei Ming wants to cooperate with the Snow God Cult. Not only does he want to capture Xing Tian and Lin Yi, he also wants to completely destroy the God of War gang. Moreover, Xing Tian is a physical ability user, although his strength is not as good as the 3 of them. If Xing Tian wants to run away, no one here can stop him. Xing Tian is proud of his super fast speed and extremely strong defense. If Xing Tian escaped, Aurora might not punish Quang Zhan, let alone Xie Yu. But he will definitely be the scapegoat. Lei Ming must ensure the success of this mission. In less than an hour, the 3 of them arrived at the headquarters of the Snow God Cult. They wanted to go in directly, but were stopped by the guards at the door. "I'm sorry, but the Snow God Cult only accepts women. If this girl passes our assessment, she can join, but you 2 gentlemen, please go back." The guards did not recognize Lei Ming and thought that the 3 of them were preparing to join the Snow God Cult. Ever since Hualing became the deputy leader, the Snow God Cult began to recruit a large number of people. Especially after facing Xing Tian's God of War gang, the shortage of manpower became the biggest weakness of the Snow God Cult. Although ordinary people cannot have much influence on the war situation in today's era, where people with special abilities are rampant, their strength is needed to collect supplies and load and unload goods. We can't let the few people with special abilities in the camp go out to work as porters and load and unload supplies onto the trucks. With the help of the Fire Spirit, the Snow God Cult has developed extremely rapidly during this period of time. Every day, some people come to the Snow God Cult and want to join it. That's why the guards treated them as ordinary people who came to seek refuge. A bolt of lightning appeared in Lei Ming's hand, revealing his identity as a person with special abilities. "I'm Lei Ming. Go get your deputy leader, Hualing. I have something to say to her." Seeing this, the guard at the door hurriedly reported the situation to Hualing and Xue. The 2 women were compiling a list of new members of the Snow God Cult in the office. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Hualing was stunned at first. She didn't expect that Lei Ming was still alive, and she didn't know where the reinforcements came from. The 2 women looked at each other and prepared to go and see what Lei Ming wanted to do. A few minutes later, Hualing in red and Xue in white appeared at the door of the Snow God Cult. But the fire spirit did not stand in front, but lagged behind Xiuwu by half a body length. Chapter 159, Pretend to Cooperate. When Lei Ming saw Huoling's move, he immediately understood what she meant. Obviously, the person in charge of the snow god cult is not the fire spirit, but the beautiful woman with white hair in front of him. If it were in the past, when Lei Ming saw such a beautiful and ethereal woman, he would be instantly attracted to her and would try every means to get her. But since his brother's death, Lei Ming has become immune to women. Even the most beautiful woman cannot arouse his interest. Lei Ming got straight to the point and said to Xue Wu, "I guess you must be Xue Wu. My name is Lei Ming. I came here this time to cooperate with you and join forces to deal with Xing Tian's god of war gang." Xiu thought for a moment and then said, "I heard from Sister Huoling that you used to be the boss of the Tianxin camp. After Xing Tian destroyed the Tianxin camp, you disappeared. I believe you must be very familiar with Xing Tian's strength. Do you think we can stop Xing Tian together? After you disappeared, he became much stronger than before." Lei Ming smiled slightly. "Since I dare to come back for revenge, I am naturally prepared." After Lei Ming finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Quang Zhan and Xie Yu behind him. "I have now joined the Research Institute in Lianhai City. These two are high-level psychics in the Institute. Their strength is no less than Xing Tian. As long as they take action, a mere Xing Tian will be nothing to worry about." The fire spirit followed Lei Ming's gaze and looked at the two people behind him. Xie Yu looked very cute, sitting on Quang Zhan's shoulders, her legs swinging back and forth, revealing a pair of small fangs. No matter how you looked at her, you couldn't associate her with the word powerful. This is clearly an underage girl. But the fire spirit keenly felt that when Lei Ming introduced the two people behind him, his eyes were obviously full of fear towards this little girl. The two of them had worked together several times before, and Huoling knew this fat man very well. If Xie Yu's strength did not frighten Lei Ming, he would never be so wary of someone. Huoling and Xue Wu wanted to agree to cooperate with them, but they were worried that they would invite a wolf into the house. If their strength could be comparable to Xing Tian, it would naturally be no problem for them to deal with them. The two women looked at each other and immediately reached a consensus. They would agree to them first and then report to Lin Yi immediately. No matter how strong Lei Ming and others are, as long as Lin Yi is there, they have nothing to worry about. In the hearts of the two women, Lin Yi is the most powerful psychic. As long as Lin Yi takes action, there is nothing that cannot be solved. Xue Wu immediately agreed to Lei Ming's cooperation proposal. But it was already late today, and it would take time to mobilize the soldiers in the camp to encircle and suppress the god of war gang. So they plan to set out early tomorrow morning. Lei Ming and others will stay here tonight and set off together early tomorrow morning. Huoling personally led them to the guest room to rest. On the way to the guest room, Lei Ming began to ask her about Lin Yi. When Huoling heard Lei Ming suddenly mention Lin Yi, he became suspicious. Through indirect inquiries, we learned that their target on this trip was not only Xing Tian, but also Lin Yi. In Lei Ming's heart, he still regarded Huoling as his former comrade in arms and did not hide anything from her. After all, Lin Yi was once their common enemy, and when he attacks Lin Yi's villa, he will still need the help of the fire spirit. But he didn't expect that Huoling would become Lin Yi's woman after he left, and even gave up her own original power. After Huoling took a few people to the guest room to rest, he immediately went to find Xue Wu and told her the information he had found out. Xue Wu became very anxious when she heard that they wanted to deal with Lin Yi. He quickly took out the satellite phone and called Lin Yi. Lin Yi was still studying his spatial ability at this time. Ever since he knew that he could become a god by gathering the 12 original powers, he has been thinking about it all the time. After a few days of nourishment, the small flame in Lin Yi's sea of consciousness has merged with his spatial ability, leaving only a small red light that floating up and down in his sea of consciousness. After Lin Yi's spatial ability was mixed with the original power of fire ability, although he could not directly launch fire attacks, his body's immunity to flames was greatly improved. Now he has the original power of fire, but it is not clear what his other supernatural powers are. In comparison, only the 5 elements are easier to find. Thinking of this, Lin Yi secretly said it was a pity. The Lu Qing who was killed by him in the Snow God sect should be a wood-type mutant, but his mutant power at that time did not reach 5 points. So even if Lin Yi killed him, no original power would appear. There are probably no qualified psychics in the entire Haijing city now. Lin Yi plans to go somewhere else where he becomes stronger. But his most urgent task is to find out what these 12 superpowers are. Only Lei Ming's cousin Yi Zhiqiu can tell him the answer. Lin Yi withdrew his consciousness from the sea of knowledge. Suddenly, the satellite phone in his pocket rang. Lin Yi took a look at the number and pressed the answer button directly. Soon, Xiaowu's queenly voice came from inside. Lin Yi listened quietly. After learning that Lei Ming had brought reinforcements from Lianhai City and that he was their target, Lin Yi felt a sense of crisis. Judging from Xiaowu's words, it seems that the B-level research institute in Lianhai City is very powerful. Any one of the psychics there has the strength comparable to Xingtian. But fortunately, they didn't know the relationship between themselves and the snow god cult, and their first target was still Xingtian. He could take the opportunity to do something about it, preferably making both of them lose, and then Lin Yi would be the one who got away with it. Lin Yi asked Xiaowu and Huoling to be careful and not to reveal their identities, especially to those ordinary members of the snow god cult. They all knew about the relationship between Lin Yi and Xiaowu Fire Spirit, so they had to keep their mouths shut and not let Lei Ming and the others find out. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi picked up the intercom and contacted Su Mo, asking him to go with him tomorrow. The next morning before dawn, Lin Yi climbed out of bed. After moving Lu Feier's smooth thighs away from his body, Lin Yi tiptoed out of the room. Su Mo was already waiting at the door of the villa. After Lin Yi pushed open the door and walked out of the villa, the two of them walked towards the headquarters of the God of War gang together. Lin Yi didn't want to take a helicopter because they had to be secretive on this trip. Xingtian and Xie Yu were both very powerful, and if Lin Yi was accidentally discovered by them, his plan was about to go down the drain. But it was too far to walk there on foot. Chapter 160 Xingtian versus Quangzhan. Su Mo also understood what Lin Yi meant. He transformed himself into a 5-meter-tall black bear in an instant. Then the giant bear opened its mouth and said to Lin Yi, "Don't worry, brother Yi. Come on me." When Lin Yi heard this, his eyes suddenly became strange. "Sex you? I'm a normal man. Even if I have that kind of fetish, I can't possibly sleep with you, right? Look at all that black hair on you." But facing Su Mo's enthusiastic eyes, Lin Yi jumped up helplessly. "After all, they have already invited me, and I feel embarrassed to refuse." Lin Yi found a comfortable place on Su Mo's shoulder and sat down. After Lin Yi sat down, Su Mo quickly ran towards the war god gang. Lin Yi suddenly felt that it would be nice to have a mount, which was not only energy-saving, but also environmentally friendly, and only required 2 steamed buns to travel 100 kilometers. It's just a little cold. Lin Yi tightened his clothes, as the strong wind created by Su Mo's fast-running blew into Lin Yi's clothes. An hour later, it was already dawn, and Su Mo and Lin Yi finally arrived outside the camp of the God of War gang. They found a tall building nearby and went straight to the rooftop. Here they can use telescopes to see what is happening in the Ares gang. It was still early, so Lin Yi took out a tent from the alien space and set it up and turned on 2 heaters inside. Next were 2 lounge chairs, a table, and snacks and beer. Su Mo watched Lin Yi constantly taking things out, his face full of envy. Lin Yi's special ability is really convenient. It can be used to store things and also for combat. The two sat on the recliners, drinking beer while watching the show. When the sky was completely bright, a group of people finally appeared in the distance. There were a total of 30 vehicles, all filled with people. Lin Yi saw it through the telescope. At the front of the team was the car carrying Xiaowu and Huoling. Next to them, Lei Ming was also driving an off-road vehicle. Sitting in the passenger seat was a burly man with a long scar on his face. This person should be the Quangzhan that Xiaowu mentioned. The convoy soon stopped in a hidden corner 3 kilometers away from the God of War gang. Lei Ming was the first to get out of the car. After Huoling and everyone else got off the bus, he began his pre-war speech. She spoke passionate words one after another, as if the people from the God of War gang would die if they didn't kill them. Although Lin Yi couldn't hear clearly what Huoling said, he knew from the increasingly determined expressions of the soldiers that Huoling's speech was very successful. Following the order from the Fire Spirit, hundreds of fully armed female legions began to move towards the camp of the God of War gang. Xiaowu and others followed behind them. After approaching the camp within 2 kilometers, dozens of female soldiers set up cannons. Xie Yu stood in front of Lei Ming and Quangzhan, looking at the camp in front of him with contempt. In her opinion, the powerful Xingtian mentioned by Lei Ming was just a stronger ant. As long as she took action personally, she could take him down in minutes, but since she had already agreed to cooperate with Lei Ming and the Snow God cult, She was happy to watch the show. She has no interest in those ordinary people, but if the man named Xing Tian appears later, she would be interested in meeting him. Following Xue Wu's order, more than a dozen cannons began firing in turn. The camp of the God of War gang was suddenly engulfed in flames. Xing Tian was exercising his room. The last time Lei Ming and Huo Ling attacked his camp together, several of his favorite women were killed in the explosion. The few he has now are the ones he collected again with great difficulty, and the other two were captured from the god camp and are said to be Lei Ming's concubines. After learning the news, Xing Tian could not let them go. At this moment, another violent explosion was heard in the camp. But Xing Tian was already in a critical moment. After cursing angrily, he wanted to end the battle as soon as possible, and then immediately rushed out to tear the people outside into pieces. But a shell happened to hit his room again. As the explosion sounded, Xing Tian looked at the half of the body left under his crotch and finally lost interest. Xing Tian, whose good thing was interrupted, became furious and rushed out after putting on some clothes. When he rushed out of the camp, he saw Thunder and Fire Spirit in the crowd. Ever since Lei Ming was injured and escaped last time, Xing Tian has been looking for him. I didn't expect that he would come to me today. And there was the Fire Spirit. His brother died at her hands, and this revenge must be avenged no matter what. Just as Xing Tian was about to take action, 3 figures rushed out from the camp. They were the only 3 remaining psychics in the God of War gang. They stood behind Xing Tian, and a short-haired young man asked him, "Boss, are you okay?" Xing Tian shook his head, took a few steps forward, and shouted to Lei Ming, "Lei Ming, I let you run away last time, and you actually dare to come back? Let's see where you're going this time." Lei Ming smiled slightly and pointed at Quang Zhan next to him. "Xing Tian, you're truly a frog in a well. Do you think being the king of Haijing City is enough? The 2 gentlemen beside me came all the way from Lianhai City just for you. I advise you to surrender directly, or don't blame me for being rude." Xing Tian glanced at the 2 people beside Lei Ming, and then turned his gaze to Quang Zhan. He didn't take Xie Yu seriously. She was just a little girl. What strength could she have? However, the aura of Quang Zhan made Xing Tian feel a sense of pressure. He silently took out his long sword, which was a well-tempered sword that he had found with great effort after being besieged by Thunder and Fire Spirit last time. With the addition of his supernatural powers, although he is only a physical-type supernatural user, he can use this sword to emit long-range attack energy. The power is amazing. Xing Tian pulled his long sword out of its scabbard and rushed out first. He swung the long sword and suddenly chopped it towards Lei Ming. A several-meter-long blade energy pierced through his body, cutting even the surrounding air in half. Just when the sword energy flew halfway, Quang Zhan finally made his move. He pulled out the sword from behind, and his body expanded rapidly. As his body grew, the sword in his hand, which was originally only 1 meter long, began to grow rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it became a giant 5-meter-long sword. This sword was specially made for Berserker by Odbo, a supernatural being from the Research Institute. It can change its form according to the owner's supernatural attributes. After Berserker injects his own supernatural powers, the long sword will grow larger as his body grows. If a fire spirit uses this long sword and injects supernatural power into it, the sword will turn into a flame form, which is extremely magical. Quang Zhan swung the long sword in his hand and directly dispersed Xing Tian's sword energy. Chapter 161, The End of the God of War Gang. Xing Tian looked at Quang Zhan with a serious look in his eyes. This person is stronger than I thought. Seeing that their boss had already taken action, the remaining 3 psychics of the God of War gang also rushed forward, wanting to share the pressure with Xing Tian. But just as the 3 of them took a few steps, a petite figure stopped them. The 3 of them looked closely and saw a cute little girl in a red cloak. The 3 of them attacked without hesitation, and several attacks enveloped Xie Yu. Facing the siege of 3 people, Xie Yu's state changed rapidly. Red light appeared in his eyes, and 4 fangs reappeared in his mouth. 3 spell attacks were about to fall on her, but she dodged them one by one with extremely fast speed. Xie Yu's figure was like a ghost, approaching the few people quickly, and the sharp nails in his hands emitted a cold light. After getting close to the 3 people, he grabbed the one on the far left. The 3 were startled by Xie Yu's change, but the tacit understanding they had developed from fighting side by side for a long time allowed them to react quickly. One person used his special ability to block Xie Yu's attack and delay her, while the remaining two opened fire and launched a crazy attack on Xiaoyu. An energy shield appeared, blocking Xiaoyu's claws, but Xiaoyu's power had an overwhelming advantage. Although the energy shield temporarily blocked her attack, it was already covered with cracks. At this time, the attacks of the other two people also arrived. Xiaoyu could only temporarily give up the target in front of him and retreat again. The extremely fast speed made the three people dazzled. When they reacted, Xiaoyu had disappeared from their sight. Just as the three were still searching for Xiaoyu's whereabouts, they suddenly heard Xing Tian's voice in the distance. "Watch your head." The three of them subconsciously looked up and saw a smaller figure staring at them with a pair of scarlet eyes. Xiaoyu was floating above their heads, and his dark red cloak was rustling in the wind. Xiaoyu opened his mouth and revealed a creepy smile, then rushed straight down, and the energy shield appeared again. But this time, Blood Moon increased the intensity of her attack, and the seemingly solid shield couldn't even defend against her single normal attack before it shattered. Xiaoyu grabbed a man and flew into the air, digging his nails deeply into his body. Then it opened its little mouth and bit the artery in his neck. Lei Ming, who was far away, saw this familiar scene and swallowed unconsciously. His only remaining hand subconsciously touched his neck. In just a few seconds, the person captured by Xiaoyu turned into a dried corpse, and his supernatural powers and blood essence had been sucked away. Xiaoyu dropped the shriveled corpse from midair, licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the remaining two people with excitement. Lin Yi sat in the tent on the rooftop, observing quietly with the telescope in his hand. After seeing Xiaoyu sucking people dry, one can't help but sigh that the world is full of wonders. There is actually such a supernatural power in the world that can turn you into a vampire. Not only can he absorb other people's supernatural powers, but he can also suck their essence and blood to increase his own physical strength. But the side effects were also obvious. Lin Yi discovered that after Xiaoyu absorbed a person's essence and blood, he was obviously out of control. The whole person's state became extremely excited, even crazy. She swooped down from midair and pounced on the two people on the ground again. Just as Xiaoyu was fighting with the three people, Xing Tian also encountered a crisis. Just as he was distracted enough to remind his men, Quang Zhan seized the opportunity and rushed toward Xing Tian. He raised the sword in his hand high and slashed at Xing Tian with all his might. Seeing that the opponent was coming at him with great momentum, Xing Tian did not dare to take it head-on. He exerted force on his feet and dodged to the side, avoiding Quang Zhan's attack. After Quang Zhan lost its target, his long sword slashed on the ground, and a huge crack suddenly appeared on the solid ice surface. As Quang Zhan retracted the long sword, the crack continued to spread into the distance. It didn't stop until it extended out for several dozen meters. When Quang Zhan's attack failed, he immediately drew his sword and swept across. Xing Tian steadied his body. The sword that Quang Zhan had just used was so fast and sharp that he managed to dodge it with great difficulty. Before he could catch his breath, the long sword attacked him again. Xing Tian held the sword across his chest, ready to take the blow. There was a sound of metal clashing, and Xing Tian was directly thrown several meters away, and the long sword in his hand broke into two pieces. The sword in Xing Tian's hand was just something he found by chance when he was collecting supplies outside. Its toughness and strength were far inferior to the one in Quang Zhan's hand. Only half of the broken sword remained in Xing Tian's hand. He rubbed his right hand, which was numb from the shock, then gripped the broken sword tightly and rushed towards Quang Zhan again. Since I can't compete with him in strength, I can only compete with him in speed. Lin Yi looked at the sword in Quang Zhan's hand and became very interested in it. My current attack method relies on long-range sniping. Once the opponent gets close, I can only use the properties of the space gate to defend myself besides retreating and keeping a distance. Lin Yi, who lacks close combat ability, urgently needs a handy weapon. Xing Tian took advantage of Quang Zhan's huge size and clumsy movements and began to fight guerrilla warfare around him. Xing Tian was seen jumping around Quang Zhan like a monkey. Although Quang Zhan's attack power was extremely strong, he could not catch Xing Tian's shadow. After the two fought for a while, Quang Zhan finally became a little frustrated. A light red mist began to appear on his body, covering the space around him. Xing Tian had just dodged a wave of attacks when he suddenly felt that Quang Zhan's attack speed was getting faster and faster, and he was almost hit in the vitals by him several times. But he soon discovered that it was not Quang Zhan's speed that increased, but his own speed that slowed down. Xing Tian thought of the red mist on Quang Zhan's body and suddenly understood. He quickly withdrew, and only when he was out of the fog did he feel his speed had returned to normal. After this fight, Xing Tian didn't dare to approach Quang Zhan rashly again. He couldn't match Quang Zhan in strength, and if his speed was also suppressed by the opponent, then he would only be defeated. He looked back and found that 2 of his 3 psychic subordinates had died, and the only remaining defensive psychic was about to be killed by Xiaoyu. This was because Xiaoyu wanted to keep them to play for a while longer, otherwise the 3 of them would not be able to stop the mad Xiaoyu. The war god gang's camp had turned into a sea of fire, and most of the ordinary soldiers inside had been slaughtered. Lightning flashed on Lei Ming's body, and each attack could take the lives of several people. Chapter 162, The War Begins. Huo Ling and Xue Wu did not take action. Lin Yi specifically told them yesterday to conserve their strength and try not to consume their supernatural powers. So the 2 of them were just commanding the battle at the outermost edge and did not participate in the attack on the god of war gang at all. Just when Xing Tian was distracted, Quang Zhan rushed over again and stabbed him straight with a 5-meter-long sword. Xing Tian looked at the camp that had turned into ruins, his heart filled with anger. Facing the long sword stabbing towards him, Xing Tian did not dodge, but jumped directly into the air and actually jumped on a Quang Zhan's long sword. Then, while Quang Zhan did not retract his weapon, he quickly closed the distance. Facing Xing Tian, who was rushing towards him, Quang Zhan quickly charged his left fist and struck at Xing Tian. Xing Tian did not choose to resist. He stepped hard on the long sword with his right foot, then jumped over Quang Zhan's fist that was about to hit him. He flew up and chopped towards Quang Zhan's forehead with the broken sword in his hand. An extremely strong sword energy shot out from the broken knife, aiming at Quang Zhan's eyes. When it was about to hit the target, Quang Zhan quickly turned his head to the right. A flower of blood bloomed, and the sword energy left a huge wound on Quang Zhan's shoulder. However, with the addition of his supernatural powers, Quang Zhan felt no pain at all, and being injured only aroused his violent aura. After Xing Tian launched this attack, he had nowhere to gain leverage in midair and could only rely on gravity to slowly fall down. As he was about to land, a huge fist flew towards him. Before the attack arrived, the strong wind generated by the fist had already made Xing Tian's clothes rustle. Faced with Quang Zhan's attack, Xing Tian had no way to dodge. He simply gritted his teeth, threw the broken knife aside, and then concentrated all his strength on his right fist. He tried his best to meet Quang Zhan's fist. A shock wave appeared, and 2 fists, one big and one small, collided with each other. The strong wind blew up the snow within dozens of meters around. A muffled groan was heard, and Xing Tian was knocked away by Quang Zhan's powerful punch and spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. His right arm hung straight down, obviously broken in the previous head-on collision. Xing Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then covered his right arm tightly. This was the first time he lost to someone in terms of physical strength since he awakened his superpowers. Xiaoyu had already killed the last man and sucked his blood dry. Xing Tian looked at the 3 corpses on the ground and the camp that had turned into ruins. He was really scared now, and he was beginning to think about giving up. Xing Tian had just taken a step back when he found that Lei Ming had come behind him without him knowing when. Quang Zhan and Shi Yue also surrounded him, and the 3 of them blocked all of Xing Tian's escape routes. Xing Tian finally felt despair. He is no match for Quang Zhan alone, and with Xiaoyu, who is much stronger than Quang Zhan, added to the mix, he is afraid that he will not be able to escape even if he wants to. Among the 3, only Lei Ming's strength is relatively weak, but Xing Tian is already injured at this time, and with Lei Ming's strength, it is enough to stop him for some time. During this time, Xiaoyu and Quang Zhan have been able to kill him dozens of times. Xing Tian closed his eyes resignedly and waited quietly for his death. Xiaoyu licked his fangs and pounced towards Xing Tian. Just as her fingernails were about to dig into Xing Tian's chest, a bullet hit her forehead directly. An explosion sounded, and the explosive force carried by the bullet directly blew Xiaoyu away. Although this attack did not kill her directly, she was shot in the head by Lin Yi with all his strength, and even if she didn't die, she would have been seriously injured. Xing Tian, who was silently waiting to die on the spot, quickly opened his eyes after hearing the sound, and a strong desire to survive burst out in his heart again. He was very familiar with the gunshot just now. He had fought with the owner of this gun before. Although he had never seen him in person, Xing Tian already had a deep understanding of Lin Yi's strength. He didn't expect that at such a critical moment, Lin Yi would actually forget the previous grudges and choose to save him. Xing Tian was deeply moved and silently swore in his heart that if he escaped this time, he would never be an enemy of Lin Yi again. Now Xiaoyu had been knocked away by Lin Yi and his life or death was unknown, and a gap appeared in their encirclement. Xing Tian sped up and rushed out of their encirclement. Just when Xing Tian thought he was about to escape, a bullet exploded directly in his leg. Nima. Xing Tian cursed inwardly. He had just thought that Lin Yi had shot him to help him, but he didn't expect that this guy had no good intentions at all. Due to inertia, Xing Tian's body still fell forward and then fell heavily to the ground. His leg was badly injured, and it was impossible for him to escape. In order to ensure that everything went smoothly, Lin Yi added a lot of supernatural powers to the two guns. In addition, because it was a sneak attack, Xiaoyu and Xing Tian were hit before they could react. Lei Ming and Quang Zhan immediately became alert and no longer paid attention to Xing Tian on the ground. They both looked in the direction where the bullets came from, fearing that they would become the next target. After seeing the building where Lin Yi was hiding, Quang Zhan winked at Lei Ming, who nodded. With the help of Quang Zhan's huge body, he quietly retreated and tried to get behind Lin Yi to launch a counterattack. On the other side, Xiaoyu had stood up again at some point. A hole appeared on her head, and the blood was frozen by the cold air outside before it could flow out. Xiaoyu touched the wound on her head. Ever since she awakened her superpowers, she had been sucking other people's blood. This was the first time someone had made her bleed. She fixed her eyes on Xing Tian and rushed towards him like a ghost. Xing Tian suffered a series of severe injuries, and his body was now at the end of its strength, but he did not want to sit and wait for death, so he could only use his last bit of strength to punch Xiaoyu. Facing Xing Tian's desperate resistance, Xiaoyu showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. He stretched out his sharp claws and grabbed Xing Tian's fist. Xing Tian suddenly screamed. Xiaoyu tore off a large piece of flesh from his fist, and the wound was so deep that the bone was visible. At this moment, Lin Yi fired another shot, aiming directly at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu reached out and grabbed Xing Tian's arm, lifted up Xing Tian, who had lost the ability to resist, and held him in front of himself. Xing Tian has always had a high opinion of himself. As the #1 master in Haijing City, he never thought that he would be used as a shield. But no matter how he struggled, the pair of sharp claws that grabbed him were as motionless as if they were made of steel. After sensing Xing Tian's struggle, Xiyue punched Xing Tian hard in the stomach. This punch directly made Xing Tian lose all his strength, and he could only let Xiaoyu manipulate him like a scarecrow. Chapter 163, Defensive Shield. The bullet directly pierced Xing Tian's chest, but what Xiaoyu didn't expect was, with Xing Tian's defensive ability as a physical ability user, he should be able to block this bullet. But the result was that the bullet went straight through Xing Tian's body and then hit her chest hard. Xiaoyu was once again blown away by the explosive force of the bullet. Her chest was already charred. She keenly felt that the bullet that had just been fired was mixed with a trace of firepower, which was why the bullet had such a strong explosive effect. Xing Tian was thrown to the ground by Xiaoyu, already dying. When Lin Yi's bullet was about to hit him, in order not to serve as a shield for Xiaoyu, Xing Tian directly withdrew all the defenses in his body. His physical strength, just now, was almost that of an ordinary person. The bullet's firing speed was too fast, and its power was too strong, so it lost almost no attack power after hitting Xing Tian. Xiaoyu was shot twice in a row by Lin Yi and was seriously injured. Fortunately, she had just sucked the blood of 3 psychics and had not yet digested it. Xiaoyu can use their energy to recover from his injuries, but in this way, he will not be able to use this energy to improve his strength. Time was urgent, so Xiaoyu decided to save her life first. She then mobilized the essence and blood that had just been absorbed into her body to heal her injuries. I saw a red line of blood flowing on her body surface, and then quickly gathered on her head and chest. Xiaoyu's wound began to scab over, and the next second, the blood scab fell off, and her skin was intact as before, with no sign of injury at all. Quang Zhan shrunk his body and came to Xiyue, still holding the sword in his hand. There's no way. If I maintain the same size as before, the target will be too big and the movements will be too slow, so it will be easy to get shot. They had already guessed the identity of the gunman. They had learned it from Lei Ming before they arrived. Lin Yi is a sniper, and his special ability is most likely to improve the accuracy and power of the sniper rifle. Otherwise, ordinary sniper rifles cannot hurt them at all. At this time, Lei Ming had already circled from the opposite direction to the side of the building where Lin Yi was. Lin Yi naturally knew clearly that there was one person missing from the field. After he fired another shot at Xiaoyu, he immediately turned the gun around and found Lei Ming's trace a few hundred meters away from the building. At this time, he was sneaking towards Lin Yi. He and Lin Yi are old rivals. They have fought each other before, although he ended up losing. But that was based on the fact that Lin Yi was hiding in a sturdy villa and using a sniper rifle to attack from a distance. With abilities like this, he would definitely be very weak in close combat. Lei Ming was full of confidence. As long as he could get within 50 meters of Lin Yi, he would be able to kill Lin Yi instantly. The reason why he volunteered to kill Lin Yi was because of his special abilities. In the research institute in Lianhai City, apart from his cousin Yi Zhiqiu, he should be the weakest. Moreover, he only has one arm, and his combat effectiveness has been reduced by 20%. He really needed Lin Yi's supernatural powers. According to his speculation, Lin Yi possessed at least a dozen supernatural powers, which was why he was able to escape from their siege and kill Jin Ao of the Tianjin Society. As long as he could plunder Lin Yi's supernatural powers, his own strength would increase greatly, and his status in the research institute would naturally rise as well. Soon, Lei Ming approached the building. It was a separate office building with more than 30 floors and many plaques and billboards hanging on it. For small loans, you only need a photo and no collateral is required. Myanmar travel, 5 days and 4 nights. Lei Ming curled his lips and was about to sneer when a bullet shot towards him, aiming straight at his heart. Lei Ming was caught off guard and quickly turned into a flash of lightning, barely avoiding his own vital points. But the bullet still pierced his shoulder, and blood gushed out like water. He doesn't have Xiaoyu's recovery ability, so whenever he gets injured, he can only recuperate slowly. Lei Ming gritted his teeth. He was only a few dozen meters away from the building. As long as he could rush downstairs, Lin Yi, who had lost his shooting angle, would have no way to do anything to him. Lin Yi couldn't jump down from such a high building. In Lei Ming's heart, Lin Yi's fate was already doomed. He didn't care about the bleeding wound. Since he had been discovered, he had no choice but to go on. Lei Ming exerted force on his feet and ran towards the building. It only takes him 2 seconds to run downstairs, a distance of dozens of meters, and then it is time for him to perform. A second later, Lei Ming had already run half the distance. He was praying silently in his heart, hoping that Lin Yi would not be able to react in time and fire the second shot. But in the end, things went against our wishes. The gunshot rang out again, and a bullet shot from high above, heading toward the top of his head. Lei Ming sensed the danger above his head, and the hairs on his body stood up. The shot was too close to him, and Lei Ming could not dodge it. He could only call upon his special powers and use lightning to condense a shield above his head. After the bullet hit the shield, it shattered it directly, and then shot towards Lei Ming without slowing down at all. Lei Ming didn't place his hope on the shield at all. He was not a defensive psychic. Even if he could barely condense a shield, its defensive power would be very limited. He reached into his arms and took out a transparent ball. This was given to Lei Ming by his cousin Yi Zhiqiu before he set off. It is said to be the latest scientific research product of the Institute, which can save lives at critical moments. Lei Ming crushed it without hesitation. Then a light blue transparent light shield appeared and wrapped him inside. The bullet finally hit Lei Ming's head. There was a sound of breaking glass, and a crack appeared in the light shield that enveloped Lei Ming. As the crack grew bigger and bigger, the light shield finally couldn't hold on and shattered directly. However, after being offset by the light shield, the power of the bullet has been greatly reduced. It only left a wound on Lei Ming's arm. Lin Yi stood on the rooftop and saw it clearly. He originally thought that this shot could kill Lei Ming directly, but the light shield that appeared next was beyond his expectations. It seems that this mysterious research institute has a lot of good things. Not only is there that magical sword, but there are also weapons to save your life. Lei Ming had already rushed downstairs at this time. After wiping the cold sweat from his head, he began to climb up the stairs. This time he was very confident in himself, and Lin Yi was already the fish on his chopping board. Lin Yi smiled slightly, ignored him, and turned to deal with Xiaoyu and others. In order to attract Lin Yi's attention and give Lei Ming a chance to find him, Quang Zhan and Xiaoyu had been jumping around in the same place for a long time. Lin Yi placed the Baird on the rooftop and began to attack them. Xu Wu and others ordered their men to withdraw from the battlefield after Lin Yi opened fire. The current battle is no longer something they can intervene in. The two women stood on a snow slope not far away. Their mission was to try their best to prevent Xing Tian and others from escaping. Although their strength is not enough to compare with the other people in the field, with Lin Yi as a sniper, they don't have to worry about getting hurt. Chapter 164 Thunder Death. When Lei Ming ran up the stairs to the landing on the 10th floor, he suddenly saw a figure in the corner of the stairwell. He was very familiar with this figure. It was Su Mo, who had followed him since the end of the world and saved his life, but was eventually abandoned by him. When Lei Ming saw Su Mo here, he suddenly understood. It turned out that the person who looted all the supplies in his camp and attacked the armory was Lin Yi. No wonder he didn't see Su Mo when he attacked the god of War Gang. He originally thought that with Su Mo's strength, it would be impossible for him to escape from Xing Tian's hands. Since Su Mo was not dead, he must have surrendered to Xing Tian. It turned out that it was Lin Yi who rescued Su Mo. Lei Ming felt a little regretful. If he had not acted impulsively and gone straight to fight Xing Tian, he would still be the boss of the Tianxin camp. How could he leave his hometown and run to Lianhai City? Su Mo looked at Lei Ming in front of him, his heart filled with hatred. He had saved him several times in the god camp, but in return he was ruthlessly abandoned by Lei Ming when faced with a choice. If it weren't for his lack of strength, Su Mo would have gone to seek revenge on Lei Ming long ago. Now the opportunity has finally come. Although Su Mo's supernatural power has not improved much, he absorbed some supernatural power in the last battle with Tianjin Society, and after absorbing and using it for a period of time, Su Mo is now able to fully demonstrate his strength. Moreover, Lei Ming's condition was not good at the moment. Not only did he lose an arm, but he was also hit by 2 supernatural guns from Lin Yi. He was now in a seriously disabled state. It's still uncertain who will win or lose. Lei Ming also understood this in his heart. His expression gradually softened, making him look much kinder. Su Mo, I'm so glad to see you're okay. I regretted handing you over to Xing Tian last time. I wanted to rescue you right away, but that bitch Hu Ling stopped me. Although the Tianxin camp is gone now, you don't have to worry. I have joined a research institute in Lianhai City. The environment and resources there are much better than Tianxin camp. As long as you follow me in the future, I will ensure that you will have good food and drink, and your mother will also have a safer place to retire. Lei Ming said this, of course, not because he was really thinking about Su Mo, nor did he want to recruit him as his subordinate again. He just wanted to hold Su Mo back temporarily. And after he absorbed Lin Yi's supernatural powers and his body recovered, the first person he wanted to kill would be Su Mo. This guy actually brought outsiders to rob his own camp. Lei Ming wanted to tear his tendons and bones apart, but he still had to pretend to be very close to Su Mo on his face. Okay, fatty, stop pretending. I know what kind of person you are. The moment Brother Lin Yi saved me from Xing Tian, my life belonged to him. To tell you the truth, I'm waiting here just for you. If I don't kill you today, I won't be called Su Mo. After Su Mo finished speaking, he crossed his hands into claws in front of his chest. With a roar, he turned into a black bear and a layer of black hair grew on his body. Since they were in a building, Su Mo only expanded his body to 3 meters and then stopped. Then Su Mo rushed towards Lei Ming, waving his bare paws. Faced with Su Mo's attack, Lei Ming no longer dared to underestimate it. He had just used up a lot of his supernatural powers in order to block Lin Yi's bullets, and was also seriously injured. If it were his prime, Lei Ming could easily defeat Su Mo. But now the situation is completely reversed. Lei Ming dodged Su Mo's fatal blow and then quickly retreated. His wound had just stopped bleeding, but now due to the intense exercise, the blood in his body surged and the blood gushed out of the wound again. Lei Ming endured the severe pain and used his lightning ability to seal the wounds on his body one by one. As the aroma of meat wafted out, Lei Ming finally stopped the bleeding again, but his face was already pale. The essence and blood that was sucked away by Xiaoyu last time has not recovered yet, and a lot of it has flowed out again today. Lei Ming just feels dizzy. Su Mo took the opportunity to fly up and slapped Lei Ming with his 2 bear claws one after another. Lei Ming dodged the attack of a bear claw by turning sideways. When the second bear claw attacked, Lei Ming raised his only remaining hand, spread lightning on his hand, and blocked Su Mo's attack. However, Lei Ming's body was thrown directly away by the huge force coming from his hand, breaking the window behind him and falling from the upstairs. Su Mo followed closely behind. In order to increase his own gravity, Sumo Xiong expanded his body to 5 meters in size in the air and sat down in the direction of Lei Ming with the force of a mountain pressing down on his head. When the thunder landed, it directly created a big hole in the snow. Before he could stand up, a dark but sat down in front of him. Lei Ming suddenly remembered a palm technique that came from the sky. With a roar, Sumo's but hit Lei Ming hard. The surrounding snow was blown all over the place by the huge impact force. After a long time, Sumo moved his butt, revealing Lei Ming underneath. At this time, Lei Ming had fallen into a coma. The wound on his shoulder had opened again, and the blood had dyed the surrounding snow red. Sumo changed back into human form and reached out to feel Lei Ming's breath. His breath was already very weak, and he could die at any time. Just when Sumo was still hesitating whether to capture him alive or kill him directly, a blue energy ball suddenly appeared on Lei Ming's body. Sumo smiled slightly. There was no need to worry about it this time because the person was already dead. He picked up the energy ball from Lei Ming's body, then carried Lei Ming's body and walked towards the rooftop of the office building. If Lei Ming knew that he was killed by Sumo sitting on his butt, he would probably die again out of shame. This way of dying is ranked among the worst in the entire supernatural world. The gunfire on the rooftop continued. Xiaoyu and Quang Zhan waited for a long time. Lei Ming had left for a while. It was impossible that there was no movement for so long. But the two of them didn't plan to wait any longer. This place is about 2 or 3 kilometers away from the building where Lin Yi is. If they attack from a left and right at the same time, they still have a chance to capture Lin Yi. Although Xing Tian was still alive, his legs were broken and his chest was pierced, so he could not run far. Quang Zhan looked around and shouted to Xue Wu and Huoling in the distance. You two, keep an eye on Xing Tian and don't let him get away. Xue Wu and Huoling looked at each other and gladly accepted the task. Quang Zhan and Xue separated directly, one on the left and one on the right, rushing towards the building where Lin Yi was. The two of them did not run in a straight line, but took a serpentine route. Although this will be slower, the advantage is that it is not easy to be targeted. Chapter 165, Evil Moon Escapes. Lin Yi almost laughed out loud as he watched the two people's movements. His special ability doesn't care what route you take. Even if you run and somersault at the same time, Lin Yi's bullets will still hit the target. Huoling asked Xue Wu to keep an eye on Xing Tian, while he blatantly followed Quang Zhan and ran towards Lin Yi. Quang Zhan noticed the fire spirit behind him and thought she was just an ally coming to help, so he didn't take her seriously. One more person means more strength. Lin Yi pointed his gun at Quang Zhan first. The reason was simple. According to Lin Yi's observation, Quang Zhan's strength should be weaker than that little girl, and he found that Xiaoyu also had the ability to recover from injuries. Even if I hurt her, she would be able to recover in a short time. But the Mad Warrior is different. He is a brainless warrior. He has just been injured by Xing Tian, and he has the help of the fire spirit. It is not difficult to defeat the Berserker in a short period of time. Lin Yi aimed the gun at Quang Zhan, and as he pulled the trigger, the door of space finally opened. Several rocket launchers with long tails flew over Quang Zhan. Quang Zhan's body grew rapidly, and he turned into a 10-meter-tall giant again. He used the long sword in his hand as a shield, first blocking Lin Yi's shot, and then shooting down the rockets that were fired from all directions. But his hand was also numb from the terrifying force carried by the bullet. The flames from the rocket explosion even made his hair slightly curled. Seeing that his attack didn't work, Lin Yi had an idea in mind and immediately turned the gun and aimed at Xiaoyu. 3 gunshots rang out in succession. Xiaoyu caught them all with her bare hands, but several of her nails were broken. A trace of blood also flowed from the base of his hands. Just when Lin Yi changed his target of attack to Xiaoyu, Quang Zhan took the opportunity to approach quickly. Finally, Quang Zhan came to Lin Yi's building with a sword in his hand. At this time, they were less than 100 meters apart. Being 10 meters tall, he could already see Lin Yi on the rooftop with his naked eyes. He did not choose to go upstairs because it was too late. Xiaoyu was already losing ground under Lin Yi's suppression. Even if she had the essence and blood of other psychics in her body to recover from her injuries, she was about to collapse. Quang Zhan simply raised his sword and slashed directly at the office building, trying to disrupt Lin Yi's rhythm and force him out. At the critical moment, another bullet shot towards his forehead. Quang Zhan quickly drew his sword and returned to defend, following the same method and holding the sword in front of him as a shield. But what he didn't expect was When the bullet was about to hit the sword that he had originally blocked in front of him suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a golden banana. What is this? An illusion? Before he could react, the bullet had passed through the banana and hit him directly between the eyebrows. A huge impact force accompanied by the explosive force of flames acted on his head. Quang Zhan's body shrank rapidly, and he fell into a dizzy state. The fire spirit following behind Quang Zhan saw that the time had come, and a dagger appeared in his hand. With the power of fire attached, a burst of flames emerged from the blade of the dagger. When Quang Zhan's body fell from the air, the fire spirit flew up, and the dagger in his hand slashed directly across Quang Zhan's neck. The power of fire also entered Quang Zhan's body, madly destroying his body functions. Quang Zhan's body fell to the ground, his torso twitched twice, and then he became motionless, and then a light red energy ball appeared on his body. The fire spirit picked up the energy ball as if it were a treasure, and then began to wait for Lin Yi's instructions. Lin Yi casually threw the sword in his hand into the alien space. Everything that just happened was part of his plan. Quang Zhan's sword was very unusual, and Lin Yi was envious of it. The most important thing is that it can change size in Quang Zhan's hands, and its sturdy material makes it impossible for Lin Yi's long-range attacks to exert their due power. Just look at Xiaoyu's ending, and you will understand that Xiaoyu is stronger than Quang Zhan, but she has no weapons in her hands and can only use her body to block the gun. That's why he was suppressed so badly by Lin Yi. But it was different for Quang Zhan. He only needed to block the knife in front of him, and Lin Yi's bullets could not do anything to him. Fortunately, Lin Yi remembered that he still had the skill of space exchange, but the effective range of space exchange must be within 100 meters. Lin Yi simply gave up on Quang Zhan and focused on dealing with Xiaoyu. As long as Quang Zhan entered his range of 100 meters, Lin Yi could use space exchange to confiscate his sword directly. Quang Zhan, who had lost his weapon, was like a tiger without teeth and could only allow Lin Yi to crush him. When Xiaoyu saw that Quang Zhan actually died at the hands of Huoling, he understood instantly. It turns out they are actually in the same group. No wonder Lin Yi appeared here. It must be those two women who tipped him off. Xiaoyu stared with scarlet eyes, and his silver teeth clenched. Finally, after careful consideration, she gave up the attack and turned to run away. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. This feud has been formed. I will go back and complain to my brother. Then you could just wait for death. Xiaoyu's body soared into the air, and the cloak behind her was like two wings, dragging her body farther and farther. Lin Yi only had time to fire one last shot, but it was blocked by her cloak. He could only watch Xiaoyu disappear before his eyes. Lin Yi secretly said it was a pity, but fortunately, except for Xiaoyu, everyone else was left behind. Su Mo pushed open the door to the rooftop, threw Lei Ming's body on the ground, then took out an energy ball from his arms and handed it to Lin Yi. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yi took it and threw it into the different space. As for Lei Ming's body, in order to prevent him from resurrecting, Lin Yi directly received it into another space. Now is not the same as before. Anything can happen. Although Lei Ming's special ability has been automatically taken away with the appearance of the energy ball, but his physical strength is still much stronger than that of ordinary people. Keep it for now. The alien space is big enough anyway, just in case it comes in handy. Lin Yi put away the gun and rubbed his slightly sore shoulders. The recoil of the Barrett is still quite strong. If his body had not been strengthened many times, he would have been shaken to pieces by now. The two came downstairs. The fire spirit was waiting quietly there. Seeing Lin Yi coming down, he hurried over and handed the energy ball in his hand to Lin Yi like offering treasure. As Lin Yi's slave, she should have some self-awareness. What her master gives her is what she deserves. Lin Yi hugged Huoling and kissed her, then put Quang Zhan's body into the alien space. Then the three of them walked towards the camp of the God of War gang. Chapter 166 New Camp. Xue ordered everyone to clean up the battlefield, count the weapons and supplies of the God of War gang, and transport them back to the Snow God cult later. He stood not far from Xing Tian and watched him personally. She knew how important Xing Tian was to Lin Yi, so she naturally had to keep a close eye on him. Xing Tian lay on the snow, staring blankly at the gray sky, as if he had completely lost the will to live. The wound on his leg had stopped bleeding, but due to prolonged exposure to cold air, it had frozen to the ground. Lin Yi came to Xing Tian, first gave Xue Wu a hug, then squatted down and looked at Xing Tian. As if sensing Lin Yi's gaze, Xing Tian's face finally showed an expression. He showed a bitter expression and said slowly, "You are Lin Yi, right? Although we have fought before, this is the first time we have met officially. You are really mysterious." Lin Yi took out a stool and sat down. "You are quite powerful. You're the boss of the God of War gang and the best fighter in Haijing City. You even destroyed the God camp and the fiery cult." Xing Tian turned his head to glance at the fire spirits and others behind Lin Yi. "What do you mean the best expert in Haijing City? I'm just a frog in a well. Today I realize that there are always people who are better than you. Living in a corner can only make you a stepping stone for others. Lianhai City psychics are really strong." Xing Tian sighed and continued, "But I didn't expect that they would all be defeated by you. After obtaining our superpowers, your strength will definitely increase greatly. It turns out that you're the biggest winner. Actually, this is a good thing. I can go and accompany my brother. He'll be scared over there by himself. This world has become a place where people eat people and people with special abilities eat people with special abilities. You better take care of yourself." After Xing Tian finished speaking, he closed his eyes silently. Lin Yi also felt a little emotional, but he would not choose to let Xing Tian go just because he heard a few words from him. Xing Tian would definitely die. A dark golden long sword appeared in Lin Yi's hand. It was the same sword that Quang Zhan had used before. Under the infusion of spatial power, the long sword seemed to come alive, and the patterns on it were lifelike. Lin Yi gently waved the long sword, and a transparent sword energy came out of his body and passed through Xing Tian's neck. A tiny blood mark appeared on Xing Tian's neck, but the blood was frozen before it could flow out. A white energy ball appeared, and Lin Yi silently put it away. After putting Xing Tian's body into the alien space, the matter here was over. Lin Yi originally wanted to stay at the Snow God sect for 2 days. After all, he rarely saw Xue Wu and Huoling, so it would be good to spend more time with them. But Xie Yu has already escaped, and he might bring people back for revenge at any time. Lei Ming had said before that there were many experts in the Research Institute of Lianhai City whose strength was not inferior to Quang Zhan, especially their boss, Aurora. The light-type psychics are even more powerful. Lin Yi must improve his strength as soon as possible to cope with the next battle. The safety of the Snow God cult is also a problem. Xie Yu had been to the Snow God sect and knew that Lin Yi was the mastermind behind the Snow God sect. If Xie Yu brought people to take revenge, the first target would naturally be the Snow God sect. Once the Snow God cult was besieged by the psychics in Lianhai City, Lin Yi would have no way of rushing to rescue them in time. So the Snow God cult must move. There is a group of villas at the foot of the hillside where Lin Yi's Doomsday Fortress is located. It is less than 20 kilometers away from Lin Yi's fortress. If they moved the Snow God cult here, they would be able to escape unscathed even if Xie Yu came back for revenge. The last thing is to enhance the overall strength of the Snow God cult and recruit people vigorously, preferably gathering all the survivors in the entire Haijing City. Women are managed by Xiuwu and Huoling, and men are managed by Su Mo. There are still too few people in the Snow God cult now. Including the logistics troops, there are only less than 2,000 people. In addition to Xiuwu and Huoling, there are 2 other people with special abilities. They all have just awakened their superpowers during this period. Lin Yi was also extremely surprised when he heard the news. He speculated that awakening might become a major trend in the future, and it would not be impossible for all humans to evolve into superpowers. But this time may be a long time later. It may be several years, decades, or even hundreds of years. Lin Yi held a small meeting with a few people. After he expressed his ideas, everyone started to prepare. Lin Yi collected all the supplies of the God of War gang. He didn't like these supplies. After the Snow God cult moved to a new camp, he would store all these things in their warehouse. Su Mo first led hundreds of Snow God cult soldiers to build a new camp. Lin Yi brought Xue Wu and Huoling back to the Snow God sect and temporarily stored the Snow God sect supplies in his alien space. I have to say, moving was quick with Lin Yi's help. If they didn't have the ability to use space, it would take a long time to move so many things. But now they just packed light, threw all the things to Lin Yi, and then took a car to the new camp. When Lin Yi led a large group of people to the villa complex at the foot of the hill, the place had changed drastically. Su Mo has turned into a 5-meter-tall black bear and is carrying stones. The other hundreds of soldiers were also doing their jobs, and the entire villa complex was bustling with activity. With the addition of new forces and several powerful psychics, the new camp was quickly repaired. Xiuwu used her special abilities to move all the snow in the villa complex to the surrounding areas. She and the fire spirit also worked together to turn the snow into a 6-meter-high ice wall, surrounding the entire camp in the middle. The middle of the ice wall was fixed with steel bars to strengthen its defense. It is very simple to say. After Xiaowu piles the snow into a snow wall, Hualing uses his fire ability to melt the snow into water and then quickly cools down. In this way, an ice wall is completed. There are more than 100 villas and several large flats in the entire camp, which can easily accommodate several thousand people. Xiaowu and Hualing lived in the same villa, and Lin Yi wanted them to live directly in a shelter, which was only 20 kilometers away, but they refused. The reason Xiaowu gave was simple. They were already used to being outside, and someone had to be in charge of the snow god cult. The same is true for Fire Spirit. Lin Yi had no choice but to agree to them, but he repeatedly reminded her not to force herself if she encountered danger and to ask for help immediately. Xiaowu and Hualing nodded and agreed. Lin Yi allocated half of the snow god cult supplies and stored them in a large flat in the camp. The space here is the largest and is more suitable as a warehouse. After arranging the matters at the new camp, Lin Yi took Hualing and Xiaowu back to the shelter. It's time for them to get to know each other. Chapter 167 Gift. Several people returned to the shelter on the hillside. As soon as Lin Yi and the two women got out of the car, the door was opened. Jiang Shuyan and the other girls were waiting at the door. Lin Yi walked in with Hualing and Xiaowu. After Suemo got off the car, he went back to his home. Lu Xiaojing was still waiting for him. Originally, Lin Yi suggested having dinner together in the evening, but Suemo sternly rejected it. He is not stupid. Today is not a good time for a party. Who knows how awkward it would be at the dinner table in the evening. He should wait until his sisters-in-law recognize each other before going. Xiaowu lowered her head, feeling a little embarrassed. It was a bit strange for the mistress to meet the original wife in such a dignified manner. Compared to her, the fire spirit seemed very generous. He greeted the women as soon as he entered the door. Hello, sisters. My name is Hualing. Please take care of me, since it's our first meeting. Xiaowu glanced at Lin Yi secretly, then mustered up the courage to follow Hualing and greet the women. Jiang Shuyan took Xiaowu and Hualing's hands and said with a smile, You two sisters have worked hard outside. We are all family, so you don't have to be polite. The other women also echoed the words, surrounded the two women, and began to flatter each other. A group of people surrounded the two women and returned to the living room. This left Lin Yi alone at the door. Only young Lu did not go in. She squatted down to help Lin Yi take off his shoes and change him into a pair of slippers. Then he took off Lin Yi's coat and hung on the hanger next to him. Lin Yi hugged her in his arms. You are the best. You know how to feel sorry for me. Yang Lu lowered her head, her face as red as an apple. Lin Yi looked at Yang Lu's red little face and kissed her as if possessed by some unknown force. Boo! Yang Lu's eyes widened immediately, and she subconsciously glanced in the direction of her sisters. After finding that none of them noticed, she punched Lin Yi hard and then ran away. Lin Yi smiled slightly. It seemed that winning the sisters was just around the corner. At the dining table, Lin Yi sat in the main seat. Hualing and Xiaowu were here for the first time, so they were forced by Jiang Shuyan and the other girls to sit on Lin Yi's left and right. This is the most complete group of women Lin Yi has had since he had several. The table was filled with food, all of which Lin Yi had ordered from a 5-star hotel before the end of the world. Nowadays, there are very few people who can still eat these things. Although the women's daily living conditions are very good, most of the food is cooked by themselves, which is still a little different from the chefs in 5-star hotels. Xiaowu and Hualing were even more excited. Although they are all leaders of faction, they usually eat food they find from outside. Although there are meat and vegetables, the taste is much worse after being frozen. Coupled with the incomplete seasoning, the taste is naturally very different. In order to liven up the atmosphere, Lin Yi brought out a lot of drinks, both red and white. Anyway, their main combat forces are all high-level psychics, so no matter how much they drink, it won't be easy for them to get drunk. After dinner, Lin Yi brought the slightly tipsy Xiaowu and Hualing back to the room. The next morning, Lin Yi drove the two women back to the new camp of the Snow God cult. It's still under construction, so they have to keep an eye on it here. Then Lin Yi went directly to Sumo's house. Lin Yi knocked on the door, and it was Lu Xiaojing who opened it. This little girl's complexion has become much rosier since she started living with Suemo. It seems that Suemo has taken good care of her. Suemo has beast-type superpowers. In terms of the ratio of superpowers, his physical enhancement is higher than Lin Yi's. Although Lin Yi's superpowers are far superior to his, when both of them are in human form, Suemo's physical strength is not much lower than Lin Yi's. The stronger your body is, the greater your need for that aspect. After all, Lin Yi has several women who can be rotated, but Suemo only has Lu Xiaojing as his girlfriend. I don't know how she can bear it. Lin Yi also had to express his admiration. Brother Yi, you're here? Please come in. After Lu Xiaojing opened the door, she quickly stepped aside, and Suemo also walked out of the bedroom. Lin Yi walked into the house and sat on the sofa. Lu Xiaojing went to make tea. He looked at the house where he used to live and felt a little emotional. This house has experienced a lot of hardships. Countless people wanted to rush in and tear Lin Yi into pieces, but it was this safe house that stopped them for him. People are indeed creatures who love novelty and dislike old things. When they have something better, they will discard the old things. Lin Yi calmed down and stopped thinking about random things. He took out a blue energy ball from the alien space and handed it to Suemo. This is Lei Ming's energy ball. Lin Yi estimates that he should have about 5 or 6 of them. Suemo stared at the energy ball in a daze, his eyes full of questioning questions. Lin Yi explained, "You absorb the energy in here." Suemo quickly declined. "No, brother Yi, the energy ball is too expensive. I can't take it." Lin Yi placed the energy ball on the coffee table. "What? You don't want to hang out with me anymore?" Suemo was stunned when he heard this. "How is that possible? You gave me this life, and I will follow you for the rest of my life." Lin Yi leaned back on the sofa and crossed his legs. "If you want to follow me, there are conditions. I don't want someone who is too weak. Otherwise, what would I need you for?" Suemo thought about it and understood what Lin Yi meant. "Anyway, even if I absorbed it, I would still be able to help Lin Yi in the future, so why bother about this?" After figuring this out, Suemo put away the energy ball. Lin Yi stayed here for a while and talked with Suemo about his experience with superpowers. Before leaving, he left a lot of supplies, including some snacks and drinks for Suemo and some health product for Su's mother. Some cosmetics and beautiful clothes were prepared for Lu Xiaojing. He didn't know much about these things, so Jiang Shuyin and the other girls helped him choose them. Suemo, a grown man, doesn't need to dress up, but Lu Xiaojing is a little girl, and when the end of the world comes, she is still in school. This is the age when she loves beauty. Lin Yi estimated that after Suemo absorbed Lei Ming's energy ball, his strength would undergo a transformation. 5 superpowers is a watershed. Not only will the strength of the superpowers be greatly improved, but also the physical fitness. The fire spirit is the original power generated in the body after reaching the 5th level of supernatural powers. Giving Lei Ming's energy ball to Suemo was also the result of Lin Yi's careful consideration. In their big family, his strength must be maintained at the absolute top. This is unquestionable, and the second is Suemo. Although Li Qi and Luo Ziki have also awakened their special powers, they don't need to run around with him for the time being. As long as I can keep my home, that's enough. Therefore, the biggest forces are still Lin Yi himself and Suemo. So Lin Yi decided to absorb all of Quang Zhan and Xing Tian's energy balls and improve his own strength first. As long as you are strong enough, why would you be afraid of not having the superpower ball in the future? Chapter 168 Return for Revenge. After Lin Yi returned to the shelter, he locked himself in the basement. He sat on the bed and took out a light red energy ball. This belonged to Quang Zhan. His special energy should be more than Xing Tian's. Lin Yi decided to start with him. As a warm energy entered his body, Lin Yi's body underwent another transformation. Deep in his sea of consciousness, a faint red light also lit up in the place where the spatial power was stored. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes. He stretched his limbs. Apart from the fact that his supernatural power, strength, and physical fitness had almost doubled, he didn't feel anything else. Lin Yi was a little disappointed that no new superpowers appeared. He didn't believe in evil and took out Xing Tian's energy ball. Xing Tian's energy ball is milky white. He is a physical ability user, so there is no supernatural color in it. A warm current flowed into my body again. This time, Lin Yi finally felt something unusual. It seemed as if something was about to break out of his mind, and his eyes were getting hotter and hotter. But at the most critical moment, his energy was exhausted. That feeling quickly disappeared. Lin Yi sat dejectedly on the bed, secretly saying what a pity. After his calculations, he now possesses a total of 39 superpowers, including 12 from Xingtian and 14 from Guangzhou. Lin Yi estimated that when his supernatural energy reached 50, new abilities would appear. Just when Lin Yi was in seclusion to upgrade, Xie had already returned to Lianhai City. Although her injuries had fully recovered, she was still very angry because she had never suffered any loss before. I originally wanted to go directly to find Aurora and ask my brother to set off immediately to avenge me, but I didn't expect that Aurora had already left the Institute. It is said that they went to the neighboring Yuanhai City, where there is a South China camp. Their boss is named Qin Chuan, who is also an extremely powerful psychic. Now the South China camp is expanding rapidly, and Aurora accepted his invitation to go to Yuanhai City to discuss cooperation. As long as these two major forces unite, the entire High Province will be their world. When Xie learned that his brother was gone, he was furious and killed several experimental subjects in a rage and sucked their blood dry. Just when Xie was throwing a tantrum in the research institute alone, Xue, wearing a red cheongsam and a skinny old man with a hunchback walked over. Xiaoye, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Xueli's high heels made a tapping sound as they stepped on the ground. Seeing this, Xie told him about his experience in Haijing City. Xueli was also surprised to hear the news of Guangzhou's death. Although Guangzhou's strength is not the best in the Institute, he can be ranked in the middle, and he has the Institute's latest weapon in his hand, the Dragon Blade. There's only one such knife in the entire Institute. Being able to kill him shows that the other party is definitely not a simple character. After absorbing Berserker's special powers, he will become stronger. If we give him more time, things will become even more difficult. Xueli thought for a while and decided to take action immediately, leading the team to eliminate Lin Yi. When Xie heard that Xueli wanted to avenge him, he jumped up excitedly. I know Sister Xueli is the best. But the hunchbacked old man next to him said hesitantly, Isn't this a bad idea? Should I ask the captain for instructions? Xie bared her fangs and angrily said, Du Xing, you old man, I'm going to take revenge soon. If you don't want to go, just stay at the Institute. If you dare to tell my brother about this, I'll burn all your hair. The old man is one of the 8 people with special abilities in the Research Institute. He is also an experimental subject who evolved special abilities at the same time as Aurora and others. His name is Duxing, and his special ability is Speed, Extreme Speed. Duxing hunched his back and touched his beard. Auntie, I'm afraid of you. I better go with you. The other side even killed Guangzhou. I'm worried if I don't go with you. If something happens to you, the captain will definitely skin me alive. Xie smiled slightly. That's right. Take Special Operations Team 1 and Team 2 and come with me. Lianhai City's Research Institute has a total of 5 Special Operations Teams, each with 200 people. They are different from the mob in the God of War gang. Every one of them is well-trained. The captain and deputy captain are also people with special abilities. Although their supernatural powers are not much, only about 1 or 2, but compared with those ordinary forces, they could be said to be the Ace Army. Xueli led the operation this time, and Xue had no choice but to follow behind obediently. Xueli's ability is more restraining to Xue, so Xue still dare not be too presumptuous towards this beautiful elder sister. Duxing is also in the team. There are 8 people with special abilities in the Research Institute. Guangzhou has been killed by Lin Yi. Aurora took Du Chong and Bai Lang to Yuanhai City. Now there are only 3 of them and 1 ODBO left in the Research Institute. ODBO's supernatural attributes meant that he had no fighting ability at all, so he could only focus on inventing. Fortunately, through his efforts, he did produce a lot of good things. They also brought a few things with them on this trip. Among them was the light shield that Lei Ming had used before. Naturally, everyone should have one of these things that could save their lives at critical moments. In addition, there are some weapons that are more powerful than current firearms, and even in the hands of ordinary people, they can harm people with special abilities. A group of more than 400 people, driving more than 20 trucks, set off towards Haijing City in a mighty manner. In just half a day, the convoy arrived at the Snow God Cult's camp, but to Xie Yu's disappointment, the place is deserted. Not only was no one found, but also a huge amount of supplies inside disappeared. Xie Yu felt a little strange. Her speed was already fast enough. Even if Lin Yi arranged for the evacuation of personnel overnight, it would not be easy to move so many supplies. Even with dozens of large trucks, it would take several trips back and forth. After all, it is to supply supplies to thousands of people, and there is still a lot of stock, which is indeed not a small number. But now the facts are before our eyes. This place is deserted, and there is not even a hair left except the empty house. Xiaoyu punched the wall next to him, creating a big hole, and then immediately ordered the convoy to change direction, heading towards the God of War gang. More than an hour later, Xiaoyu looked at the War God gang, which had turned into ruins, and suddenly felt powerless. She felt like she was punching cotton. He finally ran back and brought people back with full confidence to take revenge, but they were gone. The sky was gradually getting dark, and the temperature dropped sharply at night. In desperation, Xiaoyu could only take his men back to the Snow God cult's camp temporarily and stay there for one night. Chapter 169, Building Materials Factory. Fortunately, the people from the Snow God cult did not burn down all the houses here when they evacuated, otherwise they would have to squeeze in the car today. Despite this, they were still very cold due to the lack of insulation. The end of the world has been here for several months. Not only those with special abilities, but even ordinary people's physical fitness and cold resistance have been greatly improved because of their special abilities. Even though the temperature outside has dropped to minus 70 or 80 degrees Celsius, they can still go out as long as they keep warm. But at night, they have to find a place to take shelter, as the temperature at night has dropped to minus 100 degrees Celsius. This is a terrifying number. Not only ordinary people, but even some primary psychics cannot withstand such low temperatures. Xiaoyu and his companions lived in the same room, and they lit a bonfire in the living room. Several people sat in a circle around the fire. All the psychics in the team are here. In addition to Xiaoyu, Du Xing, and Xue Li, there are 4 primary psychics. They are all psychics cultivated by the Research Institute using the extracted psychic fluid. Their situations are similar to Li Qi and Luo Ziki. They were appointed as team leaders after awakening their psychics. Xiaoyu picked up a piece of wood and threw it into the fire, his face full of anger. That bastard Lin Yi ran really fast. I don't know where he went to hide. If I catch him, I will tear him into pieces. Xue Li gave a bitter smile. This time they acted on their own without informing Aurora. If the plan was successful and they could capture Lin Yi, it would be fine. But if they encountered any accidents and suffered heavy losses, Aurora would definitely not let her off easily after they returned. Xiaoyu, don't worry too much. It's freezing outside right now. Even if they want to escape, they won't be able to get out of Haijing City. As long as they stay in this area, they won't be able to hide for long. Xiaoyu nodded, then raised his head and looked at the 4 captains on the field. Tomorrow morning, we'll mobilize everyone to search the entire city, focusing on finding those idle individuals scattered throughout the city. With so many of them moving at the same time, many people must have seen them. The 4 captains sitting in the corner nodded. With their status as superpowers, they could become the leader of a small force outside, but here they have no say at all. After all, their special abilities and identities are granted by the Institute, so they have to work hard for the Institute all their lives. The night passed quickly, and at daybreak, the new camp of the Snow God cult was bustling with activity. After breakfast, everyone came out of the room and started today's work. The ice wall surrounding the camp has taken shape, but a lot of building materials are still needed to transform the camp. The demand for steel bars alone was enormous, so Xiaoyu had no choice but to ask Lin Yi for help. He alone was capable of collecting supplies as well as thousands of people. After Lin Yi received Xiaoyu's call, he took out his mobile phone and started looking at the map of Haijing City. There is no internet now, but fortunately he downloaded a lot of offline maps before the end of the world, including maps for every city in Dragon Country. After some searching, Lin Yi found a large building materials factory in the east of Haijing City. This building materials factory is the largest one in the entire Hai Province. It has all kinds of building materials. They not only sell them to construction companies in Hai Province, but also to other provinces in Longhua. Next to the building materials factory is a live broadcast base. In 2060, with the development of the internet, the environment for online live streaming is getting better and better. Various live broadcast companies have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. They will sign many beautiful young ladies to dance and perform in the live broadcast room to attract rich people to come in and give gifts. After Lin Yi determined his target, he drove to the new camp of the Snow God cult. He wanted to take Xiaoyu with him, and Huoling would be responsible for staying here to preside over the work. It's not that he is partial and wants to take Xiaoyu out to eat alone. The main reason is that Xiaoyu's special ability can help him clear the snow. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time for him to drive the excavator alone and do it bit by bit. The car stopped at the gate of the Snow God cult. Xiaowu had been waiting there early in the morning, just like a girl waiting for her boyfriend after get off work. She was still wearing the white lace dress, and her originally flowing white hair was tied up behind her head, looking like a married woman. Lin Yi personally opened the car door for her. After Xiaowu got in, Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the building materials factory in the east of the city. This was a rare opportunity for the two of them to be alone since Huoling came to the snow god cult. Xiaowu lifted up Lin Yi's clothes, and her cold little hands slowly moved down along Lin Yi's abdominal muscles. After unbuckling Lin Yi's belt, Xiaowu bent down. Lin Yi was driving while enjoying Xiaowu's service. Anyway, there was a white plane outside without any obstacles, so it would not be easy for him to crash even if he drove with his eyes closed. After a while, the car slowly stopped and Xiaowu raised her head. Lin Yi took a deep breath, pulled up his pants, opened the car door, and got out. According to the instructions on the map, the building materials factory should be right under their feet. Judging from the traces around, no one has ever been here. After all, this is a place that sells building materials, and the main supplies people collect are food and warm clothes. Who would take those iron lumps for no reason? After Lin Yi found the right position, it was time for the snow dance performance. She stood on the snow. A blue light flashed in her hands, and the surrounding snow seemed to have life under her control. Soon a passage deep underground appeared in front of them, and on the ground of the passage were steps made of snow. Seeing this, Lin Yi gave Xiaowu a thumbs up. The saying that everyone has their own strengths is absolutely true. Although Xiaowu's strength is far inferior to his, when it comes to collecting supplies and clearing snow, 10 Lin Yis are no match for Xiaowu alone. Lin Yi took out a high-power flashlight, turned on the light, and walked down the stairs holding Xiaowu's hand. This passage extends more than 10 meters underground. With Xiaowu by his side, he doesn't have to worry about the passage suddenly collapsing. There is a window at the end of the passage. Lin Yi broke the glass directly and then jumped in with Xiaowu. This is indeed the largest building materials factory in Hai Province. As soon as Lin Yi entered, he saw all kinds of building materials. Various steel bars and copper ingots were piled up like a mountain. The factory building has a floor height of more than 10 meters and occupies a large area, with rows of shelves all around. Lin Yi estimated that the things in this warehouse alone were enough for the snow god cult to rebuild several times. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of this building materials factory. There are 5 or 6 warehouses like this in this building materials factory. Chapter 170 Peng Shi-san. Lin Yi waved his hands and started working. He stored tons of steel bars and various building materials into the different space. He also took away some cutting machines and a dozen large instruments that he didn't recognize. Anyway, his space is big enough. Even if he can't use it in the future, taking it out and hitting someone with it is a good choice. Soon, he had looted everything in the factory, and Lin Yi dusted off his hands. Said to Xiaowu, "Next." In less than 2 hours, the entire building materials factory was emptied by Lin Yi. It is so easy to collect supplies by combining their 2 special abilities. If these things were to be transported by ordinary people from the snow god cult, I'm afraid even if 2,000 of them worked together for a year, they wouldn't be able to finish transporting them. Lin Yi and Xiaowu walked out of the snow cave that had just been opened. After returning to the snow, Lin Yi took the car out of the alien space. Before they could get on the car, several figures appeared from the live broadcast building not far away. The leader is a beautiful girl with a graceful figure, Peng Shi-san, who ranks among the top 5 contemporary internet celebrities in terms of the number of fans. A few years ago, she became popular on the internet with a cross-dressing video and quickly accumulated a large number of fans. After making his first fortune online, Peng Shi-san immediately set up his own live broadcast company and signed many beautiful female anchors. This Penguin Media is the branch she established in Haijing City. A few months ago, she came to Haijing City for inspection, but unexpectedly, she was trapped by heavy snow. Fortunately, the company has an internal cafeteria with a large amount of food stored in it, and it was already evening when it snowed, so there are not too many people in the company. So the only people trapped here with her were a dozen or so female anchors who had not yet ended their live broadcasts and her personal assistant Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi is the name Peng Shi-san gave her. Since Peng Shi-san founded the company, Xiaoqi has been her assistant. The two have been together for many years and are as close as sisters. Peng Shi-san has always treated Xiaoqi as his own sister. After being trapped in the company by heavy snow, they were not too panicked at first. Everyone thought the snowstorm would pass soon and rescue would arrive soon. But more than a dozen girls waited for more than half a month, and the heavy snow was still falling and had covered everything below the fourth floor. At this moment, Peng Shan finally couldn't wait any longer. It was no use sitting here and eating up all the food. She took Xiaoqi and several other girls to go out and try their luck. It would be best if they could find rescue. But unexpectedly, they got lost in the heavy snow as soon as they left the company. The footprints they left on the snow were covered by the snow in less than a minute. It is impossible to find it back by relying on footprints. In the end, they almost froze to death outside. Fortunately, Peng Shan used her strong sense of direction to lead everyone back along the original route at the last moment. Since they couldn't go out for the time being, they decided to stay here for the time being. As soon as the snow outside stopped, they would go out to ask for help. Anyway, the food in the company's warehouse is enough for them to eat for several months. Even if the heavy snow continues, they will not starve to death in a short time. Finally, after a while, the heavy snow outside finally stopped. At this time, the snow had covered everything below the 7th floor. The office building rented by Peng Shan has a total of 16 floors. Their company is located on the top 8 floors. There are other companies downstairs that are not engaged in live streaming. So when the road was blocked by heavy snow in the second half of the night, only Peng Shan and a dozen other girls were left in the entire building. As their boss, Peng Shan forced himself to cheer up and encourage the little sisters every day, telling them not to give up hope. Finally, one morning, the heavy snow that had been falling for who knows how long finally stopped. But after experiencing the danger last time, they didn't dare to go out casually, because they can see the outside world from the windows on the roof. The city now is no longer what they remember. The whole city is covered with snow and looks white, as if they have arrived in the Arctic. Just as they were considering whether they should go out to ask for help, the window of the live broadcast building was forcibly broken open. A group of more than a dozen people filed in. The leader was a bald, middle-aged man wearing a military coat and holding a shovel in his hand. They are workers at a nearby building materials factory, and the dormitory provided by the company is in the old residential area next door. Just like the neighborhood where Lin Yi first lived, it has now become a living hell, with cannibalism occurring more frequently. In the end, with the efforts of more than a dozen people, all the residents in the community were killed. But looking at the corpses all over the ground in front of them, they still couldn't bring themselves to eat. Fortunately, the snow outside had stopped. The bald man and several of his trusted men decided that instead of eating human flesh here, they might as well go out and find something edible. One of his younger brothers suddenly said, "Brother, I just saw lights in the live broadcast building across the street. There must be someone alive in there." Live broadcast building. The bald man hurried to the window, picked off the frost on the window with his fingernails, and then looked intently across. Sure enough, on the 12th floor, the bald man saw flashing lights inside and could vaguely see human figures walking inside. When they were working in the building materials factory, they would often talk with their co-workers about things in the live broadcast company, because the two were only more than 100 meters apart. Whenever they got off work, they could see many gorgeous young ladies putting on makeup to go live broadcast. They're all men. How can they resist such temptation? Before, there were legal and moral constraints, so they just stole a few glances or stared at them at most. But now it's different. Each of them has many lives on their hands. If the world could return to its original order, I'm afraid their only fate would be execution. Now that things have come to this, they might as well give up and make up for what they couldn't get before. The bald man immediately decided to go to the live broadcast company across the street to take a look. They lived in fear every day and had little food to eat, so they had no time to think about that kind of things at all. Now everyone is already frustrated. The bald man immediately began to organize people and walk towards the live broadcast building opposite with weapons. He originally wanted to leave 2 people behind to look after the house, but after discussing it, no one was willing to stay. After all, they all knew very well what the situation was on the other side. If they went there together, they could still have some meat, but if they stay behind to watch over the house, they might not even have any soup. Everyone here is a rough man who does physical labor. What will happen if those delicate girls fall into their hands? Maybe they will die in bed. Do you want to play with corpses? Chapter 171, Wind-Type Psychic. The bald man could understand their little thoughts. There is nothing to guard here anyway, so they might as well go together. If the living environment there is better, I will stay there and never come back. After gathering all the people, the bald man led them towards Peng Shan's live broadcast company. After breaking the glass, The bald man took the lead and rushed in first. Peng Shusan held a fruit knife in his hand and protected these little girls behind him. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" The bald man and others stared at the beautiful women in the room with their eyes wide open. Especially Peng Shusan, the most beautiful woman they had ever seen in real life. The delicate facial features, the height of about 1.7 meters, and the curvy figure all stimulated their excited nerves. The bald man licked his dry lips. Just looking at these beauties had already caused a reaction in his body. Now there were only these women in the whole building, so he didn't need to be too nervous. Even if he asked them to run, they couldn't run far. The most beautiful one is mine, and each of the remaining brothers can take one. After the bald man finished speaking, everyone behind him burst into laughter. As the bald man and others approached, the women slowly retreated. Although they were all women, each of them held a knife in her hand. The bald man didn't want his men to suffer casualties, so he didn't dare to force them too hard. "At least we have to take their weapons away first." Peng Shusan stared at the bald man closely, and as they retreated step by step, they finally hid directly in her office. Peng Shirlu closed and locked the door. Xiao Qi and others immediately pushed the tables and furniture in the room over and piled them at the door. Soon, there was a sound of knocking on the door outside. The girls pushed hard against the door, and Peng Shusan held the two girls' hands tightly and comforted them. The sound of banging on the door outside continued for more than 10 minutes and then stopped. The bald man should be taking people to find food. After all, they haven't eaten anything normal for a long time. Compared to women, what they need most is food. Not long after, the bald man found their canteen, where there was still a lot of food. The bald man ordered his men to move all the supplies to the door of Peng Shusan and others, and then started to make a fire and cook. Waves of delicious food wafted out. Seeing that the time was almost right, the bald man began to persuade them to surrender. He doesn't like to force others, and it would be best if the people inside are willing to serve him willingly. "Little sisters, the meal is ready. Who wants to come out and have something to eat? It's not pleasant to be hungry." After the bald man finished speaking, he waited for a while, but no sound came from inside. The bald man sneered and said, "Let's see how long you can last." A day passed slowly, and Peng Shusan and the others were not in good condition. Lack of food was secondary. The most important thing was the lack of heating equipment. The temperature at night was so low that it was difficult for them to hold on without an open fire to keep warm. Peng Shusan asked everyone to huddle together and try to keep warm with their bodies. The next morning, after finally getting through the night, her assistant Xiaoqi fell ill with a high fever and fell into a coma. Peng Shusan was also somewhat helpless in the face of such a situation. Now, they were trapped here with no food and no heating equipment. It would be a miracle if they could survive 3 days. But they knew very well what the consequences would be if they surrendered to the outsiders. Peng Shusan gritted his teeth, and a ferocious look appeared on his delicate face. She pulled out the fruit knife from her arms. "At worst, I could just rush out and fight the people outside. Even if I die, I won't let them succeed." Peng Shusan took out half a bottle of mineral water, which was the only supply they had. She unscrewed the bottle cap and fed Xiaoqi some. Her body was getting hotter and hotter, as if it was on fire. Peng Shusan was a little worried that if this continued, Xiaoqi's brain would be burned out. But it was indeed a bit difficult for them to go out to find medicine, so Peng Shusan could only cool down Xiaoqi's body from time to time. It was not until the next night that the bald man and others outside finally couldn't bear it anymore. As the saying goes, when you're well fed and clothed, you will think about sex. After solving the problem of food, it is time to deal with other things. Soon there was another sound of knocking on the door outside. Unlike last time, the sound of knocking on the door was particularly loud this time. Even though Peng Shusan had brought people to block the door was still broken open little by little. After a few younger brothers pushed over the furniture at the door, the bald man rushed in with his men. Seeing the appearance of the women again made the bald man and others feel a strong desire again. "I want to pounce on them and strip them of their clothes immediately." The bald man tried his best to act like a gentleman. "Don't worry, we're not bad people. We just happen to pass by here. You're all girls, and we're worried you might get into danger, so we came here to protect you. You can rest assured. As long as we are here, the task of finding supplies will be left to us men." After the bald man finished speaking, his younger brothers echoed him. Yes, you don't have to be afraid. Leave the search for supplies to us." Peng Shusan naturally would not be fooled by the bald man's words. She frowned and said, I don't care if you want to live in this building, but we have to not infringe on each other. Now, let us leave immediately." The bald man seemed to lose all his patience after hearing this. "I think you're just refusing to accept my offer. You don't think we're still in a society ruled by law? We can do whatever we want. Do you think you can resist?" After saying that, he ordered his men to rush towards Peng Shusan and others. Although they had knives in their hands, they were just a group of little girls. Even if the other party did not resist and stood there for them to stab, they could not bring themselves to do it. After all, killing someone requires courage. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew in the room. Even a small tornado formed in this small space. And at the very center of the tornado was Xiaoqi, who was lying motionless on the ground. The sudden strange phenomenon made everyone stunned. The next second, Xiaoqi suddenly opened her eyes and slowly floated up, with a light blue light appearing and disappearing on her body. How could the bald man and the others have ever seen such a bizarre scene? They were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. They had forgotten about Peng Shusan and the others beside them and only stared at Xiaoqi. Although Xiaoqi was in a coma, she heard everything that happened outside clearly. She looked at the bald man and others, stretched out a finger, and then a wind blade shot out from her fingertips, aiming directly at the bald man. Chapter 172, Petrification. A green light flashed, and before the bald man could react, he only felt a warm feeling in his stomach, which was very comfortable. He wanted to say something, but suddenly, blood began to flow out of his mouth. A line of blood also appeared on the stomach. He felt his vision gradually blur. Then the whole world began to spin, and finally he fell headfirst to the ground. In his last moment of consciousness, he saw a corpse with only the lower half of its body standing on the ground. This butt looked so familiar. "Oh, isn't this my butt?" As the bald man was killed by Xiaoqi's wind blade, the scene suddenly became chaotic. Not only were the bald man's men fleeing in all directions, but the little girls behind Peng Shusan also turned around and started vomiting. Because the bald man's death was so horrific, they all turned pale with fear after witnessing it with their own eyes. Peng Shusan was also quite frightened, but she had seen many big scenes and finally managed to calm down. Xiaoqi used the wind to float in the air for a short time. She had no intention of letting these bald man's men go. As wind blades shot out from her hands, the dozen or so people brought by the bald man were all cut in half. The entire hall was littered with broken limbs and arms, and the ground was dyed red with blood. There was some change in the way Peng Shusan and others looked at Xiaoqi. In addition to 3 parts of unfamiliarity, there was also 7 parts of fear. Xiaoqi could understand this. She killed so many people in one breath, so they would definitely be afraid of her. She was a little scared at first, but since the bald man died at her hands, Xiaoqi began to enjoy the feeling of killing people at will. She has been working as an assistant for many years. Every day, she either helps Peng Shusan serve tea and water or carries a backpack and an umbrella to pick up takeout. Although Peng Shusan treated her very well and offered her a very high salary. But she had had enough of this kind of life. Why could others be bosses while she could only be an employee? Now that I have superpowers, I can finally take control of my own destiny. Killing all these stinky men is her first step. After killing everyone, Xiaoqi fell back to the ground. There was some fear in Peng Shusan's eyes, but he finally plucked up the courage to walk over and hold her hand. You were just... Peng Shusan spoke hesitantly and didn't know what to say for a moment. Xiaoqi smiled slightly, and a hint of contempt flashed across his eyes. Nothing, just awakened a special ability. After saying that, she silently pulled her hand back from Peng Shusan's. But Peng Shusan did not notice her change. Special abilities? The scene just now caused a huge change in the cognition of her, a materialist. But just when Xiaoqi was imagining that he would become the leader of everyone, Peng Shusan actually began to evolve 2 days later. Unlike Xiaoqi, her evolution did not cause any symptoms of fever. A warm current suddenly surged from her mind and spread throughout her body in an instant. With the nourishment of her superpowers, her physical strength increased rapidly, and at the same time, her superpowers also emerged. A golden light burst out from her tightly closed eyes, and an invisible wave spread out from her body. Xiaoqi was the first to notice her abnormality, and the moment Peng Shusan began to evolve, Xiaoqi wanted to take action. She had finally acquired strong power, and everyone had been treating her with respect during this period of time. She didn't want to be Peng Shusan's follower anymore. But in the end, she still hesitated. After all, Peng Shusan was really good to her. If he attacked her just out of jealousy, Xiao Qi would not be able to get over it. After she greeted them, the girls near Peng Shusan hurried away, leaving their place for her. The light in Peng Shusan's eyes became stronger and stronger as she finally opened her eyes. As the golden light flashed in her eyes, the objects around Peng Shusan instantly turned into stone. First, the wooden bed under her, and then the tables and chairs around her. When this petrifying wave was about to spread to the door, Peng Shusan finally reacted. She closed her eyes again, and when she opened them again, the golden light in her eyes had disappeared. Looking at the various petrified furniture in the room, Peng Shusan's expression was filled with surprise. Her ability to petrify people does not require her to make eye contact. Wherever the waves from her eyes spread, that place will be petrified by her ability, even if it is an object. Unless the supernatural energy in the body is much greater than hers, it is difficult for ordinary opponents to fight against her. When Xiao Qi saw that Peng Shusan's special ability was so powerful, he felt a little jealous for a moment and felt a little regretful deep down in his heart. If I had known earlier, I would have interrupted her. Even if I didn't harm her life, I would have made her lose her superpowers. Her heart is so dark. She can become stronger, but others can't. After Peng Shusan gained superpowers like Xiao Qi, she did not act bossy towards others. Instead, she took the initiative to assume the responsibility of protecting their safety. Those young sisters also trusted her very much and obeyed Peng Shusan's words. Xiao Qi saw it all and felt extremely angry, but on the surface he had to pretend to be harmless. If Xiao Qi hadn't been unsure of defeating Peng Shusan, she would have attacked her long ago. On this day, they were resting in a live broadcast building when a man's voice suddenly appeared in Xiao Qi and Peng Shusan's minds. I'm a captain of the Lin Yi City Research Institute. I am now broadcasting to all the superpowered people in Haijing City. If anyone knows the specific location of the Snow God cult members, the Institute will give her an energy ball as a reward. Perhaps because they were worried that these independent cultivators with special abilities didn't know the function of the energy ball, they specifically explained it on the broadcast. The energy ball is a product that appears on the body of a mutant after death. It can be directly absorbed by the mutant. After absorbing the energy ball, the mutant's strength will increase exponentially. After explaining the function of the energy ball, the next step is to describe the appearance characteristics of the Snow God cult, Lin Yi and others. Xiao Qi and Peng Shusan looked at each other. The person who just made the broadcast was a deputy captain of the Institute. His special ability is useless. It can be said that it has no combat power bonus at all. The only effect is to send brain waves to a radius of 50 kilometers around him, with himself as the radius. Transmit what you want to say into the minds of other psychics. Because ordinary people's bodies have not evolved and their brain waves are weak, they cannot receive the brain waves he emits. Although he could send his words and let other psychics know, the embarrassing thing was that he had no way to receive replies, which meant that he could only send but not receive. It was simply a phone with a broken receiver. If it weren't for the fact that his physical strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary person after being baptized by superpowers, he wouldn't even be able to sit in the position of deputy captain. Chapter 173, Snitch. Lin Yi and Xue naturally received the broadcast he sent out, but neither of them took it seriously. Lin Yi had long guessed that Xie would come back for revenge, but he didn't know how many people would come this time. It would be great if Yi Zhiqiu could come along too. I still want to ask her some questions. I must confirm with her about collecting the 12 original powers and becoming a god. Peng Shusan didn't take the news seriously. What could Lin Yi's Research Institute do? What did it have to do with him? But Xiao Qi had different thoughts in her mind, especially the energy ball. She was very interested in its ability to enhance her strength. This was also the first time she knew that after a person with superpowers died, his superpowers would appear on his body in the form of energy balls. Just then, they suddenly heard the sound of an engine coming from downstairs. This place is located in the eastern suburbs of Haijing City, some distance away from the city. Although there are some residential areas here, so many days have passed, and the people inside should all be dead except for the bald man before. They haven't seen anyone else in a long time. The sudden sound of the engine made them curious. Peng Shusan and Xiao Qi brought their men directly to the rooftop, and just in time saw Lin Yi and Xue getting out of the car. Due to the distance, they couldn't see Lin Yi clearly, but Xiaowu's white hair was so conspicuous that they couldn't help but notice it even if they didn't want to. The person who just sent the message also happened to say that the leader of the snow god cult is a beautiful woman with white hair. If they report the news about Lin Yi and the others to Xiaoyu and the others, they will be rewarded with an energy ball even if they do nothing. Xiao Qi was a little tempted. If he could get this energy ball, his strength would be doubled, and he would no longer be controlled by Peng Shi-san. She can even apply to join the research institute in Lianhai City and become stronger and stronger by following a powerful organization. She looked at Peng Shi-san's back and said, "Sister, the white-haired woman down there must be Xue Wu from the Snow God cult. My wind-type ability is fast, so I'll go notify the person who sent the message before they leave." After saying that, Xiao Qi was about to leave, but was stopped by Peng Shi-san. "Let's not get involved in this matter for now. We don't know the details of the Snow God cult, and I don't think that research institute is a legitimate force. If we go and tell them, we could easily become their victims." After hearing this, Xiao Qi wanted to continue persuading him, but seeing Peng Shi-san's stern face, she swallowed her words. But she had other ideas in mind. Peng Shi-san observed for a while and saw that Lin Yi and Xiaowu had already entered the building materials factory, so she took her people back to the building first. Xiao Qi's eyes flickered. Seeing that Peng Shi-san had already taken his men back, she suddenly jumped down from the building and then controlled the surrounding wind elements to attach to her body. It glided towards the direction where Xiaoyu and others were stationed. When Peng Shi-san discovered that Xiao Qi was missing, she had already flown very far away. Now time was running out and Lin Yi would leave at any time. Xiao Qi didn't care about wasting her special abilities and flew directly to the location of Xiaoyu and others in one breath. She circled in the air for a while. The location the voice in her mind had just mentioned was right here. After Xiao Qi confirmed that she had not gone in the wrong direction, she withdrew her supernatural power and landed. As soon as she landed, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, as fast as teleportation, and a dagger was pressed against her throat. Xiao Qi didn't dare to act rashly. She looked carefully and saw a skinny old man with a hunchback staring at her with a fierce look in his eyes. It was the lone traveler from the research institute. "Who are you?" The old man showed his big yellow teeth and was looking at him with interest. Xiao Qi's heart began to beat rapidly. "I'm here to report the situation. I've seen the Lin you're looking for, and Xue Wu." Du Xing's expression changed, and he immediately put down the dagger in his hand. After looking her up and down, he said, "Come with me." Xiao Qi nodded and followed the old man obediently. The looks that Du Xing gave her just now were full of aggression, and Xiao Qi felt as if she had been stripped naked. For a moment, she regretted coming forward to tell the truth. But now that things have come to this, it's no use for her to regret it. She can only go on with it. Du Xing brought her into the room. Xiaoyu and Xueli were sitting on the sofa waiting for news. The soldiers brought out from the research institute went out to look for people under the leadership of several captains. As soon as Xiao Qi walked in, Xiaoyu immediately stood up from the sofa. He couldn't wait to ask, "Do you have any news about the Snow God cult?" Xiao Qi looked at the little lowly in front of him, but did not dare to feel any contempt in his heart. Those who can stay here are all powerful psychics, even more powerful than the old man who just captured him. Although Xiao Qi was afraid, she still said bravely, "I know, but I need to get paid first before I can tell you." A cruel expression appeared on Xiaoyu's face. She opened her mouth, and 4 fangs emerged from it, and her eyes turned scarlet. Xiaoyu's sudden change startled Xiao Qi, who collapsed to the ground. He then subconsciously shot out 2 wind blades at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with even more disdain for Xiao Qi's attack. How could a mere rookie who had just evolved into a mutant dare to attack him? She stretched out her hand and smashed the 2 wind blades into pieces, then quickly moved closer and lifted her up from the ground. The fangs in his mouth were about to bite. At the last moment, Xueli on the sofa couldn't help but stop Xiaoyu. Finally, someone came to provide a clue. If this continues, she will be killed by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu threw Xiao Qi to the ground, then licked his fangs. The threat he expressed was obvious. "It feels like if you don't tell me, I'll kill you." Xueli took out a small red ball from her arms and threw it directly on the ground. "This is your reward. Tell me Lin Yi's news right away. If you dare to lie to me, you should know the consequences." Xueli's somewhat cold voice sounded. Xiao Qi picked up the energy ball on the ground and put it away solemnly. Then he told Lin Yi what he saw. After learning of Lin Yi's exact location, several people set off immediately, but their soldiers were still scattered everywhere, and there was no way to gather them in a short time. So the three of them had to go ahead. There were only two people on the other side anyway, and Xue was not very strong, so the chances of winning with 3 against 1 were still very high. Chapter 174 Confrontation. Xiaoqi was also taken away by them. Naturally, they would not let go so easily of the person who came to exchange information. What if she was here to deceive them? Although Xiaoqi felt helpless about this, he could only accept his fate and follow Xue. Xue used the intercom to inform everyone to surround the building materials factory in the east of the city. Then he drove the car himself and took Xue and others off. She drove very fast along the way, and in less than half an hour, she arrived near the building materials factory. Ever since Xiaoqi left, Peng Shi-san has been observing silently on the rooftop. When she saw Xiaoqi obediently getting out of the car with a few people, she knew something was wrong. Although she had just mastered powerful strength, she knew in her heart that compared with those big forces, their strength was not enough at all. Now she could only hope that Lin Yi and the others would leave quickly, so that the battle would not affect her and the sisters behind her. But the opposite happened. Until Xue and others got out of the car in the distance and quietly ambushed, Lin Yi and the others still did not come out of the building materials factory. It was not until more than 20 minutes later that Lin Yi and Xue Wu returned contentedly along the same route. But he did not notice Xue and others hiding in the dark. After he took his car out of the alien space, he had not yet gotten in. A blood-red energy ball flew over from a distance. At the same time, Duxing had used his speed to approach quickly, with the dagger in his hand glowing faintly. Lin Yi reacted immediately. He calmly opened the door of space and took the energy ball in. At this moment, Duxing's attack also arrived. Xue Wu used the snow on the ground to condense an ice wall on his path, trying to slow down Duxing's speed. But unexpectedly, Duxing rushed out of the ice wall directly. The solid ice wall did not offer any resistance to him and shattered into pieces of ice. After breaking through the ice wall alone, his figure was less than 5 meters away from Lin Yi. This distance is already within his attack range. Duxing had already begun to imagine seeing Lin Yi's astonished expression, but he didn't expect that Lin Yi just stood there quietly, looking at him with a smile. A sense of foreboding suddenly arose in Duxing's heart. But even so, he couldn't retreat. Duxing gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. The dagger in his hand drew an arc and stabbed towards Lin Yi's neck. Just as his dagger was about to hit the target, a strong warning suddenly arose in Duxing's heart. His sixth sense told him that if he took another step forward, he would die here. Duxing looked at Lin Yi, who was so close to him, and a struggle began in his heart. Ever since he awakened his superpowers, his crisis warnings have saved him several times. He has great faith in such mysterious things. But no matter how he looked, he didn't see any danger in front of him. Finally, after some consideration, Duxing chose to trust his own feelings, but his speed was too fast and he could no longer stop. He could only change direction and pass by Lin Yi. At the same time, he threw the dagger in his hand towards Lin Yi in defiance of the evil. When the dagger was about to stab Lin Yi, it suddenly disappeared. Duxing steadied himself and began to be glad that he did not move forward. Although his weapon was confiscated by Lin Yi, at least his life was saved. As long as he killed Lin Yi in a while, he could get the weapon back. Lin Yi looked at the old man who was already walking away from him and secretly said what a pity. Although he was caught off guard at the beginning, the characteristics of the space gate were too abnormal. No matter what kind of attack, it could be absorbed by it. Xue and Xue were hiding in the dark. Seeing that Du Xing's sneak attack failed, they came out and joined Du Xing. Xiaoqi stood alone in the distance. She had no chance of joining in such a battle, and if she approached rashly, she would only be accidentally injured by them. Lin Yi looked at the little Lolita not far away with a smile on his face. "Little sister, you ran pretty fast last time. Are these two adults from your family?" Xie was so angry at Lin Yi's words that he wanted to rush up and fight him, but was stopped by Xue. "Are you Lin Yi? You are indeed a promising young man." There was a look of admiration in Xueli's eyes. Lin Yi didn't respond, but instead asked, "Are you the parent of that little Lolita?" Xueli nodded. "Xie is our younger sister, and her brother Jiguang is our eldest brother." "Your boss?" Lin Yi was puzzled. "The 3 people in front of me are all strong. The boss they are talking about should be much stronger than them. If I go against him, I'm afraid my chances of winning will not be very high." Xueli looked at Lin Yi and saw his fear of Aurora. Then he said, "I wonder if you are interested in joining our institute? As long as you are willing to join, I can make the decision. The past is written off. That useless Kwang Zhan is dead. From now on, you will be one of the 8 superpowers in our institute. Lin Yi's heart moved. Xue Li's words made him understand the approximate strength of the research institute. The previous Kwang Zhan was just a waste in her mouth, and there were 7 other masters in the research institute. I guess the 3 people in front of me in the Aurora should be 4 of them. Hearing that Xue Li wanted to get Lin Yi to join, Xiaoyu angrily pulled her clothes to express her protest. Xue Li winked at her, then looked at Lin Yi with a gentle expression, waiting for his reply. Lin Yi shook his head firmly. He had a family and a business in Haijing City, as well as a bunch of beautiful women. How could he possibly join some crappy research institute? Seeing Lin Yi's refusal, a trace of disappointment flashed across Xue Li's face. But after the fight just now, she also knew that Lin Yi was not so easy to deal with. She then set her sights on Xiaoyu. What about you? Little sister, do you want to come to our institute? With your looks, many people in the institute will be attracted by you. A trace of disgust flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes, and then she pulled Lin Yi's arm, making her position clear with her actions. Xue Li seemed to have known her choice for a long time and did not express any regret when seeing this. While the few people were still confronting each other, Peng Shi-san squatted on a live broadcast building and observed quietly. She was still worried about Xiaoqi's safety, even though she didn't listen to her and went out without permission. But after all, he has been with me for so many years, and we're not only boss and employee, but also good friends. Peng Shi-san didn't want to see her get into trouble, so she wanted to rescue Xiaoqi if possible. Chapter 175 1-on-3. Seeing that she couldn't convince Lin Yi, Xue Li stopped wasting time. She waved her hand, and the 3 of them immediately attacked Lin Yi. Lin Yi grabbed Xiaoyu's arm, then exerted force from his waist and threw her behind him. Xiaoyu is too weak and cannot help in such a battle. Leaving her here will only distract Lin Yi. Xue Li and the other 2's target was Lin Yi, and they had no interest in Xiaoyu and the others. Although they could capture her and use her to threaten Lin Yi, they were too disdainful to do so. You know, if the 3 of them join forces, even Aurora will be in trouble for a while. No matter how strong Lin Yi is, he can't be a match for the 3 of them. Duxing was the fastest. As soon as Xue Li and Xiaoyu started, he was already in front of Lin Yi. He had no weapons in his hands and could only use his body to attack Lin Yi. After Duxing approached Lin Yi to within 10 meters, he stomped his legs on the ground, flew up, and then chopped towards Lin Yi with his right leg. Lin Yi did not use the space gate again. The range of a space gate was too small, only 1 meter in length and width. It was not easy to take the other party in. Lin Yi's figure blurred for a moment, and then disappeared, but Xue Li suddenly appeared at Lin Yi's original position. She was still running at high speed, and he was also stunned when he realized the situation. But the lone attacker had already launched his attack, and he couldn't retract it in the air. He could only helplessly watch as his leg chopped towards Xue Li. Xue Li seemed to be frightened and stood there motionless. The next second, Xue Li was smashed into a pile of meat by Duxing's attack. Lin Yi's figure appeared beside Xiaoyu. He didn't expect that he just exchanged positions with Xue Li and actually killed her directly. But what was strange was that Duxing and Xiaoyu didn't care about Xue Li's death at all. After Duxing kicked her, he immediately turned around and rushed towards Lin Yi. When Xiaoyu saw Lin Yi suddenly appear, the nails on his hands grew wildly, and then he pounced towards Lin Yi. When the 2 were about to get close, Lin Yi's figure disappeared again, leaving only a few grenades with the firing pins pulled out. With a loud bang, Duxing and Xiaoyu rushed out from the flames with embarrassed faces. Lin Yi had added supernatural powers to the grenade just now, and the power of the explosion increased exponentially. Fortunately, Duxing was fast, and Xiaoyu's defense was not weak. Although they were a little embarrassed, neither of them suffered serious injuries. Lin Yi's figure reappeared. The fight just now took place in just 2 seconds. Lin Yi performed 2 space exchanges in succession. If he had not just absorbed the supernatural powers of Kwang Zhan and Xing Tian not long ago, which greatly increased the supernatural energy in his body, he would not have been able to do it at all. Xue Li's figure also reappeared. The 3 of them formed a triangle and surrounded Lin Yi in the middle. Lin Yi looked at Xue Li, who was intact in front of him, with burning eyes. She had clearly died at the hands of Du Xing just now. Could it be that her ability was to recover instantly? Lin Yi had no time to think. His nerves were tense. He was walking alone at an extremely fast speed, and he had to be on guard against his sneak attacks at all times. There is also the strange Xue Li, who is the leader among the 3. Apart from knowing that she can recover instantly, Lin Yi is still unclear about what ability she has. After Xiu was thrown away by Lin, she set her sights on Xiaoqi in the distance. This woman was obviously in the same group as Xiaoyu and the others. Xiu took advantage of the fact that they were not paying attention and used her special ability to conceal her body and quietly approach Xiaoqi. Lin Yi took out a long sword from the alien space, which he had snatched from Quang Zhan's hand before. This is the first time Lin Yi has used the long sword since he got it. Lin Yi held the dark golden sword in his hand. After he injected his supernatural power into it, the sword emitted a gray light and the power of space spread throughout the blade. Xiaoyu's eyes glowed red again, and she slowly floated up from the ground as if she had escaped gravity. After several failed attacks, Duxing became much more cautious and no longer attacked rashly. Lin Yi took the first step. The long sword in his hand flashed with a cold light, and a gray blade light slashed toward Xue. Then Lin Yi quickly turned around, held the long sword across his chest, and blocked Xiaoyu's sharp claws. At this moment, the lone attacker also arrived. I don't know where he took out another dagger from. After quickly approaching Lin Yi, the dagger slashed towards Lin Yi's neck again. Lin Yi opened the door of space, and fireballs, ice arrows, and rockets rushed towards Du Xing as if they were free. He had collected them all using the space gate in previous battles. The lone traveler was instantly enveloped by dozens of attacks. After a violent explosion, Duxing screamed and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Black smoke was still coming out his body. Although the power of his attacks, just now, was not high, they were outnumbered. Lin Yi's previous wave of attacks was equivalent to the combined attack of dozens of primary psychics. At such a short distance, no matter how fast a lone psychic was, he could not dodge it. Lin Yi's attacks on Xueli and Xiyue were all feints, with the purpose of exposing their flaws and attracting Duxing. This old guy is too fast, and I can't defend myself against him at all. If I want to win, I have to get rid of him first. After being ambushed by Lin Yi, Duxing almost lost the strength to fight again. Lin Yi ignored him and began to concentrate on dealing with Xiaoyu before he stood up. Xiaoyu's eyes were bloodshot, and a string of sparks flew between his nails and the long knife. At this time, Xueli also surrounded Lin Yi from behind. Lin Yi held the knife in both hands and slashed down at Xiaoyu suddenly, knocking Xiaoyu back more than 10 meters. Then Lin Yi quickly turned around and began to deal with Xueli's attack. The space gate opened and 2 rockets were shot towards Xueli. Lin Yi followed closely behind, slashing at Xueli with the sword in his hand. An explosion sounded, and Xueli was directly blown into a bloody mist by the shock wave of the rocket. Lin Yi's long sword that followed also missed. But soon, the blood mist that should have dissipated with the wind quickly enveloped Lin Yi. Just as the blood mist was about to approach him, Lin Yi's figure disappeared in an instant and appeared dozens of meters away. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. Just a moment ago, Lin Yi felt the threat of death. His sixth sense told him that if the blood mist got close to him, he would surely die even if his supernatural power was stronger than the other parties. Although his space gate can absorb the blood mist, due to its size limitation, a space gate with a diameter of 1 meter cannot absorb all the blood mist in the entire space. Chapter 176. Xiaoyu is injured. Seeing Lin Yi disappear again, the blood mist condensed into a human shape at the original place. Xiaoyu also rushed up and stood with Xueli. The two sides were once again in a standoff. Lin Yi glanced at the direction where Duxing landed. He found that the old man who was walking alone had disappeared at some point. Lin Yi became alert again. The space gate opened, and Lin Yi no longer saved ammunition. He fired more than a dozen rockets at the two of them. Lin Yi then followed closely behind and took the lead in attacking Xiaoyu. Xueli's special ability is very strange. Since he can't hurt her, Lin Yi plans to get rid of this little lowly first. Facing the incoming rockets, Xueli did not choose to self-destruct this time. Instead, she raised her hand and condensed a red light from her palm. Dozens of red lasers shot out, intercepting Lin Yi's rockets one by one. The few that occasionally slipped through were caught by Xiaoyu with his bare hands. After the fire in front of him disappeared, Lin Yi appeared in front of him, holding the dark golden sword in his hand and slashing towards the waists of the two men. The moment the sword came slashing, Xueli had once again turned into a blood mist floating in the air. Xiaoyu directly grabbed Lin Yi's sword with his palm. There was a sound of metal clashing, and Xiaoyu was chopped away by Lin Yi's powerful sword, and several nails on his hand were broken. The sword energy from the sword passed through her palm and attacked her directly. After Xiaoyu fell to the ground, he quickly got up. She covered her injured abdomen, her chest heaving violently. Compared to her last embarrassing escape, her injuries this time were more serious. Lin Yi saw that Xiaoyu was in poor condition, so he decided to kill him while he was ill. Lin Yi ignored Xue, who was standing beside him, and rushed towards Xiaoyu again with his knife in hand. Seeing this, Xiaoyu could only try her best to resist. When she was knocked away by Lin Yi again, she finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yi was already bloodthirsty at this time. He poured a large amount of supernatural power into the sword in his hand, and a sword light more than 10 meters long shot towards Xiaoyu. Make sure to kill with one strike. Facing Lin Yi's fatal attack, Xiaoyu was no longer able to resist and could only sit there quietly. Just as the blade was about to hit Xiaoyu, a figure flashed by quickly. He picked up Xiaoyu from the ground and carried him on his shoulders, then used his speed to dodge Lin Yi's fatal attack. The man who came was alone. After being injured by Lin Yi, he quietly hid in a snow pit, looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. But before he could find an opportunity, Xiaoyu was in danger. He had no choice but to rescue Xiaoyu first. She is the sister of Boss Aurora. If anything happens to her, they will all be buried with her. After Lin Yi's sword lost its target, it slashed directly onto the snow. A large amount of snowflakes were blown up in the field, and Lin Yi's knife cut a crack several dozen meters long on the solid snow surface. Xiaoyu and Du Xing were also surprised by the power of this attack. Obviously, they were no match for Lin Yi. Du Xing had already started to think of retreating. Xiaoyu had almost no fighting power left, and he himself was also seriously injured. Xue was the only one who was still able to fight in the field. At the same time, Xiaowu had already quietly approached Xiaoqi at this time. Since Xiaowu's supernatural power was much higher than Xiaoqi's, and her attention was completely attracted by the battle on the field, she did not notice Xiaowu approaching at all. Suddenly, the snow under Xiaoqi's feet began to collapse rapidly, and a snow cave with a diameter of 5 meters suddenly appeared. In a panic, Xiaoqi quickly used his special ability to float in the air. Before she could figure out the situation, a wall of snow covered it from above. He buried Xiaoqi directly underneath. It all happened so fast that Peng Shi-san, who was watching the fight on the roof, had no time to rescue and could only watch Xiaoqi being buried alive. She ran downstairs quickly. Xiaowu also discovered this uninvited guest who had been hiding in the dark. "Are you also from the Institute?" Xiaowu said with a stern expression. As soon as Peng Shi-san saw Xiaowu take action, he realized that he was no match for her. But Xiaoqi was buried underneath, and she couldn't just abandon her. "I'm her sister. We're not from the Institute. Can you please let her out?" Xiaowu's eyes were full of suspicion. She had just seen with her own eyes that woman following Xiaoyu and the others. She would never believe that they were not in the same group. Peng Shi-san had no way to explain this. Although Xiaoqi was not from the Research Institute, she had already stood on the opposite side of them by running over to inform on them for the sake of an energy ball. At this moment, Xiaoqi, who was originally buried underground by Xiaowu, suddenly rushed out of the snow cave. A large amount of wind elements gathered around her, and the surrounding snow was blown up. She had just tried her best underground and finally used her supernatural powers to escape. After launching this attack, most of her supernatural powers had been consumed. Xiaoqi looked at Xue with white hair, and a deep fear flashed in his eyes. The woman in front of her definitely has the ability to kill her instantly. She glanced at Peng Shi-san next to her and immediately hid behind her. "Sister, please save me." Peng Shi-san was speechless. "You caused the trouble by being disobedient, and now you want others to save you?" But now is not the time to blame her. Peng Shi-san can only plead with Xiaowu again. Before she could speak, Xiaowu had already launched the attack. The snow on the ground seemed to come alive and gathered towards Peng Shi-san and Xiaoqi. Peng Shi-san had no choice but to mobilize the special powers in her body, and a light golden ripple spread out from her body. The surging snow around was instantly frozen in place by this energy. But they only lasted 2 seconds before the snow gathered around them again. Peng Shi-san's ability strength is too low and cannot be compared with Xiaowu at all. The surrounding snow surrounded the two of them, forming a 5-meter-high snow wall, and then suddenly squeezed in. Peng Shi-san has already pushed his special abilities to the extreme. Pale golden ripples spread out in all directions one after another. But it still couldn't stop the snow wall from pressing on them, and they saw the snow wall getting closer and closer to them. Peng Shu-san was already somewhat desperate. I thought that after awakening my special powers, I would be able to protect myself and the sisters behind me. I didn't expect the world outside to be so dangerous. Any person with special abilities could suppress me and leave me powerless to fight back. Xiao Qi, who was hiding behind Peng Shu-san, was taking the time to recover her special abilities. When the snow was less than 2 meters away from them, a hurricane suddenly erupted from under her feet, directly carrying her body to a height of dozens of meters and escaping Xiaowu's control. Peng Shu-san looked at Xiao Qi walking away with shock in his eyes. She didn't expect Xiao Qi would leave her here and run away alone. Lin Yi also discovered Xiaowu's condition. Chapter 177 Life Power. After Xiao Qi escaped from Xiaowu's control, her special powers were finally exhausted. She lay weakly on the ground and looked at the field. Suddenly, a figure approached, picked her up by the waist, and placed her on his shoulders. The lone man carried Xiaoyu and Xiao Qi on his shoulders and started running wildly on the snow. At this time, he no longer had the energy to care about Xiaoli. There was only one thought in his mind, to immediately return to Lianhai City and find his boss. After Lin Yi absorbed the supernatural powers of Kuang Zhan and Xing Tian, he became so powerful that they could no longer contend with him. Lin Yi watched Duxing running wildly with 2 women on his back, without any thought of chasing him. His speed was so fast that I probably wouldn't be able to catch up with him even if I drove a helicopter. He could only watch helplessly as these superpowers flew away from his sight. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on Xue in front of him. He also understood a little about this woman's special abilities. In addition to her strong recovery ability, she could also transform into a blood mist. But these do not cause much harm to oneself. Lin Yi possesses the absolute defense and space exchange of the Space Gate. No matter what means she uses, she can't do anything to him. Lin Yi carried the sword on his shoulder and whistled. "Beautiful lady, you are all alone now. Do you plan to surrender immediately or wait for me to take you in?" Xiaoli smiled evilly. "Little brother, if you want to accept me, I have to see if you are good in bed." After saying that, Xiaoli glanced at Lin Yi's lower body. Lin Yi suddenly felt a chill in his crotch, and Xueli's eyes seemed to want to eat him. Lin Yi snorted coldly and swung the sword in his hand. The next second, his figure disappeared instantly, and when he appeared again, he was already behind Xiaoli. The long knife slashed directly across her neck, and Xiaoli's neck was cut off by the knife, and her head fell to the ground. But Lin Yi did not let down his guard. Xiaoli's body, which had lost its head, began to melt slowly, and her head and body turned into a pool of liquid. Then the pool of liquid began to expand rapidly. Lin Yi was not in a hurry and just looked at her quietly. In less than 2 seconds, she turned into a blood-red monster. This strange beast is 3 meters tall and looks like a tiger, but it has 3 heads. The 3 heads of the red monster roared towards the sky at the same time. The next second, a flash of knife light appeared, and the 3 heads of the strange beast were chopped off at the same time by Lin Yi, and the body of the strange beast turned into a pool of liquid again. "It's just a transformation. Why are you pretending?" Lin Yi's palm brushed across the blade, and he complained to Xiaoli lying on the ground. At this time, Xiao also rushed over, and Peng Shu-san had been trapped by her in the snow. Seeing this, Lin Yi pulled her behind him. Xueli's special ability was really weird. No matter how hard he hit her, she wouldn't die. Lin Yi felt helpless. Now the only way is to find a way to stuff her into the Space Gate. According to the characteristics of the Space Gate, even if Deadpool goes in, he will die inside. The pool of blood-red liquid on the ground began to wriggle again, and this time it turned into a 3-meter-tall and 5-meter-long bison with 2 half-meter-long horns on its head. Then they launched a charge towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi opened the door of space directly in front of him, wanted to see if he could throw Xiaoli directly in. Xiaoli, transformed into a bison, didn't care and charged straight towards Lin Yi. The moment her horns touched the door of space, Lin Yi suddenly felt the edge of the space door vibrate, and then there was a sharp pain in his head. The huge impact force caused the frame of the space gate to tremble slightly. Lin Yi covered his head with his hands. His eyes were bloodshot. He endured the severe pain and retracted the space door. If Xueli hit him again, he might faint. Xiao was shocked by Lin Yi's condition. Facing Xueli's next wave of attacks, Xiao directly stood in front of Lin Yi. Then her hands began to emit a large amount of cold air. The bison that Xiaoli transformed into was directly frozen. Lin Yi's mind moved, and he quickly pulled Xiao away, slashing at Xue several times with the sword in his hand. A 3-meter-tall bison was chopped into several pieces. Lin Yi quickly picked up one of the body parts, then opened the space door again and threw the body part directly in. The moment the body parts were thrown into the alien space, the rest of the body parts immediately trembled, and then they quickly merged together, and Xueli's screams were heard from inside. When she turned into human form again, Lin Yi found that she had become much smaller. Xueli's eyes were full of horror. Ever since she awakened her superpowers, she has been relying on this rogue style of play to torture her opponents. No matter how severe the attack was, she could recover instantly, so she was not afraid of Lin Yi. Even if your superpowers are stronger than mine, so what? You still can't kill me. But Lin Yi's actions just now made her understand that Lin Yi had the ability to kill her. This was the first time she lost her vitality. Xue was a little scared. After changing back into human form, she did not attack again, but turned around and ran away. Lin Yi looked at Xue, who was running wildly. A stone appeared in his hand, and then the space exchange was activated. Xue appeared in front of Lin Yi in an instant. Xuewu's cold air was already prepared, although due to the difference in energy, it couldn't freeze her for too long. But it only took Lin Yi a few seconds to cut Xue into pieces. With the invasion of cold air, Xue was frozen into an ice cube again. Looking at the size, Lin Yi realized that there was no need to cut it again. He simply picked up Xue and threw her directly into the alien space. After Xue entered the alien space, Lin Yi also probed his consciousness into it. In order to receive Xue, Lin Yi specially set aside a space for her. It's all white here, there's nothing. After Xue entered, bursts of green light began to emerge from her body, as if she was fighting against the rules of the alien space. But soon, the green light disappeared, and Xueli's life ended here. The time in the different space is stopped. Although Xue is dead, the energy ball on her body did not appear. Lin Yi was not in a hurry. He decided to talk about absorbing superpowers after returning. He had other things to do here. Lin Yi took Xuewu's hand and came to a big snowdrift. Lin Yi gave Xuewu a look. Xuewu understood, and the snow began to recede rapidly, revealing Peng Shi-san's figure inside. When Lin Yi saw Peng Shi-san, his eyes widened immediately. Aren't you that beautiful internet celebrity? Peng Shi-san had been trapped by Xuewu for a long time and was shivering all over from the cold air inside. She was not surprised to see Lin Yi recognize her. She had tens of millions of fans on the platform. Although she was not a star, she was a household name. Chapter 178, The Battle Ends. Peng Shi-san nodded. Then he began to plead with Lin Yi and Xuewu, hoping that they would spare him. Lin Yi looked at Peng Shi-san, who had lost the ability to resist, and the idea of starting a harem began to arise in his mind again. It has to be said that Peng Shi-san is really beautiful. No wonder she is liked by so many men. Lin Yi had bad thoughts about her the first time he saw her. Her delicate facial features are matched with her curvy figure. Although her breasts are not big, they make her look petite and cute. Lin Yi believed that no man could refuse such a woman, especially since she was shivering from the cold, which made him love her even more. Lin Yi wanted to directly recruit her, but because of Xuewu next to him, he finally gave up the idea. When Xuewu saw Lin Yi staring at Peng Shi-san, she realized that this guy couldn't walk again after seeing the beautiful woman. Xuewu sighed and said to Peng Shi-san, "Since this matter has nothing to do with you, and I don't want to embarrass you, you can go now." Peng Shi-san was delighted when she heard this. She didn't expect Xuewu to let her go so easily. She hurriedly thanked the two of them and promised that she would never go against them in the future. Just as Peng Shi-san was about to leave, Xuewu spoke again. Etc. Peng Shi-san stopped, turned around, and looked at Xuewu with a puzzled look. "Are you willing to join our snow god cult?" Join the snow god cult. Peng Shi-san was a little hesitant. She had just awakened her supernatural powers not long ago and had never been outside. She didn't know the current division of power in Haijing City. In her heart, she still felt that there were no good people in these forces, and, if possible, she still wanted to join the official organization of Manhwa. After all, that's the only way to be safe. But she was afraid that if she refused, Lin Yi and others would suddenly turn against her. Xue noticed her hesitation and continued. "Right now, the Snow God cult is the only major force in Haijing City. If you're willing to join, your safety will be guaranteed. Of course, if you don't want to join for now, that's fine too. Just come find me whenever you want to." Peng Shan finally felt relieved after hearing Xiaowu's words. Since the other party said so, he probably wouldn't attack him. I don't want to join other forces for the time being. I'm really sorry. Lin Yi watched from the side, and seeing that Peng Shan was unwilling, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, but it was no big deal. He already had enough women. He hadn't eaten Yang Lu and Luo Zishan yet, so one more wouldn't make a difference. Xiaowu gave Lin Yi a look, as if telling him that she had tried her best, and it was not her fault if the other party was unwilling. Lin Yi smiled slightly as a response to Xiaowu. He waved his hand. We are all from Haijing City. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to the Snow God cult in the south of the city to find me. After saying that, Lin Yi took Xiaowu away. Peng Shan looked at the two people's backs as they left, still feeling a little hesitant, not knowing whether it was right or wrong for him to reject them. But she didn't know much about the Snow God cult, so who knew whether they were good people or bad people? It would be better to wait and see. Lin Yi and Xiaowu got back into the car and drove towards the Snow God cult's camp. After walking for more than 10 minutes, a loud explosion was heard ahead. Lin Yi stopped the car, and just in time saw Su Mo and Huo Ling leading the people from the Snow God cult attacking a group of people. These people should have been brought by Xiaoyu. He originally wanted to support them, but on the way he met Su Mo, who also came to support them, and the two sides started fighting. In the crowd, Lin Yi also saw Luo Ziki. Her figure was like a ghost, holding a military dagger as she shuttled through the crowd, appearing and disappearing from time to time. None of the soldiers from the research institute present could match her. Soon she was targeted by the psychics in the research institute. Two superpower captains besieged her. Although Luo Ziki was facing two people with special abilities at the same time, he was still able to handle it with ease. Lin Yi was not in a hurry. This was the first battle Luo Ziki faced after acquiring superpowers. It will be good for her to accumulate more combat experience. If he is defeated later, Lin Yi will still have time to attack again. He took out his Barrett sniper rifle and placed it on the car door, ready to provide support at any time. A large amount of snow was raised under Xiaowu's feet, dragging her up and rushing towards the battlefield. With the addition of Xiaowu, the battlefield has almost become one-sided. Luo Ziki was not at a disadvantage in a one-on-two fight. Her special ability, combined with invisibility, was very suitable for assassination. Coupled with her original fighting skills, the two special ability users from the Research Institute were unable to do anything to her for a while. Seeing that the time was almost right, Lin Yi decisively pulled the trigger. A bullet shot out from his Barrett, and almost at the same time, the head of a psychic who was fighting against Luo Ziki exploded like a watermelon. A primary psychic had no ability to resist Lin Yi's attack and was shot dead by Lin Yi. Before Lin Yi could fire the second shot, Luo Ziki took advantage of the other psychic's moment of distraction and stabbed the other's heart with the dagger in his hand. He then quickly let go of the dagger and retreated more than 10 meters, making the opponent's dying counterattack in vain. It was not until the other party was lying motionless on the ground and energy balls appeared on his body that Luo Ziki slowly walked over and pulled out his dagger. Lin Yi was very pleased to see Luo Ziki's performance through the scope. The strength of a psychic's combat power is not only determined by the characteristics and amount of his own psychic powers, but more importantly by his own combat qualities. Luo Ziki has extremely rich combat skills and is simply a natural-born warrior. Luo Ziki collected the two people's energy balls, made a heart shape in the direction of Lin Yi, and then continued to fight. Lin Yi smiled slightly and began his hunting moment. His target was the two remaining psychics in the Institute. As long as he killed them, the others would be a mob and could be wiped out without any effort. Soon, with Lin Yi's help, the last two psychics also died in his hands. The battle ended quickly when all four superpower captains died. Xiaoyu brought 2 battalions of soldiers from Lianhai City, a total of 400 people. Finally, when there were less than 100 of them left, they chose to surrender. Lin Yi handed these captives directly over to Su Mo. He was now the deputy leader of the Snow God cult, and all the newly recruited male soldiers were temporarily under his management. In order to prevent them from mutiny, Su Mo dispersed all these people and filled them into various teams to replenish the troops. The next step was to clean up the battlefield. The weapons these people carried were all the most sophisticated equipment. The guns that Lin Yi had snatched from the armory had been distributed by him early in the morning. However, as the number of members of the Snow God cult grew, there were still many people who did not have weapons, and these extra guns just solved the urgent problem. Chapter 179, the second of the 12 origin powers. After loading all the weapons and prisoners onto the vehicle, the group marched towards the new camp. With this group of soldiers and the Snow God Cult's recent recruitment of survivors, the Snow God Cult has now expanded to more than 3,000 people. Among them, there are 2,000 female soldiers, who are jointly managed by Xiuwu and Hualing, and 1,000 male soldiers, who are temporarily managed by Su and Mo. After Lin Yi settled everything, he found a separate warehouse and packed the building materials and the space into it according to categories. Although the entire warehouse was filled with building materials, there was still a lot left in his space, and the ones he took out were not even a drop in the bucket. After dealing with the Snow God Cult's affairs, Lin Yi took Luo Ziki back to his own shelter. He harvested a total of 5 energy balls in this battle. Among them, Shuali's should be the strongest, and the remaining 4 are just ordinary primary psychics. Lin Yi simply waved his hand and distributed the 4 pills to Luo Ziki, Hualing, Shuewu, and Su Mo, 1 for each of them. As for Liqueur, let her wait for now. I will compensate her with energy balls later. Lin Yi returned to the basement. His superpowers had reached 39. He had a hunch that as long as his superpowers reached 50, new abilities would appear, so this absorption was very important to him. Lin Yi sat on the bed and released Shuali's body from the alien space. Looking at the corpse that had been broken into several pieces, Lin Yi waited quietly. Half a minute later, a layer of light green light began to emit from Shuali's body, and then an emerald green energy ball appeared on her body. Lin Yi picked up the bead. He thought Shuali's energy ball would be red, but he didn't expect it to be green. After observing for such a long time, Lin Yi discovered that the color of the energy ball is related to the supernatural attributes of the psychic himself. If the psychic has water attributes, his energy ball will be blue. If the psychic has gold attributes, the energy ball will be golden. But all colors are the same to Lin Yi. He placed the energy ball in his palm and thought about it. A huge amount of energy instantly surged in and began to nourish his body. At the same time, the other half of the energy entered his sea of consciousness, and then a green light spot condensed in his sea of consciousness, reflecting the light spot formed by the fire element's original power next to it. Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't expect that he would have an unexpected gain this time. Shuali's special ability is actually one of the 12 origins. Lin Yi immersed his consciousness in the sea of knowledge again. He found that this green light spot exuded powerful life force. After the life force was released from the light spot, it began to nourish Lin Yi's body. He had just been damaged by the space gate, and the damage to his mental strength had been slowly recovering. Lin Yi thought to himself, no wonder I can't kill her no matter what I do. With such a special ability, she could be called an immortal little cockroach. But in this way, Lin Yi also has strong recovery ability. As long as Lin Yi is not killed in one blow, he can rely on his powerful self-healing ability to slowly recover. Lin Yi came back to his senses, and the energy infusion continued. When the strange energy in Lin Yi's body finally reached the critical point of 50, he suddenly felt as if a shackle on his body was opened. His eyes grew hotter and hotter, and it felt like they were about to spit fire. But the infusion of supernatural power continued, and white smoke began to emerge from Lin Yi's eyes. The piercing pain made Lin Yi's face more distorted, but he knew that this was a stage he had to go through. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and held on. The spatial force in his body also became chaotic, and cracks began to appear in the surrounding space, with endless darkness inside. I don't know how long it took, but everything returned to calm. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, and his vision became clear again. A ray of light shot out from his eyes and directly pierced through the solid wood table in front of Lin Yi. After being hit, the table began to slowly disintegrate until it disappeared without a trace. Lin Yi closed his eyes again and carefully felt the skill he had just used. As Lin Yi expected, after his supernatural energy broke through 50 points, he finally awakened a new skill. His eyes can emit a laser, which is composed entirely of the power of space. No matter whether it is a person or an object, as long as it is hit by the laser, it will be decomposed by the power of space and finally dissipate into nothingness. Although it is powerful, its consumption of supernatural powers is also extremely terrifying. Lin Yi did not exert its full power just now, but it also consumed 1/3 of the energy in his body. Lin Yi made up his mind that this skill could only be used as his trump card and must not be used unless it was a critical moment. At the same time, Lin Yi's space gate also evolved. The size has expanded from 1 meter by 1 meter to 2 meters by 2 meters, and the area has increased fourfold. Although only the size has changed for Lin Yi, the role of the space gate has increased at least several times. The area of the space gate was too small before. If it were this size now, it wouldn't have been so difficult to kill Xue before. And the area of 4 square meters is enough to cover your whole body. As long as it is not a large-scale attack, Lin Yi can easily put into the space gate. Just when Lin Yi was in seclusion to improve his strength in the Research Institute in Lianhai City, Aurora was listening to Duxing's report. He had just returned from Yuanhai City when he heard his subordinates report that Xue and others had taken soldiers from the 1st and 2nd Battalions to Haijing City. Before he could lose his temper, Duxing ran back with the seriously injured Xiaoyu and Shao Qi on his back, looking very embarrassed. When Aurora saw the seriously injured Xiaoyu, his face was full of heartache. This sister was his biggest weakness. With a fierce look in his eyes, he grabbed a captain of superpowers beside him and then used his superpowers to control him firmly. The captain didn't expect that their boss would suddenly attack him, and he struggled desperately in shock. But his resistance was nothing to Aurora. The hand holding his neck exerted a little force and strangled the captain until he was unconscious. Then Aurora handed his body to the dying Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu opened his mouth wide and bit directly, swallowing in big gulps. After being nourished by the blood, Xiaoyu's complexion finally returned to normal, and the wound on his chest was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene frightened the several psychics present, especially the lone walker on the ground. This time they acted without reporting and lost so many men and horses. Given Aurora's temper, he would definitely punish them severely. If Xue came back alive, she could help him share some of Aurora's anger. But now he was alone, and his heart was beating fast, not knowing what kind of punishment he would receive. He could only hope that Aurora would spare his life because he had saved his sister. After Xiaoyu absorbed all the captain's energy, only a shriveled corpse was left on the ground. She stood up and wiped her mouth, then leaned against Aurora. "Brother, you must avenge me. I almost couldn't come back to see you. You must tear that Lin Yi into pieces." Aurora touched her head lovingly and agreed readily. Then there was a flash of light in his hand, and Duxing's body was instantly fixed in place. Chapter 180 Zombies Out. How many lives do you have if you act without my consent? A ferocious look appeared on Aurora's face. The lone walker was held in mid-air, his legs kicking wildly, but no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from the control on his body. In order to survive, he could only put all the blame on Xue, who was not present. It was Xue who asked me to go. I went with them because I was worried something might happen to them. "Boss, please spare me. I won't dare to do that again." No matter how Duxing begged for mercy, Aurora seemed not to hear him and did not stop his hands at all. The light shield that trapped Duxing continued to shrink, and soon Duxing's screams and the sound of broken bones were heard from inside. Lei Ming's sister Yi Zhiqiu stood in the corner and watched quietly, but she was thinking about how to escape. Since arriving here, he has had fortune-telling done for himself and his brother. Both of them ended up in disaster. Sure enough, Lei Ming died outside not long after. It will soon be her turn. If she doesn't take the opportunity to run away, she might be the next one to go alone. As the light shield continued to shrink, Duxing's screams came to an abrupt end. A blue energy ball also appeared. Aurora dispersed his supernatural power, took the energy ball in his hand, and absorbed it directly. Feeling the energy in his body growing, Aurora showed a look of relief. In his eyes, except for his sister, the rest of these superpowers are just the goo he raised. As long as they are strong enough, he will harvest them one by one. The reason why he was so angry was not because they acted on their own, but because Xue did not come back with him and was likely killed by Lin Yi. Aurora was naturally furious that the superpowers he had obtained were gone just like that. After absorbing Duxing's energy, Aurora immediately ordered the white wolf and the poisonous insect behind him to organize manpower and set off for Haijing City early tomorrow morning. This time I will personally take action and must capture Lin Yi. But as soon as he issued the order, someone came to report. In the west of Lianhai City, the team that went out to collect supplies lost contact after sending out a distress signal. Aurora thought about it and decided to go and take a look first. After all, Lianhai City is his base camp, and no trouble can happen here. He was very clear about the strength of his team. Although there was no psychic in charge, they were able to eliminate them all. Without the help of psychics, ordinary forces could not do it. After Xiaoyu absorbed all the essence and blood of a mutant, he became lively and energetic. When he heard that Aurora was going out, he also clamored to go with him to take a look. As long as her sister's requests were not too excessive, Aurora always agreed to them. And I will go there myself, so I don't think there will be any danger. Aurora set off with Shiyue Bailang and 2 captain-level psychics, and he left the poisonous insect in the research institute. Now, there's only one high-level psychic left in the institute, Duchong. Although a DBO was there, that guy had no combat capability at all. He was absorbed in researching weapons and was not responsible for protecting the research institute at all. The group of 5 quickly headed towards their destination. This is a huge shopping mall with 8 floors, including 2 underground floors. Today the mall is completely covered with snow, and there is a huge snow cave on the roof. When Aurora and others arrived, they found many footprints at the entrance of the cave, but only those that led into the mall were found, and none that led out. Bai Lang is a handsome young man in his 20s. As one of the 8 superpowers in the Research Institute, his superpower is Beast Transformation. After the transformation, his strength is even stronger than Berserker. He looked at the footprints on the ground and said to Aurora, "Boss, judging by the footprints, they should be ours." Aurora nodded, then led the way into the snow cave. After entering the mall, it was pitch black inside. A ball of light appeared in Aurora's hand, illuminating the area within a dozen meters. As soon as they entered the mall, they smelled a strong smell of blood. There were bloodstains everywhere on the ground, but strangely, there were no bodies. Xiaoyu looked at the blood all over the ground, licked his lips, and then followed Aurora closely. The 2 captains behind him were holding rifles and keeping on guard all times. Although they are people with special abilities, their special abilities are limited and cannot support them in fighting for a long time. Therefore, they all carry a rifle with them to prevent their special powers from being exhausted. Several people walked down along the blood trail. The only sounds in the empty mall were their footsteps and breathing. But with Aurora leading the way, they had nothing to fear. Soon, they walked up the stairs to the ground floor. There was obviously more blood here than above, and the smell of blood was stronger, even a little pungent. Although the temperature is extremely low and the blood will soon freeze into ice, it still cannot cover up the bloody smell that is rising into the sky. After turning a corner, they suddenly heard bursts of roars coming from downstairs. This sound is extremely faint. If the people are not psychics and their bodies have been strengthened many times, they will not be able to detect it at all. Aurora frowned and held Xiaoyu in his arms. The atmosphere here made him feel vaguely uneasy. As the strongest man in Lianhai City, he had never had this feeling before. Even when facing the boss of Yuanhai City's South China base, Xiao Jun, the other party only made him a little afraid. If a real fight breaks out, the outcome is 50-50. But it's different here. Aurora always feels that there is something scary under the mall. But his dignity as the boss did not allow him to retreat. Driven by curiosity, Aurora took a few people and walked down. Several people split up and searched the entire first floor, but still found nothing. There's a big door at the junction of the first floor and the basement. After walking down the stairs, several people need to pass through this door to enter the basement. White Wolf pushed the door open, and what came into view was pitch black. A fishy smell immediately hit him in the face, and at the same time, the roaring sound inside became louder and louder. Several people covered their noses at the same time. Xiaoyu held Ji Guang's hand tightly and whispered, "Brother, it stinks in there." Aurora injected his supernatural power into the ball of light in his hand, and then threw it forward. After the light ball was infused with supernatural power, it suddenly shone brightly, illuminating the entire underground space like daylight. The scene before them immediately made their hair stand on end. The entire underground space was filled with staggering zombies. Their clothes were tattered, and broken limbs were everywhere, creating a scene like hell. The reason they are called zombies is because they look so much like the zombies in the movies. They are exactly the same. The eyes were snow white, without pupils, and looked very creepy. Some zombies still had some fresh flesh and blood in their mouths. Bailing also saw a dozen zombies wearing the Research Institute's combat uniforms inside, who should be the members of the team that had lost contact. Chapter 181, Dead Rising. They look as if they're sleeping, but the sudden appearance of light and the sound made by Xiaoyu immediately woke them up. One by one, the zombies roared and moved towards them. A captain of the superpowers raised his rifle and opened fire. Several zombies in the front row fell directly to the ground after being hit by bullets. Don't worry, these zombies don't have much fighting power. We're all superpowered people. Killing them is just like killing chickens. As long as we aim at their heads, we can kill them with one shot. As soon as he finished speaking, all the zombies in the underground were awakened by the gunshots. Roars rang out, and hordes of zombies rushed towards them. Unlike in the movies, they move extremely fast and can reach a distance of dozens of meters in just a few seconds. Even though they were the top psychics in Lin Yi City, they were still shocked. The psychic who had just fired the gun stopped talking and hid behind several people while firing. The white wolf transformed into a giant wolf and stayed behind with Aurora and the other two. Aurora continuously shot out light bullets from his hands, which exploded in the zombie group and slowed down their movement. Broken limbs and arms flew everywhere, but there were too many zombies to kill them all in a short time. Occasionally, some would rush up, and the white wolf would be responsible for cleaning them up. Every time he swung his claws, he could knock several zombies away at the same time. The group fought and retreated at a very fast speed, and they were out of the mall in less than 2 minutes. After they left the mall and returned to the ground, the zombies behind them seemed to be afraid of the sunlight and immediately retreated like a tide. On the second underground floor of the shopping mall, a zombie covered with white hair slowly opened its eyes. His clothes were clean, unlike the other zombies who were covered in blood. Surrounding him were 4 zombies, 2 large and 2 small. The biggest one is 3 meters tall. Although the smaller ones were only 1.5 meters tall, the ferocious aura emanating from them was no less than that of the 2 giant zombies. The white-haired zombie raised his head and glanced upstairs in a humane manner, then closed his eyes again. After Aurora and the others ran out of the mall, they returned to the research institute without stopping. He then immediately ordered the bombardment of the shopping mall. As the only force in Lin Yi City, the institute has sufficient ammunition reserves. As soon as Aurora took control of the research institute, he led his men to rob the military camp in Lin Yi City and found a large amount of arms inside. There are also many cannons of various types, but it will soon be dark. If the zombies are hiding inside because they are afraid of the sunlight, they will most likely come out at night. To be on the safe side, Aurora decided to send someone out early tomorrow morning. As time passed, night slowly fell. In a residential area in Lin Yi City, the last indigenous person here died of starvation at home half a month ago due to cold and hunger. But today, their frozen bodies slowly began to move. As the ice on their bodies slowly fell off, figures with empty eyes walked out of their homes. They wandered aimlessly on the streets. The same scene happened in all the communities in Lin Yi City. The population of Lin Yi City is more than 20 million, except for those who were dismembered and only bones were left, and those who were buried under thick ice. All the corpses came to life at the same time. The institute is located in the city center of Lin Yi City. This place is divided into a huge area by the Aurora. Tall walls were built around the area, and a layer of barbed wire was stretched on top. There are countless guard posts and searchlights around the institute. There are soldiers on duty at all times, so the security is very tight. 2 soldiers on guard were smoking in a sentry post on the wall. These cigarettes were looted by them when they went out to look for supplies. Now these things are in great demand, and it is very difficult to get them. Fortunately, several other forces in Lin Yi City were destroyed by Aurora. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult for them to go out and find supplies with those competitors. A middle-aged man blew out a puff of smoke and said to the young man beside him, "The boss specifically ordered us to patrol strictly at night today. It seems that there will be something happening at night." Another young man fiddled with a searchlight and looked around. Hearing this, he casually said, "Yeah, it is said that they found a lot of zombies in a shopping mall outside, and the boss is worried that they will come to attack the camp at night." Zombies? The middle-aged man was somewhat disdainful. "Haven't you seen the movie? Are you making such a fuss about those slow-moving creatures? We have people with special abilities in our camp. No matter how many zombies come, they will die." The young man nodded. "That's true, but since the boss has given us instructions, we have to do it well. If something unexpected happens, we won't be able to explain it to him." The middle-aged man nodded, then put out his cigarette on the ground, stood up, and took the young man's place. "Let me do it. You take a break." He shone the searchlight outside the camp, and everywhere he could see was covered with snow, although the city was now pitch black due to the interruption of the power system. But under the moonlight, you can still vaguely see a vast expanse of white. Suddenly, he seemed to see something moving in the distance, But because the distance was too far and the searchlight had limited range, he could not see it clearly. He patted the young man next to him and said to him, "Look, there seems to be something over there." The young man had just lit the cigarette and took a puff when he was startled by him. But he didn't have time to smoke and hurriedly picked up the telescope beside him to look into the distance. With the help of the telescope, he saw countless figures walking towards their camp beyond the distant horizon. The young man hurriedly threw away the cigarette in his hand and pressed the alarm beside him. Then he began to report the situation to their captain on the walkie-talkie. A burst of rapid alarm sounds throughout the institute. Aurora was the first to come out from underground. White wolf, poison insect, and the little lowly Xie followed closely behind. Who pressed the alarm? Aurora shouted to the officers on duty. A man who looked like a captain came over and briefly repeated the situation that the young man had just reported. Then the group immediately climbed up the wall. When the guards in the outpost saw Aurora and their captain coming up, they hurriedly gave up their seats. Aurora's eyes flashed white as he looked into the distance. His special ability is light. He can use light to emit attacks and absorb light. To him, it makes no difference whether it is day or night. Chapter 182 Zombie Attack. In Aurora's eyes, the entire horizon was filled with zombies. They slowly approached the research institute like zombies. Aurora roughly estimated that there were at least hundreds of thousands of zombies. And how many people are there in the institute? Less than 3,000. 3,000 versus more than 100,000. This is simply suicide. Even though they have a lot of people with special abilities, they are limited in manpower. They can't kill even a few 100,000 pigs, let alone hundreds of thousands of zombies. Moreover, those zombies carry viruses, and anyone who is hurt by them will be assimilated. They had already seen many infected soldiers from the research institute in the basement of a shopping mall. Aurora looked at the zombie horde that was getting closer and closer and hurriedly ordered everyone to stand by. The ammunition in the warehouse was also moved out, and cannons were set up in the open space in the middle of the institute. Following Aurora's order, 20 cannons launched a volley of fire at the zombie horde. Violent explosions rang out, and this round of shelling directly created 20 gaps in the zombie swarm. But those gaps were quickly filled by the zombies behind. Now is not the time to conserve ammunition. The artillery keeps roaring, but the zombies are getting closer and closer. By the time they were within gun range, the Institute's artillery had already fired 8 rounds. However, these 8 rounds of salvos only killed 2 or 3,000 zombies, which is a drop in the bucket compared to their number of over 100,000. By the time they were within attack range, the walls outside the Institute were already filled with people. At the command of a captain, everyone opened fire at the same time. Rifles sprayed fire snakes in the night, and the zombies in the front began to fall in groups. But the zombies behind them just stepped on their corpses and continued to move forward. As the distance got closer, their speed got faster and faster. At first they were just walking slowly towards here, but later they started running wildly. The light energy bullets in Aurora's hand never stopped firing, and the power of each light energy bullet he fired was comparable to that of a rocket launcher. More and more zombies began to die at his hands. But the zombies surrounded them from all directions, so Aurora sent out all his psychics and scattered them on the surrounding city walls. Each person is responsible for guarding an area. Wang Xue is the captain of the 4th team of the Institute. Like Huoling, he is also a possessor of fire-related supernatural powers. But he only has 3 parts of superpowers. Even so, the fire ability can still exert extremely strong combat effectiveness in such a battlefield. 2 pillars of fire gushed out from between his hands. The zombies within a radius of dozens of meters were ignited by his flames, and a burning smell filled the air, just as he was using all his strength to display his supernatural powers and kill everyone around him. A figure only 1.6 meters tall quickly approached him from the group of zombies. With the cover of the surrounding zombies, he went around to the side of Wang Xue. Then his figure flashed, and the sharp claws in his hand slashed towards Wang Xue at an extremely fast speed. When Wang Xue discovered him, the distance between them was less than 5 meters. Seeing this, Wang Xue immediately sprayed the flame in his hand towards him. But it was too late. A shadow flashed in front of him. The flame in Wang Xue's hand immediately stopped, and the whole person fell directly from the wall. The area that Bai Lang was in charge of was right next to his. When he saw the position next to him fall, he hurried over to help. A giant wolf, 7 or 8 meters long, opened its bloody mouth and bit the petite figure. But the opponent was too fast. The moment Bailang arrived, he had already returned to the zombie group. Then, with the cover of the surrounding zombies, he quickly disappeared from Bailang's sight. White Wolf looked at the other zombies' disappeared figure and could only helplessly vent his anger on the other zombies. The zombies were beaten into pulp by his wolf claws. Just as the White Wolf was killing zombies everywhere, the dead Wang Xue sat up from the ground again. Since everyone was concentrating on fighting the zombies outside the camp, no one noticed that Wang Xue was alive again. His pupils had turned snow white, and large patches of corpse spots appeared on his skin. He looked up blankly, then raised his hands, and 2 pillars of fire gushed out from his palms. Several soldiers on the nearby wall were directly burned to charcoal. When White Wolf saw the fire behind him, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He jumped quickly into the camp. The moment Wang Xue saw the White Wolf, he set his sights on the other party. A large amount of flames came out of his body, and there was a trace of green, poisonous gas in the flames. That was the effect of his supernatural powers after he was infected with corpse poison. Although the content of corpse poison was low and could not directly transform people into zombies, it was extremely corrosive. Combined with the fire's supernatural power, his attack power was greatly increased. Faced with Wang Xue's sudden attack, Bailang remained calm. His supernatural power far exceeded Wang Xue's, and he did not take such an attack seriously. The White Wolf opened its huge mouth, ignored Wang Xue's flames, and bit Wang Xue directly. Wang Xue stared at the White Wolf with dull eyes, without dodging or evading, but simply increased the output of the flame in his hand. When his big mouth was about to bite Wang Xue, the White Wolf suddenly stopped. Looking at Wang Xue's fearless look, he realized that the battle now was different from the previous one. Wang Xue was carrying corpse poison in his body. If he was bitten by him, he would probably turn into a zombie directly. After realizing this, the White Wolf quickly turned around to avoid Wang Xue's flames. Then it rolled its tail and blew Wang Xue away. Before Wang Xue could land, the White Wolf attacked again, and a sharp claw slapped him fiercely. Wang Xue's body was directly beaten into a meat patty. It was not until an energy ball appeared on Wang Xue's body that Bailang put the energy ball away with confidence and continued to fight. The battle in the field has now reached a fever pitch. Everyone was already mad with rage, and they all understood it. This line of defense is their last retreat. If it is lost, they will face death. After Aurora fired another series of light energy bombs, killing dozens of zombies nearby, he ran to Xieyu's side. The little guy was so greedy when he saw the zombies covered in blood. Aurora was afraid that she would be poisoned, so she warned her several times. Only after Xiaoyu repeatedly assured her that she would not drink the blood did Aurora return to her own area. The artillery in the center of the institute continued to fire. After a period of consumption, 1/3 of the zombies outside had been eliminated without any replenishment. But Aurora knew this might just be the beginning. The fighting here is in full swing, and it is likely to attract all the zombies in Lin Yi City. Chapter 183 Sunshine. As expected, when the number of zombies on the scene was reduced to half, a large number of zombies gathered in the distance. The terrifying number made Aurora feel scared. He didn't understand why these dead people would stand up again. But now is obviously not the time to worry about this. So many zombies have already consumed a lot of ammunition from the Institute. Fortunately, ODBO's new weapons were delivered. This was a type of grenade they had never seen before. It had a metal shell, and from both sides one could see a swaying pale golden liquid inside. Aurora picked up a grenade, pulled out the safety pin, and threw it hard towards the group of zombies in the distance. A few seconds later, a huge mushroom cloud appeared. With the location of the grenade explosion as the center, the area within a radius of 100 meters was directly cleared. The aftermath of the explosion blew away all the zombies 100 meters away. When Aurora saw the power of the grenade, he couldn't help but show shock in his eyes. He didn't expect that this small grenade would be so powerful. Even if he was in the center of the grenade explosion, he would probably be seriously injured. Although the grenade is powerful, its disadvantages are also very obvious. The number of grenades is too small. Even if ODBO works day and night, the output is less than 100. The biggest reason for the low production volume is not how complicated the process of making it is. Rather, it requires less material. The light golden liquid inside was none other than the energy liquid extracted from ordinary people by the Research Institute. ODBO discovered that by diluting them and adding some other substances, they could be made to reach an extremely unstable state. With some external pressure, it can burst out with extremely powerful power. A portion of energy liquid that can allow ordinary people to evolve into superpowers can only produce 10 grenades. These 100 grenades are equivalent to the total energy of 10 primary psychics. With this batch of grenades, the pressure on the Institute's defense was greatly alleviated. Often when a place is about to be conquered, they will throw a grenade to clear the area. But although they kill quickly, the zombies replenish even faster. After throwing grenades and killing a large number of zombies, the zombies behind them quickly replenished. Soon, the Institute's first line of defense collapsed, and the surrounding tall walls were directly knocked down by a large number of zombies. The soldiers at the Institute also suffered heavy casualties. Zombies carry a large amount of corpse poison in their bodies. If you're scratched or bitten by them, you'll be assimilated by them in less than half a minute. Therefore, if you want to eliminate them safely, you must try to avoid close combat and keep a certain distance. Aurora shot arrows with both hands at the same time, and dozens of light balls blew away the zombies in the distance. Taking advantage of this gap, he quickly inspected the battlefield. It was discovered that the ground of the Research Institute was about to be lost, and many people were forced to fight the zombies head-on. Fortunately, these ordinary zombies have no intelligence and can only fight based on instinct. There is no other way to attack except to pounce and bite. Aurora stepped on the wall with her legs, flew into the air, and jumped directly into the group of zombies. Seeing this, the zombies around immediately pounced on him with their fangs bared, and the stench of corpse poison had already reached Aurora's nose. A dazzling light burst out from Aurora's body, and everyone present subconsciously closed their eyes. The next second, when they opened their eyes again, almost all the zombies within a kilometer radius centered on the Aurora fell down. This is the superpower that awakens when the superpower in Aurora's body reaches 50. Although the killing range is large, the power is somewhat insufficient. If used against people with special abilities, it will hardly cause much damage. But it is very effective against these ordinary zombies. After delivering this attack, Aurora felt a sense of emptiness in his body, and he quickly turned around and returned to the Institute's defense circle. With the burst of Aurora, they bought a lot of time. The position that was on the verge of collapse was reorganized. The white wolf rushed left and right outside the position, and each swing of its claws could take away a large number of zombies. But when it comes to the number of zombies killed, besides Aurora, it's the poisonous insects. His special ability is to release poison gas. Although his attack power is not high, he is extremely good at group battles. All zombies that come into contact with his poison gas will turn into a pool of liquid within a few seconds. However, his ability also has a huge flaw, which is that it cannot distinguish between friend and foe. Whether it is a zombie or a soldier from the Institute, as long as they come into contact with his poison gas, they will be infected immediately. Therefore, Du Cheng was responsible for a large area alone, with no reinforcements around. The battle has been going on for half an hour, and the number of zombies killed by him has already exceeded 10,000. The high-intensity release of poison gas almost drained all the supernatural powers in his body. This is the most brutal war that everyone in the Institute has faced since awakening their superpowers. The soldiers around them fell one after another. They were unable to rescue them and could only shoot them in time before they mutated. As for surrender, no one has this idea yet. Although they were scared to death, they had never heard of surrendering to zombies. Aurora dragged his weak body back to the Research Institute. The area he had just cleared out was now filled with zombies again. All defense lines are on the verge of collapse under the tremendous pressure. Aurora had no choice but to order everyone to retreat, abandon ground defenses, and retreat underground. After receiving his order, everyone acted as if they had been pardoned and threw all the grenades in their hands to use as cover. Then they all ran into the underground fortifications of the Research Institute. I wish my parents had given me 2 more legs. Now I can't care about others. The most important thing is to save my own life. The sharp claws in Xiaoyu's hands tore into pieces the zombies surrounding her. Then she took off into the air again and retreated behind her. Aurora hugged her sister and quickly went into the underground fortification. As he pressed the button for the door, the heavy iron door slowly closed, isolating all the zombies outside. Listening to the roars and the sound of nails scratching the iron door coming from outside, Aurora took a deep breath. The strength of these zombies is not strong, just at the level of ordinary people, but their numbers are too large to be defeated. If they rush forward all at once, no matter how strong the psychics are, they will die unless they can fly. The white wolf has turned back into human form. He has exhausted all his physical strength. Even now, his hands are still shaking slightly. Then each team began to count the number of people. In the end, after a rough count, there were more than 3,000 people from the Institute who participated in the battle, but now there are only less than 2,000 left. This is because they have underground fortifications. If they had not retreated underground in time, everyone present would probably have died here. Chapter 180, for there are also zombies in Haijing City. Just when the Research Institute in Lin Yi City was besieged by zombies. Lin Yi was also caught in a tough battle at this time. Li Kuer and Jiang Shuyan pressed him down on a lounge chair by the indoor swimming pool, one on each side. The remaining women, holding large water guns, began to attack Lin Yi. Lin Yi hugged the two women in swimsuits in his arms, then jumped into the swimming pool with them in a hail of bullets and died together with the enemy. The moment Lin Yi entered the swimming pool, space exchange was activated and his figure disappeared instantly. The next second, he appeared behind Yang Lin. He picked her up from behind and began to wander all over her body with his big hands. When he felt the fullness of her breasts, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh again at Yang Mi's broad mind. I don't know if she is tired of carrying such a heavy burden every day. When Luo Zishan and the other girls saw Yang Mi being held hostage by Lin Yi, they rushed over to help, but were defeated one by Lin Yi. The few of them kept going crazy until midnight before finally returning to their room to rest. Lin Yi was a little tired after playing all day, and it was rare that he didn't find someone to sleep with him at night. He was lying on the big bed in his bedroom and just about to fall asleep when he received a call from Xiaowu. Lin Yi pressed the answer button without thinking. Xiaowu's voice was trembling, as if she had encountered something terrible. Lin Yi learned from her that many zombies suddenly appeared in Haijing City. However, the Snow God cult's new camp is now in the suburbs of Haijing City, which is sparsely populated. Although zombies occasionally pass through here, the number is relatively small. Xiaowu and the psychics in the camp can easily eliminate them all, and they do not pose a threat to the Snow God cult for the time being. But there's another news. The fire spirit is missing. After Lin Yi learned the news, he felt anxious and had no intention of resting. He called Su Mo, and then the two of them drove directly to the Snow God cult's camp. When Xiaowu saw Lin Yi arriving, she finally felt relieved. I don't know when it started, but Lin Yi became the backbone of her heart. As long as he is around, Xiaowu feels like she has someone to rely on. After Lin Yi arrived, he hurriedly asked Xiaowu about the situation. Just at noon today, the Snow God cult sent out a team to look for fuel. Their goal was not to collect it, but to mark the locations of gas stations in the city that still had fuel. As long as the location is clearly marked, a large team will set out to transport the fuel back. A large amount of fuel is needed for the daily electricity and heating of thousands of people, so the collection of fuel is of utmost importance. There are a total of 50 people in this team. Just in case, Shu also sent a junior psychic to lead the team. But after they set out, they did not return until dark. Since the Snow God cult didn't have many walkie-talkies, Xiaowu couldn't contact them for a while. After Xiaowu and Huoling discussed it, they decided to send someone out to search along the route they had planned. Huoling even led the team herself. She drove towards the city of Haijing with 100 elite soldiers in the camp. The entire city of Haijing is now plunged into darkness due to the collapse of the power system. Under the moonlight, it looks like a dead city. Especially at night, the city is eerily quiet. The fire spirit followed the route on the map one by one. Just when she found the third gas station, Huoling, who was sitting in the lead car, suddenly saw 5 scrap cars parked on the side of the road. 2 of the cars were completely turned over, and 1 was completely burned, apparently having been attacked by unknown creatures. Huoling immediately ordered the convoy to stop. After identification by his team members, he found that these cars were the ones used by the people who were sent out to look for fuel in the afternoon. Huoling carefully checked the situation in the car. There was some blood in every car, but she didn't find any bodies around. This is a bit strange. Were they all kidnapped? Huoling felt a little uncertain, because these people were all the elites of the Snow God cult. All 50 of them were fully armed, and there was also a psychic leading the team. How could he be captured alive? Huoling's first thought was that Lin Yi City's Research Institute had come back for revenge. But before she could pick up her phone to report to Xiaowu, she saw some figures slowly walking towards her in the distance. Ling and others immediately went on alert, pointing their guns at the approaching people. As long as the fire spirit gives the order, these people in front will be beaten into sieves immediately. However, the fire spirit did not give a direct order. Her body had also evolved several times. Although she had not yet reached the level of Lin Yi, who could see in the dark, she was still much stronger than ordinary people. She could vaguely see some familiar figures inside, and they were wearing the uniforms of the snow god cult. Have those missing people escaped back? The fire spirit vaguely felt that something was wrong. The condition and walking posture of these people were very strange, and they did not look conscious at all. Instead, it's more like sleepwalking. Ling ordered everyone to be on guard. Then she took out a signal gun from the car, installed a flare, and fired a shot in the direction of the approaching person. A beam of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the area several hundred meters ahead as bright as day. But the scene in front of them scared Ling and others. Ling was not mistaken. These people were indeed the team sent out by the snow god cult at noon, and they were indeed wearing the snow god cult uniforms, but their current appearance could only be described as zombies. There were more than 40 people in the field, most of whom had their stomachs hollowed out, with intestines hanging out and frozen to their bodies by the cold air. There was no good flesh left on his face, and there were traces of being eaten everywhere. The moment the fire spirits saw their appearance clearly, he immediately ordered to shoot. A burst of dense gunfire rang out, and dozens of people in front fell to the ground in an instant. As the flares slowly went out, the scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence, and no one spoke. The fire spirit took a deep breath, then plucked up his courage and led his men towards the corpses on the ground. She had to find out what was wrong with these people. When the fire spirit came closer, she looked at the dead body on the ground. Just as she was about to reach out and touch it, she was stopped by a soldier behind her. "Sister Ling, don't touch me." The woman who was speaking was named Qinyu. She had been following Ling since she came to the Snow God sect and was considered a member of Ling's personal guard. I don't know why these people became like this. I've seen in movies. If they became zombies because of a virus, then I'll be infected if I come into contact with them rashly. Upon hearing this, the fire spirit quickly withdrew his hand. But these people were their former comrades, after all, and their bodies could not be left here. The fire spirit thought about it and decided to burn their bodies. In case there was a virus inside, it would prevent it from infecting others. Chapter 185 Zombie Horror. The fire spirit had some gasoline pumped from the abandoned cars and poured it on their bodies. Then a flame appeared from her hand and landed on the gasoline. A burst of fire appeared, and the corpses on the ground began to burn. The situation here was strange in every way. Just as Ling was about to take everyone away, under the illumination of the fire, everyone suddenly saw human heads popping out of the windows of several surrounding buildings. The soldiers present were all girls. Although they had experienced the baptism of the end of the world and had become decisive and ruthless due to their nature, they had an extremely strong fear of such horrible things. These figures were lying on the windows, knocking on the glass desperately. A gloomy and terrifying atmosphere spread around. Ling was the first to react. She immediately shouted, "Everyone get in the car and go." After the fire spirit's reminder, everyone acted quickly and got into the car one by one. As the car started, the sound of glass breaking came from the building outside. All the zombies in the building rushed out, and some zombies on high floors fell directly from the sky. After falling onto the ice, even though their legs were broken, they still used their hands to slowly crawl towards Ling and the others. In the distance, a large number of zombies were also surrounding them. Ling ordered all the cars to line up in a straight line, and her car was still at the front of all the cars. If you encounter a zombie blocking the way, just crash into it. Fireballs filled with explosive power would occasionally shoot out from the fire spirit's hands, blasting away the zombies blocking the road in front of the vehicle. The other soldiers in the car also opened the windows and fired at the zombies outside. Since the zombies were surrounding them from all sides, they would break out from where there were fewer zombies. After going back and forth a few times, they soon lost their way. The group didn't know how long they had been running. They had driven 10 cars in total, but now only 5 were left. The remaining cars and the people inside were overwhelmed by the zombies. Although Ling and the others were very sad, they had no way to rescue them. They could only watch as the zombies dragged them out of the cars one by one, and then rushed over and bit them to death. 2 young ladies directly detonated the grenades on their bodies. There was an explosion, and the young ladies died together with the dozen or so zombies around them. While escaping, Ling contacted Xue Wu by phone and told her about the situation here. However, it was pitch black outside, and Ling didn't know his exact location. Even if Xue Wu wanted to save people, she didn't know where to go. There were more and more zombies around, and Ling had no time to talk to Xue Wu anymore, so he could only deal with the situation at hand first. When the convoy passed a building, they suddenly heard a loud noise coming from the roof, and a zombie suddenly fell from the building onto the car that Fire Spirit was riding in. A skinny hand suddenly reached in from the window and grabbed the driver's wrist. The Fire Spirit reacted quickly, and a small fireball directly broke the skinny palm. But the girl whose wrist had just been grabbed was startled and subconsciously turned to the left. The car crashed directly into a building on the side of the road. Seeing this, the convoy behind had no choice but to drive in together. In this situation, they may still be able to survive by following the Fire Spirit. However, without the protection of the Fire Spirit, they will die. This is an office building with 26 floors. Ling and the others should be on the 7th floor. Ling was about to ask the driver to drive out, but when she took a look at the dense group of zombies outside the building, she decisively gave up the idea. 2 pillars of fire spurted out from the palms of the Fire Spirit, intercepting the zombies outside here. Then he shouted to the others, "Everyone get out of the car, form a battle formation, and retreat upstairs." When the young ladies in the car heard her order, they immediately jumped out of the car, and then walked up the stairs carefully under the cover of the Fire Spirit. After seeing that everyone had entered the stairwell, the Fire Spirit threw 2 explosive fireballs into the zombie group, and then closed the stairwell door tightly. After the Fire Spirit entered the stairwell, there was a knocking sound immediately from the door behind him. The Fire Spirit exhaled a breath of foul air. The previous battle had caused her supernatural powers to be severely depleted, and now only half of her energy was left. The young ladies who had just entered the stairwell all gathered in the stairwell from the 9th floor to the 10th floor. Ling counted the number of people. They had dispatched a total of 100 people this time, but now there are less than 50 people left, and more than half of them have been killed or injured. Ling and others did not dare to stay any longer. The door of the stairwell was not strong, and they were afraid that the zombies below would rush in soon. The Fire Spirit took the lead and continued walking upstairs. As everyone was desperately running upstairs, some zombies would occasionally rush out from the corridors on both sides. After the previous battle, the ammunition they carried was almost used up, so now they could only engage in hand-to-hand combat with the zombies. A young lady named Sun Nan followed behind her teammates. She had neat short hair and held the AK tightly in her hand. Although the bullets were empty, she installed a bayonet on the muzzle, so it could be used as a spear temporarily. She's also the oldest member of the Snow God cult. When Xue Wu just founded the Snow God cult, she was one of the first people to join. Later, she was noticed by the Fire Spirit and incorporated into his personal guard. When passing the platform on the 17th floor, the door next to it suddenly opened, and a dozen zombies rushed out with bared fangs and claws. She had no time to react and immediately raised her spear to withstand the zombies' attack. Several of her comrades were also knocked to the ground by the zombies. Seeing this, the young ladies around hurriedly stabbed the zombies' heads with the daggers in their hands, trying to rescue their sisters. But they had just killed 2 zombies when the door to the 18th floor platform was pushed open and dozens of zombies rushed out. The Fire Spirit was clearing the way at the front. After she casually burned 2 zombies to death, she saw chaos happening behind her and hurried back to rescue them. But now those zombies have been entangled with the young ladies of the Snow God cult. If she sets fire directly, those young ladies will be burned to death together. In desperation, she could only draw a dagger from her waist and rush towards the zombies. After several strengthenings, the Fire Spirit's body has long been different from that of ordinary people. Both its speed and strength are more than 10 times stronger than that of ordinary people. Even if she didn't use her superpowers, as long as she was careful, she could easily take care of those zombies with just a dagger. Chapter 186, A Final Battle. The figure of the Fire Spirit climbed over the handrail of the stairwell and jumped directly from the 20th floor to the 18th floor. The dagger in his hand flew up and down. One zombie after another died in her hands. When all the zombies were cleared away, Sun Nan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist. She raised her hand and saw that a wound had appeared on her once delicate skin. Blood slowly flowed down his arm. It was as if a bolt of lightning struck Sun Nan's mind, and he stood there in a daze. Ling and others also saw the wound on her arm. They had all seen zombie movies, so they naturally knew what would happen if they were scratched or bitten by zombies. And they had also seen the team members who had gone out to look for fuel before. It's obvious from their appearance that they have mutated. Sun Nan felt his heartbeat and breathing gradually became faster, and his vision became increasingly blurry. There was a trace of pity in Ling's eyes. Ever since she came to the Snow God sect, Sun Nan had always been by her side, but she had no way to deal with such a situation. For the first time, Ling felt a deep sense of powerlessness, and his comrades around him also lowered their heads silently. Soon, Sun Nan reacted. The virus spread faster than she had imagined. In just a dozen seconds, she felt like she was almost losing control of herself. The physiological desire for blood and raw meat becomes stronger and stronger. She took out the only 2 grenades she had left, threw one to her comrade beside her, and then took the last grenade and walked downstairs silently. No one spoke throughout the whole process. There was only silence. Faced with the heroic death of their comrades, all they could do was mourn. Ling looked at Sun Nan's back, ignored his sadness, and continued to rush upstairs with his men. These people were brought out by her, and Ling just wanted to bring them all back safely. The group rushed to the 22nd floor without stopping, and heard the sound of a door being smashed downstairs, followed by the roar of zombies downstairs and the loud bang of a grenade. Although they didn't see what was happening below with their own eyes, they could still tell what was happening. The battle continued, and zombies would rush out from the surrounding corridors from time to time, and the number of casualties in the team continued to increase. Finally, Ling rushed to the 26th floor with the remaining 30 or so people. But they did not choose to go directly to the rooftop, because the rooftop was too open. If zombies rushed up, they would just become sitting ducks. The fire spirit opened the door to the 26th floor and only closed it tightly after everyone rushed in. Then he found an iron chain and locked the door. Through the glass on the door, Ling could see the group of zombies behind, and there were some familiar faces among them, all of whom were young ladies who had just been infected by zombies. Their originally pretty faces had disappeared, replaced by hideous expressions. A trace of despair suddenly flashed through Ling's heart. She didn't know whether her fate would be the same as theirs. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, if Brother Yi knew I was in danger, would he come to save me? Then a bitter smile appeared on her face. How is that possible? The whole city has been taken over by zombies. I'm just one of his slaves. Would Brother Yi take such a risk for a slave? Then, when she saw her sisters behind her, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Even if no one comes to rescue me, I will try my best to survive, for these sisters and for myself. Fire Spirit began to issue tasks. Now there are only about 30 people left, and the entire building is occupied by zombies. They have to hold on until at least dawn to have a chance of survival. Ling glanced at her watch. It was now 1 o'clock in the morning, which meant they had to stay here for at least 4 or 5 hours. The Fire Spirit then issued an order to search all the rooms on this floor carefully to make sure there were no zombies inside. There are 5 or 6 companies on this floor, and each room is filled with desks and various office supplies. Ling directly ordered people to move all the tables and chairs to the stairs and block the door tightly. Then she came to a French window and looked down. Everywhere I looked, there were zombies, just like a scene from a biochemical crisis. Among these zombies, she also saw some tall figures. They were 3 meters tall and stood out among the zombies like a crane among chickens. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed by from below. The Fire Spirit keenly captured that the black shadow was a petite zombie, only about 1.5 meters tall and as skinny as a little old man, but his nails were more than 10 centimeters long. As if sensing the Fire Spirit's gaze, the skinny zombie suddenly leaped into the air and climbed directly upstairs through the window. Each of his jumps could carry him 3 or 4 meters up a wall, his sharp nails digging directly into the solid concrete surface for leverage. Ling was horrified when she saw this. She could tell that this short zombie and those tall guys were not ordinary zombies. They were probably zombies with superpowers. And the most important thing is that they have corpse poison in their bodies. As long as they scratch your body, you will probably be dead. The Fire Spirit opened the window and drew his bows with both hands at the same time, shooting fireballs the size of a human head downwards. Facing the attack of the Fire Spirit, the skinny zombie jumped left and right on the wall and quickly dodged all the fireballs. After the fireball passed by him, it fell directly into the group of zombies below. An explosion sounded, and a large number of zombies below were burned to death by the attack of the fire spirit. The smell of meat wafted up. After dodging the fire spirit's attack, the skinny zombie continued to crawl upwards. At this moment, 5 or 6 people came to the fire spirit. When they saw the fire spirit throwing fireballs down madly, they knew something must have happened down there. Seeing the zombies getting closer and closer to them, they were helpless. They had run out of bullets and now had no ability to launch any long-range attacks at all. A young lady turned around and looked at the printer and computer in the room and had an idea. Hit it with something. Then they threw down all the movable objects in the office. At this time, the skinny zombie was only 3 floors away from them. He was caught off guard by something suddenly falling from upstairs. He had just dodged a fireball from the fire spirit when a printer came crashing down on him. The skinny zombie was caught off guard and fell directly from the roof. Chapter 187. The Fight of a Trapped Beast. Seeing him fall to the ground, Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief. The zombie felt very dangerous to her. Not only are its claws extremely sharp and powerful, but its speed is also extremely fast. If it gets close to it, the fire spirit has no guarantee of being able to escape unscathed. I just don't know how many zombies like this there are. If there are too many of them, I'm afraid the snow god cult will be in danger. Ling left 2 people in each direction of the office building, responsible for watching the zombies downstairs. If any zombies with extremely fast speed tried to climb up again, they would report to her immediately. Then she returned to the stairs. The knocking sounds continued, but the door had been blocked tightly with tables and chairs. Unless explosives were used to blow it up, ordinary zombies could not get in. The fire spirit and his men stayed in the building for 2 hours, during which time the fire spirit was resting and recovering his energy. Now her condition has returned to its peak. Feeling the supernatural power filling his body, the hope in the fire spirit's heart increased a little. At this moment, several young ladies who were in charge of monitoring the situation downstairs shouted almost at the same time. "Sister Ling, there's zombies climbing up from below." Ling felt bad. The thing she was most worried about had happened. She randomly came to a window and found another skinny zombie climbing up the wall, and now it was almost reaching the 10th floor. At the same time, zombies were climbing in the other 3 directions, and their speed was quite fast. The fire spirit ignored everything else and quickly used his special powers to throw fireballs downstairs like they were free. The remaining 30 or so people went to 3 other directions. They were now almost out of ammunition and food, and could only use everything around them to launch an attack. Whether it is tables and chairs, vases, or cabinets. As long as they could move, they threw them down as weapons. After 2 hours of recovery, the fire spirit now had sufficient energy, and the fireballs and lines of fire it released were much faster than before. She drew a quick circle in front of her with her right index finger, and the next second, a huge net of fire enveloped her downwards. The zombies below who were trying to escape were trapped inside. The fire spirit took advantage of the opponent being trapped in the fire net and continuously sprayed out high-temperature flames from his hands. A burning smell came, and a skinny zombie fell straight down from above, obviously killed by the fire spirit. When the fire spirit saw her achievements, before she could be happy, there was a sudden loud noise from the door blocking the stairs. I saw a huge dent on the originally sturdy explosion-proof door, and the tables and chairs behind it that were used to block the door were moved forward a little due to the huge force. Soon there was a second and third sound, and the sturdy explosion-proof door was already shaking. Through the gap in the door, the fire spirit finally saw the culprit behind the door. A zombie nearly 3 meters tall was waving his fists, punching the door and making dents in it. Judging from his speed, the defense at the door will be broken in less than 3 minutes. There are 3 speed-type zombies climbing up downstairs, and the door is blocked by a strength-type zombie. The young ladies present finally despaired. They dropped their weapons and stopped resisting. Although they had experienced many battles with the Snow God cult, they had never felt as desperate as they did now. It can almost be said that we are out of ammunition and food. They finally couldn't help crying. "Wow, I don't want to die. I haven't had a boyfriend yet. Mom, I miss you so much." Putting aside their combat experience, these young ladies were only in their 20s. Before the end of the world, many of them couldn't even open a bottle cap. Now they're forced to fight these horrible zombies in hand-to-hand combat, which is indeed a bit difficult for them. Ling gritted her teeth. Although she wanted to give up directly in the face of such a desperate situation, she always had a feeling that she would be saved. With the support of this belief, the fire spirit forced himself to remain calm. She took a look at the gate that was about to be breached, opened a fire hydrant beside the aisle, and took out the water gun inside. There was a long water pipe at the back of the water gun. The material was very strong and could easily bear the weight of several people. Then he shouted loudly, "Everyone be quiet. We are not in dire straits yet. I will climb out of the window to the rooftop in a moment. Once I tie the rope tightly, you will immediately climb up along the rope." After saying that, she didn't care about other people's reactions. She tied the water gun to her body, broke the window, and jumped out. Huoling hooked his hands tightly onto the stone on the balcony, bent his body into a bow shape, exerted force from his waist, and threw himself directly onto the rooftop. The fire spirit rolled on the rooftop and then began to look around for something to tie the rope with. She untied the water hose from her body and tied it to a sturdy pipe. Then the fire spirit stuck its head out and shouted to the people below, "Come up quickly." After a while, the people below climbed up the water pipe one by one. The fire spirit knew that no one would give up hope of life until the last moment. After the baptism of the doomsday, their physical fitness has far surpassed that before the doomsday. More than 30 people climbed up in less than 2 minutes, without leaving anyone out. After the last person climbed up, the door below finally couldn't bear the pressure and was pushed open along with the tables and chairs that were blocking the door. A large group of zombies, led by a giant zombie, filed in, but Huoling and the others were no longer there. Although the threat of giant zombies has temporarily disappeared, 3 speed-type zombies have already climbed up the wall in the east, west, and south directions. They divided into 3 directions and tightly surrounded Huoling and others. There was another loud banging sound coming from the gate next to the rooftop. It was obvious that the zombies had already rushed to the rooftop. Although the rooftop gate is also made of metal, it is far less sturdy than the explosion-proof door downstairs. In addition, there are no objects around the gate to block it, so these zombies can easily break through the gate and rush up. The fire spirit protected them behind her, with flames burning in her hands. "Sisters, if we can't stop them soon, let's jump from here. I don't want to become one of them, even if I die." A woman in her 30s said to everyone. She is the captain of this team and one of the fire spirit's confidants. 2 thick lines of fire appeared in the fire spirit's hands. At this point, she no longer needed to save her supernatural powers. She only hoped to kill as many zombies as possible in front of her. 2 thick fire snakes were flying in the sky. Although the 3 zombies were fast, they were helpless against the fire spirit's impenetrable attack. Chapter 188 Energy Crystal. The fire spirit did not cherish her special ability at all, and she raised the temperature of the flame to the maximum. The 3 zombies were forced to retreat step by step, but then there was a loud bang. The door leading downstairs from the rooftop was violently smashed open. A giant zombie, 3 meters tall, poked its head out from behind the door. He swayed his sturdy body and moved closer to the fire spirit. Behind the giant zombie was a group of ordinary zombies with bared fangs and claws, roaring and rushing towards Huoling and others. The fire spirit can only aim its flames at the ordinary zombies in the front. Those speed-type zombies seemed to have a certain degree of intelligence. They hid behind the zombies and were not in a hurry to attack. It seems that he wants to use the sea of corpses tactics to consume the fire spirit's supernatural powers. Huoling and others were blocked in the corner of the rooftop by the swarm of zombies. She did not dare to stop moving at all, and the flames in her hands gushed out towards the front. The rooftop was already more than half filled with charred corpses. The scorching flames made her pretty face red. Beads of sweat the size of beans slowly flowed down her forehead. Her special powers were almost exhausted. The fire spirit only felt a sense of emptiness in her body, and her brain's reaction gradually became dull. The fire spirit's body could no longer bear the weight, and as the flame in her hand died out, she finally fell down. The moment the flames disappeared, a zombie standing at the back of the group of corpses moved. His figure appeared in front of the fire spirit as if teleporting, and the sharp claws in his hand slashed towards the fire spirit's snow-white neck. Huoling slowly closed her eyes, as if she had already seen herself dying at the hands of zombies. At the critical moment, a gunshot suddenly came from the distant sky. The speed-type zombie in front of the fire spirit was knocked away before it even touched the fire spirit. His head exploded, and an orange crystal fell out in the flesh and blood. However, since the crystal was only the size of a fingernail, no one noticed it. When Huoling heard the gunshots, She immediately opened her eyes and saw an armed helicopter flying towards them quickly in the distance. The roar of the propeller also reached the girl's ears. Ling and the others immediately felt a sense of pleasure at surviving a disaster. "Brother Yi is here! Long live brother! Long live brother!" Cheers instantly filled the entire rooftop. Lin Yi pulled the bolt of the Barrett, and the shot, just fired from a very long distance, was fired by him. After killing the zombie next to the fire spirit, he pointed his gun at the largest zombie on the rooftop. After a gunshot, the 3-meter-tall zombie fell down. Although his strength and defense far exceeded those of ordinary zombies, it was still not enough in the hands of the powerful Lin Yi. Ling looked at the direction the helicopter was coming from and muttered to himself, "He's coming. I knew he wouldn't give up on me." At this moment, Ling's girlish heart was finally touched. If she had been dependent on Lin Yi because she was coerced before, now she was willing to be his woman. Lin Yi is the supreme treasure who came to save her on a colorful cloud. Su Mo flew the helicopter forward. Looking at the group of zombies on the rooftop, Su Mo decisively pressed the button on the joystick. The 2 Gatling machine guns under the helicopter began to spin wildly. A firing rate of 3,000 revolutions per minute can kill all carbon-based organisms in seconds. Even the 2 remaining speed-type zombies on the rooftop were killed by the machine gun. The helicopter slowly landed on the rooftop. Lin Yi put away the Barrett and jumped off the plane with a sword in his hand. Barrett's single-target killing power is extremely strong, suitable for sniping single targets at a long distance, but it does not have much effect on these ordinary zombies. As soon as Lin Yi landed on the ground, Ling, who knew where he got the strength from, jumped directly onto Lin Yi, wrapped his long legs tightly around his waist, and kissed and nibbled his face. The remaining 30 or so girls also rushed forward and directly drowned Lin Yi. This scene left Su Mo, who was sitting in the driver's seat, stunned. "This is too biased. Why didn't anyone come to kiss me? Is it just because brother Yi is handsome?" Su Mo turned his back and pointed the muzzle of the helicopter at the rooftop gate, where zombies were still pouring out. Being left out, Su Mo could only vent his anger on these zombies. Lin Yi finally squeezed out from the crowd of women. His clothes were almost torn by this group of ferocious women. Lin Yi wiped the dozens of lipstick marks on his face and began to greet everyone to board the plane. He was holding a sword and keeping watch on the surroundings. He had also seen the speed of the skinny zombie just now. Although it was not as fast as Lin Haishi's lone walker, it was already extremely fast compared to ordinary people. His face had just been rewarded by those beauties, and he didn't want anything to happen to these young ladies again. Just as Lin was looking around, he suddenly saw an orange crystal on the ground out of the corner of his eye. It was now 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and the crystal emitted a faint orange light in the darkness. Lin Yi picked it up curiously. After holding the crystal, Lin Yi felt the surging energy inside. After this discovery, Lin Yi began to search carefully on the ground. Finally, he found a few more crystals under several broken corpses, but these crystals were not orange, but red, and their energy was much weaker than the previous orange crystals. Time is urgent now, and Lin Yi has no time to look for them anymore. When everyone got on the helicopter, Lin Yi quickly jumped on. With the roar of the propeller, the helicopter slowly rose into the air, flew over the sea of corpses below, flew in the opposite direction of the Snow God cult, and finally made a big circle before finally flying back to the Snow God cult camp. The reason why Su Mo flew in the opposite direction was because of Lin Yi's instructions. He discovered that these zombies had a certain ability to hear, and if he flew directly back to the camp, he would likely attract all of them. So to be on the safe side, he deliberately asked Su Mo to go around in a circle. On the helicopter, Ling collapsed in Lin Yi's arms. It was as if she wanted to rub herself into Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi was a little puzzled. This girl was really proactive today. Although she was very open in bed before, she had never shown such a clingy side. Lin Yi didn't think much about it. It was naturally a good thing to have a beautiful woman throw herself into his arms, and he was happy to enjoy it. The helicopter quickly flew back to the Snow God cult's camp. There was a battle in the Snow God cult just now, but the number of zombies attacking was not large, and there were no special zombies among them. So under Shuawu's command, the people of the Snow God cult quickly wiped out all the zombies. Chapter 189, Killing Zombies and Exploding Energy Crystals. After the helicopter landed, Lin Yi was the first to jump down. After a period of rest, the fire spirit had recovered a lot of its supernatural powers. Xiaowu was very happy to see Hualing return safely and hurried over to give her a big hug. Among Lin Yi's women, only the two of them did not live in the shelter. So the two of them are like real sisters and have a very good relationship. After knowing that Hualing was in trouble, Xiaowu was worried for a long time and even insisted on going with Lin Yi to rescue her, but was finally rejected by Lin Yi. The reason is simple. Those zombies may rush over at any time, so someone from the snow god cult must be in charge. After hearing this, Xiaowu wanted Su Mo to stay in her place, but Lin Yi's light words left her speechless. Can you fly a helicopter? Ever since Lin Yi got these two armed helicopters from the suburban arsenal, he and Su Mo have practiced many times and have already mastered some basic functions. Although you can't fly a helicopter to perform some difficult maneuvers, smooth flight and landing are not a problem. Lin Yi took the helicopter back to the alien space. After the girls returned to the camp, they felt safe only after blending into the crowd. This battle will always be engraved in their minds. Lin Yi asked Xiaowu to organize manpower to raise the walls around the camp. There were still countless building materials in his alien space, enough for them to use. After seeing the situation in the city, Lin Yi realized that the current camp was too fragile. If they encounter a large number of zombies attacking, their 5-meter-high wall will not be able to stop them. So Lin Yi gave a death order. The wall must be at least 20 meters high and 5 meters thick. There must be an observation post every 30 meters, which must be manned 24 hours a day. After all, it concerns their life safety, and we cannot be careless at all. After receiving Lin Yi's order, Xiaowu immediately sent people to work. After Hualing recovered for a while, he also went to help. After the entire snow god cult was in operation, Lin Yi came to Xiaowu's bedroom alone. When you open the door, you'll see a warm pink room. Both the bedsheets and the dressing table are pink, which looks very cute. Lin Yi walked around the room casually and saw a few clothes in the wardrobe in the corner. In addition to a few white windbreakers that Xiaowu usually likes to wear, there are also 2 brand new sets of sexy lingerie and a few black stockings. In a corner of the cabinet, a few lace panties are neatly stacked. Lin Yi looked at the sexy lingerie inside and began to imagine how Xiaowu would look wearing it. Lin Yi felt his lower body slowly swelling up. He quickly closed the cabinet, ending his wild thoughts. Then he sat on the big bed filled with the fragrance of Xiaowu. He took out the orange crystal and wanted to study it. The energy in this crystal is not particularly high, equivalent to 1/5 of the energy of a primary psychic. He began to suspect that this thing fell from the bodies of those mutated zombies. But he remembered very clearly that although the zombies were not strong, they were definitely not weak, and they had at least 2 or 3 times the strength of psychics. Lin Yi put the orange crystal away and then took out a red crystal. The energy in this crystal is weaker than that of the orange crystal, only about 1/10 of the energy of a primary psychic. Lin Yi held in his hand, wanting to absorb it like an energy ball. But no matter how hard he tried, the energy inside remained motionless. Lin Yi experimented for a long time, but there was no effect at all. He simply took out his sword, placed the crystal on the ground, and chopped at the crystal with his sword. After hearing a crisp sound, Lin Yi raised his hand and found that the crystal was still intact, but a small hole had been smashed into the hard marble floor by the crystal. Why is this thing so hard? Lin Yi muttered to himself. He seemed a little unconvinced and put the crystal into his mouth, trying to bite it into pieces. However, the moment the crystal entered his mouth, it turned into a stream of energy and entered Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi just opened his mouth to bite it and found that the crystal in his mouth had disappeared. Instead, a weak energy flowed along his body and entered his sea of consciousness. Lin Yi sensed it carefully and found that the special energy in his body had indeed increased slightly, but compared to his body size, the increase was too weak. After Lin Yi found out how to use the crystal, he quickly rushed out and asked the people working outside to spare some manpower. Although Xiaowu didn't know what he wanted to do, she had to carry out Lin Yi's orders 100%. Soon, Xiaowu selected 200 people and handed them over to Lin Yi. Lin Yi led them directly out of the camp and came to the battlefield outside the camp. The camp had just experienced a zombie siege, and the zombie corpses had not been cleaned up yet. Lin Yi took out an energy crystal and said to the 200 young ladies in front of him, "Your next task is only one, which is to find these glowing crystals from the corpses of these zombies. They may be in their bodies or in their brains." When the 200 young ladies heard that Lin Yi wanted them to dissect these zombies, they immediately looked worried. These zombies died in a miserable way. Some were killed by artillery shells, with their arms and thighs scattered all over the ground and their intestines flowing out of their stomachs. Some were burned to death, with their entire bodies turned black and no longer human-like. It is indeed a bit difficult for them to dissect these zombies now. Lin Yi noticed the embarrassment on their faces and then took out a large box of chocolates from the alien space. Whoever finds a crystal will receive a piece of chocolate. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the place suddenly became lively. Lin Yi still underestimated the power of chocolate. The doomsday had been coming for half a year, and they had not eaten any sweets in the past 6 months. Occasionally they would find some in the mall, but they would all be confiscated. Such high-calorie foods would never fall into their hands. After receiving the prize, the 200 people began to work independently and performed autopsies on the zombies on the ground. Soon, a girl found a red crystal in the brain of a zombie. Lin Yi also happily handed the chocolate to her. After knowing where the crystal was hidden, the speed of finding the crystal was greatly accelerated. But not all zombies have crystals in their brains. Lin Yi stood on a pile of snow and counted them silently. He discovered that only one red crystal appeared among every 100 zombies. Fortunately, after these zombies die, their heads become soft and the skulls inside seem to be softened, so they could be easily cut open with a knife. Therefore, it is very easy to collect crystals, but the drop rate is a bit low. Chapter 190, Another Fire-type Mutant? There were more than 20,000 corpses here. After these young ladies had been busy for more than an hour, more than 200 red crystals appeared in Lin Yi's hands, equivalent to 20 units of supernatural energy. Lin Yi felt very happy. This discovery made him overjoyed, although he now has dozens of superpowers. But Lin Yi discovered that after his supernatural energy exceeded 50, his strength had improved significantly. It seems that 5 parts and 50 parts are 2 important watersheds. Lin Yi speculated that if he wanted to upgrade again, he would probably need at least 500 more energies in his body. Where can I find so many superpowers? I'm afraid that all the superpowers in the entire High Province combined don't have this many. Now, the appearance of these zombies can fill this deficiency. The population of the entire Haijing City is about 20 million. If they all turn into zombies, based on a 1% explosion rate, there will be 200,000 red crystals, which is 100,000 copies of superpowers. He himself didn't know how powerful he would be if he could absorb 100,000 superpowers by himself. When Lin Yi thought of this, he couldn't help but feel excited. After all the bodies had been turned over, Lin Yi ordered people to dig a large pit in the distance, throw all the bodies into it, and bury them on the spot. Although it would be easier to burn it directly, it is impossible to burn the corpse to ashes without any fire starter, and the temperature outside is so low. After a busy night, it was almost dawn. The progress of the wall is slow, and even the foundation is not completed yet. However, the young ladies in the Snow God sect had been busy all night and were extremely tired. Xiaowu could only order them to take a break and resume work at noon. Seeing that nothing happened here, Lin Yi went back to the villa first. He still has 200 red energy crystals in his hand, so he could try to transform his women into superpowers first. Lin Yi left Su Mo in the Snow God sect and returned to the villa alone. Luo Ziki stayed in the attic of the villa and didn't sleep a wink all night. After Lin Yi left yesterday, she took the initiative to take on the security work of the villa. It wasn't until Lin Yi showed up that she finally felt relieved. After Lin Yi entered the villa, all the women had already gotten up. Except for Luo Ziki, Lin Yi did not disturb anyone when he left. So until now, they still don't know what happened. Lin Yi briefly told them what happened last night. The girls were all shocked when they learned that all the residents of Haijing City had turned into zombies. Many of them have seen the Resident Evil movie, so they naturally understand how terrifying zombies are. What's more, Lin Yi said that there are mutant zombies inside, and their strength can even be comparable to that of people with special abilities. Lin Yi and the other girls took out the crystal only after they digested the news. Then I told them the function of the crystal. When the girls learned that this crystal could help people evolve into superpowers, their eyes lit up. After all, the attraction of becoming a superpower is too great. In today's apocalypse, the lives of ordinary people are too fragile. If it weren't for Lin Yi, they would have died in the turbulence of the apocalypse long ago. Lin Yi looked at the excited expressions of the girls. Although he felt a little reluctant, he still told them the origin and usage of the crystal. When the women learned that these crystals were taken out from the brains of the zombies and needed to be eaten in order to be absorbed, They all looked embarrassed. Although I didn't see what the zombies looked like, I thought they should be similar to those in the movies. The women were a little hesitant that they had to eat the things taken out of their minds. Lin Yi said nothing, sitting on the sofa and quietly waiting for their choice. After the women hesitated for a while, Yang Mi was unexpectedly the first to stand up. "Hubby, let me go first." Yang Mi's choice made Lin Yi look at her with new eyes. As expected of someone in the entertainment industry, she was indeed courageous enough to rise to the top in such an environment. Lin Yi took out 10 red crystals and handed them to her. Although absorbing crystals can help people increase the energy in their bodies, it is still unknown whether it can allow an ordinary person to evolve into a superpower. If their bodies cannot absorb the superpowers, Yang Mi's fate will be to be blown up by the energy in the crystal. Lin Yi expressed all his concerns and speculations. No matter what choice Yang Mi made, Lin Yi would support her. Yang Mi hesitated for a moment and finally took the crystal. "Since no one has tried it, let me try it on behalf of my sisters. If I succeed, I will be the 5th superpower in the family." After saying that, Yang Mi directly picked up a crystal and threw it in her mouth. Ever since Yang Mi chose to be Lin Yi's woman, all she could do was sleep with Lin Yi. She is a strong-willed woman. Otherwise, she would not be so successful in the entertainment industry. But now I can't do anything except being a vase. Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier are responsible for cooking every day. Luo Ziki and Li Qier are both people with special abilities. When Lin Yi is not around, they are responsible for protecting the villa. Not to mention Xiaowu and Huoling. The two of them run the snow god cult independently outside and are Lin Yi's biggest helpers. Even his own sister Yang Lu was able to build a defense alarm for the villa. "I'm the only one who has nothing good except the star halo around me." This made her fall into deep self-doubt. Now, there is finally an opportunity to do something for everyone, so she was the first to stand up. When the crystal entered Yang Mi's mouth, it instantly turned into a liquid and flowed into her throat. Yang Mi felt her body getting hotter and hotter, but soon the feeling disappeared. She knew in her heart that the energy of the crystal must have been exhausted. After seeing that she did not have any abnormal reaction, Yang Mi felt relieved. She could not help but feel excited at the thought that she would soon have superpowers. Yang Mi stuffed the crystal in her hand into her mouth and swallowed it directly. A surge of energy several times greater than just now instantly rushed into her mind. Her body also began to experience a rush of energy. Yang Mi was a little shaky sitting on the sofa, but she quickly recovered. The feeling of heat in the body has disappeared, and a strong sense of power spreads throughout the body. Yang Mi felt as if she had endless power as she waved her right hand. A fireball appeared in her hand. Luo Ziki, who was standing by, said in surprise, "Sister Mi, you succeeded? Is it a fire ability?" Yang Lu also changed from being worried at first to being happy. "Sister, you are so awesome." Everyone in the field congratulated Yang Mi. But Lin Yi was the only one who noticed something was wrong. Chapter 191 Collective Evolution. Although the fireball in Yang Mi's hand was exactly the same as the fireball released by the fire spirit, even the air around the fireball became slightly distorted due to the scorching temperature. But Lin Yi still noticed something was wrong. Yang Mi's special ability should be illusion. She can use her special ability to imitate the effect she wants to achieve. Not to mention a fireball. Even asking her to simulate an atomic bomb would not be a difficult task. Her level is still too low now, so she can only project the image in the air like a projection. If her level were higher, she could easily make people fall into hallucinations and be unable to extricate themselves until they were trapped to death. Although her special ability can affect Jiang Shuyan and other girls, even Luo Ziki and Li Qier, 2 other special ability users, were fooled. But Lin Yi's level was much higher than hers, and the two were not on the same level at all. Her tricks were naturally seen through at a glance. But Lin Yi did not expose her intentionally. It was rare that Yang Mi was so happy, so let her be proud for a while. "Who's next? I'll do it." As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, several people who had not yet awakened their superpowers spoke in unison. Yang Mi's successful evolution made them very jealous, and they wished they could have superpowers immediately. But Lin Yi could only choose one first. After all, they knew very little about crystals and were not sure whether there would be any danger. If something happened, Lin Yi could rescue them in time. Looking at the eager eyes of the girls, Lin Yi chose Jiang Shuyan first. There is no other reason. If you really want to find a reason, it is preference. After Jiang Shuyan was called by Lin Yi, A sweet feeling suddenly arose in her heart. Every time she encountered such a situation, Lin Yi would choose her. Jiang Shuyan also understood that her position in Lin Yi's heart was different from that of others, so she always regarded herself as the queen. When facing other sisters, she is always humble and gentle, trying her best to take care of everyone's emotions, so that Lin Yi has no worries outside. When the others saw that Lin Yi chose Jiang Shuyan, they stopped arguing with her. They also understood Lin Yi's preference for Jiang Shuyan, but there was nothing they could do because she came in early. Besides, each of them had been taken care of by Jiang Shuyan when they came, and they had always been grateful to her, so naturally they would not argue with her. Lin Yi smiled slightly, took out 10 red crystals, and placed them in Jiang Shuyan's hand. Jiang Shuyan followed Yang Mi's example and swallowed all the crystals. After a while, she opened her eyes again. The next second, Jiang Shuyan's body turned silver. She looked at her 2 arms, and when she moved her hands, a sound of metal clashing was heard. What is this? A metallic power? Lin Yi showed a hint of joy when he saw this. Among the 12 kinds of original power, in addition to the source of life that he absorbed by chance, there are only 5 known attributes, such as the power of the 5 elements. The fire spirit had already given her original power to herself before. Now that Jiang Shuyan has awakened her gold-type superpower, as long as her superpower reaches 5 and she is upgraded to a 2nd-level superpower, the original power of gold will be generated in her body. He was one step closer to collecting all 12 origins. Jiang Shuyan's gold-related ability is not as simple as turning her body into metal. She can also control all metals within a certain range to attack enemies, just like Jin Ao before. Coupled with its own defensive capabilities, it can be said to be an integrated offense and defense. The metal-attributed ability is also the strongest of the 5 elements. Lin Yi looked at the knife and fork floating in the air and gave Jiang Shuyan a thumbs up. After Jiang Shuyan successfully upgraded, only Lu Feier, Yang Lu, and Luo Zishan were left on the field who had not awakened yet. Yang Lu and Luo Zishan were not Lin Yi's women yet, so they naturally felt embarrassed to compete with Lu Feier. The next evolutionary spot fell directly on Lu Feier. After Lin Yi gave her the crystal, Lu Feier swallowed the crystal under Lin Yi's encouraging gaze. Like Jiang Shuyan, a surge of energy instantly surged into her body. But Lu Feier suddenly showed a painful expression, as if she was suffering from severe pain. Lu Feier's painful expression startled everyone present, and Li Qier hurriedly used her healing skills on her. A burst of emerald green light enveloped Lu Feier. With Li Qier's help, Lu Feier's expression gradually eased, and her frown gradually loosened. After a long time, under the worried gazes of Lin Yi and others, Lu Feier slowly opened her eyes. But her face was full of confusion, because apart from feeling that her physical fitness had improved a lot, she didn't feel that she had any other abilities. Then think of the piercing pain just now. Lu Feier couldn't help but feel confused. Why haven't I awakened any superpowers? Did I fail to evolve? Just as Lu Feier was falling into self-doubt, Lin Yi hurriedly came up and asked, Feier, how do you feel? Lu Feier showed a disappointed look and said to Lin, I'm sorry, brother, I didn't awaken any superpowers. I failed your expectations. I may have failed to evolve. After Lu Feier finished speaking, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, and a strong sense of frustration filled her heart. Lin Yi held Lu Feier in his arms, stroked her hair, and said, It's okay. If we fail, we could try again. Your husband has plenty of crystals. Lu Feier stopped crying after being comforted by Lin Yi, but she no longer had the desire to continue awakening. After experiencing a failure, she just wanted to calm down and adjust her state. Lu Feier stood up and slowly walked back to her seat. But when she sat down on the sofa, the sturdy sofa fell apart. Lu Feier cried out and fell to the ground along with the sofa. Li Qier and Luo Zishan on the side hurriedly helped her up. Only Lin Yi looked at the broken sofa on the ground thoughtfully. He took out a pair of 80-kilogram dumbbells from the alien space and placed them on the ground. Then he asked Jiang Shuyan to lift it up without using any superpowers, relying only on her physical strength. Although she didn't know what Lin Yi wanted to do, Jiang Shuyan's first reaction was to do as he said. She took a deep breath and gripped the handles of the dumbbells tightly with both hands. As Jiang Shuyan increased her strength, the dumbbells were slowly lifted up. Such a scene was unimaginable in the past. Although Jiang Shuyan is a policewoman, She has undergone some training, and her physical fitness is better than that of ordinary girls. But it is impossible to lift a weight of 160 kilograms. And judging from her expression, although it was a little strenuous, 160 kilograms was obviously not Jiang Shuyan's limit. Lin Yi even suspected that Jiang Shuyan could lift even a weight of 300 kilograms. Chapter 192, Evolution completed. Only after Jiang Shuyan put down the dumbbells did Lin Yi let Lu Fei'er try it. As soon as Lu Fei'er saw Jiang Shuyan struggling, she knew that the dumbbell was definitely not light. She slowly walked to the side of the dumbbells, then easily picked up the dumbbells with one hand and even tossed them twice in her hand. This scene not only surprised the other women, but also shocked Lu Fei'er herself. She just wanted to try out the weight of the dumbbell first, but she didn't expect to lift it so easily. The 80-kilogram dumbbell seemed as light as a chopstick in her hand. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi finally showed an expression of as expected. Lu Fei'er did not fail to evolve. The reason why she has no superpowers is because she is a physical-type superpower user. Just like Xing Tian back then, although he had no special abilities, he was still able to become the #1 master in Haijing City by relying on his absolute attack power and speed. After Lin Yi told Lu Fei'er the news, the latter immediately jumped up with joy. She originally thought that she had failed and betrayed Lin Yi's trust, but she didn't expect that she was actually a physical ability user. Although she felt a little regretful that she had not awakened those special powers, she was already satisfied as long as she could become stronger. Maybe physical ability users have the strongest abilities. After Lu Fei'er successfully awakened, only Yang Lu and Luo Zishan were left on the field. At first, the two girls were scrambling to upgrade, but when it was their turn, they started to give way to each other. "Sister Lu, you go first. I'm not in a hurry." No, you're younger, so you go first." The two of them practiced Tai Chi for a long time, and just when Lin Yi was about to make a decision for them, the two of them finally came to an end after some humility. In the end, Yang Lu took the lead and sat next to Lin Yi, waiting for the awakening of her superpowers. Lin Yi took out 10 crystals again and handed them to Yang Lu. Yang Lu lowered her head and felt a little embarrassed to look at Lin Yi. The last time Lin Yi secretly kissed her, she felt embarrassed for a long time. But Lin Yi acted as if nothing had happened. After the kiss, he didn't show any other reaction, which made Yang Lu, who had been waiting silently, very angry. But she also knew that too many things had happened recently, and Lin Yi didn't have that much energy to focus on a relationship. Otherwise, with her and Luo Zishan's looks, they would have been eaten up by Lin Yi without leaving anything behind. Yang Lu put the crystals in her mouth one by one. Soon, she felt a surge of energy running rampant in her body. After being baptized by energy, the body also feels a tingling sensation. Soon, Yang Lu opened her eyes, and a strong brain wave spread from her body. Then Yang Lu suddenly looked frightened, her eyes full of horror. Lin Yi noticed something was wrong with her and quickly held her in his arms, his big hands silently caressing her body. After Yang Lu calmed down in Lin Yi's arms for a while, she stammered, brother, yeah, I saw a lot of zombies. The whole city is full of zombies." When Lin Yi heard this, a puzzled look appeared on his face. He still didn't know what kind of special ability Yang Lu had, or how she saw the zombies. Yang Lu recounted what had just happened, and Lin Yi and the others finally understood. It turns out that Yang Lu's special ability does not have combat power. Her ability is to use her brain waves to connect to all smart appliances. These smart appliances are her eyes. Yang Lu can see everything happening outside through the cameras on these appliances. This ability would be quite useful before the end of the world. After all, the thing that cities have the most of is various electrical appliances with cameras. But the power supply in the city had been cut off long ago, and not even a working smartphone could be found. After Yang Lu's brain waves searched the city for a long time, they still found nothing. In the end, Yang Lu did not give up and formed his brain waves into a straight line, which continued to spread towards the sky. Unexpectedly, it happened to connect with the satellite in the sky. It was through the camera on the satellite that Yang Lu saw the current appearance of Haijing City. Almost the entire city has been occupied by zombies. Not only Haijing City, but also the neighboring Yuanhai City and Lianhai City. Hordes of zombies wandered aimlessly in the city. Through the camera on the satellite, Yang Lu could almost see the pale eyeballs of the zombies. Although Yang Lu's special ability cannot be directly used in combat, it is the strongest assistance for Lin Yi. With her help, Lin, it was like having a full map perspective plug-in, and he could clearly see where the zombies and enemies were. But before Lin Yi could be happy, Yang Lu suddenly sighed. Brother Yi, I was pushed down. Yang Lu's words left Lin Yi confused. What did it mean to be squeezed out? Just now, I wanted to use the satellite above my head to check the situation in other cities, but another brain wave directly took away the control of the satellite. That brain wave was stronger than mine, so I was squeezed out by it. Hearing this, Lin Yi asked with some concern, "Can that person find our exact location through the fight just now?" Yang Lu assured Lin Yi, "Don't worry about this." Even though he squeezed me out, he could only sense that someone was fighting with him for control of the satellite. It would be impossible for him to find us. Only after getting Yang Lu's assurance did Lin Yi feel relieved. It seemed that the world outside was not as simple as he had imagined. There was a god above his head, and a surveillance camera was always hanging above his head. He might not be able to hide any secrets in the future. Although that person is stronger than Yang Lu is not completely unable to fight him. It is not a problem for her to take the opportunity to control the satellite occasionally. After all, no matter how many superpowers the other party has, it is impossible for him to connect to the satellite with brain waves 24 hours a day. The consumption of superpowers alone is enough to make him suffer. As long as Yang Lu is more careful in the future and tries not to meet the other party, it will not have much impact on them. But Lin, he has to be more cautious when he goes out in the future. Otherwise, all his cards will be exposed under the eyes of others. Yang Lu has already awakened her superpowers, and now Luo Zishan is the only one in the family who has not yet awakened her superpowers. As usual, Lin Yi took out 10 energy crystals and handed them to Luo Zishan. Luo Zishan was not being pretentious. She had long regarded Lin Yi as her future man, and she did not need to feel any psychological burden in using her husband's things. She looked at the red crystal in her hand, then tilted her head back and swallowed it. A surge of energy exploded in her body, and Luo Zishan felt as if every cell in her body was being torn apart and reassembled. Chapitre 193 Clone Technique. Unlike Luo Zishan, Lin Yi and the others were already scared to death by the sight of her. Luo Zishan's figure, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, began to fluctuate violently, as if there were several Luo Zishans sitting in the same position. This state lasted for 2 minutes before gradually stopping. Luo Zishan opened her eyes and looked at everyone's concerned and expectant eyes. She moved her right hand in the air, and the next second, another Luo Zishan separated from her body. In the blink of an eye, 3 Luo Zishan appeared in front of Lin Yi and others. Lin Yi used his spatial eye to observe for a long time, but could not see any difference between the 3 Luo Zishans. You must know that Lin Yi's ability is far superior to Luo Zishan's. If Luo Zishan wants to hide, she will never be able to escape Lin Yi's discerning eyes. Then there's only one conclusion. These 3 Luo Zishan are all the real bodies. Lin Yi guessed correctly. Luo Zishan's special ability was to split herself into 3 parts. With her current strength, she could only split herself into 3 people, but the state of this clone could last for a whole day. The 3 clones are like 3 parts of Luo Zishan's body. They are connected with each other. Even if 2 clones die, as long as she can keep 1 clone unharmed, her life will not be in danger. This superpower is not weak either. The 3 clones have 100% of her original strength. Although her superpower is still small now, if her superpower is large enough in the future, Luo Zishan can even create thousands of clones. Now all women have been upgraded to superpowers. Lin Yi still has 150 red crystals left in his hand, which is equivalent to 15 superpowers. After Luo Zishan demonstrated her special abilities, and with Lin Yi's approval, the other girls immediately dispersed and went about experimenting with their new abilities. The sky outside gradually brightened. Lin Yi put on his clothes and prepared to go outside to take a look and understand the habits of the zombies. If they were not afraid of the sun, it would be troublesome to go out and look for supplies in the future. In the research institute in Lianhai City, after hiding for a night, the knocking sounds on the door outside finally stopped. The supernatural powers of Aurora and others also returned to their peak state. He looked out through the gap in the door. There were far fewer zombies outside than at the beginning, and their movements became slower under the sunlight. Many zombies rely on instinct to find places without light sources. Aurora knew in her heart that it was time to fight back. He ordered everyone to get ready, and then opened the door leading to the ground. Aurora and White Wolf took the lead and rushed out. Now only 1 in 10 zombies are left around the Institute, and Aurora and others cleaned them out very easily. The walls surrounding the Institute were also renovated. When all the zombies were cleared out, Aurora was the first to discover the red crystals on the ground. Like Lin Yi, after sensing the energy inside, Aurora was also trying to see if he could absorb it directly. But Aurora tried several times, but the energy in the crystal didn't react at all. He was somewhat helpless, but still ordered people to go out and collect those crystals. He could give them to Adbio to study later and see how to use the energy inside to improve his strength. Obviously, not everyone has Lin Yi's luck. Aurora never thought that the use of this crystal stone would be so simple and crude as to eat it raw. After all, it was taken out from a zombie's body, and he didn't have the appetite to eat it directly yet. After the zombie episode, Aurora no longer had the heart to go to Haijing City to cause trouble for Lin Yi. It was already very difficult for them to survive, surrounded by zombies. Lin Yi was flying a helicopter at a height of several hundred meters. He didn't dare to fly too low, as there were mutant zombies among the zombies underground, so he had to be careful. He circled over Haijing City. With the naked eye, he could see that there were far fewer zombies below than last night. They must have gone into the buildings to avoid the sunlight. Only a few scattered zombies were still wandering the streets. Just as Lin Yi passed by an office building with more than 20 floors, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Lin Yi had never experienced such a heart-pounding feeling before. It felt like a lost goat being stared at by a tiger. Lin Yi's first reaction was to run. He activated the full power of the helicopter and ran away from the building without looking back. Lin Yi is a 3rd-level psychic. After several absorptions, his psychic energy is about 60 to 70, which makes him feel unable to resist at all. The other party is at least a 4th-level being, which means he has more than 500 psychic energies. When did such a powerful figure appear in Haijing City? This chance encounter sounded a silent alarm in Lin Yi's heart. He originally thought that his strength was already as strong as Nanboan of Haijing City, and he could walk around here with ease. He didn't expect that there are always people better than him, and Haijing City actually has such a big boss hidden. He didn't dare to run around anymore. He flew his helicopter around Haijing City, and then went straight back to the villa. When Lin Yi was flying his helicopter past the building materials factory, he saw from afar a big SOS sign made of clothes on the live broadcast building next to the factory. There were also a dozen young and beautiful girls waving at him on the rooftop. Among them was Peng Shi-san, whom I had met once before. Peng Shi-san had a very miserable life these past 2 days. Last time, after she rejected Lin Yi's invitation, she returned to the live broadcast building alone. Because she didn't want to rely on any man, nor did she want to be a plaything of any strong man. In addition, she had just awakened her special abilities. In Peng Shi-san's heart, she had the ability to survive with her sisters. But he didn't expect that the slap in the face would come so quickly. That night, Peng Shi-san heard footsteps downstairs in his sleep. At first she thought it was a little sister going to the bathroom in the middle of the night making the noise, but out of caution, she got up and took a look. When she counted the young sisters present and found that none was missing, Peng Shi-san was immediately shocked. She angrily woke up a young girl who was on night watch. It was not safe outside, so Peng Shi-san would send 3 people to take turns on night watch every day. Unexpectedly, the young girl on night watch fell asleep today because she was too sleepy. Fortunately, Peng Shi-san was awakened by the footsteps downstairs, otherwise they would be in danger. Peng Shi-san didn't have a mind to blame her. The most urgent thing now was to find out who was downstairs. Chapter 194. Peng Shi-san is trapped. Peng Shi-san's first reaction was that Lin Yi was here for revenge. Since she had just rejected him during the day, it was reasonable for Lin Yi to want to force himself on her at night. She woke everyone up and told them to guard the gate with weapons. I walked downstairs cautiously. Peng Shi-san had already thought of a countermeasure. If Lin Yi really came to take revenge, she would jump out of the window directly. Even if she died, she would not let that scoundrel take advantage of her body. Peng Shi-san slowly moved down the stairs. The only sound in the entire stairwell was her faint breathing, and her heart was beating wildly. Although she has become a superpower, her courage does not increase with the improvement of her strength. She went downstairs, put her hand on the handrail of the door, gritted her teeth, and pulled the door open. What caught his eye was not the wretched Lin Yi, but a few little girls who were only about 10 years old. They were kneeling on the ground in a circle with their backs facing Peng Shi-san. eating something. Peng Shusan's originally nervous mood was calmed down a lot. There was no one else on this floor except the few little girls in front of me. She walked over slowly, afraid that her sudden voice would scare the children, so she tried to speak gently to them. Hello. Where are you from? After Peng Shusan finished speaking, the little girls on the ground seemed not to have heard anything and continued to eat the food on the ground. The only sounds in the entire space were the sounds of their gnawing and chewing. Peng Shusan thought that they didn't reply to him because they were too hungry. After all, the girls must have suffered a lot to survive until now. She took out a piece of chocolate from her arms. This was something she bought before the end of the world, and she had kept it on her body ever since then, not wanting to eat it. Coming behind the little girls, Peng Shusan squatted down and patted one of them on the shoulder. Peng Shusan was just about to hand the chocolate in his hand to her. I saw a face covered in blood, with a hideous look and snow-white pupils. Peng Shusan was so frightened that he screamed and collapsed to the ground, and the chocolate in his hand fell to the ground. But Peng Shusan no longer cared about the chocolate. After being disturbed by her, the little girls who were eating on the ground decisively gave up the food on the ground and rushed towards her. Peng Shusan was so frightened that she almost forgot that she was a superpower. Fortunately, the little girls were not fast. After she dodged their first attack, a burst of energy suddenly spread out from her body. When these energies came into contact with the little girls, their forward movements came to an abrupt halt, and their bodies instantly turned into stone. Peng Shusan sat on the ground, breathing heavily. It wasn't because she was tired from the battle just now, but because she was completely scared. At this time, he also saw the food left by the little girls on the ground. It was the body of an adult, but it was half eaten with the flesh on the face and belly eaten away. The smell of blood in the air made Peng Shusan retch, and thinking about what the little girls had just done almost broke her mental defenses. She walked to the window and wanted to open it to get some fresh air, but the scene before her refreshed her cognition again. I saw that the downstairs was completely surrounded by zombies. The location here was remote. Although the number of zombies downstairs was not as many as in the city, there were at least tens of thousands of them. They were wandering around the street. Peng Shusan hurriedly held his breath and quietly closed the window, fearing that he would accidentally disturb them. But what you fear will come to you. Peng Shusan had just closed the window when a table suddenly fell from upstairs and hit the zombie downstairs right on the head. 3 or 4 zombies were smashed into a pile of meat paste by this solid wood table. But the huge noise also attracted the attention of all the zombies. They looked up at the upstairs, then rushed upstairs madly. The little girls upstairs looked at each other. When they saw the zombies downstairs, they were scared for a moment, so they found a table and threw it down. Although they killed several zombies, they attracted the attention of a large number of zombies. They now realized their mistakes. But it was too late. Peng Shusan didn't care about anything else. He quickly went back upstairs and locked the door. The gate here is not an explosion-proof door, but an ordinary wooden door that cannot withstand too much force. It's no longer suitable to stay here for long. Peng Shusan asked people to move things to block the door, and then began to look for a way out in the room. There were at least several thousand zombies rushing in. Although she was a psychic, she couldn't handle so many zombies. The only way now is to find a way to leave here. She looked toward the office window. Just like the fire spirit before, Peng Shusan also chose to go to the rooftop, but there was only a fire extinguisher but no fire hydrant. Fortunately, she found a rope, tied one end around her waist, and jumped out of the window. She was very agile and jumped onto the rooftop easily. After tying the rope around his waist to a pillar, Peng Shusan asked the people below to climb up quickly along the rope. The gate leading to the rooftop was made of metal and was not easy to break through. After checking it, Peng Shusan picked up a steel bar on the ground and inserted it into the lock on the gate. In this way, unless the zombies break down the door, they will have no chance of getting up. A dozen little girls downstairs also climbed up the rope. Although they were temporarily free from the threat of zombies, they still had to face another problem: cold and hungry. It was now 2 or 3 in the morning, the coldest time of the day, and they were standing on the rooftop. The strong wind from above brushed across their skin like knives cutting through it. Given their current condition, it would be a miracle if they could survive until the next day without freezing to death. If the zombies haven't retreated by tomorrow, they will be trapped and die there. A dozen little girls hugged each other tightly. Finally, the sun slowly rose on the horizon. Although they could see the sun, the daytime was gray and they could not feel the warmth of the sun at all. The knocking sound on the iron gate stopped in the second half of last night. Peng Shusan took a quick look through the door seal. Although the zombies in the stairwell no longer banged on the door, they did not leave. Instead, they fell asleep one by one in the stairwell. They will wake up immediately if there is any sound stimulation. A trace of despair arose in everyone's hearts. Were they going to freeze to death on the rooftop? Chapter 195, Picking Up Beautiful Women. Just when they were in despair, Peng Shusan suddenly heard the sound of helicopter propellers in the distance. She let go of everyone's hands, looked up into the distance, and saw an armed helicopter flying towards them. Peng Shusan waved his hands desperately as if he had seen a life-saving straw, and the others also shouted at the helicopter. Quick, take off your coat and make an SOS pose. After receiving Peng Shusan's order, more than a dozen little girls took off their cotton coats and started to write words on the ground. Peng Shusan also took off his coat and threw it to the girls behind him. Lin Yi was overjoyed when he saw a group of beauties waving at him for help on the rooftop, especially when he saw Peng Shusan among them. Wasn't this woman quite arrogant before? She said she didn't want to rely on men, but in the end she still had to rely on herself to save her. Lin Yi parked the helicopter on the rooftop of the live broadcast building and then opened the hatch. He was not afraid that these beauties would suddenly plot against him and try to steal his helicopter. With his current strength, even if 1,000 more such beauties came, at most they would cause his kidneys to become deficient for a while and would not cause any harm to him at all. Although Lin Yi opened the hatch, no one went up directly because of Peng Shusan's obstruction. They didn't know Lin Yi's background yet. What if he sold them out? They had better follow Peng Shusan's instructions. Peng Shusan had already prepared her words, but when she saw Lin Yi's annoying smile, all the words in her mind disappeared. The scene was very awkward for a while. Peng Shusan had just rejected Lin Yi yesterday and said shamelessly that he only wanted to live on himself and did not want to depend on other men, but he asked the other party for help early this morning. Peng Shusan's face was really embarrassed. Although Lin Yi knew that they wanted to ask him for help, he still pretended to be stupid. Lin Yi said in a joking tone, "Isn't this Miss Peng? You brought people to the rooftop to exercise early in the morning. You're really self-disciplined. Is there something you want to talk to me about? Exercise? The temperature outside is over 80 degrees below zero. Who would come out to exercise?" Although Peng Shusan couldn't help but complain in his heart, he was very polite to Lin Yi. "Brother Yi, we are trapped by the zombies below. Can we?" Before Peng Shusan could finish his words, Lin Yi interrupted him. "No problem. I'll leave right away and definitely won't disturb you from fighting the zombies." After saying that, Lin Yi prepared to close the hatch and start the helicopter. Peng Shusan was startled and hurriedly grabbed the helicopter door and shouted to Lin Yi, "Brother Yi, that's not what I meant. I wanted to ask if you could save us." Lin Yi smiled slightly and stopped the helicopter again. This Peng Shusan is very arrogant and looks down on any man. It is obvious that the man is desperate and wants to ask for help from himself, but he is still acting like a big shot here. Lin Yi had to kill her spirit, but he still had to save her. It would be a pity to see such a beautiful woman turn into a zombie. It's okay to take her home to be a bed warmer. Who would complain about having too many women? Anyway, I can afford to support them. I can save you, but how are you going to repay me? Lin Yi stared straight into Peng Shusan's eyes, waiting for her answer. As long as Peng Shusan rejected him, Lin Yi would definitely leave immediately. Although this is a bit of taking advantage of someone's misfortune, why should I be so compelled to help others when I see injustice? I saved your life, and you voluntarily slept with me. To Lin Yi, this is an equal exchange. There was a struggle in Peng Shusan's eyes. There had always been a secret deep in her heart. She didn't like men. Although she is an absolute beauty and can even reach 97 points in Lin Yi's scoring standard, Peng Shusan is very disgusted with men due to the influence of her original family. This is also the reason why she rejected Lin Yi before. In such a chaotic world, the best choice for a woman is to follow a powerful man. But now it is obvious that if he does not agree, Lin Yi will definitely just pack up and leave. Peng Shusan gritted her teeth and made up her mind to agree. After all, it was just a verbal promise to be his woman. As long as Lin Yi rescued her, the future was uncertain. After figuring this out, Peng Shusan changed his cold expression and suddenly said to Lin Yi gently, "Brother Yi, as long as you rescue us, I will do anything for you. I can even be your concubine." As soon as Peng Shusan finished speaking, Lin Yi suddenly took out a piece of paper and pen and handed it to her, with a box of ink next to it. Words are not enough. Let's make a written agreement, and remember to put your fingerprints on it. Lin Yi placed the things in front of her. Peng Shusan was speechless as he looked at the familiar three-piece suit in front of him. What time is it now? Are you sure this is going to help? If I don't fulfill the contract, can you still sue me in court? But Peng Shusan looked at Lin Yi's determined eyes and picked up the pen to write. As long as Lin Yi rescues us, I, Peng Shusan, will voluntarily become Lin Yi's concubine and remain loyal to him forever until death. Peng Shusan casually wrote 2 sentences on the paper. It was just to fool Lin Yi, so he could write whatever he wanted. Then he signed his name and pressed his fingerprint. After Lin Yi put the IOU away, he let them get on the plane. The idea of writing the bill was indeed a sudden one on his part. As long as Peng Shusan got on his helicopter, she was destined to be his woman. There is no other reason. Now Peng Shusan and others have nowhere to go. Although they don't know what the situation is outside, the entire high province has been occupied by zombies. They can only temporarily settle in the snow god cult. Now that they have entered our territory, can they still escape? After taking off, Lin Yi did not go directly back to the snow god cult camp, but instead began to stroll around the city. Peng Shusan came forward and asked Lin, "Are we going back to the camp?" "Don't worry. Those zombies rely on sound to identify themselves. If we fly back directly, we will attract all the zombies in the camp, so we have to circle around outside before going back." Peng Shusan nodded when she heard this. Although what Lin Yi said made sense, she always felt that this bad guy had his own purpose in doing this. Lin Yi was relieved to see that he had finally fooled Peng Shusan. His purpose in doing so was certainly not to go around in circles. Instead, he wanted to see if there were any other beauties like Peng Shusan in the city that he could pick up. This is much faster than slowly developing feelings. But unfortunately, Lin Yi walked around for a long time, but didn't see a single living person, let alone a beautiful woman. The helicopter slowly landed in the snow god cult camp. After Lin Yi opened the door and got off the helicopter, Hualing was the first to run over when he heard the sound of the propeller. Lin Yi touched Hualing's head. Ever since he rescued Hualing in the city last time, this girl seemed like a different person. She no longer values power as much as before, and her mental state has become much younger. She jumps around every day and is developing a bit like a little lowly. Peng Shusan and others also got off the helicopter. Hualing looked at the dozen or so beauties in front of him. Far from feeling jealous, he gave Lin Yi a thumbs up in public. Brother Yi is really good. He can pick up so many beautiful girls just by going out for a stroll. Chapter 196 Level 4 Zombie. Hualing was not exaggerating when she said they were all beauties. These young ladies are all in the live broadcast industry. Although with the addition of beauty filters, even Feng Jie can instantly become a pure fairy, but Peng Shusan's live broadcast company focuses on reality. She stipulated that all anchors can only use the lowest level of filters, and beauty filters are not allowed to be used at all. This has led to the fact that the anchors in their company are all more beautiful than each other, and those with slight flaws have been eliminated early on. The dozen or so people behind Peng Shusan generally have an appearance score of over 80 points, and 2 of them even reach 90 points, which is almost comparable to Peng Shusan. Lin Yi handed all these people, including Peng Shusan, over to Hualing. Although Peng Shusan agreed to be his woman, Lin Yi was not in a hurry and let her stay here for a while. Lin Yi strolled outside for a whole day. It was getting dark outside, but he couldn't go back directly. After analysis, it was found that these zombies were much more active at night than during the day. So Lin Yi decided to stay here today. If there were more zombies attacking, he would be able to help. The walls around the camp were still being built, and the construction materials in the warehouse were almost used up. After Lin Yi refilled the warehouse, he went to eat. Lin Yi sat on a chair. The table in front of him was filled with food, all specially prepared by Xiuwu. Xiuwu and Hualing sat beside him, one on each side. Xiuwu picked up the bottle of wine on the table and poured a glass for Lin Yi. It was a rare occasion for him to have a meal in the snow god cult, so the 2 women took it very seriously. The dishes on the table were already of the highest standard in their camp. The 3 of them drank a lot. Even though there might be a big battle in the evening, they were all high-level psychics, and ordinary drinks would not affect their fighting power at all. After the 3 of them finished their meal, they went to the wall together. The people of the snow god cult were already here on full alert, and dozens of cannons were set up in the center of the venue. When the last rays of the sun set, everyone became alert. Not long after, Lin Yi was the first to hear a lot of footsteps and roars in the distance. The searchlights in the camp also lit up. When the first zombie came into sight, the members of the snow god cult all picked up their weapons. Violent explosions were heard, and the artillery in the camp began to harvest the zombies outside. Lin Yi also took out his Barrett and was on high alert. He didn't need to take action against these ordinary zombies. He only needed to be wary of the zombies with special powers. Soon, Lin Yi saw a tiny figure among the zombies. His appearance was obviously different from those ordinary zombies. Although his clothes were tattered, he had been hiding behind those zombies and using them to block bullets. Lin Yi directly pulled the trigger of the Barrett, and a bullet shot towards him at an extremely fast speed. The zombie in front of him was blown up by this shot, and the bullet seemed to shoot directly into his body without any resistance. An orange crystal fell from the zombie's body. Lin Yi was quick-eyed and quick-handed. With the activation of space exchange, the crystal stone appeared directly in Lin Yi's hand. He casually put the crystal away and continued to search for the mutated zombies among the corpses. With Lin Yi sniping, he found all the mutant zombies hidden in the corpse group, but not every mutant zombie had energy crystals in its body. When Lin Yi killed the 7th mutant zombie, the other mutant zombies suddenly retreated collectively and left the group of zombies. When Lin Yi saw this scene, a sense of alarm suddenly arose in his heart. According to his observation, these most common zombies have no intelligence. They have no fear and don't know what fear is. Even when facing a gun, they will only rush forward while howling. Although the mutated zombies inside have a certain degree of intelligence, they still rely more on instinct. Now, they're retreating at the same time, which means there must be more advanced zombies behind them commanding them. The sound of gunfire continued. There were more than 100,000 zombies attacking this time. Lin Yi put away the Barrett and replaced it with 2 ordinary rifles. The Barrett's firing rate is too slow, and it is not very effective against these ordinary zombies. The battle had been going on for more than an hour, and the bodies outside the camp had piled up like a mountain. Suddenly, the group of zombies that were charging forward separated to both sides, leaving a gap of more than 10 meters in the middle. Dozens of mutant zombies appeared in the distance and quickly approached the camp. Lin Yi hurriedly threw away his rifle, put on his Barrett, and frantically pulled the trigger at dozens of zombies not far away. At the same time, the space gate opened in front of him, and rockets were fired one after another, as if they were free. These zombies moved extremely fast. Although Lin Yi tried his best to stop them, they still rushed in. A zombie used his sharp claws to slit the throats of several young ladies on the wall. Faced with the attacks of these mutated zombies, the snow god cult's defense collapsed directly. But the moment they rushed into the camp, all the psychics in the camp came to meet them. Su Mo transformed into a 5-meter-tall giant bear and fought with 2 mutated zombies with his own defense. Xiaowu and Huoling also attacked at the same time, and the cold air and flames enveloped these mutated zombies respectively. Lin Yi had already put away the Barrett and rushed towards the mutant zombies with a sword in his hand. Although these mutant zombies are extremely fast, Lin Yi is even faster. In his hands, a mutant zombie will be killed in 2 rounds at most. Just as Lin Yi was slaughtering the zombies as if he was in an empty space, a very ordinary-looking zombie slowly approached him. Lin Yi had just split a mutant zombie in half when he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. He didn't have time to think about it. The space exchange was activated instantly, and Lin Yi's figure disappeared instantly, replaced by an ordinary mutant zombie. He opened his bloody mouth and was about to attack Lin Yi. A pale palm slashed across the mutant zombie's body. The mutant zombie's body was instantly cut in half by this palm, and an orange energy crystal fell from his body. Lin Yi had a layer of cold sweat on his back. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have ended up like that mutant zombie. I just don't know if the life essence I absorbed can repair my body that has been broken into 2 pieces. This possibility should be relatively low. The owner of the hand failed in his sneak attack and stopped hiding. He stood opposite Lin Yi, staring at him with a pair of pale eyes. Chapter 1, 97 Talking Zombies. You are very strong. Lin Yi even suspected that he had heard it wrong. The zombie in front of him could actually speak. Although his pronunciation was very strange, as if he had just learned to speak, he could only utter 1 word at a time. But this was enough to shock Lin Yi. What the hell are you? Lin Yi hesitated for a second, then directly asked the question in his mind. However, the zombie in front of him seemed unable to understand Lin Yi's question and could only look at Lin Yi with his head tilted in confusion. Seeing this, Lin Yi stopped talking to him. Although this zombie possessed a certain degree of intelligence, His wisdom was obviously limited. It was still difficult to get anything out of him. The long sword in Lin Yi's hand flashed with a cold light, and the door of space opened in front of him, and a transparent sword energy slashed directly towards him. Lin Yi's sword energy passed directly through the zombie's body. Before Lin Yi could show any joy, the zombie's figure gradually disappeared. The sword energy just now only hit his afterimage. Lin Yi missed the attack and turned around quickly, holding the long sword across his chest to block the sharp claw that was attacking him. When the long knife and sharp claws collided, a string of sparks suddenly flew out. The force carried by the sharp claws made Lin Yi retreat more than 10 meters. A solemn look appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. This zombie is definitely the most powerful opponent he has ever encountered since his debut. Neither Xing Tian nor Xie Yu were as good as him before. Lin Yi estimated that the other party's supernatural energy was at least more than 50 points, even much stronger than his own. Lin Yi was extremely alert. He put away all his contempt and stared intently at the skinny figure in front of him. Food, assimilation. Lin Yi opened the space door in front of him. The space door with a radius of 2 meters was enough to accommodate the other party. If this zombie could rush in rashly, Lin Yi would have saved himself a lot of trouble. But obviously, Lin Yi still underestimated the other party. This zombie obviously also had the ability to sense danger. He looked at the void in front of him, quickly changed direction, circled around, and then attacked Lin Yi from other directions. Lin Yi had no choice but to close the space door first. Although keeping it open could make the opponent afraid to act rashly, he had no good way to take down the opponent. The man and the zombie started attacking each other again. Lin Yi consciously led the zombie towards the group of corpses to prevent the aftermath of their fight from hurting the people in the Snow God sect. There seemed to be an extremely high level of suppression in the zombie group, and a large open space was left alone where Lin Yi was fighting with the zombie. The surrounding zombies were afraid of the Zombie King's power and dared not get close at all. They could only choose to take a detour. Lin Yi finally let go of his hands and feet. He held a knife in one hand, and a revolver appeared in the other. This was a pistol he had found in Xing Tian's God of War Gang before. It was much more powerful than ordinary pistols. Coupled with his special abilities, its power is comparable to that of a rocket, and it has its own navigation. Lin Yi raised his pistol, and with the help of his spatial ability, a bullet shot out from the muzzle like a laser. The zombie in front of him only had time to raise his arm to block his forehead. The bullet hit his palm. The powerful force made the zombie retreat several meters. A bullet hole appeared on his palm, and the bullet was deeply embedded in his flesh. But not a drop of blood flowed out. Lin Yi followed closely behind, and while the zombie was still unstable, he drew an arc in the air with his long sword and chopped toward him head-on. The mutant zombie had no time to dodge and could only choose to fight back. He crossed his hands and rushed towards Lin Yi's long sword. After a loud bang, Lin Yi's powerful blow directly smashed the zombie's body several meters under the ice. Lin Yi looked at the ice cave on the ground. The space gate opened quickly, and rockets were fired one after another along the ice cave into the space. A violent explosion sounded, and the ice surface within a radius of dozens of meters was shattered by the aftermath of the explosion. The scorching heat melted the nearby ice, forming a huge swimming pool in the center of the site. The zombies around had no time to dodge and fell in one after another. Lin Yi did not dare to be careless at all. Such an attack could not cause a fatal blow to the mutant zombie. Sure enough, the next second, a figure shot out from the water. As soon as he surfaced, he was greeted by a bullet from Lin Yi that carried supernatural powers. It can be seen that Lin Yi's attack just now did cause him quite a bit of damage. The mutant zombie's right hand was broken, his clothes were torn, and there was a huge wound on his chest. As soon as he rushed out of the water, he was hit in the back by Lin Yi's bullet. The powerful inertia threw his body into the air and fell onto the ice beside him. After being attacked fiercely by Lin Yi one after another, the mutant zombie's combat effectiveness dropped significantly. Lin Yi was about to rush up and give him a quick death, but he suddenly stopped. He wanted to use this zombie to test out his new skills. Lin Yi suddenly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a laser composed of the power of space suddenly shot out from his eyes. After hitting the zombie in front of him, the laser quickly penetrated into his body. The next second, the mutant zombie stopped moving, and his body began to slowly decompose, first his palms, then his arms and thighs. When his head also decomposed into a bunch of light spots, a green crystal fell out. Lin Yi squatted on the ground, breathing heavily. The previous attack consumed a lot of his supernatural powers, but the effect also made him very satisfied. With just one strike, the mutant zombie was killed. Lin Yi picked up the green energy crystal and solemnly put it into the alien space. The energy in this crystal is the most he has ever seen, and its purity is also the highest. Without control of this mutated zombie, the surrounding zombies immediately surrounded and attacked Lin Yi. To deal with these little Karami, Lin Yi didn't need to expend too much energy. He swung his long sword left and right, and several sword auras shot out. The zombies around him fell down one after another like harvesting wheat. Su Mo, Xue Wu, and others also eliminated their opponents. The overall strength of these mutated zombies is still relatively weak, and the gap in intelligence forces them to rely on instinct to fight. Lin Yi simply transformed into a god of war, killing zombies as he went. Each of his attacks could cut dozens of zombies in half. The battle ended quickly. Although there were a lot of zombies, they were no match for the Snow God cult, led by Lin Yi. In this battle, Lin Yi played the most important role. If he was not in the Snow God cult today, that mutant zombie alone would probably be enough to kill all the psychics in the Snow God cult. Chapter 198 transformed into a fairy sister. After the battle, Lin Yi returned to the camp. The Snow God cult suffered heavy casualties in this battle. Their defense line was torn open by dozens of mutant zombies. Although Xue Wu and others quickly blocked the gap, many zombies still took the opportunity to rush in. In the direct, close combat, the ordinary soldiers of the Snow God cult suffered the most casualties. Out of a total team of more than 3,000 people, more than 500 were killed or wounded. Most of them were infected with corpse poison and eventually died at the hands of their former comrades. Lin Yi ordered everyone to start cleaning up the battlefield and collect the crystals in the zombies' bodies. At this moment, Suemo suddenly ran over in a hurry. "Boss, something happened in the villa. Xiaojing just called me, and a lot of zombies appeared there." Lin Yi was shocked when he heard this. Although the defense outside the villa was very strong, it was not enough to withstand those mutated zombies. He pulled Suemo onto the helicopter in a hurry. This place is not far from the villa, only a dozen kilometers away, and the helicopter can arrive in a few minutes at full speed. The helicopter slowly took off and headed towards the villa. Lin Yi took out the satellite phone from the helicopter. He had just put the phone into the alien space while fighting the mutant zombies, so he did not receive the call for help from home. I don't know what the villa's condition is like now. But fortunately, he had just upgraded several women in his family into people with special abilities, so even if faced with the siege of zombies, they should be able to handle it for a while. When the helicopter approached the villa, Lin Yi saw that more than a dozen mutated zombies had surrounded the villa. But fortunately, the villa has strong defenses, and the women inside also have certain combat capabilities, so the zombies outside were unable to rush in. After hearing the sound of the propeller, the dozen or so zombies surrounding the villa raised their heads and looked up at the sky. Since they were too close to the villa, Lin Yi did not let Suemo open fire directly. Lin Yi took out his Barrett and started calling out names. After 3 gunshots, 3 mutant zombies fell to the ground. A dozen zombies surrounding the villa were attracted by the gunshots and ran towards the helicopter. Seeing them leave the villa, Suemo immediately pressed the switch on the joystick, and the machine gun on the helicopter began to rotate rapidly. The helicopter fought as it moved, and soon, more than a dozen zombies on the ground were killed by Lin Yi and Suemo. Lin Yi collected the energy crystals from their bodies. From more than a dozen mutant zombies, Lin Yi harvested a total of 8 orange energy crystals. The door of the villa opened, and Jiang Shuyan was the first to rush out. Lu Xiaojing and Sumo's mother were also taken to the villa early in the morning. Otherwise, relying solely on the shelter that Lin Yi had built before would not be able to withstand the siege of so many mutated zombies. Lin Yi put away the helicopter and walked into the villa with Suemo. It's already 12 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yi gathered everyone together and announced something to them. "I've decided to move everyone to the Snow God cult camp tomorrow. There are too many zombies outside now, and it's no longer safe here." As soon as Lin Yi said this, all the girls quieted down. They had lived here for a while, and although they were reluctant to leave, they also knew that what Lin Yi said was right. It's too dangerous outside now. It's safest for everyone to live together. Lu Feier was the first to agree. She is always the first to express her support for Lin Yi's decision. That's how it was settled. They will move to the Snow God cult camp tomorrow morning. Lin Yi called Xiuwu and asked her to prepare a villa. Xiuwu was very happy when she learned that Lin Yi and these sisters were moving in. Lin Yi finally didn't have to run back and forth anymore. After chatting for a while, they went back to their rooms to rest. Lin Yi lay on his big bed, thinking about his next plan. Now that he knew that the zombies' energy crystals could help people improve their strength, he planned to turn passivity into initiative. We can no longer wait for zombies to attack, but we must take the initiative to hunt zombies and obtain energy crystals. It would be best if all of the more than 2,000 female soldiers in his hands could be turned into superpowers, and high-level superpowers at that. Who will be able to compete with me then? Just as Lin Yi was getting more and more excited, Yang Mi, wearing a cheongsam, knocked on Lin Yi's door. After Lin Yi opened the door, Yang Mi came in. Lin Yi looked at Yang Mi, who was dressed up carefully with a sly smile on his face. "What's wrong, Sister Mi? Do you want to have a sneaky meal?" Yang Mi put her arms around Lin Yi's waist, and instead of answering his question, she asked him, "Brother Yi, who is your favorite star?" Yang Mi's question left Lin Yi a little confused, and he subconsciously answered, "Of course I like you, my dear Mimi." As Lin Yi spoke, his eyes scanned Yang Mi's chest, and his hands dishonestly moved slowly upwards from Yang Mi's waist. Yang Mi grumbled, "I'm not going to mess with you. Seriously, who do you like the most besides me?" Seeing this, Lin Yi stopped teasing her and said after thinking seriously, "I like Fairy Sister. She has been my goddess since I was a child." Yang Mi smiled slightly, and then her figure gradually blurred in front of Lin Yi. The next second, Yang Mi turned into another person. It was Lin Yi's childhood goddess, Fairy Sister. "Brother Yi, am I beautiful?" Lin Yi looked straight at Yang Mi. He could naturally see that Yang Mi used her illusion ability to change her appearance. But what Lin Yi didn't expect was that Yang Mi could even imitate the voice and expression so vividly. Lin Yi couldn't help but give Yang Mi a thumbs up in his heart. As a child star, her acting skills in this area are still online. Lin Yi looked at the woman in front of him who was in ecstasy and felt his body burning hot, and he swallowed unconsciously. Yang Mi could naturally sense the abnormal reaction of Lin Yi's body. She gently undressed Lin Yi, and then pulled Lin Yi onto the bed while wearing a cheongsam and a pair of high heels. At this moment, Lin Yi's defense had completely collapsed. He turned from defense to offense, ignoring the opponent's pleas for mercy, and galloped on the battlefield waving his spear. This will ultimately be a sleepless night. Yang Mi has collapsed on the bed. Even though she is a superpower and her body has been strengthened, in the end she can only throw away her armor and beg for mercy. It was already dawn, and there was a knock on the door. "Brother Yi, get up and eat." Jiang Shuyan stood outside Lin Yi's door and knocked. Hearing the noise outside the door, Yang Mi used up her last bit of strength to say to Lin Yi, "Sister Shuyan is here. Quickly put away your magical powers." Lin Yi then stopped his actions with a feeling of unfulfilled desire. Chapter 199, Group Moving. He climbed down from Yang Mi's body, then covered her with a quilt to hide the spring scene on the bed. Lin Yi suddenly opened the door, startling Jiang Shuyan, who was peeking. "What? Want to spy on me?" Jiang Shuyan said with a guilty conscience. "No way. The meal is ready. Come down and eat." As she spoke, Jiang Shuyan's eyes secretly looked towards Lin Yi's room. When she just came over, she clearly heard a woman's moaning in Lin Yi's room. "I just don't know which sister went to eat secretly, but it doesn't matter. I'll know the answer by looking at who's absent during dinner later." Lin Yi closed the door and then took Jiang Shuyan to the restaurant. As Lin Yi went downstairs, the women came out of their rooms one after another. When everyone sat down, Jiang Shuyan realized that only Yang Mi was missing. Yang Lu looked at her sister's empty seat and first explained on behalf of Yang Mi. "My sister might be too tired yesterday, so she hasn't gotten up yet. I'll go call her." After saying that, he volunteered to run upstairs. Jiang Shuyan muttered softly, "I'm really tired. How can I not be tired after working all night?" Yang Lu had just taken 2 steps when she was stopped by Lin Yi. "No, let's eat first and let her rest for a while. I'll send some food up later." Upon hearing this, Yang Lu had no choice but to return to her seat silently. "But I was feeling strange because my sister is not the type to stay in bed. It was common for her to not sleep for 2 or 3 days when she was busy with work. Even if she was very tired yesterday, it is impossible for her not to get up yet." Although she felt puzzled, Yang Lu did not dwell on it any further. Since Lin Yi said it was okay, then it must be okay. After breakfast, the girls started packing up to move. Lin Yi got up and went back upstairs, grabbing a breakfast. Yang Mi has woken up. It must be said that the recovery speed of people with special abilities is quite fast, but her thighs are still trembling slightly, and she can't help shivering. Lin Yi's attack yesterday was so fierce that Yang Mi's thighs are still hurting. Lin Yi placed breakfast on the table, then called Li Qier over and asked her to perform a recovery spell on Yang Mi. Li Qier's face looked a little strange. Her special ability was used to cure diseases and save lives. Now that she was asked to use it for this purpose, she felt something was wrong. After Li Qier's treatment, Yang Mi finally recovered. The girls packed up their belongings quickly. They didn't have much, just some personal belongings. After Lin Yi put all the things into the different space, he greeted Su Mo on the intercom, and then the group boarded the plane. As the helicopter slowly took off, the women felt reluctant to leave as they watched the villa getting farther and farther away. Lin Yi sat aside and comforted him. "Don't worry, this is our secret base. As long as we clear out those zombies, we will move back." The plane soon landed at the Snow God Cult camp. Xiu and Huoling came to greet them personally. The girls hugged each other as soon as they met. They had met before and had a good relationship, so Lin Yi didn't have to worry about a fire in the backyard. Xiu has already prepared the villa, which is the largest one in the entire Snow God Cult. The location is also in the heart of the Snow God Cult. Lin Yi moved in with his people, and Su Mo and Lu Xiaojing lived next door to him. The area of this villa is not small. Although the facilities are not as luxurious as the previous ones, I don't have to worry about safety when living with everyone. The girls began to choose their own rooms. The largest one would naturally be reserved for Lin Yi, and the rest would be enough for them to live in. While everyone was packing up, Lin Yi called Xiu and Huoling over and told them about his plan. "I plan to send people out every day, starting tomorrow, to clear out the zombies around and collect energy crystals." Huoling was a little worried about Lin Yi's proposal. "Brother Yi, isn't it too dangerous to go out? Without a wall as a barrier, if we encounter a large number of zombies outside, we will probably be wiped out." Lin Yi had considered the fire spirit's concerns before, but he still decided to take the risk. Although he discovered very early that the energy crystals in the zombies' bodies could enhance their strength, others would certainly have discovered it as well. If they took the opportunity to improve their strength, they would always lag behind others, which was something Lin Yi did not want to see. Your destiny must be in your own hands. Only by becoming the strongest among humans can you control your own destiny. On the other hand, the activity of zombies will decrease significantly during the day, and their movements will become slower, which is a good time to hunt them. If they always adopt a passive defense, their camp will be breached by zombies sooner or later. After Lin Yi explained the interests involved to the two of them, Xiu quickly agreed. The outer wall is almost completed. As long as tonight is over, they can set out to hunt zombies early tomorrow morning. Xiu took out the energy crystals she had collected last night and handed them to Lin Yi. There were more than 100,000 zombies that attacked yesterday, but in the end, only more than 1,000 energy crystals were harvested. If one can only get one energy by eating 10, these energy crystals can help Lin Yi improve more than 100 superpowers. Adding to Lin Yi's existing dozens of superpowers, Lin Yi's superpowers have exceeded 200. However, Lin Yi did not plan to absorb all of them by himself, although it was important for him to improve his own strength. Even if he absorbed more than 100 superpowers, he would not be able to reach 500. He would not be able to advance to the next level, and his strength would not be greatly improved. So he wanted to use these energy crystals to create a team of 100 superpowers. Then use this team to hunt zombies outside and collect energy crystals. After all, his ability is limited. If he faces an army of hundreds of thousands of zombies alone, he can only run away. Even if those zombies stand there for him to kill, he won't be able to kill them all. After thinking about his subsequent plans, Lin Yi asked Xiu and Huoling to select 100 people. The individual strength of these people did not need to be very strong. The most important thing was that they had to be absolutely loyal to him. Lin Yi doesn't want to train 100 ungrateful people. After receiving Lin Yi's order, Xiu and Huoling went to pick people. Soon, a team of 100 people reported to the square in the center of the camp. In the current Snow God sect, except for Lin Yi and Su Mo, all others are women. So these 100 people are all girls, and their ages are between 20 and 30 years old. Lin Yi had specifically explained this point. The Snow God cult could only recruit women, not because he was so lustful and wanted to bring these young ladies into his harem. No matter how lustful he is, it is impossible for him to sleep with all these women one by one. He is just a human being not a breeding pig. The main reason for recruiting only women is that women are generally not as ambitious as men. As long as they are given a stable life, they will be content with the status quo. But if a man has great power, all he wants is to seize power. This is what Lin Yi least wants to see. Chapter 200, 100-Man Superpower Team. Lin Yi distributed the energy crystals, no more, no less, 10 to each person. 100 young ladies looked at the red crystals in their hands with confusion on their faces. They have all seen these crystals, and many of them have participated in collecting crystals, but they don't know what these things are used for. Lin Yi cleared his throat and said to everyone, after these few days of fighting, everyone should have already known the situation outside. The entire blue planet has been occupied by zombies. Billions of zombies are not something humans can contend with. Humanity is likely to gradually perish in this crisis. When Lin Yi said this, a burst of discussion began to arise from the audience. Is humanity going extinct? Then we're all going to die? Lin Yi waved his hand, interrupting their discussion. Everyone, don't be so pessimistic. Although the appearance of zombies is a disaster, it is also an opportunity. The crystals in your hands are called energy crystals. After my experiments, these energy crystals can allow you to evolve superpowers and become superpowers. As soon as Lin Yi said this, exclamations broke out again in the field. There are also several people with superpowers in the Snow God cult. In addition to Xiuwu and Hualing, several people have successfully evolved superpowers during this period. They saw it with their own eyes and were naturally very envious. But they know that becoming a superpower depends on luck. If you're lucky, you may suddenly evolve one day and your status will naturally soar. But the probability is too low. At its peak, the Snow God cult had nearly 4,000 members, but apart from Xiuwu and Hualing, only 3 people successfully evolved superpowers on their own. The probability is less than 1 in 1,000. They had already given up hope. Now hearing Lin Yi say that he could also become a superpowered person, he was naturally very excited. Lin Yi then told them how to use the energy crystal. The girls looked at the crystal stone emitting red light in their hands and hesitated for a moment before putting it into their mouths. Soon, the 100 young ladies began to evolve collectively. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the grand scene in front of him. Psychics. He now has a team of 100 people composed of psychics at once. If all these 2,000 people in the Snow God cult are turned into psychics, who can stop him? But this thought was fleeting in Lin Yi's mind. After all, although they were getting stronger, others would not be idle all the time. Lin Haishi's Aurora is not a simple character. If he discovers the existence of energy crystals, he will definitely mobilize everyone to collect them like Lin Yi. When they meet next time, the strength of the two sides will determine who will survive in the end. 10 minutes later, 100 young ladies woke up at the same time. The square suddenly seemed to be filled with fireworks, releasing colorful lights. They had just acquired superpowers and their physical fitness had been greatly enhanced, so they were a little uncomfortable for a while. Lin Yi asked these people to use a day to train their special abilities, and at night, they would be the main force against the zombies outside the city. In order to turn these people into superpowers, Lin Yi spent a total of 1,000 red energy crystals. He now has more than 600 crystals left, which is about 60 portions of superpowers. Lin Yi planned to distribute these energy crystals to his women, first increasing their superpowers to 5 parts, so that they could become level 2 superpowers. As long as you reach this level, your strength will increase several times, and they will be needed to contribute to the battle at night. It would be a good thing for them to experience more battles. Otherwise, if they only have superpowers but no combat experience, they will be in a mess when facing the enemy. Lin Yi counted on his fingers. Jiang Shuyan, Liu Feier, Luo Ziki, Luo Zishen, Li Keir, Young Mi, Young Lu. Not counting Xiuwu and Hualing, she has a total of 7 women. If each of them has 4 superpowers, that would be 28 superpowers, and she could give Su Mo and Lu Xiaojing some more. He had less than 300 red energy crystals left. There are some orange energy crystals, but the number is a bit small, only 30 pieces. Lin Yi wanted his women to improve their abilities so that they could all stand on their own. I can't stay here forever, and they will have to protect themselves. Although I don't want to be separated from my women. Lin Yi's goal is to collect all 12 kinds of original power and eventually become a god. Although he still didn't know what the so-called god was, he finally had a goal. Lin Yi returned to his villa. The girls had already cleaned up their rooms. Xiaowu and Huoling's rooms were also there. From now on, they can all live together, and it will be more lively with more people. Lin Yi distributed the energy crystals and first increased the energy of the women to 5, making them second-level psychics. Then Lin Yi will assign them to combat teams and send them out for training. Find the most suitable positions for each girl according to her abilities. A doctor like Li Kuer can form a medical team and manage it under her unified management. Her special ability is also healing, so she is just the right person to take this position. Yang Lu's brain waves can connect to satellites and surrounding electrical appliances to monitor the surrounding ground. Lin Yi planned to arrange her into the monitoring team. In the future, when people in the camp go out, she will be in charge in the camp, and they will be able to respond quickly to any emergencies outside. Lin Yi planned to incorporate the other people into the combat team. Jiang Shuyan's gold ability and Lu Feier's physical ability were very good at fighting. Luo Ziqi's stealth-killing ability was more like an assassin and was most suitable for assassinating mutated zombies in the zombie group. Xiaowu and Huoling can continue to manage the camp and arrange personnel to go out to find supplies and hunt zombies. After Lin Yi finished assigning everyone, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have nothing to do. He was just about to arrange some work for himself, but after thinking it over, he decided not to. As the soul of the team, my most important job is to control the direction of the team. Others can just be hands-off and let their women do the work. Lin Yi is now like a gigolo, relying on his women for support. The day passed quickly and the sun was slowly setting. But the entire snow god cult camp was fully armed. The surrounding walls were filled with soldiers, and a team of psychics consisting of 100 young ladies also stood in the center of the camp, waiting for Lin Yi's orders. Suemo stood beside Lin Yi and observed the situation outside the camp with a telescope. After he absorbed the energy crystal given to him by Lin Yi, his strength increased again. Lu Xiaojing also benefited from him and was upgraded to a second-level mutant by Lin Yi.